When I was 5 years old, I sealed my left eye. Otherwise my golden pupil would destroy this world. By the age of 10, I formed the Night's Watch team and ordered them to silently guard this world in the dark. It wasn't until I turned 18 that year that I realized that all of this was just a daydream made by this fool. However, at a certain school entrance ceremony, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the sky, from which countless terrifying monsters emerged. At that moment, I was shocked to find that my fantasy had turned into reality. While everyone was screaming and running away, I went against the crowd and rushed forward. The long night is coming, and we will start to watch from now on, until death. I will stand in front of tens of thousands of people, with a sword across the abyss, staining the sky with blood. Come, let the small fry see my power. At this moment, I stared at the anime poster on the wall, took a deep breath, and decisively tore it off. Those once proud toy swords, capes, eye masks, all stuffed into boxes. The most embarrassing thing is those notebooks filled with magic formulas and little people. I can't believe this is my own masterpiece. Open the phone. The Night Watchman group chat is prominently listed. I am the group owner. The group of more than 100 members has continued from elementary school to the present. I once proudly declared, the reason you feel the world is beautiful is because someone is carrying the burden for you. Now looking back, I really want to find a crack to hide in. Night Watchman Bayako, boss, why haven't you been talking lately? Night Watchman Kirin, he must have gone on another secret mission. Night Watchman Suzaku, it's a pity that I never had the chance to go on a mission with the boss. Just you? By the way, has there been any unusual activity in the foreign gates recently? It seems that there is a phenomenon of elemental turbulence in the Jiangnan region. I looked at the messages in the group, feeling extremely embarrassed, with my hand hovering over the button to exit the group chat. Just then, the door was pushed open. Lu Fan, it's time to eat, my sister Lu Yao said, with her hair tied in a ponytail, mockingly looking at me. Stop messing around in your room. At the dining table, my father, Lu Jiangwo, reminded me, you will be going to a new school tomorrow. Study hard, my boy. Thanks to Yaoer, you are able to attend a top high school. My father's words were a blatant reality check. I knew that without my sister's help, with my grades, I wouldn't even stand a chance at getting into a top high school. In this world, the moment when humans awaken at the age of 16 is like a turning point in destiny. Some are chosen as warriors, mages, or priests, all full of confidence, while I am the unlucky one destined to never draw a prize. I once fantasized about being the chosen one among thousands, but the evaluation results clearly stated, 0 awakening qualification. At the age of 16, reality hit me hard. I hadn't even awakened to any life skills, in stark contrast to my sister Lu Yao. She awakened as a mage before the age of 16, with an S-level talent, effortlessly causing a sensation in our small county. And me, well, the next morning, I and Lu Yao waited for the subway together in school uniforms. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders, her light makeup was delicate, her skirt was slightly folded up, revealing her fair legs, and the gazes of several boys around her had quietly stuck to her. Suddenly, I realized that the most important growth in life is accepting one's own ordinariness. Even if I may always be a supporting role, that is also an indispensable part of this world. Standing from an objective perspective, my half-sister, Lu Yao, is a living beauty embryo, inheriting the good genes of our mother, Miyazaki Ing. Her skin is fair and delicate, her features exquisite, her stature tall, her long eyelashes gently trembling, and her fair skin exuding a faint pinkish hue. Why don't you strike a pose? Lu Yao suddenly teased. I coughed awkwardly. Don't mention it. In the past, every time I took the subway, I had to wear a mask, lower my head, and as soon as I arrived at the station, I had to do a heroic opening like by my command. Open the door. On the playground, I danced alone, imagining scenes of saving the world. Those diaries full of dreams of the rivers and lakes, hero dreams. Now, I am determined to be an ordinary person. Standing on the platform, I introduced myself as calmly as possible. My name is Lu Fan. I like watching movies, reading novels, and playing games, and I hope to get into my ideal university. In comparison, Lu Yao's self-introduction was simply stunning. Hello everyone, my name is Lu Yao, 17 years old, a second-level magic instructor, physical fitness level 5. S-level talent. There was an instant uproar below. The teacher added, Lu Fan and Lu Yao are siblings, so everyone should take care of each other in the future. I sat quietly at the back of the classroom, next to a chubby boy wearing glasses. Ma Chao, no awakening. He introduced himself simply, ordinary life. I silently repeated in my heart, this time, I really want to be an ordinary person. I haven't awakened. I told Ma Chao truthfully, oh, the sixth one in our class who hasn't awakened. Ma Chao looked at me. Is your sister Lu Yao? She's really beautiful, and she's a second-order mage. I chuckled a few times, but I really don't want anyone to know that I have a very talented younger sister. It may be due to the lack of awakening. Ma Chao is exceptionally friendly to me and even invited me to go sing together after school. Go sing? When I heard Ma Chao's suggestion, my heart raced with excitement, as if a plot from a two-dimensional world was about to unfold in reality. In the KTV private room at night, I sat in the corner, pretending to be focused on playing with my phone, surrounded by 8 or 9 men and women brought by Ma Chao, including awakened individuals and ordinary people. I feel out of place, but at least I am trying to become a normal person. In the box, a red-haired girl stands out. Her smile is bright, full of vitality. In stark contrast to me in the corner, Lu Jing silently took another sip of his drink. It's true that anime is a lie. If you're not good-looking enough, no girl will even initiate a conversation with a girl. The current charger is just as good at dreaming for himself. That's not true. A presenter doesn't start out as a presenter either. Instead, you need to fight the monsters and upgrade before you finally become current. It's not too late to do everything yourself. As Lu Jing thought this, he didn't notice that there was an additional gaze watching him next to him at an unknown time. He turned his head slightly, startled, and spilled the drink in his hand. It's okay, the red-headed girl asked. Lu Jing was surprised to see the red-haired girl who had sat next to him at some point. Shin Chuunibyou. Lu Jing is it? Aha. Lucas nodded. Lu Shui is your sister? Yes. Lu Jing was already used to people asking about his sister as soon as they opened their mouths. Why didn't she come? She said she was going to train. Oh, that's hard work. No wonder your grades are so good. Lu Jing smiled awkwardly. Shin Chuunibyou then said, why don't you sing? Just now. You've been playing with your cell phone there. Singing? Lu Jing had never talked to a girl this close before. Except for Lu Shui. Lu Jing realized that Shin Chuunibyou was even more beautiful than she looked from a distance, and her features were even more refined. Compared to Lu Shui, Shin Chuunibyou was even brighter, like a blooming rose, while her younger sister, Lu Shui, is a clean-cut looker. At this time, Ma Jianyu also walked over. Lu Jing sings a song. After saying that, he didn't wait for Lu Jing to agree. Then he shouted, now welcome our new student Lu Jing to give us a song. Everyone applaud. Crackling applause. The gazes of the crowd suddenly converged on Lu Jing. Lu Jing felt his scalp go numb. Singing? Are you kidding me? You can sing the hell out of it yourself. Lu Jing does like to listen to songs, such as playing Departed Sorrows in the Rain. I shall drink a pot of turbid wine at the rivers and lakes leisurely. Imagine being the ultimate swordsman but hiding your identity and appearing to outsiders to be an alcoholic. In reality, it was secretly taking care of the demon that was going to destroy the village. No one knows. Then again, love songs were playing in the middle of the night. Move yourself to the ground. Listen to some supercharged songs and you can already associate the opposite side with thousands of troops. And riding alone. Comrades had already fallen in droves, followed by their own loud cries, though millions of people will be there. Then he rode off alone, leaving behind only a legend. But Lu Jing understood all too well how difficult it was for him to sing. To use one of Mr. Zhao's famous sayings, other people sing for money, but you sing for your life. The microphone was forced into his hand. Lu Jing held the microphone and stood in front, feeling the gazes of the crowd, especially those peach blossom eyes of Shin Chuunibyou cast over. He was still thinking in his head when the system voice suddenly sounded. Congratulations, you have the talent of a songwriter. Choose the song and show it to your heart's content. Subsequently, open the mic boldly yourself. The crowd was shocked by the splendor, and the people were casting shocked glances towards themselves. However, Lu Jing returned home with his head hanging down, his mind constantly repeating the images from the KTV just now. Shame on you. I'm back. Lu Shui had arrived home long ago by this time. All three members of the family looked at Lu Jing in unison. The father, Lu Yuanzheng, and the stepmother, Gong Liang, were full of surprise. Your sister said you went out with your classmates? Lu Yuanzheng asked incredulously. Lucas nodded. I've eaten my meal and gone to my room. Lu Yuanzheng hadn't recovered from his shock. His own son has a friend, and go out with friends. Is tomorrow the end of the world? Lu Yuanzheng said. Wife, pinch me. Gong Liang pinched him hard. Not a dream. Lu Yuanzheng reacted. Lu Jing returned to his room and rolled on his bed. Epsilon epsilon epsilon, hashtag. Shame shame shame. Why do I have to go to a KTV and sing? Shame on me. Don't want to go to school. However, when Lu Jing calmed down, he turned his thoughts. Isn't that a good start? You can't sing yourself. Learn. Can't play basketball. Practice. Lu Jing opened his drawer, ready to find the microphone he had once bought, only to see a golden holy sword in the drawer instead, and of course a white pistol. as well as handsome pocket watches, thick notebooks filled with tricks magic. I've already sealed many things in boxes myself. I didn't realize there were so many. Lu Jing frowned. What kind of goods he used to be. Lu Jing took another look at the holy sword. It was as if the holy sword was saying, "Master, take me and save the world together." Humph. Lu Jing snorted coldly and closed the drawer heavily, muttering to myself, "I've embraced my ordinariness. Now I just want to live a normal life." The following week, life was ordinary. In fact, life had always been ordinary for Lu Jing. It's just that he's suddenly forced to accept it and not continue fantasizing about it in his head. In real life, there is no present charge. There are no backwards beauties, much less mocking you for being a scrappy rich kid and then waiting for you to play cups and punch you in the face. Because rich kids don't have time for you. Lu Jing ate, studied, slept, and occasionally chatted with the class. Discuss which girl in your class is pretty and steal a glance at your favorite girl. Ordinary couldn't be more ordinary. Lu Jing still fantasized about it sometimes, but it wasn't as serious as it used to be. Chapter 5, The Anti-Bird. A week is a long time to say the least. Lu Jing got to know most of the students in the class. The most impressive one, needless to say, is Ma Jianyu. Then there was Chuunibyou with red hair. Lu Jing also didn't understand why she could dye her head. Maybe it's innate. After all, at her original school, girls weren't even allowed to have long hair. There are a lot of pretty girls in the class. The one who could compete with Chuunibyou was Tian Shiran. Not only did Lu Jing know her, but it was expected that all the little girls who liked to follow dramas knew her. Tian Shiran started her career as a child star and has acted in many TV dramas with high popularity. I heard that her family is so rich that they pick her up from school every day with a Rolls Royce. Her school uniform skirt was folded very short, almost to the base of her thighs, and looked like a kilt. The legs were extraordinarily long and white, and the line of the buttocks wrapped in the short skirt was hidden, exuding a tantalizing charm. Whenever she walks by, she always draws a crowd. However, Lu Jing did not dare to look at her. It wasn't that Lu Jing wasn't horny, but it was because Tian Shiran had once looked at herself with a very disgusted look. Lu Jing didn't know what he had done wrong. Even so as not to embarrass myself, she didn't even dare to look down her skirt herself as she walked by, for fear that someone would notice. Later, Ma Jianyu told Lu Jing, Tian Shiran's temperament of a big lady somewhat looked down on them, students who hadn't awakened. Moreover, the pens that Lu Jing used were all pens that cost $1 each, and the shoes he wore were also worn-out shoes that cost $25 a pair bought at a stall. Tian Shiran sometimes always gave a silent expression of disgust and then moved away. This made Lu Jing a bit angry, so he didn't give Tian Shiran any good looks. In his heart, he silently thought that one day, when he had a conflict with Tian Shiran taunted him as an unawakened waste. Then an armed straight plane comes out of the sky to pick him up, and there's a group of state agents coldly stepping off the plane and saying to themselves, "Captain, there is elemental turbulence appearing on the other side of the realm, and the organization is calling you." Then, they would drape Lu Jing in a black trench coat and flank him as he left the venue amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd. Lu Jing, on the other hand, did not bother to look at Tian Shiyu and turned around. Super drag. Not right, not right. Lu Jing retracted his thoughts. How can you have such thoughts when you've said you're going to be a normal person? However, unexpectedly Tian Shiran was on good terms with Lu Shui. Lu Jing had seen them walking in pairs before. Lu Jing then hid far away because he didn't know whether it was better to greet Lu Shui or not when he saw her with Tian Shiran. Other than that, everything was normal. Lu Jing could already imagine his life later on. Living week to week. Get into a lesser-known college. Get an okay job. Get married and have kids. Everyone who meets him says he's lucky to have an amazing sister. Look, it's Lu Shui's brother. This way. It's nice, too. Is it really good? The teenager still occasionally looks out the window and stares, thinking about everything in his fantasies. Night Watchman Guru, I have arrived in Gangnam City, and there is indeed an elemental anomaly here. Night Watchman Kirin, keep me posted. Night Watchman Auntie, understood. Night Watchman Auntie, will I be able to meet the captain after completing this mission? Night Watchman Kirin, I'll arrange it. In Jiangnan City, the good-looking girl with an eye patch over her left eye took a deep breath. Finally, get to meet the captain. The girl patted her cheek. Now is not the time to get carried away. Finishing the mission is important. Knock knock. A knock came at the door. The waiter from the five-star hotel stood behind the door with a smile and a slight bow. Would you like breakfast service, please? The girl said in a cold voice. Trouble faster. When I fight later, I need a lot of replenishment of energy, or else I won't be able to utilize my full magical power. Most importantly, aha! The girl suddenly crouched down and covered her blindfolded left eye. Be quick, or else without the replenishment of food, I'm afraid that the guja sealed inside me is going to spurt out. and then the world will be plunged into disaster. Waiter, oh, well, okay, right away. I'll bring it to you. The girl waited for the waitress to leave before she stood back up and sighed softly. Alas, we of the Night's Watch truly give too much to the world. I don't know how the captain got through it. Lu Jing slowly raised his head, his eyes casting to the boundless sky. It was an unusually sunny day, with no clouds and a blue, jewel-like sky on display. The sun was high in the sky, bright and shining. It's been 2 weeks since school started. I can't believe I had to organize some kind of commencement ceremony. I heard it was to be prepared a week ago, but it got delayed for some reason. Hey, any idea what it's about? The man who spoke was called Song Zek. It's the class act. According to Ma Jianyu, it is the leader of the boys. Strong, good family, good looking, and captain of the intramural basketball club and class president. A stark contrast to them, the little transparency of the class. Every time you go out, you're followed by a group of girls. I heard that he was chasing after Chuunibyou before, only that Chuunibyou didn't say yes. He's not chagrined, and I hear he's chasing Lu Shui right now. What reason? Song Zeki's follower, Li Guanghao, asked. It's why the opening ceremony was postponed. Song Zek said, my cousin works as a secretary for the Secretary of Education. He told me before. Song Zeki was revealing all the time how bullish his family's connections were, but even if he doesn't say, others know. You can tell by the watch he's wearing on his hand. Lu Jing stood back in boredom, looking at the podium. Ma Jianyu told him to go play script killer after school, and Lu Jing agreed. The script kills, another existence that exists only in the imagination. Lu Jing had never played it before, but when he swiped through the videos, he saw others playing it, playing that kind of emotional men and women hugging each other and crying their hearts out. Lu Jing blinked and couldn't help but fantasize again. Finally, the principal took the stage. After saying some painless words, Lu Jing yawned. But it's nice to stand outside for a while, as long as you're not in class or anything, even just standing there. His gaze did not fall on the podium, but on the distant sky. A huge crack spanned the sky, and countless monstrous beasts emerged. Teachers and students were running backwards at this point, and Lu Jing walked against the crowd with a smile on his lips. Ha! I'm covered here. And then, alone, to face the myriad of monsters that, in front of the shocked gazes of the crowd, the imperial sword went away. Ha! Lu Jing couldn't help but get goosebumps as he remembered those bad memories again. Lu Jing put away his memories. Just see what seems to be spreading in the sky. Chapter 6. Do you want to steal the limelight all by yourself? There's something black spreading in the sky. What is it? Dark clouds? Lu Jing rubbed his eyes. It wasn't a dark cloud. Yes, it looks like something is falling. Hallucinations? Lu Jing froze, but soon Ma Jianyu's shocked voice rang in his ears. Asterisk. What's that? Rumble dash. The cries of alarm kept coming, immediately followed by a group of students being slapped out of the room. They drew a parabola in the air like a kite with a broken string before falling heavily to the ground. Smoke and dust rose up and filled the air, making it difficult to see what was in front of them. The whole scene became chaotic with the screams, shrieks and wails of the students. More and more monsters fell through that crack in the sky. Some of them have wings, some have huge bodies, and some have sharp claws and teeth. These monsters landed on the campus and began to wreak havoc all over the place, attacking students indiscriminately. What the hell? Lu Jing fantasized about things that he didn't expect to come true one day, but at the moment, he let alone face the monster against the crowd. Even the body is stiff, commonly known as being scared silly. He wasn't the only one who was scared silly. Run! Someone screamed and tried to escape. What's going on here? The siren snapped. There's a monster invasion. Level A alert. Everyone panicked. Monster invasion? Invasion of the school? Could it be that China has fallen? Surprisingly, there would be monsters openly invading the school. Don't panic everyone! Song Zek yelled. Lu Jing sort of understood at this time why the other party could become the leader of the boys. Song Zek's occupation is warrior. Type shield soldier. A large shield appeared in Song Zeki's hand. The skill, sturdy, was cast, and the large shield shone with a golden light. Get behind me, all of you, and we'll rush out together. Wind whispering, two winged monsters crashed into the shield light. In the very next instant, the gale suddenly whistled up like countless sharp blades, violently rushing towards those two monsters. The wind whistled, carrying a powerful force that ripped apart the two monsters. Second-ranked magician. S-ranked talent. Lu Shui specializes in wind magic. This was the first time Lu Jing had watched Lu Shui use magic up close. So strong. As Song Zeki and Lu Shui made their move, the rest of the group reacted as well. They had almost forgotten their profession. So a hunter bent his bow and shot an arrow. There are assassins who conceal themselves. There are pastors who energize the congregation. More monsters surrounded them. Lu Jing's eyes were confused. This was the scene of his dream. Unfortunately, in fantasy he's the all-powerful captain of the Night's Watch. In reality, all he could do was hide behind the crowd and shiver. Is this a blockbuster? Where's the teacher? Why don't you come and help? Lu Jing was a little confused for a moment. It's okay, it's okay. Ma Jianyu was self-congratulatory. Only his shivering legs and pale face had long betrayed him. The next second, Ma Jianyu died in front of Lu Jing. A monster that fell from the sky smashed Ma Jianyu into a meat pie. The distance between the monster and Lu Jing was less than half a meter, and it could easily grab Lu Jing with a stretch of its arm. Oh, this reality. Lu Jing didn't run, because he recognized the monster in front of him, the magic sound bat. Its reflexes are said to be hundreds of times greater than those of an ordinary human, and the magic sounding bat in front of him was like a humanoid, looking like a human, but not a human. All in all, it's disgusting and frightening. Then a hurricane passed by. That magic sound bat was sent flying out. Lu Shui stepped on the wind with great speed, like a speeding van. Follow me, Lu Shui shouted. Lu Jing froze for a moment. Then, his punk brother was dragged by his sister Lu Shui's hand and ran after the large group. The school building has internal protection mechanisms, so everyone's first thought was to run towards the school building. But the road has never been so long. As one familiar face after another falls to the ground, Lu Jing saw Tian. She ran, the girl who used to look at him with great disgust. At this moment, this beautiful girl was collapsed in a pool of blood, her eyes full of despair. Then there was Song Ziki, who ultimately failed to carry or even had his shield shattered. Lu Jing didn't die. Maybe he's too unobtrusive. More than anything else, of course, he was lucky to be in the center of the group. There was no other ability, so the mind stayed in the center of the group, until the whole team is wiped out. Lu Jing's heart was beating like thunder. He felt like he was going to die in the next second, but he's still alive. In fact, it would be better to die sooner. He ran away from Lu Shui. Lu Jing didn't continue to run because the path was already blocked by monsters. He simply lay down and used the play dead technique. Well, being a coward. Pretty good. There are still people advancing. Lu Jing saw Chuunibyou, and then he saw his younger sister Lu Shui, who was running in the crowd. Lu Shui looked around, seemingly searching for herself. Lu Jing was even more ashamed. Run, sister. At least brother won't be a burden to you. Brother Mia is not a hero, just a little beggar who likes to fantasize. Epsilon sadface Omicron asterisk, ugh. Lu Jing suddenly felt pathetic. Living a fantasy life for over a decade, immersed in my own world. It's so hard to get back to a normal life, but it doesn't take many days before you're about to die. That's ridiculous. On his deathbed, he didn't even get to be a hero. Yeah, not even on his deathbed. The magic ran out. Lu Shui looked at the monster in front of her with a silent sigh. It ends here. The warrior in front of her was also penetrated through her body, and she herself was next. She glanced at the path of life and came so close to escaping. Blow yourself up. Lu Shui gritted her teeth. There was no chance of surviving on his own. Magicians all have a special ability to self-destruct. Use your body as a weapon of last resort. Thinking of this, Lu Shui stood up. Even if you die, you can't die for no reason. Buy your own life. Make way for all. Lu Shui's figure was erect, and she pointed one finger to the sky, her eyes revealing an air of looking out of the corner of her eye. Strands of powerful air surged up from her, forming a swirling storm with her at the center. This storm swept through the surrounding air with a whistling sound. At the same time, all the monsters around them felt this abnormal power. Their originally ferocious gazes became wary, and they stopped their attacking movements and began to look around vigilantly. Some of the monsters even let out low roars, as if warning their other companions of the danger. The crowd was shocked as they all looked at Lu Shui, who stood out at this moment. Oh, do you want to steal the limelight all by yourself? However, just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 7, The Night Watchman Lu Jing participates. Oh, do you want to steal the limelight all by yourself? An abrupt voice rang out. Lu Shui's movements suddenly froze, and she looked in the direction of the source of the voice in surprise. Lu Jing. Lu Jing stood up from the dead. He tilted his head slightly and stretched out his 5 fingers, looking at the sun and the sky. It's a nice sunny day. It's good for moving around. Oi, let go of my sister. Attacking this school is the stupidest decision you've ever made. And you still don't know who I am? Listen to me. I am the Night's Watch. The long night is coming, and we will keep watch from this day until we die. I will stand before 10,000 people, cross my sword to the abyss, and stain the heavens with blood. Lu Jing stroked his forehead with one hand, the corner of his mouth rising. Come on, let's let you and the other curmudgeons see my power, Lu Jing said passionately. Within the field, Whether it was the monsters or the remaining survivors, they all stared at Lu Jing in a daze. Time seems to be frozen in this moment. Only Lu Shui looked like she had discovered something, her mouth slightly open. Brother. As he spoke, Lu Jing turned his back to Lu Shui and the others, and with his other hand, he gave a small thumbs up behind him. What? You're my unmasked sister? As my sister, you're probably the unluckiest person in the whole world. At that time, Lu Shui, who was not yet as high as someone's knee, stared at her brother with big watery eyes. Why? Because your brother, I am the Night's Watch and I guard the earth. Wow. Brother is awesome. Aha. Then brother will protect me, right? Brother will protect you. But if you meet danger, brother may not be able to care for you. Remember, if you meet real danger, your brother will attract their attention. At the same time it will give you a little thumbs up behind your back. That signals you to run away without looking back. What about brother? Don't worry brother. It is a warrior's honor to die in battle. Lu Jing smiled evilly. Thoughts quickly retracted. Lu Jing roared. My golden pupil. My king power. Ah! Appear! Now is the time to guard those you love. Put your lives on the line, assholes. Lu Jing rushed towards the monster, and everything in front of him seemed to be an illusion. This may be the world's punishment for me. I will use my sword to cut down all evil. Do you think you can defeat me with you? Tremble. Mole crickets. Everything in this world is a prologue, and I am the end of this world. Lu Jing was suddenly relieved. Sure enough, only a middle child is good for you. One really can't be an ordinary person. So yeah, die splendidly. So, run, my foolish sister. Just let your punk-ass old brother win you a shot at life. At this moment, the 18-year-old Lu Jing seemed to see his 8-year-old self. They were shouting in unison. Vigilante Lu Jing joins us. Danger! 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 Copy is collapsing. Unknown energy detected. Warning! Warning! Copy is collapsing. Detect energy source. Detection failed. Collect energy data. Collection failed. Warning! Warning! Please complete evacuation quickly. Warning of impending failure. System damage. Boom! The large operating room. The huge screen made a shattering sound, and the whole screen was in pieces. The many teachers of the first high school in the operation room, including the principal, all showed shocked expressions. It's falling apart. The copy they paid good money to set up is completely busted. What's going on? Data completely lost. There is an unknown energy intrusion. Unknown energy? Where did the unknown energy come from? The principal asked. No one answered, and no one knew the answer. They set up elaborate tests. Prepare to gauge the performance of the many schoolchildren under the extreme situations encountered. It also makes them understand the cruelty of the outside world. Everything was fine at first. Upon seeing Lu Shui preparing to open a bloody path for the crowd with her self-detonation, all of them couldn't help but nod their heads that this girl could have such a heart in such a situation. Not bad. Not bad. The principal nodded and couldn't help but say to the admissions director, this student is a new pass, I believe. To be correct, the director of admissions, on the other hand, flashed a proud smile. However, just at that moment, a Chang bite came out halfway. No one expected Lu Jing to come forward, while yelling something, my golden pupils, my king's power, ah, what the hell is this? What kind of magic? But he was a non-awakened person. The Night's Watch. What's the secret organization again? Never heard of it. Then the whole copy fell apart. Headmaster. A teacher points to the only place where the screen isn't chipped. The screen is fixed on a student. It was no one else but Lu Jing. On the playground, everyone disengaged from their copies. Back to the playground. Those who would have been dead touched their bodies in horror. Intact. They didn't die. They were resurrected. Lu Jing also froze in place. What's going on? Turned back the clock yourself? However, soon the teachers at the podium informed the crowd of the truth. The school set up a huge duplicate teleportation array in the playground. Just now, they had all entered the copy world unconsciously. It's an exam. Grass. Someone cursed out. Others are glad to be alive. Some people couldn't help but cry. As for Lu Jing, oh, exams? Then just now yourself. My golden pupils, my king's power. Oh I. Don't take the wind out of your sails alone. Let go of my sister. The Night's Watchman, Lu Jing, joins us. The long night is coming. We will watch from now on until we die. At the same time, Lu Jing felt numerous gazes, including his sister Lu Shui, and the gaze of Chuunibyou. After those last survivors witnessed Lu Jing's maneuver, they looked at him for the first time after reacting. Lu Jing, the seam. Where's the seam? Let me go to hell. In this case now, it's better to die. What am I mad for? What's the point of being handsome? Let me go to hell. Some people live, but he's dead. Lu Jing had expected the worst. I didn't realize that in the afternoon, the teachers were showing them the full battle again in class. Analyze their pros and cons when faced with danger. Lu Jing, the person has gone peacefully. Please burn paper if you have anything to do. The scene comes to an end. Just as Lu Shui was about to explode herself. Oh I. Don't take the wind out of your sails alone. Lu Jing's voice rang out. The realistic Lu Jing silently lowered his head. Chapter 8 The Real Golden Pupil. From then on, Lu Jing had an additional nickname. That night watchman in the second class. Lu Jing didn't even remember how he left the school. He only remembered that the wind was very boisterous that day. Cherry blossom trees on both sides drifted and fell cherry blossoms. Lu Shui walked ahead and looked back at him. What's the matter with you? Been a wreck all day. You tell me. Lu Jing's heart was like ashes at the moment. Didn't you always do this before? It's not the first time. Lu Shui said. Now, not the same. Lu Jing lowered his head like a walking corpse. I don't know if going home and telling my dad to quit school will work. Dad, it'll break your legs. Lu Shui said calmly. Yeah, what about transferring? It won't work either. Lu Jing completely despaired. Oh, I really want to leave this world. Lu Shui turned her head back. Stupid old man. Really handsome today. The sound was soft as the passing bus went by. Lu Jing heard nothing. Back home. Lu Jing didn't eat dinner. Lying in the house. Epsilon sad face Omicron asterisk. Ugh. Is it hard for you to become a weirdo? An alien in other people's mouths again? Who knew it was an exam? Hell, he even believed it. How are you going to face your classmates tomorrow yourself? Forget it. Forget it. Lu Jing slammed his head against the wall. Trying to make yourself lose your memory in this way. That's right. As long as you don't remember anything. Across the wall. It's a pink room. Lu Shui's body leaned against the wall, and her pair of white tender feet gently swayed. Should I wear pantyhose tomorrow? She sees so many girls wearing that and thinks it's pretty. But why does? Look, it's kind of pornographic. Should I go and ask my brother's opinion? That guy just loves it when girls wear pantyhose. Knock knock. Lu Shui heard banging against the wall. Ever since I was a child, strange noises have always come from my brother's room. It's either a brother chanting a mantra, or playing super loud music, or the sound of a brother dancing around randomly. On the contrary, the wall is not very soundproof. Lu Jing tossed and turned, and eventually fell asleep at 1 in the morning. Lu Jing didn't know when he woke up. He seemed to have heard something, then turned his head, and a figure suddenly appeared in the window. Lu Jing is used to not pulling the curtains, because he wants to absorb the essence of the moon, to replenish their own magic. Of course, the more important point was that Lu Jing had always envisioned a witch riding a broomstick, passing by, looking at herself, love at first sight, then take yourself away by force. Of course this witch had to be a waist-thin, leggy bear and then stomp her foot in her face and say, from now on, you are this witch's person. Ah ha 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 ha. Of course, Lu Jing never thought about it. How scary it would be if this thing would actually happen. At this moment, Lu Jing almost didn't go into cardiac arrest. That dark figure would be a thief to anyone who saw it at first glance. Available. This is the 5th floor. Lu Jing didn't call out as by the light of the moon. He got a good look at the figure. It's a girl, and a very pretty one at that. The most important thing is big boobs. The girl pulled open the window and jumped into the house with a handsome flip, then fell headfirst to the ground without standing still. No. All right? Lu Jing didn't know why he had asked such a sentence. I'm sorry. I was rude. It's okay. The girl regained her footing and dropped to one knee. Make a fist with your right hand and place it on your chest. The Night's Watch gurus see His Excellency the Captain. Lu Jing. It is an honor to meet His Excellency the Captain. Lu Jing was silent for a while. You. Who did you say you were? The Night's Watch Ant. Gushers. Lu Jing didn't remember much about the name. However, he used all the names from the Yamaha Sutra when he first took his name. You, how is that possible? Lu Jing's brain was completely confused. How could any member of the group find their way to their home? Pervert. Nope. Where are the perverts that look like that? If you want to pervert her, you should pervert her yourself. How do you know my house? How do you know I'm here? The girl smiled faintly. When I was detecting the elemental turbulence in Igao, it coincided with your participation in the trial, and I was forced to divulge my true identity in order to protect my sister. And so trailing, I hope your excellency will atone. So it is. Wait, what's with the elemental turbulence again? The girl explained, the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Sometimes 2, 3 elements will be in disarray, forming elemental turbulence. Could it all be true? Lu Jing opened his mouth wide, puzzlement mixed with excitement. Lu Jing sat on his butt on the bed and slapped himself. Ouch. Not dreaming. Wait, this isn't some kind of test too, is it? Lu Jing was really scared by his last experience. But, on second thought, you can't chase yourself into the home for a test. The girl raised her head and looked at Lu Jing with adoring eyes. Wait. Lu Jing discovered the blind spot. What's with the blindfold on your left eye? Ah, my left eye is a golden pupil, can't be easily shown to others. The girl said as such. Lu Jing. Are you sure this isn't just a middle child? Lu Jing recalled some bad memories. Those fools don't deserve to see my golden pupils. But naturally, if it's His Excellency the Captain, the girl said as she slowly unwrapped the blindfold. My golden pupils are not worth mentioning in front of the Captain, so I'm sorry for my rudeness. Lu Jing leaned back slightly and stared at the girl's left eye in shock. Golden. It's really golden. Lu Jing's face suddenly changed. The girl had a smug smile on her lips. How about it? Does my golden pupil, does it fit into the Captain's eyes? Really? Is everything true? Not your own fantasies? Lu Jing came closer to observe his fantasized golden pupil. So close. Lu Jing didn't notice that the girl's face was a little red and her heart was beating faster. So close to His Excellency the Captain. Is it really possible? Lu Jing's frown grew tighter and tighter. Isn't this damned pupil? Chapter 9, Lin Mo. Ouch. What are you doing? The girl covered her head and crouched down with her head in aggravation. Lu Jing was furious. Who the hell are you? Why did you break into my house in the middle of the night? The night watchman guru. Ouch. Cream. It hurts. Tell the truth. Captain, I am truly a vigilante. Let me show you my identification. The girl flipped out her cell phone and opened the group chat. Lu Jing, the police number is 11. Captain, don't call the police. We have to settle things internally in the Night's Watch. Lu Jing's tone was calm. True identity. Student. This is my hidden identity. Oh, then it's really a student. Name. Lin Foam. Which foam? The foam of mutual love. Lin Foam smiled and shook his head. But this name is also a disguise for me. Outsiders call me the king of the new generation. The coldest enforcer. The kingpin of the enforcement department. Ouch. Hit me again. So you're a first high student? Lin Mo said. No. Tomorrow is tomorrow to be exact. I came here as a transfer student in order to carry out the organization's mission. Turns out it was a transfer student. Lu Jing understood everything. Now get the hell out of my house. Captain. After a few more words with the underling. Get out or I'll call the police. Captain. Lin Mo pleaded. Get out. Lin Ma had to come to the window. Only then did Lu Jing realize that she had used a rope to wrap herself from the roof of the building all the way to the 5th floor. This is too thrilling. Lu Jing was startled and hurriedly yanked her back. You're an awakened? Lu Jing asked uneasily. If it was an awakened person, this would naturally be out of the question. As a Night's Watchman, how can I be an awakened? The awakened are slaves to foreign gods, and we of the Night's Watch represent the gods of China. Lin Mo righteously said what Lu Jing had said back then. Lu Jing just wanted to cover his ears. So it's just non-awakened people like yourself. Lu Jing felt that this was just too dangerous. Did he or she do something bad? What if Lin Ma falls down the stairs today? There really are cuties in this world that are even cuter than yourself. The little cutest thing in the world. And it's the middle of the night and she's a girl. Or such a pretty girl. Although the law and order in China is second to none, there is no fear of the unexpected. Where do you live? I'll send you home. Lu Jing said helplessly. Pedestrians are largely invisible on the streets at this time of day. There were quite a few vehicles on the road instead. Lu Jing wanted to give Lin Mo a cab, but then he remembered that the late-night murderer in the story was the identity of the cab driver. So, had to get in the cab with her. Captain, what's next for me? Lu Jing, keep your voice down. Oh, I know. Be stealthy after all. The extraterrestrial heavenly demons are spying on us at all times. Goo, why do you keep hitting me? Soon the cab arrived at the place. Lu Jing got out of the car and saw that in front of him was a hotel. Lu Jing had also just moved to Jiangnan not long ago and was not much familiar with the place. So when Lin Mo said the location just now, he didn't expect it to be a hotel at all, and not one of those little hotels. Instead, it was a huge, grand and luxurious hotel. How many stars is this? The Night's Watch auntie returns home. Lin Mo clenched his right hand into a fist and placed it on his chest. Lu Jing was silent for a moment. You live here? Stay here for the time being. It's kind of my stronghold. After all, a night watchman can't have a fixed place, or else he'll easily be ambushed by the enemy. Turns out he's a rich kid. But are the rich kids so stupid? Lu Jing didn't think much about it. Alright, you hurry back. I'm going back to bed too. Captain, aren't you going to sit inside? Lin Mo said. It's the middle of the night when a man and a woman are sharing a hotel. Lu Jing took a look at the other party's face and figure. How can anyone look so much like an anime character? Small face. Big bear. Ahem. Lu Jing coughed lightly and turned around. Captain. Goodbye. Don't call me Captain. Lu Jing left the hotel with quick steps. The next day, Lu Jing got up late because of last night. As soon as he looked up, he saw Lu Shui standing in the doorway, brushing her teeth. Lu Shui brushed her teeth while looking at him. Oh, eating? Lu Jing rubbed his eyes. Got it. At the dinner table, Lu Jing was a bit depressed. He wanted to pretend he didn't have an appetite so that his family would take the initiative to ask if he was unwell. Then go along with it and say that you're so sick that you're not going to school today. Unfortunately, the parents didn't even see themselves. Lu Jing gathered his courage. Dad. Before the words left his mouth, Lu Yuanzhang had already gotten up and left in a hurry, getting dressed while on the phone to a client. Lu Jing sighed silently. Subway station. Lu Jing sat listlessly in his chair. Lu Shui slightly sidestepped her body and stretched out her slender fingers, gently removing the headphones she wore on her ears. The breeze ruffled her long hair and it fluttered in the wind. She inclined her head slightly, her bright eyes sparkling. Lu Jing's figure was clearly reflected in her eyes. You don't want to skip school, do you? I want to get sick and be in school when everyone has forgotten all about it. Lu Jing said lifelessly. Wait until you get to the front of the school. Ma Jianyu's fat face appeared. Yo, vigilante. Lu Jing. Yesterday, how come you didn't really die? Back in the classroom, Lu Jing naturally didn't suffer from others teasing. Lu Jing maintained his breezy smile, as if he didn't take it seriously at all. In fact, he had been dead inside for a long time. At the end of class, Lu Jing rested his cheeks, listening to the front. Chuunibyou was chatting with Tian Shiran. Chuunibyou suddenly turned back, talking about Lu Jing. Do you have time on the weekend? Lu Jing froze. Tian Shiran also looked at Chuunibyou in confusion, wondering why Chuunibyou suddenly invited Lu Jing. Lu Jing raised his eyes slightly. Yes there is. How? Come out with me on my birthday next week. Yeah. Smoothly agreed. Then it's a deal. Chuunibyou said. Right. We don't have any friends. Right. You tell me your ID. Got asked for a friend ID by a pretty girl. For the first time in my life, Lu Jing wrote down his ID on the paper, and Chuunibyou glanced at the ID. That's a pretty common name. Ha? Chuunibyou smiled. I thought your ID name would be a bit more flashy. Vigilante. Lu Jing laughed dryly and couldn't wait to smack himself twice. Well, at that moment, the teacher walked in and ended the awkward chat. Chapter 10. Another freshman transferred into our class today. The teacher opened with this line. Lu Jing nearly didn't die on the spot. Wait. It's not possible that Lin Mo has transferred to his class, is it? The worst happened. 14 classes, and his own class had transferred in 2 students, himself and his sister, some time ago. By all rights, it's the other class turn anyhow. How not to follow the rules? Some people couldn't help but let out a gasp as the new students walked into the classroom. What a beauty! And it's still big and beautiful. Lin Mo just stood in front of the podium so watery in her school uniform. That school uniform was not sure if it was a bit small. It set off her figure better. Blushing slightly, she kept her head down and clutched the corner of her coat. Shy beyond belief. Oh, asterisk // asterisk Q. Lu Jing breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. What the hell? Turns out to be a small girl who was afraid to speak when there are many people. White caused himself to worry for half a day. Lin Mo student? No need to be nervous. Introduce yourself to everyone. The teacher said thoughtfully. Big. Hello everyone. My name is Lin Mo. Mosquito voice. Speak up. The class can't hear you. That's right, louder. There was an uproar down there. The more nervous the beautiful girl gets, the more excited these LSBs get. My name is Lin Mo. Which foam? Someone inquired aloud. Foam is the foam of the forest foam. Is it the awakened? Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's eyes suddenly became firm and slowly raised her head. Lin Mo. Non-awakened. Please don't taint my pure bloodline with the words awakened. The Night's Watch codename is Gushu Bird. Inheriting the will of my Chinese gods, he shoulders the mission of subverting the heavens. Under the darkness of the night, like a bright star, it shone endlessly. The figure travels between time and space, fighting fierce battles against the forces of evil. Every strike is a defense of justice, and every action demonstrates the power and majesty of the Chinese gods. With fearless courage and firm conviction, we guard the peace and tranquility of the world. Limo clenched his right fist and struck his heart. The long night is coming, and we will keep watch from this day until we die. I will stand before 10,000 people, cross my sword to the abyss, and stain the heavens with blood. Crowd, oh. Lu Jing silently bowed his head and prayed in his heart. Don't recognize me. Don't recognize me. I'd trade 10 years of my life for that. Okay, Limo, that's your seat over there. Still, the teacher had been through a lot and quickly came back to her senses. Lin Mo stepped down from the podium. Lu Jing inclined his head. Don't recognize me. Don't recognize me. Ouch. Suddenly, Lu Jing subconsciously turned his head. Lin Mo covered her heart and collapsed right next to him. Her face pained. Lin Ma. The teacher was startled and thought the other was having an attack of illness. The others beside them were also trying to help Lin Mo up. Who knows? Lin Mo waved his hand. Don't come over. Danger. Dangerous. What danger? What's going on when the guru bird in my body is making a vibrating sound? It has obviously been suppressed. Around. There must be some kind of power around here that the guju feels that it's in. It's actually resonating. This power. It's going to be impossible to hold on. No. Once the guju bird comes out, mankind will surely suffer a catastrophe. Lin Mo covered her left eye and looked at Lu Jing with her right eye. It's you. I didn't expect to meet your excellency here. The Night's Watch ante sees his excellency the captain. Lin Mo knelt down on one knee and pressed one clenched fist to her chest. Lu Jing. Crowd, confused face? Lu Jing looked out the window. What is it that people live for? Actually, sometimes death can be a relief. I guess. The bell rang for the end of class. What are your orders, Sir Captain? No, do what you need to do. Lu Jing waved his hand. Would His Excellency the Captain like a drink? No need. Where's the coffee? Nor do I need to. Yes, then I will go get water for His Excellency the Captain. Lu Jing was frantic. I've said I don't need it. Lin Moore bumbled away. Lu Jing was lying on the table. Oh, my normal school life has been destroyed for good. Lu Jing, do you recognize this beautiful girl? Ma Jianyu asked curiously. Not only Ma Jianyu, but all the people around him threw their gazes over. No, not recognizable. But she said the exact same lines as you. Shin Shuyu said. Lu Jing was silent. She's so pretty, she just acts a little strange. Someone said. Lu Jing thought to himself. That's not called a little strange. That's called very strange. Lu Jing finally understood at this moment how others felt when they looked at him. Say, you two aren't online friends, are you? Song Zhe wondered. Lu Jing answered vaguely. Her shoes and watches aren't cheap. Tian Shiran, as the representative of the class fashion, knew all about name brands. Lu Jing couldn't interject anymore, so he turned his head out the window. Their grades were suspended for the afternoon. Everyone was dragged off to get their bodies tested, making them all very puzzled. Suddenly testing what body? Lu Jing was first sent into an instrument lying flat on his back, then stood in a circle again and received a full body scan. Then again, got blood tested again. The whole process is already half an hour later. Lu Jing walked out from the testing table and redressed himself with a puzzled expression. At this rate, with all the people in the school, it won't take more than a day or two to finish checking. Who knows? When he went back, he found that the class had already finished testing long ago. Why are you so slow? Ma Jianyu asked. I don't know. Lu Jing asked rhetorically. Why are you guys so fast? Just a blood test, and a scan. Then how come I have so many? Blood tests are normal. Body test normal. Energy detection normal. Bone test normal. Inside the lab, the test results are in. The principal quickly got a first-hand account of Lu Jing. The family information background has been checked, and the upper 3 generations of the paternal line are normal along with the 3 generations of the maternal line. After his father, Lu Yuanzheng, divorced Lu Jing's mother, he married his current wife, Gong Liang. The two have a daughter, Lu Shui. Lu Jing then lived with his mother, who died when he was 8 years old. Lu Jing was then received to live with his father and stepmother. His sister Lu Shui, her younger sister, Lu Shui, was detected to have awakened at the age of 15. S-rank talent, magician. Lu Jing, on the other hand, did not show any signs of awakening at the age of 16, and continued to do so until he was 18. According to his previous classmates and teachers, Lu Jing was a strange person, always liked to think of vain things, and the things I said in the copy before were adapted from anime and some novel lines. The principal nodded thoughtfully. So we're checking in the wrong direction? That appears to be the case at this time, and the systems department is troubleshooting the source of that unknown energy. It appeared once and disappeared without a trace. It now seems probable that there's been an error in the copy. Maybe so. Chapter 11 Chapter 1. Lying to you. Captain, wait for me. After school, Lu Jing had planned to leave secretly. Nay, it still didn't escape the forest foam. Lu Shui looked back at Lin Mo. No need to take care of her. Lu Jing said. How did you and her meet? Anyway, it's a long story. Sinful fate. Lu Jing was helpless. Captain. Lin Mo panted and ran closer. As expected of a captain, using the laws of time? It looks like it's going slow, but it's actually fast. You're the one running too slow. Lu Shui said. Oh, Lin Mo raised her eyes to look at Lu Shui. A district awakened person also dares to speak loudly. Lu Shui raised an eyebrow. What? District awakened? Oh, things are getting interesting then. Lin Mo took a step back and stared into Lu Shui's eyes. Are you trying to fight me? Lin Mo suddenly struck a move. My body is justice. My feathers will eventually turn into a sword and halberd. Ah! She came at Lu Shui with a headbutt. Lu Shui raised her hand and held his head down. Ah! Lin Mo yelled, but could not advance half as far. Lu Shui held down her head with one hand and gently pushed it this way again. Lin Mo immediately sat down on her butt. Well, Lin Mo covered her ass, showing a pained look, worthy of being His Excellency the captain's sister. Not like those drunkards. I am convinced. Lu Shui was expressionless. Ahahaha, fooled you. Lin Ma suddenly stormed up and slammed a slide. Although Lin Mo was not an awakened, it was obvious that she didn't exercise much on weekdays. No argument on the physical aspect. Just the way she moved wasn't at all something a normal person would be able to do. Lin Mo had actually skidded hard on the ground for a distance of 2 meters. Fast and accurate. If an ordinary person couldn't react, they'd probably be hit. But Lu Shui is not an ordinary person. With a light leap of her stance, she used the force of the wind to float her entire body in the air for a moment. Then he landed on his toes, and his hair was gently carried up by the breeze. Lu Shui glanced at Lin Mo. Childish. Ah, how? Not bad for the captain's sister. Lin Mo revealed a shocked expression. Subway to the station. Lu Jing lifted his foot and walked in, followed closely by Lu Shui. Lin Mo followed. Hey, what are you following us for? Lu Shui said. I'm taking the subway home too. Lin Mo said with a straight face. The subway arrived at the station, and the Lu Jing Lu Shui siblings got off the subway. Lin Ma followed again, waiting to walk to the house. Lin Mo said, Captain, can I go to your house for a proper visit? I didn't have time to take a good look at it in my haste to come yesterday. Yesterday? Lu Shui frowned and looked at Lu Jing. Lu Jing was helpless. No way. Go back where you came from, Captain, and don't ever call me Captain again. Captain. Lin Mo seemed to think of something. Then in that case, I'll just move next to the captain's house as a neighbor, so I can see the captain every day. Lu Jing wasn't bothering her, but there was a bit of trepidation in his heart. This little girl looked rich. Without money, would an ordinary person stay in one of those fancy hotels? It just so happened that when I went upstairs, I met my neighbor across the street, the 2 old men who live across the street. Lu Jing then casually asked, how long have you been living here? Gee, that's a lot of years. Almost a little 20. 20 years? That must be a lot of emotion. Gramps smiled. Ever consider selling the house? Sell the house. The old grandpa smiled disdainfully. The house wouldn't even be sold if you sold me. That's right. This house is just like a person who gets along for a long time and gets attached. An older companion chimed in. Besides, we're not short of money in our old age, and we're both prepared to live in this house for the rest of our lives. The boss said. It's just that I despise those who are money-minded and will do anything for money. Lu Jing then nodded reassuringly. So, that night, Lu Jing then saw this pair of old people with big smiles on their faces, following the moving company to leave the place forever. Very good. Very principled. Knock knock. Lamb, I'm the neighbor across the street. Lu Jing, oh. Lu Yuanzheng sat in the living room, bearing a cigarette. Gong Liang pricked up her ears and listened to the movements in the room, her face full of curiosity. Growing up, it was the first time any of Lu Jing's friends had come to the house. It also went into Lu Jing's room. Cheryl, what's going on? I don't know. You go inside. Don't want to go. Lu Shui went straight to her room. Gong Liang noticed that her daughter was not in a good mood. What's going on here? Inside the room. Did you hear me? After you finish reading it, you should hurry home. Lu Jing said helplessly. Lin Mo walked around the room, rather disappointed. Captain, are you hiding all your goodies? Not really. Lu Jing was slightly vain. I found it. Lin Mo moved out a cardboard box. Lu Jing's face changed and he was just about to stop it. Lin Mo, however, had taken the lead in opening the cardboard box. Wow. What came into view was an astringent photo. Lin Mo's face turned red. Lu Jing awkwardly closed the box and stuffed it back in. Don't just go through people's stuff. It's rude. Lin Mo lowered her head and whispered. Captain you've been corrupted too. Lu Jing was furious. Yes, I'm a devious ghost corrupted by capitalism. Lin Mo looked left and right. Captain, can I see those crates? Lu Jing firmly refused. No way. It's all private. You go home right now. Captain, then my next task. There is no mission. You hurry home. Well, Captain. Lin Mo flattened her mouth with a cute and somewhat foul expression. Lu Jing took a deep breath. Okay, now here's a task for you. What is it? What is it? Lin Mo immediately asked excitedly. Remember to hide your identity from now on. And don't tell anyone that I'm the captain of the Night's Watch at any time. Understand? It's important to remember that we're meant to quietly watch over the world, guard the lights of thousands of homes, and be unsung heroes. It's not about being an idol star. Don't make it a big deal. I'm sorry. It was poor consideration on my part. Lin Mo was painfully aware of this. Surprisingly, he actually squeezed out a tear. It is I who am too young. Your Excellency the Captain. Lu Jing said in his heart, not so much as to cry out. It's good to learn from your mistakes. Lu Jing patted her shoulder. Your task during this time is to adapt to your status as a student as quickly as possible and integrate into the group. Understand? To be in the company of the mediocre? It's difficult. But, Lin Mo's expression was tangled. But since it's the captain's order, then I will do my best. Well, go on. Lu Jing felt that this Lin Mo was indeed very easy to fool. Chapter 12 Subway. Captain, before you go, can you fulfill a small request of mine? What? Recite a passage from the Oath of the Night's Watch. Lu Jing covered his face. */omega**. I wish I could forget that embarrassing memory. Lin Mo's nice-looking Kaziran eyes stared at Lu Jing without blinking, with an air that she wouldn't stop until Lu Jing agreed to her request today. Lu Jing was helpless and took a deep breath. He stood up suddenly, looking solemn. The long night is coming, and we will keep watch from this day until we die. I will stand before 10,000 people, cross my sword to the abyss, and stain the heavens with blood. With a look of adoration on her face, Lin Mo followed suit and stood up, reciting. After Lin Mo left, Lu Jing couldn't help but reveal a few bitter smiles. I didn't realize that people actually believed what they made up, and it's so true to believe. Today is Chuunibou's birthday. Lu Jing was invited. And of course Lu Shui was invited. Lu Jing carried a $100 bill in his pocket and wondered what he should buy the other person as a birthday gift to make it better. That said, it was the first time he had ever attended someone's birthday. What can you buy for $100? Chuunibyou looks as if her family seems to be very rich. Lu Jing was still a little excited when he thought about it. Of course, he wasn't fond of Chuunibyou. After all, it hasn't been in contact for long, but there is a good feeling in the heart for sure. Who makes the parents beautiful? In fact, Chuunibyou was not the only girl that Lu Jing had a crush on. However, she was the first girl to invite Lu Jing to her birthday. Dodo, there's news coming in. Lu Jing, in reality, had no friends. And of course no former friends would be looking for him on chat apps, but except for the people in his organization. Vigilante Kirin, Captain, I've recently met a new bottleneck, and thanks to the books you lent me earlier gave me a new direction for my research. Just this book for the next to say, or too obscure and difficult to understand. Not to hide the next to spell out all the learning of his life. It can also only be partially comprehended. So this time I want a book that's even more shallow and easy to understand. Ugh. Lu Jing sighed. Think about what a disservice you've done. This Kirin, Lu Jing remembered, was the person he started chatting with when he was in elementary school, as one of his own most loyal henchmen, and he himself bestowed upon him the title of Kirin. After so many years, Lu Jing had long since awakened in time, and this unicorn, it looks deeply poisoned. Think about the girl called Lin Mo, not also the same deep in it. If Lu Jing held any special purpose, this could be considered a cult, enough to shoot yourself 8 times. When I die, I won't go to hell, will I? Lu Jing muttered. Lu Jing was eager to tell the other side the truth. Those are fake. The books I showed you, I made it all up. And those ancient texts, I just made that up too. What a chronicle. More blind GB bull ******. Sometimes, Lu Jing really admired his own imagination at that time, as well as his perseverance. It's amazing how thick a book has been written. It adds up to millions. There is also a complete pathway to godhood. Of course, Lu Jing, because he had not awakened himself. So instead of bothering to divide up any warrior, mage professions, he created a whole new system of his own, modeled after the various sacred beasts of the classic of mountains and seas. For example, Lin Mo's guru bird. According to the Shanhaijing, the bird is also known as the night-walking maiden, the maiden of the heavenly emperor or the ghost bird, capable of sucking the souls of people. The places they inhabit are bright places where phosphorescent flames shine. The birds often come out at night, putting on their feathers to become birds, and taking off their feathers to become women. And Lin Mo is the one who obtained the inheritance of the guru bird. Strength, life, and speed are all dramatically increased as a result, and compared to the awakened who needed to raise their level through various spirit crystals, magic potions, and comprehension. In Lu Jing's setting, those who have received the inheritance of the divine beasts need to ignite their genetic genealogy, search for inherited items, search for texts with records about the ancient past. At this moment, Facing the Qilin's inquiry, Lu Jing ultimately chose to deal with it coldly and simply didn't reply. Lu Jing walked into the subway station. Lu Jing suddenly frowned. When did the stairs get so long? Is it an illusion? The staircase to the subway is connected to upward light at one end and darkness at the other. And at the moment, the darkness underneath was immense. Lu Jing continued down the road. Lu Shui, who was on the side, was the first to realize that something was wrong and said in a deep voice, "There's a problem." Lu Jing's heart tightened. There are sounds of fighting down there. What? Lu Jing looked back, and the first thing he thought of was retreating back. But turn your head and walk down the exit and it's gone. Cold sweat broke out on Lu Jing's back in a mischievous manner, because he knew that this time it couldn't be any more of a test. Lu Shui said. The portal appeared. Portals appear randomly in this world at all times. And if you don't close the portal, a large number of creatures from inside the portal will rush out and wreak havoc. Of course, if one wants to close the portal, it would require the awakened person to enter the middle of a portal and teleport to an unknown place to complete a certain type of task. Mostly, you need to crusade the demons in the portal. Complete the crusade, and the portal will disappear. Of course, the corresponding will also be in it, looking for all kinds of treasures, wealth, etc. Of course, there are countless awakened who have died in the portal, not to mention the commoners. Lu Jing had seen many people mistakenly enter the middle of the portal on the news, but he never thought it would happen to him. The steps became long underfoot. Lu Jing pursed his lips nervously. What now? Lu Shui said. Once you're in, you can't get out at all unless you destroy the demons. Lu Shui had participated in some trials with low-grade portals, plus being an awakened again. Naturally, he wasn't as flustered as Lu Jing. The corner of Lu Jing's mouth twitched slightly. There were sounds of a fight going on down there. It looks like someone more unlucky than us has already crossed paths, Lu Shui said, and then quickened her pace. Wait for me. Lu Jing also hurriedly followed. Hey, mage, don't you know any mass combat spells? I'm a life mage. At this moment, inside the subway station, a huge white wolf appeared in front of everyone's eyes. And several awakened are taking turns attacking. Of course, there were dozens of shivering commoners in the corners. It could be seen that these awakened ones were a temporary team. It was probably a mistake to enter the area as well. Bang! Warriors wielding warhammers and wearing cheap armor tried to deliver a blow to the white wolf, but the white wolf easily dodged it, and took a claw himself instead. Heavy flew out. Luckily it was a warrior with thick meat that could carry it. Otherwise, if it were any other profession, it would probably be crippled if not dead. Chapter 13, The Non-Awakened. It's too fast. Is there an assassin? Someone yelled. Can't catch it at all. The archer's attacks are all falling short. Only one college student is an assassin, and he was resting just now. He can't keep up with White Wolf's speed. The man with the spear clutched in his hand and clad in a blue tunic swept behind him. Just see a number of ordinary people hiding in various places behind them. Grass. Longshot cursed. What's with all the ordinary people coming in? The number of people who can enter a portal generally depends on the strength of the demons inside the portal. Once the number of people entering is too high, it will automatically shut down. Wait for the people inside to die out before you reopen it. That's why Longshot busted out. Seeing as how so many useless commoners had come in, this was supposed to be a large portal. Otherwise it wouldn't have accommodated so many people. It stands to reason then that the demons sitting in the portal are powerful and predictable. Can't hold on. Longshot yelled. Priest back to blood. I'm going to pull. Warrior find a chance, can't spend any more time like this. Lance was the strongest at the moment and naturally took command. As soon as the words left his mouth, white light flashed before his eyes. Not good. The lance was shocked in his heart, and he violently did a sideways flip, while the lance in his hand pointed violently. The white wolf did appear in front of him. The sharp claws collided with the lance. The lance used its strength to roll backward. He reacted fast enough, but the white wolf was faster. Suffered. If this claw went down, he himself must have died on the spot. Longgun's face changed, but at this moment, it was too late for him to dodge with his speed. Wind speak. The breeze wrapped around the lance as if it carried magic, and the lance only felt the wind beneath its feet. With that, he used his strength to leap high backward. Not only did he dodge the blow, he raised his lance high, pierced the white wolf's left eye. Nice work. Longshot scores with a strike and quickly closes the distance. Eyes then looked to the mage who had struck the party. Thanks a lot. Join forces to finish him off. Lu Shui calmly said. Awa. The white wolf growled angrily because of the injury to his left eye, and his voice was as deafening as thunder. As it danced, its claws arced through the air, bringing up the sound of harsh wind. The pillars made of reinforced concrete, which were originally incredibly strong, looked so fragile under the white wolf's attack. In an instant, The pillar was chopped off, and debris splashed everywhere, showering down like rain. The rubble carried great force and smashed into the surrounding walls and ground, leaving deep marks. Lu Jing was originally hiding around the corner as far away as the crowd, but the corner is obviously not safe, because the end is a dead end. If the white wolf rushes straight here, there's no place to maneuver if you want to, so he cleverly hid behind a pillar. He hastily lowered his head as he watched the debris fly. Not far away were two children, not very old, running this way. They were originally hiding somewhere too. Who knew that the white wolf was getting closer to them as he fought? Beneath the smoke, a flying rock shot by. Holy, why is it so much like the plot of a novel? Even if something happens, can you not do it in front of my eyes? Lu Jing didn't want to play the hero. He's a little wimp. When in danger, he wished to hide so honestly. Even if someone gets killed for it, he would also console himself with the fact that even if he had gone to help, it wouldn't have worked, because he was a loser. Even if he went, his life would be wasted. So don't give the heroes a hard time, but right in front of your own eyes. 2 kids, plus a flying rock. In that moment of hesitation, Lu Jing didn't know what he was thinking, and he had forgotten what decision he had made. His body subconsciously lunged, opened his arms and pounced on the 2 kids. Then he regretted it. What kind of hero was he trying to be? Flying rocks grazed his back. Hiss! Lu Jing drew in a breath of cold air. The tip of the flying stone cut through Lu Jing's back, leaving only a red mark on it. Hooray! The swordsman on the side snorted coldly. Non-awakened people are just trash. They can't even dodge such a big rock. Lu Jing turned his head to look at him, harboring a fire in his heart, only to not even have the courage to be angry at each other. Don't get into trouble if you can when you're out and about, let alone at a time like this. I'm afraid I don't even know how I'm going to die. Lu Jing stood up and pulled the 2 children with him as he was about to hide again. The greatness of mankind is the greatness of courage, and the hymn of mankind is the hymn of courage. At a critical moment, without hesitation, he put aside his personal safety to save 2 children who were at his wits' end. Even if he is not an awakened, the noble qualities he has shown are enough to be admired. Just then, a faint voice rang out. It was an old man in a hat, and his steps were steady and strong, as if the years had not left too many marks on him. The light poured over him, illuminating his silver-white hair, which shone with a distinctive charm. Instead of making him look old, this silver hair added a different kind of coolness to him. His eyes were deep and sharp, revealing a kind of wisdom and perseverance after the vicissitudes of life. The swordsman froze, helpless. In comes another loser. No fluctuations belonging to awakened ones were felt on the other side, between awakened and awakened, even if there was a difference in strength and weakness. However, once the 2 sides met, even in a sea of people, they could accurately detect that the other side was an awakened. Instead of anger, the old man revealed a faint smile. What about the awakened? What about the non-awakened? The swordsman said angrily. Old man, what nonsense are you talking about? Not far away, the awakened one was tangling with the white wolf. Smoke and dust rose in all directions, and the battle was fierce. The awakened one's body was athletic, and the weapon in his hand swung like the wind, each strike containing a powerful force. The white wolf, on the other hand, was extremely fast and agile, dodging the attacks, simultaneously launching a counterattack. The sharp claws sliced through the air, bringing up gusts of wind. The 2 went back and forth, and it was clear that the white wolf had the upper hand. The injured white wolf was even more furious. More than the white wolves, the awakened ones were afraid of getting hurt, so they fought carefully. The swordsman looked at the scene and didn't dare to step forward. After all, he didn't have much combat experience at all, apart from mocking a wave of unsuspecting Lu Jing. From the very beginning, it was just so dumbfounded that his heart was beating like thunder. What difference is there between a swordsman who was afraid to strike his sword and a non-awakened person? On the contrary, if it's a non-awakened person who possesses the courage to dare to take on a demon, how is he not considered a warrior? The old man stood in front of him at some point. The swordsman was startled and raised his foot to kick. You're an old man looking for death. Chapter 14, The Kirin. The old man dodged the kick lightly, snatching the longsword from the swordsman's hand in the process. He glanced at the white wolf not far away. There are more than just awakened in this world, and there are more than just awakened fighting for humanity. The old man was tall and straight, wearing a loose robe, but even that couldn't hide the firm muscles bulging in his arms. The old man's face was kind and solemn, and at that very moment, a pair of eyes suddenly shot out a ray of refined light. He raised his hand and took a step, his movements smooth and natural. The long sword in his hand was thrown out in a smooth manner, its body flashing with a cold light, like a bolt of lightning cutting through the air. Buzz dash! The long sword arced through the air, emitting a crisp chirping sound. As the long sword flew out, a powerful aura emanated from the old man. Almost instantly, Screams rang out. The longsword scored a direct hit on the white wolf's forehead, and there the white wolf's third eye, which had never shown up, was pierced by the long sword. The white wolf's body was still in midair at the moment, and it was unable to make any reaction at all. The body immediately lost its balance and fell straight down towards the ground like a kite with broken strings. There was a dull thud as his body hit the hard ground hard. Bright red blood continued to gush out from his forehead, staining his face and the ground around him. The rest of the awakened were stunned, then quickly reacted. It was also too late to find out who did it. They had gathered around and had no intention of letting the opportunity pass. Not a moment later, under the crowd's siege, the white wolf swallowed his breath. The swordsman was instantly dumbfounded, looking at the scene incredulously. The silver-haired old man, on the other hand, didn't even look at him anymore and instead walked towards Lu Jing's side. Junior, you saved 2 people today. Remember today, even non-awakened people can be heroes. Lucas nodded. The silver-haired old man turned and walked away, leaving behind only a dashing back. Lu Jing swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This scene he had only seen in anime. And how many times I have fantasized about the scene. Being a Jedi Master himself, he was mocked and looked down upon. One doesn't care. Then you yourself glibly solve the bosses that no one else can solve, turning away to the stunned looks of the crowd. It's so cool. When the many awakened people reacted, they looked at the others, trying to find out who actually did that fatal blow. Only the silver-haired old man had left. Just leave the dumbfounded swordsman. After the white wolf was resolved, the crowd divided the treasures and props in the portal. Then it left the subway. As they walked out of the subway station again, there was a sudden roar in front of them, followed by a subway train speeding past. The window reflected the surrounding scene, bringing up a powerful stream of air and noise. The crowd breathed an involuntary sigh of relief. The 2 children who had been saved by Lu Jing walked up to him. One pulls out his deck of cards and the other pulls out his favorite Ultraman toy. I guess for both of them, this is the most precious thing. Lu Jing smiled. It felt good to be a hero. Thank you, uncle. After that, the 2 kids ran off. Lu Jing, you 2 stop right there. Little brats. Who are you calling uncle? Lu Shui glanced at Lu Jing's back. Do we need to go to the hospital? Light injuries are not in the line of fire. Lu Jing said. This kind of dangerous thing, don't do it again. Lu Shui said. Instinctively, I went to the rescue. I'm sure I won't do it next time. It's too dangerous. Lu Jing muttered and rubbed his back, seemingly still a little scared. Lu Shui slightly lowered her head and softly said, you'll do it again next time. Because Big Brother is stupid. Ha? What did you call me? Go to hell. Ha? The silver-haired old man stepped out of the subway. The wind is quite boisterous today. He took off his hat and reveled in the sunshine on his head. The silver-haired old man glanced at his cell phone. The expected message that didn't light up. The silver-haired old man sighed softly. Was the captain disgusted with himself for being so stupid? I guess so. The captain expects so much of himself that he even gives himself the complete writings. And one is still so clumsy. In the end, it was the captain's writings that were too deep and obscure. Even he was completely unable to truly understand it. Ugh! The silver-haired old man sighed. The Night's Watch. Kirin. The title Kirin was bestowed upon himself by the captain 12 years ago. At the time, Kirin was still just a veteran. He's been through countless wars. As a non-awakened person, he did the best he could. He lost an arm and gained the title of hero. Originally, he was supposed to drink tea and play cards later in the day, connect with old comrades occasionally and reminisce about the old days of youth. Finally, the end of life. However, a medical checkup let him learn that he has less than 3 months left. Kirin thought life was coming to an end. Who knew about a chance web surfing session? He joined the organization called the Night's Watch, exposed him to another world, a world belonging to the non-awakened, the inheritors. Following the captain's instructions, he succeeded in obtaining the Kirin legacy, unlocked the genetic locks within his body and searched for something that belonged to the Kirin's heritage. Has been working diligently to assist the captain. It's just that he regrets that in the last 6 months, the captain rarely spoke within the organization and was rarely sending them on any missions, or it guides them to the objects of their heritage. So, it's been 6 months. The organization hardly ever recruits new people anymore, because no one knows how to get the legacy except the captain. The good news is that the organization, led by Kirin and the other old men, has not been brought to a standstill. Kirin and the others had been wondering if the captain was up to something big. Even the captain has to prepare for 6 months. Unfortunately, the captain did not contact them again. Even the penguin space has not been posted for a long time, and the wallpaper of the space has not been changed for a long time. Kirin was curious to know how the captain was doing, but neither he, nor anyone else in the organization, knew much about the captain. Kirin retrieved his thoughts and glanced at the sky. The clouds are dark and it's going to rain. Kirin calmly reached into his deep pockets as if to explore another world. As his fingers touched the mysterious object, he slowly drew it out, holding in his hand the golden pocket watch of one. This pocket watch seems to have an irresistible charm. The face is inlaid with delicate gold trim, the dial is beautifully engraved with patterns and numerals, and the hands turn with grace, like a precious work of art. Every detail reveals unparalleled luxury and exquisite craftsmanship. In the blink of an eye, the sound of the rain connected into a roar. The sky was like cracked open countless mouths. The torrential rain merged into a waterfall, pouring down towards the earth. Ka-ching! Kirin gently pressed the pocket watch to stop. It was as if time had been pressed on the pause button, as if by magic in the area he was in. The rain that fell in droves, as if it had been cast under a spell of immobilization, was fixed in midair. It's like a stunning painting. Beautiful. Wherever the unicorn goes, time is frozen in time. Chapter 15. I should be dead by the time you open this letter. My name is Tiger Lee, and this is my story. I am a believer in corruption. Yes, we're called corruption, and we're generally known to the outside world as a cult, but we don't agree. An awakened person who believes in corruption unlocks a special ability. Decay rots the awakened's body, and with each additional portion of decay, the awakened becomes more powerful. That's why outsiders call us a cult. Belief in the god of corruption, also known as the god of evil. 5 years ago, the corruption organization discovered an extremely mysterious force. So, as the cardinal of the Gangnam division, I finally infiltrated the organization after 3 long years of hard work. This mysterious organization is called the Night's Watch. They have their own complete set of doctrines, guidelines, and they don't believe in every god. They only believe in, man will prevail. They use the beasts of the Yamaha Sutra as their code names. Vigilante Vermilion Bird, Vigilante White Zephyr, Vigilante Kirin. And the founder of the Night's Watch is an unknown and mysterious man. The mystic will regularly issue missions to the organization, allowing the Night's Watch to find their own inheritance and unlock the genetic lock in their bodies. And these Night's Watchmen take it upon themselves to tackle the portals that appear all over the place and hunt the notorious magical creatures. And I have pinpointed the true identity of this captain of the Night's Watch through several years of groping. I know I may never return, but I have no choice. The Night's Watch has discovered my presence, and the entire Gangnam region of corrupt believers has suffered an attack from the Night's Watch. I will face the hidden captain of the Night's Watch alone. All things decay. All beings are immortal. May my Lord bless me. Li Hu's last writings. It was raining hard and hard. It fell to the ground forming a rainy mist. Lu Jing sat in the hotel, waiting for today's leading lady. He was holding a gift box in his hand and looking out at the rain with his cheeks resting. Ma Jianyu said, "What gift did you buy?" "An octave box." Lu Jing said, "What are you going to send?" Ma Jianyu took out his own gift, an exquisite fountain pen. Lu Jing remembered that the fountain pen cost 4 figures, and he blinked. Is it necessary to be so dramatic? Exaggerated? What Tianchi Ran gave was a Van Cleef & Arpels necklace that cost this much. What that song Ziki Kid sent instead was a perfume that costs this much. Ma Jianyu said while raising his finger. Capitalism is so damn evil. Lu Jing spat in his heart. For God's sake, there are so many rich people in the world. What's one more for me? How nice it would be to have this money for myself. Lu Jing thought about if he threw a birthday party. Will you be receiving gifts from these young ladies as well? Lu Jing preferred them to say to themselves on the one hand, just by being a loser, you are worthy to be with us? Sprinkle a big wad of bills on one side. Take that money and get out. Lu Jing felt a bit overwhelmed by his gift. Still, beat him to death and he couldn't come up with a better gift. Look at the decoration of this restaurant. The price for a meal should not be expensive. Buy a little $100 gift and mix up a meal. It was worth it. Lu Jing had purposely not eaten breakfast for this meal. That's about as small as you can get yourself. Lu Jing didn't know anything about Van Cleef & Arpels. He had never even heard of it. All he could think of was the sheer size of the world's jaggedness. It didn't used to feel like it when I was in a small county. It was only after coming to the big city that I realized how different I was from everyone else. Lu Jing took a small sip of his drink, not daring to drink too much. I'm afraid I won't be able to eat anything else later. Just then, the heroine of the day arrived. Chuunibyou was wearing an exquisite black evening gown, which was made of a high customized fabric that was soft and smooth, fitting her body curves and exuding a faint luster. The neckline is uniquely designed in a deep V shape, revealing her slender neck and charming collarbone, and the design of the skirt is simple and generous. The cut of the dress is just right, showing off her elegance without losing her sexy flavor. Coupled with a pair of high-heeled shoes, the whole person looks taller and slimmer. Whoa whoa! As soon as he walked in, he drew a cheer. Lu Jing was no exception. His eyes were wide open. It's beautiful. Everyone then gave their own gifts and said happy birthday. Lu Jing saw many Dao. Although Tian Shiran came to attend Shin Shuyu's birthday party, The two of them were still at the same table, but the relationship doesn't seem to be too good. It's no wonder. After all, two great beauties. One mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. However, Tian Shiran still gave out the valuable necklace. That's probably what rich people think. Tian Shiran was not on good terms with herself either. So would she insult herself with money on her birthday as well? Lu Jing thought about it. But the reality is most likely that people won't even come to his birthday. So, while the crowd was all talking in a frenzy, Lu Jing then took a big bite of the food. These are dishes that you simply don't get to eat on a regular basis. It's not like he can't interject anyway. The center of the conversation was always on Song Ziki, Tian Shiran, and today's heroine Chuunibyou. The topic came up to the new watch that Song Ziki had on his hands, which was rumored to be in the 8 figures. Lu Jing was still secretly counting on his fingers. $1 million watch. What a lack of humanity. Lu Jing aimed at a prawn. Some more dishes were given to Lin Mo. Of course, it wasn't that he was taking care of Lin Mo. Instead, I want this girl to eat more and keep her mouth shut. Where does your family live? So do you like badminton? We can make a date sometime. Lu Jing glanced at Song Ziki, who was picking up on his sister. This guy really wants to be his brother-in-law. However, Lu Shui acted coldly. This girl looks like this to all men. Not like that. I'm usually not available. No, Lu Jing can accompany me. Song Ziki glanced at Lu Jing. Lu Jing then continued to lower his head to deal with the prawns. This kind of party, he just comes to make up the numbers. Feeding yourself and eating well is the most important thing. The waiter walked in with a bottle of red wine. This bottle of red wine was given to my father by someone else on his birthday. Chuunibyou said. It doesn't go to the head. Let's drink some. The waiter's gaze landed on Lu Jing as if unnoticed. This is the creator of the Night's Watch? Too mediocre, I guess. Chapter 16. Young man, I see your bones are amazing. Li Hu, who was disguised as a waiter, couldn't help but be a little suspicious. Yourself, got the wrong guy? This teenager in front of me is the creator of the Night's Watch. Li Hu lurked into the Night Watchman's group chat. Through technology, the full information of that group's owner was soon decrypted, and know each other's whereabouts. But when it comes to actually standing in front of each other, Li Hu hesitated again. Is this too easy? That's right, it's just too easy. There is no privacy set on the other side of the account. A little bit of tech savvy and a little bit of analysis would have cracked it, and accurately dig up the person's real name, home address, etc. But a man who could build such a large and mysterious organization, would it be so negligent? Let people be able to just find out who they are. Even the group chat is in the Penguin group. How to think of it? How to think of it? How to think of it? How to think of it is ridiculous. Until Li Hu stood in front of his opponent. He had originally thought that he would have to meet the person in person to realize the other side of the city. Who knows? This guy is an average high school student. It looked mediocre. Even the kind that you certainly wouldn't find in a pile of people. You've got a heart on? Can't you tell? A lion in the eye? Even less visible. Rather, dry rice is fast. I don't know. It's considered special. All three of them put together don't eat as fast as he does. And he actually, surprisingly, he can still hold chopsticks with his left hand. Left and right-handers eat together. Gosh, lunchbox? Li Hu instantly panicked. It's a trap. Or maybe it's just a blindfold. What to do? But there was no going back on his own. Yes, the entire Gangnam region of corrupt believers has been uprooted by the Night's Watch. He himself could be killed by a Night's Watchman hiding in the shadows at any moment. Even his own desire for a final showdown was teased. Oh, Li Hu suddenly laughed. Only the laugh was a bit miserable. The people in the box all looked at him in unison when they heard the laughter. I thought, what's wrong with this waitress? What's so funny? All things decay. All beings are immortal. Li Hu was like an enraged tiger, suddenly drawing his short sword, cut off his left hand in a swift motion. In an instant, blood splashed out like a fountain, startling everyone present. Li Hu's gaze was hideous as he stared straight at Lu Jing. Substitute or trap? Go to hell. At this moment, Li Hu didn't care. Just use the teenager in front of you as a scapegoat. Lu Jing, oh, ha. Lu Jing's mouth was still stained with traces left from eating prawns, and his eyes revealed clear stupidity. Then, time was frozen. Not all of time is frozen. Rather, the entire box was frozen in time. Splattered blood. Li Hu's hideous face. The people in the box at a loss for words, formed an extraordinarily moving picture. Da. Karen stepped in and glanced at Li Hu. It's a real pain in the ass. What's a traitor doing here if he can just stay put? What? Being a believer in decadence and working as a terrorist organization? Karen reached out and flicked her hand over Li Hu's neck. A sharp blade was hidden in his hand. The blade cut through the neck and no blood came out. He wasn't even prepared to ask Li Hu much about what he was going to do. A few hours ago, the vigilantes in the south of the river acted. The corrupt believers entrenched in the southern part of the country have always been a problem for the local government in the south of the country. They hide in the shadows and develop believers, creating havoc in the name of a corrupt god. The government has conducted several roundups without significant results, and just today, the entire Gangnam region was uprooted of its corrupt believers. Several of the secret churches they used as churches were torched by the fire. None of the 4 bishops in the south of the river were spared. The rest of the believers who have been corrupted are killed, except for the ordinary believers who have gone astray. From the moment they started preparing to take on the Night's Watch, the end was sealed. Kirin had come this time to take care of Li Hu, the cardinal. Kirin withdrew his hand and was about to leave with Li Hu's corpse when he suddenly frowned. His eyes fell on Lu Jing in the crowd. Lu Jing pulled the corner of his mouth. Hi. Hello again. Grandpa. Kirin froze. Look closely around you and see that time is not frozen, but is being slowed down. It just looks like it's standing still because it's so slow. However, the one who could talk and show a smile like Lu Jing, obviously, it can only mean that he wasn't affected. The corners of the Kirin's mouth turned up slightly. Junior, we look really connected. Yeah. Lu Jing nodded repeatedly. I said, since it's fate, please let me go. Don't worry, I'll never talk too much. Of course, yelling is an even more foolish choice at this point. The Qilin was in no hurry to leave, but instead looked Lu Jing up and down. The first meeting defined the character of the teenager. The second meeting established the teenager's talent, being able to stay out of the way of the pocket watch of time. Plus, it's fate to meet twice in one day. If it were in the past, Kirin would have absorbed the other party as a member of the Night's Watch without hesitation. Just nowadays, Kirin hesitated for a moment. Junior, would you like to learn some skills? Ha! Kirin's line reminded Lu Jing of a line from a Master Star movie. Junior, I see that you have amazing bones and are a wizard at practicing martial arts, so the task of saving the world in the future will be in your hands. Then, pull out the basic secrets and ask if you want to buy them. If you want to come tomorrow to the Hillman Hotel on Bright Street, room 202, where I'm staying for the time being. Kirin took Li Hu's body and left without looking back. He didn't even recognize Lin Mo. That's normal, except for a few people within the organization. Most don't know each other. It's a rule set by that captain. With the unicorn having left, time returned to normal. What was that just now? Where are the people? Hey, hallucinations? Hallucinations in the collective? Hatsuyu, is that the performance you've prepared? The crowd murmured, their expressions all as if they had seen a ghost. Only Lu Jing was dumbfounded, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. It's amazing that this kind of plot that only occurs in anime will one day happen to you. Lu Jing's heart was beating like thunder. God is so funny. He's convinced he's a child of destiny, and throws a bucket of cold water on him while he's swimming in a world of fantasy. You're a stinking beggar. Then, when Lu Jing began to adapt to the ordinary life, again, he suddenly pulled him up from the ground and spoke in a serious tone. Oh young man, you are in fact a drop in the ocean, a gold wrapped in a turd. How about saving the world with me? The next day, the Hillman Hotel. Lu Jing was a little apprehensive in his heart, thinking to myself that I'm not going to meet any perverts. It's really about looking white and tricking yourself into it. The fact that that perverted old man likes the young ones? Lu Jing shook his head. Even if the other party had such thoughts, with the strength of the other side, one had better wash one's ass and enjoy it. Chapter 17. It's not me who's wrong. It's the world. The Hillman Hotel. Inside the room, Lu Jing marveled at how much it would cost for such a luxurious house in a day. With his shallow understanding, he didn't understand that it was equally all about sleeping. What the hell is the difference between this and a $50 a night motel? Kirin had just gotten out of the shower, draped in a bathrobe, and was sitting on the bed. Lu Jing was panicking at this point. A bath? What are you doing taking a bath for nothing? He subconsciously went to feel toward his ass. Sit. The unicorn opened his chest, revealing bronzed skin and firm muscles. These muscles were well defined and as hard as steel. A closer look reveals that his body is covered with a hideous scar. Some of these scars were as sinuous as a centipede, while others look like deep marks left by a sword. Each scar tells of the fierce battles and life and death trials that have been experienced. This old man got on the bus. Surely he didn't have to give up his seat. Lu Jing thought silently. Kirin was holding a bottle of highly concentrated, ice-cold vodka and finished off most of it in one gulp. Lu Jing felt that if this was an ordinary person, he could have called an ambulance at this point. Tell me, why do you want to be different? Kirin said. Lu Jing thought for a moment. What middle-aged teenager hasn't had the dream of saving the world and cuddling a pretty girl? Yes, this dream Lu Jing had been having for 18 years. And today, he seemed to be seeing a glimmer of light. Kirin smiled faintly. And then what? Lu Jing scratched his head. No then. To even put your life on the line for this wish? It's not that noble. Lu Jing muttered. If I had to choose, I'm sure my life is most important. You're honest. Lu Jing was afraid of being caught lying and then being smothered by a punch from the old man in front of him. So, I was accepted? Lu Jing asked. Still in the assessment period. Karen said, passing the test is how you are considered accepted, and you are told beforehand that you are going to be exposed to a different world. It's mysterious and dangerous. Lu Jing nodded after only a slight hesitation. Then I wish you the best of luck. What should I do now? Lu Jing asked. Karen pulled out a delicate black box from his arms and gently opened the lid. Inside the box lay quietly a small, delicate potion, about the length of a finger. The bottle was transparent, while the liquid in the bottle took on a dazzling golden color, like liquid gold flowing slowly, emitting a mysterious glow. Strike it into your body, and it's up to you how much power you can exert within 3 months. What do you mean? Lu Jing was a bit nervous. He can enhance your potential, and in order to better utilize the effects of the drug, be sure to follow a strict training schedule during these 3 months. Lu Jing took the schedule handed over by the other party. 3,000-meter run, push-ups, sit-ups. Of course that's just the first 2 weeks of the program. Further down the line, 10,000-meter run, 30,000-meter run, 50,000-meter run. To be stronger than the awakened, you have to work harder than them. Karen said as such. Lu Jing nodded, as if he had seen his hope of becoming stronger. Karen took out the potion and stuck a needle in Lu Jing's arm, pushing the potion in slowly. It's going to be tough, hold back. Lu Jing gritted his teeth, and apart from the fact that the needles were a bit painful at first, he didn't seem to feel anything. The Karen raised its head and looked at Lu Jing. Lu Jing locked eyes with him. Didn't feel anything different? Karen asked. No. Karen sped up her advance. What about this time? Still nothing. Lu Jing said. The unicorn was silent for a moment and pumped a stream of the potion into Lu Jing's body. Don't hold back if you're not feeling well. Well, nothing uncomfortable. Lu Jing said. Waited a little longer. Don't feel anything else at all? No. Did I hit a fake drug? No way. Karen was certain. Karen remembered the first time she had scored the potion, and it was hard as hell. And it was still an unformed potion at that point. Today's potions have been refined for an unknown number of generations. How many times stronger than the previous potion? How can you not feel anything? You didn't have a hard-on? No. Lu Jing said calmly. Karen was silent for a moment and said, You're very different. Lu Jing was delighted. Go on. Karen said, I have things to do next. Lu Jing took a deep breath, and his mood could not be calmed for a long time. Question. What is the name of our organization? You don't have to know that now. What shall I call you then? No need for name calling. Lu Jing said in his heart. What a mystery. So how do we connect? I'll contact you. It's a rule of the Night's Watch. After 2 undercover incidents, the captain made this rule. Team members who have not been tested are not allowed to know any information about the Night's Watch. Karen stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the teenagers back. One seems to have found a good one himself. Karen glanced at his cell phone again. The captain still hadn't replied to him. Karen couldn't help but be a little distracted. He sent out a private chat to Jubilee, Shirasawa, and the other vigilantes about another newcomer he had his eye on. In addition to the large groups, there are many smaller group chats among them, not using a penguin group of course. This is because several years earlier, someone had specifically created the app software that the vigil used to connect. This prevents prying eyes. It's just that the captain never knew about it. The captain has stuck with penguin groups. Night Watchman Shirazawa, you're looking for a newcomer when the captain's not here? Vigilante Jubilee, Karen, have you resolved the matter in Gangnam? Vigilante Karen, it's been resolved, and a good seedling was found. It's a shame to just miss it. When the captain shows up, I'll explain it to him personally. Vigilante Jubilee, still no word from the captain? Night Watchman Shirazawa, what kind of covert operations has the captain been carrying out in the last 6 months? Why didn't he tell us? Vigilante Jubilee, you deserve it too? Night Watchman Shirasawa, say that again? You want to fight, don't you? The Vigilante Jubilee paid no further attention to him, but said to the Karen, counting Guji, and the 2 before, there are already 3 people who have not received the inheritance. Vigilante Karen, I know. What can be done in the absence of the captain? Night Watchman Shiraz, check out Captain Penguin Space. Suddenly, Karen's eyes lit up. It is. The captain has sent Penguin Space. Karen was busy clicking in to take a look. This world really isn't as simple as I thought. The previous me always felt that I was too naive. Now it seems that the one who was wrong isn't me, but this world. The accompanying picture is a black anime guy covering his face with a cold face. Karen froze for a moment. This is. The captain has found something else. Chapter 18 Serum. This world really isn't as simple as I thought. The old me always thought I was too naive. Now it seems that it's not me who's wrong, but this world. What did the captain find out again? Has another truth been discovered that is enough to change the world? Karen's face changed. The group chat was, at the moment, exploding. A dozen or so group chats, in which the hidden vigilantes have shown themselves. Captain appears. After 6 months, the captain once again posted penguin space. What's going on? Did the captain find something? Nonsense. The captain disappeared for half a year. How could he have disappeared for no reason? What exactly did the captain find out? Karen, I don't know. Where's the green dragon? Green dragon comes out to answer. Can you reach the captain? Don't bother the captain now. Don't bother the captain. If the captain wants to contact us, he'll naturally contact us. Karen took a deep breath, and with a somewhat shaky hand clicked like under this dynamic. Ding, ding, ding. In a matter of moments, dozens of Zans appeared. Lu Jing took a look at the number of likes and was not surprised. They're all poor people who've been fooled by themselves. Alas, I have grown up. When will you grow up? Lu Jing shook his head. He didn't think he would actually meet the plot of an anime one day. Holding back for 18 years. At the moment, don't mention how excited you are. The people are really happy today. Shatter the reality. Crumble the spirit. Banish this world. Lu Jing bounced toward the house. Once he returned home, Lu Jing saw that no one was home. With her parents away, Lu Shui should have gone to school to train. He skillfully turned on the music, jumped on the bed, and began to dance. I am who I am. A different kind of firework. Yoo-hoo! I knew it. I'm different. Lu Jing's body stirred manically following the music, wagging head and arms flailing. It was as if he was already steering a horse to kill the enemy, and all eyes were on him. Lu Jing likes to fantasize, because in reality one is an ordinary person. But in the fantasy, he or she is well educated, naturally beautiful, rich, and has all kinds of superpowers. In short, it's all about fantasizing about being good and then wowing people. He also knows it's bad, and he's heard people say it's a mental illness, but being ordinary in a crowd, he was able to rely on this ability to make himself happy and entertained. Lu Jing? A voice suddenly came from outside the house. Lu Jing looked over in shock. He saw Chuunibyou and Lu Shui standing outside the door of his room. Lu Jing blinked. Oh, in the meantime, Karen sat in her room, her eyes closed. The consciousness had connected to another dimension. The vigilante griffin opened his eyes, and before him sat 3 other vapors, White Zephyr of the Night Watch, Vermilion Bird of the Night Watch, and Green Dragon of the Night Watch. The 4 of them wouldn't have contacted each other in this way if there wasn't something significant going on. Vigilante Jubilee lazily rested her head on her hands. Say, what exactly does our boss mean? Jubilee habitually addressed the captain as boss. Vigilante White Zephyr, the captain will usually tell us if there's something going on. This time he disappeared for half a year and kept his mouth shut. Something extraordinary must have happened. Vigilante Jubilee, net nonsense. The key now is why the boss didn't tell us. Karen said lightly, what else could it be because we're not strong enough for the captain to trust. Vermilion Bird was silent for a moment. Xinglong, you've been traveling with the captain the closest. Did the captain say anything to you? No. Xinglong was cold. I have a mission to perform, so I'll leave first. After saying that, Xinglong's figure disappeared into space. Jubilee bristled. What a misfit. Bai Zhe said. He's always been like that. He doesn't listen to anyone but the captain. Jubilee said. Except for Green Dragon. It looks like we've all got nothing to do lately without the captain's guidance. Karen, that's why I'm training new people. White Hazel asked. How about that newcomer? Karen said. I've pumped him full of D-rated serum, and he doesn't seem to feel anything. Jubilee, no feeling at all? Karen, no. If we wait 3 months and test that the serum has been fully digested, I'm going to just pump him full of Class B serum. Serum? What is a serum? Ordinary people's physical qualities couldn't compete with the awakened. Even the weakest awakened person could hang an ordinary person without relying on any external objects. Dozens, if not hundreds of ordinary people with weapons. None of them were a match for the awakened one alone. The serum, on the other hand, dramatically improves the physical qualities of non-awakened people. Where does the serum come from? At that time, the small-sized Lu Jing sat at his desk, with a ballpoint pen in his mouth. He added to his settings. The serum comes from the ancient gods. Ancient gods do not refer to a particular deity, but collectively, it landed on Earth 6 billion years ago, and though its body is dead, its soul is immortal. And himself, the creator of the Night's Watch, the chess player behind the scenes, the mysterious man who guards the world, the legend that no one knows, the possessor of the golden pupil, the absolute hegemon, the dominant of the heavenly way, the existence that no one can go against. Lu Jing. Bone marrow fluid was extracted from the bones of the ancient gods to create a large amount of serum. Use these serums to enhance the physical qualities of non-awakened people. In the ancient times, he himself wandered through the long river of light and used these serums to allow the survival of humans in the age of the ancestors. The subsequent battle between Chuunibyou and the Yellow Emperor. These two are the two strongest human beings who have received support from Lu Jing through the serum. Through the change of times, the serum has evolved with the help of high technology. The younger Luke nodded. That's it. That's where the serum came from. Lu Jing quietly gazed at the glass bottle that was placed on the table. The liquid inside the bottle took on an attractive golden hue. This unique color does not come from a single substance, but from a clever blend of orange and tangerine juice. This fusion of juices not only brings a fresh and fruity aroma, but also gives the solution a distinctive layer of color. However, Lu Jing was not satisfied with a simple blend. He ingeniously added some fine sand to it. These sands were like stars dotted in the golden-colored juice, making the whole solution full of sedimentation, as if it contained endless stories and secrets. Ah, the perfect work of art. Ha 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 ha. The young Lu Jing let out a low laugh, like the whisper of a demon. Things are getting interesting yet. The young Lu Shui stood behind the door and silently closed it. Chapter 19, The Great Summer Dragon Sparrow. At this very moment, Lu Jing glanced at his room. Well, it's good that it's still kind of neat. Nor were they seen in ways they shouldn't have been. But, why did Chuunibyou suddenly come to her house? Embarrassing as hell. When he thought about what he had just done, Lu Jing felt embarrassed. Chuunibyou seemed to be studying something with Lu Shui in the house. Lu Jing posted the planned training sheet that the silver-haired old man had made for himself in a conspicuous place within his room. Running. First up is running. Lu Jing changed into a set of sportswear and walked out, running up and down the neighborhood. Lu Jing's physical fitness was decently good, and he had been strict with himself since he was a child. Even though he was a secondary otaku, that didn't stop him from working out all the time. After all, in Lu Jing's mind he was a man who was ready to save the world. Therefore, Lu Jing extremely valued his physical exercise. So fast. When Lu Jing ran, he only felt that he was light on his feet, as if the wind had been born. Whoa whoa. Lu Jing ran faster and faster and faster. Feel like you're about to take off. Then he accidentally ran off the road. Upstairs, Lin Emil was resting her face and narrowing her eyes at Lu Jing. Ah, worthy of being a captain. You can usually run this fast. The next second, boom, a car crashed. Lu Jing flew out 3 or 4 meters away. The driver hastily slammed on the emergency brake and panicked, running from the car. Is everything okay? Lu Jing glanced at the car's license plate and calmly climbed up. I was a little fast myself just now and didn't stop. The car wasn't going too fast, estimated around 30 mph. Lu Jing felt a little soreness in his arm and some bruises where he was hit, and then not much else. Are you okay? Do you need to call an ambulance? The driver, a white-collar man, was in a panic at the moment. It's fine. Lu Jing waved his hand and quickly ran away. Not bad for His Excellency the Captain. Peach blossoms flooded Lin Mo's eyes. So handsome. Lu Jing ran. In the schoolyard. In the neighborhood. Whether it's a dark day or a white night, Lu Shui could always hear Lu Jing's heavy panting through the wall. It was assumed that Lu Jing was in his room jerking iron again, either sit-ups and push-ups. Lu Shui rested her hand on her cheek and skillfully lifted a corner of the poster stuck on the wall. There was a hole there, and you could see Lu Jing's room through the small hole. As expected, my brother was doing push-ups again. This is a situation that has been going on for months. Got abs? Lu Shui was a bit surprised. How could my brother's body have gotten so good in just a few months? At this time, Lu Jing already had six-pack abs and was covered in tendons, with each muscle showing perfect lines and contours. He was naked, and his skin, which was originally white, had turned a bronze color. He was lying flat on his back with his hands on his head and his legs bent. The abdominal muscles are tight and the movements are smooth and powerful without any sense of dragging. Then he slowly lowered his body, feeling the stretching and contracting of his abdominal muscles. Then get up again and repeat the motion. Every rise and fall is accompanied by a splash of sweat. Sweat had soaked the ground beneath them. 11,021. Lu Jing counted the number of times he had completed. His voice calm and firm. The breathing was smooth and deep, as if it were a never-ending machine with a constant output of power. His eyes were focused and resolute, full of desire and determination to challenge himself. Lu Jing is a very strange person. He could do it for a vain fantasy. Burying my head in the sand to write millions of words so I can save my money and buy all those toy weapons that I think are so cool. At a time when kids of the same age are playing around, he could be left alone to mull over the various mid-second catchphrases over and over again. It can also be when you are disliked by everyone, when you suffer from cold violence, or even schoolyard bullying. he'll let out a mental taunt, fantasizing that he's a demon with mystical powers who can save the world and kill half the globe with a wave of his hand. Only, one seals the demon inside oneself, silently guarding the world. Even if they are humiliated and bullied, one doesn't go easy on oneself. However, those teenagers in the throes of puberty don't yet know exactly what they're messing with that they shouldn't be messing with. Then, Lu Jing consoled himself, rising from the corner of the restroom, draped in his school uniform covered in footprints, dashing away under the gaze of the crowd. It was as if he wasn't the one who had been beaten up by the group, but he had beaten up a group of people by himself. Always keep an optimistic mindset and the determination to put 12 times the effort into everything you do. Nowadays, he deserves to be able to. The plan for the unicorn's mouth was meticulously put into action. As long as it's something he's determined to do, he'll stick with it to the end. You won't turn back when you hit the wall. It's a disadvantage at times, but sometimes it's an advantage. The word renunciation didn't even exist in his mind. Mission? Going through a copy? Lu Jing swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and the unicorn in front of him nodded. This was the first time Lu Jing had seen the Qilin after 3 months. Find the lowest level portal and participate once, Kirin said. That would be the first step for a non-awakened person to take. Lu Jing scratched his head. Will it be dangerous? Of course, you can also refuse, but only if I need to strip the serum from your body. Lu Jing said. I'm not going to give up yet. Very good. Kirin handed Lu Jing a black suitcase. It is? Combat box. Lu Jing was surprised. Combat box. Fingerprint unlocked. It automatically pops open at the slightest touch, Kirin explained. Lu Jing opened the suitcase and the contents were neatly arranged. 3 black and gold short knives, a first aid kit, a compass, a black object worn on the wrist, an aluminum box. The contents of the box include, but are not limited to, a small bottle of water purification tablets. You can use this to purify water if you don't have a water source for a while in the copy world. A silver lighter. 5 energy meat sticks with a frightening amount of calories. 1 energy meat stick is almost worth 3 meals a day for an ordinary person. A packet of chocolate candies to replenish sugar. This is the most basic equipment. Kirin introduced himself to Lu Jing. The black and gold short sword is called the Dasha Dragon Sparrow, and there is a special switch on the case. You press the switch, and the 3 dragon sparrows will poke out from the side of the case, making it easy for you to fight at any time. He picked up the black object in the box again. The metal object. As for this one, it's called the Wrist of Faith and it fires a hook lock for easy climbing. You can also flick a switch and a short sword appears. Lu Jing sad face Omega Omega. Do these exist in reality? Chapter 20 First Mission. The awakened can summon their own weapons. If a warrior's weapon is a hammer, then he'll greet a hammer out anytime, anywhere. Mages also have exclusive spells. Then she would be able to summon her own spells whenever and wherever she wanted. And non-awakened people, even if they have the serum to boost in terms of physical abilities. But how do you choose when it comes to weapons? Non-awakened people cannot use treasure tools. Treasure generates tools with various special effects in various portals. That's why the material of the weapon has to fulfill one of the most important conditions. It can cause damage to demons. Therefore, the material Lu Jing chose was gold and jade. The account of Mount Gem in the Zhongshan Sutra of the Classic of Mountains and Seas. Its yang has gold and jade, and its yin has iron. Lu Jing then combined gold and jade with iron, created gold and jade iron. Therefore, the common material of the weapons used by the Night's Watch is gold, jade and iron. Of course, if you have to deal with demons, you have to worry about damage to your weapon. That's why it's necessary to wear a few more weapons. This takes into account the issue of carrying. What's more, the awakened can receive healing from priests and recover quickly. However, non-awakened people are not able to receive healing from priests. Priestly healing is limited to the awakened. Also with the priests, the awakened don't have to worry about food. As he wrote this, the young Lu Jing let out a long breath. What a pain in the ass. No matter how one thought about it, compared to the awakened, the inheritors they had created were still too weak. Lu Jing scratched his head vigorously and his gaze fell on the search officer's wallpaper. The search officer's weapons were then all in one box. So, Lu Jing used this as inspiration. With this tactical suitcase, this includes weapons, food, medical kits. Of course, these are only the most basic equipment. Lu Jing wrote and drew on the drawings with a happy smile on his face. At that moment, the door was opened. Lu Jing hurriedly put the drawings away. Why aren't you in bed yet? Go to sleep, it's already time. Mother's voice came. Got it. The tiny Lu Jing jumped off the stool and got under the covers in a flash. Mother tucked him in. Tactical suitcase. It has been improved over the years and has become much more advanced and much more. To describe it as faceless would be an understatement. At this moment, Lu Jing was full of joy as he carried this black box. The suitcase can also be used as a defense against attacks. Kirin tapped the surface of the suitcase, making a muffled metallic sound. It can even withstand the impact of a bazooka, and the surface has taken a special metal that absorbs vibration energy, so even if it takes an impact, it won't hurt its internal organs. Lu Jing was like a treasure and tried various switches again. One word, awesome. This is the weapon of one's dreams. Kirin looked at Lu Jing's excitement and smiled faintly. It reminded Kirin of her younger self. I hope you have a good first fight. Lu Jing nodded heavily. Before leaving, the Qilin drew some of Lu Jing's blood. Kirin took Lu Jing's blood and placed it in a small tester. This was to test Lu Jing's level of fusion with the D-class serum. After 5 minutes had passed, the results appeared in the screen. Kirin glanced absently over her shoulder as she held a cup of tea. Put. A mouthful of water squirted out. 100% fusion. At this moment, this old man, who had always been steady and had come out from a mountain of corpses and blood, glared. 100%. It can't be. The serum, no matter how well it was fused, could never be 100% effective. Kirin remembered that her D-rank serum fusion was 92%. More than 90% is an extremely high standard. The only fusion that reached 95 would be the green dragon. Kirin suddenly smiled. Your own eye for people is really good. Kirin sent the results to the group of 4 with Vermilion Bird, White Zephyr, and Green Dragon. Vigilante Jubilee, 100%. You adjusted the data? Night Watchman Kirin, this is real data. Night Watchman Shirazawa, what's going on? How can it be 100%? Night Watchman Kirin, I found the whiz. I told you why he didn't feel anything when he got the serum. Night Watchman Shirazawa, did you tell the captain? Vigilante Kirin, not yet. I want to surprise the captain when he passes the test. Vigilante Jubilee, 100% fusion. TSK wait until you try the C-class serum again. The corners of Kirin's mouth couldn't help but rise. He had a vague feeling that this teenager named Lu Jing might bring unexpected changes to the organization Night Watch. This kid, perhaps, could be a shining star for the organization. The captain will be pleased. As Lu Jing walked along the road with his tactical suitcase, he always felt like a mysterious agent, looking at anyone as if he would have bad intentions towards him. He looked over his phone, which was the software Kirin had downloaded for himself. It is possible to know where and what level of portals are appearing at any given time. This software is used by many awakened people. Only, Lu Jing was not an awakened, and did not have permission to download it. At the moment, flip upwards. A number of portals were found. I'm not sure if you're a priest or not, but I'm sure you're not a priest. If there's a strong warrior in your team, well, split all the rewards except for the magic drops in the copy. Teams, 5 copies, 2 missing, any profession is fine. No priests, shortage of melee fighters. Lu Jing scratched a message. It's close to you and it's a single copy. Seems a little hard to find. Suddenly, Lu Jing's eyes lit up. 8 kilometers from yourself. A single copy appears. Grade E copy. Replicas are generally categorized into 5 classes, Class A, B, C, D and E. An E-rated copy is the lowest rated copy and represents the presence of dangerous elements within. E-rank copies correspond to awakened person levels in the 1st to 5th order. I've heard from people on the internet that there's actually an S rating for the replicas. Only those high-level copies. It wouldn't be a matter of killing the demons in it. And it's called a trial, because in it, you don't know what you're going to meet. There are quests that involve surviving for more than a month in a replica world. Solve the zombie crisis in an unknown dimension. Even have to deal with evil spirits. Anyway, there are all sorts of things. Even a richly experienced awakened one can't be sure of victory. Of course, these had little to do with Lu Jing right now. Lu Jing didn't care about the expensive taxi fare at this time. I'm worried that someone else will get a head start on this easy copy. So quickly took a cab and went straight to where the portal was. Chapter 21 Deceiving Yourself. Young man, are you an awakened? The cab driver master, looking at the dark blue portal not far away, opened his mouth and asked. No, I'm not. Lu Jing said. What are you doing here if you're not an awakened? Lu Jing smiled faintly and got out of the car handsomely. It's like those protagonists in movies who are about to go to war. Lu Jing carried the suitcase in one hand, put one hand in his pocket, and took a 6-fold step. Hey, the driver said behind him. Lu Jing waved his hand and didn't look back. Get out of here. This is not a place for you to stay. You haven't paid for the car, the driver said. Lu Jing was silent for a moment. How much? $15. $15? That expensive? All for that price? No, all I have in my pocket is $10 left. No, you've got $10 in your pocket. Why are you taking a cab? I don't usually do much renting, and today I had an emergency. Lu Jing explained. A moment later, Lu Jing re-stood in front of the portal. He took a deep breath and stepped inside. It was only afterward that Lu Jing realized that he was not normally bold in this moment. There is no fear for the ignorant. A-rank copies correspond to awakened person levels in the 1st to 5th order, but as a rule, if it's a single copy, then you need to reach at least the 5th stage of awakening, and it must still be an elite level, an awakened person of the combat profession. Because of solo copies, you don't know what tricky situations you'll encounter in a copy alone. The death and injury rate is extremely high, that is to say, the vast majority of people of the same age, including Lu Shui. Now, none of them qualify for a single copy. As a rule, at this moment, non-awakened Lu Jing carried a box that could almost be considered a stranger handing it to him, and just walked into the single copy in a watery manner. Kirin installed a locator system for Lu Jing. Found the portal so quickly? Kirin was a bit surprised. In Kirin's opinion, he hadn't set a deadline for Lu Jing. In other words, Lu Jing had a lot of time to make a strategy. After a detailed investigation, choose a strong and reputable team for a mission with a low risk factor and give yourself a long look. He didn't let Lu Jing directly take the sword to kill the demons. The Qilin hadn't even asked Lu Jing to kill a demon with his own hands. Of course, normal people don't think that just because they have a sword, they can kill God or Buddha. After all, not even the most basic of swordsmanship had been learned. Kirin would never have guessed that there really were people like that in the world. And it's still a single person breaking into a single copy. Kirin pulled up the place where Lu Jing had disappeared and quickly found the portal on the corresponding map. Single copy. As soon as those 4 words appeared, Kirin only felt a little giddy. Kirin closed her eyes and reread it again. Well, there's nothing wrong with that. It's not his own old eyes. This teenager, who really thought that he was invincible after taking a sword, had gone to face a single copy alone. Kirin dropped the tablet in her hand straight to the floor and leaned back hopelessly on the couch. What's going on in this teenager's head? Pulp? Or has he watched too many cartoons? As Lu Jing entered the portal behind him then closed. Lu Jing stood in the middle of a darkness, with a lone thatched hut in front of him. There was no moon in the night sky, only endless darkness enveloping everything. The night breeze gently brushed his face, bringing a hint of coolness, but more of an eerie atmosphere. The thatched hut appeared dilapidated, as if it might collapse at any moment. There was no sign of life around, only dead silence. Lu Jing stood there quietly, feeling the oppressive atmosphere, and a wave of uneasiness and fear could not help but well up in his heart. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew through the thatched hut and made a creaking sound, which made people's bones creepy. Lu Jing's heartbeat instantly sped up, and he clenched his fists tightly as he looked around vigilantly. However, he could see nothing but the thatched hut. There should be something in the thatched hut, and he heard something coming from inside. Lu Jing held the box in his hand and exhaled deeply. Gathering his courage, he walked towards the thatched hut, his heart beating a little faster with each step. When he finally made it to the door, he found it half hidden, with a faint glow coming from within. He hesitated, then pushed the door open and stepped inside. There was an oil lamp in the room, flickering faintly. The dim light only illuminated a small area around them, but it was enough to make out the huge figure sitting in the corner. The figure appeared unusually large, occupying almost the entire corner. Upon closer inspection, its silhouette gradually became clearer. Surprisingly, it was a pig. No, to be exact, it should be a humanoid monster with a pig's head. The size was abnormally large, as if a small mountain stood there. This pig demon has a creepy appearance, with a face covered in coarse hair, eyes glittered scarlet, and blood still lingered in his mouth. At the moment, it was crouching next to a mutilated corpse. Blood and chunks of meat were still hanging from the corners of his mouth, as if he had just finished a brutal killing feast. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lu Jing couldn't help but feel a chill rise up his spine. The pig demon turned its head, its scarlet eyes staring at Lu Jing. Next moment, bang! The entire side of the straw hut with its earthen wall was crushed. The pig demon's figure flew out from it. Lu Jing held the suitcase in front of him with one hand, and managed to resist the pig demon's savage charge. It flew out 4 or 5 meters before landing on the ground. Another distance on the ground. Cool. Lu Jing was in shock, but surprisingly, the first thing that came to mind was not fear, but how handsome. It's just like hanging. Ho ho ho! The pig demon snarled and charged towards Lu Jing once again, like a gust of wind, bringing up dust from the ground. Only heard clang a clear sound came, the short knife from the box violently out of the sheath, flashing cold light. Lu Jing steadily carried his short sword in one hand, his eyes both nervous and excited. Come on! Lu Jing yelled. This scene, he has seen it, in his dreams, of course, in his fantasies. Those countless life and death struggles had become a reality at this moment. Lu Jing dodged sideways, brushing against the pig demon at the same time. The short blade pierced the pig demon's skin. It's just that skin is too thick and the knife is too short. Stick it in, like into a mud puddle. Can't pull it out. Lu Jing was nearly carried away by the pig demon, but he was able to let go in time. Lu Jing landed steadily on the ground and looked at the blood that spread to his hands. So damn true. It's not true. This is reality. Lu Jing flicked the switch again, and the second short knife on the side of the case was sheathed. Lu Jing drew his short sword and faced the angry pig demon, heart beating like thunder. No, it's exciting. Unlike the first time in the playground when he mistakenly thought that demons were attacking the school. At the moment, Lu Jing was holding the case in his hand and a short sword in one hand. Already will be able to visualize the kind of headquarters ace enforcer who wears black sunglasses and a trench coat. There was no task he couldn't accomplish. It's like the emperor's new clothes, but it's not here to tear him down. Unconsciously, Lu Jing deceived himself. Chapter 22, the first time. It's an oily confidence. For example, a teenager with a wooden stick in his hand, with the even cooler wooden sword in his hand. These two feelings are completely different. Some people who pick up a gun, just pick up a gun. And some people pick up a gun and feel like they're the king of soldiers in the underground world, killing all their opponents. When you pick up a sword, you feel in your heart that you must be a martial artist who can use a great sword. Get on a motorcycle and think you must be using some fancy stunt. Bang bang! The grass hut had been completely overturned, and Lu Jing ducked under a large tree. In the next moment, the large tree was directly snapped off. Whistling slaps rang in his ears. Lu Jing deftly rolled on the ground and narrowly dodged the blow. Thrilling, exciting. If he had been himself 3 months ago, he would never have been able to hide. But now yourself. The corner of Lu Jing's mouth hooked up slightly. The entire person shot out like a sharp arrow, taking the initiative. The reality is that even with the D serum, push-ups, long runs, and other training, it is impossible to have such reflexes without specialized training. Long runs, push-ups, and sit-ups won't make you as strong as One Punch Man. If at this time, Karen told Lu Jing the truth. Your kid's best chance of winning is to run. But of course you can't leave the copy. But this will keep you alive a little longer. Lu Jing was definitely about to be scared out of his wits, let alone maneuvering around the pig demon here. The pig demon slammed his hands together, and with a loud bang, he caught the short sword in Lu Jing's hand, and the short blade was just a few centimeters away from the pig demon's face. You can't fight with strength. Lu Jing didn't intend to put up a fight with his strength either, and his body used the force to suddenly vacate in midair. The third knife is sheathed. Lu Jing was in midair, grabbing the hilt of his sword with one hand. What a handsome word. With that, he took advantage of the moment when the pig demon raised its head, stabbed the short sword into his opponent's eye. Ow dash! In an instant, the surroundings were enveloped by the pig demon's agonizing roar. Plop! Hot blood poured out. Lu Jing didn't bother to fetch the knife as the pig demon's hands flapped haphazardly. The slightest mistake and you could be shot yourself. Lu Jing steadily landed behind the pig demon and took out the first knife that was inserted in the pig demon's body. Nimbly dodging the pig demon's attack, he stomped on the pig demon's hand that had fallen to the ground, the short blade in the left hand, spinning to land on the right. Then it was viciously stabbed down towards the other's throat. Pounce! Lu Jing rolled over and added another kick to the hilt. This time more blood spurted out and splattered Lu Jing all over. Fishy and smelly. However, it was a good thing that the pig demon was staggering to the ground. It made a banging sound. Winning? Lu Jing stood still as if he was dreaming. It took a long moment to look back at himself. Bruises, cuts, and wounds left by shredded clothes torn and bleeding in places. He was so immersed in excitement just now that he didn't even notice the pain. At this moment, his thoughts gradually returned to reality, feeling the heaviness and exhaustion of his body. Looking down at the injuries on his body, he let out a breath of cold air. That hurts. Lu Jing endured the pain in his body and walked to the collapsed grass hut. Earlier he had spotted a chest half covered in dust in a corner. Lu Jing opened the box, and two very huge teeth, like those of ancient beasts in the movies. It looks heavy, and a piece of the beast's fur. Several crystals emanating a light blue color. Lu Jing knew that each copy had a corresponding reward. That should be the reward for this one. Lu Jing loaded the stuff into his tactical suitcase before the ground began to shake violently. With the mission complete, the copy is about to collapse. Lu Jing hurriedly ran away with his suitcase. Not long after, Lu Jing walked out of the teleportation portal. The sunlight fell on his body and it felt like a new lease on life. Lu Jing let out a long breath. Hoo-hoo! I'm a little late. Some awakened ones hurriedly ran and couldn't help but show disappointment when they saw Lu Jing coming out of the teleportation portal. The portal quickly disappeared behind Lu Jing. You're not an awakened. The man with glasses in front of him suddenly showed a surprised expression. Lu Jing then hooked a smile at the corner of his mouth, patted his shoulder and left without looking back. There must be no turning back. There must be no turning back. This is the most handsome. Lu Jing suddenly felt that at this moment, all the injuries on his body were worth it. If the other person was a cute girl, then one's vanity must have skyrocketed even more. So, you just killed the demon inside? Karen, who was sitting in front of Lu Jing, held a large cigar. In hand was a glass of white wine with an egg in it to make it look even better. Lu Jing nodded, his face unable to hide his excitement. The serum was just so awesome. I did a big jump, then a swish and a flash, then a draw and a slash. Karen looked up and down at Lu Jing thoughtfully. If it wasn't for the fact that the positioning showed that Lu Jing had really gone to the replica and had brought back loot, the unicorn must have thought the teenager was bragging. What about these things? Lu Jing pointed at the loot he had brought back. Non-awakened people can't use any of these things. The organization will take care of them for you and exchange them for contribution points. What can I do with contribution points? Karen said, everything. As long as it's not illegal and you can get everything you want to do, the organization can make it happen for you. Lucas nodded. Karen extinguished the cigar with his bare hands and smothered the white wine in another gulp, his eyes becoming shiny as he stared at Lu Jing. Boy, you know, you're good. Lu Jing smiled and said to himself, it's something I've been convinced of for over a decade, and nearly gave up on. It's a good thing you showed up in time. Karen said, your D-level serum digested well. I'm going to inject you with a B-level serum next. It's just that, according to the rules, the injection of serums of class B or higher requires one more person's consent to go inside the organization. Do you have time these days? I'm going to class. Lu Jing scratched his head. This Saturday then. Karen set the time. I should get back. Lu Jing stood up. The meat in the refrigerator hadn't been taken out yet. And tomorrow is Monday and the homework is not done. Farewell to the unicorn. Lu Jing walked home excitedly. Karen looked at Lu Jing's back and narrowed her eyes. Captain, I have big news to report. Karen sent this message. Chapter 23, The Captain's Reply. Lu Jing was just getting excited when he suddenly received a separate message sent to him by the vigilante Karen. Night Watchman Karen, Captain, I have some big news to report. Lu Jing was in a good mood today and glanced at the group chat again. Gee, this message has come to thousands. Lu Jing didn't open the group chat and got into a tangle. Some of these people can be people who have been following them since elementary school. After all these years, it would be impossible to say that there are no feelings. And fooled by myself for so many years. They themselves have woken up in time and they are still deep in it. Epsilon sad face Omicron asterisk, ugh. Lu Jing sighed. He took another look at the tactical suitcase he carried in his hand and gritted his teeth. One can't just disappear like that for no reason. Can't be that irresponsible. That's right. One must complete the examination and officially join this mysterious organization. Make yourself stronger in a short period of time, and then bring these good brothers of yours to rise with you. It wasn't in vain that they had followed them for so long. Lu Jing swore inwardly. Lu Jing returned. Trust me. I'll make everyone better. I won't just give up. Karen pressed on after sending the message, not expecting to receive a reply from the captain. He was going to leave Gangnam this week, but now, he suddenly felt less anxious. It's a nice place for a vacation. And, the corrupt believers who tried to tap them have now been eradicated. Karen didn't know if the corrupted believers would retaliate, so he needed to sit in Jiangnan for the time being. Not to mention that this teenager named Lu Jing was a real surprise. Karen left the hotel. His ride was a modified black slugger. Off-road. The most expensive off-road vehicle within the world. Bar none. The asking price is up to $4 million. Karen doesn't like supercars and those fancy-looking luxury cars. Having been in the military, he was into off-roading. Pickup trucks. Karen blasted the gas. Shortly after, he then went to an unattended watch store. The owner of the watch store is a member of the organization, though not a core member. There are many member vigilantes like this one, because while the number of vigilantes is not small, if you put the scope to the globe, the number is not much. So the vigil has a lot of periphery. They don't have access to the core areas of the vigil, yet it is considered a member of the Night's Watch. The owner of the watch store was a former mercenary who had taken part in 20 operations to overthrow the regimes of small African countries and in 3 decapitations of enemy states. Then, once betrayed by a teammate, it was the Night's Watch that saved him when he was on the verge of death. And the 2 young, beautiful attendants at the watch store were likewise professionally trained agents, only to be forced to retire for some reason, even with a lawsuit on his back. The vigilante helped them settle their lawsuit and offered them a job with good pay. Karen enters the inner sanctum of the watch store and enters the elevator. The elevator leads to the 3rd basement level. Soon after, the elevator door slowly opened with a ding. What comes into view is an amazingly large space. The space seems like a mysterious and grandiose world, full of futuristic and technological flavor. The entire space is constructed of sturdy, durable metal with an icy sheen. The walls, Ceilings and floors shine with a metallic texture that gives them an indestructible feel. The metal surface is smooth as a mirror, reflecting a faint glow that makes the entire space appear bright and airy. There are no extra decorations or colors in this metal composition space, just pure metallic tones. This simple yet powerful design gives a sense of coolness and majesty, while revealing a technological appeal. And in the hall, everyone was wearing masks. These masks are of all kinds, some eerie, some mysterious. However, it was the mask of the unicorn that stood out the most. He wore a fiery red unicorn mask on his head. The mask was so lifelike that it seemed as if a burning unicorn was actually lying on his head. The details of the mask were extremely delicate, with every hair and scale clearly visible, especially those eyes, which were deep and fiery and intimidating. There is a human body attached underneath, and the two are one and the same, giving a strong visual impact. Yo! The woman in the vermilion bird mask approached. Although it was impossible to see her face clearly, one could tell just from her figure that this was definitely a woman who was hot to the core. The slender curves were as tantalizing as a ripe peach. When did it arrive? Karen asked. Stopped right here yesterday afternoon. As it happens, I'm going to be taking new people to fight the B-class serum, and I need authorization from at least 2 managers or more, Karen said. Vermilion Bird was surprised. Class B serum? If you really want to do that, will that kid be okay? The first time he entered a replica, he single-handedly cleared an E-rank replica alone, and it was a combat-type replica at that. Jubilee hissed. I'm going to meet someone then. What kind of wonderful person? Just then Kieran heard movement coming from his cell phone. He flipped it open and his pupils suddenly shrank. Looked at the message the captain had sent and read it carefully from beginning to end at least 10 times or more. Believe me, I'm going to make it better for everyone. And I'm not going to just give up. This is. Kieran's mouth was wide open with a wonderful expression. What the hell is the captain going through? The always invincible captain would send such a message. I'm not giving up? What kind of thing could have caused the captain to issue this paragraph? Captain. And what kind of things are being done quietly behind the scenes? There's really no need to even think about it. Everyone knows it by heart. The captain is bound to silently support them behind the scenes. The world can be so peaceful and stable today. It was all because the captain was taking on the responsibility alone, guarding the entire human race with his unrivaled strength and determination. Karen typed with trembling fingers. Captain, you have worked hard. We will always be your strong backing. Jubilee noticed the change in Kieran's demeanor. What? Is it the captain? She guessed at once. Karen, Captain, is there anything I can do to help you? Although my power is weak, I am willing to do my best as long as I can contribute to humanity. Please tell me what to do. No matter how hard or difficult it is, I'll keep going, even if it's just a meager bit of help. It wasn't long before Kieran received a reply. You can't interfere with things here for now. I will naturally talk to you when I need you. Don't make any big moves in the organization while I'm gone. And I'll let Green Dragon and the others know sometime. Chapter 24, A Group of People 2. Group Chat. Green Dragon, Vermilion Bird, Karen, White Zephyr. These are the 4 top brass of the Night's Watch now included, excluding foreign countries, and those on long-term missions. During my absence, things will be discussed by you, and you don't need to inform me if it's not something major. Jubilee was full of doubts, but when it came to actually facing the captain straight on, even if it was just across the phone, she didn't dare ask out that one. Captain, what exactly have you been doing these past 6 months? Just replied. Understood. Karen, I see. Shirazawa, Captain. Recently the Southern Alliance of Awakened Ones is trying to contact us and has specified that they want to see you. Jubilee, who are they to meet with the captain? White Zephyr, the Confederacy wants to make a move on the S-Class portal in the Mariana Trench, and says it's willing to work with us, which I think is a good offer. The Confederacy has the power we need, and it is our goal to eliminate the portal. Vermilion Bird, White Zephyr. Which end of the spectrum are you on? The captain said before that we have to act covertly and not cooperate with any forces. And what the hell is the Confederacy? Worthy of working with us? Jubilee was on fire and it was obvious she had some issues with the Confederacy. I say, this isn't a child's playground. You can't get carried away. Jubilee, S-Class portal in the Marianas Trench. I'll lead it myself. Tell the Confederacy to stay away. Kieran, let's hear what the captain has to say. You two need to stop arguing. At this moment, Lu Jing in front of the screen. Lu Jing scratched his head in embarrassment. So embarrassing. It's as noisy as the real thing. What Marianas Trench S-Class portal? What a personal lead. Say it in a bossy tone and tell them to stay away. Lu Jing held the wall, slowed down for a few seconds, and gently inhaled. It's all my own fault. It's good to be 2 for 1, and bring a bunch of them with you. Lu Jing thought for a moment and replied in the group. Everything has to be done in the big picture. You guys discuss the matter of contact with the Confederacy. I won't care about such a small matter. I still say, I'm not in it. You guys discuss everything. Remember, don't do anything too out of the ordinary. Lu Jing deliberately added this last sentence. He was really afraid that someone would get possessed and then make a big commotion, or a human life. Then the police uncle finds himself through the internet. Kirin hurriedly said, Captain, I have something else to report. The organization has recently recruited some newcomers, all of which have great potential. Lu Jing felt ahead of two big ones. And you recruit new people. You don't think it's a big enough deal, do you? The organization should refrain from recruiting new people during my return, Kirin pleaded. But there are some newcomers that are really talented. It would be a shame to give up. Lu Jing rubbed his brow. Very talented. That's pretty douchey. It's not on par with what you estimated yourself to be at the time. Lu Jing, listen to me right. Kirin didn't want to give up just yet. Captain, the newcomer I've been reaching out to lately is really talented. If you, Captain, don't have the time to bestow his inheritance for the time being, I can be in charge of training them for the time being, and when you have the time later on, you can personally test him. I said no new people for a while. Lu Jing added 2 exclamation points to make his sentence look more serious. Seeing that the captain had said so, Kirin no longer insisted and replied with 2 words. Understood. Okay, I'll pull out. Lu Jing closed his cell phone and gently exhaled. New people? And reaching out to new people? Let the misguided lambs go astray and return to real life. It's kind of like doing something good for yourself. With this thought in his heart, Lu Jing walked into the subway. What? Is the B-class serum still fighting? Jubilee said. Kirin sighed. It's a pity. That teenager is really extremely talented. Jubilee said lightly. Even if he is gold. But the world is golden. And there is often no shortage of a piece of gold. Kirin shook his head. Without any training, an ordinary student with a tactical suitcase could clear an E-rank copy. Such courage, vigor and ability. Rare. Jubilee shrugged. The boss has said so. Do you want to disobey his orders? Naturally, the unicorn wouldn't do that for the Night's Watch. A captain is a towering, unbreakable presence. It's really a pity. The captain used to be very positive about recruiting new members. What's wrong with him now? Not even willing to say why. Vermilion Bird said, the captain naturally has the captain's considerations, and it's for our own good to not tell us. Though Kirin could understand the captain, he still muttered a pity under his breath. That Lu Jing was indeed a 1 in a million good seed. Jubilee glanced at the one Kirin. You can't spare a hand. I'll arrange for someone to erase his memories and draw the serum out of his body. Kirin said in a deep voice. It's better for me to go in person. This karmic relationship started with me, and it's only right that I should be the one to draw it to a close. Jubilee patted Kirin's shoulder. As soon as Lu Jing returned home, he sensed that there was someone in his room. Lu Jing pushed open the door, and as expected Lin Mo, who was wearing a black leather jacket, appeared in the room. The black one-piece leather jacket wrapped tightly around the curves of her body, showing off perfect proportions and attractive lines. The material of the dress hugs the skin as if it were a second skin. Her hair was naturally loose, as if each strand gave off a light fragrance. A toy pistol in his hand. Don't move. Lu Jing rolled his eyes. This dress. How to make him recall the island movie in the search officer class of the movie. Is the next step to failing the mission and getting full of? Captain, what are you hiding behind you? Lin Mo instantly realized that Lu Jing had something hidden behind him. Lu Jing stuck his tactical suitcase behind him and said, It's nothing. Who let you into my room for no reason? Get out. Hey Captain. I have something to report to the captain. Captain. Lu Jing pushed Lin Mo out of the room and then unlocked the door. That's what hid the tactical suitcase under the bed. Lu Jing breathed a sigh of relief and excitedly punched the air again. The excitement of killing a demonic creature for the first time made Lu Jing unable to calm down for a long time. Captain. Captain, open the door. Lin Mo's persistent voice came from outside the door. Lu Jing opened the door a crack. Your task now is to go back and study hard. Chapter 25 Loss. Late night. Kirin sneaked into Lu Jing's home. The first step was to remove the serum, and Kirin pulled out a bottle of red potion. As soon as it hits the body, it neutralizes the serum in the body within an hour. Eliminate the effects from serum. In less than 3 hours, it would completely erase all the physical gains that the serum had brought to Lu Jing. Make him a normal person again. Lastly, there is the clearing of memories. Kirin put smart VR glasses on Lu Jing. Messaged the tech on the other end. Ready. The technician then began to apply the ability to. Vigilant Dreamer closed his eyes. Can we begin? Kirin said in a deep voice. You may begin. Not a moment too soon. The voice of the vigilante dreamer came right through the headphones. It's cleared. Hard work. Kirin found the tactical suitcase belonging to the vigilante and took one last look at the sleeping Lu Jing. Sweet dreams, Junior. Dream squirrel. The unicorn disappeared into the middle of the vast night. The next day, Lu Jing. Lu Jing opened his eyes. Lu Shui saw that he was awake and turned her head away. Lu Jing got up from the bed and yawned sleepily. When he finished his breakfast, Lu Jing returned to the house and took another look at the box under the bed. Well, it's still. What the? Lu Jing instantly sobered up and looked around. The tactical suitcase is missing. Lu Jing panicked now and looked around the house. But ask father, stepmother, and Lu Shui. Both said they didn't see the boxes in their houses. Lu Jing suddenly remembered someone. So he hurried upstairs to Lin Mo's house. Knock knock. Lin Mo. Lin Mo. A short while later, Lin Mo rubbed her eyes and opened the door. Captain. Lin Mo was wearing pink cartoon pajamas and looked like she hadn't woken up. Where's my stuff? Lu Jing hit her on the head with a hand strike. Lin Mo ate the pain, let out an ouch, covered her head, and looked at Lu Jing pitifully. What the hell? Did you come into my room last night? No, I can't get in anyhow since you put a seal on the window every night a month ago. Yeah. Oh. Lin Mo Lao utilized the rope upstairs to explore Lu Jing's room. However, Lu Jing felt that this was too dangerous. What if something happened? So, just lock your window. That way Lin Mo can't get in. So, then who else would take their suitcase? Captain, what did you lose? Lin Mo also sobered up quite a bit at this time. Is it something to do with the nuclear weapon case? No, it's the ancient gene lock. Or is it that the eyes of the ancient god are lost? I know. It must be the extraterrestrial heavenly demon and the others. Captain, lead us in a counterattack. Ouch. Lu Jing pinched Lin Mo's ear and crumpled up. Captain, my ears. School. Lu Jing sat listlessly on the stool, though his eyes were on the blackboard. However, thoughts had long since flown nowhere. What to do? Tactical suitcase lost. How would one explain to that silver-haired old man? He hadn't even passed the test himself, and he had lost such an important thing first. Lu Jing scratched his hair in annoyance. Lu Jing, go jerk off at night. Ma Jianyu whispered. Forget it, not interested. Lu Jing closed both eyes. Chuunibyou is also going. Ma Jianyu raised his eyebrows at Lu Jing. Not interested. Lu Jing remained listless. Only then did Ma Jianyu realize something was wrong. What's wrong with you? What's with the sad face? I seem to have messed up something. Lu Jing hung his head, lost in thought. No, not as if. What the hell? If a person does something wrong, how should they make up for it? Lu Jing muttered to himself. I lost my mom's money once when I was a kid, and it scared me so much that I studied hard for a month and got really good grades. Only then did I tell my mom about the missing money, and my mom was happy. That's why she didn't hit me. Ma Jianyu said. Lu Jing pondered. Getting the box back now seemed unlikely. It's not really practical to replicate another box, and the only thing one can do is behave excellently and then tell the other person about the missing case while they are happy. Lu Jing's eyes lit up. Yeah, but how do you show excellence? Portal. Copy. Complete more copies yourself in the meantime and surprise each other when the time comes. This way, when the other person is happy, he or she may not be able to forgive his or her faults. After school, Lu Jing then used the software installed on his cell phone to look for the surrounding portals. Single copies are not accessible. Lu Jing thought for a moment. Without a weapon himself now, going to a single copy was just looking for death. It would have to be a multiplayer copy. But then the problem came again. Lu Jing was not an awakened. There was no team that would call a non-awakened person to join their team. Lu Jing searched for more than an hour, constantly sending and returning messages. All you get in the end is a rejection. Just when Lu Jing was about to despair, a message suddenly lit up. Non-awakened? Yes. Only help with luggage, but no sharing of resources. May I? Can. Lu Jing immediately returned. Then, without saying a word, he took a cab and went straight to where the portal was. This time the portal is in the suburbs. Lu Jing still borrowed $50 from Lu Shui, and couldn't care less how he would return by then. The portal is a portal for 5 people. When Lu Jing arrived, he found that the other 4 had already arrived. 3 men and 1 woman. The woman was supposed to be a priest by the way she was dressed. The captain, on the other hand, was a gun-toting warrior named Li Dojo, 30-something looking. Why would a non-awakened person want to enter a portal? Li Dojo asked. Lu Jing scratched his head. I want to meet the world. You're still a student? Yes. Meh. Li Dojo smiled and reached out his broad palm to pat Lu Jing's shoulder. Not a bad physique. Is it okay to leave the luggage with you? No problem. We'll try to protect you as much as we can. But in case of an accident, it's none of our business. Lu Jing nodded again and signed the electronic contract. Well, hurry up. The yellow-haired mage urged. The group of 5 then walked into the portal in turn. Lu Jing carried 2 large bags on his back and a package in each of his left and right hands, and followed at the end. The portal slowly disappeared. What came into view was a forest. A low-level copy that doesn't require them to find their way, because there is a path beneath your feet, and following it will lead you to meet the demons naturally. I've heard that the more advanced copies of the magical creatures need to be found on their own. In some cases, it takes months to spend time in the portal. Lu Jing thought so and followed the group forward. What's your name? At this time, a hunter with a short sword in his hand struck up a conversation with Lu Jing. Lu Jing, you're still a student by the looks of you. Why would a non-awakened person want to be in a copy? Curious, Lu Jing said. The hunter laughed. Boy, this is no place to fool around. This is a place to get killed. I'm not afraid. Ha ha, the ignorant are fearless. Chapter 26, What doesn't kill me only makes me stronger. Be careful. At that moment, the hunter suddenly voiced a reminder. Hunters have the best perceptions and are often the first to recognize danger. Buzz dash. It's an insect. Lots of black insects. Bang. At the same time, Yellow Hair, who was a mage, was the first to recite a spell. A dazzling light leapt out from his hand. The black tide struck a gaping hole at once. Li Dojo brandished his lance, and as a warrior, he blocked the front. Lance, whirlwind. The lance swung to unleash the skill, blocking the first wave of the black insect's attack, immediately followed by the rest of them attacking at the same time. The tide of black insects didn't last long before they were eliminated. Some of the remaining ones were no longer relevant and were harvested one by the assassins. So strong. Lu Jing looked at this scene and said in his heart, the cooperation is quite good. They should have been teamed up for a long time. Can non-awakened people really hope to catch up with them with their human bodies? The crowd moved on. Bright sunlight poured through the gaps between the leaves, creating a patchwork of light. The grass on the meadow is lush and green, as if it were a sea of green, and the breeze whisks by, setting off layers of green waves. The bright green color is so vibrant that you can't help but wonder if such a beautiful color really exists. The grass is dotted with flowers, colorful, like a colorful painting. It's all so unrealistically beautiful, as if you're in a dreamy wonderland, out of place in the real world. It's beautiful, the priestess said. She couldn't resist grabbing her camera, ready to leave a picture of the image. Specializing in such awakenings, they would follow the team into the replica. The main purpose is to leave a variety of photos. I've heard that some of them have won Pulitzer Prizes. The moment the priestess's finger pressed the shutter. Put. In the photo, there are dark shadows crossing. The priestess froze slightly. Puffing. A slightly reddish sharp knife plunged into the priestess's neck. The person using the sharp knife is not a human being, but a rabbit with red fur all over its body. With a flourish, the red rabbit cut the priestess's head right off, aimed at the priest in the group as soon as he struck, and also knew that priests recovered well. It was chopped off along with the head. Look out! Fluke! Magic lasers emitted from Yellow Hair's hands. Only the red rabbit was so fast that the spell lasers landed on the grass and smashed a few craters. There was a sudden flash of cold light. The red rabbit's leg stomped and its body leapt into the air, surprisingly stabbing straight at it again. The yellow-haired mage hadn't even expected his opponent to be so fast. In the blink of an eye, the deadly neck was closed in. In the nick of time, the hunter held out his short sword to block the blow for him. The red rabbit failed to land a single blow and quickly backed away again. The yellow-haired mage also reacted, quickly igniting flames in his hands. The red rabbit reappeared into the grass, rustling. Not good. It was only at this time that several people realized that a pair of scarlet eyes had actually lit up around them. Compared to the red rabbit that first sneaked up on them, these red rabbits didn't have weapons in their hands, but judging from their aura, they definitely weren't small monsters that could be dealt with in an ordinary manner either. This doesn't fit the copy difficulty. Ha! The yellow-haired mage's face suddenly changed. Li Dojo cursed. Where's the sense in that? The last thing you need in a portal is an accident. What should we do now? Hyuk is dead. If we fight them here, even if we win, we won't stand a chance against the boss. Hunter Road. A team is missing its chaplain. Follow-up fights don't get replies from priests and who knows what else will happen. Li Dojo quickly gave the yellow-haired mage a look. Understood. The yellow-haired mage nodded. Split up and run later. I'll use the skill taunt to draw all the monsters to me. Lu Jing froze for a moment. The head of the priestess named Hyuk was not far from him. The priestess stared defiantly. It was the first time Lu Jing saw someone die in front of him. In such a cruel way. People really do die in copies. With that, Li Dojo waved his lance to open the way. Lance skill 1, cracking and striking clouds. Rumble dash. Gunlight suddenly filled the air. Run! Lu Jing rushed out. He threw down all of his luggage, leaving only the smallest one behind. Lu Jing ran towards the east. Taunt! With that, the yellow-haired mage bellowed. There was a strange glow that appeared, but only for a brief moment. Lu Jing realized that there was something wrong and jerked his head back. Suddenly the scrub began to wriggle violently, making a rustling sound. A pair of red eyes stared straight at him, and these eyes shone with an eerie, unnerving light. Before he could react, a group of red rabbits rushed towards him like a tidal wave. They were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they had rushed to him, while the other three ran in the other direction. Yellow Hair made a gesture of worship and smiled slightly. Bye. Can mockery still work on others? Turns out he was the bait. The first time I played a group game, I met this kind of plot that often happens in anime and novels. The protagonist is abandoned by his team and then begs to live alone. Backhand shocked the crowd. But how do you live with yourself? Lu Jing pulled out the folding shovel from the last small backpack and swung it over. However, the first red rabbit that rushed over was surprisingly dexterous in dodging it. The sharp claws swung at Lu Jing. Lu Jing's consciousness hadn't reacted yet, but his body had already responded. Dodging backwards, the claws slashed against his neck. It was a close call to slice through a fragile blood vessel. So close. Lu Jing didn't have time to rejoice as more red rabbits surged towards him. He couldn't help but think of the miserable state of the priestess just now. The most crucial thing was that on his own hand, there was only a folding shovel, not even a decent weapon. Damn it! Is it hard to believe that I'm going to die here? Is this the end of my life? No, this isn't how I want it to end. I have too many things left to accomplish, too many people I need to protect. I'm not strong enough right now to meet the challenges in front of me, but I'm doing my best. I have put in countless hours of sweat and tears, constantly practicing and fighting, just so I can become stronger and guard the people I love. But why is it still so hard? Have all my efforts been in vain? Lu Jing suddenly covered his head in pain. No, it won't. I'm sure I can beat the odds and get out of this, because I have faith and a commitment to those I love. I can't lose. I can't go down here, even in the face of great odds. I have to grit my teeth and keep going, because I knew that if I gave up, then everything would be lost. So, no matter what, I'm going to keep going and never give up. Come on, what doesn't kill me only makes me stronger. Lu Jing looked up to the sky. That most powerful red rabbit blinked and looked at Lu Jing suspiciously. Oh, the three of them? Li Dojo heard Lu Jing's voice in the distance and all looked at each other. This kid, what are you yelling about? Shouldn't you be begging for mercy and screaming at a time like this? Chapter 27, remember this with your body. Bang bang. One red-eyed rabbit after another pounced on Lu Jing. Lu Jing had nowhere to run. He swung the folding shovel, his body getting more and more cuts, but he was getting faster and faster. Chopping, stabbing, blocking. Lu Jing's eyes grew brighter. It's this feeling of desperation, the thrill of extinction. My destiny is mine, not God's, even if an abyss lies ahead. Puff! The red rabbit, the leader of the group of red rabbits that was the first to strike, once again struck out. The red, thin, short blade plunged into Lu Jing's chest. Lu Jing took the pain and his body fell backward heavily as hot blood spurted out. Lu Jing's eyes became even more frenzied as he discarded the shovel and gripped the sharp short blade with both hands in a death grip. You think you can kill me? Lu Jing roared. The main characters in the anime seem to be the ones who can explode with overwhelming power just by so much as breaking into a roar. And with that roar, Lu Jing was in the eyes of the red rabbit's shocked eyes, completed empty-handed. Lu Jing pulled the short red blade out of his chest and held the hilt. All of a sudden, everything felt different. What's in your hand? A knife. Holding a sword. One is the ultimate swordsman. Holding a sword. Then one is naturally a Jedi swordsman. Laughing and drinking wine from the red dust, the sword cuts down the mountains and rivers. Lu Jing felt like he was wrapped in a flame, his entire body filled with blazing heat. The blood seemed to boil and gushed out of the wound in a steady stream. However, at the same time, he felt a powerful force surging through his body, a force that made him feel overwhelmed. Not only that, but his five senses had changed. He was able to hear farther and subtler sounds, feel the flow of the wind and changes in temperature. His eyes also became sharper, allowing him to see more detail, even the dust further away. And in his eyes, the reflection of the red rabbit became more visible. Is this the power of the serum? Exciting! There is no pain, no feeling of any pain. The power of the serum seems to be bringing him back to life. That's the magic of the serum. Of course, this only existed in Lu Jing's imagination. Take that! Hoo-hoo! Li Dojo exhaled heavily, exhausted. Before their eyes, a behemoth appeared that was the master of this copy. A huge black python. Its body was as thick as a bucket. The scales shone with a dark light, cold and hard, giving people a feeling that they could not be shaken. Those icy eyes revealed endless killing intent and majesty, staring at the trio in a grim and incomparable manner, causing them to feel a chill rise up their spines. Li Dojo glanced at the yellow-haired mage and the hunter. The hunter was poisoned, and the yellow-haired mage ran out of magic and collapsed under a tree trunk. It's over the limit. It's seriously over the limit. Lee Dojou's heart was cold. The difficulty of this copy was beyond the limits of their abilities. Let's not mention the swarms of red rabbits that were encountered. The red rabbit leader alone is strong enough to stand alone as a powerful boss. Now, however, this python they were facing, its terrifying strength surpassed what an E-rank copy should be. The huge body was as hard as steel, emitting a suffocating pressure, as if it was a huge beast from the abyss, making people shudder. This level of challenge is almost insurmountable for them. Like Lee Dojou said before, the world of replicas is never short of surprises. This would be a copy of the legendary trap class. That is, a copy disguised as a very weak magic to lure others to it. Meeting a high-level investigator can be detected in a timely manner. But if the investigator is not that good and gives a wrong judgment, any more awakened squads entering the portal, it would be time for bad luck. That's what they're meeting now. However, it has to be said that Lee Dojou's squad is good. Without a priest, it was still possible to cause this black python in front of him to be seriously injured. If the priest hadn't been the first to be killed, there was a real chance they could have gotten through. Lee Dojou glanced at his broken gun. The weapons were broken, and there was a faint flash of light in his hand. Another lance appeared in his hand. Even if you die, you still have to put up a fight. He glanced at the yellow-haired mage beside him, who was running out of mana, and kicked his opponent out. Bang! The yellow-haired mage's eyes widened. Boss. Ow dash! Only to see that black python open its bloody mouth, like a black hole swallowing that yellow-haired mage into its stomach in one gulp. And that poor yellow-haired mage was mercilessly engulfed before he could even let out a single scream. Lee Dojou took the opportunity to roar, holding a lance tightly in his hand and leaping high like a ferocious cheetah. The lance stabbed at the black python's head in a stern manner. Just then, a dark shadow flashed by. The black python swung its tail in a powerful strike that directly slapped Lee Dojou heavily on the ground. Lee Dojou was spitting out blood, as if all the bones in his body were broken. Pfffff. A steady stream of blood flowed out, and Lee Dojou struggled in pain, but he couldn't even lift his head. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Lee Dojou's eyes. Lee Dojou stared incredulously. Lu Jing stood in the distance holding the red knife of the red-eyed rabbit, covered in blood. Save! Save! Help me! Lee Dojou shouted with the last of his strength. I can give you treasures? All of them can give you my. Lu Jing stood right next to an ancient tree and watched the scene. He seemed to be panting with all the strength he could muster. Help me, help me! Lee Dojou was still struggling at the bottom, but the black python's already bloody mouth had enveloped his body. Crunch! It was the sound of bones being crushed. In the next second, Lu Jing moved. The body rose up from the ground, and the whole person was like a sharp arrow, jumping out to a height that is far from the ordinary human being. The black python repeated the same trick with a flick of its tail. However, this time it was its scream that rang out. Instead of jumping directly at the black python's face, Lu Jing shot the red knife in his hand through the air. The red knife plunged into the black python's huge pupils. This added to the already injured black python. Lu Jing stepped on the snake's tail in midair and used the force to leap. Grab the red knife. The killing feast has officially begun. The corner of Lu Jing's mouth hooked up into an evil smile. This surface has long been under my dominion. Oh wretched beast. Remember this thing with your body. Chapter 28. It's better if you don't know. The sharp red blade swiftly slashed through like a bolt of lightning, violently piercing in through the black python's eyeball. In an instant, a strong scent of blood filled the air. An ear-piercing sound of flesh being cut resounded throughout the space. Lu Jing held the red knife all the way with sparks and lightning. No matter how much the black python struggled, Lu Jing's legs landed on the black python's head. As he watched, the black python heaved its head towards the ground with its head, seemingly trying to knock Lu Jing away with the impact. Lu Jing fiercely drew his sword and ran towards the black python. Prickly! Another piercing sound rang out, accompanied by the touch of torn flesh and blood. For once, the red knife is still sharp enough. It slid all the way down the black python's back as if it was going to cut its body in half. Blood gushed out from the wound and splattered down on the surrounding ground, creating a scarlet pool of blood. As the red knife slid down, the black python's body was also sliced through a large gash that extended all the way to the tail. The gash was deep enough to see through to the bone, exposing bright red organ tissue. Blood gushed out of the wounds in a steady stream, making the whole scene seem particularly bloody and horrifying. The black python's body fell heavily and wailed out, its one eye staring angrily at Lu Jing. Lu Jing held the red knife and turned his back to the black python. He seemed to be not afraid of the black python sneaking up behind him. Perhaps it was because he hadn't even considered the matter. That's funny. You're not bad for making me feel good. I am Lu Jing, the Night's Watchman. Remember who killed you. This cut, I left it. When you get to hell, No demons will give you a hard time. The hunter whose toxin had spread all over his body stared at Lu Jing with unbelievable eyes. A non-awakened person. How? How? Who the hell is he? Lu Jing put away his sword and looked back at the hunter. The toxin invaded the heart and brain, and the hunter spat blood and eventually took his last breath. Lu Jing glanced at the red knife in his hand. It's a really good knife. After the black python's body disappeared, a huge box was left behind. Lu Jing glanced at the contents of the box. He didn't recognize any of them. Boots, clothes, and armor. Strings. Lu Jing simply picked up the box. With the death of the black python, the entire copy began to shake. Lu Jing ran outside with the box in his arms, covered in blood. 5 people came in for a copy, but he was the only one who ended up running out. Say, how about we go to the back of Mount Bixia, where there's no one? It's cold, and the air is especially good. Last time, I had a picnic there with my parents, Ma Jianyu said. Chuunibyou nodded. Good. Song Zek was in a bit of a bad mood. The remaining few people could see that originally Song Ziki had invited Lu Shui to join him. As a result, he was again balked at by Lu Shui. Old so rejected. Song Ziki also want face. Some anxious. However, Lu Shueka didn't give him the slightest bit of face. The two said a few unpleasant things. Song Ziki after the incident some regret. Want to apologize but cannot pull the face. I was thinking of getting close to Lu Shui's big brother Lu Jing. But who knows that Lu Jing didn't come either. Ma Jianyu came over and explained. Boss, Lu Jing has something going on today. Wait for tomorrow's you talk to Lu Jing and ask him to help you. Song Ziki patted Ma Jianyu's shoulder. You won't be treated poorly. Thank you big brother. Make an appointment with Lu Jing for me tomorrow. I'll treat him to Italian food. The new 3 Michelin star restaurant that opened recently. Ma Jianyu's eyes lit up with a restaurant that was at least 2,000 per capita. Speaking of Lu Jing, a girl said. That said, why is it that one brother is a non-awakened, while one sister is an awakened, or an S-class talent possessor? According to the bloodline, it's impossible that her fellow serums aren't even awakened, even if they don't have such a high level of talent, right? They're both half-siblings. Chuunibyou had been to Lu Jing's home and knew a bit more than others. Oh, no wonder. One person teased, but Lu Jing is quite amusing. I recall him suddenly jumping out during the entrance exams and saying that he has the power of the king. Ah, what golden pupils ah. It feels like only characters in anime would talk like that. Chuunibyou said thoughtfully. I do think it's quite handsome, and I heard Lu Shui say that at that time. Lu Jing stood out because he was thinking of buying time for Lu Shui to escape. Yes? Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the few people present revealed a look of surprise. Chuunibyou nodded, took a bite of the popsicle in her hand, and continued. I think it's cool that a non-awakened person would dare to stand up at a time like that, in order to protect his sister. Several people were silent. The person who had just flirted with Lu Jing also scratched his head in embarrassment. The students at that age didn't mean much harm. It was more of a joke. Chuunibyou added, that said, have you guys ever realized that Lu Shui is a bit of a brother controller? Ha! These words, again, caused many people to show surprised expressions. Lu Shui is a brother controller? It can't be. Lu Shui is so cold. That's right, when you see Lu Jing, you call him Lu Jing, not even brother. They don't talk much in class except when they go home together after school. Chuunibyou shook her head. I just have a feeling that Lu Shui cares about Lu Jing. Song Ziki couldn't help but think about it when he heard this. It seemed to be thinking about how he was going to ingratiate himself with this future great uncle. The crowd talked and chatted. Just then, a silhouette suddenly appeared not far away. The figure appeared out of nowhere, not walking out at the end of the road, but popping up in the middle of nowhere. The portal disappeared behind Lu Jing. Lu Jing had a lot of blood on his body, holding a large box, and with every step he took, he also left a bloody footprint on the ground. Lu Jing. Everyone was shocked to see that it was Lu Jing. Lu Jing, how did you get into the portal? Chuunibyou was the first to react. Lu Jing had clearly come out of the portal, and by the looks of it, he seemed to have just experienced a vicious battle. Are you okay? Do you need to call an ambulance? Lu Jing waved his hand. I'm fine. Lu Jing, what's wrong with you? You went in the portal? There are some things you are better off not knowing. Lu Jing smiled faintly, left these words, and walked straight away amidst the dumbfounded gazes of the crowd. Halfway through the walk, he suddenly remembered. No cab money left in his own pocket. The only $50 was borrowed towards Lu Shui, but turning around and borrowing from Chuunibyou and the others at this time was too bad. It detracts from the handsome image. Thus, Lu Jing continued to walk forward. That's what it's like, to do something big and then walk away as if nothing happened. The key point is the way other people look at themselves. When you're far enough away, flip out your cell phone, open the flower shell, Chapter 29, you still have to practice. Brother. Cloth armor shoes. Snakeskin suit. Snake bone strings. Red-blooded knife. Lu Jing took the loot taken out from the copies and one by one. He found the corresponding diagrams on the internet. The most valuable of these is the red-blooded knife. Only every million red-eyed rabbits had a chance of popping out a red-blooded blade. Things are expensive because they are rare. That's why this stuff is expensive and there are a lot of people who want to collect it. The red-blooded knife has two special features. 1. No magic. It is suitable for all professions. That was why Lu Jing, who had no magic power, could also use it. 2. There is no special carryover. All of the Awaken's equipment can be summoned from thin air, with the exception of some special equipment. The red-blooded knife falls into this category. As for the characteristics of the red blood blade, it increases damage and is exceptionally sharp. Other than that, there is no other characteristic. Lu Jing looked at the red-blooded blade in his hand, which could temporarily be used as his weapon in battle. As for the other items, he couldn't use any of them at all except for the snake bone string, because the rest of the stuff needs to be awakened to work. A snake bone string that increases the holder's physical attributes. It's not a big increase, but it can have an effect on non-awakened people as well. Just like that, Lu Jing obtained two treasures, the snake bone strings and the red blood sword. Lu Jing sealed the rest of the things in boxes. Prepare to show your results to the silver-haired old man when you next see him again. Lu Jing, your courier has arrived. Oh. Lu Shui looked at the two big guys that Lu Jing had purchased online and asked curiously, what is it? Sandbags, N.A. You'd better not know. Lu Jing said meaningfully. Lu Shui gave him a look. Then don't make any noise in the middle of the night. I've heard that things like this can make noise nowadays. You'd better connect your headphones. After all, your sister lives next door to you. Be considerate of your younger sister. Lu Jing, oh, can you think of something normal in your head? This is my tool for practicing with my sword. Oh, Lu Shui raised an eyebrow. Where did you get the money? Flowers. It took a while for Lu Jing to assemble all the two things, a sandbag and a stake. One is practicing boxing and at the same time working on one's chi. One then works on his knife skills. Lu Jing wrapped his arms around his chest and couldn't help but laugh. Lu Shui faintly said, so, are you being a douchebag again? What do you know? Lu Jing retorted. Lu Shui said, you are silently guarding the world. I know, you've said it tens of thousands of times. Get out, get out. Lu Jing furiously pushed Lu Shui out of his room, then began practicing on his own. He didn't know how to practice, so he searched the internet for instruction. Train up in style. Did it work? It might work a little bit, but overall it's not very useful. It's like a few year-olds who search the internet for martial arts instruction, then learned in style, thinking that he can already fight 10 people by himself, and practicing for a little while longer. I can't say that he can already become a martial arts master. Still a little kid. Actually, except he's convinced he's made it. Lu Jing is the best example today. Hey, ha, hee ha 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 ha. Lu Shui was listening to the sounds coming from Lu Jing's house from next door. How did brother get back to looking like this? The next day, as soon as Lu Jing arrived at the school, he was subjected to Ma Jianyu's forced questioning. What happened yesterday? You came out of the portal covered in blood. It scared me. What did you do? What did you do? You didn't even reply to my messages? Lu Jing smiled faintly. His hands on the table, the back of his hands on his chin, his eyes deep. There are some things you're better off not knowing. Ma Jianyu, oh, what the hell? Told you it's better if you don't know. Lu Jing shook his head. When Chuunibyou walked into the classroom, she also glanced at Lu Jing very strangely. How come some of the girls aren't wearing skirts today? Lu Jing suddenly realized the blind spot. Did you forget about the long run this afternoon? Lu Jing remembered. We have gym class this afternoon. Of course. For those awakened ones, gym class is more similar to a practical class, and for them non-awakened, gym class plays basketball and walks them around. When you compare the two, they are just like the oldest of the old. Ma Jianyu said, let's wait for the boss to treat us to dinner tonight. Which boss? Song Ziki chanting. He had wanted to take you to dinner, but he should have asked you separately one day, and today it's for the run. Ha? Lu Jing once again revealed a puzzled expression. Ma Jianyu explained, every time we run, the boss takes first place and treats us to dinner after taking first place. It's not just running, it's like exams, sparring matches and stuff like that. The boss buys everyone dinner whenever he wins. Yeah, I don't feel like I'm going to be able to eat today then. Why? Because I'm going to power up. Jianyu Ma. Ma Jianyu felt that Lu Jing was strange these days. It seemed like a different person. What to say? Fascinated confidence. The previous Lu Jing made Ma Jianyu feel a little transparent. The kind of marginal character. Average looking, introverted, afraid to talk to girls. That was why Ma Jianyu had always felt that Lu Jing could be his little follower. He himself, as a big brother, is obligated to bring this little follower along to enjoy his youth. So take him to karaoke and parties. But he didn't know when. But Lu Jing's temperament suddenly changed. That change is from the inside out, not faked. It's as if a person is bragging so much that he doesn't believe in himself anymore and is just being stubborn. And Lu Jing was very different. It was as if that kind of self-confidence was inherently self-contained, only that it had been hidden before, and now it was beginning to show. Plus, over the past few months, Lu Jing's size had jumped up quite a bit. Surprisingly, he was already vaguely taller than him, and was getting firmer by the minute. It was all noticeable through the slightly loose school uniform. In the afternoon, the long-distance running test. First up is the boys group. There's actually nothing suspenseful about the long-distance race. The all-time number one is Song Zek. Song Zeki was a warrior by profession. Plus he was strong. Even Zhang Qinjie, who was an assassin by profession, couldn't run away from him. Song Zeki was ready to launch, and his gaze glanced at Lu Shui, who stood not far from the group of girls. Song Zeki exhaled a breath and glanced at Lu Jing next to him again. Lu Jing, let's have dinner together tonight. Lu Jing waved his hand. The hand-waving is not a rejection, but you still have to practice, old boy. Chapter 30, 100% Integration. Caught shrimp households. As the starting gun sounded, Lu Jing suddenly leapt out of the starting line like an arrow out of a string. His legs lashed out and his arms swung in small increments. Swish! Lu Jing only felt the wind whistling in his ears as his speed increased. Each step is full of power and rhythm, as if it were one with the earth. His eyes were firm and focused, staring intently at the track ahead of him, with only one thought in his mind. Go above and beyond and sprint to the finish line. Why is Lu Jing suddenly running so fast? It's only a few seconds, and at this rate you'll run out of steam in a while. Tian Shiran grunted. Everyone also knew in their hearts that Lu Jing was neither an awakened. Use all your strength in the opening round, and you're sure to be left at the end of the line later. Lu Shui's face was calm, as if she didn't care at all. It was also just Lin Mo who was there shouting, "Boss, go for it. Boss is the best." The boss she was talking about was naturally Lu Jing. Lu Jing wouldn't let her call the captain. She then changed her name to Boss, being able to cheer on a boy in front of a large crowd at the playground with no fear. This Lin Mo was bold, and many people said that Lin Mo was fond of Lu Jing. After all, Lin Mo didn't even hide her admiration for Lu Jing in school. It was also unknown what exactly she worshipped Lu Jing for. Obviously with Lin Mo's looks, there were quite a few boys who pursued her. It didn't even matter that she was non-awakened, but Lin Mo had only one attitude towards the others. Cold. That's right, don't look at her being so enthusiastic about Lu Jing. For others, it's always a rejection. Even now, there wasn't even a single friend who would eat with her at lunch. Became a veritable anomaly in the class. If she hadn't been really pretty, she probably would have been classified as a fringe type. Tian Shiran wore a pair of shorts and a ponytail. She glanced at Chuunibyou and then at Lu Shui. In the past, the only one who could fight with himself for speed was Chuunibyou. But now, there was another Lu Shui. Although Lu Shui was a mage, she was a devotee of the wind, the ability to harness the power of the wind. Boss, boss. Just then, Lin Mo's loud shout interrupted Tian Shiran's thoughts. Tian Shiran frowned and glanced at Lin Mo unhappily. You can't even catch up with Song Zeki with all the shouting you're doing. Your boss. Who knew that Lin Mo didn't care about her at all? Tian Shiran's gaze turned back to the playground. It was then that she realized that Lu Jing and Song Zeki were rushing side by side. So soon Song Zek is one lap behind? Or 2 laps? But soon, Tian Shiran realized something was wrong. Because at this time, Song Zeki and Lu Jing's speeds were surprisingly comparable. What's going on? Chuunibyou slightly opened her mouth. Did Lu Jing run that fast? I remember seeing him running in the playground a lot before. Then it's impossible to run neck and neck with Song Zek. I guess Song Zek hasn't gotten his strength up yet. Song Zeki looked at Lu Jing, who was on the side, with his afterimage in surprise. The first time the one who followed him wasn't Chang Qinchai, but a non-awakened person. Song Zeki was stunned in his heart. The Zhang Qinji who followed the duo was even more puzzled. Where did this kid come from? Originally, they all thought that Lu Jing would be lucky to last half a lap, but it's 2 laps now. These days, it was true that quite a few students had seen Lu Jing working out like crazy, even holding down the grip during class. Is this the result of a workout? Not bad at all. Finally, Song Zeki sensed that Lu Jing's breathing was a bit disorganized. Song Zeki couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. Still non-awakened in the end. Even after practicing for a long time, they were far inferior to awakened people in terms of physical ability. Song Zek turned his head and flashed a smile. Sorry about that, I'll go first. He was just about to speed up, but suddenly saw Lu Jing flashing a smile at him as well. Nice. Thanks for running with me through this part. But, I'm going to speed up next then. Ha? Song Ziki, confused face? Lu Jing suddenly changed his gesture, placing his hands behind his back and his body forward. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Come on. Oh twisted reality. Territ Space, the god of speed blooms behind me. You're not so bad my friend. You've had a lot of fun with you. It's just that human dignity is the same as human life and must be guarded well. Lu Jing accelerated steeply like an arrow off the string. In his eyes, it was as if the nearby scenery had turned into an illusory shadow. Before the finish line, the crowd saw only one person who looked exactly like a million horses galloping toward the finish line. Life is like a 10,000 meter run. If someone is judging you, then you need to run faster. Like the wind. A little farther. So much so, that those raucous voices will be so far behind you, you won't be able to hear them. Lu Jing, at this moment, suddenly felt that all his persistence for more than 10 years was no joke. It is because of his persistence that he is who he is today. Song Zek let out a low roar. How could he be surpassed by a non-awakened? Absolutely not. Sonzeki explodes with magic on the feet. Warrior skill, muscle strengthening. He also accelerated steeply. The body strengthening brought about by the warrior profession was not comparable to that of a non-awakened person. That was fast. Someone couldn't stop exclaiming. Almost in the blink of an eye, Song Ziki had regained the distance between him and Lu Jing. Lu Jing felt the footsteps behind him and smiled slightly. You're great. Just trying to beat me. I mean you have to practice again. Lu Jing suddenly turned back. The corner of his mouth hooked up. Song Ziki froze. He didn't expect Lu Jing to turn back at this time, because turning back at this point would obviously reduce speed. Song Ziki sensed the slight disdain in Lu Jing's eyes, but that wasn't looking down on himself. Song Zek was sure of it, because that look is looking down on everyone. Song Ziki clenched his teeth. I'd like to see what you can do. Lu Jing's speed gradually slowed down as Song Ziki passed him. Song Ziki gave a disdainful smile, clearly uptight as well. Lu Jing's lips murmured, something for nothing, 100% fusion, 12x gain. Ha! Before Song Ziki had time to react, he heard a loud bang in his ears. Boom dash! The sound was deafening, as if the whole world was trembling. In the blink of an eye, Lu Jing had already sprinted across the finish line like an instant. Song Ziki's eyes widened in disbelief at what was happening in front of him. Grandma drops. There is a hang-up. Lu Jing won first place. For the first time, Song Zek's domination of the long-distance field was ended. Without waiting for the crowd to ask more questions, Lu Jing had already left in style after reporting the results. Even Lu Jing didn't feel much tired, thinking in his heart, it's just amazing what this serum can do, plus this gifted potential of his own, which the silver-haired old man himself has admitted, and confident slogans. What's wrong with great things? Ah ha ha. Lu Jing held his forehead and laughed. Light is me and darkness is me. The crowd behind him, winky face. The only one who was excited was Lin Mo, who had tears in her eyes. Chapter 31, 1996 Workers. Lu Jing felt that the class was looking at him differently. It was within his expectations. Lu Jing used his hand to lean on his head and cast his eyes out of the window, leaving the crowd with only a side face. Gentle laughter. Boss boss. Lin Mo's excited voice rang out and she couldn't help but pounce. Lu Jing pushed her away. Go away. Don't interfere with me being handsome alone. Boss, you're handsome. Lu Jing tried to suppress the corners of his mouth. Song Ziki walked in and looked at Lu Jing with somewhat complicated eyes. Just after the bell rang, Ma Jianyu told Lu Jing that Song Ziki wanted to invite him to dinner. Invite me alone? Ma Jianyu nodded. Lu Jing said, just because I ran and beat him, it's not so bad, is it? I have things to do. If it was normal Lu Jing would have gone. After all, there was a free meal. But now, Lu Jing must try to complete the mission. How else to explain to the silver-haired old man about the missing tactical suitcase? Lu Jing spoke to Lu Shui and hurriedly left the school. Lu Shui frowned slightly and looked at Lu Jing's back as he left. Jingle bells. The crisp and pleasant sound of the bell rings through the campus with a lingering sound. The students packed their bags and walked out of the classroom. Some students traveled in groups of 3 or 5, laughing all the way. Some of the girls wore beautiful dresses with hemlines that swayed in the wind and attracted a lot of attention. There were teenagers riding their bicycles, whizzing by like a swift wind, leaving behind dashing backs. Residents, on the other hand, sat leisurely on the playground, sipping sodas, enjoying the sunset rays falling over their shoulders, and having a good time. And in the battle room, there were still some people who were trying to cultivate. Their sweat soaked through their clothes, but they still persisted, as if this is what youth should be like. Somewhere among the copies, rumble dash. Lu Jing held the red knife in his backhand, his eyes glaring, and in front of him was a black three-eyed wolf. Grass. How could I meet a three-eyed black wolf? This kind of black wolf is only encountered once in 10,000 times. The lead mage was indignant. In all the years they had been playing duplicates, they had never met an accident, though not as strong, socially awakened people like them who had no support from the state and no family. One can only rely on this cautious nature and work little by little to become stronger. But just today, they met with an accident. The original black wolf turned into a three-eyed black wolf, and its battle power directly tripled, beat them senseless. In the end, it was surprising that even the non-awakened people in the group who were helping with the luggage had stepped in. This non-awakened person, isn't it a bit strong? At that moment, the companion beside him suddenly said. The captain mage also reacted, looking at the teenager's figure in surprise. So fast. Lu Jing was in mid-air, completely without a point of gravity and unable to dodge. Instead, the three-eyed black wolf had pounced on him ferociously, opening its bloody mouth and revealing its sharp fangs, ready to tear him to pieces. Priest, add status. The captain mage shouted. Can't add it. He's non-awakened. The priest yelled back. He had tried just now, but he couldn't add any status to Lu Jing at all. At this time, the assassin in the group tried to come forward, but he was too slow with his injuries to make it in time. However, just in the nick of time, Lu Jing suddenly displayed amazing agility and reaction speed. He accomplished a magnificent turning maneuver in the air in an unbelievable way. The turn was as graceful as a dance, but carried an air of deadly danger. The long red blade he held tightly in his hand flashed with a hauntingly cold light. As he turned around, he accurately stabbed into the three-eyed black wolf's body. With a puff, the blade deeply penetrated into the three-eyed black wolf's body. Bright red blood instantly spurted out, splattering the air around them. The three-eyed black wolf let out a pain howl. Its eyes filled with shock and despair. Both sides crossed paths, each feeling the killing intent emanating from the other. Lu Jing's face was stained with the blood of the three-eyed black wolf, and his eyes were cold and determined. The three-eyed black wolf, on the other hand, collapsed on the ground, twitching as the life gradually drained from its body. The result of this life and death contest shocked everyone. They witnessed the teenager, who was a non-awakened, complete such a difficult and magnificent turn in the air, as well as a precise slash that successfully decapitated the three-eyed black wolf. Lu Jing handsomely withdrew his sword and turned around. Nothing is meaningless in the face of overwhelming force. Feel the pain, understand the pain. Captain, who is this? Where would I know to go? After leaving through the portal, Lu Jing took his share of the loot. Originally, he had no loot. However, after seeing his strength, the team members automatically split the loot. 6 of them and 40% for Lu Jing alone. Lu Jing didn't refuse, and he was about to leave. But he was suddenly stopped by the mage called Piggyback, because he had a piggy-like mask on his head. It should be some kind of outfit. The Great God, the Great Spirit? Me? Lu Jing turned his head. Great God, interested in playing Ben together? Inuyasha asked cautiously. Lu Jing hesitated for a moment and nodded. Yes, he agreed. Single copies would have been hard to find. Most teams don't choose to have non-awakened people and have to spend time talking to each other. It's nice to have a few teammates along for the ride. And a couple of the Porky Pig guys are not bad. I'll find a portal nearby. Lu Jing said. Ha! When these words came out, several people all froze. They just finished entering one portal and immediately after that they have to enter another? What about playing 996? What Lu Jing thought of as entering a portal was to finish entering one and then immediately go to the next one. After all, he had to go to school during the day, and he didn't have much time in the first place. You can't get home too late at night yet, and the silver-haired old man will contact himself at any time. So get a hold of yourself and complete the portal quest in a short period of time. But for these awakened ones, the basic principle is to enter the portal once every 3 days. Some days, it's even once a week before you get in. A few people looked at me and I looked at you and looked at each other. Captain Inuyasha wanted to say something. Murphy, do the best of the best play like this? With this doubt, no one raised an objection. After all, Lu Jing had already revealed his strength just now. And the three-eyed black wolf belonged to the category of being a rare-type demon. Trophy value is high. There's a 4-person portal nearby. Is that okay? Lu Jing looked up. The 3 nodded in unison. In unison. Yes. Chapter 32, The Zombie Crisis. Captain, judging from that walking posture, it's definitely a top-notch powerhouse, the big-faced cat said to Porky Pig. Inuyasha nodded approvingly. Lu Jing put his hands in his pockets and didn't look at the road. A non-awakened person so. First time I've seen it in my life. Gee, have we met some national-level agent. Look at this. Hey, he's still bleeding from his back? Is it okay? I've seen the bones. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Can't you feel the pain? Listening to the bragging behind him, the corner of Lu Jing's mouth twitched slightly. His back was on fire with pain, having just been scratched by the three-eyed wolf. Ouch! It hurts like a son of a. Can you see the bones? Lu Jing felt like he had to draw a breath of cold air with every step he took now. It was only because he didn't want to show an expression of decline to the extreme that he forced himself to hold back and tense his face to play it cool. After all, handsome is for life. Why don't we just go back today? It hurts. But at this juncture, how can one speak up? When the four of them arrived at the portal, they found that there was already another team in front of the portal. As a rule, whoever arrives first, the portal is whoever it is. Late? Inuyasha didn't mind too much. After all, there were plenty of portals like this one. At that moment, one of the men in that group turned his head. Yo, long time no see. Inuyasha recognized the man as someone from the Long Blue Union. Inuyasha was about to leave with a salty snort to find the next portal. Who would have thought that Li Chaoxian from the Long Blue Labor Union suddenly said, "It's a twin portal." The so-called twin portal existed with two entrances that were as closely connected as twins. The worlds entered through these two entrances contained the exact same demons. Whether in appearance, ability or behavioral habits, they are all the same, like a reflection in a mirror. It's just that this kind of dual-life portal is extremely hard to meet. The three Inuyashas couldn't help but sigh. It was really strange today. First they met the three-eyed black wolf, and the odds of 1 in a million had gotten to them. And then now it meets the twin portal. Twin life portal. Li Chaoxian said, "It's a rare encounter. What's the bet?" "What's the bet?" Inuyasha asked. "The usual, half the loot." Inuyasha sniffled and didn't reply immediately, but instead turned his gaze to Lu Jing. They couldn't say they had a grudge against the Long Blue Union, but they did have a bit of friction. Earlier in the year, there were quite a few bets. It's all about losing more than winning. At this time, Li Chaoxian also noticed Lu Jing and was surprised. "A non-awakened? You're bringing a non-awakened?" The big-faced cat couldn't help but straighten his back and said, "Speak politely. What's wrong with non-awakened? Our team will dump you as usual." "Blow it, then compare." Big-faced cat and Piggyman were confident, recognizing that Lu Jing, who was in their group, was a 1 in a million expert, and the other person was a non-awakened person, which was extremely confusing. Let no one else know about his bullpen. Lu Jing at this time, pain. It hurts. Feel the pain. Know the pain. Understand the pain. Li Chaoxian noticed that a few people were a bit lousy and said suspiciously, "You guys just finished participating in the replica?" Inuyasha said smugly, "That's right, but you don't have to care." Li Chaoxian laughed and wondered where the other party got his confidence. "Alright then, it's a deal. If you lose at that time, don't take this matter out. A man's a man's spit." Porky Pig and Li Chaoxian high-five each other. With that, Piggyback looked at Lu Jing expectantly. After all, he could be so confident all because of Lu Jing. All Lu Jing had in his head was pain. He really wanted his cell phone to ring now, even if it was an alarm clock. Then, one can pretend to have something to turn one's head and walk away. Great God, the wound on your back. At this time, the female priest in the team, Ah Liao, said, "Great God, the wound on your back is bleeding black blood. It seems to be poisoned." "Poisoned? That three-eyed black wolf is poisonous?" Gentle laughter. "It's not in the way." Lu Jing gritted his teeth and said, "Go in." With that, Lu Jing took the lead and entered the middle of the portal. Li Chaoxian and the others from the Long Blue Labor Union looked at this scene with strange faces. Why does it feel like this non-awakened person is the captain? The portal slowly disappeared behind it, and a long carriage came into view. The train is moving at high speed. A few people froze. Don't say path. It was the big-faced cat, Porky Pig, and Smiley who had barely seen this scene. E-level copy of the scene, basically the forest, caves. It's rare to see something with modern technology, and if it shows up, that means this copy will be extraordinary. Some people used to say that the stronger the modern technology in the replica means the replica is more difficult. Although this conclusion has since been debunked, because soon someone found an S-rank copy of Medieval. But to a certain extent, the stronger the technology, the higher the probability of meeting a difficult copy will be. What's going on? Isn't this an E-rated copy? The big-faced cat panicked a bit. Mind you, they're not in much better shape at this point. The subway in front of them was not the slightest bit different from the subway they usually rode, and even the people inside were like people in the real world. Exactly the same. A prompt message appeared in front of everyone's eyes. "Welcome to Kunchi City. In 5 minutes, the zombie crisis will break out. Please protect your life without leaving the subway. Note, in the absence of magic resistance, be careful not to get wounds from zombies. Zombie attacks drain magic resistance until it's completely gone. Antidotes and various remedies to remove negative effects that can heal wounds left by zombies. Antidote hidden in compartment. Hint, fatty rice is blooming. Funny snacks that kids love. Please pass all. All clear." The four men looked at each other. This also means that once one of them dies, then the remaining three will automatically be considered to have failed the break-in. Grass. What kind of crap is this? And this rule? The big-faced cat said angrily. Porky Pig was still sort of calm and collected himself. After all, it's just an E-ranked copy. With this kind of condition, then there will be a corresponding mechanism. The difficulty of this level definitely won't be too great. Hearing him say that, the remaining three thought deeply. The whole compartment isn't full of walkers, is it? Laughs. Lu Jing said at this time, let's run towards the end of the carriages, drive all the people inside out, and occupy the last carriage. So we only need to guard one door, and the pressure will be reduced a lot. Hearing Lu Jing's words, all three of them agreed without hesitation. There wasn't much time, so the four of them pushed their way through the crowd in front of them and made a mad dash for the other compartment. A chorus of curses rang out. Chapter 33 Unexpected Developments. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. The four of them pushed through the crowd of people in their way. Inside the wagon, the four ran wildly. A chorus of curses rang out as the others were knocked off their feet. Grass. Die you guys. Ah. What for? Are these people really NPCs? Look at the faces of these people, and the changes in their demeanor. Exactly like people in the real world. Lu Jing couldn't help but frown. What kind of strange contraption was this copy world? Only the thought passed by in a flash, and now was really not the time to think about that. Drip drip drip. It seemed to be the sound of clocks turning, urging them to move faster. Makes it even more nerve-wracking. Asterisk 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 off. Go away. Get out of the way. The wagon of four was in the very center, and it took a real effort to run to the end. The distance wasn't long, but the compartment was full of people. It was hard to get to the last carriage. According to Lu Jing's idea, they had to drive all the NPCs in the compartment to another compartment. Since there was no way of knowing which of them would turn into a walker, it would be a lot easier for them to just hold the last carriage. Porky Pig summons his weapon. His profession is an archer, and Porky Pig shoots an arrow. The arrow carried special magic and emitted sound waves. A shocked crowd covered their ears. Get the outta here! Get out of here! All of you! Inuyasha yelled. The crowd froze and looked at Inuyasha. Amazed, angry, confused. Porky Pig bends his bow and this arrow hits a man in the leg. Get out! Ah! Screams and shrieks rang out at the same time, and the crowd began to run for the front carriages in droves. Porky Pig, bow and arrow in hand, urged, get out! Get out of here! The big-faced cat waved one hand. Hunter's Clip. He is a hunter by profession specializing in tracking and setting traps. Hunter's Clip belongs to as a basic skill for hunters now. The big-faced cat throws another paralyzing plant. Time 2. It's too late. Smiley then walked over and pushed hard against the crowd behind him. Lu Jing sucked in a breath of cool air, and his back was still on fire. However, at this point it doesn't matter. A zombie? Life Crisis. The Walking Dead. Fading Light. Dead Island. Lu Jing recalled a classic movie in-game. Finally only the four of them were left in the last compartment, and the rest of the people were thrown out. At this time, Smiley suddenly changed his face. It was then that she noticed that the doors of the compartment all opened and closed automatically. It opens automatically whenever it detects someone passing by. It doesn't hinder the walkers at all. It's what to do. The big-faced cat comforted. It's fine. I'll set a layer of frost traps. Anytime a walker passes it's frozen. Hunter clamped, paralyzed, frozen. This way the walkers in the front are immobilized and the ones in the back will have a hard time rushing over. There is a lack of fighters on this team, and Porky Pig is an archer. The big-faced cat is a hunter and is not good at head-to-head combat. Smiley is the pastor. As for Lu Jing, his weapon was only a red knife, plus he was agile, more like assassins, and when facing a zombie, it's clear that a warrior in armor has more of an advantage, or a mage with a large kill range. A warrior holds the fort, the mage outputs as much as he can behind him, and the priest returns the magic. That's the best match. And now they are the opposite. How many walkers will there be? Smiley asked cautiously as he swallowed a mouthful of spit. God knows. Did the rule say how much time we were allowed to hold out? The big-faced cat suddenly found a blind spot. Inuyasha shook his head. No, it just said that in 5 minutes someone would turn into a zombie and let us all pass. Grandma, when did E-ranked copies become so difficult? The rule wouldn't be for us to kill all the zombies, right? Lu Jing said in a deep voice. Then the best way is not to defend, but to nip the zombies in the bud while they haven't infected anyone else in the compartment. The big-faced cat said. The point is, the wagon is so long, who knows who's going to turn into a zombie? Lu Jing crouched down in agony. The pain in his back could no longer be contained. Inuyasha looked at him and said anxiously, Are you okay? He could also see now that Lu Jing had been injured by the three-eyed black wolf. Not only is it hurt, but it's poisoned. His own group seemed to be fooled by him. No. At this time, Lu Jing suddenly said, "What's wrong? The rules are wrong. It's not the people in the compartment that turn into zombies. It's us." Ha! Inuyasha was shocked by that. "What do you mean?" Lu Jing snapped his head up and looked at Porky Pig. Inuyasha was startled by the look in his eyes. Lu Jing lunged at Porky Pig. "You! What are you doing?" Inuyasha backed up, but Lu Jing was too fast. However, his target was not Porky Pig. Lu Jing held down the big-faced cat behind Porky Pig with one hand. Inuyasha turned around in fear and looked at his companion in horror. The big-faced cat's eyes were seen to be dull and lifeless, staring vacantly ahead as if it had lost its soul. Its mouth was wide open, forming a large O shape, with a trace of crystallized saliva hanging from the corner of its mouth. As time passed, a large amount of saliva began to flow out of its mouth in a steady stream, dripping onto the ground and forming a small puddle. The look was a creepy mirror image of the zombies in the movie. An oozing growl escaped his lips. Inuyasha looked at Smiley again. Smiley was exactly like the big-faced cat at the moment, as if he was undergoing some kind of mutation. Only Smiley, being a priest with strong resistance, still had a trace of consciousness left. Save me, I feel so weird. Smiley, wah. Inuyasha was completely dumbfounded. As a socially awakened person who wandered through E-rank copies, when had he ever seen such a scene? At the critical moment, Lu Jing's shout woke him up. "Stop gawking." Lu Jing pounced on the big-faced cat with a smooth swing. Inuyasha reacted by bending his bow and arrow, a complimentary shot to the leg of the cat in the face. The arrow carried an electric current, and the big-faced cat shuddered. What the hell is going on here? Inuyasha was completely at a loss as to why they, being awakened, had turned into zombies. Lu Jing quickly explained. "Remember the last two sentences of the rules. Long forgotten?" Inuyasha said with a straight face. "The rules tell us that there is an antidote hidden in the compartment, but why would we know that we must be infected? It's not like it says what the conditions are for a successful break-in. Just a word. Full clearance please. So the ones who turned into zombies are the companions among us, and we need to use the antidote to turn them back into humans in order to pass the level." Grass. Inuyasha cursed. Chapter 34, The Real Monster. "Great God!" Inuyasha shouted. "What now? Where's the antidote?" Lu Jing had two big heads. "You are really not willing to move your brain at all." "Hints for the antidote," Fatty Neil blossomed. "Amusing treats kids love." "What does that mean?" Lu Jing said. "Popcorn." "Popcorn? The antidote is popcorn?" Inuyasha asked. Lu Jing wanted to slap the other party. "Take your head out of your heels and think again. Whose antidote can be popcorn?" Lu Jing thought for a moment. "The only food in the train is in the dining car. This hint should be telling us that the antidote is in the dining car. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Cow pen." Inuyasha gave a thumbs up. "You try to contain them both. I'll get the antidote," Lu Jing said and ran towards the other compartment. "Yes." Porky Pig balked. Another arrow shot out. Smile is easy to control. She's a priest, not much of a fighter. The tricky part is the big-faced cat who is a hunter. As an archer himself, he was already afraid of being attacked by others in close quarters. Plus the carriage was small. Lu Jing walked to the carriage when he suddenly stopped and he suddenly remembered that the place where the two carriages joined had been pre-trapped by the big-faced cat. I don't know if this is considered a cocoon. Just as Lu Jing was thinking about how to get through the trap, the scene in front of him suddenly stunned him. The dark crowd turned their heads to look at themselves at the same time. Lu Jing suddenly had a bad feeling. The next moment, it came true. "Why don't you?" Porky Pig was about to urge Lu Jing to find the antidote quickly when he turned around and his whole body was dumbfounded. Only the crowd in the other compartment was staring at them with dead eyes. Immediately afterward, the men began to move their feet in a neat, step-by-step procession towards them. With every step, a low roar would come out of their mouths, and the sound was as creepy as a call from hell. They seemed to have all turned into zombies. Inuyasha paled. Is this as hard as an E-rated side quest should be? Does that make sense? The companions turn into zombies, followed by all but the two remaining awakened. All the people in the compartment turned into zombies. Dead. Inuyasha said in despair. There is no worse situation than this. Lu Jing held the red knife. A man once told me to never say give up. Disasters always come one after the other. That's just the way the world works. Do you think that if you cry out for help, a hero will fall from the sky and come to your rescue? Big mistake. The only person we can rely on is ourselves. Ever. If I die, it will only mean that I am but a man of such a degree. There's been a change of plan. Let's go find the antidote as soon as we're done and lure both the big-faced cat and Smiley over there. Piggyback looked at Lu Jing's back in shock. Good. So handsome. It's that time of year. And you can still say that. Porky Pig has been re-energized. As the zombie enters the carriage, it instantly triggers the mechanism left by the big-faced cat. Paralysis. The zombie's body froze. Lu Jing saw the right moment. His figure jumped up, and his right foot accurately stepped on the head of a zombie. Then, Lu Jing skillfully used the head of the zombie under his feet as a support point. The body jumped as lightly as a bird of prey and ran forward quickly. In the process, a few zombies tried to reach out and grab Lu Jing. However, he reacted quickly, and the light of the knife in his hand flashed, instantly cutting off those hands that reached out, not giving the zombies any chance at all. Afterward, Lu Jing jumped and landed steadily on the railing above the train, looking down at the crowded walkers below. This moment, surprisingly, Lu Jing felt a strong surge of excitement and exhilaration, and his adrenaline hormones rose sharply. This feeling is really marvelous. Compared to other demons, the feelings they brought to Lu Jing were completely different. It's like playing a game where you can easily defeat bosses that are huge and powerful, but without any pressure or tension. However, when playing survival games, an inexplicable fear welled up in one's heart when seeing that dense swarm of zombies, and it would give one a thrill. It's because these walkers are closer to humans and will resonate more with people. Lu Jing stepped on the last zombie's head and came to the other compartment. Luckily, these zombies were not very strong. Even though they've turned into zombies, their bodies are still ordinary people in the end. At best, they are not afraid of pain, and if they cut off their heads, or their legs, they will lose their fighting ability as usual. Lu Jing was about to do as he had done, but who would have thought that he had just leapt up? A dark shadow suddenly flashed by. Look out! Inuyasha shouted. Lu Jing was startled, and in the blink of an eye the black shadow had wrapped around his ankle, fixed his eyes on a head, a zombie's head, her neck stretched out like a rubber man. Without being able to be shocked, Lu Jing's hand rose and fell. The zombie's head hit the ground. Lu Jing landed on the railing again and looked down. Goosebumps rose, only to see that a zombie was rapidly mutating. Their bodies began to twist and distort as if they were being manipulated by a mysterious force. Some of the zombies became so huge in size that they were like a moving mountain. Some of the zombies' hair quickly spread out and fell down like a waterfall, covering their entire body and making it impossible to see their faces. There were also zombies whose muscles all over their bodies swelled up as if they had been injected with countless air, hard as iron and full of power. What's more, a pair of huge wings grew out of their backs, stirring up gusts of strong winds. These mutated zombies, whose strength had been greatly enhanced, were obviously more difficult to deal with than ordinary zombies. Inuyasha's footing was so weak that he almost didn't fall. He was on the verge of tears. Is this really an E-rank copy? Lu Jing. Cool. So handsome. He looked at the red knife in his hand and took a deep breath, facing the countless zombies in front of him. Come on. With that, he leapt forward. Leap of faith. It was no longer realistic at this point to think about how to get through the compartment without injury. There's only one way to kill it. If I am weak, then destroy me. Otherwise, I will make you perish. Lu Jing hooked up the corner of his mouth. But apparently, the many walkers couldn't understand what he was saying at the moment. Boom! Lu Jing rushed into the group of zombies. Inuyasha stood back and froze. He's a monster, isn't he? This group of zombies were not monsters. The real monster was definitely Lu Jing. Obviously, he had just seen him looking like he was about to hold on because of his back injury. Now armed with a knife, he charged into the herd of walkers. In this scene, even a shield warrior wearing armor with its defense pulled to full strength would not dare to do so. I'm afraid. However, Lu Jing. Chapter 35, he's practically Superman. Swish swish swish. A broken arm and hand fell from the air, and a head the size of a leather ball rolled on the ground. These zombies couldn't feel pain, but once their heads were cut off, they lost their ability to fight. Lu Jing suddenly rolled over and jumped up again. Countless feathered arrows rained down like a shower of arrows on the place where he had just been, and the zombie that had evolved wings had successfully completed the evolution of both wings by now. It spread its wings and let out a mournful howl. Ow dash! Lu Jing bit the red knife in his mouth, grabbed a zombie's ankle with each hand, and threw them out. Boom! With that, he quickly charged towards the birdwalker. Porky Pig dodged 2 arrows in a row by this birdwalker. That was fast. I wonder if you can catch this arrow. Meteor shower. This move has a lot of range, and Birdman closes his wings. The rain of arrows all landed on its wings. The Birdman's body lurched in the air. This momentary pause prevented it from moving on. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Jing leapt up without hesitation, and the red knife in his hand stabbed at the Birdman with a stern aura. The Birdman's reaction was extremely fast, but due to the pause earlier, it was too late to dodge Lu Jing's attack, only to see Lu Jing's red blade stab straight into the Birdman's chest, splattering a patch of blood. The Birdman let out a mournful scream. Ow! The birdman's vitality was extremely strong, fluttering his wings and tangling with Lu Jing. Lu Jing gives his opponent a head kick. Boom! Then he drew his red knife, and this time plunged it into the middle of his opponent's throat. Lu Jing tugged the birdman down to the ground with him. A multitude of zombies surrounded him. Lu Jing dodged left and right, and the red knife in his hand flashed with a cold light. Woj. He's practically a Superman. Inuyasha felt that no one would believe Lu Jing when he said he was a non-awakened person with this physique. Change of plans. Lu Jing looked back. Realizing that the zombies were attracted to themselves, they instead left Porky Pig alone. Wait here. I'll get the medicine. Porky Pig is an archer and is not good at melee fighting. Follow yourself and be in danger instead. Porky Pig was doing everything Lu Jing said at the moment and was busy nodding his head. I know. Hunter skill, eagle eye activated. Inuyasha's eyes glowed with a strange light. In the confusion of the party, he had forgotten that he had this skill. It's called the more you panic, the more you mess up. Inuyasha thought. False mastery with a bunch of skills. But in a moment of crisis, everything is forgotten. A true master has only one red knife, but can use it to the extreme. The dining car is in compartment 8. Car 8? Lu Jing raised his head and glanced at the compartment they were in. Number 10. Then, without hesitation, he rushed into the next compartment. Just the walkers in there. Be careful. Inuyasha hastened to warn. The walkers in the next two compartments have completed their full evolution, obviously becoming more powerful. This is an E-rated copy, right? Inuyasha cursed. He decided that if he could make it back alive this time, he would retire himself. The world of replicas is so elusive. The carriage door slowly closed behind Lu Jing. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lu Jing was not surprised. The further the zombies changed, the more deranged they became. Some of them are no longer recognizable as people at all. Lu Jing lifted his head and pulled the corner of his mouth. As long as something is alive, even if it's a god, I'll kill it for you. Most of the zombies were attracted to Lu Jing. It was as if he came with taunting skills on him. Porky Pig took care of the fallen zombies and turned back to pester his two companions, Big Face Cat and Smiley, who had arrived late. Derogation, blight. Inuyasha felt heavy-footed. Priest Smiley waved his hand and cast magic. Day. Walkers can still use magic. Inuyasha felt a headache. The big-faced cat throws two green balls. Porky Pig knows the trick. It's a trap for the big-faced cat. Rush a slide shovel. The moment the green ball hit the ground, it grew two huge vines that wrapped around towards Piggly Wiggly. Whoosh! Inuyasha dodged two arrows in a row as he dodged. The big-faced cat and Smiley didn't dodge, letting the flying arrows shoot at their legs. Inuyasha scared. Dare I say it's not your bodies, it really doesn't hurt. Ow dash! The big-faced cat swung his hooked claws at Porky Pig. Inuyasha landed an arrow and swung his bow against the dog's claws. Day! Big-faced cat. You weren't this strong before? How come you can fight so well after turning into a zombie? Inuyasha grumbled as he tangled with the big-faced cat. Smiley chanted an incantation and was energizing the big-faced cat. Inuyasha turned to distance himself slightly from the big-faced cat and raised his hand for an arrow. The big-faced cat swings his head to avoid it. Not hitting you. Inuyasha laughed. Puffing. Once again, the arrow hit Smiley's other leg. The zombie-turned Smiley still didn't care. Just as Inuyasha snapped his fingers softly, enchant * frost, an icy aura instantly filled the air from the arrow. However, in a breath, Zhao's body looked like it was wrapped in a transparent ice shell, unable to move. I'd say I'm the strongest on the team. Porky Pig grabs the big-faced cat by the collar and throws him off. The big-faced cat hooked his legs around his neck. Inuyasha's head hit the ground with a clunk. The big-faced cat swung its hooked claws. Inuyasha's forehead was slashed open in a bloody gash. Inuyasha sucked in a breath of cold air, though he should have been more thankful that the big-faced cat had used a hooked claw and not a walker's claw. Scissor twist. Porky Pig, not caring about his wounds, rushes to lock in a big-faced cat. You taught me that trick. Porky Pig kicks away from the big-faced cat and does a swallow flip to pick up the bow and arrow that fell to the ground. The big-faced cat swung his hooked paw just a step away from him, and the bow was almost on the face of the big-faced cat. This arrow shot will go straight through the head. If the big-faced cat dies, the quest automatically fails. However, in this case there seems to be no time to think that much. Hook Claw was one step away from slicing off Porky Pig's head. As a vulnerable archer, Piggyback certainly doesn't have much in the way of defense. The only priest, Smiley, has also been turned into a zombie. It's either you or me. So, Porky Pig subconsciously let go of his hand. Boom! The bowstring rattled with vigor. The flying arrow cut through the face of the big-faced cat. Just as the big-faced cat's hooked claws were about to chip away at Porky Pig's head, the hooklocks that flying arrow carried behind him wrapped around the big-faced cat just in time, carrying the big-faced cat backwards. It hit the edge of the wagon hard. The hook locks seemed to have a spirit, trapping the big-faced cat. Inuyasha exhaled loudly. Scared the hell out of me. Chapter 36 Infection. Inuyasha keeps control of his two companions, Big-Face Cat and Smiley, for the time being. Hurriedly, he used his eagle eyes to look at Lu Jing's side. Lu Jing's situation is not optimistic. Inside the carriage, a zombie full of muscles grabbed Lu Jing. The only weapon, the red knife, fell to the ground as the zombies continued to rush around them. Lu Jing didn't break free much. The zombie in front of him was almost about to break through the roof of the car, covered in explosive muscles. One hand cupped Lu Jing's body. Click click click. Explosive rattles came from all the bones in his body, which seemed to be rapidly being crushed. And there were even more wounds left by many zombies on Lu Jing's body. According to the rules, he's about to turn into a zombie. 2. He was crushed to the bone and thrown to the ground again by the muscle walker. Numerous zombies surrounded him like crazy, pulling at his body. Lu Jing didn't give up easily. He reached out with all his might and tried to grab the red blade not far away. However, just as he was about to touch the hilt, a group of walkers tightened their grip on his arm. These zombies were incredibly strong, and they pulled hard on Lu Jing's arm as if they were trying to tear it from his body. In the next second, only a mournful scream could be heard. Lu Jing's arm was unexpectedly ripped off hard. Blood spurted out, staining the ground. Ah! Lu Jing screamed in agony, his eyes filled with despair and fear. Still, he refused to give up, struggling hard to reach the red knife, as if just having it would save your life. Knife, knife, he muttered, his voice growing fainter. The zombies helped layer him down like a stack. It's over. Seeing this scene, Inuyasha sat down on his butt in despair. One shouldn't hold one's breath. With so many zombies, even the hunters who could deal with a D-rank copy wouldn't be enough. Not to mention that they were just little chickens who could barely handle an E-rank copy. Even non-awakened people, no matter how powerful they were still just mortals after all. Knife, knife. Lu Jing's voice grew fainter and fainter. His own body was being torn apart by countless pairs of cold hands, every inch of it being mercilessly gnawed away. The creepy sound of chewing filled his ears, the crunching sound unnerving. They greedily devoured Lu Jing's flesh and blood, mercilessly stripping him of his life little by little. Lu Jing tried hard to resist, but he realized that there was nothing he could do. His body was completely out of control and he was at the mercy of the walkers. Knife, knife. A zombie grabbed Lu Jing's head, seemingly trying to pull the tasty contraption off. Puff dash. Knife. With this furious shout, the zombies stacked up like a Han were like a dynamite barrel that had been ignited, instantly bursting apart. Countless limbs, broken arms and broken flesh splashed out, coloring the entire carriage a scarlet red. Lu Jing's severed arm, on the other hand, was transformed into a two-sided blade that shone with a cold light, so sharp that it seemed to be able to slice through everything. The black substance quickly wrapped around Lu Jing's severed arm like a living thing infused with his body. Ah! Lu Jing let out a pained and furious roar, the sound resounding throughout the room and shaking people's ears. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he stared dead at the zombies that were still alive, as if he wanted to eat them alive. Inuyasha, who was watching the scene using eagle eye, was stunned, turned into a zombie. Lu Jing was obviously turning into a zombie and his body had mutated, exactly like those mutated walkers. Lu Jing's eyes were not right. The other zombies' eyes were hollow and lifeless. Lu Jing's eyes, on the other hand, were filled with anger. Kill! Lu Jing waved the sharp knife in his hand. The muscle zombie swung his huge muscular arm. Cold light flashed. A single slash easily severed the muscle walker's arm. The tip of the knife was laced with blood. Lu Jing suddenly rushed over. The sharp knife stabbed and slashed until the muscle walker was completely killed by him. Lu Jing hadn't forgotten the red knife that had fallen aside and picked it up with his hand. Knife! Knife! As Lu Jing picked up the red knife, the arm miraculously returned to its original form. The original broken arm also changed back into an arm. Lu Jing turned over the food cart. All kinds of snacks and drinks were scattered on the ground. 2 glass vials of potion tumbled to the floor. Antidote. Found it. Lu Jing picked up the antidote and held the red knife in one hand. With a low growl, he turned around and headed back for the kill. The zombies blocked the way. Lu Jing advanced against the zombie attacks. This time, his power was stronger. It was almost as if he had hacked and slashed his way out of the encirclement. By the time he rushed back to the last compartment, Porky Pig was dumbfounded by him. Because at this moment, Lu Jing was really killing his way out of the zombie horde. There's not a bit of skill, there's just power and speed. He had several walkers hanging from both arms. The teeth of these zombies bit deeply into Lu Jing's arm, and behind Lu Jing's back, there were countless zombies hanging from his legs, and they desperately wanted to tear Lu Jing into pieces. Follow! Lu Jing tossed the potion to Piggly Wiggly. Hurry! Lu Jing yelled. Inuyasha was sweating his brains out. He felt that Lu Jing needed the potion even more now. Come on. It's too late. There are only 2 antidotes. Lu Jing didn't seem to notice his state at all. All clear. Now. Woj. Inuyasha cursed and picked up the potion and turned to inject Big Face Cat and Smiley. Lu Jing, on the other hand, blocked the doorway of the carriage to stop the zombies that wanted to rush over. Porky Pig holds down the big-faced cat and delivers a shot to the neck of the big-faced cat. At that moment, Smiley let out a low growl, and the freezing that trapped her burst open. She quickly rushed over and strangled Inuyasha from behind. Porky Pig had just finished giving the antidote to the big-faced cat when Smiley yanked him by the neck. Paralyzed. Worst-case scenario was being infected yourself. In the nick of time, Porky Pig held out a finger. The treasure ring worn on your finger activates. Behind him, Smiley was unable to move at once. Inuyasha hurriedly zapped the antidote towards Smiley's thigh. As the potion was injected, the light gradually returned to the eyes of Smiley and the big-faced cat. Inuyasha, however, was not relieved. The rule is full clearance. There are only 2 antidotes. Now Lu Jing is infected too, which means they're dead. However, just at that moment, the high-speed train suddenly stopped. The zombies' action stalled one after another, followed by turning into countless pieces and disappearing into the air. I got an arrow in my leg. And my body hurts too. The big-faced cat wailed. Alia clutched his leg and said in pain, I got an arrow in my leg too. The train has arrived. Please get off as soon as possible. Go! Come on! Porky Pig exclaimed as his eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 37 Success. Step out of the portal. Inuyasha, Big-Faced Cat, and Smiley had a feeling that it was like a lifetime ago. Big-Faced Cat and Smiley stay out of it the entire time, even though they've turned into zombies. But they knew what was happening. They just had their consciousness trapped and could only watch their bodies act. Smiley quickly treated their injuries. There are no speeding trains around at the moment, and no walkers. Everything is so beautiful. The 3 of them unanimously looked at Lu Jing. Lu Jing's clothes were tattered and torn, and his body was still covered in a large amount of blood, and his body stank badly. The red knife was clutched tightly in his hand, and the wounds originally left by the zombies on Lu Jing's body had all healed. Even the wounds left by the 3-eyed black wolf earlier had recovered, and not a single scar could be seen. Where's the long blue union? I guess it's cooled off. Inuyasha glanced at the twin portals, where the other one was located. Dual life portal with the same portal contents inside. That means the long blue union people met the exact same situation as them, and they were completely relying on Lu Jing's bug-like power to barely pass. As for the people from the long blue labor union, they were afraid that they would be in deep trouble. At that thought, Piggyback glanced at Lu Jing again. Why did he get attacked by a walker and not turn into one? He had clearly seen him mutate himself, and even had spikes growing out of his arms. However, Lu Jing acted as if he was not affected in the slightest. After Big-Faced Cat and Smiley inject the antidote, the rules pass them by default. In other words, Lu Jing did not turn into a zombie. Inuyasha was in a quandary, but he knew it. In this business, you don't pry into other people's business. Who doesn't have a crushing treasure? Great God, you distribute the loot. Inuyasha suggested. Smiley and the big-faced cat didn't have any objections either. Split it equally. Lu Jing said indifferently. There was no point in him wanting too much of this loot. Most of the stuff, it doesn't even work for him. The reason for taking these things was just to give the silver-haired old man a proof when the time came. Proof that he had indeed entered a number of portals and seized a lot of loot these days. Equal share. The spoils of this one were not to be missed. Inuyasha, Big-Faced Cat, and Smiley stood frozen in place for a while, a bit incredulous. Converted into money, these things are enough to feed and entertain them for 10 years. No exaggeration. Big God, add a contact. The big-faced cat suddenly said. Good. After bidding farewell to Porky Pig, Big-Faced Cat and the others, Lu Jing didn't go home first. Instead, I bought a suit at the ground floor. He's dressed like a beggar now. Back at home, Lu Jing locked himself inside his room. He glanced at his arm in the mirror. That's when one's broken arm grows a sharp knife. Lu Jing swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It's not a dream, is it? He took a deep breath. Knife. Knife. On my command. Change your sword. Ah, my right hand. Out of control. My king's power. It's not right. Lu Jing frowned and scratched his head, looking at his unchanged hand. He emptied his mind of distractions and focused his intention. Picture the two-edged sharp knife. Change. 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 Just hear swish dash. A sharp whistling sound rang out, and his right hand suddenly changed. The originally normal palm instantly turned into an incomparably sharp, two-edged sharp knife, the blade flashing with a chilling light. At the same time, a mysterious black substance gushed out from his arm, quickly wrapping around his entire right arm, as if it had life. This black substance kept writhing and was tightly integrated with his body. Cool. Lu Jing's eyes suddenly lit up. He tried 2 swings. So damn handsome. Boss. Just as Lu Jing was immersed in his excitement, he looked up and saw an exquisite face. Lin Mo hung by the window and was waving excitedly toward him. Amazed face, /. Lu Jing was quick on his feet, opening the window and reaching out to yank her in. Boss is so handsome. What was that just now? How can the hand deform? Teach me, boss. Lin Mo's eyes glowed as she hugged Lu Jing's already restored arm. Luckily it was only seen by her. Lu Jing was quite helpless. Remember, no one is to be told about this. Boss, teach me. I don't know anything right now. Lin Mo flattened her mouth and prayed. Lu Jing said perfunctorily, when the time comes, I will naturally teach you. Then boss, take me on a mission for once. I'm dying of hidden boredom every day now. You can't now. It would be dangerous. I've told you a good night watchman needs to be patient. Lu Jing was helpless. Okay, well, let's show you. Yeah. Lu Jing also brought a few moments of bragging mentality to his mind. The arm was once again illuminated, wrapped in a black substance. A 2-edged sharp blade that shimmered with a cold light appeared. So cool. Lin Mo stared with wide Koslan eyes and curiously pressed over, gently touching it with her hand. Careful. Lu Jing reminded. Boss, what's this? It's the knife. Any names? It doesn't need fame. It's just a murderous weapon. Wow. Handsome. Lu Jing watched as it was almost time, so he transformed back into his arm. Well, you've seen it, so get going. Hey, boss, let me watch for a little while longer. Lu Jing forcibly pushed Lin Mo out of the house and continued his research. Why did he himself fall for the walker's trick and not turn into a walker? Well, it should be the serum. The zombie virus is also supposed to be transmitted through blood, but one possesses the serum in one's body, so the two combine. It's yourself that's gotten into this mess. Both have zombie mutation abilities, yet are not under the control of the zombies. Yes, it must be. This serum is amazing too, and that's just the D serum. If it's a Class B serum, doesn't that take off? In the meantime, Copy World, Zombie Siege, A copy. This A-class copy has been buried for a long time in a glacier deep in the Arctic. Because of its special location, it has never been addressed. It is also because of the special location, so even if the copy is not solved, the walkers inside the duplicate can't walk out either. Even if you have the ability to walk out, you will be trapped in the glacier. 5 years ago, the Night's Watch tried to enter this copy. The replica hadn't been buried by the glacier at that point. However, that time, the Night's Watch suffered heavy losses. The Night Watchman Tengu and a number of his team members lost their lives in this way. At this moment, countless zombies were wandering outside the huge city walls. A zombie's eyes gradually regained their sanity. Chapter 38, Tengu. It's a world of despair and fear. The streets of the city reeked of death and decay, and abandoned cars and buildings were everywhere. However, these are only superficial. What is really chilling are the walking corpses of zombies that are roaming around. An imposing wall stood in the center of the city, separating the survivors from the outside world. The wall became the last line of defense for human survival and their only hope against the zombies. Inside the city was a relatively safe area where people built their neighborhoods and shelters. Despite the difficult living conditions, everyone supported each other against the threat of doom. The doomsday scene is overwhelming and depressing. The once bustling city is now in ruins, littered with debris and destroyed buildings. And in the midst of this rubble, countless zombies prowl the surface, mindlessly searching for their next prey. Zombie World. Difficulty, A. They won't die. They won't feel hungry. Physical immortality is achieved. Then Lu Jing, Porky Pig and the others dealt with the zombies on the train. These zombies have apparently completed their final evolution. The Zombie King rules 90% of this area. There are even zombies that have begun to evolve a new consciousness. Somewhere in the valley, as a roar rang out, the entire space seemed to be shaken for a moment. A powerful aura emanated from that zombie leader, causing the surrounding zombies to tremble. Only its originally hideous face gradually became distorted, and a bizarre light flashed in its eyes. Then a surprising scene occurred. Its body surprisingly began to degenerate. The once large and powerful body slowly shrinks and the muscle lines are no longer as pronounced. The large wings began to shrink, and the originally hard feathers fell off, as if they had lost their vitality. At the same time, its mutated body began to recover, the hideous chunks of flesh and misshapen organs gradually disappearing, replaced by a relatively normal human form. It's this? The zombie's consciousness began to slowly return. Where am I? Didn't wait for him to think about it much. The zombies around him, who were supposed to be following his orders, let out a roar and rushed towards him. The living. It's the scent of the living. The man reacted quickly and climbed higher. I'm so light. With a few leaps, the man left the valley. At the same time, a large number of memories that originally belonged to him fell into place. The man just felt a headache. I'm the Night's Watch. Codename Lick Dog. Nope. It's a Tengu. I'm not a licking dog. 5 years ago I led a team into an A-rank portal, only to have my mission fail, my teammates killed, and myself infected and turned into a zombie. 3 years ago, the Night's Watch went into action again, and the result was still a total loss. As a zombie myself, I witnessed their defeat. The portal then fell beneath an Arctic glacier, and the portal was sealed in what amounts to this. And then, there's now, why did I suddenly recover? Tengu exhaled loudly. He could feel the zombie virus losing its effect in his body. What the hell is going on here? Didn't wait for Tengu to figure it out. He saw that the zombies had surrounded him on all sides. Ow! Just then, the Tengu unexpectedly mutated into a zombie once again and let out a roar from its mouth. At once, the zombies stopped moving. The Tengu fluttered its wings and flew off into the distance. He quickly thought of a countermeasure. Just enter the portal. It is impossible to leave without completing the assigned tasks. Right now, he was human again though, but there was no way to leave the copy. Nor can you pass on a message to get back to the organization. So, there's only the remaining human world to go to. There is an important principle to keep in mind in the world of replicas. Never blindly rely on your past experience for all situations. This world is full of all kinds of mysteries and dangers, and its rules may be completely different from those of the real world. Each copy has its own unique features, pitfalls and challenges. Just as there are no two identical leaves in the world, there are no two identical copies in the world. The teacher droned on from the podium. Lu Jing yawned and looked outside. Ma Jianyu disliked Lu Jing with his elbow. Why don't we have dinner together tonight? Lu Jing just wanted to refuse, but then he thought. This was already the unknown number of times he had rejected Ma Jianyu. Ever since he was brought into that mysterious organization by the silver-haired old man. Just start the old mode of immersing yourself in your own life. After all, Ma Jianyu was one of the few friends. Well, there isn't one. Ma Jianyu is his only friend. Okay. Lu Jing didn't refuse this time. What have you been busy with lately? You don't come to parties, Ma Jianyu said. Lu Jing smiled mysteriously. It's best if you don't know. Ma Jianyu frowned. He felt that Lu Jing had changed. Changed too much. After school in the evening, Lu Jing realized that there were more than just himself and Ma Jianyu at dinner. There was also a large group of people from the class, which turned out to be a class potluck. There was a group led by Song Ziki, as well as Tian Shiran and a few other girls. Although Lu Jing had no feelings for Tian Shiran, he had to admit it. Tian Shiran was indeed very pretty, with a head of shiny black hair tied high into a ponytail. Swinging gently with her movements, she looked energized and vibrant. A perfect googly-eyed face with smooth, natural contours and fair, delicate skin that seems to radiate a soft glow. Song Zek doesn't know what's so happy about it and treats everyone to Italian food. A few little brothers beside him clapped their hands crackling, their mouths exclaiming that the boss was the most handsome. Ma Jianyu whispered to Lu Jing, let go of your belly and eat later. You don't have to save money for Boss Song. Lu Jing smiled. I heard Song Ziki say that this store is newly opened by his sister-in-law. Tian Shiran elegantly used her knife and fork. I'm usually not used to eating Italian food. The last time my dad took me to Italy, that Italian food was so hard to eat. But this one's not bad, and it's got that Mexican flavor again. Lu Jing took a sip of red wine and couldn't taste anything. He still likes to drink frozen iced tea. As for this Italian food, he couldn't taste it, and he didn't have to pay for it himself anyway. When he finished eating, Lu Jing had planned to leave. Just listen to Song Ziki say that he's going to take them to see other people playing copies. Lu Jing was instantly interested. Watching someone else get into a copy? Chapter 39, Your driver is late. I can fit 2 people in this car. Song Ziki took out the family's supercar. Driver's licenses were good in this day and age, and you could drive a car at 15. However, Lu Jing didn't have that chance, and he had little interest in driving. Almost none of the cars driving on the road were recognizable to him. But upon seeing Song Zek's black supercar, instantly, I understood why most guys like cars. They're not into regular cars, they're into sports cars. So handsome. As Lu Jing returned to his senses, he realized that several cars were already full. It wasn't just Song Zek. Everyone else drove out. Lu Jing and Ma Jianyu stood in place somewhat awkwardly, so he wanted to say that he would go back first. Song Ziki said, you guys take a cab. You know where you're going, right? Ma Jianyu nodded. I know. I'll reimburse you for the cab fare. Song Ziki rumbled dash. Just then, a roar suddenly exploded down the street. Oh ho boys, want a ride? A white supercar appeared. Lin Mo on the car seat took off his sunglasses. Boss, your driver is late. By the way, this Ferrari is a four-seater, and counting the driver, it seats four. Lu Jing almost forgot that Lin Mo was also a super rich second generation. It's just that she kept committing the crime of being a douchebag, causing Lu Jing to overlook her identity. If she hadn't been in the same school, I guess her old self wouldn't have been qualified to even meet her. The swish of the crowd's eyes all looked over. Lin Mo personally opened the car door for Lu Jing, bending down to make a gesture of invitation. The cards pulled full. It had to be said that Lu Jing was bursting with vanity at this moment. Still, he whispered a warning. There. Boobs. Lin Ma bowed her head. She had been wearing a small white tank top with a jacket over it. The body is again notoriously good. Lean. The chest hides it even more. Lin Mo blushed and hurriedly stood up, then closed the car door. Come on, where are we going? Just follow them. Lu Jing said. Okay. Song Zek skimmed his lips and started the car. This Lu Jing has a good life. Holy, the list is a little rich. Some people don't hide their envy. When do you guys think Lin Mo will be able to chase after Lu Jing? It's not easy. Tian Shiran clasped her hands on her chest. A woman chasing a man through a veil. They are both non-awakened. They're both non-awakened. Someone reassured himself. Non-awakened and awakened. It didn't take long to arrive at the location Song Zek's mouth was talking about. At this time, quite a few people had already gathered here. There is a huge screen in the center of the square. Images played on the screen. It was only upon closer inspection that I realized it was an image of the awakened fighting a copy of a demon. This is. Lu Jing was puzzled. Ma Jianyu explained. This is a live broadcast. There are awakened people fighting inside the portal. The crowd parked their cars in order and walked down one by one. Song Ziki said. This is the awakened squad playing Ben. My cousin is in it. He has left the school and plays Ben once a week on average. Later, we'll go to my cousin's bar for a drink. By the way, let him tell us about his experience. And tell you that more than half of the teachers in our school haven't been in a replica in a long time. Exactly. Someone immediately chimed in. The teacher who teaches you about employment has most likely never been employed himself and stayed in school once he graduated. Boss, so what level of awakened is your cousin? 6th order awakened. Class A talent. And he's just a year older than us. Cool. Song Ziki smiled smugly. The battle in the portal continues. It was a massive portal. And there were surprisingly more than 30 people entering the copy. Why are there so many people? Ma Jianyu was curious. There are times when there are portals for hundreds of people. But don't enter these portals easily. They're dangerous. Tian Shiran finished and added another sentence. Of course, you don't have a chance to get into the portal either. Ma Jianyu scratched his head and hemmed and hawed. Our buddies aren't afraid with you guys around. Ma Jianyu put his arm around Lu Jing's shoulders. Che. Tian Shiran didn't say anything else and continued to watch the awakened in the copy fight. At this time, Lu Jing suddenly discovered a familiar figure. A cat with a big face? Since the end of the twin portal copy, they hadn't reconnected in almost a week or so. The big-faced cat and the others are really keeping up with their progress of raiding a copy once a week. Only, this speed was far from satisfying Lu Jing. As a result, Lu Jing was the only one completing copies these days. This large copy resolved well. It didn't take long for the crowd to come out of the portal. WOJ. Ever since I went through the last one, I think all the E-rank copies are too easy. The big-faced cat said to Smiley. Smiley shrugged. That rewards you for going through it again. Great. The big-faced cat said hastily. That incident casts quite a shadow over the big-faced cat. You'll meet again. The big-faced cat and Smiley looked up and spoke in unison. Great God. Coincidence. Lu Jing was quite happy to meet an acquaintance here. After all, it's kind of like going through life and death together. Great God. Why are you here too? The big-faced cat said. Came here with a friend to hang out. The big-faced cat looked Lu Jing up and down. Lu Jing was wearing his uniform from school and hadn't changed it down yet. Ukami. You're a high school student. The big-faced cat and Smiley were both surprised. The big-faced cat recognized the uniform of this school. Cousin. Song Zek's voice came from behind him. It's a small world. The bar. The big-faced cat was telling the crowd about their squad's experiences in battle. Song Ziki looked at his cousin and then at Lu Jing. Can't understand how they met. The big-faced cat spoke eloquently. But the big-faced cats are still just mainly E-rated copies of them in the end. And in the middle of the trial, what these students were trying out was an E-rank copy. So it doesn't sound that unusual. Song Ziki's face was a bit unsightly, so he said to the big-faced cat, Cousin, didn't you go through a zombie copy the other day? Everyone turned into zombies and you saved the day in the end. Lu Jing blinked. The big-faced cat's face immediately changed, and he sheepishly glanced in Lu Jing's direction. Ah Liao teased. Big-faced cat. I can't believe you're so powerful. The big-faced cat's face was embarrassed. It was supposed to be him who had nothing to do and bragged to his cousin for fun. It would be fine if it was just Smiley on the side. Who knew that the main man, Lu Jing, was also there? Chapter 40, Bragging. My cousin was fighting a bunch of zombies by himself. That was said to be an E-ranked mission, but in fact the guild has since graded it all over D-rank. And there were only 4 of them, and 3 of them turned into walkers. The carriage is full of zombies. And the most important thing is that these are not ordinary zombies. They are all zombies that will evolve with the passage of time. And my cousin I judged at the time that the only antidote was on the dining car. So Song Ziki recounted the story his cousin had told him to the crowd. The crowd listened with their mouths slightly open, all caught up in the story under Song Zek's exaggerated descriptions. It's clear that Song Zeki has more of a talent for storytelling than the big-faced cat. Only Song Zek didn't notice that his cousin's head was getting lower and lower. When the story was finished, feel the burning eyes of the crowd. The big-faced cat scratched his head and subconsciously looked at Lu Jing again, pulling the corner of his mouth awkwardly. It was good that Lu Jing had no intention of revealing him. Cousin, you're amazing. Tian Shiran's name for the big-faced cat had also changed to Big Brother. The mentality of strength is shared by both men and women. Ma Jianyu's eyes were full of light as he listened. Just like watching a blockbuster movie. Cousin, can I be like you guys? You're non-awakened. Li Guanghao, a fellow classmate on the side, laughed. Don't fantasize that you're the first one to die in a copy. Don't listen to other people's stories and think you're okay. A few of the girls laughed along with them, which made Ma Jianyu a bit embarrassed. Actually, non-awakened people also have a different kind of power. Non-awakened people are not as weak as you think. The big-faced cat coughed lightly in defense. Don't think that just because you're an awakened that you must be stronger than a non-awakened, even if the other person is just a high school student. This is a first-hand experience for big-faced cats. However, Song Ziki and the others were more convinced that this was the big-faced cat comforting Ma Jianyu, so they didn't care much. Where's Porky Pig? Lu Jing, on the other hand, spoke to Smiley in a low voice. Smiley said, he's retired. Ha? Lu Jing was surprised. Ah, Liao shrugged. After making so much money this time, and after what happened last time, he finally decided to retire, afraid that he wouldn't have the life to spend the money he made. Oh, Lu Jing drifted off. Smiley glanced at the big-faced cat and then said to Lu Jing, this kid usually just likes to brag. Don't mind if you do. It's fine. Lu Jing waved his hand in disinterest. The big-faced cat was indeed embarrassed at first, but after seeing that Lu Jing didn't bother with him, this feeling of being sainted in front of everyone is still a bit dark, plus a little bragging from cousin Song Ziki. After all, the big-faced cat really wasn't that old. It was only a year older than them, not to mention that Song Ziki had brought so many girls with him. The big-faced cat took one look at Lin Mo. Compared to Tian Shiran, it was obvious that the big-faced cat preferred girls with innocent faces and explosive body types. It's just a shame that when there's a desire to strike up a conversation, Linmore isn't impressed. If you guys have an internship assignment, you can call me next time, Tian Shiran reminded. Cousin, she's a non-awakened. Oh, the big-faced cat was completely immersed in his love brain. Lin Mo crossed her arms. Carrot, I'm not hanging out with the awakened. I have bosses. With that, he ran next to Lu Jing and grabbed his hand. Lu Jing, on the other hand, shrugged her off as usual. Lin Mo, on the other hand, grabbed a corner of Lu Jing's coat and proudly puffed out her chest. Tian Shiran hummed disdainfully. Song Ziki was worried that the big-faced cat had lost face, so he said to the big-faced cat, cousin, don't bother with her. She's a little out of her mind. Obviously, there is a little bit of a problem with Lin Ma's brain, and that statement is well recognized. After all, who would have nothing to do with pestering a marginalized person who had no money or background and wasn't even an awakened? Not to mention that Lin Mo is a rich and beautiful woman. No matter how you think about it, you can only conclude that Lin Mo's brain is indeed a bit problematic. Don't be ridiculous. Who would have guessed that Song Ziki was reprimanded by his own cousin? The big-faced cat glanced sheepishly at Lu Jing. Not only bragging, but the girl you see at first glance is also the girlfriend of a great god. The big-faced cat felt that his impression in the great god's mind at this point had been minimized. At that moment, there was a loud noise coming from the door of the bar. The crowd looked at it without much concern. It appears to be 2 drunken people playing a drunken game. Let's play something, someone suggested. We can't just sit here and drink. Shake the color? It's okay to scratch your fingers. I want to play the game of kings. Eventually, at Song Ziki's suggestion, the group played Shake the Dice. The rules for shaking the dice are simple but not simple. Complex but not much more complex. It was just that Lu Jing said he couldn't understand. He had never played a dice-type game at all, with the exception of Monopoly. Ma Jianyu explained the rules to Lu Jing. For example, 3 dice per person, shaking stop at the same time. Then each person looks at what they opened, and finally calls out to guess how many of the dice opened by each person add up to the same number. Open the dice together after the shout is set. Winners and losers drink. Lu Jing understood, but just wasn't really interested in this kind of game. Plus looking at Tian Shiran, they didn't seem to be much willing to bring themselves to play. So he sat at the bar and chatted with Smiley for a while. When the big-faced cat saw this, he also put down the dice and came over. Cousin, you go to the bathroom? You guys go ahead and play. Several people who saw the scene couldn't help but wonder how this Lu Jing was chatting with Song Ziqi's cousin and sister Ah Xiao. Li Guanhao said to Song Ziqi, "Boss, your cousin knows Lu Jing? You saw them chatting before?" "Who knows?" Song Ziqi said in an unfriendly manner. "I don't care about them. Let's play our game." "Great God, next time there's a chance to make a copy together?" the big-faced cat asked tentatively. Lu Jing nodded. "I've been playing single copies these days, and I also want to find a chance to play multiplayer copies again." "These days? It's only been a week." The big-faced cat and Smiley exchanged glances. The Great Spirit is really not resting at all. The average team goes into the portal once a week, no more than twice at the most. But listening to Lu Jing, it seemed like he hadn't stopped at all. A few people were talking when the noise at the door got worse, and the crowd of onlookers is growing. Lu Jing listened carefully for a moment. "Where's the door? Why can't we get out of here? Is there something going on at your bar?" We don't know. Wait until we go ask the boss. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't think I don't know this routine of yours. It's all you guys acting on purpose, and then someone videotaping in the dark, screwing over passers-by, right? Hurry up and call your boss, or I'll call the police. Chapter 41, A Copy of Skyfall. "Hey, what are you doing?" a man shouted, his voice filled with impatience and anger. "Hurry up and open the door for me," the other man yelled right after, his tone getting more and more menacing. The waiter was sweating with anxiety and kept explaining to the crowd at the door. "It's not that I don't want to open the door. This door suddenly disappeared without knowing what happened." It turned out that the door to the bar had strangely disappeared. It's not that the door is gone, but the wall has taken the place of the original door. It was as if there had never been a door there. As time went on, more and more people were watching. People started talking, some speculating that it was a deliberate prank by the bar owner. At this point, bursts of shouting and cursing came from time to time from the crowd of onlookers. The waiter had no choice but to go to the manager. Soon the manager arrived. Originally he had muttered that the new waitress was a dumbass who couldn't even open a bar door, but when he arrived, he couldn't help but freeze. "Where's the door?" Asterisk 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 asterisk. The manager looked left and right. "The back door. Go through the back door." The manager didn't understand what was going on, but then quickly found a solution. A bar can have more than one door, front and back, and escape routes. However, someone soon shouted, "Manager, the back door is gone too, and the escape route is blocked." The waiter shouted so. Now quite a few people in the bar heard the noise and turned their attention this way. "The door's gone?" The big-faced cat turned his head, curious. "What's going on?" Just then, another shout was heard. "The door is open." So the people inside didn't care much. It was time to dance and play. The big-faced cat also withdrew his gaze and continued talking to Lu Jing. As the doors swung wide open, one by one people walked out. Lu Jing glanced at the time. It was getting late. It was time for him to go back. So he said hello to the big-faced cat and Smiley, and prepared to leave. Ma Jianyu was over there shaking the dice and playing with fire, with no intention of going back. On the contrary, Lin Mo was very unaccustomed to the atmosphere of the bar, and as she watched Lu Jing stand up, she immediately followed him over as well. Everything was normal. It was supposed to be a normal night. Just then, the man who had walked out of the bar earlier came running back in horror. "Help! Help! It's a copy! We're entering the portal." The roar didn't wake up everyone in the bar, because the music in the bar was too loud. Only a small number of people looked up at the man in surprise. "This is a game of trick-or-treating? Is there an awakened here? Go and save them." Lu Jing froze, then quickly reacted and took the lead. After walking out of the bar, they realized that the scene outside was completely different from before. The once bustling and lively city was in ruins. The streets were littered with abandoned vehicles and garbage, and the air was filled with the smell of soot and burning. The building in the distance was blazing, and the flames lit up the night sky. What's even more frightening is that all sorts of mutated monsters have appeared on the streets. Strange looking, some covered in sharp spines, some had wings and could fly through the air. These monsters emitted low roars that sent shivers down one's spine. Asterisk 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 asterisk. There was a gasp of surprise from behind them. Many people had come out of the bar and were greatly shocked at the sight before them. A message suddenly surfaced before his eyes. Please leave the bar quickly within 5 minutes to confirm the number of copies. After seeing this message, everyone's face changed. The non-awakened are still confused. But the awakened had been the first to react. And the copy world descended. Someone goes back and yells, "Hurry up! We're entering the copy world." Yet there were still people dancing hot in the depths of the bar. So the man simply kicked over the stereo and grabbed the host's microphone and yelled, "Get out of here or we're all going to die here." Crashing sound. When the crowd inside the bar saw the scene in front of them, they all felt shocked. Most of them were ordinary people who had never experienced this scene at all. Please leave the bar quickly within 5 minutes to confirm the number of copies. 2 minutes left on the clock. Why are there people in the bar? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Hurry up and yank them out. Dead or alive. Keep playing. Someone cursed. Cousin? The non-awakened have not yet realized the seriousness of the matter. The awakened ones looked at the scene in front of them and their faces were pale. A portal descended from the sky, directly enveloping the entire bar. The probability of that is less than the probability of a meteorite falling and hitting right over the bar. And this portal has not been tested by an inspector. So hell knows what grade it is. That means they're likely to meet an A-rated copy. And of course the best case scenario is to meet an E-rated copy. The odds are 1 in 5. But no one would think they would be so lucky. How could a copy that fell from the sky still be only E-rated? Asterisk 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 Q. Someone cursed. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, the participants were identified. Inside the bar, young men and women who were still playing with passing notes with their lips were not having any fun. Someone swept around. Is Azer okay? They're all out. The boy named Azer crossed his legs. Don't care. A bunch of, my dad is a 20th order awakened. The portal you just don't take the initiative to go in. Rumble dash. In the next second, the entire bar was reduced to pieces. The person who was playing past the note in the bar wasn't even in pain. That kind of bizarre, yet terrifying power left no one indifferent. A gust of wind blew in the bar, reduced to pieces behind it, disappeared. The number of participants has been determined. Beyond the copy. As the copy of Skyfall descended, the energy searchers detected by the major labor unions and governments instantly captured the situation. And there were more than 100 people in that bar. This could cause one of the biggest accidents in recent years. Soon there were all sorts of messages circulating on the short video. I'm sorry, we can't provide any information at this time. Please be at ease. They are on their own now. Phone call after phone call kept ringing inside the government offices. These are the families of missing loved ones. Everyone knew that once they entered the portal, they would either destroy the copy or die. There is no second way to escape. Soon enough, there were government men cordoning off the area around the bar. Chapter 42, The Brain Monster. Wind Whisper. Lu Shui dodged the instructor's attack with a dodge. Chuunibyou looked at Lu Shui in surprise. A few days ago, this move Lu Shui couldn't break. Now a solution has been found so quickly? Not bad for an S-rank talent. Immediately after that, Lu Shui quickly chanted a magic spell. Not bad, not bad. After the battle was over, the instructor couldn't help but praise it. Lu Shui picked up the energy water that was placed and replenished it. Chuunibyou shook her head. The gap is really big. There's something really scary about S-rank talent. Hey, Lu Shui go for a meal later? Chuunibyou changed out of her sweaty clothes. No, I'll eat at home. Lu Shui said. I see your brother is out with Song Zek and the others. Aha. Lu Shui responded in a salty manner. I just looked at my friend's circle and it looks like they're drinking at the bar. Chuunibyou said in a casual tone. Why do you siblings communicate so little? It feels like you don't know each other well at all. Lu Shui was silent for a moment. Well, it's okay. When I grew up, there was less communication. Yeah, well, it's all the same. As an only child, Chuunibyou didn't quite understand. Emergency news break. At 7:12 p.m. This evening, a mass portal force teleportation was encountered at the Goodwill Bar on Yellow Springs Road. More than 100 people are now trapped. Please have the family contact the police as soon as possible. Forced teleportation? Lu Shui looked at the words on the news that such a small probability could happen. Still in a bar with huge crowds. I wonder how many people are going to die this time. Chuunibyou murmured. I want to come. So badly. Chuunibyou's face suddenly changed and she stood up with a swish. Song Zeki, Tian Shiran and the others went to the Goodwill Bar. Lu Jing was there too. Lu Shui was stunned for a moment and took out her cell phone without changing her face. The user you have dialed is not in the middle of the service area. The user you have dialed is not in the middle of the service area. Hold your horses. I'll call them again. There's no telling if they've already left the bar. Chuunibyou was busy saying. However, no matter who you call, There is only one response. The user you have dialed is not in the middle of the service area. Lu Shui put down her cell phone, thought briefly for 2 seconds, and rushed out of the training room. Quick work. Instructor's office. Lu Shui, why haven't you left yet? Teacher, my brother may be in danger. Can you help me? Lu Shui's lips trembled a little. Once the portal is closed, it can only be opened from the inside. This is something that even non-awakened people understand. By now, a cordon had been drawn around the bar. People who had heard the news surrounded the place. A teleportation of over 100 people at a time. The last time it happened was 10 years ago. More than that, there are desperate relatives. Some cried out in pain, while others begged the government to save their children. Lu Shui stood right in the middle of the crowd, only to feel her legs trembling and, if the government is unable to do anything, what can the school authorities do? All they could do was to send high-ranking awakened to build up their momentum, because everyone understands that it's very likely that none of the people who were teleported will ever come back. The portal will open again. That's when the higher-ranked awakened would rush into the portal and carry out their mission. My son is in there. How many times have I told him to stay put and have nothing to drink? Come on, don't cry chicken and piss and howl. It's all fate. It's all life. Lu Shui suddenly remembered what her brother always said. It's all a choice of fate. Disasters always follow one another. That's just the way the world works. You think if you just yell out for help, someone will come and save you? If I die, it will only mean that I am but a man of such a degree. Lu Shui clenched her fists tightly. Father sent a message. Are you and Lu Jing at school? I heard there was a massive portal at a bar and over 100 people were trapped. Lu Shui hesitated and replied. No, I'm at school with Lu Jing. Going back later. Don't be too late. The roads are dangerous. Lu Shui knew that even if she let her parents know, they would just be as anxious as she was. Since you said it was so cool, make sure you stay alive. Lu Shui murmured softly. A silver-haired old man on the side took off his sunglasses. Still one step too late. The portal is forced to open, so we can only wait for the results. Lu Shui gave him a look. It was a very robust-looking old man with silver-white hair, as white as snow, shining with a faint luster. The face was stoic and kind, and the years had etched deep marks on his face. Dressed in a black tunic, which was beautifully embroidered with delicate stitches and unique designs, she was a sight to behold. Non-awakened? Lu Shui didn't care much. Bad news, a total of 121 people were trapped in the copy world, and a good half of them were non-awakened. Good news, there are 225 ranked awakened among the awakened. By rank, the replicas are generally categorized into 5 levels, A, B, C, D and E. An E-rated copy is the lowest rated copy and represents the presence of dangerous elements within. E-rank copies correspond to awakened person levels in the 1st to 5th order, and 25 orders of awakening, already eligible to participate in a B-level copy, not to mention the unidentified awakened squad. As long as it's not a large A-rated copy, they're likely to survive. Inside the copy, please kill the brain monster. The message appeared in front of everyone's eyes at the same time. Shortly after the message disappeared, numerous monsters that had been prowling the streets began to attack the crowd. Kill. Everyone works together. Someone shouted. The awakened are blocking the outermost perimeter. However, there were too many people. There were also more monsters around, and more non-awakened people. Someone soon suffered. There were more than a few screams and shrieks. Cousin, what do we do? Song Ziki looked to his cousin. Big-faced cat. The big-faced cat then subconsciously looked at Lu Jing. The great spirit. What to do? Stay alive for now. All stay close to me. Lu Jing took out the red knife wrapped in newspaper from his own backpack. Song Zek looked at his cousin in surprise. Rumble dash. Various spells kept appearing in the air. There are too many people and there is no one unified command. As soon as the battle started it was all chaos, with the non-awakened running backwards. Some awakened also tried to run backward, with the strong awakened at the front, but it was soon realized that there were already monsters rushing behind them. Captain, what do we do? A blonde man in the crowd murmured. Save your strength and look for the brain monster. Chapter 43, Dangerous Situation. Sheen Wenk, 25th Order Awakened. Main combat profession warrior. Use weapon lance. Having just gone through a B-level copy yesterday, I originally came to the bar today after my friends to have a drink and relax. I didn't expect to meet a copy of Skyfall, but in the end, it was a 25th Order Awakened. Didn't panic like the others. He didn't force his way out, much less try to save everyone. It was only occasionally that he would step in and take care of the demons in front of him. 12 o'clock. Target sighted. Just then a teammate's voice came over the headset. Yu Tianqi, 25th Order Awakened. Main combat profession. Archer. The first thing Yu Tianqi did was to climb up to the top of a tall building. observing the situation below from a height. There were non-awakened people at the edge of the tall building who had discovered the place, and seemed to think it was a place of refuge and wanted to climb up. Yu Tianqi helplessly glanced at the several people, and then looked at the demons following behind the other party. A yellow hair covered in blood was the first to run over. "Help us," Yu Tianqi said in a calm tone. "Please don't bother me. If I can't find the big eye monster, everyone will die. According to the rules, you awakened are obligated to help the non-awakened. Labor unions and the government have always been strict with the awakened. It's just that in how it's managed, it's still recognized as extra-legal in the replica. TCH, you're still confused." Yu Tianqi shook his head, unwilling to say any more nonsense. In his heart, he only felt obscure and incomparable. He violently stomped on the ground with force. His legs erupted with astonishing strength, and his body catapulted out as if it were an arrow that had left the strings. With this leap, he actually crossed a distance of tens of meters and directly leapt onto the roof of another tall building. With his current physical qualities, he was able to easily accomplish such a maneuver even without exerting any skills. He didn't want to waste his energy on small monsters. Who knew what else he would meet next? Not to mention that even if they were saved, the one saved would be non-awakened. Can't help much next, and to call it cannon fodder is to call it unqualified cannon fodder. There was a wail from behind him. Yu Tianqi didn't return his head as his eyes scanned the streets once again. Target sighted. Just then Yu Tianqi's eyes lit up. Eyes fell on a demonic creature with only a head on the far side of the street. He hurriedly informed Chuunibyou. Chuunibyou didn't move in a hurry, but shouted, 12 o'clock. We've spotted the big head. Fix it and we're out of here. Soon, all the attention of the crowd was drawn to him. 12 o'clock. Someone was close enough to take the lead. It was a warrior with a sword and shield, and two mages were covering him to clear the demons that were in his way. The blade and shield warrior went straight for the brain monster. The brain monster only had one huge head, which was like a human head enlarged countless times, covered with disgusting tentacles and eyes. It has no body and no limbs, so it can only roll around in the street. It rolled so fast that every time it landed on the ground, it made a dull thud while smashing out a small crater. The sword and shield warrior rushed forward. Strike hard. Divine dragon charge. Sunburn shield. 3 skills were launched at the same time. Boom! The blade and shield warrior refills his buffs. He was like a falling meteorite, crashing straight into it. Blood was splattered in all directions, creating a mist of blood. The brain monster's body suddenly exploded and turned into countless fragments that flew everywhere. Its head was ripped open as if it had suffered a violent explosion. Minced flesh and blood flew through the air, and the scent of blood filled the air. The cerebral monster was thus completely torn apart, never to regain its original form. Exclamations of surprise emanated from the crowd. Solved. The sword and shield warrior also smiled. Only a few remain on the sidelines. Chuunibyou raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't think such a heavenly copy would be so easy to solve. As expected, the next second, a huge shadow loomed over the sword and shield warrior. The sword and shield warrior looked up. Another huge head monster fell from the sky, straight down at him. The sword and shield warrior reacted quickly and instantly retreated backwards. Rumble dash. The head monster landed heavily, sending up a cloud of smoke. Before the sword and shield warrior could stand still, "Look out!" someone yelled. He raised his head with a jerk, his eyes glaring round as if they were about to crack open, his face full of horror and despair. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He couldn't help but let out a gasp. He saw a mass of black shadows falling like rain in the air, so fast that there was no time to dodge. A giant head monster descended from the sky like a dark cloud coming down. Boom boom dash. With a deafening roar, the ground was smashed out into a large crater. Dust flew up and covered the sky as if the end of the world had come. Ah! My legs! People's screams of terror rose and fell, and some were directly smashed into meat cakes, blood and water spilling out in all directions. Some were a little luckier and saved a life, but the lower half of his body was also smashed flat and incapacitated. In this environment, even if there are survivors, there is no escape from death. Some stood despairingly under the dark shadows, looking at the scene before them with fear and anger. Knowing that they could no longer escape, they chose to express their displeasure in a final way. Someone raised their middle finger in the air and shouted, asterisk 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 this. In the next second, they too, not surprisingly, were smashed into meat cakes and became victims of this disaster. The whole scene was bloody and brutal to watch. Tianqi ran and the others' faces were white with fear. This is not an act or a battle in virtual VR. This is a copy of reality. Blood splattered on her white face. A huge monster with a big head fell from the sky and landed heavily in front of her eyes, raising a cloud of dust and debris. Luckily, the creature didn't hit her directly, but it was only a few inches away. Unfortunately, the students standing in front of them weren't so lucky and were smashed directly into meat cakes. Her eyes widened in horror as she stared at the behemoth in front of her. The monster's head was abnormally large, covered with a thick layer of horny material that shone with an eerie light. Its mouth was wide open, revealing sharp teeth and emitting a sickening, fishy odor. She backed away in fear, her heart racing so fast it almost jumped out of her throat. She tried to stay calm, but fear made her legs weak and she could barely stand. It was a moment when all that the teacher had taught seemed to be forgotten. Puff! Aha dash! The large skull made a pained sound. Chapter 44, Completing the Mission? Lu Jing held the red knife and cut off the eyes of the brain monster. The cerebral monster let out an angry roar. The head flattens out and leaps over 2 or 3 meters high. It smashed toward Lu Jing. The red blade in Lu Jing's hand was suitable for an assassin. However, it was a bit overstretched if he had to deal with this type of large demonic creature. Puff! The brain monster split into 2, and Lu Jing turned his sword into a sword with one hand. Sharp, 2-sided pointy knives, stained with blood. Lu Jing cut off the brain monster with a single slash and swept his gaze around. The mission was to destroy the big-eyed monster. But it didn't say so many big-eyed monsters, did it? No wonder there will be so many people involved in the replica. Lu Jing glanced at his classmate who had been crushed into a meat cake and frowned slightly, somewhat unable to bear it. No man is a man without a heart. Same class. Spent a couple months together. Now it's become this. Without much time to be sentimental, Lu Jing's body shifted and quickly cleared the nearby brain monsters. Compared to the red knives, the mutated magic knives in the hands of these large demonic creatures were even more intimidating. Lu Jing slipped and landed in front of Ma Jianyu. Ma Jianyu's head was buried in the dirt at the moment. It's not clear if he buried it of his own accord, or if he was passively rushed in by the force. Lu Jing yanked him out. Ma Jianyu was startled when he looked at Lu Jing with this look. Lu Jing didn't have time to explain more to him and shouted at the big-faced cat. Cat with a big face. Get them organized. Understood. The big-faced cat balked without hesitation. Song Ziki and the others were mostly awakened. Moreover, several of Song Ziki's people were not weak. Only a leader is missing at this point. Fighters on the perimeter. Spread out. In a triangle, mages and priests to the inside. The big-faced cat yelled. Let the first high crowd form into a makeshift squad. The crowd gathered at the roar of the big-faced cat. Song Ziki looked at the giant brain monster attacking in front of him, holding up the shield in his hand and breathing steadily. He slammed his shield to the ground and mounted a defense, blocking the first onslaught of the brain monster. Behind him, Tianxi ran and another mage immediately attacked. Spell streams fell on the brain monster. The brain monster's defense was exceptionally amazing, and it continued to roll forward. Just then, a flash of blood suddenly appeared. The huge and grotesque head of the brain monster was instantly struck by a powerful blade chi. Half of his head exploded like a broken watermelon, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Lu Jing stood quietly in this bloody mist. He gently raised his hand and wiped away the blood splattered on his eyes, revealing a pair of cold and determined eyes. Meh, it's time to pretend. You will know the world. How small and insignificant it is in my eyes. Thunder half moon chop. Lu Jing yelled. It was a 4 or 5 meter leap. The war knife swung down hard. Catch that last bolt of lightning before the world ends. The mind is trembling. Another reincarnation of 100,000 years. One more look at you. Relight the flame of faith. The mission is shining. Let me polish the universe life dignity. Unfortunately, there is no soundtrack. Only for Lu Jing. Such a scene was just as combustible. Kill. Another brain monster was cut in half by Lu Jing with a single slash. Lu Jing did not stay. One more kill, and the mission will be completed sooner. Grass. WOJ. That's Lu Jing. The crowd was wide-eyed. His hand. What's that thing on his hand? The sharp blade that was interconnected with Lu Jing's body was particularly noticeable. Isn't he a non-awakened? Could it be that he hid his identity and is actually an awakened? Li Guanghao was surprised. Song Ziki said without a trace of anger. Idiot. Have you ever seen any awakened person look like this? Boss. Boss. Most handsome. Lin Mo shouted at the top of his lungs. Don't be silly. Didn't they teach you how to stand in an encounter in school? Keep your eyes wide open or you won't even know how to die. The big-faced cat roared. Now is not the time to be out of your mind. Qin Wank wove his way through the brain monsters with his spear in hand. He was fast enough to swing his lance. This area was then cleared of brain monsters by him. These brain monsters caused huge casualties beyond the first wave of landing attacks. In fact, they move very slowly. The defense is strong. However, the attack is not high, and the attack is very one-dimensional. It can only be done by biting with the mouth, or using the head as a weapon to hit. Any experienced awakened can handle it easily. As expected, after the first wave, the many awakened began to stay in formation, working together in groups of 3 or 5 to put down the brain monster. These brain monsters don't have high IQs either, and one attracts attention. The other awakened one does the main attack and takes it down easily. It didn't take long for the original swarms of brain monsters to be reduced to a field of corpses. Zai. Chuunibyou put away his red spear as he stood on top of the traffic light at the intersection and crouched down lightly. Eyes looked around. If that's all it is, it's a pretty stupid copy. The brain monster had just descended from the sky, surprisingly smashing all of the original demonic creatures around it. It wasn't just the people who had broken through the barrier that had been smashed to death, but more than that, it was those other demons. And when the brain monster crashes, surprisingly, it will begin to nibble on other demons, kill each other. Oh, so stupid. Chuunibyou rubbed his chin with the belly of his finger, but soon enough, Chuunibyou realized that something wasn't quite right. There were no more living big-eyed monsters to be seen around, but the copy hadn't shown the message that the quest was complete. The crowd began to look around, but after a long time, there was nothing to be seen. Could this be a game of hide and seek? The final task is, in fact, to find the last of the big-eyed monsters in hiding. Gradually the crowd grew a little impatient. Someone even blew up the building down the street. It was suggested that a fire be set to burn down the whole side and force the last of the brain monsters out, but soon there were people who objected. In case they didn't force the brain monster out by then, but instead burned themselves to death, it wouldn't be cost-effective. Grass. Brain monster. Some people even want to rely on cursing to be able to curse each other out. However, the crowd made every effort. The replica world was plunged into darkness, and neither was able to find this last brain monster. Some simply sat down and rested to preserve their strength. Lu Jing's arm recovered and picked a place to sit. He seemed to be thinking that there was little point in searching any further blindly. Lin Mo was bragging about Lu Jing's strength to Song Ziki and Tian Shiran and the others. To be honest, although there was some secret pleasure, it blew Lu Jing's mind. Big-faced Cat and Smiley came over to Lu Jing's side, wanting to ask the great god what to do now. Lu Jing didn't know either, as his gaze fell on the huge clock in the center of the street. Ta-ta-ta. In the middle of the silent street, the huge clock was like a silent guardian, making a clear and rhythmic sound every second without stopping. It seemed to become more and more tense and expectant as time went on, as if it knew that the coming moment had a special significance. The sound of ticking echoed in the air, contrasting with the silence around them, giving a hint of mystery and unease. The minute hand moved slowly, a few seconds short of pointing to 12 o'clock midnight. At that moment, it was as if the entire world held its breath, waiting for some unknown change. Chapter 45, The Last Brain Monster. Boo-hoo! Boom dash! Just as the street was quiet with only the sound of clocks, heavy muffled voices suddenly rang out. The original cursing crowd had also had their tempers drained by time. However, the voice drew the crowd's attention at once. A figure that everyone had been waiting for appeared. A giant head monster is bouncing off the ground. Its body was huge, more than several times larger than the other brain monsters, and it could even be said that it was not even in the same order of magnitude. The creature had only one huge eye on its head, and that eye took up the entire head, as if it could take in everything. It's appearing. Someone yelled in surprise. No one is scared. Everyone is dying for it to show up, because there's no way for them to get out of here without killing it. Not to mention that the previous brain monsters had already been eliminated by them as much as possible. When I saw this brain monster again at this moment, I only thought that this thing was nothing more than that. Kill it. Don't let it get away. The two closest fighters, one man with a sword and one with an axe, took the lead. The sword and axe launched their skills almost simultaneously to land on the brain monster. The wide-eyed monster closed its eyes, and the attack caused little effect. The big-eyed monster leapt high into the air and slammed into the duo. Rumble dash. The speed was not fast, and that was why the two of them dodged in time. Fire Dragon Breath. There is a spell attack coming. The mage casting the spell was of a high level, and the flames were alive and well. But soon, the big-eyed monster reappeared in figure. Still not much damage. Not even a broken skin. What a strong defense. The crowd began to take turns attacking. Boom boom boom. The fighters brandished their weapons and engaged the monsters in close combat. The mages chanted incantations and unleashed powerful magic. The archers bend their bows and shoot at long range. The priest chanted healing spells to restore magic to his teammates. The assassin was agile, looking for the best time to attack. Hunters, on the other hand, lay traps while driving their pets into battle. For a time, the light of various skills and spells on the battlefield intertwined, creating a brilliant and colorful picture. Each attack carried a powerful force that struck the brain monster. However, time passed by. These attacks landed on the brain monster, quickly leaving wounds on the brain monster. Just good news, there are wounds. Bad news, the wounds are small and not fatal, and they don't even affect the brain monster's movements. Yutanchi also tried to shoot a few arrows, with no effect at all. He was a bit surprised if other people's attacks could cause damage effects. One's own arrows cannot be ineffective. One must know that Yu Tianqi was a 25th ranked awakened just like Chuunibyou. The highest segment in the crowd was also one of the strongest duo in the battle. Not to mention that the archer's single attack is significantly higher compared to the warrior and mage. But while everyone else was able to do damage, his own arrows didn't even break the skin. That's not true. Yu Tianqi frowned, checking the status of the brain monster in his eagle-eye state. At this time, Chuunibyou's voice came. I know. Chuunibyou had not finished his words. Then a voice rang out. Attack the brain monster when its eyes are open. It's invincible under its closed eyes. Chuunibyou was just about to say this out loud, but he didn't expect that he would be caught in advance. He turned his head in slight surprise to look at the teenager who had shouted. He remembered this man, having seen the teenager's arm transform into a sharp blade earlier in the day. Non-awakened? Hiss. Chuunibyou hissed. Good observation. When the crowd heard Lu Jing's shout, they reacted and began to retreat backward. The cerebral monster continued to keep his eyes tightly shut and bounced unsteadily on the ground. Boom 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 boom. After a long time, the one eye of the brain monster slowly opened. Go! A cry of rage. The recovered crowd attacked at the same time. Lu Jing stood on the periphery, his eyes like torches. As expected, when the brain monster's eyes closed again, although the crowd's attack did not destroy the brain monster, it did leave more wounds on the other side. It works! Ma Jianyu exclaimed. Even he, a non-awakened, could see it. The big-faced cat breathed a sigh of relief. At this rate it was only a matter of time before the brain monster was defeated. A great god is a great god. The big-faced cat glanced at Lu Jing admiringly. Song Ziki was currently undergoing a priest's healing, having been unintentionally smashed in the leg earlier when dealing with the brain monster. The good thing is that the injury is not very serious. Song Ziki glanced at Tian Shiran. Tian Shiran cried as she took her clothes off. Her clothes were stained with blood and unknown body tissues. Tian Shiran obviously can't stand this. You're a real lady. Song Ziki shook his head as he looked at Lu Jing again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's Lu Jing's origin? Li Guanghao, who was beside him, asked the question Song Ziki wanted to ask. The cerebral monster continued to move as the crowd waited patiently, waiting for the brain monster to open its one eye. The crowd, poised for a righteous siege, once again. Soon, the brain monster closed its eyes again. Ha! That was easy. The assassin leapt down and let out a soft breath. The trajectory of action is not fast either. Except for the first wave of attacks got rid of a wave of non-awakened people. His words had just fallen. Then he saw his companion's face change next to him. The assassin reacted quickly with a skill cast, Shift. Just. His body suddenly froze. Shift lost its effect. Can't cast it. The thought was too late. The huge shadow landed and smashed the two awakened into pieces. Grass. Everyone felt the brain monster get faster. Even more amazing was the fact that one's own skills could not be performed within the opponent's surroundings. Both passive and active skills. Spread out. Someone yelled. The crowd quickly retreated. Boom boom boom. The brain monster's speed has increased several times. Its body became blurry and seemed like it could disappear at any moment. However, just then a dark shadow flashed by. The lance burned aflame at a great distance from the brain monster. The flames burned brightly, illuminating the entire battlefield. As Chuunibyou threw the lance with great force, the lance seemed to tear through the void, carrying endless might and power as it shot towards the brain monster. The power of an awakened of the 25th order was simply not comparable to other awakened. The long spear traced a brilliant arc in the air, like a meteor falling, instantly tearing the air apart. The tip of the gun flashed with a cold light, as if it could pierce through all obstacles. The cerebral monster sensed the threat posed by the lance. It tries to dodge, but realizes it can no longer escape. The speed of the lance was too fast and powerful, leaving it with nowhere to run. Puff! Chapter 46, The Monster That Couldn't Be Killed. The power of this shot was several times higher than the damage inflicted by everyone before. The lance went through the one eye of the brain monster. It was immediately followed by an arrow that cut through the sky. Under the full force of two 25th rank awakened, the cerebral monster could only let out a wail of pain. Lu Jing clenched his fists tightly. This was the power of a high-level awakened person. It was a far cry from the big-faced cats and others he'd met. Chuunibyou regained his grip on his lance and stabbed it repeatedly. Pffffffffffffff. No interruptions. The cerebral monster's one eye did not close this time. Instead, the entire head exploded all over. Dead. Someone cheered. Lu Jing narrowed his eyes slightly. Not right. Chuunibyou's expression was also very wrong. The brain monster's entire head instantly burst open. Countless pieces of flesh and blood splattered everywhere, creating a bloody rain. Those broken flesh and blood splattered on the ground, emitting a pungent odor that made people sick, and the scene was extremely tragic. However, Chuunibyou didn't feel that he had simply won. In the mist of blood, a new demon was born. Its body took on an eerie green color, as if it was a demon crawling out of the abyss. It was similar to a human, but had a very different temperament and appearance. The skin looked like leather soaked in venom and emitted a pungent odor, and its muscles were like bulging mountains, full of power and menace. Every muscle seemed to be pulsing as if ready to explode with amazing power. The eyes of this demonic creature flashed red, revealing a cruel and bloodthirsty desire. Its mouth opened, revealing sharp teeth as if it could easily tear apart any enemy. The hands and feet were also unusually strong, with nails as sharp as knives. Before he could let out a roar, Chuunibyou's lance had then taken over. 18 shots to kill, almost in an instant. It stabbed the green demonic creature in front of him into a hornet's nest. Just not another instant later, the green demon's body was restored as before. Boom! An arrow to the head. Yutanchi's arrow from afar directly caused the green demon's head to turn into a bloody mist. Once again recovered in the blink of an eye, Chuunibyou swung his lance, and for a moment there was somewhat little he could do with the guy in front of him. 99% of demonic creatures die immediately when their heads are cut off. This guy in front of me. The green demonic creature suddenly moved as it waved its huge fist, smashing at Chuunibyou with a strong wind sound. Chuunibyou's face changed as he nimbly retreated backward, his body swiftly avoiding the strike like lightning. However, the demon's attacks did not stop. It pressed on, continuing to swing and attack. Each punch contained a powerful force that made the surrounding air tremble. Boom! A loud thud came as the demon's fist hit the ground hard. The ground was instantly smashed out of a large crater. Dust flew and stones splashed as if the whole world was trembling. Chuunibyou stood in the distance, watching the demonic creature's actions, and a trace of worry couldn't help but well up in his heart. Swish! 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 Yutanchi shot one sharp arrow after another at the green demon. The green demonic creature didn't dodge, letting the rain of arrows fall on its body. Grass! Yutanchi cursed, feeling as if he was giving the other party acupuncture that. Boom! The green demonic creature's speed significantly accelerated as it rushed towards Chuunibyou like a ghost, the wind of its fists whistling as it slammed into him. Chuunibyou's face changed and he hastily shot out to fend it off, but the green demonic creature's power was immense, directly knocking him back a dozen feet away. His body arced through the air and landed heavily on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, getting stronger so fast. Chuunibyou was secretly shocked in his heart. This demon was getting stronger and stronger with time. Ow ow ow. The green demonic creature let out a roar and pounced over again, not giving Chuunibyou the slightest chance to catch his breath. Puff! Green blood gushed out from the neck of the green demonic creature, splattering on the ground around it. Its hideous head was mercilessly chopped off by Lu Jing. Lu Jing held the red knife and landed firmly on the ground as if he had fallen from the sky. The green demonic creature did not die from the loss of its head, and once again recovered from its wounds with amazing speed and rapidity. It swung its fist angrily, smashing towards Lu Jing with a harsh fist wind. Lu Jing nimbly dodged the blow with a sideways glance. Immediately after that, waving the red blade in his hand, he was like a flexible snake, wandering around the green demonic creature's body. Each blade sliced precisely into the green demonic creature's body, cutting a deep wound. However, the green demonic creature's recovery ability was extremely strong, and these wounds quickly healed as if they had never been injured before. Non-awakened. Grass. Chuunibyou stabbed through the green demonic creature. The two looked at each other. A left and a right began to pin green demon. In the distance, Yutanchi precisely mended his arrows. As for the remaining awakened around them, they could only watch from afar. Except for the priests who could cast healing spells within the effective range, the rest of them could only stare. It's too strong. It was clearly no longer a fight they could engage in. The battle power of these three people in front of them completely surpassed them. Lu Jing, so strong? Ma Jianyu swallowed a mouthful of spit and stared blankly at the scene in front of him. I'm afraid the most shocked ones were the students who usually spent time with Lu Jing. Each of them stared at Lu Jing, who was fighting the green demonic creature, with their eyes and mouths open. If it were usual, Lu Jing would not be able to mention how happy he was in his heart. This is exactly when he fantasizes about it. Usually average and unappreciated in his class and family, he was assumed to be just an ordinary teenager. In fact, it was able to shock the world by stepping in at a critical moment. Of course, that's something he's told others before. People say he's poisoned from putting together a good meal. However, right now, Lu Jing only felt his heart poofing. The sense of oppression that this green demonic creature in front of him brought to him was something he had never felt before in his previous copies. The more you play, the stronger you get. There was no way to be able to kill each other. Lu Jing's right hand turned into a sword, and the black substance spread. A knife cut off the opponent's right arm. Chuunibyou then wasted green demon's legs with both fists. Blast him in one breath. Chuunibyou yelled. Lu Jing didn't pause. Holding the red knife in his left hand, he once again cut off the opponent's head. Get out of the way. Yu Tianqi's roar came from the roof. Lu Jing sensed the aura of danger and retreated backward without hesitation. Qin Wenk had worked with Yu Tianqi for many years, so he naturally knew what the other party was going to do. Star-shattering strike. Rumble dash. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a brilliant light crossed the night sky like a meteor, instantly dispersing the surrounding darkness. The light was like a burning star, emitting endless heat and energy, illuminating the entire battlefield. Everything seemed so small and fragile in this dazzling light. Chapter 47, Desperation. Under that dazzling, eye-catching light, Yu Tianqi cast his last masterstroke as an archer. This arrow was like a bright shooting star crossing the sky, carrying endless might and power, as if it was going to burn the entire darkness to the ground. The flying arrows let out a deafening roar as they whistled and sped toward the front, and at that moment, the green demonic creature that had its hands and feet chopped off by Lu Jing and Qin Wenk, it was completely unable to dodge the fatal blow, and could only watch as the flying arrow came towards it with a majestic energy. In the blink of an eye, the powerful energy of the flying arrow completely engulfed the green demonic creature. The green demonic creature didn't even have time to let out a scream before it was reduced to ashes and nothingness in the light. The smoke roared out. Lu Jing withdrew from the range of the smoke, his eyes burning. For some reason, a very bad possibility suddenly occurred to him. There is a law of smoke and no injury, but if it all comes back to life, then there's really nothing at all that can be done about it. A black bead appeared in place as the green demonic creature turned into ashes. This is to blow himself up. Qin Wenk was the first to think of this possibility. Lu Jing thought the same thing he did, and his body subconsciously stepped back again. The last time I had a single copy, there was a demonic creature that would explode itself like this after death. Suddenly, there was a poof. The body and limbs of the green demonic creature spread out quickly from the black bead. The speed was so staggering that there was no time to react, and the body was reconstituted in almost the blink of an eye. Woj. Qin Wenk couldn't help but crack up. Lu Jing's face also changed. It's so hard to kill. Lu Jing only felt that there was danger as a swift wind swept by his side, but the body could no longer respond. A roar came from above the building in the distance as the entire roof of the building was collapsed by the green demonic creature, immediately followed by a violent explosion. That was where the archer Yu Tianqi was. The green demonic creature has not only gotten stronger, it's gotten smarter. Know who should be addressed first. Lu Jing and Qin Wenk reacted almost simultaneously, and the two of them were about to support Yu Tianqi. A dark figure was thrown down first. When he fixed his eyes on it, it was actually Yu Tianqi's head. Qin Wen's subjects were enraged. Lao Yu, 25th Order awakened. Yu Tianqi was killed in action. The green demonic creature tugged at the corners of its mouth, revealing a cruel and playful smile. Cam, how this guy is getting more and more human. Lu Jing thought inexplicably. Your mom. Qin Wenk roared, the lance in his hand flashing with a cold light. The three figures fiercely crisscrossed each other, sparks flying in all directions, as if it was a splendid fireworks display. Their movements were lightning fast and dazzling. From time to time, a loud noise came from the ground, and a huge crack spread out like a spider's web. Cars, utility poles and various items flew up in the streets. Some arced through the air before falling heavily, while others were directly shattered by the powerful force. The entire scene was exceptionally chaotic, and the rest of the people fled around in panic, fearing that they would be caught in the middle of this horrific battle. It's not a class fight at all. The enraged Qin Wenk could no longer care about the consumption of his magic power and physical strength. It was just that as the green demonic creature got stronger and stronger, his fighting speed gradually couldn't keep up. Instead, it was Lu Jing, and Qin Wenk soon realized that he could no longer afford the main attack. A non-awakened was instead assuming the position of the main attacker. Ola! 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 Qin Wenk looked at Lu Jing in surprise. Lu Jing made a strange sound out of his mouth and kept waving the battle sword in his right hand. The red blade in his left hand was also stabbing out uninterruptedly. He was clearly good with his right hand. His left hand should logically be uncomfortable, but Lu Jing seemed to have forgotten about it a long time ago. There was no rustiness at all with the red knife in his left hand. The green demonic creature got stronger and stronger as the battle went on. Lu Jing wasn't the least bit behind, his eyes growing brighter and more focused. Originally, in the beginning, it was just about feeling handsome, playing it cool in front of your classmates and thinking it's cool. But this moment is completely engrossing. Boom! Lu Jing lost his concentration for a moment and stared blankly at his severed arm that had been ripped off. The green demon's scarlet eyes were less than half an inch away from his own. How come? So close. The green demon tugged on Lu Jing's other arm. Prickly. Ah! In the distance, a few girls, Tian Shiran, who were watching this scene, shrieked out in shock and didn't dare to look any further. Both arms gone? It was as if time stood still before Lu Jing's eyes. But soon, He felt a sharp pain. The green demon grabbed his head after ripping off his arms. Feel the sharp pain in his head. Lu Jing was in a trance. Will it die? It was as if his head was going to be crushed or ripped off by the other party in the next second. Chuunibyou mouthed the special treasures. It seems to be unleashing some kind of masterstroke. But it was too late. So strong. The other side is really strong. How can a protagonist meet this kind of boss right away? Lu Jing thought to himself. Whose protagonist isn't upgrading step by killing small monsters and then taking on a big boss at full level? I'm so unlucky. Consciousness is fading. If it's destined to be weak, then it probably won't change anything even if it dies. The Night's Watchman, Lin Moore, is here, so do not hurt my lord. A bellowing cry suddenly rang out. A flash of blood appeared before his eyes as he woke up Lu Jing. Lin Mo appeared with a red knife in his hand. A slash severed the green demon's hand. Captain, don't give up. The so-called hero is the one who gradually breaks the desperate situation whenever he can. Lin Mo took Lu Jing's red blade and didn't even last a single round in the hands of the green demonic creature before being smashed out by his opponent's fist. Lin Mo stifled a grunt. His body flew out 4 or 5 meters away. His body slightly deformed and his mouth full of blood. Life and death are unknown. Another angry cry rang out. This time it was Lu Jing himself. A black substance emerged from his body, quickly spreading over his arms, and that black substance kept wriggling as if it was alive. In the blink of an eye, the arms were covered in this black substance, forming a hard shell. Then, the black shell began to change, unexpectedly gradually transforming into a pair of incomparably sharp claws. Each finger became sharp and slender, flashing with a cold light, as if it could easily tear apart any object. Lu Jing's face also became abnormally twisted, and that was clearly a sign of zombie evolution. Sharp claws flashed with a cold light, slicing into the green demonic creature's head with precision. In an instant, the green demonic creature's head was easily sliced off and rolled to the ground. Immediately afterward, Lu Jing's movements were as swift as lightning. His claws continued to dance, aiming towards various parts of the green demonic creature's body. Each swing of the claws brought a sharp cracking sound, accompanied by the green demonic creature's hiss of pain. Its body began to fall apart. As Lu Jing kept waving his claws, the green demonic creature's body was torn into pieces, blood and flesh splattering in the air. The black bead was revealed again. Get out of the way. Chapter 48 Metamorphosis. As Lu Jing swung his claws to tear the green demonic object apart again, revealing the black bead. Get out of the way. Chuunibyou growled lowly. Never let that green demonic creature be reborn again. Otherwise no one will survive. Chuunibyou's entire body's strength converged on his arms. He violently threw his lance. This time, Chuunibyou didn't have any reservations. As the lance flew out, a powerful aura then erupted, as hot and violent as a volcanic eruption. Rumble dash. With a loud bang, the lance traced a dazzling arc in the air. In front of the lance, a blazing flame quickly spread out, forming a sea of fire. The flames were burning, incandescent, as if they wanted to burn everything to the ground. The entire space became illusory. A heat wave rolled in, spreading out in all directions like a surging ocean wave. And it was in the midst of the endless flames that the lance finally unleashed its final skill. In an instant, the flames that were already blazing to the extreme rose again, as violent as a volcanic eruption. The flames spread out and enveloped everything. Death comes, Chuunibyou roared. His face was also unusually contorted, only it wasn't because of the zombie mutation. It was the excitement. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sound went on for a good half-minute. The entire ground caved in. The people around them ran backwards. The heat wave was already too much for them. As for non-awakened people, for example, Ma Jianyu was wincing from being scalded. Lu Jing quickly ran to protect Lin Mo and tugged her to the side, probed her breath in passing. Luckily, not dead, just passed out. The flames spread, and the black bead had long since turned into ashes in the heat. This time, that green demonic creature really didn't respawn at a rapid pace. It was just that Lu Jing didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. Taking an answering stance, his eyes stared unblinkingly into the fire. When the flames cleared, all that was left around was a mess. Chuunibyou secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Not resurrected. Winning? The copy isn't over yet, Lu Jing said in a deep voice. It's normal to have some delays. Chuunibyou seems to be comforting himself. However, Lu Jing had a bad feeling. Grass. Chuunibyou's face suddenly changed. A naked man actually stood up from the ashes. He blushed with a few moments of confusion, looking at his arm and touching himself. It's as if they'd just been born. 3 states. Brain monster. Green devils. It ended up evolving into one. Lu Jing and Chuunibyou, who were closest, only felt their hearts dripping blood. It's not over yet. Why do I feel this guy has completed his final evolution yet? Lu Jing whispered. Chuunibyou gritted his teeth. This state doesn't look like much of a deterrent. The man in front of me had no hair, was naked, and didn't even have a pair of pants. Can't say male or female as it has both and neutral people. Mixed gender in one? It's so weird, but perhaps the strongest. Lu Jing said. The naked man was still looking himself up and down, his eyes revealing confusion and listlessness. Whatever the hell? A hint of determination flashed in Qin Wenk's eyes. He violently raised the lance in his hand and thrust it forward with force. Instantly, the air buzzed and chirped as if it had been torn apart. The thrust was fast and accurate. However, the tip of the gun fell short. The neutral man had leapt lightly over the tip of the gun at some point, crouched and expressionless, as if he had everything under control. Off. Qin Wenk flung his spear, but no matter how much he flung it, he couldn't get rid of the neutral person on the tip of the spear. The man seemed to have no weight at all, clinging to the lance like a feather. Qin Wenk was in a hurry, and flames swept out from the tip of his gun. Boom! The man dodged the flames lightly, his eyes indifferent. Ah! Qin Wenk once again let out a low cry, the long spear in his hand pointing straight at the sky. Another rumble. Neutral sidesteps it easily. Lu Jing swung his sword and came forward, but he was also dodged sideways by his opponent. Obviously, it didn't seem to be fast, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't touch the other side no matter how hard he tried. Obviously several times it has been just short of the mark. Lu Jing and Qin Wenk were tired of running around, and every attack fell short. The neutral man landed again, but just as his feet hit the ground, countless thick vines suddenly erupted. These vines spread quickly and tightly wrapped around the neutral's body, preventing him from moving. Trap! An excited smile appeared on the big-faced cat's face, and there was a gleam of triumph in his eyes, secretly glad that his plan had worked. As it turns out, the big-faced cat has been quietly laying vine seeds from the beginning. Vine seed is a common trap skill. It's just that the big-faced cat's vines had added another special effect, and it wasn't easy to be noticed when they were first laid. Over time, they will grow and expand, and the big-faced cat used this feature to cleverly hide the vine seeds under the ground. While Lu Jing, Qin Wenk and Yu Tianqi were fighting fiercely against the green demonic creature, the big-faced cat took the opportunity to set up the vine seeds. Who expects the green demonic creature to be annihilated? The new neutrals, however, did not notice the subtle change and therefore did not raise alarm. Now, these vine seeds were the key to the counterattack. To the master no. Qin Wenk seized the opportunity and stabbed him with a backhanded shot. The neutral twisted her back again in a 180-degree turn. Lu Jing followed closely, his sharp claws waving. But even though the neutral man's feet were entangled, his body still spun nimbly. Qin Wenk turned to attack his body. The neutral man touched his backhand on the lance, his thin fingers touching Qin Wenk's chest. Nothing offensive. Qin Wenk was all ready to be knocked out by gravity for more than 10 feet, but the fingers seemed like a woman's fingers, teasing him. Boom! The next moment, Qin Wenk was then left with only the lower half of his body, and the upper half disappeared. Lu Jing's pupils snapped. However, it was already too late. The neutral's other hand touched Lu Jing's lower body. Boom! Lu Jing couldn't feel the pain. He was just so weak that he couldn't use any of his strength. He froze, feeling the wind whistling in his ears as his eyes moved downward. The lower half of yourself. It's gone! Solved the duo of Lu Jing and Qin Wenk. The neutrals tore through the vines and turned to the crowd in the distance. Within moments, the wailing, roaring, and explosions were all in a row. Massacre. Unbridled slaughter. After Yu Tianqi, Qin Wenk and Lu Jing were beheaded, or the rest of them would have anyone left to fight back. Even if they did, they wouldn't last 2 rounds. Ah, it hurts. Am I going to die? Lu Jing was lying in the rubble. Only half of his body was staring at him, and he didn't even have the strength to blink. Chapter 49 3 Forms. Go to hell! Go to hell! Go to hell! The blue-haired teenager held a long sword and kept swinging. At the same time, he was retreating, a look of horror on his face. But he couldn't even graze the side of the neutral man, and ended up with an easy hand to the stomach. Boom! Instant death. Thundercloud storm. Flames burning the city. Elemental wizard's attack. A wide-range move. Rumble. Still, there's smoke and no injuries. The neutral man flickered out of the mist with a smile on his lips. 2 more loud bangs. Anyone touched by it has no chance of survival. First form, a brain monster with extremely strong defense. Has the skill of invincibility with eyes closed. Second form, a green demonic creature with strong recovery and battle power. Even though the body was torn apart, the black beads inside were intact. Then you can be reborn again. Third form, humanoid. Size. Appearance undoubtedly human. Weak defense. Agility pulls full weight. And both hands come with special skills. Those touched by it will be reduced to pieces. The entire three forms of the boss directly collapsed the awakened within the entire copy. Neutrals weave their way through the crowd with impunity. With the deaths of Lu Jing, Yu Tianqi, and Qin Wank, there's nothing anyone can do to stop it anymore. The neutral man's gaze fell on a girl on the floor. Tian Shiran had already been scared bloodless, and her feet had been affected by the explosion to the point where she couldn't move. At the moment, what with the multi-million-dollar watches, luxury cars, and mansions, it's not even worth as much as this life. The neutral reached out a finger, and it was about to come out and touch her brow. The big-faced cat swung its hooked claws violently, killing from the side. Neutral ducked lightly. Water spray? The big-faced cat puffed out a thick puff of smoke. Big-faced cat is a hunter by profession. Hunter is in a profession where the characteristics of his profession are not so obvious. There are branches of hunters, and the metaphorical beast master is a branch of hunters. Some hunters choose to train a spirit animal. The big-faced cat, on the other hand, favors a more assassin-like profession. Good at traps, good at the transported man. There was also this water mist of water magic, which he actually knew. In short, it's just a lot of learning. It can be learned in a variety of ways and can be played effectively, but the results are good. The big-faced cat's figure was hidden in the fog, seemingly looking for an opportunity to assassinate. He had realized that a head-on confrontation couldn't even catch his opponent's hair, only a sneak attack. The big-faced cat wordlessly approached the neutral man. Instead of venturing out into the mist, the other party just stood still. Just what the big-faced cat wanted. The big-faced cat held his breath and leaned closer and closer. The closer we get. Then, suddenly, the opponent jerked his head back, a sardonic smile at the corner of his mouth. Not good. The big-faced cat's face suddenly changed, but it was too late. He had to wave the hand holding the short dagger. Expectedly, it missed the jab. The neutral man's hand had probed. The big-faced cat immediately stepped back, while waving his short dagger haphazardly in an attempt to force his opponent back. However, not only did it not work, instead, the other man yanked on his arm. Boom! The big-faced cat stifled a grunt and his arm simply disappeared. The big-faced cat couldn't care less about the pain, because it was likely that he was going to throw his life away in the next second. He was about to activate his capture skill with his other hand when his eyelids fluttered. The neutral person in front of me was gone. At the same time, a nasty chill came from behind him. The neutral man's figure appeared behind him. Done. Boom! A violent roar came from behind them, and the ground trembled. The big-faced cat was flushed out. He didn't react until he hit the ground. Looked at myself and it wasn't all right, except for the broken arm. The upper and lower parts of his own body were still there. He looked over incredulously. Two figures were seen entangled in the gradually dissipating water mist. That's Lu Jing. Great God! Laughing exclaimed. The originally dead Lu Jing appeared once again. His decapitated body had miraculously returned to life. At this moment, Lu Jing's entire body exuded a bizarre aura. His skin became gray and lifeless, and his eyes flashed scarlet, as if he were a demon from hell. The sharp claws that his hands had turned into were constantly waving in the air, each swing bringing up a whistling wind sound. The neutral man, on the other hand, looked a little worse for wear. He dodged left and right, trying to avoid Lu Jing's attacks, but he was never able to completely get rid of his opponent's entanglement. Lu Jing's speed and strength seemed to have been greatly improved, and his attacks came like a raging storm, leaving people breathless. The neutral man stared tightly at Lu Jing, looking for the moment to make his next attack. Suddenly, he saw that Lu Jing had revealed a crack and immediately struck without hesitation. His hand reached out as quickly as lightning and accurately grabbed Lu Jing's back shoulder. Neutrals have a single means of attack, but it was so unreasonable that no defense could withstand his onslaught. Boom! With a loud bang, Lu Jing's back shoulder along with an area instantly disappeared. The huge impact caused Lu Jing to lose his balance, and his body involuntarily stumbled forward a few steps. However, just then, a mysterious force quietly surged. With a boom, the black substance quickly spread out like a torrent of darkness. They filled in the vacant parts of Lu Jing's body at an astonishing speed, as if it was a magical repair mechanism. In the blink of an eye, Lu Jing's body was back in one piece, and the area that had been destroyed by the neutral man reappeared. Puffing and puffing, Lu Jing's body had once again produced some sort of mutation. The upper body that was already covered in black substances. At this moment these black substances continued to spread to his legs. In the blink of an eye, his legs also became as black as ink, emitting a bizarre glow. With the infusion of this power, Lu Jing's speed unexpectedly increased more than double again, rushing towards the neutral man as fast as lightning. The neutral man could only choose to keep dodging, trying to avoid his overwhelming attack. Lu Jing waved his sharp claws, each swing bringing up a harsh wind sound, easily tearing apart the boulders in front of him. However, The neutral's hand landed on Lu Jing with precision every time. Even if Lu Jing's speed was faster, he wouldn't be able to touch his opponent. However, each time, Lu Jing was able to quickly recover his body. Relying on strong vitality and resilience, they fought against each other. Grass. Song Ziki let out a low curse. The scene in front of him was too shocking. Only Lu Jing's body was constantly being destroyed and reborn. His arms, legs, chest, and other parts of his body were constantly being destroyed by neutrals and disappearing. However, the moment these parts disappeared, new limbs grew quickly, as if he had endless life force. At the same time, the space around Lu Jing was fluctuating violently, accompanied by roaring sounds and flashes of light. Each disappearance and regeneration of a limb triggered an intense blast of energy, making the whole scene an extraordinary spectacle. Chapter 50. Do you think you can kill me? Boom! 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 Lu Jing's broken arms grew once again, then proceeded to lunge at the neutrals with a roar of fury. The neutral man dodged one after another, and his fingers traced across Lu Jing's waist. There was another loud bang. Lu Jing didn't care at all. His lower body was rapidly reborn and the black substance spread. Anyone who saw this scene would think that Lu Jing was the demon in the copy, and the neutral person across the street was the awakened person who challenged for a copy. Lu Jing, however, wasn't making random moves. Although he was attacking constantly, he was always preventing his opponent from touching his head. Lu Jing didn't know if he would be okay if his head was blown off. Neutrals are too fast and erratic. It could easily touch Lu Jing countless times, but Lu Jing couldn't even touch the edge of it. The neutral man gazed at Lu Jing in surprise. Its intelligence seems to be increasing as time goes on, and that was why the gazes that looked at Lu Jing were tinged with more than a little bit of suspicion. Neither of the two had the upper hand now. Lu Jing couldn't touch a neutral person, but the neutrals couldn't do anything with him for a while. Time passes by. The big-faced cat looked at Lu Jing in the distance with its mouth open, unable to say a complete sentence. This, the black substance had spread to Lu Jing's entire body, enveloping him completely. Lu Jing's appearance at this moment was extremely terrifying, and other than the head that still maintained its human form, his body had undergone a drastic change. Claws as sharp as knives protruded from his fingertips, flashing with a hauntingly cold light. Sharp bone spikes grew from the back and legs, like a sharp knife ready to pierce the enemy's chest. Instead, his tail became a hardened tail of steel. At this moment, Lu Jing was like a demon that had crawled out from the depths of hell, exuding an endless aura of intimidation and killing. He was completely a fully evolved mutated zombie except for maintaining his human consciousness. You, monster! Lu Jing looked at the neutral man with a face full of surprise. Speak up, this guy can talk? And call yourself a monster? I'm the monster? The monster is you. Lu Jing did not hesitate to charge forward again. He leapt violently. Surprisingly, at this point the neutral has the ability to float briefly. Lu Jing leaped up and his body slammed headfirst into the building behind the neutral man. The neutral man no longer dwelled on Lu Jing, but instead turned his gaze to the remaining others. Solve them and then deal with Lu Jing. As his intelligence improved, it was clear that he had learned the strategy of which enemy to tackle first. His body was falling downward at an extremely fast speed, but just at the moment he was about to land, a strong sense of alarm surged through his heart. Without hesitation, he jerked his head around, his gaze sharp as a falcon's. Only a thick black tentacle reached out from the darkness and tightly wrapped around his body like a demon's arm. The tentacle was pitch black and its surface was covered with tiny particles and fluff, as if it was a horrible creature from the abyss. And at the other end of the tentacle, a figure was attached. Lu Jing, finally caught you. Lu Jing violently retracted his tentacles. The neutral man's body flew towards Lu Jing uncontrollably. Just in the nick of time, the neutral's hand held down Lu Jing's tentacle. Boom! The tentacle let out a loud bang and faded. The entire tentacle disappeared. The opponent's ability is also evolving. Lu Jing was stunned. At first just touching a person's body triggers the mechanism. Now touching your own tentacles can trigger it? In fact, Lu wasn't wrong in guessing. Over time, neutrals are becoming more powerful and intelligent beings. Its body continued to fly towards Lu Jing through inertia while probing out its hand. Lu Jing, on the other hand, swung his left arm that was attached to the sharp knife. The neutrals seemed to be seizing the opportunity. Lu Jing's right hand that had turned into a tentacle did not recover quickly this time. I don't know if it was because of the first time he turned tentacle, or if it was because his body had recovered to its limits. This gives the neutrals an opportunity to take advantage of it. Boom! Lu Jing's left hand also disappeared. His face was grave as he quickly backed away. At the same time the body spun up in the air as swiftly as a whirlwind. The left leg was drawn out without hesitation. With a stern air, only heard a buzz sound. This leg forced back the neutral people, and finally landed on the thick top pillar. The top beam could not withstand such a great force. Instantly it began to shake, cracks spreading and dust billowing. Immediately afterward, the top beam collapsed with a loud bang, raising a cloud of smoke as if it were a small earthquake. Yet it didn't hurt the neutral in the slightest. Legs. The whole leg is gone. The neutral man began to frantically touch Lu Jing's body. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the black substance attached to Lu Jing's body all rustled to the ground like sticky cement. Only half of Lu Jing's body was left, and one head was still struggling frantically. The black substance was rapidly recovering its body, but apparently it was too late. The neutral man's hand was already about to touch his head. "You, strong," he said suddenly. He spoke in a strange voice, easily recognizable as that of A. Because his voice has no semblance of emotion, it just mimics how others pronounce it, like machinery. But it ends here. That's it? Lu Jing couldn't afford to hear such words. He suddenly detached himself from his fear, and his eyes quickly hardened. "Do you think you can kill me?" The neutrals suddenly realized something. The crowd only heard a deafening thud. Boom! Inside the building, the black object instantly exploded as if it was a bomb containing endless destructive power. Countless channels of pointed blades wrapped in black substance surged out. They were like a raging storm of metal, relentlessly pounding everything around them. The entire building trembled violently under this terrifying attack, and those hardened walls and pillars were simply unable to withstand such a powerful destructive force. The pointed blade easily penetrated the layers of barriers, impaling the entire building with holes. The originally sturdy structure of the building was now becoming shaky and could collapse at any time. "Woj, what the hell?" the big-faced cat said. "This seems to be the work of a great god." Chapter 51, Being a hero is tiring. At night, the lights are on. Circle after circle of people gathered in the streets of the city. 5 hours had passed since the copy had descended. However, there is still no word from the copy. The police are keeping order, and many people are already distraught. Every second that passes is torture for them. Lu Shui held her cell phone tightly. This staunch materialist who grew up not believing in ghosts and gods, at the moment his heart was devoutly praying to a sky full of gods and Buddhas. A vendor came this way pushing a food cart and yelling, "There are loved ones in the copy of the people resent the hawker at this time and the side of the business." Angry tugging on the collar of the hawker, looking for the other side of the theory. Karen glanced at the pocket watch. The longer the copy, the lower the chances of survival. Many people understand this in their hearts, but they are reluctant to admit it. Hold tight to that last hope. Elemental anomaly, signs of reopening of duplicates. Tick-tock, alarms are sounding. Spread out, spread out. The police began to blast the crowd out of the room, while at the same time the squad of awakened ones that had long been prepared followed, ready to enter the replica at any time when it opened. Seeing this scene, many people's hearts trembled. It won't. Boom! A huge portal opens. A silhouette took the lead, followed by more people. There were cascades of gasps all around. Out! Someone's coming out. Someone made it out alive. The night wind hunts. Lu Shui did not notice that the back of the school uniform she was wearing had long been soaked with a large portion of sweat. The wet fabric clung to her back, outlining it. The originally pure white color had become somewhat transparent at the moment, revealing the color of her skin in a hidden way. The light in the distance illuminated Lu Shui's eyes a little, and she used her hand to block the light in front of her. The heart seemed to plummet for a moment, and the throat moved. "Brother? Brother!" Lu Shui and the crowd rushed over. Lu Jing was the first to walk out of the copy and looked around in a momentary trance. Then he saw a figure rush towards him and crash into his arms at once. "Brother? Brother? That's a bit of a strange name, isn't it? But there's only one person in the world who can call himself brother." He looked at Lu Shui in his arms and reached out to pat her back. It's okay, I got out in one piece." Lu Shui's body trembled slightly, burying her head in Lu Jing's shoulder. Shouts rang out around them. "Son! Where's my son? Has anyone seen my daughter? Ha! Son! Son!" The voices rose and fell. More than 100 people were forcibly pulled into the middle of the copy, and now only 20 or so have come out alive. Among them, Yu Tanqi and Qin Wenk, who had the highest rank, were not among them. The two of them died in the middle of the copy, just like the many unlucky people. The remaining 20 or so people were also in a sorry state, each one acting as if they were fleeing. Song Ziki, Tian Shi ran. The first high school teachers present couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after seeing most of the familiar faces. Tian Shi ran and Song Zaiqi's father was at the police station full of gloom. These two are not simple characters. As soon as I heard that my son and daughter had been hit by a copy of Skyfall, Tian Shi ran and Song Zaiqi's family members flocked over. The two of their families had a lot of energy. Even the mayor of Jiangnan called for this. At this moment, seeing Tian Shi ran and Song Zaiqi safe and sound, many people breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother!" Lu Shui couldn't help but sob softly. Lu Jing raised his head. and his gaze happened to meet the Kirin in the crowd. Kirin looked surprised for a few moments. He didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that Lu Jing would be among them. And surprisingly, it came out alive. You know, after the serum is neutralized, Lu Jing is now an ordinary man with no semblance of power. It's amazing to come back alive under these circumstances. Lucky? Lu Jing nodded with a slight smile towards the Qilin. The Qilin was again a little surprised, not understanding why Lu Jing suddenly smiled at him. By all rights, Lu Jing should have lost his memory of himself at this point. Just a coincidence, I guess. That's what Kirin thought. But Lu Jing gave him a winking look and said with his mouth, "See you tomorrow at the usual place." Shock flashed in Kirin's eyes. He remembered me. Mommy, Daddy, I thought I couldn't come back. Scared me to death. Ma Jianyu was hugging his parents and bawling. When he cried, the others couldn't help but cry too. The feeling of coming back from the dead is something you can only know after experiencing it yourself. It was already late coming out of the awakening union. Lu Jing and Lu Shui sat at a roadside food stall. One could tell that Lu Jing was really hungry. The fire in the stall's main pot was never turned off, clattering and stirring. Lu Jing's mouth didn't stop until the boss said that the stock had all been sold out. He just stopped. Phew, tired me out. Lu Jing let out a long breath. It's hard to be a hero. After being a hero, now I'm stuck eating snacks at a roadside stand. Lu Shui paid the money and walked with Lu Jing towards the house. I'll tell Mom and Dad that we're going to stay at a classmate's house today, so don't mention being stuck with a copy when you get back, Lu Shui said. Oh, Lucas nodded. He had his hands in his pockets, his head drooping, his hair disheveled and yawning. At this time, a young man who had just stepped out of an internet cafe did likewise. The difference was he had a cigarette in his mouth. Seeing Lu Jing faintly honoring him with his eyes, companion. But then the look changed to one of envy and jealousy. With such a pretty girlfriend, you still go to internet cafes to pack up. What the hell is going on? Lu Shui asked. Why did Ma Jianyu and the others all say that you saved them? Didn't I tell you? I'm strong, Lu Jing said with a slight hint of amusement. Lu Shui looked back at him. Lu Jing still looked the same, half dead. It's exactly the same state as when you normally go to an internet cafe in order to watch anime all night. Next time come home early and don't go to that mess. Lu Jing thought Lu Shui was going to say something, but it turned out to be just this. He scratched his head and explained. Old Marai dragged me there. Who knew that I would meet something as unlucky as a copy of Skyfall? Back home, Lu Jing dragged his tired body to take a shower. As much as he wanted to just lay down on the bed, the smell that stained his body was too foul. Lying in bed, once you close your eyes, you know nothing. He was really tired. Chapter 52, Who the hell are they? In a daze, Lu Jing was shaken awake. Thinking it was Lu Shui telling him to get up, he rolled over. Not going. I'm not going to school today, so tell Dad for me that I'm sick, Lu Jing said vaguely. Lu Shui, however, didn't agree, and instead, she kept slapping him. Lu Jing rolled over in a flash, but it wasn't Lu Shui. Instead, it was the figure he had been expecting for so long. Old man with silver hair. You're here. Lu Jing was instantly energized and pranced out of bed. Kirin sat on a stool and looked at Lu Jing with a smile on her face. You remember me? Ha! These words stunned Lu Jing with their question. It's not like he's demented as a child. How could he not remember each other? Kirin narrowed her eyes and muttered inwardly. It seemed that the Dream Taper's dream devouring technique didn't work on Lu Jing. What's going on? It shouldn't be with Dream Taper's methods. Lu Jing scratched his head in embarrassment, thinking that the other party was here to raise an offense. After all, he lost the tactical suitcase himself. So, taking the lead, he moved the box he had hidden under the bed. Phew, this is the loot I got after entering the portal. Lu Jing opened the box. Kirin fixed his eyes on the box and saw that it was densely packed with a variety of items. These were all the loot that Lu Jing had obtained in his copy. The first thing that caught his eyes was a pile of crystals shining with strange light, having different colors and shapes, emitting powerful energy fluctuations. These crystals could be used to enhance strength, refine magic treasures or exchange for other precious resources. Next, some broken pieces of armor. Although it was in disrepair, you could still feel the fierce battles that had been experienced from above. In addition to crystals and armor remnants, the chest also contained a variety of weapons. Some were sharp swords and knives, glinting with a cold light. There were heavy axes and the odd concealed weapon. In addition, there were many miscellaneous items mixed in the box. For example, a ball of crystalline spider silk looks tough enough to be used to make traps or ropes. A black hat that seems to hide some mysterious power. There are also a few sharp beast fangs and a few soft pelts that may have a special purpose. Enough for 2 big boxes. Where did you get that? Kirin asked. Obtained by entering a copy. Lu Jing said. You were, and entered a copy? Aha! Alone? Mostly alone. Participated in a few multiplayer copies. Lu Jing replied. Karen looked odd. Lu Jing then added, by the way, I found out one more strange thing about the serum. The serum isn't working. That I know, Karen said mentally. In the next second, only one of Lu Jing's hands suddenly underwent a strange change, and his originally normal palm gradually became incredibly sharp, transforming into a sharp, pointed knife. A mysterious black substance spread out from his arm and quickly covered the entire hand, making it look eerie and terrifying, as if it was the hand of a demon from hell. Karen, the serum and the zombie virus had a chain reaction in my body. Lu Jing said so. Karen was filled with confusion. Oh, this veteran general who has seen it all and risen from the dead. Having been through life and death a few more times in the Night's Watch, he has seen transcendent scenes, and forces that are not of this world. Originally, there had been nothing that could have made him react that way. Serum? Zombie virus. Lu Jing then gave the other party a brief description of the entire process of entering the twin portal copy and meeting the zombie copy. I suspect that the serum in my body reacted with the zombie virus and that's why it mutated, Lu Jing said with certainty. Otherwise, one could not be alive right now, and it has mutant powers, and I'm extremely resilient. I lost the lower half of my body before and I was still able to be reborn. Right, and the arms, the thighs uninterruptedly regenerated. It was by this that the task was finally accomplished by surprise. Karen nodded thoughtfully. Inside, it was a little crazy. Serum. Where's the serum in your system? It's all been taken away from me. As for the zombie virus and the serum being able to have a chemical reaction, that's even more unlikely. The serum has been studied by the organization for generations. If the serum could really have any chemical reaction with the zombie virus, it wouldn't be Lu Jing's turn. There were so many team members who had hit the serum before, who had been infected with the virus in the zombie copies, and as usual, they had lost their consciousness and turned into a member of the zombie army. But the fact of Lu Jing was again in front of his eyes. Looking at the mutated Lu Jing, the Kirin looked very complicated. Who the hell is this guy? Without any training, with a bottle of D-rank serum, he was able to enter the copy alone. The weapons were also looted. Nor did I consider the problem of getting injured within the copy, and I went over there recklessly. Fused with the zombie virus, mutated in his body, yet conscious, possessing a perverted level of resilience. Lu Jing recovered and looked at his opponent's odd expression. Scratching his head, he said with great embarrassment, I'm sure you know. Actually, the tactical suitcase made me lose it. I swear I don't know how I lost it. I clearly remember putting it right under my bed and waking up the next day it was gone. I doubt it was stolen by our hostile forces, right? Said Lu Jing viciously. Don't let me know who did it. I'll get his mother. Karen was silent. That's what the old man stole. However, Karen didn't have time to think about that right now. It seemed that not only did Lu Jing not have amnesia, even the serum had not been neutralized. It's even due to an unknown reason that has led to evolution within the body. Let him mistake the serum for some strange chemical reaction with the zombie virus. This at the moment. It's too complicated. Not to mention the captain's previous orders forbidding him to bring in any more new people into the organization. Avoid contact with the rest. Trouble. The unicorn felt one head and two heads. It's reasonable to report to the captain when this happens. Available at. If the captain found out about the mess that had been made because of his insistence on nabbing a new one, he'd end up making a mess. Karen hesitated for a moment. Lu Jing scratched his head. Am I considered to be making up for my mistakes? The unicorn didn't know what to answer, and was silent for a long time before saying, I'll go back and work on it, and in the meantime you should not enter the copy again. Understood. Lu Jing nodded his head like garlic. Karen looked at Lu Jing, wanting to say something. Eventually it just disappeared into the middle of the bedroom. Chapter 53, Black Wings. Gangnam City Base. Jubilee has left. Karen paced back and forth, looking anxious. Time passed by. It's time for the appointment. Karen enters the world of consciousness. It wasn't long when the unicorn opened his eyes. 3 figures appeared before his eyes. White Zephyr of the Night Watch, Green Dragon of the Night Watch, and Vermilion Bird of the Night Watch. As a rule, the 4 of them, the leaders of each region, had to make conscious contact every week to exchange what they knew. The news is then summarized and reported back to the captain. Only now, for special reasons, the captain is no longer involved in matters for the time being. Therefore individual messages need to be reviewed by the heads of the 4 regions to discuss the next response. Bai Zhe said indifferently. My scouts told me that the corrupted church side seems to be greatly enraged because of what happened in Jiangnan. Corrupting believers. The awakened who believe in decay. Decay corrupts the body of the awakened. And with each additional portion of decay, the awakened becomes more powerful. All things are corrupt. All beings are immortal. Because the corrupt believers were eyeing the Night's Watch, even infiltrating the organization directly and stealing information. And the Night's Watch exterminated the faithful in the south of the river. The vermilion bird was disdainful. Then let's go to war. And if I'm pissed off, I'll just go to the door and destroy it. Xinglong said in a deep voice. Have you forgotten the captain's explanation before he left? Don't cause any trouble. Wait for the captain to come back for everything. And avoid some if you can. Vermilion bird skimmed his lips, but he didn't dare to directly dislike the green dragon. Although Xinglong was quiet, he was the most qualified of the four, and the captain's most capable assistant. Although there was no hierarchy between the four, most of the time when the captain was not there, they needed Xinglong to make a decision. Karen, what about your side? Have you heard anything from Jiangnan lately? Xinglong looked towards Kirin, who had not spoken. Kirin was silent for a moment. Yes. Xinglong, Bai Zhe, and Zhu Yao all looked at the Qilin in slight surprise. You know, Kirin can always say what he has to say. When has he ever stammered so much? What happened? Xinglong said in a deep voice. It's the same thing I said last time about Nascent. Something happened to that teenager named Lu Jing. Dead? Jubilee raised an eyebrow and, no, I was ordered by the captain to remove the serum from his body, and in the process, remove any memories he had of me, and I thought it was a done deal. Who knew that the serum didn't clear and the memories weren't erased successfully? Also, the serum in his body had mutated with the zombie virus. You guys heard about the Skyfall replica in Gangnam City the day before yesterday. Lu Jing was among them, and I accidentally bumped into him and learned everything. Mutation? Jubilee was slightly surprised. The research in serum has been attributed to her. She had never known that the serum could mutate. Mutated into what? Jubilee asked. Karen gave a slight wave of her hand. An image then appeared in front of the other three. That was a video of Lu Jing's hands transforming into sharp claws, followed by sharp knives and long whips. The black substance spread outside the body as if it were alive. After the mutation, Lu Jing's strength increased dramatically and he also possessed superb recovery power. Even if half of your body is destroyed, you can recover quickly. Xinglong, Shu Bird, and Bai Zhe were all silent. I didn't believe it either at first, but the facts are right in front of us. This teenager is truly special, Karen said. Jubilee rubbed her chin with her fingers. I'll make a trip to Jiangnan and take him for a full test. This matter need to be reported to the captain? With that, Karen glanced at Xinglong. The green dragon was silent, seemingly hesitating. Let's wait for a test result before reporting it to the captain. Jubilee shrugged. Otherwise it makes us look like trash and we need the captain for everything. Hearing Vermilion Bird say that, Xinglong nodded as well. That's it then. Vermilion Bird will go to Jiangnan to give the other side a full test, and the results will be communicated in real time. Understood. Sharp claw form, sharpshooter form, whip form. Inside the house, Lu Jing tried to switch weapons in 3 different states. Nonverbal grunt as interjection. He nodded thoughtfully. Lu Jing looked at the weapon in his hand and his heart fluttered. Long lance. He tried to turn his weapon into a lance. With his intention, the black substance quickly spread to his right hand, and indeed transformed into a long spear. However, the shape of this lance looked inferior compared to the sharp knives and claws from before. It doesn't have that razor-sharp sharpness and it lacks a sense of majesty. But despite this, Lu Jing felt a hint of excitement. After all, this was his first attempt to turn his weapon into lance form. He swung the lance, feeling its weight and feel in his hand. While not as nimble as sharp knives and claws, the lance had a unique sense of power. Rechange. This time, Lu Jing imagined a pair of black wings. As he called out within, a mysterious power began to surge within him. Prickly la 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 la. An ear-piercing sound rang out, as if something was drilling out of Lu Jing's body. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ouch ouch ouch. Lu Jing only felt a sharp pain as if his bones had been chopped off. The black substance spread across Lu Jing's back, forming sharp bone spikes. These bone spurs at first looked like a pair of shoots, tender and seemingly fragile. However, they grew at an alarming rate, becoming hard and sharp in the blink of an eye. Puff! With a crisp sound, the shoots pierced through the clothes behind Lu Jing's back and suddenly grew out. Lu Jing grimaced in pain, but his desire to become handsome made him grit his teeth and persevere. Since experiencing the constant disappearance and reorganization of hands and feet and body, Lu Jing's endurance had obviously increased by more than one level. At the moment, it only felt as if a rope had penetrated his lute bone, and then someone had used that rope to flip a flower rope. If it were before, I would probably have passed out from the pain. Over time, the wings gradually unfolded, each feather glistening with an ebony luster. Lu Jing felt a powerful surge of strength in his heart. He stood in front of the mirror and looked at a pair of black wings on his back. Cool. Degree asterisk. This is what one once dreamed of. Lu Jing rummaged through the box and pulled out the book he had drawn as a child. He sat on the floor and unfolded the paintings one by one, as if he had entered a world of imagination. One of the paintings. The image was of the back of a man with a pair of black wings, standing under a tall building overlooking the city. The silhouette of this figure was blurred, but the black wings were lifelike, as if they might spread their wings and fly at any moment. It was the young Lu Jing's curiosity and exploration of the world, and those dreams that he had once forgotten. Chapter 54. Pretend you're dead. Night falls and the lights come on. The whole city was covered with lights, bright and colorful, like a city that never sleeps. Lu Jing stood quietly at the top of the tall building, overlooking the bustling and noisy urban night scene in front of him, and a feeling of grandeur welled up in his heart. His gaze traveled through the forest of skyscrapers and over the streets of traffic, as if he could see every corner of the city. Black wings slowly unfolded behind him, emitting a piercing sound as if an ancient and mysterious music was playing. The wings didn't have the slightest sense of lightness, but instead gave off a heavy feeling, as if they were carefully woven from thick iron sheets. Each feather shone with the characteristic texture and light of metal, cold and hard, emanating a haunting aura. Lu Jing took a selfie and stored it in his cell phone. He then took a deep breath. Mentally, fly, fly, fly. After giving myself courage, Lu Jing took a deep breath, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He fought his way off the edge of the tall building, his body plummeting through the air as the wind whistled past. Just then, the wings behind him violently unfolded, emitting a metallic friction sound as if they were about to tear the air apart. The wings fluttered up quickly, carrying his body upward. Handsome. Idiom. No sooner had the words left one's mouth than it was spoken. Lu Jing subconsciously let out an ah sound, and his body plummeted. Wings obviously can't fly, and briefly getting out of the air seems to be a no-brainer. Lu Jing's hands quickly changed to tug on the railing, but I don't know if it was too much force or too much impact. The railing at the edge was yanked straight off by his hard hand. Chasing me? See the bird in the sky? The teenager looked up, puzzled. What do you mean? If this bird lands in less than a minute, you promise to be my girlfriend? I mean, if a birdman shows up in a minute, I'll agree to be your girlfriend. The girl replied. Junior, oh. Next. A fluttering figure fell out of the sky and straight into a nearby dumpster. Boom dash. Lu Jing climbed out of the dumpster, grimacing in pain as he bent over and covered his back. Sorry to interrupt. Lu Jing quickly fled the place with his 2 pairs of large wings. Only the dazed duo were left behind. Next day, at the dinner table, her stepmother, Gong Liang, chattered on, talking about the recent increase in the price of pork. Yuki, is there a monthly exam today? Gong Liang suddenly changed the topic back. Aha. Lu Xue nodded. Gong Liang immediately smiled with joy. Awakened people have bonuses to take every time they take an exam, even if it's the top number of monthly exams. And it's not a small amount, so it's kind of a disguised way of subsidizing those students with good grades. Take a good test. Father Lu Yuanjing said. Aha. Lu Xue nodded. Lu Jing, you also take the exam well and try to get into a second university. How can you not go to a specialist? Gong Liang glanced at Lu Jing again and admonished. Lest old Lu always thinks he's favoring one over the other. Good. Lu Jing nodded his head in agreement like he always did. Neither seemed perfunctory, but neither was it taken much to heart. Pocket change. Lu Yuanjing pulled out 2 $10 bills and the siblings split them equally. Lu Jing stuffed the money into his pocket. Gong Liang talked about family life again. Is Lao Lu still working overtime tonight? Plus, busy as hell. Lu Jing thinks superheroes have to be parental too. After having breakfast, Lu Jing left the house with Lu Xue and headed for the subway station. It wasn't long before Lin Mo's voice sounded behind him. Boss, wait for me. Limo came hurrying over with a loaf of bread in her mouth. Lu Jing looked back and said that this was a common image in anime. The late heroine with the bread in her mouth. Next thing you know, you're supposed to collide with the hero around the corner. Lin Mo ran closer and rubbed her eyes. Got up late today. Lu Jing had long since gotten used to Lin Mo's pestering. There's no way to get rid of it anyway. In the end, he still felt it was a sin he had done before, including, what with the group's vigilante Kirin, Green Dragon, and a whole bunch of others. Boss, do I have any assignments today? Have a good exam. Lu Jing said carelessly. Boss, teach me some fighting skills. I want to be as good as you. After experiencing yesterday's copy, Lin Mo's admiration for Lu Jing became even more serious. You're too young. Ha, boss. Lu Jing, hurry up and go. Lu Xue walked fast in front of her, and the sound of Lu Jing and Lin Mo's talking was all behind her. She glanced over and realized that Lu Jing wasn't following her. Huffing and puffing again, she walked back and pulled Lu Jing away. What's the hurry? Lu Jing said. It's not like I'll be late. I'm going shopping. Hurry up and go. Hey, wait for me. Lin Ma quickly finished her bread and Lu Xue only felt angry. This guy named Lin Mo is really pissed off. What's the point of pestering someone's brother for nothing? Inside the classroom. As soon as Lu Jing entered the classroom, he brushed off the burning gazes of the crowd. Ma Jianyu was in the middle of the crowd as if he was telling a commentary. When he saw Lu Jing walk in, he stopped. It didn't take much thought to realize what story Ma Jianyu was telling just now. It was nothing more than Lu Jing in the replica, how he had killed all sides, and how he had saved the day in a crisis. Actually, it doesn't even have to be told by Ma Jianyu. There were quite a few students there that day and most of them were lucky enough to survive. This made Lu Jing feel a bit secretly happy, but he couldn't show it. Instead, it made some very uncomfortable. It causes walking to be awkward. Lu Jing returned to his seat and glanced down at his desk. Only a fine box was tucked inside the desk. Ma Jianyu approached Lu Jing's ear and whispered, Tian Shiran gave it to you. It should be a congratulatory gift to repay you. You saved her before. Lu Jing didn't move and put down his book bag. Lu Jing remembered his previous high school classmates, knowing full well which girl had slipped a gift into the table. And then there was a deliberate and loud inquiry as to who put the gift in my desk by mistake. Or is it for me? The whole time you must pretend you know nothing about it. The louder the better, to show their superiority, smug in their hearts. At that time, Lu Jing scoffed, envious and jealous in his heart. Pretend, play dead. Lu Jing remembered that it was popular to give each other apples on Christmas Eve. Lu Jing no. So I bought one for myself when I went to school and carried the apple around to woo people. Then, on purpose, the apple was thrown in front of the crowd. Handsomely, the Chinese do not celebrate foreign festivals, and I don't even want to. It was a stupid time to be myself. At this moment, Lu Jing also wanted to do that like his former classmates. The arrogant starlet female classmate who offered to give herself a gift. Would love for the world to know. But that thought was just a thought. Lu Jing was going to wait until he had time to unwrap it and see what was inside. A gift from Tian Shiran shouldn't be cheap. Lu Jing glanced at Tian Shiran. It so happened that Tian Shiran also inclined her head at this time, and their gazes collided. Tian Shiran immediately retracted her gaze sheepishly. Chapter 55, Monthly Examinations. After class, Lu Jing found a free moment and sneakily opened the gift box when no one was looking. That looks like a thief. After all, it's not like he could explain it if others knew. Since Tian Shiran had quietly slipped it under his desk, he probably didn't want anyone to know. Lu Jing didn't want to embarrass her either. Unpacking the box, inside was a silver white watch, an Omega watch. Ma Jianyu's eyes lit up. It's true that the little rich girl is generous. This style is over $1 million. So rich. Lu Jing glanced up and down at the table, although the surface was unperturbed, but there was still shock in his heart. Over $1 million. Just give it away. The $10 in my pocket didn't smell good at once. Ma Jianyu said. Actually, Tian Shiran looks really good. If you strike now, brother Jing, you'll take it in minutes. Mundane, said Lu Jing rather pretentiously. The world is not yet settled. So what is a home? If in the past, Ma Jianyu would only think that Lu Jing was twitching, but right now, Ma Jianyu only wanted to applaud Lu Jing and look at him with worshipful eyes. You can give it back to her for me. Lu Jing handed the watch to Ma Jianyu. Ha? Don't want it. Ma Jianyu was shocked. What kind of person do you think I am? Destroying demons is just the hero's part of the job. There's no need for her to return anything to me. Just passing on this valor and courage, and the belief in reaching out to others, is the best way to repay me. After saying that, Lu Jing left in style. Ma Jianyu stared at Lu Jing's back in a daze. Cam. Really handsome. Lu Jing put his hands in his pockets and walked with the wind. Hey, catch the ball. Someone shouted from the basketball court in the distance. Lu Jing looked up and reached out to catch the basketball firmly in his hands. He glanced at the crowd. Holding a basketball in his hand is both strange and slightly familiar. There was a time when high school gym class, all the boys in the class were playing basketball, and even the 200-pound chubby guy in the class was guarding under the basket. In favor of himself, he was put outside by the gym teacher to help pick up rolling basketballs because he didn't fit in. It's the middle of summer. Everyone else is playing basketball, and the rest of the girls are watching basketball. He was like a big dumb kid himself, running back and forth all over the place to help pick up the ball. Lu Jing clearly remembered that afternoon. The stifling air was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. In the distance, among the flowers, there was a chorus of cicadas, as if telling of the heat and irritation of summer. The sound of basketballs colliding with the ground came from the playground. Figures bouncing in the sunlight, sweat soaking their shirts, but they are still running and jumping energetically, enjoying the happiness brought by sports. With every goal, there were cheers all around. Lu Jing looked at his favorite girl while the other looked at the schoolboy. Actually, there's nothing wrong with saying you like it. After all, what adolescent boy doesn't like a pretty child, which doesn't have a crush? Lu Jing picks up the basketball. Lu Jing bumbled over, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and ran to one end of the playground to throw the basketball back, then just continued to stand to the side and wait for the basketball to fly out again. Lu Jing was suffocating in his heart, thinking about swinging for the fences, thinking about flipping off the gym teacher. The idea was to wait for the basketball to hit, skim it myself, and walk away without looking back. But when I saw the dark face of the gym teacher, I didn't dare to say a word or do anything. Fear of the other person telling their homeroom teacher. When I got home, I talked to myself. Why don't you dare turn the tables on him? What are you afraid of you? And then pointing to the air as if the gym teacher was standing right there. Why is everyone else playing basketball and I'm the one picking up basketballs? Who do you think you are? Differentiate yourself? Do you know who I am? You're a people's teacher. Looking down on me, aren't you? I'm not afraid to make a big deal out of it. Get the principal if you can. I'm going to send a video. I'm going to go to the school board. Begging me now? Too late. When you're done venting your emotions. Lu Jing then felt better and lay on the bed looking at the ceiling. Thinking about the future. Thinking about the future. In fact, the first 18 years will be nothing but fantasy. Lu Jing was no different from an ordinary person. Thoughts gradually retracted. Throw the ball back. The man shouted again. Whoosh. Accompanied by a sharp cracking sound, the basketball flew out of Lu Jing's hand like an arrow off the string. It drew a near-perfect parabola in the air, as if it had been precisely calculated, and flew sharply toward the basketball hoop. Everyone subconsciously held their breath, their eyes following the fast-spinning basketball. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the basketball fell accurately into the hoop, making a crisp clunk sound. There was a gasp from the crowd. Lu Jing turned and walked away. Dude, play some ball together? A voice came from the back. Lu Jing waved his hand without looking back. Today is the day of the monthly exams, and for those who have not yet awakened to the fact that they have only a few papers to face. However, for students who have awakened, this monthly exam will be much more formal and grand, even big. It is reported that this monthly examination will be arranged for the awakened to travel to the mountains by helicopter for the examination. All the seniors gathered in the playground at the back of the school, the crowd bustling with excitement and anticipation on every face. They mingled and murmured, their minds filled with curiosity and questions. We're not going into a copy, are we? A boy said, a hint of nervousness and anticipation in his voice. It had to be, otherwise how could we have been brought here? Asterisk 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 surely it's not that simple anyway. The helicopters are here. What the hell is going on here? As a non-awakened, Ma Jianyu had nothing to do with him even if the surroundings were bustling. He turned his head to Lu Jing. Brother Jing, it's a pity that you don't show off this ability. So many people in the class now regard you as their idol. Low profile, Lu Jing faintly said. Being a member of a mysterious organization, one tries to keep a low profile when one can. The silver-haired old man had also admonished himself. However, Lu Jing wanted to keep a low profile. Some people don't allow it. The first to bear the brunt was Lin Mo. Sensei, take me and my boss with you? What? My old Continental View, that Skyfall copy thing at the bar. Don't you guys know about it? It was my boss who solved it. If you want to praise, you should also praise my boss, who keeps a low profile. 25 ranked awakened were defeated in battle, and my boss wiped out the demons all by himself? What? Song Ziki and the others? They're just hiding in the corner and shivering. Song Ziki's face suddenly looked a little unsightly. The teacher looked helpless. Chapter 56, Handsome is for life. Song Ziki's face was very unsightly as he glared at Lin Mo. On the contrary, what Lin Mo said was still mostly the truth. Shivering. He did come that way. In short, it serves almost zero purpose in the copy. Well, you can't blame him for that. 25 ranked awakened died in the copy. He's a student who didn't even graduate from high school. Except for Lu Jing, that anticlimactic guy. Lin Mo was tongue-tied and still in the middle of a heated debate after his teacher. They can all prove it. If you don't believe me, go ask Song Ziki, Tian Shiran and the others. I can prove it. Ma Jianyu weakly concurred. The teacher gave him a look and ignored Ma Jianyu. At this time, the Dean of Academic Affairs walked over, penetrated into the crowd and walked straight to Lu Jing's side, asking kindly, Lu Jing, do you want to go to the examination? That night, knowing that students from their own school were trapped, the school's top leadership officials were there. When the copies were over and the people who survived went to the Awakened Union to make a detailed report, they also have a general idea of what's going on. It was reasonable to say that both 25 ranked Awakened were killed in action. The conclusion from each person's report was a non-awakened person named Lu Jing eventually killed the boss in the copy and saved the day to complete the mission. It confused the guild's crowd. If it weren't for the surprising consistency of all the survivor reports, it would surely be assumed that the reports were being falsified. Afterward, the Awakened One Guild had wanted to conduct a physical test on Lu Jing, doubtful that he was an awakened. Except that for some reason no awakened had succeeded before, only to be rejected by Lu Jing. It was also associated with the abnormal energy detection during the previous entrance examination. The school authorities reasonably suspected that there was something hidden in Lu Jing. The eyes of the crowd all fell on Lu Jing, making him look a little nervous. More eyes were puzzled and confused. I don't understand why the head of the faculty suddenly asked a non-awakened person if he wanted to take the test for awakened people? Lu Jing raised his head to meet the faculty advisor's gaze. In the distance, the principal and vice principal were also looking over. Someone noticed the atmosphere was a bit stagnant. Just then, the first helicopter had landed first. The sound of that loud propeller spinning was like thunder resonating throughout the playground, kicking up a fierce wind. The rumbling was deafening, and the flags in the playground that were close by were fluttered by this strong wind. People were looking up. As the helicopter approached, one could clearly see that it was armed with a variety of weapons and equipment. Most notable were the missile launchers and rocket nests hanging under the short wings on both sides. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's a helicopter gunship. Someone exclaimed in shock. Our school is so posh. The helicopter gunships came closer and closer as the crowd looked on in amazement. Not just any manned helicopter, but a helicopter gunship coming over. Huge fuselage, heavy armor, and a powerful fire system. The propellers gradually decelerated as the helicopter came to a steady stop on the playground. Eventually the rotation stopped and the hatch slowly opened. A tall woman stepped out of it and saluted the crowd. Wow! Some people couldn't help but open their mouths wide. That woman was like a star in a movie, attracting everyone's attention. She was mysterious and glamorous in a pair of stylish black sunglasses. Tall, with beautiful lines, as if she were a model coming down from the runway. Wore a classic OL set of dresses. The dresses are well tailored, perfectly showing professional temperament and femininity. Her legs were long and round, wrapped in a thin layer of black stockings that gave off a tantalizing sheen. Her hair was slightly curled, and she tossed it gently with her steps, like a breeze. The face is sharp and pretty, with a three-dimensionality and delicacy characteristic of Westerners. Seems to be a mixed-race beauty. The woman attracted all the attention in the room as soon as she appeared. That's not our school's airplane, someone said aloud to the principal. Apparently it was also obvious from the principal's furrowed brow that the principal didn't know either. The woman ignored the principal and walked straight through the crowd. Walking in front of Lu Jing, he took off his sunglasses. We should go. Time is short. The woman has moving eyes that shine like stars. Lu Jing, huh? This scene has come up countless times in dreams. However, when it actually happened in reality, Lu Jing froze. What the hell? Commissioner Lu, it's time to go. The woman repeated again. Who are you? I'm Mr. Lu Jing. Are you from our school? The one who spoke was not Lu Jing, but the director of instruction. This is our school. You, as the woman pulled out her ID. The head teacher choked on her words and looked at the woman in front of her in surprise. I'm sorry, this is an order from above. I'm just carrying out the order. Now Commissioner Lu needs to come with me. The woman smiled slightly. Then, she reached out and pulled off Lu Jing's school uniform without a second thought. Lu Jing was stripped of his clothes in a daze. The woman casually threw the school uniform to the sunglasses man behind her, and took a set of black expensive trench coat to put on Lu Jing. Commissioner Lu, many people are waiting for your meeting. It's time to go. She made a gesture of invitation. Awesome. Lu Jing thought to himself that he was absolutely handsome at this moment. This is definitely a scene only dreamed of. Lu Jing has a pretend X list in his own mind. Ranking 3 is. During the flag-raising ceremony, a huge rift crossed the sky and numerous monsters emerged. Teachers and students are running backwards. Lu Jing smiled faintly and went against the crowd, then transformed to kill the monster in seconds, shocking the whole school. This is something that has happened before. Didn't realize that was just a quiz. Though, it also caused Lu Jing to lose a great deal of face. As for the second highest ranked pretender, this is the situation at hand. The elements are complete. Helicopter, in front of the whole school. Beautiful assistant, black trench coat. Even the lines are exactly the same. Commissioner Lu, we should get going. The tone was as if he was going to save the world. The tall woman draped a black trench coat over Lu Jing. Lu Jing whispered, a question. Will I be back at night? The tall woman froze. She thought that Lu Jing would ask questions like who she was and why she wanted to go with her. I didn't realize that was the question when I opened my mouth. In fact, the tall woman didn't understand Lu Jing at all. In this situation right now, even if she had to take Lu Jing to hell, Lu Jing would also follow her without looking back. After all, handsome is for life. Depends, the tall woman replied. Lu Jing then turned around and walked away. I hope you families give good reviews. Tomatoes give too little. Chapter 57, The Vermilion Bird. After getting the reply that the tall woman probably wouldn't be back for the night, Lu Jing turned his head and walked to Lu Shui. If I don't come back tonight, you tell the family. Lu Shui responded and couldn't help but ask again. Who is she? Where are you going? Nothing much. Lu Jing waved his hand and gave Lu Shui a reassuring look. After all, he can't say actually I don't know and am just as brain dead as you are. That would be so douchey. It won't be dangerous. Lu Shui frowned slightly. No, don't worry. Hell, I don't know if it's dangerous. Lu Jingxin said. He retraced his steps, escorted by a tall woman. He walked up to the helicopter gunship to the shocked stares of many of his classmates and teachers. When Lu Jing climbed to the highest point, he suddenly swept back and glanced at the crowd behind him. Among them he focused on a couple of pretty girls. For example, Chuunibyou, who he had some good feelings for before. The eyes that looked at him were full of admiration. Well, that's the effect. Lu Jing admitted that he was definitely a vulgar man. A vulgar man who very much liked to play it cool. At this moment, Lu Jing's eyes presented a wave of complicated feelings. To the others, it looked as if he was about to go on a life or death mission. Afterward, Lu Jing resolutely boarded the helicopter. Boss, take me with you. Lin Ma yelled from below. Lu Jing ignored it. With a low roar, the helicopter gunship began to slowly rise, its propellers revving faster and faster, emitting a deafening sound. The huge air currents kicked up dust and blades of grass around them, causing people to squint for cover. The plane gradually rose and headed off into the distance. It soon turned into a small black dot and eventually disappeared into the sky. All that was left behind was silence and emptiness, as if everything that had just happened was just an illusory dream. What a dream! What adolescent has not had similar dreams? Taken by a beautiful woman in a wildly cool way in front of everyone. But now reality happened to Lu Jing. Lu Jing watched the silhouettes underground gradually turn into black spots. He gradually calmed down and looked at the tall, beautiful woman beside him. Where are we going? Find a hidden place and bury you. Lu Jing. Just kidding. It's KIR. Jubilee changed her tone. An old man with silver hair asked me to take you somewhere. Oh. Lu Jing didn't pay much attention to that word. It's in the other party's mouth. Understanding that he was about to contact the organization, he couldn't help but be a little more nervous. Then why so high profile? Hasn't our organization always kept a low profile? Lu Jing asked again. Vermilion Bird smiled. I thought that this appearance would give you more face, so I made this special. Why don't you like it? No. Although Lu Jing said so on his lips, his heart was straight. Awesome. You're the best. I would love that. Soon the helicopter landed outside the city. Jubilee shrugged. We're still going to have to drive in just to put on this show. I would have driven to pick you up if I'd known. Except I thought a helicopter would be more pushy. After all, one couldn't just waltz in and land a helicopter at the vigilantes' base in Jiangnan. Lu Jing felt that the other party's idea was too much for his liking. Indeed, even the most expensive luxury car is not as compelling as a helicopter. Unless you bring the tanks, then forget I said anything. Afterward, Lu Jing then redrove into the city with Vermilion Bird in a black off-road. Jubilee gripped the steering wheel with one hand and lit herself a cigarette with the other. Lu Jing couldn't help but glance at her. He had to admit, the woman smoked so handsomely. Between the smoke, his eyes carried a hint of ecstasy and laziness that made people fall in love with him. The features were delicate and three-dimensional. The skin was as white as porcelain, and the lips were slightly upturned, revealing a faint confidence and uninhibited. Unlike Chuunibyou and Tian Shiran's kind of 18 or 19-year-old girl, this woman exuded a mature woman's charm. The body is tall and slender. The curves are exquisite. The dress is fashionable and sexy. Exudes a unique flavor between the hands and feet. Jubilee said casually. I hear you're perverted. Lu Jing said. I just took one more look at you. There's no need to call me a pervert, right? I mean mutation. Oh, can you show me? Lu Jing unleashed his ability without hesitation. Only the black substance on his body spread rapidly like a tidal wave, covering half of his upper body in the blink of an eye. As the black substance flowed, his arm gradually morphed and eventually transformed into a handsome and sharp claw. The sharp claws exuded a metallic luster, as if they were cast from steel, and glittered with an icy cold light. Wow, that's scary. Jubilee's mouth was open. What else can you change? Like wings, knives, and things that stretch and turn into something like rope. Lu Jing told them one by one. Jubilee nodded. Sure, it's a change that occurs after being infected by a walker? Aha. Lu Jing nodded again. So you're just assuming that it's the zombie virus that's somehow related to the serum in your body. Or else? Lu Jing asked rhetorically. It's better to test it first. This example has never come up before. I've also heard that you've broken through a lot of solo copies on your own before you were infected. It's all because of the serum. Lu Jing said. The serum doesn't have that much power. And it's more critical to the person who has the serum how much it can do. For example, some people can only exert 10% of their power, while others can exert 200%. Jubilee did not elaborate. In fact, the main purpose of the serum is mainly to get the inheritor through an awkward period of time. During this period, the legacy was neither handed down to the inheritors. It's not like you have the physical qualities of an awakened person. That's why serum is used. On the other hand, it is also to provide the inheritor with some necessary physical qualities when looking for an inheritance. Finally, the serum allows the inheritor to better receive the transmission. Otherwise, with the fragile body of a human being, it is likely that he or she will not be able to survive the stage of inheritance. Wait until you become a true legacy. By becoming an inheritance of something sacred, the serum would not be of much use. Speaking in accordance with the words of the game, God in the early part of the book, but not even bothering to look at it in the later part. Soon, Jubilee drove the car to the location, stopped in front of an unattended watch store. Chapter 58, The Story of the Vermilion Bird. From halfway there, Lu Jing was blindfolded and had his ears blocked. Soon the car pulls up to the watch store. Two pretty waitresses opened the door. Lu Jing followed Vermilion Bird and walked in. Vermilion Bird led Lu Jing, who had his eyes and ears sealed, into the elevator inside the watch store and put a white mask on him. This is before removing the black cloth from his eyes. With the headphones that play loud music in his ears, Lu Jing rubbed his ears, probably because his ears hurt a little from the noise. Through the reflection of the elevator, he noticed that he was wearing a white mask over his head. The mask worn on top of Vermilion Bird's head was even more conspicuous, resembling the head of a lifelike phoenix. The feathers were as delicate as silk and glittered with a dazzling light, as if there was really a phoenix standing there. Each feather is finely etched and its splendor is breathtaking. Lu Jing couldn't help but take a couple more glances and look at his mask in the mirror. It's a little shabby. What is this place? Our secret base, Jubilee said. Cool. Lu Jingxin said. Do you only have bases in the southern part of the country? How can that be? We have organizations all over the country. In foreign countries. Such a huge organization. Who actually established him? Lu Jing asked curiously. A mysterious and powerful man. At the mention of the captain, Jubilee immediately transformed into a little fangirl. So can we see him this time? Nice try. Jubilee knocked him on the head. Even I don't have a chance to meet the boss. Just you? Oh, Lu Jing said in his heart. Even the boss couldn't be seen. It seemed that the tall woman in front of him didn't seem to have a high status. As if he could tell what he was thinking, Vermilion Bird immediately said, the boss is invisible. Not to mention me, the vast majority of the organization has never seen him. Maybe only a few of the old and undead. Who knows? Jubilee shrugged. You've never seen it in person? How can this organization be built? Lu Jing spat in his heart. What kind of boss was this and what kind of power did he possess? Boss is more like a godlike existence to us. He redeemed us, pulled us back from near death and gave us hope to live again. Jubilee looked like she recalled something. Vermilion Bird has lived in the underground city since she was a child. That city is located deep in the earth and doesn't see sunlight all year round. Only faint lights illuminate the narrow streets and dilapidated houses. Here there is no day and night. Time seems to stand still, and people can only know the passage of time through the electronic clock. Only for a brief period of 2 hours a day do the inhabitants of the city come out of the underground to enjoy the rare rays of the sun. Jubilee hadn't seen her father since she was a child. Her mother, on the other hand, was her only source of support and warmth. However, fate played a cruel joke on the poor family. A vicious mob breaks into their home, steals what little money they have, and brutally murders Jubilee's mother. At that moment, Jubilee crouched helplessly beside her mother. It's too normal for a few people to die here. It doesn't even shock residents a bit to hear gunshots. Jubilee didn't know what he was supposed to do. She then crouched beside the bed and watched in despair as her mother's body rotted a little, giving off a necrotic odor. The wine is empty and the people are dismissed. Invites you to join the chat group The Night's Watch. Jubilee looked at the slightly ridiculous profile, and the ridiculous chat. Do you want to have extraordinary powers? Do you want to get in touch with the truth of the world and change your life? Jubilee, who are you? Psycho? I am the Night's Watch. What's a Night Watchman? A transcendental organization. And I am the captain of the Night's Watch. You can call me Captain. Jubilee slowly typed. Transcendence? Is there any way to bring my mother back to life? The person on the other side was silent for a while, just when Jubilee thought the other side couldn't answer. Resurrection? Sure, but it's a big price to pay. Jubilee, I'm willing to pay any price. Give me your soul. Take it away. Jubilee didn't hesitate. Good. Contract in force. Looking at the 4 big words in front of the screen, Jubilee couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Please prepare the following items. Paper for signing the contract. A quill, made of raven or vulture wing feathers. and animal blood. Jubilee, I can't find any of these things. The other party was silent for a while. Then it's okay if you don't have it. Jubilee was more and more sure that the other party was a liar. So casual? The other party, however, didn't care and actually sent a direct voice. From this day forward, you are my slave. Your soul has been acquired by me, and in exchange, I will grant you unparalleled power. O Phoenix reborn from fire, like the dawn that breaks, shining with endless light, sharing with my servants more brilliant than the dawn, more blood-red than the sunset. The voice sounded like some child pinching his or her throat, which made Jubilee even more certain that she was being teased. However, just as Jubilee had just finished listening to that voice, she suddenly felt an irresistible force surging through her, as if bound by some mysterious magic. At that moment, she felt that her body was no longer under her control, as if a pair of invisible hands had gripped her tightly, making her unable to move. As time passed, Jubilee felt a strange energy being forcibly withdrawn from her body. The sensation caused her extreme discomfort and pain. She tried to struggle, but realized there was nothing she could do but watch it happen. The feeling of being stripped away grew stronger and stronger, and Jubilee finally couldn't help but let out a moan of pain. His face became as pale as paper, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his entire body looked very weak. When she finally came back to her senses, it was like a relief, as if coming back to life. She climbed to her feet. I was surprised to unintentionally see the eyes of my mother, who had rotted away, eerily open. 7. How long has Mom been asleep? Vermilion Bird froze in place, staring incredulously. Mom! In the meantime, somewhere in the countryside in a residential home, Lu Jing, who had been kicked in the ring outside, got another scolding from his mom for coming home late. Lu Jing came home and finished his homework, so he hugged his mom's cell phone and chatted with someone else. Lu Jing, it's time to eat. Mom's voice came. Playing with my cell phone again, aren't you? Did you finish your homework? Nope. Finished writing. The young Lu Jing hurriedly logged out of his account and put his cell phone in its place. Hurriedly, he ran on. Chapter 59. Since then, Jubilee has been a member of the Night's Watch. Jubilee also became her name. Ding dong. Jubilee's thoughts were interrupted by the sound of the elevator opening its doors. Arrived. Wow. Lu Jing, on the other hand, couldn't help but open his mouth wide and look at the dreamy scene in front of him. The ground floor of the watch store dared to be such a magnificent space. The entire space is constructed of strong and durable metal. These metals exuded an icy sheen that gave the impression that they had unparalleled strength and durability. The walls, ceilings and floors shine with a metallic texture that gives them an indestructible feel. The metal surface is smooth as a mirror, reflecting a faint glow that makes the entire space appear bright and airy. Here, light seems to have been skillfully utilized to create a soft and even illumination that makes every corner visible. There are no unnecessary decorations or colors in this space made of metal. Everything is so clean and simple with just pure metallic tones. Staff in white coats walk among them. When he saw Jubilee, he nodded slightly in greeting. Go! Vermilion Bird pushed Lu Jing behind her. Lu Jing then stepped away. Soon, Lu Jing saw the silver-haired old man. Only at the moment his was also wearing a mask. What's taking so long? Kiran said, disgruntled. Jubilee spread her hands. Played it cool at school. What are you messing around with again? Anne, it's not much of a big deal. Vermilion Bird was afraid that Kiran, the old man, would rub it in again and change the subject. Is everything ready? It's all ready. Vermilion Bird patted Lu Jing's shoulder. There's a test later. Don't be nervous. Oh, Lu Jing nodded his head like a chicken pecking at a rice. He was taken inside by Jubilee. Take off your clothes. Ha? All the way off? All off. Lu Jing thought to himself. Luckily, I took a shower yesterday. The panties got a new one too. He looked up at Jubilee. Jubilee turned her body away. I'm not looking. Just undress and change into the coat next to you. Oh. Lu Jing was a bit embarrassed and coughed lightly as he unhurriedly stripped off the clothes on his body. After all, it was the first time he had undressed in front of the opposite sex, and such a beautiful woman. All that was left at the end was a small pair of panties. No underwear either, Jubilee said. Lu Jing blushed and took off the last of his underwear, set it aside and deliberately pressed it with other. Change into a coat. Okay. Aha. Vermilion Bird nodded and reached out to touch Lu Jing's abs. Well, the muscles, they're mind-blowing. Lu Jing's face instantly burned like fire. Vermilion Bird laughed. One look at you and you haven't had a girlfriend. Our organization allows male-female relationships. It's a special approval from the boss. Don't worry, there are plenty of beautiful women in our organization. Take your time. Of course, pretty ones like me are rare, Jubilee said with particular dejection. However, anyone who had met her could not doubt the gold in that statement. Jubilee is indeed colorful enough. The next thing that greeted Lu Jing was a whole process of physical tests, much more detailed than the last test. Drip drip drip. Accompanied by a cacophony of sounds, various instruments and equipment began to run at a rapid pace, emitting dazzling light and strong vibrations, and Lu Jing, who was in the middle of it, only felt a scorching heat wave coming over his face, as if he was in the middle of a furnace, making it unbearable. Gee, don't see anything unusual at all. Jubilee raised a nice eyebrow. It's hard to believe he's anything special if you don't see it with your own eyes. That's what's so abnormal. Kirin said, everything is normal, but he's not. How about, report it to the boss? The captain's current situation is not expected to be optimistic, so don't bother the captain with these trivial matters, Kirin said in a deep voice. But what about this teenager? Kirin was silent for a moment. Since the body test doesn't show any problems, we can try his inheritance. Legacy? Jubilee frowned. As a rule, only members of the team who are about to become full-fledged Night's Watch members can undergo the inheritance test. Special circumstances, special treatment. Jubilee hesitated for a moment and shrugged. Well, since it's something you've decided, don't get me involved when something goes wrong. Kirin laughed. Don't worry, this old man of mine doesn't need you to take the blame for me. Bring him out. The next test is probably meaningless. Passing on the legacy. Receiving the inheritance is a crucial and fate-determining sacred ceremony for every vigil, because only through the inheritance, they can truly obtain that powerful and incomparable strength and wisdom, so as to shoulder the important responsibility of guarding the world's peace and tranquility. However, the only one who could grant the Night's Watch this inherited power was the captain of the Night's Watch, the one that exists like a legend. He is not only the founder of this mysterious organization, but also the spiritual leader that everyone looks up to. At first, the system of the Night's Watch was not yet perfect, and the various rules and processes were still in the groping stage, appearing somewhat chaotic and disorganized. Over time, however, today's heritage has become extremely strict and standardized. Each inheritance is rigorously screened and tested to ensure that only the best and most promising vigilantes are qualified to receive this precious gift. Vigilantes, there are now a total of 18 legacies that can be supplied. That is, a masterless legacy waiting for the right person. Lu Jing was in a space filled with a mysterious aura, and under his feet was a metal pedestal made of huge iron cables hooked to each other. These iron cables shone with a cold light, as if they told ancient and forbidden stories. As the white coat activated the machine, an invisible force instantly enveloped Lu Jing. The scenery around him gradually distorted, and Lu Jing only felt that his consciousness was as if he was caught in a fog, and began to become more and more blurred. He tried to struggle, trying to stay awake. However, the force was exceptionally strong, constantly pulling at his thoughts, causing him to involuntarily fall towards the depths of the unknown. You can tell his potential from detecting the energy waves, and the more powerful the inheritance is recognized, the greater the potential. Jubilee said, who do you think he can be recognized by among the existing legacies? The Candle Dragon has always been ownerless. More than 10 years have passed since it was discovered, but it has never recognized its owner. The Qilin said in a deep voice. You don't think it's him, do you? Jubilee was slightly taken aback. Maybe, if he really is recognized by Candlewick, then it's really time to report back to the captain. Chapter 60. Lu Jing was in a daze, as if he was in a chaotic world, surrounded by a mysterious and depressing aura. He struggled to open his eyes, but there was nothing but endless darkness and blurred images before him. Nonetheless, Lu Jing was keenly aware that there seemed to be many creatures present around him. Their breaths are intertwined. Lu Jing tried to get a good look at the creatures, but the helpless dimness around him prevented him from getting what he wanted. However, Lu Jing could clearly feel the power emanating from these creatures. It made Lu Jing feel uneasy, and at the same time, it stimulated his deepest curiosity and desire to explore. Lu Jing took a deep breath and tried to calm down. He concentrated, trying to perceive everything around him through that mist. Gradually, he began to acclimatize to the darkness and gradually sensed the creature's locations and movements. Lu Jing reached out to grab it, and the other party suddenly ran away. Lu Jing then swam. In here, it's more like a pool. It's surrounded by water, except you don't have to hold your breath. Lu Jing remembered one of his few swimming positions. The dog paddle. Why aren't they coming their way? Is it all about not recognizing yourself? Lu Jing's heart flooded with mutterings. Since you're not coming, I'm going. Having made up his mind, Lu Jing began to swim in the direction of the source of the scent. In an instant, those mysterious auras began to scatter and flee. Lu Jing was in hot pursuit. When the Vermilion Bird and Kirin, who were outside, as well as the staff, saw the scene, each of them had their eyes wide open and their mouths hanging open. Oh, what's going on? What about playing chicken with the eagle? How come these legacies saw Lu Jing as if they had seen a monster? Has it all gotten to this point of dislike? Candlewick, Jubilee shook her hand and pointed. Kirin followed her gaze. The candle dragon was one of the most ferocious of the legacies discovered so far. It wasn't even on par with the white tiger inheritance, which had always been ferocious and tyrannical. In the more than 10 years since the discovery of the candle dragon, it was unknown how many inheritors had been injured in the process of inheritance. One time, it even came close to killing someone. The other legacies even couldn't wait to be 800 miles away from Candlewick. The candle dragon was perched alone in the southeastern corner, and the rest of the inheritance did not dare to approach. And at this moment, the numerous inheritances were being chased by Lu Jing and were forced to go in the southeast direction. Compared to the candle dragon, it seemed that Lu Jing was even more terrifying, so terrifying that they were unwilling to approach. Candlewick has moved, Kirin murmured. Boom boom dash. With a deafening roar, the candle dragon, which had been sleeping in the southeast, began to move slowly. The huge body stood like a small mountain, and the candle dragon's body flickered with a mysterious light. Its hideous head was raised high in the air, and its sharp claws waved in the air as if to tear the entire world apart. Just before it could let out a roar, it sensed Lu Jing behind the many legacies. In the next second, Candlewick ran after the many legacies as well. For a moment, you chased me. Not long after, Lu Jing stopped. Swimming in this feels like carrying thousands of pounds on your back. Lu Jing was tired and panting heavily, his chest heaving violently. Eventually, he left the place. As soon as he opened his eyes, he found himself back in the center of the huge metal pedestal. Lu Jing scratched his head with some disappointment. Did I fail? Kirin nodded. It's not really a failure. Vermilion Bird comforted. It's just a test. Don't worry. Oh, Lu Jing suddenly swept across the loss. Well, I'll take you home. Jubilee glanced at the time. The blindfolded Lu Jing sat in the car and arrived home in a short while. No, for you. On his way out, Vermilion Bird handed a tactical suitcase to Lu Jing. Lu Jing was delighted and opened the box. 3 short black and gold dasha dragon sparrow knives, Faith's wrists, first aid kit, compass, water purification tablets, silver lighters, the organization's standard equipment. The last time the tactical suitcase was lost to him, it made Lu Jing blame himself. Jubilee had a cigarette in her mouth. Wait for my news. Understood. Without further ado, Jubilee blasted off with a kick of the gas. Lu Jing turned around to find Lu Shui looking at him. So soon? Just finished the exam? Lu Jing was full of doubts. As a matter of common sense, the school should have scheduled more than enough time to complete the exams in all subjects. And this exam also used a helicopter, a high-class means of transportation. Where have you been? Lu Shui ignored Lu Jing's question and instead asked directly. Going to talk to a friend about some things. What friends? Secret. Talk about what's going on. Secret. Lu Shui angrily slammed Lu Jing heavily with her book. Lu Jing frowned. What are you doing? No one will care if anything happens to you from now on. After Lu Shui finished speaking, she ran away. Lu Jing muttered. The little girl is getting more and more grumpy. When he returned home, Lu Jing asked Ma Jianyu, and only then did he realize that Lu Shui hadn't gone to take the exam, and had taken a vacation halfway through. Hey, where are you sick? Lu Jing said to the end of the wall. There was no sound from the other side of the wall. He knew that Lu Shui could hear him, but he just purposely didn't say anything. Angry? What are you so angry about? Do you need to see a doctor if you're not feeling well? Lu Jing muttered in a low voice. Is it coming? Go to hell. Dead pervert. Lu Shui's angry voice came out. It was accompanied by the sound of some kind of object smashing against the wall. Lu Jing skimmed his lips. Puberty? Lu Jing secretly pondered, hiding the tactical suitcase in his hand under his own closet, and pressing another thick layer of clothes on top of it for insurance purposes. At that moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. Vigilante Kirin, Captain, it's still about the last newcomer. There's something special about this newcomer, and it's too late to give up now. It's all my fault, and I'm willing to accept any punishment. Lu Jing rubbed his eyebrows rather helplessly. Is it too late to give up? What's that supposed to mean? That means that a teenager or a young girl in the middle of puberty is already deep in it. Sinning. Another ignorant person led astray. Lu Jing thought for a moment and replied. Forget it. Watch yourself. Don't go too far. Lu Jing felt that by doing so, once puberty had passed, the man would automatically come to his senses. Don't do anything illegal. In case of another leap of faith from the 18th floor. Night Watchman Kirin, understood. Never again. Night Watchman Kirin, yes. In front of the screen, Kirin heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 61, Gangnam Squad. In the meantime, ding dong. Lu Jing's cell phone lit up again. It was the silver-haired old man who sent him a coordinate. Reporting for duty at 9 a.m. Tomorrow. Yes. Lu Jing jumped up on the bed happily. Lu Shui was lying on her stomach by the wall, watching her brother jumping around on the bed through the small hole in the wall. Her beautiful eyebrows were wrinkled into a figure 8. The next day was a double day. At this time, Lu Shui was supposed to be somewhere arranged by the school for the monthly exam, but she's still at home because she took a vacation. Not that she was really sick. In the end, the heart was still worried about that stupid brother, afraid that he would run away with the bad guys. The door opened a crack and Lu Jing poked his head out. I won't be back for lunch, so why don't you order a takeout for yourself? Where are you going? Going out for a bit. Lu Jing didn't say much. Oh, you, where are you not feeling well? Do you need to go to the hospital? No need. Oh, Lu Jing closed the door again, dressed up and left the door. Lu Jing arrived at the location the silver-haired old man had told him about, which was a villa area located in Jiangnan. The setting is beautiful and peaceful, but at the same time reveals an air of luxury and prestige. However, when he got to the entrance of the villa area, he was stopped by the security guard. These security guards are very careful with everyone who comes in and out, and they need to make sure that only homeowners have access to this upscale neighborhood. Obviously Lu Jing was not within their cognizance. Lu Jing had no choice, and the silver-haired old man didn't give him an access card. But this little thing is not difficult for him. Finding an unoccupied spot, I looked at the 2-meter-high fence, the legs fired up, barely even assisting in the run, and he leapt over with ease. Still carrying the tactical suitcase in his hand, he landed firmly on the ground. Lu Jing swept around and eventually found apartment 12. Lu Jing stood in front of the apartment door and subconsciously straightened his collar, just getting ready for what to do for an opening statement. Just then, the door to the closed room suddenly opened slowly with a slight creaking sound. Immediately afterward, a petite figure walked out of the room. Underneath, she wore a pair of black knee-high socks that wrapped tightly around her legs, showing off their slim, slender lines. On top was a loose white shirt with a blue pleated skirt, the hem of which swayed gently with her movements. The girl wore a double ponytail, her hair falling over her shoulders like a waterfall, swaying slightly as she walked. There was a hint of sleepiness and lethargy on her face, and she yawned lazily as she walked, as if she had just woken up from a nap. Behind her, 3 others walked out as well. Who are you? Lu Jing scratched his head. I'm a newcomer who came to report for duty. Oh, the girl with the 2 ponytails let out an "oh," turned her head and shouted, Captain, the newcomer is here. A man with a scar on his left cheek walked up to Lu Jing and looked him up and down. Lu Jing? It's me, Chao Lihao. Chao Lihao held out his hand. Lu Jing also extended his hand. Nice to meet you. We are members of the Gangnam Squad Reserve, and we received a message from above yesterday that a member was coming to join us. On behalf of the Gangnam Detachment, I'd like to welcome you. The so-called reserves are those unofficial members who have not yet received their inheritance. To join the Night's Watch, you must have completed years in the reserves, and only after they have established merit will they be selected to join the official team and receive the legacy. How dare you? There's actually no need to go out and greet me. Lu Jing said modestly. You're overthinking it. We're going on a mission. A man in a hat behind him said. Convenient? On a mission together? Chao Lihao extended an invitation to Lu Jing. Lu Jing really didn't expect to go on a mission on his first day of joining the squad, but agreed happily. Convenient. On the way, Lu Jing also learned about the members of this squad. The squad, counting Lu Jing, currently consisted of 5 people. It's all reserve players. The captain, Chao Lihao, was 26 years old, and the oldest of the few. The girl with the double ponytails you see at the very beginning is named Miao Miao. The other 3. The fat man's name is Li Sini. The man nicknamed Monkey is Shui Yunda, 21 years old. Miao Miao among the few was 19 years old, surprisingly a year older than Lu Jing. Lu Jing glanced at Miao Miao, who looked much smaller than himself. How did you all join the organization? Lu Jing asked curiously. I was working as an anchorwoman on the network. When I went to the building to explore, I ended up meeting a demon. And then I was saved by the organization's little brother. And then I got hooked on people chanting. Miao shrugged. Anchorwoman? No wonder he looked a bit familiar to the other side. And that look really eats up the internet. What's the name of our organization? Do you know? I don't know. Those are confidential until you become a full team member. Miao said. You haven't memorized the code of secrecy? Lu Jing shook his head. I'll send you a copy. Don't break the rules of the organization. Our organization is very strict. Miao fully plays the role of a knowledgeable big sister. After all, she's the youngest in the team. Now it's nice to have a younger brother than myself, so I can finally feel what it's like to be a sister. What kind of portal is being addressed this time? Lu Jing jumped at the chance. At some point, he had gotten hooked on fighting. Intelligence says it's still a combat-type portal. Simple. Was thinking of going to finish solving it and stopping by for lunch. Now that we've met you, it's a good time to try your hand. So we'll stay out of the way, Captain Chuunibyou said. Lu Jing speculated that he should have been a soldier. This can be seen in the walk, the style of speech and the aura that emanates from the body. Rookies? We don't take rookies in our squad. Shuayunda, nicknamed Monkey, hemmed and hawed. You ignore him. Meow Meow gave Shuayunda a blank look. He can't speak human. Monkey. The monkey wasn't angry at hearing this, but instead, an ow sound came out of his mouth, mimicking a monkey. It caused a few people to stifle their laughter. After a short time together, Lu Jing probably understood the character of each of these four people. Chuunibyou, the captain, is steady and is the backbone of the group. Monkey Shuayunda loves to joke and is a living treasure. Fatty Lee Cine is a man of few words and likes to laugh. Meow Meow, on the other hand, is enthusiastic and cheerful, with the playful cuteness that is characteristic of girls at this age. Here it is. Chuunibyou parked the car steadily on the outside of a factory. Chuunibyou lit a cigarette. The manager in charge of the construction site, who had been waiting for a long time, hurriedly greeted him. You're finally here. Wait, non-awakened? The manager in charge was also an awakened person and immediately sensed it. Chapter 62, Rule Class Copies. Non-awakened? The site manager was full of surprise. He had originally gone through special channels and found very trustworthy people to help find awakened people to fix the portal that had appeared at the construction site. Otherwise the site would have to be shut down when the portal opens. That's a lot of money to lose in one day. Who knew that a group of non-awakened people had been found? Don't worry. We'll make sure things get done for you. That's what we do. Chuunibyou didn't bother to explain to the other party. With their tactical suitcases in hand, the group of five headed straight for the portal's entrance. Portal. No access restrictions. No access restrictions? Monkey raised an eyebrow. Meow Meow whispered. Captain, there won't be any accidents. Will there? It won't. Copy level is not high. Chuunibyou's confidence is not without reason. Usually when their squad went on a mission, it was a two-man team. Rarely is it all hands on deck. Not to mention that this time, a new team member was added. Check the items. Chuunibyou was the first to open his tactical suitcase. Lu Jingdi stretched out his finger and gently touched the fingerprint reader on the suitcase. There was a faint flash of light, and with a slight beep, the latch was silently released. The lid of the box slowly rose, the mechanics inside making a subtle rubbing sound. When the lid was fully opened, a faint cold light emanated from the box, illuminating the space around it. The interior of the case is covered with complex circuitry and electronics that glow faintly with technology. Everything. Lu Jing followed suit and replied. It's just cool to follow the organization. Enter. Chuunibyou took the lead, and the rest of them fishtailed in. Lu Jing finally entered the portal. The cold wind is like a knife, using the earth as an anvil and treating all living beings as fish and meat. 10,000 miles of flying snow will make the firmament a furnace and dissolve all things into silver. In such bitter cold, everything seems to lose its vitality and vigor. Lu Jing scanned the area and realized that they appeared on top of a mountain road. Underfoot are winding paths. Where's Fatty? Monkey wondered. A few people subconsciously scanned the room. No sign of Fatty Lee Cine. He didn't come in? It's probably because someone arrived first and reached the number limit, Captain Chuunibyou said in a deep voice. Meow Meow said. It shouldn't be. I remember that Lu Jing was the last one to come in. If there really is a limit on the number of people, it should be Lu Jing who is absent. Although Meow Meow had just walked ahead, she was very observant. Maybe it's some other kind of condition, which is not rare, but not uncommon either. Chuunibyou looked for a reasonable explanation. Alert! Each of the four had unlocked the Dasha Dragon Sparrow, holding short swords and ready to fight. It was logical that as soon as you entered the copy, there should be small monsters coming to harass you, only they waited for a while without seeing any movement. At the moment, Lee Cine did not enter the copy. They didn't have a way back, so a few of them had to follow the path. One step at a time, the walk could last almost half an hour. Surprisingly, they didn't even meet a single demonic creature. The four of them couldn't help but mutter in their hearts. Obviously, something wasn't quite right with this copy. Finally, a different view appeared in front of me. A village. Lu Jing looked into the distance. Between the snow-covered mountains there was a village. It was as if it had been forgotten by time in the middle of this icy landscape, quiet and mysterious. Chuunibyou suddenly stopped in his tracks. The few people behind them also stopped in their tracks in unison. At the entrance to the village, please complete the construction of the mountain temple within the month of January. Grass. It's a rules-based copy. Monkey couldn't help but explode. Rule-based copies, as the name suggests, are meant to be completed within the established rules. Otherwise, you will be killed indiscriminately even if you have a higher rank. And, often, it requires brainstorming. That's why rule-based copies have always been called death copies. Ran into the big one. Nyotsked. If only Fatty were here. He knows construction. Yeah, how come the fat one didn't come in? Chow also had a heavy face. If you're here, you're here. Let's go. Lu Jing was the only one in the group who was still unaware of the seriousness of the matter and scratched his head. Rules-based copies? Why, there's still a little excitement. Oh, here it comes. It's a full crowd this time. Just as they walked into the village, a young man with dyed red hair spotted them. Come on, we're a day ahead of you. Redhead walked over and made himself at home. Seeing that a few people were a bit unsure, Red Hair explained, this hidden copy requires 14 people to open. 10 people have already arrived earlier, and it just so happens that you are 4. A copy of the rules for 14 people? Even Chow Hao, who had been a long-time copyist, had never seen it. The 4 of them then followed Red Hair to the gathering place of the awakened. They had borrowed a villager's home and were eating sauerkraut stew around a large dining table. You're together? A stocky, burly man wearing only a tank top asked. This man is a fighter at first glance. Yes. Non-awakened. The burly man frowned. Yes. In an instant the room erupted in size and everyone looked at each other with undisguised disgust. Non-awakened people mistakenly enter the portal. 4 more in one breath. What a kill. The portal allows no entry or exit, and there is no way out at all until the mission is completed. Now that we're all here, which means they won't be able to do their job until they're done. Grass. You guys have nothing to run blindly if you what the portal does not know The man in the undershirt said in a nonchalant manner. Speak politely. It's not certain who's a liability. Nyo crossed her arms in disdain. Asterisk. The vested man was already angry looking at these 4 non-awakened people, and at this moment, seeing that the other party dared to talk to him like this, he immediately stood up angrily. Newcomer, give him some color. Can't let him underestimate us. Meow Meow patted Lu Jing's shoulder. Lu Jing, huh? He thought Sister Meow Meow was going to do it herself. What? Still want to teach me a lesson? The vested man snorted coldly. Okay, cough cough. Now cough cough. Not. Several people couldn't help but look at the man who spoke. The man was pale in a coat and spoke a broken sentence. The undershirt man rolled his eyes. Come on. A bunch of losers. What bad luck. Let's just get the information right. Chow Hao has stepped up to the plate and is looking to take charge. Step aside. The vested man doesn't tee him at all. Apparently some of the other people also completely looked down on the few people who were non-awakened. Chow Hao didn't say anything, but silently placed his tactical suitcase on the ground. Just then, he suddenly flickered, moving as swiftly as a ghost. In the blink of an eye, his fingers were in front of the vested man's eyes, just inches away. The vested man was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Thank you for the gifts and support. Although the tomatoes give less, but the author will still keep writing. Chapter 63, Don't turn back when climbing the mountain. Chow Hao's fingers were only a few inches away from the vested man's eyes, and with a little force, he would be able to pierce through his opponent's eyes. The man in the undershirt stiffened, cold sweat running down his spine. Chow Hao calmly said, now let's check the current situation. The crowd looked at me and I looked at you, even the little cutie. At this moment, also knew that the unified non-awakened person holding the box in front of him was not a civilian who had mistakenly entered the portal. Instead it's more like a national-level agent. Cough cough. The pale man said, we came a day before you, but it was late enough when we didn't come over that we didn't know much about it. According to the setting, this village has a mountain god. With the blessing of the mountain gods, the villagers were able to save themselves from the scourge. It's only because a violent earthquake destroyed the mountain temple, so we need it before the 100 ghosts invade the village, which is a month from now. Rebuild the temple of the mountain god and pass the level. Meow rubbed her chin with the belly of her finger. Sounds kind of simple. Do we have anyone here who knows how to build? After all, to build a mountain temple is not something you can just say. You must at least know something about it. The pale man weakly raised his hand. I. Cough cough cough. Nice guy. Lu Jing was afraid that the other party would cough their lungs out in the next second. Sorry. I'm in this state because I was cursed from the last time I cleared a copy. Then don't go running around, so you don't cause trouble for others. The vested man glanced at him. Wood is needed to build the mountain god temple. Where can I cut wood in the village? Chow Hao said. Moradon. The village headman said only wood from Moradon can build the mountain temple. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Afterward, we'll all go together to the east of the village to see what's going on. Outside, it was a cold day with pouring snow and the wind whipping across his cheeks like a knife. The house was packed with people eating sauerkraut and blood sausage stew. This scene made Lu Jing feel both exciting and cozy at the same time. The exciting part is not knowing what will happen in the copy. What's cozy is the sense of security that comes from a large group of people gathering together and eating sauerkraut and blood sausage. After eating, the group set off towards the east of the village. The cold here is bone-chilling cold. Even the awakened were freezing and shivering, so they had no choice but to return and borrow large cotton coats from the village. That's when we resumed our journey and walked for what could have been half an hour. From a distance, I saw the mountains at the east end of the village. Just as he was about to climb the mountain, Chow Li Hao, who was walking at the front, suddenly stopped. Don't look back when you're hiking. A huge standing sign appeared in front of us. Climbing the mountain and not looking back? The second rule has appeared. Everyone, Chow Li Hao shouted, climb the mountain and don't look back. Lu Jing pursed his lips and looked at the bloody words on the standing sign. Stimulation. The crowd was mentally prepared to begin the climb. At first it was normal, but it was a walk. Lu Jing was keenly aware of a strange gaze projected from behind, staring at him intently. The feeling grew stronger, as if an invisible ghost had quietly possessed him, making him uneasy. It's a creepy feeling that makes it impossible to resist the urge to turn around and check out just who is peering at you from the shadows. Climb the mountain and don't look back. Lu Jing could only forcefully repress the desire to turn back and continue hiking with a hard head. But the more he didn't want to, the stronger the urge to turn back became, as if there was a hand clawing at Lu Jing's heart, making it very difficult for him. Lu Jing could only stare dead ahead and keep himself from thinking about it. At the moment, it was assumed that others felt the same way. The person walking in front of Lu Jing was called Gao Mingyuan, is a high school teacher who teaches combat science, in addition to teaching classes. On weekdays, with a few companions who play well, break into copies. This one was the same, except it happened to be a copy of the rules class by mistake. It made him jittery. He was of sufficient equilibrium and considered himself to be of good strength, but he really didn't have much experience facing rule-based copies. Gao Mingyuan. Someone behind him called his name. Gao Mingyuan subconsciously turned his head. Looking back, he stared at Lu Jing behind him. You called me. Lu Jing's face changed slightly. Climbing the mountain and don't look back. Gao Mingyuan snapped awake and his face changed abruptly. He jerked his head back around, still thinking about remedying the situation. But it's already too late. Ah! Gao Mingyuan shouted as his body was suddenly pulled by a powerful force. He felt like his left leg was being clutched and torn with force by a huge hand. The sharp pain instantly spread throughout his body, and he watched as his left leg broke off from the knee, blood spurting out like a spring. At the moment, as a warrior function, he did not have the slightest resistance. Obviously, the feet were already wearing armor that could withstand the full force of a 15th-ranked demonic creature. But his own foot, it just broke off out of nowhere. Then the mysterious power struck again. This time the target was his arms. Gao Mingyuan was horrified to find that his own arms had also been mercilessly ripped away from his body, and a large amount of blood gushed out from his broken arms. Ah! He fell to the ground in agony, his wails piercing the heavens. He couldn't fathom how it had happened. Around him, it was as if invisible forces were at work, pushing him step by step to the edge of death, and he was completely unable to resist. Help me! It hurts! Help me! Help me! Ah! It hurts! Help! Gao Mingyuan's miserable scream seemed to come from the depths of hell, a sound that echoed in the air, chilling the bones. Every scream was like a sharp sword, piercing deeply into everyone's heart. Everyone was dumbfounded by this sudden horrifying scene, their bodies stiff as ice, unable to move a single bit. Despite the fear in their hearts, no one dared to look back to see what was happening. However, the mournful screams followed them like a shadow, constantly lingering in their ears, causing their hearts to beat more and more violently. Time passed by minute, and Gao Mingyuan's miserable screams finally faded, eventually disappearing into the silent air. The whole world seemed to stand still at this moment, leaving only a dead silence. The weather at this time was cold and biting, but everyone's foreheads were covered with fine beads of sweat, and their faces were as pale as paper. They gasped for air, trying to calm their inner fears. Now, what to do? Someone asked. Keep going. Chow Li Hao settled down. Unlike others, Gao Mingyuan died right in front of Lu Jing's eyes. Although Lu Jing had already killed many demons, he was still just a teenager after all. When faced with such a bloody and brutal scene, it is inevitable to feel fear and discomfort in the heart. Gao Mingyuan's body was lying on the ground, and his limbs had completely detached from his body and were scattered around. Each one was torn beyond recognition, revealing ghastly white bones and broken muscle tissue. His body was similarly brutally damaged, as if it had been forcibly torn apart by an immense force. Viscera and organs were scattered all over the place, and blood stained the entire ground. His head was even more gruesome, his eyeballs falling aside, a look of horror and despair still lingering in his empty sockets. Things are getting more and more interesting then. Lu Jing let out a low chuckle. Crowd, this man is sick. Chapter 64, The Temple of the Mountain God. The group retraced their steps. Everyone was pumped up at the moment. Gao Mingyuan's death gave everyone a warning. They are here and the slightest mistake can kill them. This place is hell. Even if you have all sorts of powerful treasures on you, killing you, there is no need to reason at all. All of them were awakened, and they were naturally fast at chopping down trees. Even for Lu Jing and the four of them, because of the power of the serum, using the great summer dragon sparrow to cut down the trees was no trouble at all. When the people came back after chopping down the trees, they saw the corpse of Gao Mingyuan by the roadside. Ow! Some of them actually couldn't help vomiting. It's really because Gao Mingyuan's death was too miserable. On the way back, Zhang Songdan, who had been coughing, stumbled and almost didn't roll down the hill. The vested man was filled with disgust. This physique, and you're going into a copy? Thanks to that it's a rules-based copy now. Chao Lihao had the monkey put Zhang Songdan on his back and carried him all the way back. Chao Lihao has his own considerations. Zhang Songkin is the only one in the team who knows about construction. If something happened to him, it would be a problem. Back in the village, Zhang Songdan had completed the architectural plans for the Mountain God Temple yesterday evening. Just a few details left to add. The crowd searched for tools and repaired wood. This job is easy to say, but in reality it's not easy at all. If it were not for Zhang Songdan who has been guiding the side, this Mountain God Temple would not have been repaired. The only problem is that Zhang Songkin can't catch his breath. Even if he didn't lift a log. Chao Lihao asked Lu Jing to move a stool for him so that the other man could sit there and guide the work. Wrapped in another thick cotton coat with 2 hot water bags inside, it eased up a bit. With this physique, even an ordinary person would be 8 times stronger than him. One can only imagine what kind of curse he, as an awakened, has been subjected to. After a small day's work, the mountain temple did not even have a prototype just somewhat erected. They had wanted to build it overnight. After all, no one wanted to spend more time in the replica, and it's a rule-based copy, so no one can guarantee that they won't unintentionally trigger the rules. Gao Mingyuan is the best example. We are all awakened anyway, and it doesn't matter at all if we don't sleep for a few days. But at night, things were very different. After the sun goes down, the temperature drops again. The bitterly cold wind cut through people's skin like a knife, leaving them with a piercing chill. Even as an awakened with strength and endurance that surpassed normal people, it was difficult to withstand such a harsh environment. They had to go back to the house. Mother asterisk. Wicked. The vested man shook the snow from his body. Before that he could run around bare-assed in -30-degree weather and play snow volleyball with people. Again, you can jump down into the middle of icy water and snorkel. And now it's unbearable to be outside for a while. Chao Lihao appeared much calmer. It should be the limitations of the rules. Otherwise we'll be able to complete the task soon enough if we work through the night. I hope it doesn't get any worse. The undershirt man's name is Fantasies. Profession, warrior, level 20. Although his profession is a warrior, according to the breakdown, he belongs to the knight, a profession that comes with a spirit pet. It is also jokingly referred to as the royal knight, because this profession eats not only the characteristics of a warrior, it also incorporates the hunter's ability to train spirit pets. And that's why Fantasies can be so crazy. The north wind howls at night. The people had all come in groups. And of course they all chose to sleep with their respective cliques when it was time to go to bed. Lu Jing and the 4 of them were crammed into a room. The light bulb in the house was on. The 4 of them made small talk. Lu Jing hunkered down under the covers thinking that this was really good. Security is full. It has the feel of a horror movie you watched as a kid with your buddies. One is scared to death. At night, everyone all hunkered down on the bed in the inner room. The bed was warmed by the fire. The adults in the outhouse lot played cards and gossiped, and had to be accompanied by melons. Boss, I don't think things are quite right. Could the mission really be that simple? Just building the temple? Meow Meow said. Let's improvise. Anyway, let's all hit the ground running. Understood. Chao Lihao glanced at Lu Jing and said rather apologetically. I was thinking of taking you to try your hand at it, but I didn't expect to meet a copy of this rule class on my first try. Lu Jing didn't care. It's fine. It's my first time entering this type of copy. You entered the copy before? Monkey heard the loophole in Lu Jing's words. Aha. Lu Jing nodded. How many times did you enter? Once or twice? Lu Jing broke his fingers and counted. It was just so many times that he forgot about it. There's probably been a dozen or so. Put. Both Monkey and Meow Meow couldn't help but laugh. Meow Meow put her hand out to rub Lu Jing's head. Bragging 1 for 2. Monkey directly revealed. Lu Jing wanted to explain, but Chao Lihao didn't give him that chance and waved his hand. Alright, everyone rest. I'll keep watch today, although it seems safe for now. In a copy world, though, never let everyone sleep through it together. In case of an accident, it's life and death. The next day, still building temples as usual. There were no accidents during this time, and they once again went up the mountain, borrowed an ox cart from the villagers, and cut enough wood to haul it back. I guess I won't even have to go up the mountain after that. After all, Cao Mingyuan died right there. After 3 days of work, the temple was already quite large. At this rate, it won't take them 10 days to complete the mission. But accidents come when they say they will. In the middle of the night on the 4th day, the night watch is a monkey. Get up! Something's happened. Get up! Monkey's first shout. The perceptive other 3 had then opened their eyes. Just see the fire outside. There's a fire there? Grass. It seems to be the direction of the mountain temple. The roar of Fan Jita had come from outside. Bad news, the temple of the mountain goddess has been burned. The good news, it didn't burn too badly and wasn't completely destroyed. Zhang Songdan checked up and down and said, luckily nothing serious happened, plus it wouldn't have been easy to burn with snow on it. It's not a big problem. It's just going to take a few more days. It won't delay our plans. Only some wood was lost. The basic construction was still there. The crowd was relieved to hear this. Mother asterisk 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 her, don't let me know who did it. Fan Jiyu said angrily. Not only Fan Jiyu, the crowd couldn't help but clench their fists. There is a saying that the grandson sells his master's field without any heartache. This mountain temple in front of them has their lives at stake, and it's wood that they cut down and brought back one by one. Finally, they will be polished little by little to become a part of the mountain temple needed, and only they themselves know the pains and sorrows involved. However, even angrier than them were the villagers. When the villagers heard the news that the mountain temple had been burned down, people came out of their homes and gathered at the temple. An expression of anger and dissatisfaction appeared on every face. People began to talk, voices rising. Who the hell did this? How could you do this to our mountain temple? This is blasphemy. Needless to say, it must be those people surnamed Li who did this. Someone said angrily. The voice was filled with indignation, and others echoed it. These guys are so bad. If you don't respect the mountain god, sooner or later you'll get what's coming to you. Let's go and settle the score with them. Chapter 65, Spooky Villagers. With emotions running high, someone in the crowd suggested going to the gang surnamed Li to settle the score. Go find them and settle the score. A burly man shouted. The voice was loud and firm, and was immediately echoed by the others. Go. People were shouting after them, determined to get a statement. So, a group of angry villagers hightailed it out of there. The line of outsiders looked at me and I looked at you. It seems there's a lot of conflict in this village. Why is it that there are only those surnamed Li and those surnamed Zhang in this village? Miao Miao was curious. The village is dominated by villagers with the surname Zhang, and villagers with the surname Li only occupy a small portion of the population. Chao Lihao said, maybe it was a merger of two villages, one with the last name of Li and one with the last name of Zhang. Miao Miao nodded, feeling that this reason was more reasonable. Fan Jiyu said, what about the future? We can't guard the mountain god temple day and night, can we? Staying up all night wasn't a bit of a problem for them. However, no one could stay outside the village at night. The kind of bone-piercing cold that even the awakened could not stand. Ahem, Zhang Songdan said while coughing. Perhaps we can talk to the villagers to see if they can help us. Looking at the villagers this way, they seem to be extraordinarily attached to the mountain god temple. Chao Lihao nodded. I think we can try. In fact, they don't even have to say it. That night, a villager was put on guard outside the temple. They even borrowed tents from old hunters, and worked in groups of 3, taking turns. Shovels, pitchforks, and other farming implements were in hand. More than they, the outsiders, the people of the village were completely unaffected by the cold winds of the night. Seeing this scene, the crowd felt quite relieved. It was only late at night that Lu Jing heard a commotion outside. He climbed up and looked away. There was a fire in the distance. It seemed to be on fire somewhere. The sound of people begging for mercy could still be heard faintly. Too far away. Lu Jing couldn't hear much. No, I didn't do it. It really wasn't me. Have mercy. I didn't burn the mountain temple. It should have been someone else. Ask someone else. I've been home. Immediately afterward, the man's voice turned into a wail. Then the sound faded. Those villagers were not just talking. They were really going to settle scores with those villagers surnamed Li. It also looks like a lynching was used. The next day, when the crowd walked to the mountain temple, everyone froze. Something strange appeared in front of the mountain temple ahead. As I approached, it turned out that a couple of stakes had been erected there at some point. Surprisingly, there was a person tied to each stake. 4 in all, 3 of them men and 1 woman. They all looked to be in their 40s or 50s, all naked and tied to stakes, their bodies covered in bruises and blood. Some are missing an eye. Some have broken a few fingers. There was another man who was no longer breathing. His head hung low and he looked miserable. What was even more frightening was that there were two ferocious wolf dogs squatting next to them, and they were greedily gnawing on the dead man's body. In front of the stake stood 7 or 8 villagers, armed with various weapons of. When he saw the crowd coming, he immediately changed his smile. There you are. It's hard work in this cold. My family kills pigs and eats pork at night. Everyone must all come. Another villager said enthusiastically. Right. Pork stew with sauerkraut. His daughter-in-law's cooking smells great. Is there enough oxcart? Do we need to find another one? These villagers had simple smiles on their faces and looked warm and friendly. However, to Lu Jing and the others, this kind of smile seemed unusually weird. A depressing atmosphere pervaded the surroundings, as if it took one's breath away. Couldn't help but feel a chill rise up his spine. His mind filled with doubt and unease. They stared intently at the 4 men who were hanging on the stakes, a small amount of fear and shock in their eyes. These 4 poor guys have obviously suffered inhuman torture. The body was twisted and deformed, dripping with blood. The looks revealed despair and pain, in stark contrast to the smiles of the villagers. One of the Hans said in a deep voice, they are the ones who set the temple on fire. They must pay for what they did. Chuunibyou nodded, his skin smiling. The girls in the group averted their eyes, unable to look away. After leaving the temple of the mountain god, the crowd headed for the mountains. They had to cut some more wood because of the fire. They hit pretty hard. I see one of them. It seems like they're all dead. Meow Meow said. Serves them right. Who the hell let them set fire to the temple we built? They deserved it. If they burn our temple, they are murdering us. It's either you or me. Fantasies was unimpressed. But it's against the law. The speaker was a little girl, and it was her first time in a replica. Fantasies snorted coldly. Law? You can go to the police. If we could find the police uncle, we wouldn't have to build this laborious temple. The little girl choked on her words. But why did those villagers burn the mountain god temple? Someone wondered. What else could it be? It's probably because the duplicates are putting obstacles in our way, or else our construction of the temple would have gone too smoothly. That's a more reasonable argument. When they come back from chopping wood, the 4 men on the stake in front of the temple were all dead at the moment. Having been tortured all night, Ben was bruised and battered. Now it's winter again, being stripped naked for a day and a night. It's a wonder you don't die. The villagers have refused to remove the bodies, saying that this will deter others with bad intentions. Whether it shocked the others or not, I don't know, but it shocked Lu Jing and the others. Within a night, that body had frozen into an ice sculpture. For humanoid ice sculpture to their swing, psychological quality is not good. A fierce look have to be scared out of a good. We've all seen the bodies, but we're not murderers in the end. Still quite uncomfortable about the scene. So during the break, Chuunibyou organized the crowd to go around the rest of the village. It's not allowed to say that there will be other rules that have not been discovered. Lu Jing was in a team with Meow Meow, and the 2 of them headed for the center of the village. Meow Meow said as she stretched her back, this mission is so boring, and I like to do it straight away. Brainstorming isn't good. Lu Jing smiled. Say, is it true what you said before that you've participated in a dozen copies? Really? Lu Jing said. Chapter 66 The Rebel. No kidding? Meow raised an eyebrow. Lu Jing hummed. Say, why did you join the organization? Because handsome. Lu Jing didn't hesitate. What about you? Me? Because of the captain. Of course, Captain Chuunibyou? Not this captain, but the legendary one. Meow pointed a finger up. It was as if that captain existed in the vault of heaven. You've seen it? Lu Jing was suspicious. Meow Meow proudly lifted up her slightly barren chest. Of course I've seen him. He's handsome. That's the kind of man I'll marry in the future. Oh. Lu Jing concurred somewhat perfunctorily. Meow Meow was dissatisfied, but she saw Lu Jing staring down at the crack at her feet. An earthquake that bad? Lu Jing smacked his lips. The story is set in an earthquake that collapses the original mountain temple. That's why they were needed to build the mountain temple. The cracks left by the earthquake were like giant spider webs, densely covering the entire village. These cracks are deep or shallow, varying in width, and some can even tuck down a leg. The cracks became bigger and bigger, especially the closer they got to the center of the village. In some places the ground had cracked completely, creating deep gullies that made it difficult to cross. And while some places are just slightly sunken, it's enough to make your heart skip a beat. These cracks have not only damaged the roads and houses of the village, but have also made the familiar homes unrecognizable. The villagers had to carefully avoid the cracks and find a safe path. Further ahead a familiar standing sign appeared, marked in red, "Don't go near the shrine in the center of the village." Lu Jing and Meow Meow exchanged glances. Another guideline was found. "Go look," Meow said. Lu Jing pointed to the guidelines. Meow said, "Don't go inside. Go outside and look around." Lu Jing then didn't insist. This was something that if the captain, Chow Li Hao was there. He would have stopped the duo. When two young people get together, they always come up with good ideas. The duo soon came to the center of the village. There is an old tree in the center of the village and the shrine is located not far from the old tree. Just 3 or 2 villagers chatting in front of the shrine. The moment Lu Jing and Miao Mao appeared, they attracted their attention. One of them, a middle-aged man in his 40s with a kind face, approached. "What can I do for you guys?" "Nothing much, just wandering around." Miao Mao didn't shy away from the stage at all and said with a smile, "You didn't see the warning signs when you came through." "What warning sign?" Lu Jing played dumb. The middle-aged man continued, "Outsiders are not allowed to come to this side of the ancestral hall. This is the rule of our village. I hope you can understand." The middle-aged man kept a kind smile on his face as he spoke. Nyo realized and apologized. "I'm really sorry, we didn't notice." "That's okay, you can just wander around the rest of the village." Lu Jing and Miao Miao then had to walk back. Lu Jing glanced back and realized that the middle-aged man had sat back down again. These people don't seem to be here simply to chat, but more like they are standing guard, here to guard the shrine. "How strange," Lu Jing said. "What? If it's taboo, how come no one warned us when we went up the mountain to cut down the trees? Instead, there's someone here guarding the place, as if they're afraid we'll go in." Miao Miao also frowned slightly when she heard this, but she quickly stretched it out. "Don't think too much. This village is full of strange things." Miao just finished speaking. That's when a woman in her 30s brushed up against them. Another man next to her who looked about her age said, "Mother, slow down." Both Lu Jing and Miao Miao showed some surprise. "Mother?" The two turned their heads in unison. Miao Miao whispered, "These two look more like husband and wife. It's possible that his father married his stepwife." Lu Jing said in a deep voice, "No one would call their stepmother their mother." Nyo shrugged. When the duo goes back, matched the info with the others. Another group found a couple other rules as well. Don't trust villagers named Li. 2 people don't drill well water. No nighttime tanning. No whistles on third watch. You can't pull out gray hair. What's all this treacle? Fan Jiyu frowned. Every rule corresponds to a legend. Chow Li Hao explained. This village has a lot of paranormal events, that's why there's a mountain god. That's why we're allowed to build a mountain god temple. It's a good thing all these rules are outrageous, or it would be terrible if we inadvertently triggered them. A girl named Tian Shoju said heartily. Obviously rules-based copies are relatively new to them all. No one has a proven solution to deal with it. It's also fortunate that this rules-based copy is suitable for newcomers. Like, no sunbathing at night, no whistles at 3 o'clock. You can't pull out your gray hair. This is the kind of rule that wouldn't even be triggered if someone wasn't too unlucky. Just pay attention everyone. Chow Li Hao reminded and asked Zhang Songgan about the progress of the mountain god temple. Zhang Songgan, on the other hand, said that according to the current speed within a few days, with a little polishing, the mountain god temple will be completed. Upon hearing this news, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief and felt that victory was imminent. Night. Lu Jing couldn't sleep at night. The more I think about what happened during the day, the stranger it gets. A sixth sense vaguely felt that something wasn't quite right. Tonight's night watches Miao Miao. Seeing him awake, he wondered. What? Insomnia. I feel weird. What's weird? Miao asked. I want to visit the shrine. Miao Miao frowned. You're crazy. No, it's just that I thought the shrine was strange. I've inquired about a lot of things during the day. Other rules that have their own lore behind them. Only the one near the shrine is cloudy. The villagers are still guarding the area around the shrine, as if they are afraid of us going in. Lu Jing spoke the doubts in his mind. Miao Miao narrowed her eyes and re-examined Lu Jing up and down. She initially thought that Lu Jing was just a newbie who hadn't participated in a copy. Needs to be taught what to do before he will do it. But obviously, she thought wrong. This guy is a rebellious teenager in the throes of puberty just like himself. Late night, 2 figures ran through the silent village one after the other. The countryside is not as brightly lit and bustling as the city, and the nights here are always extraordinarily peaceful and mysterious, especially at this time of the day. The entire village seemed to be shrouded in a thick layer of darkness, giving people an inexplicable feeling of loneliness and fear. The stars in the sky poured out, one bigger and brighter than the other. Footsteps landed on the snow, making the inevitable sound. Sasha Sasha. Every now and then the wind comes from behind, and even the thickest cotton jacket you wear can be pierced by the wind. One can't help but pick up the pace. Almost there. Lu Jing said. The duo passed a warning sign. There were still snowflakes in the sky and the village was covered with snow wherever it was. The only thing that doesn't get a snowflake is around the warning signs. The large scarlet letters stood out even in the darkness of the night. Don't go near the shrine in the center of the village. Everyone is explicitly warned not to trespass on forbidden land. At this moment, Miao Miao's heart flooded with mutterings. Gao Mingyuan is the best example of what happens when you violate the guidelines. Are you sure you're not wrong about your feelings? Meow Mao pursued uneasily. Not sure. Ha! Meow Meow said. I like your personality. Chapter 67, Genealogy. After all, why did you think the shrine would be odd? Meow said. It's not that there's something odd about the shrine, but I think there's something odd about this village. This village was never normal in the first place. Meow said. Nope. Everything about the village is actually within logic by alternative logic, but there is something outside of it. Meow was a bit confused. Lu Jing then changed his words. For example, the world in the eyes of a psychopath. It is chaotic though, and absurd in the eyes of others. Yet the world is normal in his eyes, and it follows some sort of logic that can be self-evident. The two were already walking outside the shrine while talking. The shrine was no longer guarded at this time. Are we really going in? Meow asked. Aha. Lu Jing nodded. I'll go in. You wait for me outside. What a thing to say. To enter together. Meow Meow was not willing to show her cowardice in front of her juniors. The shrine looked even more eerie at night. The faint candle flame flickered and wavered as if it would go out at any moment. The shadows in the darkness seemed to dance and give you the creeps. The silence was punctuated by the occasional sound of a light wind, like the whisper of a ghost. The old building reeks of obsolescence, and the stained walls and faded murals add an eerie vibe. The duo cautiously stepped inside the shrine, the dim light making everything a blur. The sacred tablets dedicated to the ancestors stood silently, and the smell of incense filled the air, mixed with the scent of dust. Ancient implements, worn books, and mysterious symbols are reminiscent of past rituals and mystical religious beliefs. Meow lit a candle and put it in the corner. What does this mean? Lu Jing inquired curiously. Meow Meow explained. When the candle flame changes color, it proves that something odd has appeared. You can also determine the level of danger by the changing color of the candle flame. Isn't this the plot of a tomb raiding novel? Lu Jing's eyes lit up. Kind of, but that's what props are for. What can I do? Props that are practical are good props. Meow Meow said. Lu Jing held a flashlight in his hand and shone it around. The shrine has everything it should have. A hall name plaque, an ancestral statue, and a double bed, light cupboards, hall couplets. It seems nothing strange about it. Meow glanced at the candle flame she had placed in the corner and there was no discoloration. If that's what's strange, and there's nothing strange about it, why don't you let us get closer to the shrine? Lu Jing's gaze fell on an object hanging from the beams of the room. What's that? It should be genealogy. How do you know? Meow asked. The village genealogy was stored in a study because there was no study, but there was a fear of rat bites as well as moisture. The genealogy is usually hung from the beams of the home. One is to show sanctity, and the other is not easily accessible to mice as well as water and fire, which can cause damage to the genealogy. That's why the genealogy is usually wrapped in oil paper and suspended from the beams of the house, and is usually not opened easily. Meow, you know this too? My grandfather told me about it when I was a kid. Lu Jing hadn't finished speaking. Meow Meow had already leapt onto the beam of the room, untied the rope in 3 tries, and brought down the genealogy. Lu Jing took the genealogy and flipped through it. Origin of the family name. Overview of the first few generations of the family tree. Upward genealogical extension. For each ancestor, basic information about the family members, family relationships, deeds and contributions, listed in order of pedigree relationship. Everything that should be in the genealogy is there. How come there's only Li in this genealogy and Zhang? Lu Jing found the blind spot. That's when Meow took down another genealogy. Lu Jing reached out and took it, immediately noticing that the touch was different. This genealogy of the Chang family name refurbished. Well, and it's thicker and looks more specific. Meow nodded. It's no wonder. Most of the villagers in the village are now surnamed Zhang, and there are very few people surnamed Li anymore. Lu Jing flipped through this genealogy of the Zhang surname. Anything unusual? Lu Jing shook his head. I can't tell for now. Meow turned her head and took another look at the candle flame placed in the corner. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with this shrine. Why don't the guidelines let us in? Shoo! Someone! Meow's face changed violently and she immediately blew out the candle in the corner. Hoo! Call me in the middle of the night? It's the middle of the night for ghosts to come to the shrine. A man in his 40s, a flashlight in his hand, shone it around the shrine. It was a good thing that he was too sleepy to open his eyes at the moment. Otherwise he would have realized that the genealogy hanging on the beam of the room was missing. The man yawned and swept away another glance before heading out of the shrine. The moon was dark and the 2 large red lanterns in front of the shrine were particularly conspicuous. The man walked with his head down and suddenly froze. Turning, he walked quickly back into the shrine. Not good. Lu Jing and Meow realized something at the same time. There is no way to remove your own footprints with so much snow. All the way around. I had thought that after tonight, the footprints would be covered by snow again. But I didn't expect anyone else to come to the shrine at this hour. The man swept his flashlight over it again, this time looking closely. Lu Jing and Miao Miao lay behind the table and held their breath. The man frowned and muttered. Could it have been left behind during the day? Lu Jing could see the man's legs getting closer. Above the thick cotton pants, there was a hole. Lu Jing stared at the pattern inside those cotton pants. Louis Vuitton? The village people are so fashionable too? The man sniffled a little and stopped obsessing. Both Lu Jing and Miao Miao let out a sigh of relief in unison. The man closed the heavy door of the shrine, the brass ring on the door making a crisp clang. He tucked his hands into his sleeves and bowed his head slightly, his arched back resembling a curved bow. Slowly, one step at a time, he made his way back, the snow crunching under his feet like a sigh from the earth. The man snapped to attention. That's not true. How come I didn't see the genealogy inside the shrine? No wonder. It always felt like something was missing. The man took 3 steps and quickly ran back again. Ta-da-da-da. The man slammed the door again and returned once more. The flashlight swept across the room, and the genealogy hanging from the beam was right there. False alarm. The man scratched his head vigorously, thinking he was overthinking it, cursing under his breath. It's a big night and he won't let anyone stop. Wait for the men to leave. Miao Miao, who was lying on the beam of the room, wiped a handful of beads of sweat on her head, which were dripping from her nervousness. It was seconds away from being a close call. Lu Jing also came out of the darkness, waited a little longer to make sure there was no more movement. The duo then carefully checked it out again. After making sure there was nothing, it was returned the same way. Chapter 68 Problems. Footsteps sounded outside the house. 2 figures walked into the house, one after the other. Captain Chaolihao was in another room with the monkey. Lu Jing and Miao Miao were afraid of waking the two up, so they cleaned up the snow that stained their bodies in the porch. Niu exhaled with a huff, her voice trembling. Apparently it was frozen. Looks like we've made a wasted trip and found nothing. On the contrary, I rather think we're going to the right place. How? We went to the shrine but found nothing. That's strange. Miao is a smart person. A little goes a long way. But the rules clearly say not to go near the shrine. Lu Jing nodded. I can't say we're the lucky ones. Miao Miao said. Lu Jing said. I can't say. I just feel that something is very wrong. But what's wrong? I can't say. Something's not right. The shrine is not right. But what was wrong with the shrine? Lu Jing never caught that crucial point. If rules are iron laws, they cannot be violated. But now it's safe to assume that there's a problem with one of the rules. They were deliberately kept from going to the shrine. But what is hidden in the shrine? 2 genealogies? Lu Jing couldn't figure it out. That's when footsteps sounded. Draped in his clothes, Zheng Songken walked in draped in his clothes. Something wrong? Nio said. No. I was just going to the bathroom when I saw you guys coming back from outside. What happened? Zheng Songken spoke while coughing gently twice. Lu Jing said with a natural look. Nothing much. Going out. Oh. Zheng Songgan then did not ask any more questions. Miao Miao Lu Jing looked at each other. Alright, go to bed early. You have work to do tomorrow. Next time. The people continued to build the temple. I have to say that Zheng Songkan really deserves to be a senior in the architecture department. Under his direction, the temple was soon built in good shape. Even after the fire, it was more than 10 days earlier than the original schedule. The temple of the mountain god is completed. Not only has it been built, but the villagers are very happy with it. Just wait to move the mountain god to the mountain temple and it will all be over. The big stone in everyone's heart fell to the ground. The whole village was in a festive mood the night before moving the mountain god from the old temple to the new one. The villagers were on the move, ready for this momentous occasion. Villagers kill pigs and sheep, cook food and prepare wine. As night falls, the village is brightly lit and bustling with activity. The villagers sat around the campfire, their laughter echoing in the night sky. Everyone savored the delicious food while telling legends and stories about the mountain gods. And as the many contributors to the construction of the mountain god temple, Lu Jing and his group deeply felt the enthusiasm of the villagers. There are so many villagers? Lu Jing swept a glance. On weekdays these villagers, basically, don't go out much. Rarely have I seen the villagers so complete. I guess the whole village came. Come on, drink and drink. Fan Jiyu put his arm around Chao Lihao's shoulders, who had already had a lot to drink. Fan Jiyu had gotten into a lot of trouble with the 4 non-awakened ones in the beginning because of his temper. However, this guy is a big personality. After getting along, I realized that he didn't really have any bad intentions. Bottoms up. Celebrate our meeting. Chao Lihao smiled and raised his glass. Fan Jiyu said, it's the first time that my old man has experienced such a long time of copying, and to be honest, I'm still a bit reluctant to part with it. Isn't it better for us to eat farm food and watch the scenery every day than to be scared outside? Not far away came the cheers of the villagers. Just then, there was a sudden burst of laughter and music. Lu Jing looked around at the sound, and it turned out to be a young girl named Lu Ying in the group who was so drunk that she danced excitedly. The villagers, who had never seen such a sight before, stared at the scene before them with wide eyes. A look of surprise appeared on his face, and he couldn't help but clap along with the rhythm. The sound of his palms clapping out was like thunder. The whole scene was lively and the atmosphere reached an unprecedented climax. Fantasies is screaming about dying to love and not getting wet. The rest of the group sang along. No tone at all. It's all about the voice. Now it seems that nothing bad has happened. Chuunibyou stood next to Lu Jing. Maybe he was overly concerned. From the beginning of the party just now, Lu Jing had watched it all without saying a word. Miao Miao had already told Captain Chuunibyou about her affair with Lu Jing. Chuunibyou felt that Lu Jing might be feeling lost and frustrated in his heart because his judgment had not been verified. So, came over and sweetly reassured. It's best if nothing happens, but it's time to be cautious. And being careful is a good thing. He patted Lu Jing's shoulder. Side worlds are inherently strange and weird, and it's impossible to say that the guidelines weren't triggered for some reason, or a condition is not met. Lu Jing, however, ignored her consolation and said, "Look, that man just called that woman his daughter." Chuunibyou looked in the direction of his finger. The man looked to be almost 30 or so, shouldn't be more than 35, and the woman was probably in her late 20s. What's going on? Doesn't the age gap seem a little small? Lu Jing said. And there's that guy who looks like he's in his 50s being called grandpa by someone in his 30s. The man and woman who look like husband and wife were actually mother and son. And then there's that young man in his 20s who has a couple of sons and daughters who also look to be in their 20s. Lu Jing pointed them out one by one. He had been watching the crowd since just now. Chuunibyou's brows couldn't help but furrow. This can no longer be justified by looking older or younger. What do you mean? Lu Jing said. It's strange that they all have the surname Zhang, isn't it? I've gone to several villagers with the surname Li in the past few days, and they are just normal for their age. That man's name is Zhang Dali, and the genealogy states that he should be 46 years old. Chuunibyou frowned, but he looks like he's just under 36. Lu Jing nodded and continued. That man's name is Zhang Xuanhai. The genealogy records that he should be 52 years old, but you can see where he looks like he's 52 years old. And that Zhang Yi, do you know how old she is? She's supposed to be 20, but she looks long over 30. Chuunibyou's face sank. Lu Jing said in a deep voice, the genealogy is fake, and the genealogy of the Zhang surname alone is fake. The genealogy of the Li surname is normal instead. Don't you think it's strange? The rules don't let us trust villagers with the name Li, but these villagers with the name Zhang are spooky in every way. Lu Jing and Chuunibyou stood in the middle of the darkness. Not far away the crowd gathered around the bonfire, singing and dancing. The darkness in front of me seems to divide the yin and the yang. Perhaps, maybe, that's the strange thing about copy worlds, I guess. Chuunibyou shrugged his shoulders. No. Lu Jing exhaled deeply. These villagers surnamed Zhang are not villagers here at all. What? Chuunibyou looked at Lu Jing in surprise. They're not villagers, they're players breaking in like us. Lu Jing said word for word. 4 shifts. This copy is a bit long, but it's almost over. Thanks for enjoying it. Chapter 69. The Dark Dragon Sleeping on the Red Lotus Flame. They're not villagers, they're break-in players like us. Lu Jing said word for word. Chuunibyou was filled with shock. They failed to break in, got trapped and became villagers here. The memory was tampered with, so the genealogy is new. It's not at all what we thought it was. Refurbished by villagers with the name Zhang. So their ages don't match their looks. And on top of that their relationships are all messed up. This is also why a 20-something would call a 30-something a mom. That's why there are so many irregularities. And it's the villagers with the Li surname who were originally from the village. Lu Jing finished in one breath. So what? Chuunibyou asked. Even if the Zhang villagers were outsiders, what could they prove? They failed to break in and were left here forever as villagers. Lu Jing pondered for a moment. The crux of the matter is why. Why did these losers help us build the temple? And why did the Li villagers destroy the temple? The rules are no longer ironclad. And instead of encountering strange things when we break into the ancestral hall, we find 2 genealogies, thus learning that the Zhang villagers are not the original inhabitants of the village. The rules again tell us not to trust the villagers with the Li name. But now the ones with the problem are instead these people who have failed to break in and have had their memories wiped and become new villagers. Would it? Chuunibyou's throat moved, and he also realized a terrible possibility. Could it be that even the rule that lets us build a temple is a fake? Lu Jing's face was grim. Chuunibyou's body froze slightly. If, from the beginning, all this was false, so, what's real? Wouldn't everything they did be meaningless? Chuunibyou pondered for a moment. But this is all your guess. Lu Jing nodded. That's right, and precisely because it's a guess, I'm only telling you about it. So far, everything was a guess by Lu Jing. There was no way that he could use this argument to convince his companions not to continue building the temple. Besides, the temple is now finished. Of course, Lu Jinghe himself was not absolutely sure. I should have known better than to come and comfort you. Cao Lihao suddenly sighed. Lu Jing raised his eyebrows. Cao Lihao explained. In this night no one will know whether your guess is true or false except the heavens. If you're right, then we're definitely going to end up in a bad place. But if we do listen to you, now destroy the temple. When that happens, your guess is wrong and we will still be miserable. So, I prefer that I know nothing until you come up with strong evidence. That way I can be happy with what could be the last night of my life, instead of being scared, as I am now. Lu Jing laughed. Cao Lihao lit a cigarette for himself and handed one to Lu Jing. Do you like to gamble? Lu Jing raised his eyes. Why do you ask that question? Cao Lihao said leisurely. Part of the reason why gamblers like to gamble is because they seek excitement and pleasure in gambling. Gambling brings with it both the triumph and the anticipation of losing that stirs the nerves so that innate hormones are produced. Therefore, gamblers crave this hormonal metabolism to bring about lasting sensations. There is also the argument that gambling is a refuge for the lonely and depressed. Often, gamblers don't have good relationships because their habits make them overly concerned with their own lives. Gambling can also be an escape from reality. With that, Cao Lihao paused and looked at Lu Jing. So which one are you? A gambler? Lu Jing smiled. He looked at the lights in the distance, his eyes gradually hardening as he smiled evilly. Gamblers? No. People always live bound by certain perceptions. That's the reality. And again, this perception is itself something ambiguous, and the reality may just be a mirror image. The unfavorable situations in this world are due to the lack of capacity of the people involved. And I happen to be the most capable one. Sorry, I may have said too much. That's the way I am. I look debauched on the outside, but I'm actually in control on the inside. Cao Lihao, confused face? He was now somewhat skeptical that Lu Jing was suffering from some kind of mental illness. Late night, the joy had not yet dissipated, and the scent lingered in mid-air. The bitter cold winds and flurries of snow left quietly on this night as if they had never existed. The cold air softened, the wind stopped howling, and the snowflakes stopped falling. A serenity enveloped the land at night, with only the faintest of starlight glimmering in the sky. Without the sound of wind and snow, the world seemed to fall into a deep sleep, and everything seemed so quiet and peaceful. This sudden silence gave a strange feeling of warmth and comfort. In front of the temple, 2 villagers fell to the ground. Wine was scattered all over the place, running slowly down the perimeter of the temple. Lu Jing carried the bottle of wine. When the spill is gone, you get a new one, until it feels like enough. It took him a moment to stop, and a lighter appeared in his hand. Lu Jing stood in front of the temple. Cao Lihao was wrong. Lu Jing was not a gambler. He is crazy. A madman who doesn't care if his decisions get him killed and others killed. At the moment, what was reflected in Lu Jing's eyes was not the mountain god temple. Rather, it's madness. When you're not sure about something, don't leave your fate in the hands of others. No one knows what is right and what is wrong until it happens. Since it's all about choices, so much for taking it into your own hands. I am the world. Put. The fire leapt out suddenly. Just then, a hand suddenly held down Lu Jing's hand. You pure gambler. Cao Lihao's voice rang out. So sure of your guess? To take the choice of destiny into your own hands. Lu Jing said calmly. But it's not just your life now. It's several of ours. And if you make the wrong bet, everyone will die with you. Cao Lihao looked serious. He said as he reached out and snatched the lighter. Lu Jing sighed and seemed to compromise. Cao Lihao was about to say something else. Who knew that the next second, Lu Jing suddenly gave him a punch. Cao Lihao's entire body flew backwards. Lu Jing then took the lighter and appeared in front of the mountain god temple. O dark dragon sleeping on the red lotus flame, burn my enemies with your roar. Cao Lihao's face changed. Only at this moment did he really understand that this Lu Jing is a big. Chapter 70, Confusion. Lu Jing relit the lighter. Lift your hand. Bang dash. In the next second, Lu Jing's hand was blown open with a gash. The lighter landed on the snow and instantly extinguished the flame. In the distance, a gun-toting figure appeared. What are you doing? Zhang Song is the one who did it. At this moment, Zhang Songcan was holding a pistol and aimed it at Lu Jing. Why is there wine on the mountain temple? You're the mole? Trying to get everyone killed? No. Take it easy for a moment and let me explain it to you slowly. Cao Lihao came over. Speaking of which, Lu Jing was also really miserable. Don't you move either. Zhang Songcan aimed his gun at Cao Lihao again. Professional gunslinger. Woo-hoo-hoo. Just then, the horn sounded from a distance, low and long, like the roar of a dragon. As the trumpet sounded, a powerful force seemed to come from afar, shaking the earth and sky. Chao Lihao looked into the distance. What a sound! It's the idol. Lu Jing reacted. They're moving the idol to the mountain temple. Not tomorrow, but tonight, before it's too late to burn it. The sound of gunfire and trumpets woke up the sleeping Fangita and the others. With that, they scrambled to get dressed and rushed to the temple first thing. Just looking at the scene in front of them, the crowd was puzzled. They want to set fire to the temple. Zhang Songqin spoke first. What? The eyes of the crowd turned to Lu Jing and Chao Lihao. Chao Lihao felt his head spinning. Fangita glanced at the lighter on the ground and walked over again, instantly smelling the strong odor of alcohol on the mountain temple. The wine ran down the floor. You guys are crazy, Fangita said angrily. Grass. What are you doing? Chao Lihao understood that it was impossible to explain at this moment. These people wouldn't believe Lu Jing when he said something about the village being suspicious. It says that all of the Zhang villagers were failed break-ins like them and lost their minds here. Says rules for building mountain temples could be false. Even Chao Lihao himself couldn't convince himself. Chao Lihao shouted anxiously. Lu Jing, aren't you quite talkative? It's useless to explain more to them. Lu Jing's tone carried a bit of helplessness. So what now? Let's tie them up first. Fangita rolled up his sleeves. We can't let them take us down with them. When the other few people heard Fangita's words, they were about to walk forward, ready to control Lu Jing. Even Meow Meow and Monkey were looking at Captain Chao Lihao with an uncertain expression. I don't understand why, all of a sudden, the temple is burning, Captain? Chao Lihao's heart was racing at the moment. Don't even ask me. I don't know what's going on. The newcomers nowadays are really bold. Lu Jing's figure flashed and crossed a distance of several steps. Arriving in front of Zhang Songgan's eyes, he landed a foot on his chin. Zhang Songgan fell to the ground on the spot without even a sound. Lu Jing's palm that had been exploded by the hand knock had already recovered, and he picked up the pistol that had fallen from the other's hand with one hand, with a dashing and sharp movement. Fangita's reaction wasn't slow. His eyes were quick and he instantly gained insight into Lu Jing's small movements. With the wind at his feet, he took 3 steps and rushed to Lu Jing in the blink of an eye. At this time, Lu Jing had not yet gained a firm foothold, so it was a good time to attack. He mercilessly made a low whip kick, as swift as lightning, with a harsh wind sound, and swept it fiercely towards Lu Jing. Lu Jing skillfully dodged the blow with a gentle sidestep. Fangita didn't give up because of this, only to see him wave his hands, summoning a huge shield out of thin air. He pressed hard towards Lu Jing without hesitation. Lu Jing raised his right hand, and a mysterious black substance spread out from his arm, instantly transforming it into an incredibly hard hammer, as if he had clothed the hammer in a thick layer of armor. Lu Jing used all his strength and slammed the hammer hard towards Fangita. Only a loud bang was heard. Boom. As soon as the hammer came into contact with the shield, the black substance spread rapidly, wrapping around the entire shield in a matter of moments. Lu Jing gave a hard tug. Fangita only felt that the shield in his hand was out of control in general. Both sides pulled at once. Obviously Lu Jing's strength was more dominant. At this time, a figure suddenly pounced over. One of the yellow hairs in the group violently strangled Lu Jing's waist. Lu Jing immediately dropped 2 elbows, and the man screamed twice. Come and help. Lu Jing has gone crazy. He's turned into a monster. This was not true at all. Lu Jing, who was wrapped in black substance, was not like a monster. Lu Jing didn't have time to explain more to them, and threw the one holding him out. Ow dash! Accompanied by a neighing sound. Only Fangita was seen stepping on a fiery red warhorse. Like a burning flame, the wind rushed towards Lu Jing. In his hand he clutched a huge, sharp battle axe that shone with a cold light. Professional Knight. Mount, 20% damage bonus. 30% bonus to defense. Have extra life. Captain, who should I help? Monkey yelled. The corner of Chao Lihao's mouth twitched slightly. You ask me. Who do I ask? Is this Lu Jing guy possessed? Can't say. Old Huang, don't you have that potion that can remove evil spirits? That potion of mine isn't cheap. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Do you care about that now? Just then, suddenly someone yelled. Meow meow. The crowd followed the sound and saw that Meow Meow had picked up the lighter at an unknown time. Then, with determination, he threw the lighter. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yellow Hair yelled. The fire ignited the spirits at once, and then spread all the way through. Put out the fire. Yellow Hair yelled anxiously. However, the word fire had just been spat out. Just as the crowd watched, the fire suddenly went out. It was neither blown out by the wind nor extinguished for any other apparent reason. The fire that had been blazing and was about to cause a catastrophe was just inexplicably extinguished. It was as if a mysterious power had quietly descended and suppressed this fire. Not bothering to be surprised, Meow Meow hurriedly pulled out another lighter from her pocket. Threw it again. This time, it's still the same. The fire sprang up at once, yet went out again in the blink of an eye. Meow Meow looked at the scene dumbfounded. There won't really be a ing mountain god. Evil. Bang! Just when she still wanted to try, Yellow Hair had already rushed over. The short dagger in his hand plunged straight into Meow Meow's heart. Yellow Hair activated the skill, Moon Shadow Enhancement. Extremely fast. By the time Meow Meow reacted, it was too late. Go to hell. Put. In the night sky, a steel fork came across the sky and penetrated Yellow Hair's chest. Stick him straight in the ground. Yellow Hair spat blood from his mouth and stared. Ah. Chapter 71, Inviting the Gods. Everyone was shocked by the scene. Yellow Hair's mouth violently sprayed out a stream of blood, splashing out like a fountain and staining the ground in front of him. The cold, sharp steel fork mercilessly penetrated his chest and lungs, sinking deep into his body. Yellow Hair could feel his life force rapidly draining away, as if he was being tightly choked by a large invisible hand. His face instantly became as pale as paper, and his eyes revealed despair and pain. Save! Help me! Yellow Hair's companion was about to run over. Look out! However, it was too late. Instead of a steel fork, this time it was an axe that was shot over. Ah! Someone let out a shriek. The heavy axe carried a whistling wind sound, and the blow cut directly into Yellow Hair's skull. And not far away, more deadly weapons rained down. They arced through the air with a life-threatening threat. The villagers gradually gathered around, their figures looking eerie in the darkness. At this time, their eyes had lost their former luster, replaced by a coldness and determination. Everyone held a variety of weapons in their hands. Warrior, spell, hunter, assassin. They are no longer in disguise. The villagers were like a pack of hungry wolves staring at a helpless sheep. The tragedy shocked the crowd. As they dodged their weapons, they looked in horror at the villagers rushing toward them. Hey, it's not us, it's him. He was the one who wanted to burn down the temple. We were here to stop them. It had nothing to do with us. An inch-haired man in the group stepped forward and shouted. While shouting, he pointed at Lu Jing, who was not far away. It's the two of them. It has nothing to do with us. Answering him was a crossbow bolt in the darkness. With the sound of breaking wind, the inch-haired man's head instantly exploded, splattering blood and brain matter in all directions. It was as if a blooming blood flower blossomed in the air, bloody and shocking. The moment his head was blown off, time seemed to stand still for a moment. Everything around them became quiet. The body of the inch-haired man then collapsed helplessly to the ground. Blood flowed from his head and stained the ground. Kill! With a low command, the villagers were like a pack of enraged beasts, letting out a roar. The weapons in their hands were raised, and a fierce charge was made at the target. Their steps were firm and strong, their faces overflowing with cruelty and madness, as if they wanted to crush anyone who stood in their way. Crazy! It's all crazy. These villagers are crazy. Run! Someone yelled. Lu Jing shouted. To the temple. Running now was no different than waiting for death. Once they had left the mountain temple shrine, waiting for them to move the idol to the mountain temple. Right now entering the temple is the best option. The group swarmed into the temple. Even Yellow Hair, who was stuck with a steel fork, fought to run in the direction of the temple. It's as if the mountain temple is the way to life. But within a few steps, Yellow Hair fell to the ground. Save! Yellow Hair's eyelids were heavy as if they were hung with dumbbells. The rest of the crowd ran into the temple of the mountain god. Barricade the door. One by one, the villagers gathered around. Are you satisfied now? Someone's face was as pale as paper as he stared at Lu Jing with indignation. Now that we're all going to die, are you satisfied? In his opinion, there was no doubt that the villagers were like this because Lu Jing had destroyed the mountain god temple. Shut your mouth if you don't have a brain. Surprisingly, the person who shouted was Fantasies. These villagers were obviously not mad because they were trying to destroy the temple. The news couldn't have gotten that fast, and so many people at once. It was clear that these villagers were aiming to kill them tonight. It was hard not to really let Lu Jing guess correctly. Fantasies looked at Lu Jing. What should we do now? Come up with a trick. Nyo disliked angrily. What did you do before? Who the hell could have guessed that before? Besides, is this the time to be counting on that? They're all about to hiccup together. Fantasies shouted. Chow Lihao said. It's not too late to burn the temple. Yes. Yes. Fire fire. Fantasies fished a lighter out of his pocket. Luckily, he has a good habit of smoking. Except that he tried several times, but he couldn't light the temple full of wood. Treadmill. Hurry up and come help. Fantasies was on the verge of crying. The villagers outside the temple gathered more and more, and they were like dolls not moving at all, just standing outside the temple. With the sound of gongs and drums coming from the distance, the villagers in full costume slowly came, waving colorful flags and gongs in their hands, making a deafening sound. Invoke the gods! Invoke the gods! With an emotionless chant, 16 sturdy bearers raised a huge palanquin. The palanquin was ornately decorated and embroidered with beautiful designs and mystical symbols. And inside the palanquin, the shrine is dedicated. It won't light. Some people are on the verge of tears. The villagers outside were like vicious wolves, as if they were about to rush over and tear them apart at any moment. Any of you still have props that can be used? Don't hide them. It's that time of the year. Hurry up and use them. However, no one could answer him. Not to mention a fire engine. A mage couldn't light a mountain temple with a flame. Fantasies and the others then simply swung their axes and smashed them against the temple. Boom 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 boom. However, those incredibly sharp weapons landed on the wood of the temple and didn't even leave a mark. It was as if it wasn't wood, but poured concrete. In other words, even concrete buildings. Nor could they carry a blow from their awakened weapons. Asterisk 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 Q. Fantasies broke into a fit of rage. What the? Zhang Songgon, why did you build it so strong? Zhang Songgon was silent, knowing that Fantasies was already broken. It's finished. The temple we built has ended up being a place to bury our bones, someone said in despair. Can't hack it. Fantasies yelled in despair. His hands were numb from the shock, yet the wood still hadn't even broken the skin. Fantasies was completely desperate this time. It's not the wood that's strong. It's a force that guards the temple. Whether it's setting a fire or chopping with an axe. Even if they nuke it now, it probably won't help. The wood has been turned into a boat. 3 shifts to go. Chapter 72, The Truth. The monkey sat on his butt. Are we going to die? What the hell is going on here? Didn't the guidelines say for us to build temples? Some people are still confused to this day, and the few remaining people are half as confused as he is. The rules are fake. Lu Jing said. It was a lie to us from the beginning. And the villagers are also fake. Fantasies felt that he had to die to understand. The rules are fake. So why did Gao Mingyuan die? You can't turn back on a mountain. 2 people don't fetch water from a well. You don't sunbathe at night. And you don't blow your whistle at 3 o'clock. Isn't all this true? Lu Jing said. That's right. These are true because these rules existed in the first place. This village originally had a lot of ghostly things going on. That's why the mountain gods sheltered the village. Hidden leaves in the woods. Have you seen the ABC murders? The killer created the first 3 murders only to cover up his desire to kill the last one. It added 3 extra rules to the rules for us to build temples to it. We were not allowed to go to the shrine because there was a genealogy in the shrine. The genealogy is a forgery. And the villagers surnamed Zhang have long been under control. In order to prevent those villagers surnamed Li from destroying it, we were again told not to trust the villagers surnamed Li. And we will certainly not dare to violate the code again. And everything will be done according to its whim. That villager surnamed Zhen? Monkey asked. Lu Jing explained. The villagers surnamed Zhang are all like us, trespassers who failed the mission and got lost here. And those villagers with the surname Li are the Aborigines. Several people looked at Lu Jing in surprise. Lu Jing continued. The background of the story is that there was a serious big earthquake in the village. So the mountain temple was destroyed before we were asked to rebuild it. My guess is that it was the big earthquake that made the original mountain god lose his power or get injured. Then there was something else that wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to replace the mountain god. And that's what required us to build a temple for it. Now that the temple is built, naturally we are not needed. So those villagers will want to kill us. After hearing Lu Jing's words and combining them with the current situation, one would have to believe it even if they didn't. Zhang Song'an looked deeply at Lu Jing. You thought of this long ago, why didn't you tell us? I also corroborated this presumption not long ago. Lu Jing said. Grass. Tricked. Fantasies leaned his head against the boards in despair. It's all too late now. Let's escape. Monkey said anxiously. Maybe there's still a chance. It's useless to escape. Chao Lihao said in a deep voice. The outside has been surrounded by villagers. But even if they weren't surrounded, what was the point of escaping? They could neither destroy the temple nor fight the outnumbered villagers now. After they moved the shrine to the mountain temple, the dust settled. They are greeted with failure. Silence. Dead silence. Fantasies remembered the ridiculousness of these days. It's really ridiculous. How could he just be naive enough to think that this copy would be so easy? Just let them build the temple. Even the guidelines are clearly written on the sign for them. So as long as they don't trigger it, nothing happens. Even the last chance to redeem himself. All stopped by themselves. Put. Just then, Fantasies' afterglow suddenly caught a glimpse of blood. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Lu Jing in shock. He saw Lu Jing's hand rise up and chop off Zhang Song'an's head. Are you crazy? Miao Miao said. It's all this time and you're still infighting? Chao Lihao couldn't help but frown as well. It was Zhang Song'an who opened fire and broke Lu Jing's hand with a single shot. Presumably, the matter is for revenge? I'm going to die anyway, so I'll take a breath of fresh air before I die. This kid really holds a grudge. Zhang Sengkan's head rolled to the ground like a leather ball. gurgling around a few times before coming to rest against the wall. A look of disbelief still lingered on his face, his eyes wide as if he couldn't believe he had died like that. Blood gushed out from the broken neck, splattering the walls and floor in a scarlet stain. If it was an ordinary sword, it would never cut off a person's head in a single blow. But he was holding a Dacia dragon sparrow that had been specially issued by the organization. Lu Jing's hand holding the knife trembled slightly, but soon, his eyes regained their calm. Lu Jing snatched the lighter from Fanjiu's hand. This time the fire went up in mischief. Immediately afterward, the fire spread rapidly and at an alarming rate, blazing along the mountain temple. Earlier, Lu Jing had already sprinkled spirits around the mountain god temple. These spirits became an accelerant to the fire, making it more aggressive and difficult to control. What the hell? The crowd inside the temple was stunned. This kid is really weird. Lu Jing uneasily slashed Zhang Songgan's head again with his sword. Zhang Songgan? Him? Chao Lihao looked incredulous. The rest of the group looked the same way. Even if someone in the group had a problem, no one will even suspect Zhang Songgan. Just this guy's body. A gust of wind hit it. He is the only one of us who has never cut down a tree or built a temple from start to finish, Chao Lihao said. So, the false mountain god can't build a mountain temple by itself, which is why it tricked us into helping it build the temple. What makes you so sure it's him? There's no certainty. It's just a trial. We're going to die anyway. It's the same if we die early or late, Lu Jing said calmly. In fact, there was one thing he didn't say, because only one person in the whole team, Zhang Songgan, knows about construction, and the fat man in their team who knew how to build didn't make it into the copy. Monkey looked deeply at Lu Jing. Grass. This kid is evil, clearly looks like a newcomer, spoken like a douche, because you can't understand what he's saying, talking to himself from time to time, but he does things with no doubt with the crazy lot. I'll explain it all from beginning to end later. What do we do now? Kill our way out? Meow Meow looked at the burning temple. The mountain temple was burning, but they were still inside the temple, no doubt running out at the moment. They will definitely be torn to pieces by those villagers. The people outside are rushing in. They want to put out the fire. Monkey said anxiously. Stop them. The moment they saw the flames, the many villagers who were originally dumbfounded immediately reacted. Some carried over buckets of water, while others rushed straight toward the mountain temple with handfuls of snow. Some mages, on the other hand, were ready to unleash water attribute magic, only to have their heads blown off just as they recited the spell. Chao Lihao drew out his Dacia dragon sparrow. Try to chop their heads off. We can't let them put out the fire. Just hold on for a while. Hope was also rekindled in Monkey's eyes. Mother ********, put up a fight. Chapter 73, Chaotic Battle. These villagers were showing their fighting ability as awakened ones at the moment. If they can work with each other. It was estimated that these people in front of them were not enough for them to stuff their teeth. Fortunately, although these people were able to fight as awakened ones, they were still just mindlessly killing each other. This gives the congregation room to maneuver. Chao Lihao gently craned his neck, then took off the black jacket on his body and casually threw it to the side. As his jacket slipped off, his incredibly masculine muscles were instantly on display. The arms were thick and strong, the veins on them bulging. It was like a small green snake slithering around, full of power and explosiveness. The bones made a crisp popping sound, as if the sound of steel hitting steel was palpable. At this moment, he was holding a sharp Dacia dragon sparrow tightly in each of his hands, the blade glinting with an icy cold light under the moonlight. When the moonlight sprinkled down on him, the majestic muscles and the mighty tattoos reflected each other, making his entire body look like a god of war descending to the mortal world. Swish swish, two soft sounds came, and two heads instantly fell to the ground, blood splattering. Chao Lihao struck out viciously, without the slightest bit of mercy, precisely landing on the enemy's vital points. His figure was as swift as a ghost, making it impossible to catch his movements. The crowd only felt a cool breeze, and before they had time to react, they saw that two heads had rolled to the ground. The speed is just too fast. Cam! Fanjiu shouted and summoned his own Iron Rider, and with it, he killed the crowd. Lu Jing held the Great Summer Dragon Sparrow and managed to dodge a mage's attack. Freeze! Lu Jing hurriedly leaped backward. These awakened were much harder to deal with than expected. One could only see a berserk warrior with bulging muscles, red eyes, and blue veins, holding a large sword that flashed with a cold light. Like a ferocious beast, it rushed over at an astonishing speed. His footsteps were heavy and powerful, as if he could crush the ground with each step. Lu Jing swung his sword in response. When the two men's swords met, there was a crisp crash and sparks flew everywhere. The figures of both sides instantly intersected. The greatsword was waved in the air, bringing out a streak of harsh sword chi. Lu Jing, on the other hand, nimbly dodged and retaliated. Just as this side was avoided, a weakness spell hit him in the leg. The assassin over there was like a shadow, while the archers and gunners in the distance fired in unison. There was also no fear of accidentally injuring their teammates. It wasn't just Lu Jing who was in such a predicament. The rest of the people were also in the same situation, facing the army of awakened ones in front of him, who were fearless and surging like a tidal wave. Everyone was a bit at a loss for words for a moment. It was important to know that the fighting strength of any of the other party would not be the slightest bit inferior to theirs, not to mention the fact that the other party was now so outnumbered, completely crushing everything by sheer numbers. For a while, the battlefield was filled with incessant screams and wails. An awakened villager with half of his head broken off acted as if he couldn't feel pain, stabbed a girl through the heart with his last strength. Chao Lihao stabbed out an assassin's intestines. Another slash hit a mage straight in the face. He alone rushed straight to the back of the awakened army. S-class serum. A surge of power instantly filled Chao Lihao's body. The temples boomed and throbbed, each beat seeming to break through the skin. The intense rhythm, like a war drum, made one's blood boil. Blood chi surged, and Chao Lihao could clearly feel his blood rushing wildly. They were no longer quiet flowing liquids, but became fiery flames that blazed through their veins. The blood in his entire body seemed to be boiling, hot and full of power. Crazy. More awakened ones rushed forward in a swarm. Fearless. The number of people is just too much. Unless a few of them turned on unrivaled, they wouldn't be able to stop it at all. Lu Jing's hands had changed into giant claws piercing the chests of the two awakened, against the people behind each other. At the moment, all parts of Lu Jing's body had suffered different degrees of injuries and were recovering rapidly. An assassin's broken arm easily penetrated his waist, causing Lu Jing to huff in pain. The other assassin tried to pierce Lu Jing's head. Lu Jing used his teeth to harden the opponent's short dagger in time. Lu Jing's battle prowess surpassed Miao Miao's imagination. Miao worked well with the monkey. Seeing that the injuries on Lu Jing's body were recovering rapidly, he was like a small strong man that could not be defeated. Solely use him as a meat shield to attract the enemy's attention. Miao Miao and the monkeys, on the other hand, quickly reaped the villagers' lives. The fire had been like a ferocious beast, mercilessly engulfing the entire mountain temple. Tons of fire licked the walls, beams and roof with a crackling sound. Rolls of smoke rose up and filled the air, shrouding the entire temple in a white mist. At this point, even if a water magic mage extinguished the fire, it wouldn't help. It's done, Lu Jing shouted. Run. With that, he turned around and ran. Chao Lihao kicked down a person, no longer entangled, scattered legs and ran. The awakened villagers swooped down on the mountain temple. However, at this moment, the mountain temple was completely covered in fire. The remaining few also ran without looking back. Not far away, the villagers looked like they had gone mad, and seeing that the fire could not be extinguished, they roared and rushed towards the culprit of it all. Farther away, the shrine that had originally been carefully carried by the villagers. Suddenly a huge crack appeared in the shrine from end to end, as if it had been torn apart by some powerful force. The crack instantly spread throughout the shrine, making it look shaky. Immediately afterward, a piercing wail came out of the shrine. It pierced the sky and echoed over the entire village. The sound was indescribably terrifying, creeping people out and making their hearts beat faster. It was like a scream from a demon from the depths of hell, or like countless wronged souls crying out in agony. The voice made Lu Jing and the others feel an overwhelming sense of fear and despair, as if the end of the world was coming. Monkey was directly paralyzed with fear, and Fantasies also stumbled. Lu Jing only felt as if his strength had been drained out of his body. His mind went blank. He didn't think about anything, and he fell head over heels on the ground. He struggled to get up, but had no strength at all. Chao Lihao struggled to take a few steps and also fell to the ground without exception. Grass. What a situation. It's the false mountain god, Lu Jing said. It's coming after us for revenge. Didn't we already burn down the mountain god temple? Fantasies said. And because of that, it's furious and more than likely it won't leave us alone. Then isn't this a dead end? Chao Lihao said in a deep voice. Even if the temple is destroyed, this false mountain god still exists. That's right. It controls hundreds of villagers. And I don't know what else this fake mountain god can do to make us all lose the strength to move with a single bark. Even if we burn the temple, we're still dead. The monkey wanted to cry. Chapter 74, Bloodstorm. The village is this big. More than 200 awakened villagers, plus a fake mountain god who didn't know what kind of abilities he possessed. There's no place for them to run if they wanted to. Lu Jing, think of something. Fantasies sensed that the power was rapidly approaching and pinned his hopes on Lu Jing. Be quiet. I'm thinking. Lu Jing had two big heads, and his head was filled with sweat from the urgency. At the end of the day, he's the youngest in this. I'm a genius. I'm a genius. I am God. I cannot die here. The world, it can't go on like this forever. No, it's not. Isn't this what I've been waiting for? This is for the best. It's going exactly as I expected. As long as something is alive, even if it's a god, I'll kill it for you. The only person who can beat me is me. The remaining few people looked at him with puzzled faces, not understanding what he was talking about at all. If this were normal, one would definitely think that Lu Jing was suffering from some kind of mental illness. In reality, this was the art of Lu Jing forcing himself to calm down. It's like getting in a shooter game and the moment you get an artifact you're already fantasizing about being the MVP. Getting brand new gear in the Souls category is like being invincible. At the moment, he fantasized that he was the protagonist in various breakout tour life and death games. Calm down. Must be calm. Everyone can panic, even if they panic themselves to death. This is also the time to be calm. Handsome is for life. Think. Lu Jing shouted violently. Temple of the Mountain God. Temple of the Mountain God. Go to the Temple of the Mountain God. Didn't we already burn down the mountain temple? Monkey looked puzzled. He now suspected that Lu Jing might be really crazy. The fake mountain god's temple was burned by us. Only the real mountain god can protect us. A word to the wise. Go to the place where the earthquake was the worst. The real mountain temple should be there, near the center of the village. Chao Lihao immediately reacted. Several people struggled to their feet. Help me. I can't stand up either. The only ones who could stand up were Lu Jing, Chao Lihao, Monkey, Miao Miao, Fantasies, and Luing. The remaining three were like having their entire body's strength drained away at this point. One could only lie helplessly on the cold ground, and even with all the strength in his body, he could not make his body move a single bit. It felt like a mysterious and powerful force had suppressed them, pinning them firmly in place. And what made them feel even more fearful and desperate was the bizarre voice of the false mountain god. It seemed to have a strange penetrating power, able to pass right through their bodies and penetrate deep into their souls. Each note carried an endless pressure, as if it was going to crush them completely. Help me. Miao Miao was just about to extend her hand, but she was stopped by a look from Chao Lihao. At this point, no one can help anyone. They were just barely able to stand, let alone carry another person on their backs. In the distant sky, an evil aura is spreading this way. Run! A few people took a step towards the center of the village. They said they were rushing, but they were running extremely slow. If you put it on a normal day, it's that much distance. It didn't take the awakened in the serum Chao Lihao and the others more than a few moments to run to the center of the village. After all, if they ran, they would be faster than a car traveling at top speed. But now, everyone seems to be struggling as if they are carrying a huge mountain on their backs. Every step taken requires a great deal of effort. Help me. Don't go. We are companions. Mom, help me. I don't want to die. Lu Jing tried hard not to look back and think about the sound in his ears. Soon, screams rang out. And, I guess it won't take long for that scream to come out of their mouths. Everyone was riveted to running. Lu Jing quickly spread the black substance to his legs, giving his legs more strength. To each his own. Fantasies shouted and summoned his own iron horseman. One hand tugged on Luing. Luing is his fiancé in reality. Others can be left alone, but one's fiancé can't be left behind. With the help of the Iron Rider, Fantasies and Luing quickly left Lu Jing's four behind. Only, not for long. Fantasies struggles wildly as the knight's Iron Rider, and then falls head over heels, unable to score anymore. But for Fantasies, being able to run this far was already unexpected. The thing behind them had killed the three who had been left at the end of the line, and was sailing towards them. Storm blood. With this roar, Chao Lihao seemed to have turned into a crazed beast. His eyes became as red as blood, with hideousness and madness flashing in his eyes, and at this moment, his skin unexpectedly began to slowly use a bizarre blood color, as if the blood in his entire body was about to gush out of his pores. Immediately afterward, a series of dull sounds came, the thumping of bones. Each sound was as palpitating as a heavy hammer blow. It seemed as if his bones were undergoing unimaginable pressure, and at any moment, they might shatter apart due to their inability to withstand the powerful impact brought about by the violent blood. However, despite the fact that his body had already reached its limit, Chao Lihao did not have the slightest intention of retreating. Instead, a majestic power gushed out from within him, releasing it in a steady stream. This is a skill unique to the serum that briefly boosts the strength of the entire body. The downside is that it drains the body, and maintaining it for too long can be life-threatening. Catch me. Chao Lihao reached out and grabbed Lu Jing and Miao Miao with one hand. Niu then reached out and grabbed the monkey. One band 3. Chao Lihao's face was crimson as he let out a low roar and ran wildly. Just the same, it wasn't a wild ride for long before it slowed down. Storm blood. Chao Lihao's second blood storm. The thing behind him was getting closer. Storm blood. This time, the one who shouted out was not Chao Lihao. Miao Miao and Monkey looked at Lu Jing in surprise. One of Lu Jing's faces was equally crimson. and hot air was exhaled from his mouth. His grandmother, the serum can even storm blood. And this skill, why didn't you guys tell me earlier? Lu Jing didn't think too much about it. After triggering busted blood, he roared out as well. Charge! Boom 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 boom. Every foot that landed on the ground landed a deep footprint from the heavy pressure. Monkey and Meow Meow, on the other hand, looked at Lu Jing in shock. This, you will too. Another 3 shifts. I read everyone's messages and was moved to death. I wish people would give more 5-star reviews, plus text reviews. Chapter 75. Stormblood. Currently in the squad, the only people who possessed this ability were the captain and Fatty Lee Xin or 2. Monkey and Meow Meow have not mastered it yet. The initial bloodletting has a large degree of danger. A little inattention and the blood could burst out of your body. Minor injuries can kill you. It was no wonder the duo was so shocked. Even Xiao Lihao glanced at Lu Jing in surprise. However, this is no time for idle chatter. Run! With Lu Jing's assistance, it greatly reduced the pressure on Xiao Lihao. They quickly surpassed the duo of Fantasies and Luing. The ground behind them was rapidly collapsing, and that evil god seemed to be very annoyed. Crap! His own mountain temple had been burned down, so he guessed that if he fell into his hands, it would be better to end it himself. Lu Jing only felt that his feet were floating and his mind was dizzy. This seems to be the aftermath of the bloodstorm. It was just about the last distance when they saw the huge crater. That's a huge crater left over from the earthquake. The last stretch. Lu Jing clenched his teeth and leapt forward. All 4 of them fell into the giant pit at once. The height of the giant pit was much higher than they had imagined. All 4 fell to their deaths. Fantasies' teeth were about to break as he desperately pulled at his fiancée Luing. True love is invincible. The thing behind him seemed to be no more than a few steps away. Fantasies eventually pushed Luing into a deep hole. He himself, however, no longer had the strength to take a step forward, and his entire body collapsed weakly to the ground. Grass. Just then, vines made of black matter wrapped around his body and violently pulled him down, dragged Fantasies down. Fantasies rolled to the ground, feeling relieved. Thanks. The deep pit was black, fluorescent. Luing summoned the light, but before the crowd could breathe a sigh of relief, they had already felt the terrifying presence in the darkness. Here it comes. It went straight into the deep pit. Everyone was pale and bloodless. Monkey almost collapsed. Lu Jing, didn't you say that this is the safe place? Lu Jing swallowed a mouthful of saliva. In fact, he didn't have a clue in his heart. Maybe it's not at all what one thinks it is, or maybe the path is right, but the original mountain temple wasn't here. Lu Ying's light went out. Everyone couldn't move for a moment. Xiao Lihao still tried to storm the blood, but he could no longer do so. The blood felt like it was freezing in the face of this terrifying and unknown fellow. When I used to read Journey to the West, 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals felt nothing more than that. The landlord is even the lowest of the low. As for any mountain gods, the great sage wouldn't even look at them. But at this moment, when this so-called false mountain god stood in front of them, everyone lost all means of resistance at once. It was the crushing of power. It was as if they had turned into a bug and the other person was the human who had raised the slipper and was ready to beat them to death. The bugs at least knew how to run away, yet they couldn't even run away anymore. Lamb to the slaughter. The extreme fear made them forget everything. All they could hear at the moment was the vicious voice in their ears, which sounded as if it was an evil spirit from the abyss that wanted to drag them into the 18 layers of hell and never be allowed to live. Luing was stupefied, her eyes empty. She hit her head hard against the ground with a dull thud. Each impact made her scalp bleed, but she seemed to feel no pain at all and had no intention of stopping. Fantasies' eyes were similarly lifeless, like a walking corpse, and he began to break his fingers one by one. Each finger made a crisp ringing sound as it was broken, but he didn't react in the slightest, as if those hands didn't even belong to him. As for Xiao Lihao, who possessed the level S serum, he was just like Luing, banging his head hard against the ground, making a creepy sound. As for Monkey and Meow Meow, they each destroyed their bodies in different ways as well, frantically scratching your face or biting your arm hard, even picking up sharp objects and stabbing themselves. The whole scene was bloody and horrifying, sending shivers down one's spine. It was as if they were controlled by an invisible force, unable to extricate themselves. This self-injurious behavior puts them in an extreme state where they completely lose their sanity and sense of self-preservation. The thing finally came to Lu Jing's body. It was ready to inflict the cruelest punishment on the guy who had ruined its plans. Lu Jing felt the power of evil climbing up inside his body. It's like his whole body's out of control. A voice in his mind rang out. That's right, that voice didn't come from a whisper. Instead, it rings in the heart. I'm going to make you taste the most painful flavor in this world. I'm going to torture you with the most cruel and vicious means, so that you can't beg for your life and can't beg for your death. I'll drag you into the 18 circles of hell so that you can never escape me. You'll be sent to hell and hell for all eternity. You will never die. You will not die, but it will be infinitely more painful than death. You will constantly suffer the pain of skinning and dying by 1,000 cuts. And this is my punishment for you. Lu Jing's throat moved. He was obviously scared. It's a human being who has fears. He was more afraid of enduring pain than death. He had heard of a torture that involved running a thin rope through a man's egg. Then play that rope the way you would play a lute to make it hurt. It hurts to think about it. Lu Jing's hand lifted uncontrollably and slowly spoke. It's too late for regrets now. Ha ha ha. A vicious laugh rang out. Lu Jing raised a middle finger toward his body. Asterisk 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 your mom. A short silence was followed by an angry roar. In the next second, dazzling golden light suddenly flashed up, as bright and dazzling as the sun. Immediately afterward, a deafening roar resounded throughout the valley. The curmudgeon is quick to die. This roar seemed to contain endless majesty and power, causing one's heart to palpitate. As the golden light filled the room, the real mountain god appeared. At this moment, the earth began to tremble slightly, and then quickly converged together to form a surging force, accompanied by a violent vibrating sound. The ground trembled continuously, as if it was going to swallow everything up. At the same time, Chao Lihao and the others who had originally grabbed the ground with their heads came back to their senses and stopped. The fake mountain god panicked and ran around, and he didn't forget to turn around and try to take Lu Jing with him, but it was already too late, and the false mountain god couldn't think of anything else. Panic leaped out of the sky. Rumble dash. Soon the wailing started. Chapter 76 Settlement. With the appearance of the true mountain god, the ranks of the awakened villagers suddenly collapsed. The false mountain god was like a lost dog, fleeing desperately like a madman. It was athletic and extremely fast, but it was never able to get away from the enemy in hot pursuit behind it. Suddenly, the false mountain god leapt up violently and flew straight into midair. Then a black and a yellow group of two powerful auras were like two lightning bolts, intertwining and chasing each other, sometimes colliding together. A burst of dazzling light and a deafening roar erupted, accompanying their fierce exchanges. A mournful hiss and miserable wail resounded through the sky, giving people chills. The entire sky was enveloped by this terrifying battle, as if the end had come. The few who survived looked up in disbelief at the scene. That's a power that doesn't belong in this world. Compared to them, the so-called demons were nothing, thanks to the fact that it's a rules-based copy. If it's a combat-type copy, facing the false mountain gods, they had zero chance of winning. That's completely out of the league. It's like the average person going to a boxing match and your referee tells you that your opponent's last name is Tai. You think it's Tyson, chickening out, wondering if you'll come back alive. With the determination of certain death, he decided to fight. After all, anyone with a head on one or two shoulders. As it turned out, we didn't realize until we arrived that the opposite side of the room was Terra Ottoman. Meow Meow suddenly remembered a passage that was popular some time ago. You are a talented young man in the eyes of the world, and you have worked hard all your life to cultivate your way to immortality. In the end, he became one of the 100,000 heavenly soldiers who surrounded the great sage. Completion of duplicate mission. Blessed by the mountain god. The blessing of the mountain god. 3 strands of the aura of the yellow earth. Shen Huang's chi puts the user in a short-lived state of invulnerability to swords and spears, water and fire. Access to the mountain god's treasure. In addition to these, Lu Jing also had a special message in front of his eyes. You have reaped the curse of the false mountain god. So vindictive? Curse of the false mountain god, it will keep staring at you forever and ever and ever. So please be careful. Lu Jing. I'll your grandma's leg. That's too petty. Just then, another message quickly popped up that, for your excellent performance in the replica, you get an extra prop, mountain god boots. Effect, increases agility and improves dodging ability. Special skill, can hide for a short period of time. Cool. Lu Jing knew that this special prop could be worn even by non-awakened people. It couldn't be summoned anytime, anywhere like the awakened, but you didn't have to summon it if you wore it on your own feet. The portal is wide open. Those awakened villagers who were originally trapped in the copies also regained their consciousness. The real world. As the portal opened once more, a crowd of people clattered out. By the time the site manager arrived on hearing the news, completely stunned. How do you go in with 4 people and come out with so many at once? That means this portal has been around for a long time. Portals don't stay in one place for long periods of time. Some special portals will move. Captain, is everything okay? Chao Lihao glanced at Li Seni who was waiting outside, shook his head, and exhaled heavily. Monkey and Meow Meow were also relieved, as if they had come back to life. Such a feeling had only happened when they first entered the portal. I didn't expect to experience it again. It was so exciting. But the good news is that the whole crew returned safely. Woo woo. I'll call my mom. Hey dad. I'm back. I'm alive. Red. 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 Our wedding can go on. I'm not dead. Little Red. Why is there a man's voice on your side? Chuunibyou waved his hand, signaling the crowd to get into the car. Lu Jing stomped on his mountain god boots and just stepped into the car. Hey! In the distance, Fantasies waved at him. Thanks, Lu Jing. On the other hand, returned a gesture, all in good time. Very quick work. Several people returned to the villa in quite a state of disarray. Aside from Lu Jing, the remaining 3 were all injured to varying degrees. Chuunibyou poured himself a glass of chilled white wine and gulped it down. Only then did he say to Lu Jing, "Go ahead and give your family a call." Lucas nodded. No one expected that this copy would last so long. It caused them to be unprepared at all. But luckily Fatty Li Sini was refused entry by the portal because of his architect status. When Lu Jing's sister Lu Shui found it, Li Sini arranged a good reason to cooperate with the school. That's what kept Lu Jing's family from calling the police. You've earned enough contribution points this time. Li Sini took a look at the loot they had brought back, which almost topped the total value of the loot of the small half-year. Monkey was paralyzed on the bed, not wanting to move. I feel like I'm psyching myself out. The cost can be too great. Monkey had never been more terrified. He had joined the squad 2 years ago and had experienced not a few copies. Terror copies. He's been there. It just felt that little bit scary at the time. You don't look back on it afterward. But this copy of the mountain god, that crushing power, that horror, that unknown presence. Meow meow. When the time comes, you explain to Lu Jing the usefulness of the organization's contribution points. Chuunibyou said. Meow meow nodded. Understood. The silver-haired old man had once told Lu Jing about the usefulness of points in general. Only it was just a simple sentence. Contribution points within your organization can help you do anything that doesn't violate ethics. But specifically, Lu Jing still didn't know much about it. Lu Jing took a breath, changed into a set of clothes, and went home. Dad and his stepmother, Gong Liang, aren't off duty yet. As soon as he entered the house, Lu Jing felt the cold sight. Her sister, Lu Shui, was sitting on the sofa, crossing her legs, and immediately raised her head when she heard a movement outside the door. Lu Jing's hair was disheveled and his body stank because he hadn't bathed for days. Lu Jing suddenly remembered those superheroes in the movies. When he was a kid, he saw superhero movies, and whenever the protagonist finished fighting a boss, he returned home alone and forlorn. A mess. At that time, Lu Jing was thinking that you are a superhero. Can't you be a bit more graceful and handsome, and show your saint in front of people? Now Lu Jing had a few moments of understanding. Tired, physically and mentally. When you get home, you have to find a way to explain it to your family. Chapter 77, Sacred Rulings. Lu Shui took a deep breath. Lu Jing knew she might be about to explode, but it was as it should be. And Lu Jing shrugged his head, ready to explain. Lu Shui got up and walked away. Lu Jing raised his head. So angry? Soon, though, Lu Shui was back. The meal was served and placed on the table without a word. Lu Jing pursed his lips and hemmed and hawed. Lu Shui, however, ignored his gesture of goodwill. Turning back to his house, the bath water is boiling. Oh, these days. Boom. Loud slamming of the door. Lu Jing skimmed his mouth and wolfed it down. When I finished eating, I took a shower and lay in my own bed. Feeling the familiar scent was soothing. The feeling is like suddenly returning home after working outside for a long time. Lu Jing rolled over. Knock knock. The sound of knocking on the window. Lu Jing ignored it. It doesn't take much guessing to know who's coming. Knock, knock, knock. The other side is persistent. Lu Jing frowned, not wanting to pay attention, but he was worried about her falling. Had no choice but to open the window. What met his eyes was a white and tender foot that stepped right on Lu Jing's face without any bias. That foot exuded a freshness as if it had just been washed from a clear spring, with skin as delicate as silk and lovely rounded toes, like a finely carved work of art. It gently stepped on Lu Jing's face, bringing a hint of coolness and a soft touch. Put, where are you stepping? Lin Ma popped in at once. The Night's Watch gurus see His Excellency the Captain. Lu Jing ignored him and lay back on the bed again. Captain, where did you go the other day? Why didn't you take me with you? People were sad for a long time. Captain, tell me about it. I'm curious. Lu Jing re-entered the comforter and waved his hand perfunctorily. Go. Lin Mo knelt on Lu Jing's bed and went to tug on his covers. Captain, I'm leaving tomorrow. Where to? Karen set me up on a mission, and I'm going on a field assignment. Oh, when will you be back? It'll probably take a month or 2 yet. Lu Jing guessed that there should be something going on in Lin Mo's family. Need to go home for a while, even though it's senior year, but after all, people are so ho. I can't say that once I graduate. I'll go to my own company to get some experience. Okay, I get it. Captain, there's nothing you want to tell me. Have a safe trip and stay safe. Understood. Also, you didn't tell the rest of the group about me, did you? Lin Mo said with a straight face. How can that be? Captain, what you have explained to me, I will definitely abide by it. Even the Qilin I haven't revealed a single word. Well, that's good. Lu Jing rolled over. By the way, where are you going? I'm going on a mission to the North Pole. The North Pole? Lu Jing raised an eyebrow. He felt that it was Lin Mo's middle-aged sickness that was acting up again. It was made up off the top of my head, so I didn't pay much attention to it. Captain, the mission this time cannot be said to be unusually dangerous. Don't you have anything to explain to me? Lin Mo used her hand to push Lu Jing under the covers. Lu Jing said helplessly, be safe. Is that all? Captain can at least give people some props to save their lives. Lu Jing didn't bother trying to let this ninny know what to do. But Lin Mo was obviously not willing to give up and crawled under the bed to rummage through Lu Jing's suitcase. Lu Jing was in a hurry. This box was full of his black history. It wasn't just as simple as a black history. There were even a few comics with a bit of color that couldn't be seen by Lin Mo. He hastily held down Lin Mo's head. Come here. Ah, Captain. Lu Jing protected his case, knowing that if he didn't give her something today, the other party would still pester him. Lu Jing had no choice but to rummage through the box. Soon, he found a silver-colored necklace. It was a delicate and simple necklace, with the chain glittering with a faint silver light. At the end of the necklace hangs a small, dainty, silver-colored, plastic chapeau. The body of the sword was carved with delicate lines, and the hilt was inlaid with a crystal-clear gemstone that gave off a faint glow. Little silver plastic swords like this were common in kiosks when I was a kid, but they are hard to come by these days. It carried Lu Jing's childhood memories and dreams, and made him think of those carefree days. Perhaps it is this precious memory that makes this necklace so special. It had an extremely cool name, Holy Tailor. This sword was not forged by the hands of an ordinary mortal, but was a powerful weapon that had once slain a true dragon in ancient times. In that fierce battle, the sword was destroyed by the incomparably hot flames of the true dragon. But it didn't just disappear into thin air. Later, people utilized the dragon bones of real dragons as well as the remaining sword bodies, utilizing the best alchemical processes of the time. It was rebuilt into a more powerful and mysterious sword. Today's Holy Tailor was no longer just a sword of steel. It contained the power and will of a true dragon, making it an awe-inspiring artifact. Added, the above is all made up by Lu Jing. Lu Jing protected the case with one hand and handed the silver pendant called Holy Ruling to Lin Mo with the other. Whoa, Captain. This is Holy Ruler. Use it when you are in danger. It will protect you. Lu Jing briefly explained the history of the sacred ruling to Lin Mo. Lin Mo's mouth was wide open, filled with excitement. Captain, I won't fail you. She was even bringing tears to her eyes. Lu Jing, on the other hand, lowered his head. Okay, let's go. Lin Mo hung the sacred ruler around his neck. Captain, I will complete the mission well and won't fail you. Lu Jing pushed her out the door. Well, say hello to the penguins at the North Pole for me. Captain, the penguins are at the South Pole. Then give my regards to the polar bear. After finally sending Lin Mo away, Lu Jing reclined on the bed. Lu Jing breathed a sigh of relief and closed his eyes, finally sleeping peacefully. Boom! He was awakened by a heavy push on the door. Lu Jing sleepily opened his eyes. Then, he saw Lu Shue's somewhat bemused eyes. Brother, something's happened to Dad. Lu Shue had the rare honor of calling her brother to Lu Jing's face. This caused Lu Jing to be stunned for a moment, thinking that he was dreaming. But when he heard the second half of the sentence, his expression suddenly froze. Chapter 78, The Unexpected. Hospitals. Intensive care unit. By the time Lu Jing and Lu Shue hurriedly arrived, found his stepmother, Gong Liang, sitting outside in the hallway, crying. This woman who usually seemed extremely strong panicked all of a sudden when faced with this situation. She hugged her daughter Lu Shue and cried nonstop, unable to say a complete sentence. Her body was trembling. Lu Jing's mouth was shivering and his heart was beating fast. He forced himself to stay calm and asked the doctor what was going on. The doctor's answer was brief. Car accident. Being resuscitated. It's up to God to save his life. Lu Jing felt his legs go a little weak. Not long after, Chuunibyou also appeared. Chuunibyou had originally made an appointment with Lu Shue to train together today, and it was only when she arrived at Lu Jing's house and made a phone call that she realized that something so big had happened. As Lu Shue's friend, it was natural to come and take a look. Family members, please pay your fees over here. Gong Liang's hands were shaking as she handed over the prepared bank card. Lu Yuanjiang drives a big car. I've also accumulated a lot of savings over the years. There are more costs to follow. Gong Liang glanced at the numbers and her face turned a few shades whiter. And that's just the resuscitation phase, the cost of the next hospitalization. I don't think emptying this house will be enough. Gong Liang nodded shakily. Gong Liang's parents died early and she has no siblings. As for Lu Yuanjiang is a younger brother, but there is no contact for many years. Let me ask, what is the exact cost of this? Gong Liang didn't notice that her words were stumbling a bit. I don't know yet, but it shouldn't be less than $500,000. The family's savings totaled only $100,000. Mom, doesn't my dad have insurance on his fleet? Lu Shui was still calm. Gong Liang cried even harder. Your father goes on private work these days, trying to earn more money. Chuunibyou gently tugged on Lu Shui. If your family is in trouble, I can help you. Lend you. Chuunibyou didn't want her tone to sound like she was pitying Lu Shui. She knew what kind of nature Lu Shui had. Chuunibyou's family situation is unknown, but from the point of view of her behavioral style during the weekdays, obviously, Chuunibyou didn't lack money, and the family was no weaker than Tian Shiran, a small rich woman, and no worse than Song Zaiqi, a rich second generation. Lu Shui gratefully glanced at Chuunibyou. I'll pay you back, she said firmly. Lu Shui, a mage with S-rank talent. Future accomplishments are unlimited. This money will naturally be nothing to her in the future. Casually enter a copy or hang out with a big company. Swipe my card, and all subsequent charges will come out of this card. Only after obtaining Lu Shui's consent did Chuunibyou pull out her black gold card. She handed the card to Lu Shui, not directly to the nurse. Lu Shui nodded. The cartoon was black as ink, with mysterious and ornate patterns printed on it. Black and gold card. This is not just any credit card, but a super card that symbolizes status, position and wealth. Having it is the same as having an unlimited credit card that you can spend as much as you want, and there are no restrictions to buy as much as you want. Gong Liang was also considered a person who had seen the world, and her eyes lit up when she saw the card. She excitedly held Chuunibyou's hand. Thank you. Thank you. Fortunately my family Xiao Shui still has you as a friend. Don't worry, we will return the money to you. Auntie, saving lives is important. There's no rush to pay back the money. Lu Jing, on the other hand, sat on his but on the cold chair in the corridor and leaned his body back, heaving a sigh of relief. When he heard that Chuunibyou was willing to help, Lu Jing felt very grateful. Luckily, his sister Lu Shui was on good terms with Chuunibyou, and she was willing to help. Perhaps if he called the little rich girl Tian Shiran, she would be willing to help, given that he had saved the other's life. Or maybe he should have kept the $1 million watch Tian Shiran gave him at the time. What's with the big tail? At this moment, Lu Jing felt that his entire body was like a deflated ball, soft and unable to raise any spirit. His eyes dimmed and his expression became incredibly despondent and frustrated. He hung his head in such unimaginative dishevelment, his hands resting helplessly on his knees. It was as if he had awakened from his hero's dream with a mind full of confusion and helplessness. The teenage boy who had been so spirited and bold in the copy world had disappeared. In its place was an exhausted, heartbroken man. Suddenly, something occurred to him. Lu Jing took out his cell phone and made a call. Telephones. Captain. Hey, Lu Jing. What's wrong? Chao Lihao on the other end got a call. How many contribution points do I have? What's wrong? My dad had a car accident. 10 minutes later, Lu Jing's family was still anxiously waiting for news. Lu Jing sat in his seat and he leaned his head to the side. The look, the mold, it was as if he had regained his old demeanor, like a puppy abandoned by its owner. Lost, Lu Jing thought wildly. Mom is gone. Dad couldn't live with his stepmother if he left him too. After all, he wasn't related to Gong Liang by blood. Lu Jing remembered when he was a child and had just been received by his dad in this home. He'd thought about living on his own more than once, because he didn't like either dad as a new daughter-in-law or the family. He wanted to go back to his own home, not stay in someone else's like a guest. Lu Yuanjiang is a traditional father, not much of a talker, and not sure how to talk to the kids. Lu Jing couldn't even say a few words to Lu Yuanjiang on weekdays. Even talking to his stepmother, Gong Liang, was much more common than talking to Lu Yuanjiang. The only time the duo went out to dinner alone, Lu Jing was still vivid in his mind, not to mention how embarrassing it was. The two spoke less than 10 words the entire time. It's as if the two of them are the stepfather and son. Lu Jing picked at the wallpaper with his hand. He couldn't cry. He just felt so hard inside. Chuunibyou patted his shoulder. Lu Jing felt that he couldn't let the pretty girl see him in this state, but he really couldn't lift his spirits. Just a little awkwardly. Money. I'll pay you back later. At this moment, he seemed to have become a beggar who could only fantasize again. Ta-da! The sound of leather shoes hitting the floor. The hospital corridor was suddenly filled with well-dressed men in black. Chapter 79, The Black Sharks? Ta-da-da-da. The sound of leather shoes hitting the floor came from the hallway. A group of men in black appeared. It caught the attention of the crowd at once. Everyone else subconsciously got out of the way. Black Shark Club? Ha! This group of people were obviously coming for Lu Jing's family. Gong Liang subconsciously shielded the two children. Thought it was the owner of the car came to retaliate. May I ask if this is Lu Jing, Commissioner Lu? A black-robed man at the head of the group bowed slightly. Gong Liang turned her head to look at Lu Jing. Lu Jing froze for a moment and nodded. You guys are. Mr. Chow sent me. Mr. Chow. Lu Jing thought of the captain. Chow Li Hao. He tried calling the captain just now, and the captain just said to leave it to him. I didn't expect such a group to be sent so soon. It's just that my own dad is injured. Why did you send so many men in black? Ready to beat up the owner of the car that crashed my dad's car and take it out on our family? One more look at the case they were carrying. It couldn't be an assault rifle inside, could it? In unison, the men in black took off their jackets, revealing the white coats inside, then pushed the door to the operating room straight open. Hey, who are you people? Get out. There's an operation going on here. Sorry, we're in charge here for now. Who are you guys? Which hospital? If you don't leave we'll call the police. The nurse said hastily. You're taking over here? You think it's a TV show? This is surgery. Every second is critical. Are you responsible for delaying the patient? Duh, please take the leader's call. What's your leader's call for me to answer? I'm a doctor. Get out of here. Excuse me, this is your leader. The doctor was silent for a moment and took the call. A few seconds later, several doctors and nurses who were doing the surgery came out with an uncertain look on their faces. It's a first for being kicked out during surgery. Soon the man in black took over the operation and closed the door to the resuscitation room. He also didn't forget to say sweetly, don't worry, Commissioner Lu's family is our family, and we will do everything we can to save his life. The remaining man in black walked back with Chuunibou's black gold card. When he went to pay just now, he learned that someone had already paid. So, the nurse was asked to change the card for the purchase. Return Chuunibou's card. The man in black returned the black gold card to Chuunibou as is. The deduction inside has just been credited to your account. Please check it. Chuunibou was stunned and nodded. After the man in black had done this, he faced Lu Jing again and said, Commissioner Lu, after your father finishes his surgery later, he will be transferred to the presidential ICU suite of the Xuanli Hospital in Jiangnan City. Xuanli Hospital? Lu Jing hadn't heard of it. Chuunibou, however, knew that it was the entire Jiangnan. No, it is the one private hospital in all of Asia. Presidential ICU suites can cost up to $800,000 a day. Top-notch medical care is available there. It's simply not a ceiling that the average person can imagine. So this money, although Lu Jing didn't know the big name of Xuanli Hospital, once he heard about the presidential suite and ICU, he knew it wouldn't be cheap. Don't worry, Commissioner Lu, these have already been paid for you. You can always stay in the presidential suite, which has an open kitchen, private bathroom with pool. It will facilitate your family's life until your dad is fully recovered. The man in black said with great bravado. Lu Jing nodded dully. Private pool. Is this a hospital or a vacation? Lu Jing came over and asked in a low voice. Are you guys from the organization too? The man in black smiled faintly. Strictly speaking, these men in black were not members of the organization. They are more like outsourced staff, responsible for handling other chores. For example, right now, the members of the Vigils organization seem to be many. But in reality, they are spread all over the world and are extremely sparse in number. Often there are only a few vigilantes in a city. This situation then necessitated the development of a large number of peripheries, to help them with chores, such as members' family issues. Then there are the various problems in the members' community. They didn't know the names of the Night's Watch, just that they served a large organization. And the name that this organization hangs on to is the name of some union of awakened people. The surgery lasted only an hour. An hour later, black men in white coats walked out. The surgery went well and the patient is doing well enough to be transferred to Xuanli Hospital. Thanks. Gong Liang was relieved. You're welcome, it's what we should do. Commissioner Lu, we will be responsible for admitting your father to Xuanli Hospital. You and your sister have school tomorrow, and it's getting late, so please go back to rest as soon as possible. I can see that they are really sweet. Gong Liang also reacted. Right, you guys go back. There's no need for you to worry here. Its senior year of high school and learning is at a critical time. Nothing should take away from studying. Eventually, under Gong Liang's persuasion, Lu Jing and Lu Shui left the hospital. On her way out, Gong Liang tugged on Lu Jing's hand. Who are they? Me, my friend. Lu Jing scratched his head. Dependable? You. Gong Liang wanted to speak, and looked deeply at this stepson of hers. Lu Jing lived with her when he was less than 10 years old, living under the same roof. though the stepson is a bit strange and not very inviting, but after all, he had raised the boy from a young age. Gong Liang thought she knew Lu Jing very well, but she suddenly realized today that this kid in front of her is a little strange. You're not doing anything illegal out there, are you? No. Lu Jing said. Don't worry, that's good. Don't let your dad and your aunt worry about it. Outside the hospital, a helicopter had pulled up. The men in black took Lu Yuanzheng to the helicopter. Soon the helicopter flew away. The three of them, Lu Jing, walked to the fork in the road. I should go. Chuunibyou said. Thanks for today. Lu Shui said. Don't say that. I wasn't much help. Saying that, Chuunibyou glanced at Lu Jing. Quite capable. She lightly punched Lu Jing on the shoulder. Don't forget old classmates when you're rich in the future. Lu Jing smiled. Chuunibyou, then I'll leave first. Chapter 80 Contribution Points. The brother and sister walked side by side toward their home, the bright moonlight spilling over them, dragging their shadows long, as if they were two lonely ghosts roaming the silent streets. Every now and then a vehicle whistled and sped by beside him, curling up in a hubbub, but the siblings seemed to be in another world, quietly and calmly going their own way. By the time you get to the house, brother, Lu Shui suddenly spoke. Brother, don't let anything happen to you in the future. She tugged on Lu Jing's hand, lowered her head, and whispered, our family just needs to be peaceful. Don't go being a hero. She bit her lip urgently and Lu Jing hummed and reached out to pat his sister's head. Crisp and ringing, it's a good melon. No, it's a good head start. Rest in peace. If there is a God in the world, I will defeat him by half a sun. What does not kill me only makes me stronger. You're a cutie, Lu Shui said calmly. Maybe. Lu Jing shrugged. Day 2. Lu Jing went to school as usual. After absent-mindedly attending classes during the day, he went with Lu Shui to see his dad in the evening. Lu Yuanzheng's condition was much better than they expected. The people in the organization really aren't a workforce. Now Lu Yuanzheng has regained consciousness and is in very good shape. Lu Yuanzheng was not an awakened, which meant that if the existing medical means were used to save him, the recovery speed would definitely be extremely slow. After all, the vast majority of today's advanced medical technology is designed specifically for the awakened. For example, even an awakened like a support class profession priest was able to successfully revive someone whose body was almost half destroyed. However, these amazing healing techniques are only applicable to the awakened group and do not include ordinary humans. But the organization that Lu Jing was a part of was different. All of the members within their organization were non-awakened, so it has medical technology that no other organization, or even country, has, and it's only for non-awakened people. That's a lot of money for one day in this hospital, isn't it? Lu Yuanzheng quietly asked Lu Jing. It's okay, my friend will pay. Lu Jing said rather proudly. For every boy, they would love to be able to show their father that they have grown from that tender little boy to a man of the world. And, deep down, they are actually more desperate for recognition and affirmation from their fathers than from their mothers, because in their eyes, as children, their fathers were their heroes and role models, the backbone of the family. They aspire to be strong, courageous, and committed like their father. So when they finally got the chance to prove themselves to their father, the excitement and pride was overwhelming. Lu Yuanzheng looked deeply at his son. This money has to be paid back to the others. You don't have to worry. I'll pay it back, Lu Jing said. Lu Yuanzheng was silent for a moment. You've grown up. There are some things you can look after yourself. There is one thing. Our old Lu family members can't do anything illegal. Can't be a hero, but can't be a villain either. You grew up, 18 years old. Lu Jing heard his father say this for the first time. Well, I know. I'm not expected to be well for a while. You're the man of the house. Take care of the house more. Aha. From the hospital, Lu Jing arrived at the squad's base. Earlier Miao Miao had given him the key to the villa and recorded the face recognition. So, he waltzed into the villa area this time. Nyo was doing pull-ups in her figure-flattering yoga pants, with 200 pounds of weighted hoops hanging from each leg. Seeing Lu Jing coming, he said, well, how is your father's health recovering? Well, things are not bad, Lu Jing said. Where's the captain? Having tea in the lounge. The lounge was on the second floor, and Lu Jing walked up the stairs. Monkey and Fatty Li Cine are playing Black Hello. Lu Jing greeted the two and found the captain. Chao Li Hao. A cup of tea. Chao Li Hao poured Lu Jing a cup of tea. Captain, can I trade contribution points for that fee? Lu Jing opened the door. No need. Every member of our organization's family is entitled to full medical care. And if a member of the group is unfortunate enough to die in a copy, the organization will provide for his family internally. So human. Lu Jing sighed in his heart. This organization was really the right one to join. By the way, are those men in black also members of the organization? They're not. They're just in charge of working for us. Then why do you call me Commissioner Lu? Because that would look like it would make you more handsome, Chao Lihao said. Lu Jing gave him a thumbs up. Thanks a lot. Don't be polite. We've all been brothers for life. Let Meow Meow take you to familiarize yourself with the contribution points, Chao Lihao shouted. Meow Meow. Soon, Meow Meow in yoga pants ran over. You take Lu Jing to familiarize himself with the contribution point exchange system. Understood. Meow Meow wiped the fine beads of sweat on her forehead and turned to Lu Jing. Come with me. Lu Jing followed Meow Meow to the villa's basement. I told you before that contribution points can be exchanged for anything you want. Can I buy a sports car? Lu Jing said. It would be cool to drive a sports car to school. Is that all you dream of? Then buy 2 pistols. Desert Eagles. Lu Jing felt that the most contribution points could do was to buy these hot weapons, either all for money or not. The corners of Meow Meow's mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile, then gently reached out and pushed open the basement door. As the door slowly opens, an air of futuristic technology hits the room. Walking into the basement, I saw that the whole space was occupied by all kinds of high-tech equipment. A 3-dimensional light surrounded the center of the room, like a mysterious and powerful energy core, emitting a mesmerizing glow. The light constantly flickered and changed, as if it contained endless mysteries and power. The walls are lined with huge screens displaying a dizzying array of complex data and images. The ground is covered with a transparent glass floor, through which you can see the intricate circuits and pipes below, like the infrastructure of a miniature city. Everything here seems so advanced, mysterious and charming. Lu Jing carefully walked in. Sit in the tech chair as Neo instructed. Don't move, Neo said, connecting the 5 senses. Connection successful. Accessing. Lu Jing opened his eyes again. He seemed to be in a void, and in front of him was a huge blue screen. Lu Jing clenched his fist. So real. You are now in the virtual world. Look at the screen in front of you. Neo's voice came. Chapter 81 Power Mall. Lu Jing looked at the screen in front of him and froze for a moment. This is Permission Mall. Thermal weapons category. Famous AF submachine guns. Come standard with 230-round magazines that are easy to maintain and don't require specialized tools to break down. The gun is very accurate, reliable and lightweight, making it a high-performance submachine gun. H&K MP7 using unique design and materials. Lightweight, compact, high precision and high performance features. Ammunition of 4.6 by 30 mm with a rate of fire of 950 rounds/minute was used. It has high penetration and lethality and can effectively penetrate body armor and light protective equipment. Weapons that are considered prohibited and are not readily available on the civilian market. Lu Jing continued to scroll down. Submachine guns, pistols, trench guns, sniper rifles, machine guns, rifles, carbines, anti-materials, etc. These are all sort of within reason. Even mortars, recoilless guns, and anti-aircraft guns are available. Intercontinental missiles, capable of wearing nuclear warheads. Lu Jing's mouth opened wide. Sigma. No. You can buy this stuff too? But it's good to know that your own permissions show that they are not available for purchase. Lu Jing let out a sigh of relief all of a sudden. If every member of the team could buy this stuff indefinitely, it could be dangerous. And the thing is dead expensive. Lu Jing continued to look down. Cold Warrior. Stealthy giant sword, a sword that only shows the hilt, not the blade. Han sword. Green heart, once forged in the Taoist mountain of Longhu. It can inflict damage on ghosts and spirits. Damaged magic soldier armor, exert 150% of one's strength. Use time is calculated according to the body's ability to withstand. After taking off the armor, the body will be weakened, and the degree of weakness and recovery time is calculated according to the individual's ability to withstand it. Holy cow! And this stuff? Lu Jing scratched through the categories of longevity and wealth. Cam. Lifespan? It's too counterintuitive, isn't it? Luke points out the lifespan. Except that the lifespan access is not open to him. Lu Jing swallowed a mouthful of water and suddenly felt some fear. Isn't this organization a little too anticlimactic? Can you buy life expectancy here? This, in his perception, being able to sell lifespans was definitely not a good thing. He suddenly understood why when he told Meow Meow that he wanted to exchange his contribution points for a sports car, or 2 Desert Eagles. Meow Wei will show disdain now. Even the most expensive sports cars pale into insignificance compared to these. Lu Jing took a deep breath. Foreign object class, only you can't think of it. No, you can't buy it. Level 1 fighting essence. Level 1 Muay Thai essence. Level 1 Bagwazang essence. Level 1 Judo essence. Level 1 Bajiquan essence. Lu Jing's eyes lit up and his mouth opened slightly. Yellow talisman paper. Can remove evil spirits from the body for a short period of time. Disposable item. Remarks, can also treat poisoning, and other injuries that are not immediately fatal. Summoning class, Ghost of Scissors. You can summon scissor ghosts to do the host's bidding for 5 minutes. Lu Jing scratched to the end and saw the message that belonged to him. Name, Luck King. Age, 18. Status, non-official member. Props, tactical suitcase. Red-eye blade. Mountain god boots. 3 wisps of Xin Huang Qi. Serum, grade D. Mastery, 1 bloodstorm. Inheritance none. Note, the serum and the zombie virus have produced an internal mutation with superb recovery ability. Contribution points, 200 points. Lu Jing hesitated for a moment and chose a level 1-8 extreme fist essence. Costs 20 contribution points. At that instant, a dazzling stream of light darted into Lu Jing's body like a meteor. Immediately afterward, a voice rang in his ears. Congratulations on successfully unlocking the first level essence of Baji Fist. Your melee ability specialization has been enhanced by 10%. Please note that this specialization cannot be used for melee breakthroughs, and you will still need to rely on your own efforts in critical moments. Instantly, a marvelous feeling surged through Lu Jing's mind, as if he already possessed the experience and skills that regular people needed to acquire through thousands of practices. He couldn't wait to try and swing out a move, clenching his fists tightly. As he moved, a powerful force surged within him, and the wind whistled. Ho hey, ha! Lu Jing countered with another kick. Sure enough, it's not just Baji Quan. It felt like my melee combat ability had really increased a lot. Powerful self-confidence is born. Monster storage bag. Lu Jing looked at the introduction of this thing. Has a certain amount of storage space and can store items? A storage bag? Lu Jing thought inexplicably. Contribution points, 60. Attempt to find an opportunity to speak. This is very convenient. So you don't have to wear a case out every day. Just why don't we see other teammates buying them? And you can store all kinds of props. Lu Jing chose the monster storage bag without hesitation. A moment later, a snow-white ghost baby silently appeared behind Lu Jing. Its 2 little hands were as chubby as lotus roots. The body took on an unhealthy pale color. As if there was no trace of blood, there was a creepy glint in those round eyes, staring straight ahead. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This startled Lu Jing. Monster storage bag can store objects, invisible to others. Only the white ghost baby opened its mouth slightly, and sticky liquid flowed down from its mouth like melted candle oil. The liquid slid down the corners of its mouth and dripped on the ground, making a tick-tock sound. The sickening sight caused Lu Jing's stomach to churn and he almost couldn't help but throw up. How do I store this thing? As if sensing Lu Jing's thoughts, the ghostly shadow opened its mouth, pointed a small finger to his mouth. Woo-woo, it was strange. Obviously Lu Jing couldn't understand what it was saying, yet it could feel the other side's mind, as if to say that it could store items inside its mouth. Lu Jing finally understood why other people were reluctant to buy this. It's so disgusting. What's wrong with Vermont? Lu Jing thought inexplicably. Technique, knife skill, level 1 essence. The main weapon Lu Jing used was the Great Summer Dragon Sparrow. He used all of his remaining contribution points to purchase the essence of blade technique. Technique, swordsmanship, level 2 essence. Lu Jing tried to swing it twice. Soon, Lu Jing retreated from the virtual. Neo untied the device for him. Lu Jing clenched his fist. Literally. Those things don't just exist in virtual reality. Lu Jing turned his head and took another look at the ghostly figure lying on his back. Cam. 4 shifts. Worth a free 5-star review from you right. Chapter 82. I'm your father. Step out of the permissions mall. Neo stared at his face with interest and nodded. Well, it's exactly the same expression I had when I first entered the mall. Lu Jing slowed down for a moment. This is too amazing. It's just like the system in the novel. Indeed you could say that. Neo said. Now you know how amazing our organization is. Lu Jing nodded heavily. Okay, one more virtual reality training session later. Soon, Lu Jing entered the virtual reality training under Meow Meow's arrangement. It was the same chair as earlier. Only the scene in front of me had changed. Lu Jing felt the ghost baby behind him. Well, no wait. Others are not to be seen. Both are still good. I'm just afraid that one day I'll accidentally turn around and not be mentally prepared to be startled. Mom! That ghost baby spoke, and Lu Jing pulled the corner of his mouth. I'm your father. He shoved the tactical suitcase into the ghost baby's mouth as he tried. Sure enough it worked. That ghost baby looked small, but the space inside was actually much larger than expected. It's just not as cool as using a storage ring. It also has a bit of a horror movie feel to it. 3 red demonic wolves with fur as if they were flames appeared in front of him. A bloodthirsty light flashed in their eyes, and their mouths opened slightly, revealing sharp, pointed fangs as they let out a low roar. This virtual reality is exactly like reality, almost indistinguishable. Lu Jing's face remained unchanged when he saw this. He once again reached out his hand and took out a Dasha dragon sparrow from the mouth of that ghost baby. Chi sank into the dantian, and the whole person's aura instantly became stern. In the face of the demon wolf siege, Lu Jing directly slashed at one of the demon wolves. Immediately afterward, his body leapt high into the air, avoiding the attacks of the other two demonic wolves. After purchasing level 2 blade essence and level 1 Baji fist essence, Lu Jing could clearly feel that he was different from before. The battle ended a few moments later. Immediately after that, Lu Jing challenged various demonic creatures. It wasn't until I got a little tired that I broke away from virtual reality. In the evening, the squad had a celebratory dinner. Celebrate coming back from the dead in a copy of the Mountain Temple. Come, to our biggest contributor, Lu Jing. Chaolihao raised his glass. Cheers. To be honest, I was scared less. Monkey let out a sigh of emotion. Lu Jing, thanks to you. Otherwise we wouldn't even know how we died. Lu Jing smiled a little embarrassed. For Lu Jing, who had barely received any compliments since he was a child, this kind of praise was well received. At that time I thought you were just a newcomer. I didn't realize you were so awesome. A few people were talking and chatting. Just then, alarms went off and a portal appeared nearby. Chaolihao poured a bit of peanut rice into his mouth. The difficulty of the copy isn't high. Lu Jing, you go home first and let Monkey and Fatty take care of it. For them, getting in and out of replicas has become the norm. Good. Lu Jing felt that he should also familiarize himself with this kind of life quickly. It was late when we left the villa. The night is filled with color. Lu Jing had just received a call from his stepmother, Gong Liang, asking him to go home to fetch his dad, Lu Yuanzheng, a few clothes and send them to the hospital. Lu Jing returned home, because he had to take care of his father. His sister Lu Shui and his stepmother Gong Liang both moved to the presidential suite over there. There's a swimming pool there too, so don't mention how cozy it is. For the first time, Lu Jing knew that the world of the rich was like this. He glanced at the darkness of his home and then upward. Lin Ma's house is also dark. This ninny is really gone, and I don't know what's going on at home. Thinking so, Lu Jing had already finished packing his clothes and went downstairs. As he came around the corner of the alley, he heard movement inside. Hey, didn't I tell you what happens if you don't have money today? Boom. Chao Nima, are you not taking my words seriously? Come on, take off your shoes and slap him in the mouth. At the alley, several teenagers were surrounding a man, punching and kicking him. Lu Jing stood under the somewhat dim streetlight with his hands in his pockets. One of the blonde teenagers turned his head and glanced at Lu Jing. Hey, what are you looking at? Second-class people just get lost. With the advent of the Awakened and the Portal, the world's perceptions have changed drastically as a result. The Awakened possessed great power, and in fact the Awakened and the non-Awakened were almost considered two species. Gradually there are awakened people who think why these non-awakened people, who do nothing, enjoy their shelter, and they were born and raised in the copy. I don't know when the term second class came up on the internet. It is specifically used to refer to non-awakened people. Lu Jing took a step forward. A person who aims violence at the innocent and the weak cannot escape moral condemnation, even if he is justified. The truly strong never reap fulfillment and satisfaction by harming groups weaker than themselves, but are willing to use the freedom of the weak as a boundary. Lu Jing calmly looked at the other party and smiled evilly. It's time for me. Dragon Pride. Ah. Okay, click. Is this video saved? The cameraman came out of the darkness and saved. Thanks for cooperating. Someone came over and reached out to shake Lu Jing's hand. Lu Jing was confused. We're making a short video to test the reaction of passers-by, the man said. Oh, Lu Jing then reacted. With that, he got a little angry, feeling like he was being teased. Here's your payment. The blonde smiled and handed over an envelope. Lu Jing pinched the thickness of the envelope and naturally tucked it into his arms and just walked away. Laughter came from behind him. Ha. It was clear that the owner of the laughter had very much restrained himself. Laughing my ass off. Did you hear what he just said? What truly strong man is willing to border on the freedom of the weak? Would anyone really say such a thing in reality? Asterisk. This is a segment that will surely blow up on the internet. It's so programmatic. He's still a non-awakened person, acting like he's so powerful. Ouch. I can't do it. I'm going to die laughing. It's too funny. It was the spectacled young man who had pretended to be assaulted in the party who laughed the loudest. Lu Jing skimmed his lips. Damn it. Boom. Chapter 83. A hero will not be deterred by the ridicule and misunderstanding of others. Boom. In a split second, a wall of that originally silent and deep alley was suddenly crashed through by a powerful force just like a fragile thin paper. The crash was like a heavy hammer slamming hard into the surrounding air. It buzzed and reverberated for a long time, only to see a black shadow scurrying out from the broken wall like lightning. Immediately after that, A demonic creature with a body bulging with a block of hard muscle rushed out majestically. The huge body occupied almost the entire passage of the alley, and the blood-red eyes flashed with a greedy and cruel light, like two burning flames, which were particularly eye-catching in the darkness. The mouth showed sharp and pointed teeth, which were now slightly open, revealing the eerie mouth inside. Wah. Everyone's cell phones were beeping with alarms at this point. It's a warning system that the government has equipped. Once a portal appears nearby and is not resolved in time, the magical creatures in the portal will then cross the portal into reality. But now the warning seems to be a little late. Everyone is scared silly. Although there were awakened among them, they had long been out of combat for many years. Caught off guard by the scene at the moment, he was at a loss for words, panicking and trying to escape. But the demonic creature's huge palm attacked violently, directly slapping the several people in front of it like a cannonball. Those few people were like kites with broken strings, tracing a miserable arc in the air and falling heavily to the ground far away. And the demon didn't stop in the slightest. Its claws full of sharp bone spikes were like iron pincers that held the spectacled youth in a death grip, as if he was like an insignificant mole cricket. Aha! The horrified screams of the spectacled youth resounded throughout the space. The demonic creature was incredibly powerful, as if it wanted to crush his bones. The color of his face suddenly turned pale. Bean-sized beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his eyes were filled with despair and fear. That feeling of being controlled by a powerful force made him feel as if his internal organs had been forcibly shifted. Intense pain spread throughout his body, and every nerve trembled in agony. He struggled desperately to break free of the demonic creature, but it did nothing but watch the terrible claws grow tighter and tighter. Swish dash! The silver light cut through the dark alley as abruptly as a bolt of lightning. Its speed was so fast that one could almost only catch the flash of silver light. The shiny silver blade was like a mirror at the moment, and in the vagueness, it actually blurrily reflected the agonized expression of the demonic creature. The grimace was twisted and distorted by pain. As the blade danced, a thread of bright red blood quietly appeared on top of the sharp blade, like a winding red ribbon. It eventually converged at the tip of the cold blade, then coalesced into a crimson blood bead, slowly rolling down under the force of gravity. A hairy, powerful, lanky arm just fell off. The thick lines of muscle stood out in the dim light. The owner of this arm was none other than the demonic creature that had been injured by the great summer dragon sparrow. It let out a mournful hiss under the intense pain. Ow dash! The voice was like the roar of an evil spirit from hell, echoing throughout the alley, sending chills down the spine. At this moment, the spectacled youth's already panicked face became even paler. His figure swayed, shaking like a falling leaf in the wind. He tried to struggle to his feet with only one thought in his mind. That is to flee from this horrible place, away from the shadow of death that is about to fall. However, it was as if his body was being stabbed by countless needles, and every joint was screaming with pain, making it impossible for him to exert even the slightest bit of strength. One could only fall to the ground helplessly, with terror and despair in his eyes. Lu Jing held the great summer dragon sparrow in his hand and didn't even glance at the young man with glasses whose face was filled with terror. With just a slight narrowing of his eyes, holding the great summer dragon sparrow in his hand, he suddenly rushed up like an arrow out of a string. The overwhelming aura seemed to tear apart everything in front of him as it lunged towards the injured demonic creature. Lu Jing didn't like this glasses guy who had just teased him, but that doesn't conflict with saving him yourself. A hero will never be broken by the ridicule and misunderstanding of others. No matter how much the outside world changes, always stick to your beliefs and mission, and will not be swayed by those insignificant negative emotions. Dodge, get up, and wrap your arms around the demon's neck. Backhanding the hilt, he plunged in. The blood of the demonic creature sprayed out like a fountain, dyeing the surrounding ground red. The whole action was done in one fell swoop, cleanly and without the slightest bit of procrastination. It was as if this had been rehearsed countless times long ago, and at this moment it was just perfectly presented to the crowd. The demon's body swayed slightly and fell to the ground with a thud. Lu Jing wiped a handful of blood stained on his cheek, which added a bit more fury to his look. There is a portal nearby. Lu Jing glanced at his watch. It's a watch equipped by the organization to quickly search for portals that appear around them. It needs to be resolved quickly, otherwise it will be troublesome to wait until another demon appears and injures the people. Lu Jing drew his sword and quickly disappeared into the darkness. The glasses man's chest rose and fell violently, as if he wanted to pour out all this full of panic and anxiety. He gasped for air and looked at the fallen demonic creature, whose hideous appearance was now extraordinarily terrifying in his eyes, as if it would pounce on him again at any moment. The eyes couldn't help but turn back to the direction where Lu Jing had disappeared. Day 2. Lu Jing came to school as usual. Brother Jing, handsome, Ma Jianyu said. Lu Jing glanced at the mirror attached to the wall, and he was indeed still handsome. He reached up and tugged at his hair. Ma Jianyu pulled out his cell phone and said, "The video on the internet. Didn't you watch it? What video? Ma Jianyu played the video to Lu Jing. The content of the video was the very image of Lu Jing beheading the demonic creature in the alley. Lu Jing scratched his head. It's all over our student group. Brother Jing, you're handsome, Ma Jianyu said excitedly. Lu Jing pretended not to care and smiled, waving his hand. It's nothing anymore. Brother Jing, I thought we were on the same side before, but now it seems like I was naive. Ma Jianyu lamented. Lu Jing patted Ma Jianyu's shoulder, indicating that he wouldn't forget him as a brother. For the next full day, Lu Jing had a blast. This was different from the last time in the Skyfall replica, because last time only a handful of students participated in the replica and saw how Lu Jing fought with the demons, and this time, the video was passed out and it went crazy in the group. It's even been put up on a confession wall. Chapter 84, The Gift of Destiny. Yoo-hoo, our big star. That's what everyone else says hello to him. Lu Jing, on the other hand, pretended not to care and smiled. In fact, one hides in the restroom secretly painting the confession wall and watching how others comment on them. Excitedly, he let out an ape-like cry. Ho ho ho! You're so handsome. Get comfortable. There's nothing more comfortable than filling a cup in front of your classmates. This feeling. Lu Jing suddenly remembered the story he had fantasized about earlier. The story of myself, just as that a grain of dust in the sea of people, usually really inconspicuous, as if forgotten by the world in the corner. Every day, silently carrying my backpack, I walked into the spacious but somewhat cold classroom and dutifully took my seat in the last row. In this campus full of youthful atmosphere, one was like an invisible person who would not attract anyone's attention at all. Looking at those school flowers and school girls, each one shining like a star, handsome boys and girls laughing and playing past by their side, the heart will occasionally well up a faint trace of envy and loss. Only, no one knows that their true identity is actually a secret organization of aliens, has been secretly protecting Wasia. Ordinary is just its own veil. Once after school, he casually killed a monster that no official could solve. But who would have thought that this amazing scene would be inadvertently captured by a passing passerby? The video was then uploaded to the internet in a swift manner, instantly sparking an uproar. The whole school was abuzz as if it had exploded. Oh my god, it's him! Such exclamations rose and spread to every corner. The pure schoolgirl's beautiful eyes were wide with disbelief. The cold and colorful tablemate was even more shocked, her mouth slightly open, as if she couldn't believe the facts in front of her. Even the beautiful teacher, who was usually always serious, showed a very different look to herself and began to look at herself differently. Wherever he went, the entire school would unanimously cast adoring gazes in his direction, and one would only find such stares obtrusive, agonizing over inadvertently revealing one's true identity, then silently transferred away, leaving only a legend behind. The young Lu Jing didn't realize that the gift of fate had long ago marked the price in secret. In the following days, Lu Jing was in the squad along with his teammates while resolving the matter of the portal, constantly traveling back and forth between the replica world and the real world, all the while enjoying the adoration of your classmates at school. My father, Lu Yuanzheng, was soon discharged from the hospital and recovered well, leaving no after effects. Only this year is expected to be spent in a wheelchair. This is as good as it gets. Everything seems to be getting better. Cam, this copy is disgusting. Yeah, I feel like I can't even eat anymore. Fatty Lee Cine touched his stomach. Go to hell. Turn your head and you'll have 8 bowls of rice, Monkey said. On this day, Lu Jing and the captain, Chao Li Hao, walked out of the teleportation portal with the 4 of them. Back to base for a drink, Neo said. It's become a tradition for them. They have a drink every time they go through a large replica. Compared to a few months ago, Lu Jing was obviously much closer to them. As the old saying goes, the 4 great irons of life have carried guns together and have been in the same class together. We've split the loot together. We've whored around together. After going through so many copies, the 5 of them didn't know how many times they had gone through life and death together. I want a grilled steak, Monkey said. It's on the boss. My treat is my treat. Chao Li Hao smiled helplessly. Only he suddenly remembered something. Right. Lu Jing won't be far from the college entrance exam in the next few days, so don't take part in the action. Lu Jing hesitated and nodded. Hey, but get into a better college. Miao Mao bumped Lu Jing's shoulder. Our organization doesn't take scum. Miao Mao and Chao Li Hao both graduated from Tsinghua. As for the monkeys, they are from BYU and Fatty used to study at Stanford. It's not too much of a stretch to say that it's all schoolboys. Don't worry, as long as I get serious, I'll make you guys realize what it means to be trash, Lu Jing said seriously. Get lost. After bidding farewell to the 4 members of the squad, Lu Jing returned home alone. When he looked up, Lin Mo's house was still dimly lit. To be honest, disappeared for a couple months. Lu Jing kinda missed this ninny. It used to be annoying to be around every day. still feeling a little uncomfortable when she's gone. Lu Jing had tried to contact Lin Mo, but it was as if Lin Mo had evaporated. Messages to her are not returned. It's almost the college entrance exam and I don't see her back. The explanation given on the teacher's side was that Lin Mo's father was sick, because his own dad had experienced a car accident. Lu Jing empathized with him. However, once he thought about it, Lin Mo's boldness of being able to buy a house at the drop of a hat, he guessed that his family wasn't poor in money either. Even if you don't take the high school exams, what can you do? When he returned home, Lu Jing did the exercises. Even heroes have to take the entrance exam, get into a good college. After all, Dad Lu Yuanzhang doesn't care what friends he knows and whether he's a hero or not. In Dad's eyes, getting into a good college is about the future of life. Lu Jing didn't want to disappoint him. And, of course, not wanting to disappoint his long-dead mother. Time flies. The last night before the entrance exam. It's clear that you've joined a magical organization that even buys lifespans, knowing that high school doesn't matter that much to you anymore. However, Lu Jing still couldn't help but be nervous. 10 years of hard work. 10 years to sharpen a sword. The frosty edge has not been tested. Today, I will show you who has been wronged. Lu Jing thought coolly, cracking his mouth. I wish I could dance. Lu Jing, are you asleep? Next door, came Lu Shue's voice. Not yet. Why? I'm a little nervous. Lu Shue said. You got such good grades. What are you nervous about? I'm afraid I won't do well on the test. Peace out. Go to bed early. Lu Jing said. Brother, I'm afraid everything has changed. What's changed? It's just a college entrance exam. You're usually quite calm. Whenever Lu Shui called herself brother, there was absolutely nothing good about it. I'm afraid. I'm really scared. Brother, don't be with those. Brother, don't be with those strange people, okay? Let's just have a peaceful family, okay? I'm so scared. Lu Jing thought that it was Lu Shui who was worried about her safety and comforted her. It's okay. Didn't I tell you that I'm the lone hero? The hero of the anime. The hero knows no. It's all about saving the world and killing the archdemon. Left and right. You end up with a beautiful woman. Get a happy ending unless the author is a dumbass. There was no sound from Lu Shui on the other side. Lu Jing didn't say anything else and closed his eyes, allowing himself to quickly fall asleep. P.S. Important words. 4 more. Deserves a 5-star review from you, right? He. To explain what some readers have said about slow pacing, the outline was set when I wrote it. The next copy is a turning point in the whole story. Since the outline for the first phase is right around almost 90 to 100 chapters, because I'm not trying to write mindless cool writing, preferring to favor plot flow, sort of micro-cool, 40%. And finally, thank you for your support. Chapter 85, Examinations. The high school entrance exam, both for the awakened and the non-awakened. Undoubtedly one of the few most important events in life. As the old saying goes, there are 4 great joys in life: meeting a friend in a long drought and meeting a friend from another country. The night of the wedding. The time of the golden ticket. Had a donut in the morning, plus 2 eggs. Take a good luck. But the full marks for the 3 main subjects of language, math and English, are 150. So if you get 100 marks for all of them, aren't you wasted? So Lu Jing set out another donut with the number 5 and ate it in one bite. Gong Liang took a special leave of absence today and wore a cheongsam. It's called flagging. Lu Yuanzhang can't walk yet, but he also insists on having to push his wheelchair to the school gate. The son and daughter took the entrance exam at the same time. Given his character, it would be strange not to see it. Put my son and daughter on the school bus with my own eyes. Again, I followed the school bus to the front door of the school with 1,000 instructions. Lu Yuanzhang culture is good. At that time the college entrance examination, but because of an accident, gave a miss. The family's condition can't support it again, and he's repeating another year of school. That's the one that became his lifelong regret. Later, when they had children, they put all their hopes on them. At the moment, the entrance of that school was like a bustling marketplace, gathering a large group of anxiously waiting parents. As if by appointment, most of the moms carefully selected and wore gorgeous cheongsams. I hope that this is a good luck. Cannot be considered a feudal superstition, oh? After all, who does not want to hear those auspicious words? At this moment, every parent's heart is like a small drum beating constantly. Dong 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 dong, sound seems to penetrate their chest. After all, this college entrance examination is an important moment for the children, which concerns their future, carrying the countless expectations and dreams of parents. It is like the heavy weight that presses on the heart of every parent. Gong Liang chattered with Lu Yuanzhang. Wearing a cheongsam signifies victory, and the second day of the college entrance exam should be in green, which represents a green light all the way. Wear gray and yellow on the third day to represent the journey to glory. Alright, what towards glory? Lu Yuanzhang's face was disdainful, but in fact, He was already pondering in his heart which green dress to wear tomorrow. The bell rang and everyone said a hasty goodbye to their parents. Parents, get out of the way. The security guard in charge of maintaining order at the entrance shouted. The students were very disciplined and stood in several rows in front of the school. Asterisk 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 asterisk, it's intense. Lu Jing looked back. It was discovered that the person speaking was Song Zek. Is this rich kid nervous about the entrance exams too? Song Zek saw him look over and pulled the corner of his mouth. Finally got over it. From now on the sea is wide enough for fish to leap, and the sky is high enough for birds to fly. Lu Jing knew he was joking and smiled back. In fact, when I used to have low self-esteem, I was always more or less hostile to rich kids, feeling that the two sides are natural opposites. His arrogant self seemed as if he were climbing over him if he said one more word to the other. Only, at this time, Lu Jing suddenly realized that everyone seemed to be the same. Even the eldest Miss Tian Shiran, who was always so arrogant on weekdays, as if she wouldn't care if the sky collapsed. At this moment, his face was also full of uncontrollable nervousness, and his small hands were tightly clenched into tiny fists. That exquisite little face, which was usually as if it was carved out in fine detail, was even slightly reddened due to nervousness. Jingle bells. A shrill bell rang. Lu Jing retrieved his thoughts. The doors of the school were open and students took steps and began to walk inside. Instead of bells and school drills, the campus radio plays a rare song. Where in the world is the world full of flowers? If it really exists, then I will definitely go to. I want to stand on the highest mountain there, not caring if it's a cliff or not. Live in love with all your might, even if you have to sacrifice your life. And don't expect anyone to be satisfied. Just be true to yourself. I never chose to give up on my ideals, even on gray days. Maybe I don't have the talent, but I have the naivety to dream. Lu Jing was in a bit of a trance for a moment. His own high school life was just about to end. Lu Jing thought a lot, but it seemed like he didn't think anything. He suddenly remembered a question he had once read. Is it harder to have an exam paper with only one answer or a life full of right answers? However, this is probably not the time to be sentimental. Thousands of people are alone. Rumble dash. The earth seemed to be shaking. The sound came from behind them, and everyone subconsciously turned around to look. Above the city, a huge portal slowly emerged. At this moment, everyone's cell phones were emitting warning sounds at the same time. A giant portal has appeared near the Twin Lions Bridge. Residents are advised to take precautions to avoid it. Near the Twin Lions Bridge? The good thing is that it really isn't too close to this place, so it shouldn't affect the entrance exams. Yet the mysterious portal seemed to carry an irresistible gravitational pull, and even at some distance apart, its presence could still be clearly felt. Looking at the portal from a distance, one could really marvel at its grandeur. The moment that portal appeared, it was like opening Pandora's box, and a hideous demonic creature swept out from it like a tidal wave. They exude evil and fear wherever they go. Instantly, that area was thrown into a state of chaos and panic, with people fleeing in all directions and screaming. And just at this moment of confusion, a sudden rush of footsteps came from nearby. The awakened who were close by were the first to arrive at the scene. The battle instantly erupted. Swords and shadows intertwined together, and the air was filled with a thick smell of blood and fluctuations of magic. However, these are sights that are invisible to those looking on from a distance. The crowd that had entered the school grounds looked back for a moment, retracted their gaze, and moved on. Lu Jing, go away. Behind him, Song Ziki pushed Lu Jing, who was standing still. Drip drip drip. There was a ringing sound from the watch. Lu Jing pressed the call button on his hand watch. Captain, what's the situation? Soon, Chao Lihao's voice came from the other end of the watch. I don't know. This one should be a big job. It's not often that demons run out as soon as the portal appears. It could be heard that Chao Lihao and the others were in a hurry. The wind whistled. Before he finished, he added, you don't have to worry about it. Do well on your exams. Cheer up. If you do well in the exam, sister will give you a reward. Meow Meow's voice came. Lu Jing lowered his hand and took a few steps forward. Before the sky breaks, we must be braver and wait for the brightest moment at sunrise. Run forward. Meet cold eyes and ridicule. How can the vastness of life be felt without trials and tribulations? Lu Jing scratched his head vigorously. He then turned against the crowd. Chapter 86. He is the only one in the north. Lu Jing walked out against the crowd. This instantly froze the people in the back, and they cast their eyes toward Lu Jing in uncertainty. What's going on? Did you forget to bring your pen? Or did you forget to pick up your ID? Or pass? Lu Jing. Lu Shui reached out and grabbed Lu Jing. Lu Jing glanced at her and smiled slightly. Do well on your exams and get into a good college. Lu Shui, however, didn't let go of her grip tighter and stared straight at him. Where are you going? Lu Jing broke free and accidentally even bumped into Chuunibyou. Chuunibyou looked at him with the same puzzlement. What did you forget to bring? Sorry, Sorry. Move over. Lu Jing blushed a little. The vast crowd behind him was hard-pressed to squeeze out a path. Many of the students looked back in droves, their faces full of suspicion. It's almost time for the entrance exam. What's this for? All the people went south, but he was the only one who went north. Only, at this moment, Lu Jing did not have a sense of bravado in his heart. Lu Jing rushed out of the school entrance. Not far away, his stepmother Gong Liang and his old man Lu Yuanjing looked at him in disbelief. Lu Yuanjing shouted, "What are you doing? What have you forgotten to take?" Lu Jing glanced at his stern father somewhat guiltily. "Pops, your son really wants to show his face for you, but your son, I was born to save the world. There's no place to talk about it." Lu Jing breathed deeply, as if he was trying to suck all the air of the world into his lungs. Both legs were instantly covered by a thick and bizarre black substance that spread rapidly like a tidal wave. The black substance seemed to have its own life and will, and with an extremely rapid speed, in the blink of an eye, it completely wrapped his straight and powerful feet in it. It was like putting a dark, shiny, mysterious armor on his feet that clung to his skin. They had fused together and become part of his body. As the black substance continued to penetrate and merge, power surged through the body. Immediately afterward, Lu Jing's feet shook violently. In the next instant, his body was like an arrow off the string, leaping forward at a speed that was almost too fast for people to catch. It was as if the entire world stood still for his jump. His figure drew a graceful arc in the air, surprisingly easily spanning a distance of dozens of meters. Between two jumps, it was out of sight. Lu Jing didn't turn around this time. By rights he should have turned back. There is nothing more handsome than this scene. This should be number one in the mind. Because at this moment, the numerous candidates heading inside, as well as the countless parents at the entrance all turned their heads and looked straight at him. Looking at him heading straight in the direction of the portal, it didn't take any guessing to figure out what he was going for. Tian Shiran was stunned at this scene that seemed to have only appeared in animation. Lu Jing seems to be going in the direction of the portal? What's he going to do? No more exams? Save the world. Of course. Ma Jianyu smiled smugly as if he was the one who went to save the world. Holy, that's awesome. Unfortunately, Lu Jing should have heard it, or recorded it, and when he went back and lay down under the covers he should be able to listen to it several times. This time, as soon as the mysterious portal appeared, countless black rays of light rushed out of it like a raging tide. Immediately afterward, a large number of differently shaped, hideous and terrifying demonic creatures swarmed out from it like a flood that broke the dike, with their teeth and claws flailing, emitting creepy hissing noises, as if they were messengers from hell. For a time, this originally fairly calm area was instantly plunged into an unprecedented panic. Those panicked people fled in all directions. Screams and shouts intertwined. This portal came in a hurry, and although some of the awakened arrived and fought back, they also seemed a bit overwhelmed by such a large and ferocious number of magical creatures. Weapons continued to flash sparks under the demons' attacks, but it was difficult to stop the advance of these evil creatures. The ordinary people, who were powerless, were even more frightened and fled in all directions. Urban clusters have long since developed sophisticated architecture. You could say there are protective holes everywhere, walls of avoidance. The inside is consolidated with special materials. Hundreds of people have been looking for a place of protection close by, but in the panic, there are many unlucky and poor people who have lost their lives in the streets. One by one, the awakened entered the portal. Still couldn't close the portal. Obviously this is a failure to meet the headcount requirement. Not enough. There's more to come in. More to come in. The first to arrive, the slightly more powerful awakened entered the portal. Only a few slightly weaker awakened were left to fight off the demons that ran out. Boom, 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 roar, a low growl. The body was twisted and misshapen, as if it had been cobbled together from a variety of different creatures. Its skin took on an eerie gray color and was covered in rough scales and bumps. The head is huge and hideous, the body long and flexible, and the limbs strong and powerful. Sharp claws grew at the end, as if they could easily tear apart any prey. It reached out its claws and easily ripped open the roll-up door next to it. Stab! Behind the roll-up door were a large and two small children. The corner of the devil's mouth tugged, and a smile seemed to appear on that bizarre face. The boy, shielding his young sister and holding an axe in his hand, cried out with a pale face at the sight. Run! Roar dash! With a flick of its tail, the demonic creature made a gesture and already pounced. Just these two kids aren't enough for his snacks. Put! The Dasha dragon sparrow cut off the demon's head with a single slash. Lu Jing descended from the sky, holding the great summer dragon sparrow, his feet on the demonic corpse, and his back to the boy. None of us were born kings, but there is blood running in our bones that won't let us bow down. A young man, who can muster the courage to protect the one he loves, is already a hero. Courage is the most splendid grace under pressure. Take your sister and get out of here. Leave it to the professionals. The boy took a deep look at the teenager's back and turned to run with his sister. Lu Jing was fighting and killing. He was also thinking that maybe he could wait until there were enough people without having to go in the portal. It's not too late to go back and take the test yourself. Just underestimated the danger of this portal. As soon as the portal closed for a second, hordes of demons ran out of it. Then there was no room for him to hesitate. Feet on the facade, climbing high. A flip as if a light bird of prey landed steadily on top of the roof with a firm gaze. At that exact moment, a huge demonic creature shaped like a crocodile that was as large and hideous as a crocodile rushed out. Opening his bloody mouth, he revealed sharp fangs, with a bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes. Lu Jing's feet generated wind, and the twin swords in his hands transformed into a blazing shadow of light in an instant. Kill the demons first, and finally rush into the middle of the portal. There you go. Chapter 87, Danger. 3 feet long, 10,000 scrolls of books. The divine born to me, what will I do? If you can't serve your country and level the world, you are a man in vain. The trait of storyteller has long since died out. Lu Jing, however, had memorized many set poems in his chest. What with a few lines of names in the history of the world and countless barren hills at Meng in the north, those who sowed before will reap after. Nothing more than a dragon's fight. What about traveling all over the world and all over the states? How can a human heart flow longer than water? Stories he'd heard quite a bit. Lu Jing didn't just like secondary sources, he also listened to those mythological stories. Otherwise there's no room for the millions of words of chronicles and the massive worldview. Lu Jing gently exhaled, eyes closed and open, had appeared in a huge space. There was a lot of noise, and as far as the eye could see, there were all the awakened who had broken in. Replica world, 9-layered demon tower. Lu Jing, a familiar voice rang out. Niu came forward and looked at him in surprise. I thought you went for your exams. She walked over and knocked on Lu Jing's head without saying a word. Chao Lihao didn't feel much surprise when he saw Lu Jing coming. After spending so much time together, if you can't figure out each other's personalities, you're getting along for nothing. Optimistic, though not very cheerful. Intelligent, just talks like a psycho running out of his mind. Killing and decisive, but with a tender heart. The three views are sometimes so positively hairy and evil that you suspect him of being a staunch defender of the word. But sometimes, he seems like an ordinary person who blends into the crowd and can't be distinguished at all. It makes him look conflicted. Always believe. Never say the word quit. And always remain 12% confident. In other words, this kid's heart is downright scary. There was a huge crowd here. Roughly 50 to 60 awakened ones gathered. With Lu Jing's entry, a sufficient number of people were finally gathered. The portal is closed. A message floated before everyone's eyes. 9 demon towers. Please leave this place safely. What appeared in front of them were the steps that seemed to have coalesced from endless darkness, extending to the second floor. The width of this step is just right, so that it does not feel too narrow and confining, nor does it seem too wide and hollow. In this dim light, one could vaguely see that the surface of the steps seemed to be carved with some strange patterns, which were if nothing else. It looks like it's time to break into the 9 floors in order. Miao Miao said. Chao Lihao nodded. It wasn't just them, everyone in the room was thinking the same thing. The awakened who could have the courage to walk into this giant replica had a few degrees of confidence in their own strength. All old hands, too. A copy of this type of combat is nothing but combat awesome. 9 layers demon tower. Just listen to the name. Each floor will have a boss demon sitting on it. They needed to break in all the way to the 9th floor. I just don't know. How hard is this copy? The people were all gathered together temporarily, in order to make it easier to face the enemy. So a magician with the highest rank among them was elected as the chief commander, and a battle plan was simply formulated. As for the 5 Chao Lihao, they are not included in the establishment. Lu Jing also bumped into an acquaintance. Big-faced cat. Great God. The big-faced cat lit up when it saw Lu Jing and hurriedly ran over. Why are you here too? The big-faced cat scratched his head and hemmed and hawed. I'm here with the guild leader. By coincidence, the big-faced cat came over here to eat with the guild. Who would have thought to meet such a big copy? When he saw the demons pouring out, he rushed in. Impulsive. I don't know how difficult this copy is, the big-faced cat said. This kind of giant copy, it's definitely not easy. Gangnam City, the Guild of the Awakened. As the portal closed, the energy disappeared, but from the moment it appeared, it had captured the energy emanating from the portal. The results of the energy test were not quite accurate, but you could tell a rough idea. The portal appeared without the slightest warning, and the demons poured out again on a massive scale. The best thing to do, of course, is to get the awakened inside. When the portal closes, it'll at least hold out for a while. In the process, the demons will not run out again. The guild then had time to organize its staff. This time the portal Preliminary tests are A-rated. Have they all been notified? Aside from being out on vacation, all the awakened who are above the 30th rank in Jiangnan City are basically all here. The duplicates are generally categorized into 5 levels: A, B, C, D and E. A-rank copies correspond to awakened person levels in the 1st to 5th order. The B-rank copies are the awakened of the 5th to 10th ranks. The corresponding level for an A-rank copy is 25 steps. However, it wasn't the case that an awakened who had surpassed the 25th rank could casually break into an A-rank copy. In fact, the replica world is vicious and dangerous. One never knows exactly what one will meet inside. So according to the rules, you only have the qualification to enter an A-rank copy when you reach the 25th rank is. It's like playing a game where you get to a certain level before you're eligible to play ranked matches. Remember, just qualify. Can you be sure you'll win every qualifying match? Of course, when you play a game and lose, you lose. But here, lose, it means death. You have to make sure that you win every hand. The 9-layered demon tower. Danger! Danger! The crowd had settled on a plan and were about to head up the steps. Someone looked down and saw those strange patterns on the steps. If anything, but when you look closely, it's clearly densely written. Just one sentence. Danger! Danger! The crowd saw this scene and paid no attention to it. There are a lot of these similar bluffing tips for combat-type copies. It is clear that there is only one road ahead, and it is marked to warn you of the danger. It's quite understandable that there's a natural danger with the demons ahead. But how do you succeed in breaking through if you don't step into danger? Attention everyone! The crowd stepped onto the steps and headed up. Lu Jing looked down and took a deep breath. Draw the Daxia dragon sparrow from the mouth of the ghost baby. If it's resolved quickly, you're probably not too late to go back to your high school exams. Mo whispered. Lu Jing gave her a look. If you miss it, you miss it. What are you talking about, kid? College life is one of the best youthful times in life. Chapter 88, The 9-Layered Demon Tower. It is fate that we are all gathered together today, whether we know each other or not. We serve our country and our people, and we don't know how we'll live or die on this trip. Too bad there's no wine here. Someone said. Who says there's no booze? Someone raised a large gourd. The wine in this gourd of mine is like the water of a mountain spring, inexhaustible. So if you don't mind, let's share and drink. It's not like there's a time limit here anyway. Everyone passes the wine gourd in turn, one person taking a sip. Then someone else suggested. I say let's all stay together and take a picture. Lu Jing, Omega Omega. OI, don't make such a death flag. Lu Jing just couldn't help but spit it out. From the beginning to now. What is this? It's a clear case of there's no going back. Whether it's anime, novels, movies and TV shows. As long as this kind of. In fact, it really is. Suddenly a portal appears. Without any anticipation, a demonic creature rushed out. The danger is palpable. It was simply too late to send inspectors to test the level of the portal. When the time comes, there is no telling how many casualties will be caused. And these awakened ones were able to break into it with determination and close the portal. Even if you can't break in, it also buys time for the people outside. It could be said that from the moment they stepped in, they reported a few moments of certain death. At this moment, the atmosphere was extraordinarily heavy, and everyone's eyes revealed a hint of worry. They were either silent, as if praying silently in their hearts for a successful return from this operation, or talk softly for a few moments, with words full of thoughts and blessings for each other. Everyone knows clearly that the path they are embarking on at this moment is full of unknowns and dangers, and perhaps the next moment they will be faced with the choice between life and death. Lu Jing was a bit tearful and really wanted to seal the mouth of the person who spoke. With the support of everyone, the crowd managed to get a picture together. Lu Jing was sandwiched between Fatty and Monkey. You have all returned safely, the crowd chorused. Safe return. Meow Meow frowned and whispered. Why do I have a bad premonition? This kind of plot in movies and TV dramas. Usually there is no return, right? Lu Jing bared his teeth and laughed. So there was someone who thought the same as him. Meow Meow also laughed. I'm also really convinced. Don't these people usually watch TV dramas and anime? Who's a good person to say such things before the big showdown? Actually, my wife was just recently pregnant as well, Monkey said in a hushed voice, and I have a twisted story. Meow Meow and Lu Jing looked at him at the same time. I can't die here. My parents fell in love early and my sister is divorced. I put grandpa through school by myself and took care of grandma during the month. Lu Jing, oh. The monkey suddenly laughed. Meow Meow gave him a punch in the face without a good reason. Get lost. The 9-layered demon tower. As soon as the crowd stepped into the second level, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. Behind them were winding steps. It was as if I had stepped up from there to another world. Just above this vast wilderness that looked boundless at a glance. The scene was simply like a terrifying and extremely terrifying hell scene outlined by the devil's hand, clearly presenting itself in front of everyone's eyes. An unbroken, rolling, treacherous mountain range. Surprisingly, it was made up of those layers and piles of skeletons. That huge number and bizarre shape seemed to be silently telling of a grueling fight and death that had once taken place here. Densely packed white bones shone with an eerie, ghastly glow, hidden under the dim, eerie light of the horizon. The light was like the faint sighs of countless wronged souls in the darkness, carrying endless grief and resentment. Human hair was trampled as recklessly as the thick, tough pieces of felt, disheveled yet seeming to contain some inexplicable despair. Human flesh and skin, which had long since lost its original vibrant color, was now wrapped around those thick tree trunks. It has been air-dried over a long period of time and has become dry and charred. The coloration was like a silver thread swaying slightly, gently swinging in that weak breeze, as if it were a sad elegy of death, echoing lazily in this barren land. The putrid stench, like an invisible claw, filled the air quickly and violently. It makes one immediately surge with a strong desire to vomit just by smelling it. The smell was pungent and disgusting, as if it could penetrate one's internal organs and slowly corrode away one's soul, bit by bit eroding one's deepest fears. From afar, the mountain of corpses looked like a vast ocean, choppy yet deadly silent. The blood water, on the other hand, resembled a rushing river, flowing with crimson blood. That bright red color formed an extremely strong contrast with the surrounding ghastly white corpses and bones. That visual impact was extremely shocking, as if it could directly hit the deepest part of a person's mind, sending shivers down one's spine. Every person close to this place, the heart will involuntarily surge a deep fear, as if they really stepped into a place of magic that cannot be escaped. When that shocking scene came into view, even if they have been through harsh training on weekdays, people who have long seen the many wild winds and waves of the world, at this moment, he was also completely unable to control his body, and his legs began to swing uncontrollably as if they were being pulled hard by an invisible hand. Vom vom! The sound of vomiting rang out suddenly, as if it were a cry from the deepest recesses of the soul, with endless disgust and horror. Immediately afterward, more people joined in this vomiting. That rise and fall of voices intertwined. They thought they were mentally prepared to face all kinds of difficulties and dangers, and it was not as if they had never witnessed the hideous appearance of death. However, when placed under such an overwhelmingly tragic scene in front of him, all the things they had experienced in the past, no matter how thrilling and heart-wrenching, at the moment, it seems to be instantly degraded to a childish and ridiculous children's cartoon-like existence. The courage and tenacity that had once made them proud seemed so pale and powerless at this moment, as if it would shatter and dissipate with a gentle poke. Just then, a pleasant voice rang out. The king called me to patrol the mountain witch. Be careful to watch out for that Sunmyukong witch. Chapter 89, The Lion's Camel. The king has called me to patrol the mountains. After the southern mountains, I'll patrol the northern mountains. The king called me to patrol the mountain witch. Be careful to watch out for the monkey king witch. That jaunty tune plays liltingly. Here na. Behind the mountain came a sound of clanking, prying, pealing bang bells. The sound was crisp and loud. It turned out to be a small demon child, carrying the conspicuous order flag on his shoulder. The flag was hunting in the wind, and jingling bells hung from his waist. As he walked, it made a pleasant but guarded sound. In his hands, he kept banging the clapper, the rhythm sometimes sharp, sometimes soothing. A taller body of 10 feet by 2 feet. In its world, this height is considered normal, but the crowd behind the mountain looked. The monster is more than 3 meters high is really a bit scary. This is. Some people think it looks familiar, but they just can't remember it when they rack their brains. The words came out of my mouth, but I couldn't spit them out. But someone beside him recognized it at once. This is the lion's hump. A word to the wise. All of a sudden the crowd all reacted and came to a realization. Right now this scene is not that the journey to the west depicted in the 800-mile Lion's Camel Ridge. Skeletons like a ridge. Skeletons like a forest. Human hair is covered with felt, and human skin and flesh are rotting into mud and dust. Human tendons wrapped around the tree, dry and charred and shiny as silver. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The stench is unbearable. The little demon from the east took the living man and cut his flesh, splash the devil in the west and cook human flesh fresh. If the Monkey King were not so heroically bold, a second mortal could not enter his door. So it's a little driller? Nyo said. Holy cow, we're not going to deal with the 3 devils of the Lion's Camel Ridge, are we? Monkey was surprised. You know, if there is one level in the west that is the scariest, undoubtedly, it's Lionel, the great devil. The green-haired lion monster roared like thunder and his eyes were like electricity. A mouthful had swallowed 100,000 soldiers, so scared that all the heavenly soldiers did not dare to fight, and closed the south heavenly gate. The second devil is a jade-faced elephant spirit, 3 feet tall, with a nose like a dragon. The three devils are a rock with a cloud journey of 10,000 miles, so vicious that they have eaten all the people of a city in the lion and camel kingdom. There are 48,000 demons in that lion's hump. Although Monkey's nickname was Monkey, he was not the great sage of Chi-Tian after all, and his expression was very ugly at the moment. The rest of them didn't look much better. If that's the case, then it would be better for one person to kill himself. 48,000 demons, even if they did nothing and stood there for them to kill. They all have to be killed so that their hands are cramped and their feet are weak. Lionel crossed over to Journey to the West. Lu Jing whispered, "Say, have any of you guys ever been in a copy of this mythical world before? I've never heard of still traveling to the Journey to the West before." No one answered. There was silence. "I've traveled through the worldview of Chatelaine before in." At that moment, someone whispered, "But only that one time. Now the concern is not this, right? You know that when the Monkey King came to Lion's Camel Ridge, it was all about inviting gods and goddesses from all over the sky. In the end, Rulai even came out to level this Lion's Camel Ridge, and now it's just a few of us?" The moment these words came out, everyone's hearts chilled and their faces were extremely ugly. The copy shouldn't be an unsolvable existence. If it's according to that battle power in the West, the global awakened together won't be enough to fight. Odds are it's all nerfed combat. And have you guys ever seen a copy with more than 10,000 plus demons? Don't say 10,000. Do you have 1,000? At this time, the mage with the highest combat strength among the crowd, who had just been elected as the leader, stood out to boost his morale. As long as it's a copy, there's a solution. Even if there really are more than 40,000 swarms of demons, we'll count it as a success if we solve the boss. Hearing this, the crowd was slightly relieved. That's right. This kind of replica will generally be less difficult. It's impossible to say that those little demons are weaker than their own dogs. Hey, you guys say that this demon has become a spirit. Can the meat taste good? Someone said jokingly. When it came to eating, Fatty Lee Cine couldn't help but purse his lips. I've heard that in the copies. Eating these demons with mana can add to your lifespan. Seriously, I don't know. The rumor mill is pretty good anyway. Here there is no tiger demon. Do not say that the tiger whip on the man great tonic well. This if you eat it into the essence of the tiger demon's tiger whip, surely can be my friend's weak kidneys to cure the problem. Something from nothing. Ha ha ha. Joking around, the crowd felt lighter, but as easy as it was, fighting was inevitable. They unanimously decided to go after the little drifter who had fallen through the cracks first. After all, they all knew it was Lionel though. But nothing is known about the specifics of what's going on inside. Where is the entrance? Are there any tunnels? Is your king in the cave? How many demons are in the cave now? Back then, the great sage was also the first to lay hands on this little diamond wind. The people then decided to follow the example of the great sage. Lu Jing watched the little driller from a distance. That should be a weasel or a demon that is a weasel made into a spirit. The cheeks are narrow and sharp as knives, and covered in hair, and otherwise indistinguishable from the norm. Lu Jing couldn't tell what kind of adult spirit the other party was. It's nothing like seeing a demon that's become a spirit on TV. Who didn't squat in front of the TV and watch Journey to the West over and over again as a kid? Only, it did not occur to him that one day he would come to the middle of a world that used Journey to the West as a barrier. Soon the plan was finalized. For safety's sake, to avoid alerting the snakes, 3 assassins went to take the small wind, escorted back for detailed questioning. The monkey was going to be gross. After all, there was always a need to show their hand, so as not to let people's awakened look down on them. Only the monkey who leapt forward was held down by Chow Li Hao. Soon, the 3 assassins used the art of hiding to quickly approach Little Driller. For assassins, hiding skills are fundamental. That little drill is even a glitch. None of the 3 paid much attention and quickly approached. One of the skinny men flashed his dagger and was the first to silently arrive behind Little Drillbit, and was about to subdue the other. To be honest, there was a little bit of excitement in the back of my mind. After all, I had only seen the great sage fight demons before. I never thought that I would one day fight the same demons as the great sage. What are you doing? Standing behind me since just now. The sudden sound of the voice made the thin man freeze. The little rig in front of me had disappeared. A plush hand rested on his shoulder. So it's a human being. I said, why does it smell like a raw human being who knows some spells and dares to break into the lion's hump? There was nothing oppressive about the voice. Yet the thin man couldn't move. His body stiffened. The next second, his head was easily removed. Swish, not waiting for the other 2 assassins who were still hiding to react. Then 2 more heads fell to the ground. Chapter 90, The Little Driller. Little Drill Wind took 3 heads in a row in a flash. Lightly, as if he had just killed 3 chickens. Then the little drill sergeant turned his attention to the others behind the mountain. Everyone's hearts were in awe. The strange wind that Little Diamond Wind had transformed into swept towards the crowd in a swift and furious manner. Almost in that lightning-like instant, the mage in the lead concentrated his entire body's magical power and quickly condensed a full 7 crystal-clear ice walls in front of him like a magic trick. There was a loud boom, like thunder exploding. The whirlwind transformed by the small drill wind was like a violent wave crashing against the ice wall. That powerful impact caused the ice wall to tremble slightly, but it wasn't immediately shattered, only to be violently pressed backwards in an instant. Seeing this, the mage's eyes widened and he did his best to cast his magic defense. With his full force, those 7 ice walls suddenly glowed with an even more dazzling light. Finally, he barely managed to block the seemingly unstoppable whirlwind just a foot in front of his body. At this moment, he only felt the wind in front of his eyes, as if there were countless sharp blades whistling past his ears. The strong sense of oppression made people's hearts creepy, as if they would be devoured by that ferocious beast in the next moment. But, just in the nick of time, the little driller reappeared, wordlessly behind the mage. And at that moment, the mage's chest had become a bloody mess, as if it had been crushed hard by a huge invisible force. Bright red blood spurted out like a fountain, staining his clothes and the ground around him. Rank 30th level battle mage. Has had 2 entries into A-rated replicas. 15 B copies. Now it's just a very sloppy death. Died at the hands of the little driller. There was no time to mourn for him. As the shouts of murder rang out, a few warriors who were close by swung their weapons and surrounded Little Diamond Wind. Little Drill Wind hemmed and hawed, completely unafraid. His figure turned slightly, and in an instant, a powerful air current suddenly erupted with him at the center. Immediately afterward, his entire body unexpectedly transformed into an incomparably violent hurricane in an instant. This hurricane swept through, bringing up a piercing whistling sound. The weapons in the hands of those warriors had just touched the edge of the hurricane, as if they had encountered an irresistible force, and they were blown out hard, and thrown far down to the ground. And what was even more terrifying was that when the hurricane passed by Little Diamond Wind, only a mournful scream could be heard. Those warriors with tough bodies and armor were actually directly torn into countless pieces by this powerful force. Blood splattered everywhere, as if a shocking rain of blood had fallen from the sky. Massacre. Yes, it's a one-sided slaughter. There was no resistance. The ridiculous thing was that they had just thought about how to deal with the group of demons in Lion's Camel Ridge, as well as that lion, elephant, and rock 3 demon kings. However, now a small drill wind had killed them to the point of losing their armor, without the ability to fight back at all. The mage's attack was as if it was tickling the little driller. The warrior's defense was also as good as papier-mâché. The hunter's traps were also useless, and the assassin's proud agility looked like a clown. In front of this transformed demon, everyone became lambs to the slaughter. Run! Run! Set! Immediately, there was a large group of people who were fixed in place. That little drilling wind hemmed and hawed, opened his big mouth and then gnawed off one person's head hard. Keep nibbling. 5 or 6 in one sitting. Nyo sat on her butt and exhaled heavily. This state of affairs instantly reminded her of that day when she faced the false mountain god in the rule-based copy. With a hideous grin on his face, Little Drillbit reached out a hand towards her and grabbed her fiercely. This strike of his was extremely fast, like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he had arrived. Upon closer inspection, the little driller's hands were still stained with bright red blood. Interspersed with it were some intestines that had not yet been completely severed and a fragmented portion of the heart. The bloody things just clung to his palms in a slimy, bloody fashion. Whom? The little drill sergeant froze. The hand touched Meow Meow's body, but it didn't break open Meow Meow's belly as easily as before. Instead, it felt another force not unlike it, the blessing of the mountain god. 3 strands of the aura of the yellow earth. Shen Huang's chi puts the user in a short-lived state of invulnerability to swords, spears, water and fire. Grass. Monkey and Fatty attacked with a left and a right. The little rig turned into a whirlwind once again. The whirlwind that was supposed to crush the duo into smithereens lost its effect this time. Monkey and Fatty also used the Xian Huang Chi. After the initial break-in from the mountain gods, each of the survivors received 3 strands of Xian Huang Chi. 2 more strands were given to the fat man. It was just that although it temporarily blocked the attack of the small drill wind, there was simply nothing that could be done with the small drill wind for a while. The effect of the Xian Huang Chi is also limited. Little Driller regained his footing and casually killed a few more people. Limbs were splattered as if they didn't want money. Lu Jing and Chao Li Hao killed from behind, only to see Little Drillwind turn around violently, holding that flag tightly in his hand, and then swinging it with force. This was clearly not an ordinary flag, but a killing-type magic treasure. Although this magic treasure was not considered particularly powerful, it was still somewhat powerful. It was just that compared to the Great Sage, it could pale into insignificance, and it wasn't even qualified to be used in front of the Great Sage. Yet at this moment, rumble dash, accompanied by an earth-shaking roar, a surging torrent generally swept towards the crowd. Chao Lihao and Lu Jing hurriedly urged the Xian Huangqi. The Xian Huangqi didn't last long, and the two of them couldn't move in the wind and sand. As the flag pointed to the place, a terrifying power quickly spread out. Those who were within this area did not have time to react in any way before the rolling yellow sand mercilessly engulfed the skin on their bodies. In the blink of an eye, the original living group of people were only left with a miserable white skeleton. The scene was extremely frightening and bloody, and among this group of unfortunate people, there was Chao Lihao. His originally intact body was now as fragile as a candle in the wind. The entire skin disappeared without a trace as if it had been swept away by a gale, leaving only a set of ghastly white bones lying silently on the ground. Ah! The screams were endless. The same was true of Lu Jing, whose life and death were unknown. He went ahead and covered his entire body with the black substance, sparing barely a patch of good skin on his entire body. The pain made him faint, but then woke him up hard from the pain due to his superb recovery. Chapter 91, Danger, Danger, Danger. Hoo 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 hoo. The wind and sand around them rolled in like surging waves, and yellow sand fluttered in the sky like a heavy curtain, shrouding the entire heaven and earth. The sand and dust that filled the air was like countless tiny blades, cutting through the air so recklessly that it was almost impossible to see anything. The mountains, trees, and all the scenery in the distance were swallowed up by this raging wind and sand, leaving only a vague and chaotic outline. It was as if the entire world had fallen into endless confusion and haze. The sound of the whistling wind, like the roar of a wild beast, echoed through this world of wind and sand. Woo woo! Lu Jing got up from the ground, and at this moment, the skin on his face had been removed, and the repairability allowed the skin to be quickly repaired. He grimaced in pain, but it was impossible to bare his teeth because the gale had just hit him, knocked his mouth full of teeth to pieces. Lu Jing kept sucking in cool air in pain. Grandma drops. Whose protagonist can get beat up like that? Pure torture. The killing continued as the awakened team was madly slaughtered by Little Drill. It's as if a battle-hardened, AK-47 wielding thug had broken into a kindergarten, or a nursing home. The opponent was strong enough to make everyone's heart despair. Earlier, he had even thought about how to deal with the 48,000 demons of that lion's camel ridge, as well as those 3 bosses. It seems like a joke now. If memory serves, Little Drill Wind is just a small demon patrolling the mountain in the lion's camel ridge. According to the original depiction, there were 5,000 on the south ridge, 5,000 on the north ridge, 10,000 on the east ridge, 10,000 on the west ridge, 4,000 or 5,000 on patrol, and 10,000 on the gatekeepers. In this way, this lion's camel ridge has roughly 47,000 or 8,000 demons, and these demons were slaughtered by the Monkey King in one night. Then these demons casually took out a small driller who was patrolling the mountains and killed them, the so-called awakened ones, without leaving a single piece of armor. Lu Jing regained his form, and he barely stood up. Look around but see nothing, feel nothing. The wind and sand lashed at his face one by one. A man suddenly flung himself into his arms. Meow meow? Lu Jing ran backwards with the severely injured Meow Meow in his arms. He'd left an eye out earlier, connecting a thin line with the black substance as he walked out of the staircase. One end is connected to the stairs and the other to yourself. It was extremely unobtrusive on the ground, as if someone had stretched it all the way across with a black marker. At this moment, Lu Jing hugged Meow Meow and ran wildly, continuing to fight without the slightest chance of winning. The main characters in anime get knocked down and get back up again, and that's because the gap between the two sides isn't that big. But if you let an ant challenge an elephant, no amount of protagonist aura you put on this ant is going to help. Interesting. 2 more? The voice of a small driller suddenly sounded behind him. Hey, don't run. You didn't come here on your own accord. Dead? Except for Lu Jing and Meow Meow. Little Drill has killed all the awakened here. Lu Jing ran frantically. He had never run so fast before. Little Diamond squeezed his hand gently. Put. Those yellow sands that had previously been sucked into his body were now like a bomb that was raging wildly, exploding violently inside Lu Jing's body. That violent shock made every cell in Lu Jing's body. The original skin, at the moment, was as if it had been cut by countless sharp blades, with blood seeping out from everywhere like a spring. It was as if the entire body had turned into a shockingly bloody gourd. Lu Jing suddenly collapsed in front of the stairs, just one step away. It only felt that his body was heavy as hell, and the sand seemed to be preventing the black substance from restoring his body for Lu Jing. Little Drill Wind smiled at the sight. Yeah, that's funny. What kind of spell is this? He said as he walked over. Go! With a low roar, Meow Meow, who was in a state of serious injury, used her last strand of Xian Huangqi and exerted all her strength to violently push Lu Jing down the stairs. Lu Jing rolled like a leather ball all the way from the top of the stairs to the first floor, falling heavily on all fours. His body was covered with crisscrossing wounds. At the moment, blocked by yellow sand. The sand seemed to possess life and consciousness, like a swarm of greedy little bugs, was rapidly and insistently burrowing its way toward his body. It's been ravaging the country, and everywhere it's gone, it's been devastated. Those originally intact internal organs seem to have turned into fragile porcelain at the moment. Cracks began to appear under the sand and blood gurgled out, mixing with the sand. And what alarmed him even more was that he could even clearly see the shocking wound on his chest, like the mouth of a hungry monster, which was rapidly eroding and enlarging at an alarming rate. That originally bright red flesh and blood gradually faded away, revealing ghastly white, eerie white bones. The pain made him faint again. Lu Jing slowly opened those eyes that were once full of perseverance and vigor once again. However, at this moment, only endless despair remained in his eyes. The first floor of this 9-layer demon tower now seemed exceptionally empty, and he was the only one standing alone in the large space. The previous hordes of people had long since turned into cold corpses, forever sleeping under the cruel henchmen of the second level's little drilling wind. They were mercilessly robbed of their lives without even the slightest chance of resistance. As for Lu Jing, at this moment, like an outcast of fate, he returned to this depressing first level. His body felt like it had been hit hard by a heavy hammer, and every bone was aching. However, Lu Jing still managed to climb up from the ground with great difficulty by virtue of his tenacious will. This time, getting up was as if it was harder than climbing 1,000 mountains for Lu Jing, and every movement was accompanied by great pain. When Lu Jing finally stood up, his back was against the corner. At that moment, an unprecedented despair came over me like a tidal wave. He was breathing heavily, the sharp intake of breath seeming to be a cry of fear and helplessness from deep within him. Looking at the empty layer in front of him, a tragic scene that had happened earlier kept coming back to his mind. The eyes of those companions before they died seemed to still sting his soul. Is this a copy? This is clearly a death sentence with no chance of winning. Lu Jing was certain that even the highest ranked awakened today would probably not be a match for that little drill wind. It's as if the greatest warrior amongst mankind could never beat a Tyrannosaurus Rex with his bare hands. This is a surefire game. Must die. Lu Jing suddenly raised his head and looked at the otherwise unnoticed sign on the stairs. Danger! Danger! Chapter 92, Despair. Danger! Danger! It seems to have been the very first warning given to them. It's just that no one cares too much. After all, there simply aren't too many copies of combat types with these kinds of slogans. However, at this moment, Lu Jing looked at the sign on the steps and suddenly seemed to think of something. From where he is now, the whole step is like an arrowhead. The arrow points to a hidden corner of the first floor. Lu Jing tried to walk over, reach out and touch the wall. Rumble. In the next second, the wall in front of him disappeared and only a huge white light appeared. Lu Jing hesitated for a moment and stepped out. The eyes were filled with white light. By the time Lu Jing came back to his senses, he had already walked out of the portal. The portal closed behind them. Congratulations on your success. Congratulations on your reward. Fabulous treasure, yellow sand flag. Congratulations on obtaining rare crystals. Acquisition of props, hair-changing technique. Various rewards come to mind. However, Lu Jing was not half as pleased. He stood in a daze, unable to return to his senses for a long time. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The photographer on the helicopter pointed his camera at Lu Jing. Geez, now let's note that the awakened who broke into the giant portal are out. They did it. Let's hear it for the heroes. Let's cheer for the heroes. The surrounding area was filled with vigilant awakened ones. They had originally planned to quickly fill in if the awakened inside failed, but now that they saw someone walk out, they couldn't help but all breathe a sigh of relief. However, only one person? Aha! Lu Jing suddenly clutched his brain and let out a desperate, heartbreaking roar. He collapsed to the ground in a near collapse. This is not a combat copy. Instead, it's a breakout copy. Everyone thought wrong. They were lied to from the beginning. Nope. Perhaps the answer to the puzzle appeared before their eyes at the beginning, but no one thought about it that way. This is because breakout type copies basically come up with all sorts of prompts asking you how to break out, and you can get a glimpse of it from the name. But this time, the 9-layer demon tower. There were no prompting words to make them mistakenly think they were breaking in upwards. At the sight of the little diamonds they were even more certain that they were right. There was not the slightest doubt. But the truth was that Little Drill was a complete crushing level of existence for them. They didn't have the slightest resistance in front of the little drilling wind, going up as a dead end from start to finish, but it all turned out to be avoidable. Lu Jing suddenly remembered a movie he had seen before. Misty comes. The hero takes his daughter and a family to hide from the monsters. At the end of the day, the family is at the end of their rope, trying not to be tormented by the monster. There was a flurry of suicide shots, And when it was the hero's turn, the bullet jammed. When he was ready to continue his suicide, he was suddenly saved. Tell them the monster has been taken care of and you're safe. The male lead then broke down. That is the most desperate torture for the living. Ha 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 ha. Ah. Lu Jing cried and laughed as if he was mad. A few days later, the dimly lit room had a stale and depressing air about it, as if every ounce of air had been frozen in time. The dead house, like a forgotten tomb, was eerily silent. Lu Jing lying on the bed was like a shell that had lost its vitality. He lay there quietly, like a statue frozen in time. It blended in with the dead silence, as if the next moment it would dissolve into a wisp of green smoke and dissipate into the air. All that was left was the endless loneliness and despair spreading out in the corners of the room. The college entrance exams are over. Lu Jing didn't go anywhere. He locked himself in his room, lying in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Some of his classmates came to see him, and TV stations were turned away for interviews. He had become a hero, as he had hoped to be, that others had extolled, but there was no longer any semblance of joy on display. Neither his parents nor his sister could do much with him. I just hope he comes out of his mental state as soon as possible. That's a copy. The slightest misstep will be the end of the world. Into the night, the silver-haired old man appeared in the room. Lu Jing looked at him with his eyes lifeless. Karen sat down on the edge of his bed. I've heard all about it. They're all very brave. That's what we're called to do. And when there's fighting, there's sacrifice. Lu Jing opened his mouth, and because he hadn't had any water for too long, the dead skin of his lips had already stuck together. You guys, isn't it great, that all-powerful captain you talk about, that he can bring people back to life? Or, if I accumulate enough contribution points, will I be able to exchange their lives? Yeah, the organization can even buy longevity. All those arcane props can just be owned. So isn't it not difficult to resurrect the dead? How many contribution points are needed? Lu Jing looked like he had suddenly grabbed the straw that saved his life. As long as I can save them, I can go earn contribution points. As many as I want. 1 year is not enough. 10 years? 50 years? The silver-haired old man shook his head. I'm sorry, bringing the dead back to life is something even the gods can't do. The silver-haired old man patted Lu Jing's shoulder and said in a deep voice, Junior, I've been through these things more than once before. Close comrades are dying in front of their eyes, and they can obviously stop it, but it's too late. I have despaired and even had suicidal thoughts, but the captain once told me something like this. No matter what kind of dreams or hopes one harbors, no matter how happy one has ever been in life, it's really all the same. People die all the time. Is our life, then, meaningless? Or is it also pointless for us to be born into this world? Is it the same with the companions who have already died in battle? Are their deaths, too, meaningless? No, not true. Only we can give meaning to those who died. Those brave victims. Those pathetic victims. Only those of us who are still alive can remember. Entrust meaning to those who live. That's the only way to fight this cruel world. The silver-haired old man spoke impassionately. Lu Jing, however, frowned greatly. Isn't this what the captain said in Attack on the Giants? The captain of our organization also looks at giants? Karen, who had no idea what an Attack of the Titans was, continued. I'm going to ask the captain for permission to officially join us. Vigilante. Guard. Guard what? Chapter 93, Captain of the Night Watch. Guard what? Lu Jing froze for a moment. Our organization. The Vigilantes. Lu Jing was stunned for a moment. The Vigil. Vigil? The silver-haired old man nodded and, the Vigilante Unicorn. Karen chimed in with her code name. Vigilantes. Karen. Karen noticed that the corners of Lu Jing's mouth were twitching and his brows were furrowed. I thought to myself that I just knew the code name, so I didn't need to show such a face, right? It took Lu Jing a long time to come back to his senses, and this codename made him think of the night watchman Karen that he had passed in his middle-aged chat group. Coincidence. Coincidence. Grass. Why is this exactly like the name I made up? Lu Jing scratched his head vigorously. So let's, Captain? The captain doesn't have a code name, and you don't need to know about the captain just yet. Lu Jing stared at Karen suspiciously. Karen also noticed that Lu Jing wasn't looking at himself quite right. Only, he thought that Lu Jing was immersed in grief. So he continued, the long night is coming, and we will keep watch from this day until we die. I will stand before 10,000 people, cross my sword to the abyss, and stain the vault of heaven with blood. This is the oath of the Night's Watch, and I hope you will remember it. Lu Jing, how the is that even the lines are exactly the same. Is there such a coincidental coincidence in the world? The Vigilante Griffin? Lu Jing flipped out his cell phone, looked at the avatar of the Vigilante Kirin on the chat box, and with a trembling hand sent him a message. He then immediately raised his head to stare at the silver-haired old man in front of him. Ding dong. Kirin took out her cell phone and glanced at it, lighting up at the flashing avatar of the captain. The captain finally reached out to himself. Captain, I'm in. Lu Jing received the news almost at the same time, and he looked at Kirin incredulously. You, who are you messaging back? The Qilin raised its head, glanced at Lu Jing, and faintly said, It's okay. It's the captain of the Night's Watch? Lu Jing asked with a slightly shaky voice. The Qilin raised its eyebrows slightly, seemingly a little surprised that Lu Jing had guessed quite accurately, and nodded. Yes. Lu Jing nearly fainted, and he used his hands to deaden himself. Calm down. Calm down. This can't be true. How can a middle-aged organization that you created yourself have magical powers that mysterious system mall? And what serums? Da Xiao Lonspurs. When Lu Jing thought about it carefully, it seemed to be that all of them could find prototypes in his previous settings. But that's all in your head. How can it come true? It's not right. Lu Jing felt that his head was a little short of oxygen. How could one's own little beggar who can only fantasize and has lived 18 years of his life have this ability? Thinking about it, he sent a message to Kirin. Message, don't ask why. You now stand up, jump in place 3 times, and yell 3 quack quack quacks. If this one does it, it's definitely not a coincidence. Kirin looked down at her phone and frowned widely. Confused face? What the hell? However, since it was the captain's orders, there must be a reason to do so. Kirin had no reason to obey the captain's decision. He stood up immediately and bounced in place 3 times. At the same time, yell, quack 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 quack. Lu Jing, omega omega. It's true. That's right. There's absolutely no way it's a coincidence this time. That mysterious captain of the Night's Watch is. It's yourself. Vigilante Jubilee. Vigilante Unicorn. Serum. Legacy. Is it me? How could it be myself? A hint of confusion and alarm appeared in Lu Jing's eyes. He felt that difficulty in breathing, like an invisible hand was choking his throat, making it almost impossible for him to breathe properly. The thoughts in his head were like countless scurrying ants, stirring his already chaotic mind into a worse state. What's wrong with me? He muttered. The uncertainty overwhelmed him like a tidal wave, and he began to question everything he had experienced. Was it really true, as he thought, that it had all been a ridiculous dream from the beginning? All those thrilling adventures, all those touching emotions, were just the product of his delirious imagination? He slapped his head hard, trying to clear his head, but the more they did, the more the sense of unreality grew. It was as if the entire world had become illusory and he alone was trapped in this bizarre vortex. Did I really have a mental illness? He didn't dare to go any further, his heart filled with fear. Remembering his once middle-aged self, he thought he'd gotten away from that, but now it seems that perhaps he never really got out of that dark corner, but instead fell deeper and deeper into this endless madness. Those stories, those plots he had woven with his heart. At the moment it was like a sharp knife, piercing his heart. He didn't know how to deal with it all, or how to get back to his once sane self. Perhaps this was fate's punishment for him, leaving him torn and struggling between self-deception and reality, never finding a way out. The tragic death of a teammate. The impossible truth. All of this was close to making Lu Jing collapse. I'm the captain of the Night's Watch? The Night's Watch is real? Where am I? Then and who am I? Lu Jing? Lu Jing fainted. When he woke up again, he was still at home. Kirin has left. Lu Jing stared blankly at the ceiling. Now, is it a dream, or is it reality? I had a dream. Lu Jing slowly rubbed his somewhat drowsy head, and that action looked somewhat helpless and tired. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his eyes unobtrusively sweeping over the cell phone on the side. When he looked at what was on the screen, a flash of surprise and gravity flashed in his eyes. It turned out to be a report sent to him by Kirin, which clearly documented the total annihilation of the Jiangnan squad. And in this tragic end, he, Lu Jing, was the only one left. Scratched to the end was Lu Jing's application to join the Night's Watch. I hope he allows it. Lu Jing put down his cell phone and scratched his head vigorously. Permission to join myself. Vigilantes. He dropped the phone and slapped his face hard. Dreams? Reality? Dash. Lu Jing, you're going to starve to death if you don't eat. Lu Shui walked in, carrying a plate of Lu Jing's favorite dish of chicken. She frowned at Lu Jing, who was slapping her face, put down the large plate and shoved her chopsticks into his hands. Chapter 94. It's all fake. Lu Jing was holding chopsticks in his hand, but he couldn't raise his appetite at all. Seeing this, Lu Shui brought her chopsticks over, caught a piece of chicken, and shoved it into his mouth. Now it's a dream or reality? What are you talking about? Sleepy, of course it's reality. Lu Shui looked at Lu Jing worriedly. She was really afraid that Lu Jing would get some kind of mental illness because the blow was too great. Reality? Lu Jing exhaled heavily. I'll tell you something hilarious. My fantasies have all come true. Can you believe it? What are you talking about? Eat? Really? I'm not kidding, and I know I look like a when I say that right now. But really, the Night's Watch organization. Remember what I told you before? It's real. What are you babbling about? Lu Shueishui frowned slightly. I don't know how to explain it. It's just that what I fantasized about before came true. They became real. They had all sorts of abilities. It was all real. It wasn't fake. You stop it. Lu Shui was in a hurry. I'm not kidding, okay? This is going to sound like I'm crazy. In fact, I don't know if I'm awake right now, or if I'm sleeping. The Night Watchman Griffin, and the serum, and the legacy of the Sermon on the Mount. My fantasies have come true? I don't know what's wrong with me. Am I the legendary god of creation? Then is it not possible to resurrect the Captain Chow Li Hao? Meow meow all of them. I can't believe it myself. It's normal that you don't understand. Brother, don't you say it. Will you? Don't you say it. Well, okay, I'll stop. Lu Jing thought that his sister was annoyed, so he shut his mouth. Brother, Lu Shui slightly lowered her head, only to see the crystal clear teardrops, as if they were broken pearls, slowly sliding down from her autumn-like eyes. Drop after drop fell on the back of that delicate hand. Lu Jing blinked. The chest was penetrated. Lu Shui's hand pierced his chest, and that slender hand tightened its grip on his beating heart. Lu Jing's consciousness blurred for a moment. Brother. The black substance quickly spread and wrapped around Lu Shui, preventing her from taking another step forward. Lu Jing's pupils contracted sharply as he looked at Lu Shui incredulously. Fake. The Lu Shui in front of me is fake. Available at. Brother, she cried, tears constantly slipping from the corners of her eyes. Brother. Lu Shui. It's me. I'm Lu Jing. You. Lu Shui pounced. Lu Jing raised his hand to hold down his sister's face, trying to push her away. But one simply can't do it on one's own. What's going on? Everything is crazy. Lu Shui cried while frantically attacking Lu Jing, but the black substance got in her way. Boom! Lu Jing finally raised his foot and kicked his opponent out. As Lu Shui's hand was withdrawn from Lu Jing's chest, a large amount of blood gushed out like a spring. However, fortunately, there was a black substance that quickly helped Lu Jing stop the bleeding. Lu Jing exhaled heavily. Before Lu Jing could get back on his feet, the door was slammed open. Lu Yuanzhang and Gong Liang broke in. Dad, go! Lu Shui is crazy! Lu Jing shouted. He didn't know what was wrong with Lu Shui, but was sure she was very abnormal. There is a risk of attacking the parents. Just, bang bang bang. Lu Yuanzhang backhandedly pulled out his short gun and fired 3 shots at Lu Jing. The bullet was obviously not an ordinary bullet that hit Lu Jing. Lu Jing's body immediately went limp, and he couldn't even control the black substance. Dad! Gong Liang has control of Lu Jing's head with tools. Naughty. The voltage almost drained Lu Jing's brain. Lu Jing broke down and hissed, tearing his heart out. Lu Yuanzhang, Lu Shui, and Gong Liang controlled Lu Jing. Brother. Lu Shui didn't dare to look at Lu Jing's face as she cried, but the movement in his hand didn't stop, and he quickly slashed Lu Jing's stomach with the knife. Lu Jing wished he could faint or just die. That way you don't have to endure the pain. But compared to the physical pain, the mental one was more difficult for him to accept. He whipped his head around to look at his father. Dad, I'm Lu Jing. Dad, look at me. What's wrong with you? I'm your son. I'm Lu Jing. Lu Yuanzhang slowly raised his head, and the originally deep and incomparable eye sockets were now even more filled with tears, as if a deep lake was about to burst its banks. Tears welled up in his eyes, but he remained stubborn and didn't fall. The scar on his face stood out. Lu Jing remembered that it was the mark left by blocking the falling glass in order to protect himself as a child. The scar resembled a sinuous serpentine pattern that crawled across his cheek. The missing incisor in his mouth is the one that Lu Yuanzhang used to work overtime to earn more overtime pay so he could buy his son a beloved birthday present. That hand-me-down model he'd been pining for crashed into a car while staying up late for a day of overtime. I cracked an incisor and survived without going to the doctor for fear of spending money. Dad, this is your own family, not controlled by evil forces. They're crying, and while they're crying, they're getting ready to kill themselves. Lu Jing shouted in despair. I'm Lu Jing. I'm Lu Jing. It's wrong. Everything's wrong. Lu Jing stared at the ceiling. At the moment he seemed to have forgotten about the pain. Yeah, it's a dream. It's a dream. Come to think of it, it wasn't right from the start. What vigilantes? How can an organization you created yourself be real? It wasn't normal from that point on. It's all because of your own dysfunction that makes you dream. That's why Dad, sister, they're not normal. It's what makes you look like this on your own. A dream. In the next instant, A powerful electric current struck his head again. Gong Liang kept attacking Lu Jing's head with the object that could emit electric current. Ah! Ah! That heartbreaking wail was as if he was suffering the most cruel and torturous punishment in the world. It was also as if it was the desperate cry of a soul imprisoned in endless darkness, struggling desperately but unable to break free of its chains. The voice echoed in the air for a long time, as if it was going to render the entire heaven and earth a color of pathos. Lu Shui couldn't hold back any longer as she pounced on Lu Jing and reached out to hug her opponent. Brother! Brother! It hurts, doesn't it? Brother! 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 Lu Jing opened his eyes and glanced at Lu Shui. Get up! You forgot to enroll in school today. Oh! Chapter 95 Chapter 1. No lie this time. Lu Jing got up from the bed, wearing a pair of big pants and an undershirt over his top. Walk to the bathroom. Brush your teeth and wash up. Looking at himself in the mirror, he rubbed his disheveled cocktail head. Ow! Quickly, he spat out the mouthwash. Today is the first day of school. Lu Jing was a bit nervous as he said to himself in the mirror. Remember, you're not the middle school kid you used to be. It's a new school and no one knows you. You need to have a fresh start. Cheer up. You can do it. The high school in Jiangnan City was much bigger than Lu Jing had imagined. Standing on the podium, looking down at the people below, Lu Jing was nervous to the point of stumbling. Hello everyone, my name is Lu Jing. I like watching movies, reading novels, and I also like playing games. I hope to work with everyone in the coming year to get into the college of my dreams. Unsalted introductions. Mediocre. Slightly perfunctory applause rang out from the stage. Lu Shui then took the stage. Compared to Lu Jing, it was obvious that the crowd was more concerned about this pretty girl. After learning that the other party was a second-ranked magician and had S-rank talent, the crowd let out a gasp of astonishment. Here it is again. Lu Jing was already used to living under his sister's aura. Ma Jianyu. No awakening. At this time, the chubby boy with glasses behind him introduced himself to Lu Jing. Hello. Lu Jing spat nervously, saying hello, the first time someone has taken the initiative to say hello to themselves. Going to karaoke tonight? Lu Jing, Omega Omega. Masaka, can this really happen to me? A week has passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Jing gradually adapted to an ordinary and common life. Until this day, the school conducts an assessment. He mistook it for something that really happened. Oi, do you want to steal the limelight all by yourself? Lu Jing was so embarrassed that he even entertained the idea of dropping out of school. One thing led to another, as the identity of his vigilante was revealed in the playground. Being approached and pestered by the group's sick friend, Lin Moore, it gave Lu Jing the idea of wanting to fall to his death with his big head. On this day, Lu Jing inadvertently entered the copy world at the subway station and befriended the silver-haired old man. Again, while attending Chuunibou's birthday banquet, he met the silver-haired old man once more. The silver-haired old man then prepared to cultivate Lu Jing on the grounds that the two of them were destined for each other. And then the first time you enter the copy, you encounter betrayal. The tactical suitcase is lost, and to make up for his mistake, he frantically participates in the replica. During this time, it was discovered that the serum had mutated with the zombie virus, and he himself gained the ability to mutate. A chance encounter with a copy of Skyfall while partying in a bar eventually squeaked through with a sick fix. Getting to know the Gangnam Squad, Chao Li Hao, Meow Meow, Monkey, Fatty Lee Cine, 4 people. Ah, they're not villagers, they're break-in players like us, only they failed and are trapped. Lu Jing said word for word. The mountain god is a fake. He lied to us. Chao Li Hao was shocked. Is that how you deduced it? There's no mistake in listening to me. The mountain god is a fake. It's an earthquake that put the original mountain god to sleep. Several people then have the thrill of destroying the false mountain god's plot. On the day of the entrance exam, the giant portal appeared. Lu Jing hesitated for a moment and then went against the crowd. Enter the copy world. The 9-layered demon tower. Please ask the player to break through the barrier successfully. A battle-type copy. It looks like there's a boss on each floor. It should be. The crowd murmured. And then they were about to lift their feet and go upward. Someone saw those strange lines on the steps. If anything, when you look closely, it's densely packed with words. Danger, danger. However, no one cared. There are countless copies of combat types with this similar bluff boost. Let's go too. Chao Li Hao followed. Lu Jing. Meow Meow was halfway there when she suddenly turned her head to look at Lu Jing. Lu Jing stood still without moving. Instead, he stared at the patterns on the stone steps and frowned and thought. Lu Jing. What's wrong? No. Lu Jing said in a deep voice. No. Don't go up there. This is not a combat type of copy. Don't get confused. He snapped his voice, startling everyone. The feet that had originally stepped away all stopped, and they all turned their heads to look at the teenager with suspicion and disbelief. Danger. You see, the staircase from a distance looks like an arrow. It points to. Lu Jing walked to the direction where the stairs were pointing and tried to place his palms on the wall. Rumble dash. A flash of white light appeared. The crowd in the room froze. Lu Jing looked back at them. If I'm not wrong, this is the real exit. And the top is nothing more than a cover for the existence of people. It can't be that simple. Someone questioned. Who knows what's inside this door? That's it. Giant copies. How can you just break in so easily? Lu Jing saw that the crowd didn't believe him, so he crossed his heart and took the lead to walk in himself. Miao Miao wanted to block it, but it was too late. Lu Jing had already entered. Seeing this, Miao Miao was worried that something had happened to Lu Jing, so she immediately followed him as well. As soon as the first person stepped out of the replica had already sent out the news that someone had successfully broken through the barrier. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Someone cursed incredulously. That's ing okay. This kid. Genius. Hurry up and follow them. The crowd immediately rushed towards the place of the white light, fearing that they would run slow. They were greeted with television interviews, applause and flowers, and cheers from the public. Lu Jing stood in the crowd, covering his eyes with his hands, his mouth curled into a smile. The crowd was first stunned, then rushed forward and lifted Lu Jing high. Throw it into the air, catch it again, and throw it into the air again. Lu Jing welcomed the sunlight and laughed heartily. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha, I'm a hero. I've become a hero. Ah ha 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 ha. Chapter 96, Deliberations. Why do I still have to take the test? Lu Jing muttered to himself. I can give you a chance to make up the test, and you still don't want it. Lu Shui said. Lu Jing was rather helpless. I've given up the college entrance exam to protect the people. Shouldn't those colleges just accept me? Nice try. Lu Shui frowned, looking at Lu Jing's outfit. Ugly. She went through Lu Jing's closet and picked out a few clothes for him, finding a needle in a haystack. Although Lu Jing had a lot of clothes, there were few that caught his eye. Just like that, under Lu Shui's dressing, Lu Jing looked at himself in the mirror. Well, that's handsome, Lu Jing thought smugly. During this past period of time, he was like a tender seedling bathed in the warm spring sun, growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Now that I look at him again, he is taller than before. Maybe it's because of the serum. The serum is still growing? When I think about it, he was slightly slimmer and had a darker complexion, a deadbeat at first glance. At this moment, however, every muscle on his body had become full and tight, with smooth and powerful lines. Those bulging biceps, broad, thick shoulders and well-defined abs. Go away! The siblings were out the door and there was a bicycle parked downstairs. That's stepmother Gong Liang's bike, which she uses to commute to work on weekdays. She had purposely left her bike behind, worried that if she made up the test today, Lu Jing had missed it for some other reason. Traffic jam? Subway accident? These are unforeseen accidents. Lu Jing boarded the bike, and Lu Shui sat on the butt seat on the back of the bike, reaching up to run a hand through her long hair. The breeze was gentle on the cheeks. The streets were filled with traffic, and pedestrians were coming and going, or rushing to get to work, or leisurely strolling down the street, enjoying the good times. On such a sunny day, Lu Jing's bicycle slowly moved forward. The wheels ran over the ground with a crisp sound. The sunlight poured over him, outlining a golden silhouette. Soothing. You ride slowly, Lu Shui said. If you're absent this time, you won't really have a chance. Yes, Lu Jing said helplessly. Soon, arrived in front of the college. There were already 4 men there waiting for him. Yoo-hoo! Nyo held out her hand, a big smile on her face. Lu Jing stopped the car. Why are you guys here too? Came to cheer you up. Miao Miao had to come, Chow Lihao said with a smile. Come and treat yourself, young master. The monkey opened the food box. Fish head casserole signifies winning the first prize, and braised pig's trotters signify winning the gold medal. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, red hot. Fried eggs with oysters, good things come in threes. Sweet and sour pork, knuckleheads. Lu Jing laughed helplessly. Who even came up with this? Besides, where can I eat so many dishes? What if I want to go to the restroom later? One dish, one bite. Just be that. Nyo urged. Lu Jing ate a few bites and then walked into the interior of the college with the invigilator. At this point, 2 days had passed since the end of the college entrance exam. This exam was specially set up for Lu Jing. On the day of the entrance exam, because of the appearance of giant copies, Lu Jing was not able to take the college entrance exam in time in order to cope with the replica. The matter was spread online, and then the Education Bureau immediately decided to set a separate exam for Lu Jing. There was only one student, Lu Jing, and 3 invigilators in the entire classroom. One of the invigilators even asked for a picture with himself before the test. It made Lu Jing quite embarrassed. Enter the exam room and apply the barcode. Lu Jing couldn't help but be a little nervous before the exam. Even more so than when he entered the copy. But when you sit in the exam room and answer questions in the exam, you will calm down quickly. There was no tension whatsoever when I got the paper and plunged into it, just thinking about getting the questions right. Lu Jing once heard as saying, "There will always be a moment years from now when you realize that the entrance exam was perhaps the easiest exam you've ever taken in your life." He walked out of the exam room on the last day of the exam. It was a high school entrance exam that belonged to him alone. There was silence all around. No exciting cheers. No shouts from students to each other. Not to mention the sounds of tears of joy or tears of sadness over the end of the exam. Everything seemed so quiet that it made him a little uncomfortable. And he always felt as if something important was missing in his heart. Lu Jing walked slowly, his footsteps involuntarily slowing down a lot. His gaze wandered a bit, as if he wanted to look through this empty campus to remember those once familiar scenes and sounds. Just like that, step by step, Lu Jing slowly walked towards the school's gate. The moment he finally stepped out of school, the thick clouds that had originally accumulated overhead suddenly seemed like they had been plucked apart by a large invisible hand and instantly dissipated. Brilliant sunlight poured down unreservedly, wrapping warmly around his body. Standing in the sunlight, Lu Jing squinted his eyes slightly and tilted his head up to look at the sky. All that passes is a prologue. He smiled, reaching out and grasping as if he could grasp everything, but it was as if nothing was caught. The summer after high school is probably one of the longest vacations in life. This summer, ever since the giant portal appeared, portals appear much less frequently in Gangnam City. That's why Lu Jing was very idle during this time. He spent most of his time training at the base, and Zhao Lihao was responsible for teaching him sword techniques. In fact, up until now, Lu Jing hadn't been professionally trained. It's a miracle I've survived this long. The sharpness of the sword is in the cutting. Brave, fast, imposing, strong and powerful, like a fierce tiger. Stance is important. Long jumps over distance, quick eyes and quick hands. It also requires that the blade should be changed with the body and the body equipment should be harmonized. Whenever Lu Jing fought against Zhao Lihao in virtual reality, he was beaten senselessly. Finally, he could appreciate the difference between real swordplay and his wild ways. Ugh! Lu Jing was covered in sweat and detached himself from virtual reality. It's virtual, but everything is so real. The knife goes into the body and you can really feel the pain. This made Lu Jing sweat all over his body and took a cold shower, which made him feel much better. Got out of the shower and glanced at the time. It was a class reunion today, so I changed my outfit and ran out the door. Chapter 97, The Iron Law. Today is the class reunion. Lu Jing hummed as he meticulously organized his hair, even trimmed the nose hairs, all feeling almost ready to give a big smile in the mirror. Lu Shui, it's time to go, he shouted over the wall. You go ahead, I have something to do. Lu Shui's voice came from the other side of the wall. Okay, hurry up then. Lu Shui gazed at Lu Jing through the hole in the wall. It was facing the upstairs of Lu Jing's room. Gong Liying and Lu Yuanjing sat expressionlessly in front of the TV. There were no dramas or variety shows playing on the TV. Instead, it was Lu Jing's every move in the room, until Lu Jing changed his clothes and walked out the door. Lu Shui, Gong Liying, and Lu Yuanjing sat down around the table. The three men spoke in unison. The first iron rule, don't irritate Lu Jing. The second iron rule, don't let Lu Jing realize that he has the ability to distort reality. The third iron law, once the second iron law occurs, kill Lu Jing immediately. Speaking here, Lu Yuanzheng and Gong Liying suddenly paused. They looked a little pained, as if they were trying to remember something, but when the words came to his lips, he simply couldn't say them. The fourth iron law. Lu Shui spoke. Lu Jing cannot be killed. Lu Yuanzheng and Gong Liying looked at Lu Shui at the same time. It seems that our memories are having problems again, Lu Yuanzheng said. Lu Shui said expressionlessly, old rules, everyone asks questions. Gong Liying pondered for a moment. First question, who are we? Why did you kill Lu Jing? I don't know. Or rather, they had their memories tampered with under Lu Jing's powerful power to distort reality. Even the question of who you are is vague. The three looked at each other and all chose not to answer the question. This question is also one they must ask every day. The scariest part is that somehow, since when, they have even forgotten who they are. Lu Yuanzheng also asked his own question. The second question, since Lu Jing can't be killed, how can the second iron law be accomplished? Lu Shui said, you two have forgotten the fourth iron rule. Only I remember it. So that means I'm also in danger of forgetting the fourth iron rule. Once we three all forget the fourth iron law, there are only 3 iron laws in our three's perception. In other words, there may well be a 5th iron law, a 6th iron law, and a 7th. This could include ways to kill Lu Jing, or means to control him. It's just that under Lu Jing's influence, we've all forgotten about it. It's Lu Shui's turn. Third question, this is, How many times has time been reshaped? Why did Lu Jing reshape time again? Gong Liang glanced at the watch in her hand. This is the 7,623rd time of remodeling, and after the remodeling time, we will lose all the memories of that time. And we lose more memories in the process of remodeling, and the longer it goes on, the deeper we are affected. There's nothing we can do to stop the time remodeling. Nothing we can do but know how many times it's going to happen. Lu Yuanzhang thought for a moment. As for why it was remodeled, it's possible that Lu Jing suffered a huge blow when he was in the copy world, and have psychological problems and reinvented time in order to change reality. Gong Liang nodded. There's also the possibility that he discovered that he has the ability to distort reality, and couldn't take the huge shock of being killed by us, and the accident reshaped time toward where he wanted the world to go. Lu Yuanzhang swallowed. Fourth question, is Lu Jing a human or a god? Or some other creature? Silence fell once again in the living room. The ability to reshape time. Distorting reality. I'm afraid this type of creature can only be called a god. Receiving no answer, Lu Yuanzhang continued. Fifth question, if Luck King is God, are we working against God? And why is that? Silence. Dead silence. Compared to Lu Jing, they were simply too weak. A praying mantis is a mayfly. This guy is like a time bomb that could detonate anytime, anywhere, with infinite power. And the three of them can't even figure out who they are. Not to mention why he had to kill Lu Jing. Gong Liang said in a deep voice. Sixth question, if this continues, we will definitely lose all our memories. From there, we will be completely immersed in our roles. What should we do next? Lu Yuanzhang, I propose that instead of sitting on the sidelines, we should take the initiative and go after Lu Jing. Lu Shui shook her head. In the time remodeling, we must have laid hands on Lu Jing more than once. Otherwise we wouldn't have lost so much of our memories. It's just that every time I've done it, I've failed. Let alone now. So what do you think should be done? I've got an idea. Hypnosis. Hypnosis. Lu Yuanzhang and Gong Liang exchanged glances. Even if we can't kill Lu Jing subjectively, then let him die from his perception. But that would violate the first iron law. Gong Liang looked a little sad. We can't irritate Lu Jing. Hypnosis is the mildest means available, and I can't really think of anything else besides that. Gong Liang was still in opposition. Unless Lu Jing violates the iron law, we cannot take the initiative against Lu Jing. If we don't take the initiative, we're just frogs in warm water and will be slowly boiled to death by Lu Jing. Agreed. Lu Yuanzhang and Lu Shui stood on the same front. Lu Shui, I hope you won't be soft-hearted. Lu Yuanzhang glanced at Lu Shui. How? You seem to have immersed yourself in the sister role, and you seem to care about him extraordinarily. Lu Yuanzhang said. It's just a means to an end. Yeah, I'm just curious. Curious as to why a being who clearly has the power to change the world, but sometimes innocent, sometimes childish, and sometimes like a puppy left in a corner by its owner, not thinking about how to rule the world and be called the Lord who rules over all. Instead, you have a family, a regular guy who thinks about how to be cool in front of other people. What exactly is the point of his remodeling of time? He also actively loses his memories in the process of remodeling. I just can't figure out the reason he did it. Lu Shui's eyes were mesmerized. For me, there is only fear in the face of him. Lu Yuanzhang said deeply. A guy who can change the world at will because of his thoughts is like a kid with a nuclear bomb button. Even his ability to do that is scarier than having a nuclear bomb button. Chapter 98 The Longest Summer Vacation. The weather in July was like a giant steamer. Sweltering hot. It was as if the air had been frozen together, without the slightest sign of movement. Every breath carries with it a dry and dull heat, and the leaves on the roadside droop listlessly, as if complaining about the unbearable heat. Lu Jing was wearing a pair of big pants over an undershirt and flip-flops under his feet. Just came to the restaurant where this gathering was taking place. It looks pretty ho-hum, except that it's covered in English writing. He doesn't recognize it. Stepping in, he was stopped directly by the attendant at the door. Do you have an appointment, please? Lu Jing froze for a moment. He's not that good at English. Again, they don't test listening on the high school entrance exams in this part of the world, either. Do you know how to say Chinese? The waiter smiled slightly and switched to Chinese. Do you have an appointment, please? Sir, Lu Jing slandered in his heart. You know how to speak Chinese, so why are you talking to me about English? There's a reservation. Room 185. Booked by a guest named Song. Oh, it's Mr. Song's ex-classmate, right? Aha. Lu Jing nodded. With that, he followed the waiter into private room 185. There were already a few girls in the room at this point who had arrived first. Lu Jing greeted them and found a corner to sit down. Lu Jing was a later transfer, plus because of his personality. So with the rest of the class, in fact, there were no words at all. He habitually just sat in the corner and waited for the meal to start. Not long after, Song Ziki, Tian Shiran, Ma Jianyu, Chuunibyou and the others came. We all greeted each other and talked and laughed. Lu Jing felt that this party was no different from the other few, whispering to Ma Jianyu himself and watching the other particularly well-connected people in the class chat. For example, Song Ziki, Shen Chuiyue. Lu Jing habitually still treated himself as a little transparent, and regard people like Song Ziki and Shen Chuiyue as the center of socialization, because they are well-liked. Everyone rallies around them. Often it's Song Ziki who throws out a topic, or the crowd is joking around with Shen Chuiyue, asking Tian Shiran about the entertainment industry. But as he ate his meal, Lu Jing vaguely felt that something was wrong. Everyone seems to be all about him and the conversation. This made Lu Jing somewhat flattered, feeling like he had become a man of the moment all of a sudden. It wasn't that he was wrong. Rather, who doesn't know him? Lu Jing, in the entire second high school now. Even the four popular windfalls of this year's college entrance exam, Song Ziki, Shen Chuiyue, Lu Shui, and Tian Shiran, were all overshadowed by him alone. Go against the crowd on the day of the entrance exam. At that time, there was also a video recording of the parents, which happened to record the whole process of Lu Jing. It's not too much of a stretch to say that it's on fire, coupled with awesome bandwagon BGM. With his determined eyes, Lu Jing swiped a short video about himself for a small day in one breath, rolling around in bed with joy. It's so cool. What dawn moon brushes the flow of years between the steps, the goodbyes that can't be let go flicker and fade. Beyond the mountain there is a mountain higher than the mountain. Halfway up the mountain, a thunderbolt shakes the treetops. Flying Hung rises up, treading through the clouds, between 10,000 waters and 1,000 mountains, dining on frost and drinking snow, casting 10 years to sharpen a sword. Let's see me a horseman dares to teach 10,000 people not to open the face. Fei Hong up stepped over the glacier, the front cut through the 9 days. Lu Jing swiped through the various comments that netizens had made about himself, a clear stream of favorable reviews all praising the teenage heroes, happy to have Lu Jing's big snot bubbling up. But in front of people, they have to pretend that they don't care at all, as if they are just a hero who is interested. It's all like a dream. A few months ago, he was still a small transparent in the eyes of others. Check no such person. Lu Shui's brother, liked to fantasize the little beggar, thinking about the schoolgirls at school looking down on them and imagining the moment you punch them in the face. Now everything has changed. Lu Jing straightened his back, and he was able to talk and laugh with Shen Chuiyue. It felt like they were on equal footing with them all of a sudden. Speak with confidence. It no longer feels like a superior other scrutinizing you. He wasn't afraid to worry about people making fun of him because he couldn't eat steak. It's like a billionaire eating a steak with chopsticks in some people's eyes. That's called knowing how to enjoy it. Poor old people eating steak with chopsticks would be called keeping up with the times. Only, for the first time, Lu Jing felt so tired of talking to others. All the previous gatherings have not said as much as this one. Lu Jing also felt that a few of the girls in his class were looking at him differently. The glad eye? Lu Jing fixed his mind. The party is over and they are going to sing at the KTV again. Lu Jing coughed lightly, took a sip of his drink, and cleared his throat. These days, under the guidance of Meow Meow, Lu Jing's singing improved by leaps and bounds. As soon as they arrived at the KTV, the crowd was clamoring for Lu Jing to come up with a song. Lu Jing was not polite, and took the microphone and passionately opened it. I am 3,000 years of growth in the world of people wandering, even if I am the Kashgargar poplar. I will be carefully looking for you for centuries. A Kashgar poplar. It made Lu Jing reap the warm applause. Night. Everyone dispersed one by one. Lu Jing was responsible for sending the somewhat drunken Shen Chuiyue home. Of course, this was something that Shen Chuiyue initiated. Shen Chuiyue walked with her, whistling softly out of her mouth. Lu Jing was inexplicably a little nervous, floating around with a lot on his mind, but he wasn't very good at talking to girls. Lu Jing, which university do you want to enroll in? Shen Chuiyue asked. Haven't thought about it yet. Also, you're so good, you'll go to any college. Lu Jing smiled. Shen Chuiyue glanced at him and suddenly said, you have six-pack abs, right? Ha! The two of them chatted with each other. The night was like ink, spreading out silently, enveloping them in the. Even time seemed to have slowed down except for the sound of their softly whispered conversations. Occasionally, there was a small hint of ambiguity, if any, in the air. The atmosphere was cordial and the night was full. Just then, Shen Chuiyue asked in a casual tone, by the way, what exactly did you guys meet in the giant copy? Ha! Her question made Lu Jing freeze. What's wrong? Shen Chuiyue noticed that Lu Jing's expression wasn't quite right. Can't we talk about this? No, well, I'm home. Lu Jing responded. See you then. Bye. Thanks for taking me home today. Let me know when you get home on VX. Chapter 99 Funeral. Bye. The young girl's face looked especially beautiful and touching in the moonlight. She had obviously already left, but she turned around and flashed a smile at Lu Jing. Lu Jing smiled back. After bidding farewell to Chuunibyou, Lu Jing walked back. Funeral. It is with deep sorrow that we are here today to pay our most sincere tribute to the 8 heroes who died so bravely and heroically in the battle for the city. In the most dangerous moments, they have resolutely thrown themselves into danger without regard to their personal safety, and have built an impregnable defense with their own flesh and blood, to guard the city, to defend the peace of the people. They didn't flinch, and even in the face of the enemy's ferocious, relentless attacks, they never had the slightest fear. Some of them may have just embarked on their life's journey, but they blossomed most brilliantly early in this brutal battle. Some may have been through the ages, but they still hold on to the beliefs of their hearts. Their departure, like a falling meteor in the sky, although brief, has left an eternal mark, so that we will always remember their dedication and sacrifice. They will always live in our hearts and become the most powerful spiritual impetus on our way forward, inspiring us to keep working hard to create a better future. Wearing a black suit, Lu Jing stood in the middle of the crowd and bowed his head slightly to show his respect. Those were the awakened who had died in battle to stop the demons that had rushed out of the giant portal. They didn't enter the portal, but they were all as valiant and fearless warriors as themselves. It's for heroes who protect the ones they love, doing everything we can to stop the demons that are storming the city. Lu Jing glanced at the family members who were crying nonstop not far away and always felt a blockage in his heart. Ugh, that copy was really vicious. Monkey sighed. Almost we were on the list of those deceased. Yeah, Nyo said. I'm scared to think about it now. Thanks to Lu Jing, close to becoming a martyr. A few people praised Lu Jing in different ways, giving Lu Jing some embarrassment. But Lu Jing thought about how he had become a martyr and how everyone he knew was crying at his grave. Those pretty girls were lamenting how they hadn't recognized themselves earlier, and that if they wanted to marry, they would have to marry a great hero like Lu Jing. Everyone mourned his departure and then world peace. He became a legend. Lu Jing suddenly felt that this actually felt good. After the funeral, Lu Jing stood alone by the cemetery, thinking about it. At that moment, someone suddenly called out to him from behind. Lu Jing turned his head and looked at the other person's face, unable to recall who it was. The other man, however, called him exactly by name. Hello, Lu Jing. We recognize? It was a middle-aged man in his 40s. We don't know each other. My name is Lu Ziyi. One of the deceased was a good friend of mine, and I'm proud of him. Lu Ziyi introduced herself. Ziyi? The south wind knows my thoughts and blows dreams to the western continent. I hope the south wind can bring my thoughts to the western continent. Lu Ziyi smiled. Lu Jing nodded. Hello, what do you want to see me about? I'm the director of Xuanli Hospital. Sunli Hospital. Lu Jing remembered that when his old man was in a car accident, it was Xuanli Hospital that the organization had arranged for him. This person in front of me, could it be that he is also from within the organization? Lu Ziyi laughed. Honestly, I admire you. And I've already made the decision to return all of your father's medical expenses. Ha? Lu Jing was slightly surprised. No need to be so polite. That's the way it should be. Lu Ziyi said. By the way, this is the invitation to tomorrow night's banquet. Banquet? Yes. Tomorrow night we have a private party usually inviting celebrities from all walks of life to chat, dance and listen to a song. I'm not interested in that. Lu Jing directly refused without hesitation. This thing is so high-end. Lu Ziyi said. As a member of the school board of Jiangnan University, I may be able to determine a most appropriate and relatively low score standard for you. After all, for heroes, we need special treatment. There will be more members of the JNU school board at this banquet, and you'll always have to meet with them. And our scholarships are generous enough that I'm sure your family will be happy about it. Oh, Lu Jing drifted off. Jiangnan University, that counts as a first-class college in China, and 70% of those students are awakened. For the remaining 30% of non-awakened people, the requirements for scores are extremely strict. With his own score, he definitely couldn't get into such a good school, and Lu Jing didn't even think about it. At this moment, hearing the other party say so, he couldn't help but be a little moved. Tomorrow night at 7. I hope to see you then. After Lu Ziyi finished, he took his leave. Lu Jing then looked at the beautifully crafted invitation in his hand. Prom? Upper-class people really know how to play. Dodo. Lu Jing glanced at his cell phone. It was the silver-haired old man calling himself. When I got home, the invitation didn't say if I could bring anyone. Lu Jing always felt a bit awkward going by himself. Lu Jing eats fruit. Lu Shui put the banana on the table and left. Lu Jing looked at Lu Shui's back. No, this girl studies every day, even during summer vacation. And what's this about taking your own sister to the prom? But a girl who plays well with herself? Seems to be no. The only one, Chuunibyou. is still considered a good relationship, right? But Lu Jing always felt awkward with her. After thinking for a moment, Lu Jing dialed the phone. Hey, what's going on? Miao Miao's voice came from the other end of the phone. Sister Miao Miao, can I treat you to a big meal? Oh, the next day, Lu Jing carried a grocery basket and went grocery shopping with his stepmother, Gong Liang. Along the way Gong Liang nagged and complained about how the price of pork had risen again. And when he was almost home, a fiery red Ferrari suddenly stopped in front of them. Hello. Niall wore sunglasses and reached out to say hello. Junior, it's time to go. Then there was a crunchy yelp. Hello auntie. Well, good. This girl is so pretty. Gong Liang gave a dry laugh. Lu Jing was still thinking of sending the vegetables back and coming back for Miao Miao. Gong Liang, however, snatched the dishes from his hand. Okay, you go. Your friends are waiting for you. Come back for dinner tonight, Noah? No. Okay, go on then. Since the end of the college entrance exam, Lu Yuanzhang and his stepmother's attitude towards him had changed. It was as if Lu Jing had grown up overnight. After Lu Jing left, Gong Liang received a phone call. Hey, it's Dr. Zhang. Right. I'm the one who contacted you. The afternoon after tomorrow? Yes. I'll take the kids. Thanks for all the gifts. The authors saw them all. I'm in the process of touching up the outline for Phase 3. Having just finished Phase 1 and saved a couple dozen chapters to tinker with and make sure nothing is missing. To answer a reader's question, the author isn't a new author anymore. Having previously written elsewhere, Chapter 100, All things decay. All beings are immortal. All things decay. All beings are immortal. Blessed be my lord. Lu Ziyi knelt down on both knees, and the moment his knees touched the ground, it seemed to emit a dull and faint sound, as if telling of the apprehension and piety in his heart at the moment. He knelt straight down in front of the huge and majestic aura emanating from the idol, his eyes revealing a hint of awe and uneasiness. The idol loomed as if it was an overlord of heaven and earth, silently looking down on everything below. Its body was large and stately, and every detail was carved in a lifelike manner, as if it contained endless mysterious power. And at that moment, the idol's head was covered with a brightly colored red cloth. The red cloth, like a burning flame, stood out in the dimness. However, what was even more eerie was that what was underneath that red cloth seemed to be writhing slightly. That writhing movement was extremely subtle, and every time it wriggled, it seemed to carry an ineffable and mysterious power, causing the entire space to be filled with a depressing atmosphere. Lu Ziyi's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. My lord, I will fulfill the mission of the corrupt believers and bring the world into decay. A few days ago, corruption's followers in Jiangnan suffered a devastating blow. Cardinal Li Hu and the core believers disappeared as if they had all of a sudden vaporized. Tried to investigate some news but couldn't find out anything. The person who did it behind the scenes handled it so cleanly that nothing was left behind. It was as if the rotten followers of the Jiangnan branch sect didn't even exist. However, after investigation, it still allowed Lu Ziyi to find some clues. As long as something exists, it is bound to leave traces, even if it's handled as cleanly as possible. In fact, a long time ago, Lu Ziyi had already received the Li Hu report. It said that there was a certain powerful and secretive force lurking in the Jiangnan region, and even all over the world. What was even more surprising was that they were all made up of non-awakened people. After investigating, Lu Ziyi found out about a teenager named Lu Jing, been on TV, non-awakened, yet with super strength to get in and out of copies. It clearly fits the profile of that organization. Yoo-hoo, not bad. Miao Miao brought the red Ferrari to a stop and looked at the grand hotel where the banquet was held not far away. I heard that this is the private hotel of Lu Ziyi's boss, and the most famous 5-star hotel in Jiangnan City. So it's not in vain that I'm wearing this. The evening gown Miao Miao wore today really seemed a bit exaggerated. The hemline seemed like a huge flower in full bloom. The layers of lace were like a layer of hazy veil. In the moonlight favorites flashed with a delicate and bright light. An ornate sash with a sparkling jewel was tied around her slender waist. It was said that this gem was exchanged by Miao Miao with contribution points. Hey, you're here aren't you? Aha, go ahead and wait for us for a while. We'll be right there. Who are you calling again? Lu Jing was curious. Miao Miao said full of concern. It's Monkey. When he heard we were going to the banquet, he was dead set on coming along. I gave him a fake address for a prostitution den, and the police are on their way there now, so we can enjoy our dinner in peace and not be disturbed. Lu Jing, it's too dark. Go! Miao Miao stepped out of the car and naturally took Lu Jing's arm. Another car key was thrown to the hotel staff in charge of parking. You're not afraid that he'll drive the car away? Lu Jing inquired in a low voice. Settle down. You need to accept yourself as an upper-class nobleman now, Nio said. I didn't used to be nasty. Nio knocked him lightly on the head. The two walked into the spacious and ornate ballroom. As soon as Lu Jing stepped into it, the luxurious aura that came over him instantly surrounded him like a tidal wave, causing his entire body to freeze at once. It's so luxurious. The extravagance of the rich is truly unimaginable to the common man. The straight and towering marble columns all around, as if growing out of the depths of the earth, each with a fine grain and smooth texture. It glowed faintly in the light. Exquisite crystals hang from the ceiling, each one refracting and intertwining with colorful light. The ballroom is divided into different areas with a spacious dance floor and comfortable lounge areas. Men in suits, various beautiful women in gowns. Lu Jing was wearing a cheap suit and always felt out of place here. He caught a glimpse of nothing else but the huge lobster on the table. Well, I've never seen a lobster this big on TV. This one would probably have to be worth a year's worth of spending in your own home. Lu Jing swallowed indisputably. Well, it's not a bad setting. Lu Jing nodded and chimed in. That's a big lobster. A little backbone. Meow Meow slapped him on the waist. Straighten up, Lu Jing? Lu Jing followed the voice and saw that it was actually Chuunibyou. Chuunibyou seemed to be also not expecting to meet Lu Jing here. Lu Jing, why are you here too? Well, someone gave me an invitation. As we were talking, two more acquaintances came over there. Song Ziki and Tian Shiran. Being able to meet Chuunibyou and seeing the two of them again, Lu Jing didn't feel too surprised. Tian Shiran put on the gorgeous and incomparable golden bustier with a graceful posture, which fit her skin tightly like a ray of radiant sunlight, and outlined her exquisite figure perfectly. Lu Jing had originally just casually glanced at him, but he hadn't expected this glance. It's amazing that Tian Shiran can be so informative. An actress is an actress, and I heard that Tian Shiyu is filming a variety show during this time. Lu Jing didn't have the heart to look at it again and averted his gaze. Song Ziki had originally brought a female companion as well, and had originally felt a few moments of pride, but after glancing at Meow Meow beside Lu Jing, she couldn't help but TSK. In terms of face value alone, his own female companion was clearly a notch below. Song Ziki's gaze couldn't help but be drawn to the brilliant blood diamond at Meow Meow's waist again. Song Ziki recognized the blood diamond. He remembered that when he accompanied his father to the auction 2 years ago, the blood diamond was bought by a businessman who did not want to disclose his name for $15 million. Really? For the first time in his life, Song Ziki felt frustrated. Facing his peers, the same age as himself, yet he had already completed an A-rank copy, became a hero in the mouths of the people, and directly in a high to put himself down. Now there are all sorts of beautiful women throwing their weight around. It wasn't too early for Lu Jing to come. When he arrived, the music changed over there. It's time to dance, everyone. Chapter 101, The Ball. The middle of an empty dance floor. Lu Jing put his arm around Meow Meow. It was his first dance, and it was with a girl. He didn't dare to look down at Meow Meow because Meow Meow was wearing a low-cut dress as well. When did you change so much? Lu Jing suddenly thought of something. He remembered that Meow Meow wasn't flat? Not with the current growth. Meow Meow said without a trace of humor. Okay, keep up with me and don't make a fool of yourself. Lu Jing followed Meow Meow's steps. Lu Jing didn't know how to dance, but he was a fast learner. The superhuman reflexes and powers of observation brought about by the serum allowed him to perfectly match Meow Meow. The two are like twin dancers with an uncanny understanding of each other. The dancing skirt seemed to be given life by Meow Meow, fluttering up like a spirited butterfly and dancing recklessly in the air. Each swing refracted thousands of lights and shadows, intertwining in a chaotic manner, as if it were a dreamy realm. Nyo took center stage on the entire dance floor to a moving melody. Her slender fingers were like magic, holding Lu Jing's hand tightly, as if she had handed over each other's destinies. It was as if she was stepping on a wind and fire wheel under her feet, sliding quickly and spinning lightly around Lu Jing. And Lu Jing couldn't help but turn to her rhythm, his eyes glittering with surprise and delight. It was as if they were in a fantasy world that belonged only to the two of them, forgetting all the chaos of the outside world. Soon, all the dancers around them stopped their steps. Eyes were drawn to the duo in the center of the dance floor, with the last remnants dissipating into the air. Nyo let out a soft breath and gracefully saluted the surroundings. Lu Jing followed her example and nodded with a smile. Fierce applause erupted around them. Why are you such a good dancer? Lu Jing asked in a curious whisper. Traded for contribution points. Can't you change something useful? It's cheap, Nyo said. Song Ziki couldn't help but sigh as he watched. Envy and jealousy? Not so much hate, but envy and jealousy are definitely real. Tian Shiran was very able to empathize with Song Ziqi's feelings. After the dance, the crowd filed back into the ballroom and began to enjoy the food. Lu Jing had wanted to act elegantly, but he really couldn't hold back when he saw the prawn in front of him. This lobster must weigh 7 or 8 kilograms at least. Oh, yeah, it's all mouth-watering when you plop down there. Lu Jing simply stopped pretending to be a calf and shelled the lobster in 3 tries, giving one to Meow Meow first. After all, A girl like Meow Meow should never reach out and shell a shrimp herself, because that would dirty her hands and be very ungainly. Aha! Meow Meow nodded in satisfaction, as if to say that my mother didn't love you for nothing. Lu Jing lay on top of the lobster and frantically sucked in the shrimp meat. As Meow Meow ate and ate, she gradually got on top as well, too lazy to pretend anymore. The skirt was lifted, the bladder was flung, and knives, forks and chopsticks were used in unison. That's delicious. Shall we pack one for the captain and the others? Lu Jing said in his heart, how can you even eat and take it? This is not good. At this time, a waiter in a tuxedo walked up to Lu Jing and whispered, Mr. Lu, my husband invited you over, saying he has something to discuss. Lu Jing nodded. The main purpose of his visit today was the matter of Jiangnan University giving him a special enrollment quota. It's just that Lu Ziyi, who had invited herself, hadn't been seen during the entire ball, so he gave Meow Meow a look and followed the waiter himself. The noises behind him gradually faded away, and Lu Jing followed the waiter along the corridor until he reached an elevator. The elevator went down quickly as the attendant pressed the button. Lu Jing couldn't help but frown, and his heart gradually sank as the elevator descended. He remembered that his ballroom was on the first floor and continued down. Going to the basement? Rich people like to live in basements? It wasn't long before the elevator doors slowly opened again, and a bright light instantly sprinkled on Lu Jing's face, making him somewhat unable to open his eyes. Only after he had adjusted to the light did he realize that Lu Ziyi was standing there with a smile. He gripped Lu Jing's hand tightly and said softly, Welcome, welcome, welcome. After saying that, he led Lu Jing to continue walking forward. As he walked, Lu Jing's eyes suddenly opened up and he saw a group of people gathering in front of him. As he drew closer, he saw the faces of the men more and more clearly. It was just that the way they looked at themselves was like a sharp blade that pierced straight into Lu Jing's heart, making him feel uncomfortable. Lu Jing couldn't help but swallow his saliva and asked in a low voice, Are they the trustees of Jiangnan University? The voice revealed a hint of uneasiness and doubt, wondering why these people were looking at themselves with such eyes. By way of grand introduction, we are believers in decay. Lu Ziyi gracefully saluted and removed the bowler hat she wore on top of her head. Decay? What's that? The god of decay, the god of this world. Lu Jing raised his eyebrows. Oh, he debated whether to call the mental hospital or not. I'm afraid you've never heard of us, but no matter, that's not important. What is important is that you know that we're followers of decay and that's all that matters. So, didn't you want to see me about enrollment? This is certainly something we can talk about, but might as well put it on the back burner. Can you tell me about that mysterious organization behind you? Lu Ziyi said amiably. Lu Jing frowned, his hands secretly placed on his waist, unseen by anyone else. The ghost baby opened its mouth slightly so that it could pull out the Dasha dragon sparrow at any time. What do you know about the organization? You might as well tell us. No comment. What you want? I don't want anything. Lu Ziyi coldly laughed. Child, don't force me to use other means. I'm having a good talk with you now. I just hope I don't want to waste time. We can cooperate afterwards. So I might as well tell you that your organization has angered the god of decay, and you're about to suffer the curse of decay. So I'm giving you another chance. Ha 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 ha. After Lu Ziyi finished speaking, the men and women in suits let out creepy laughter. Maybe we should show him what we can do. Yeah, can't have people looking down on us. Hey, kid, look over there. Lu Jing looked over in the direction of one of the men's fingers. Chapter 102. You are really going to touch base with us? The lights came on. Lu Jing saw a woman who was hanging naked. The shocking sight was more and more clear before his eyes. Half of the foot is gone, and the nail caps are all lifted. There were no teeth left inside one mouth, and the hair seemed to have been worn out hard, covered in blood and broken hair. There was a bloody hole in his cheek and an eyeball hanging from his face. It seems to have been yanked out hard, except it didn't rip. It just hung there. She flashed a grin. The god of decay will bless me. She is about to be freed and become one of us. Lu Ziyi said. Junior, do you think you can carry this pain? Lu Jing swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It's a bunch of perverts. Ha 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 ha. More reckless laughter came from all around them. They seemed to be enjoying seeing others look fearful of them. You're about to cry with fear, little baby. Don't be afraid. Come into your sister's arms. Come on and let me have a kiss. I'd love to gouge those eyes out of his head. He's got great eyes. Just laughing. The crowd soon realized something was wrong, because the teenager's face didn't show the panic and fear that it should have. Instead, it was very calm. The laughter gradually stopped. Lu Ziyi seemed to be thinking that the other party was still holding on to unrealistic hopes and said, You know, once this place is closed, it becomes impenetrable. You can't even blast this place with missiles, so don't even think about escaping. Lu Jing, on the other hand, calmly handed his cell phone to Lu Ziyi. Your call. Lu Ziyi looked at Lu Jing suspiciously as he picked up his phone. Hey! An unfamiliar voice came on the other end of the line. Hello? First time we met. No. Now we haven't met. Who are you? Lu Ziyi said in a deep voice. Who am I? Haven't you been looking for us? The person on the other end of the phone faintly said. I'm Karen. Hello? The corrupt believer Lu Ziyi. Lu Ziyi's brows knit tightly as his face changed, cloudy and uncertain. This feeling of being in the hands of another and knowing nothing about the other person himself made him very uneasy inside. What? It's not over, is it? You really want to touch us? Karen continued. Do you think you are one? Might as well tell you. From the moment you came back from abroad and stepped into Jiangnan City, you're already on our radar. You think you're so smart? In my opinion, you are as ridiculous as your beliefs. Asshole. Lu Ziyi's eyes widened in anger. He would never allow anyone to insult his beliefs. He looked at Lu Jing with a fierce gaze and reached out his hand to grab at him. Brush. Silver light flashes. Lu Jing violently pulled out the Daxia dragon sparrow from the ghost baby's mouth. A knife cut off Lu Ziyi's hand. Blood spurts. Lu Ziyi, however, didn't show a pained expression. Instead, she had a face of enjoyment, and her mouth was even emitting moans of satisfaction. Ah, Lu Jing. Abstraction. Pure perversion. All things decay. All beings are immortal. Lu Ziyi quickly chanted. Put. Lu Jing felt as if a pair of big hands had cupped him in the void. The force of this blow was so great that it seemed as if all of his internal organs had moved out of position, and Lu Jing sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Immediately after that, there was another person who broke his fingernail caps, and as if he was empowered by some kind of force, he slashed at Lu Jing with a big sword. Lu Jing blocked the blow and quickly retreated without tangling with his opponent. Lu Jing noticed that the man's finger caps seemed to be rapidly reviving. Well done, he shouted. Just then, there was a loud boom. It was as if the hammer of the god of thunder had smashed down hard, vibrating so much that the entire space began to tremble slightly. Immediately afterward, the floor above his head, which was originally as flat as a mirror, looked as if it had been ripped open hard by a violent force, suddenly hissed a huge mouth several meters wide. The edges of that mouth were jagged, as if it had been slashed by countless sharp blades in unison, emitting a palpitatingly sharp aura. As the opening crumbled open, a gale of wind mixed with dust and a mysterious aura roared violently from above, as if it were trying to catch everything in its path. A smoke bomb targeted for use by the awakened was thrown down. This stuff was not expensive in the system mall. One contribution point could buy one. In terms of awakened and non-awakened, the two sides were no longer considered the same species by strict definition. Ordinary smoke bombs naturally couldn't do much for them, but as soon as this smoke bomb was dropped, the pungent odor hit the air. Cough cough cough. Several figures fishtailed into the room. Chao Lihao's figure was like electricity. Just as he landed on the ground, it then appeared in front of a person. In the blink of an eye, a head fell to the ground. Lu Jing rushed into the smoke, which only targeted the awakened. Instead, it has no effect on ordinary people. Lu Jing took on an assassin holding a two-handed short sword. The long sword in his hand was slightly raised. Boom 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 boom. With the sound of the two sides' blades clashing, those dual swords and dual knives collided fiercely in the air, bursting out bright sparks. Within a second, Lu Jing waved the long sword in his hand like lightning and chopped out 8 slashes in a row. The 8 blade lights were like a rainbow striking through the sun, carrying an overpowering momentum towards the assassin. Lu Jing had previously exchanged an 8-square hidden blade style. At this moment, the sword technique was no longer as rusty as before. Die! Lu Jing cut the assassin off with a slash. Manhwa didn't care how expensive the gown she was wearing was, and ripped the dress in 3 tries. Underneath, he wore a surprisingly short pair of jeans and a small sleeveless tank top. We haven't finished eating yet. Why do we have to do it? She exclaimed. Lu Jing was quite helpless. Did you save the prawns for me? Keep a few. Grass. I'm not going to live. A corrupt believer peeled off his clothes, only to see that on his chest, there were dense maggots hanging. These rearing maggots were devouring his skin and flesh all the time. Flesh, blood and skin will be reborn again under the added power of decay. As it were, it is like a Buddha, never ceasing. It puts him in the midst of an orgasm all the time. This is, ready to sacrifice his own organs. Sleep. With a gentle voice, the corrupted believer's eyes, which were still wild, turned silent, and his body fell to the ground with a plop, as if literally in the midst of a deep sleep. The night watchman, dream taper. Everyone outside of Lu Jing hadn't noticed that the passage of time had suddenly become slower. Put. The griffin wearing a griffin mask sliced the necks of devotee after devotee. Just when it was Lu Ziyi's turn, Lu Ziyi's originally nearly static body suddenly moved. Karen narrowed her eyes slightly. A magician who masters time? Why would you believe in an evil god when you can be so powerful? Lu Ziyi looked at the Qilin in shock. He thought that these people would be strong, but he didn't expect them to be this strong. Essentially, he still didn't think that a non-awakened would be a match for an awakened. Chapter 103, The Great God of Corruption. After the Kirin and the Dream Taper descended from the sky, the situation of the entire battlefield almost became a crushing situation. Kirin, in particular, directly made the crowd of corrupted believers a living target. Only Lu Ziyi was able to rely on a powerful time-type spell that was not affected by the Qilin's time. Lu Ziyi turned his head and ran. As for the rest of the believers, they were not so lucky. One by one, they fell, and Lu Jing and the others were given the order not to keep their hands off. These rotten believers, it makes no sense at all for you to capture them alive. And they won't let you catch them alive, and won't hesitate to sacrifice their lives to the god of corruption as a last-ditch effort when it counts. Lu Jing moved skillfully, the great summer dragon spring in his hand flashing and flashing. The blood that flowed down slowly slid down the delicate blade of the dragon bird like a red ribbon. Seeing that Lu Ziyi was going to run, Lu Jing kicked over one person and then went straight to Lu Ziyi. A devout believer's eyes flashed with fervor, and without hesitation, he swung his sword and chopped off his 5 fingers. As the blade fell, 5 bloodied fingertips shot at Lu Jing, who was standing not far away. At an astonishing speed like an arrow off the string, Lu Jingfang his body agilely dodged to the left, avoiding the 2 rapidly flying fingertips. This was followed by a move to the right, skillfully dodging the other 3 fingers. While dodging, his arm swung with force, and the dragon sparrow then met the incoming fingertips like a bolt of lightning. Clang clang clang, a series of crisp and loud crashing sounds rang out, and those 5 bloody fingertips landed heavily on top of the dragon sparrow, like 2 hardened weapons violently colliding with each other. Lu Ziyi had already run off into the distance. Storm blood. Lu Jing stepped on his heavy foot, mountain god boots. Almost instantly, it rushed before the believer's eyes. A knife severed his head without the slightest hesitation, and then he went straight after Lu Ziyi. It had been chased into the depths, which were even darker. Vaguely you can see the crowds of people and more devotees standing guard. Lu Jing tightened his grip on the dragon bird in his hand. Lu Ziyi turned her head violently, her eyes staring sinisterly at Lu Jing who was chasing after her. Lu Jing raised his head to look at the huge idol behind Lu Ziyi. The entire narrow and dark tunnel seemed to be shrouded in endless darkness, as if it were an abyss that swallowed up all light, with not a single ray of light able to penetrate its deep darkness. And in this dark background, only Lu Ziyi behind the idol like the most bright stars in the night sky emitting strange light. Cannot say that the idol exactly what appearance. The deja vu silhouette involuntarily appeared in his mind, like the agile and ethereal dancer in the Dunhuang stone wall. The body is graceful, as if it is going to dance next. The mysterious head of the idol was covered with a red cloth as bright as blood. The red cloth was like a blazing flame, so striking in the dim, almost suffocating surroundings. As the eyes focused on the red cloth underneath, an even more eerie feeling was born. What was underneath that red cloth seemed to be writhing in an extremely subtle way, and every tiny movement seemed to carry a mysterious power that could not be described in words. It was as if that power could penetrate the barriers of space and time, making the entire space seem to be covered by a heavy layer of haze, filling it with a chillingly oppressive atmosphere. It was as if there were countless pairs of unseen eyes peering in the dark, ready to pull one into that endless abyss of darkness. Lu Ziyi took off her clothes, stand in front of the idol. Seeing Lu Ziyi's body, the corner of Lu Jing's mouth twitched slightly. Meow meow. Who then rushed over, was filled with disgust. Holy cow tits. Lu Ziyi's body was already completely inhuman, more disgusting and frightening than any believer's body. What should have been covered in muscle and skin was now nothing but a white, bony skeleton. Every bone was clearly visible, as if it would fall apart at any moment, and within this skeleton, his internal organs and various organs could still be clearly seen. The organs still seemed to throb slightly, but they appeared incredibly fragile, as if they would break apart at the slightest touch. Lu Ziyi's eyes also turned into empty sockets with no eyeballs inside, only deep darkness. His mouth was wide open, revealing sharp teeth. His limbs, on the other hand, were twisted into strange shapes. The god of corruption will come upon me, O great god of decay. Accept my worship, your loyal followers, willing to offer their bodies and borrow your power to slay those foolish ones. Oh, all things decay, all beings are immortal. Lu Ziyi's body was undergoing amazing changes. His flesh and blood were being rapidly reborn at a jaw-dropping speed. The chest that had originally been destroyed beyond recognition was actually starting to regrow muscle at this moment. A new layer of skin coalesced at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, this is not the end. As the blood and flesh continued to be reborn, a bizarre crack suddenly appeared in Lu Ziyi's chest. The crack rapidly widened, as if some terrifying force was about to break out of it. Then, a twisted human face suddenly burst out of Lu Ziyi's chest. The face grew wildly, as if it had a life of its own. Its features gradually became clearer. but remained blurred, making it difficult to recognize its exact appearance. The expression on that face was hideous and twisted, as if filled with pain and despair. There was only a vague outline that looked like one of those dummy mannequins they put up at the mall. However, the face of this dummy looked extraordinarily real, and you could even see the skin texture in pores. That face just appeared on Lu Ziyi as soon as she appeared. The power of decay then spreads. With the appearance of this face, a powerful and bizarre power of decay spread quickly like a plague. The closest believers didn't even have time to let out a shriek before they were swallowed up by this terrifying force. In an instant, his body began to rot and fester at a speed visible to the naked eye, his muscles and skin falling off like melted candles, exposing his eerie white bones. However, incredibly, even after suffering such a tragedy, this immensely pious devotee kept his hands folded and sullenly assumed a kneeling posture, seemingly undaunted by what was happening in front of him. Immediately after that, more believers were not spared. Their bodies were likewise irresistibly eroded by this mysterious power of decay, and in the blink of an eye, they were transformed into a miserable white skeleton. Those believers who stood a little farther away could really feel their bodies and the various internal organs in their bodies gradually decaying, but strangely enough, instead of struggling or running away in pain, they were immersed in an indescribable feeling of pleasure. This feeling made them forget their fear, and they all willingly fell to their knees and folded their hands, as if they were welcoming some kind of divine descent. Chapter 104. In the blink of an eye, these devotees neatly arranged themselves in a row and knelt down in unison, but it didn't take long before their figures disappeared one by one, leaving only white bones all over the ground. As for the closest believer who was the first to be attacked, his white bones surprisingly began to continue to rot, eventually turning into a pile of fragments that dissipated into the air. Even the ground under their feet and the stone slabs around them were likewise not spared. That powerful corrosive force spread quickly as if it were a plague. Wherever they went, whether it was hard rock or thick slabs, they were eroded and decomposed without any resistance, and eventually they were turned into fragments and drifted away with the wind. The whole scene looked as if the end of the world had come, a barren and dead silence. When Lu Jing and Miao Miao saw this scene, they only felt their scalps go numb. What the hell is this? Ha 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 ha, God of decay, descend upon me dash. Lu Ziyi let out a maniacal roar, an almost insane smile on his face. He felt a powerful surge of strength that made him feel as if he could control the entire world. That's the feeling. It's worth it even if you die next, he thought in his mind, a frenzied gleam in his eyes. At this moment, he seemed to understand everything, both past and future, and was able to gain insight into the mysteries. He felt the power of the god of decay, an omnipotent and omniscient existence. His gaze swept over everything around him, every detail clearly visible. He saw people's deepest fears and desires, their hidden secrets. He felt that he could easily manipulate the fate of these people into endless misery, despair, agonize, wail dash. The twisted face of the chest was the first to grow eyes, his features becoming clearer. When the human face opened those eyes and looked at the two figures in front of him, in the next second, the incarnation of the god of chest rot quickly burrowed back. The speed is mind-boggling. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. Lu Ziyi, confused face? Ha! Lu Ziyi lowered her head and stared blankly at her chest. Ha! What about the god of corruption? Not anymore? Lu Ziyi just stood there, not moving a muscle. Lu Jing and Miao Miao, oh, what's the situation? Both of them had already made plans to see the situation is not right. Both feet wiped the oil, and run away in a puff of smoke. This kind of scene should be left to the professionals. As soon as that face appeared, they knew it was definitely some kind of great terrifying existence. As soon as it appeared, it killed the remaining cultists throughout the space. But then, it's gone? That's it? Is this sure it's not a mole on our side? Dare I say it, the civil war is unbeatable. The most crucial thing was that looking at Lu Ziyi's expression, he also seemed to be in a state of uncertainty. God of decay, I am your most faithful devotee. Lu Ziyi turned his head and turned his back to Lu Jing and Miao Miao, as if he wasn't even worried that the two would sneak up on him, and bowed down to the idol one after the other. But this time, the idol didn't hammer down on him again. Lu Ziyi was shocked to find that the idol representing the god of decay had no semblance of divinity at the moment. What's going on? How can that be? God of decay, I am your most loyal follower. God of decay. Lu Ziyi yelled at the top of her lungs. No response. When Chao Lihao and the others arrived, they saw Lu Jing and Miao Miao staring wide-eyed. Lu Ziyi then roared maniacally. Only, he didn't shout for long. He spat out blood in great gulps and sacrificed the god of decay to descend upon himself. Even if it's just for a moment, the price paid is life. Lu Ziyi lay on the ground in despair, unwillingly reaching out her hand. Everything is rotten. This is considered suicide for him? Miao Miao looked puzzled. Lu Jing was also two-faced. Inside the ballroom, Song Ziki was talking and laughing with a couple of his bosses. Even though he's young, his family has already started to train him. This is almost over. Why isn't Boss Lu out yet? Someone wondered. This didn't see Boss Lu from start to finish. The crowd was talking. Just then a group of people dressed in black burst in. It caught everyone's attention at once. NSA, there are cultists infiltrating the area right now. Gentlemen, please cooperate. Monkey was dressed in a black suit and very tie with a pair of sunglasses. We need to test you physically to make sure you are not in a cult. I'm very sorry, gentlemen, but you will need to surrender your cell phones in the meantime. And I would appreciate your cooperation. Little brother, I'm sure you're well aware of the status of the people here. What's all this fuss about? At this time, a middle-aged man with a vertical back stood out. Does Mayor Guo know about this? The people who can gather here at this moment, none of them are people with status and position in Jiangnan City, politics and business, black and white. Whoever sees them on a regular basis isn't polite to them. At the moment, singing and dancing, I was suddenly asked to check my body and hand over my cell phone. I'm sorry, I don't know any Mayor Guo. This is an order from above, please cooperate. The back-headed man dialed Mayor Guo's phone and deliberately said loudly, Hey, Lao Guo, what's going on? Ah, well, you don't know what's going on. Put him on the phone. The back-headed man proudly handed Mayor Guo's phone to Monkey. Little comrade, your leader's phone. Monkey calmly took the call and simply hung up. I'm sorry, I hope you'll cooperate. The back-headed man frowned, but he didn't expect the other party to dare to directly hang up on Mayor Guo. He was about to say something else when someone behind him pulled him. Let him look in the direction of 1 o'clock. The highest-ranked awakened in Jiangnan City was standing there at the moment. The man with the back of his head then snapped his mouth shut. We're all smart people. He doesn't know the monkey, but he knows the one behind him. What's this guy's story? I don't know. Never seen it. Song Ziki glanced at the monkey and whispered, My classmate knows him. Your classmate? What's the story? Doesn't Lu Jing recognize it? Song Ziki said rather smugly. This operation, with the cooperation of the NSA, cults are no less dangerous to society than the demons in the portal. The others were responsible for the aftermath, and Lu Jing packed prawns and other dishes, so he was ready to take a taxi home. He suddenly remembered a very funny paragraph he had seen on the internet earlier. The Joker has to go to the grocery store to buy groceries and cook dinner after beating up Batman all day, because he's not rich like Batman. At this time Meow Meow called out to him. Give the cell phone back to Lu Jing. Hey, let me tell you something. Your cell phone has been bugged with a listening system, and it's high level. Didn't you say before that Lu Zi planted a listening device on me? How come he even got his hands on my cell phone? When Lu Zi first came into contact with Lu Jing, she planted listening devices on him. Only, Lu Jing soon received a call from the silver-haired old man, which played out this scene of catching a turtle in a jar. No, I checked the source of the listening signal and it's at your house. Ha? Lu Jing froze. Your family has someone listening in on you. Is that something you know about? Chapter 105. Someone in your house is listening in on you. On the way home, Lu Jing had been mulling over these words in his mind. Someone in my house is listening in on me? Who? Pops, Lu Yuanzheng, drives a big car and can't even play with computers. Gong Liang is working as a waitress. The duo probably couldn't figure out this upscale stuff. That can only be Lu Shui. My sister spied on me? You've become a sicko? When he thought of this, Lu Jing had two big heads. When we get home, Lu Shui was wearing a pair of shorts, sitting cross-legged on the sofa, having just washed her hair and waiting for it to dry, with an apple in her hand. Have you finished eating? Eat. What's in your hand? Brought you back jumbo lobsters, and other dishes. Lu Shui looked at it and told Lu Jing to put it in the refrigerator first. Lu Jing then took a seat on the sofa as well. Where's Dad and Auntie? Said he was going out for something. Lu Shui said carelessly. Lu Jing bent his waist and lowered his head, searching for how to speak. What's wrong? Lu Shui could tell at a glance that Lu Jing had something to say to himself. Forget it's fine. Lu Jing scratched his head and went straight to his room. That's when Mio called. Hey, told anyone in your family yet? Mio said. Not yet. Lu Jing lowered his voice. I suspect. Never mind. I guess it's a misunderstanding. Lu Jing really didn't want to tell anyone that he suspected that his sister was sickly. The family scandal is not for public consumption. Meow Meow on the other hand laughed. TSK, your family situation is quite complicated. I remember that you also have a younger sister, right? Don't say it. Lu Jing had the feeling of being exposed by someone else. Ha ha ha. Meow Meow's voice came from the other end of the phone. That said, check your room in case there's more than just a monitor and hidden cameras. Meow said jokingly. My family are not perverts. Although Lu Jing hung up the phone, Meow Meow's words made him suspicious as well. Frowning as he looked around, Hidden cameras? He looked around and found nothing out of the ordinary. Thinking that maybe he was overthinking it and Meow Meow was just playing a joke on himself. Just waiting for the night to come and not being able to sleep from side to side and even having a nightmare about it. In his dream he was killed by his sister Lu Shui, which shocked Lu Jing into a cold sweat. Lu Jing took out his cell phone and searched for how to detect cameras in a room. The first step is to turn off all the lights in the house. Turn on your cell phone camera and sweep through the entire room. There are glowing spots, most likely cameras. When Lu Jing swept this way, 3 red dots appeared. Wall plugs, air conditioning vents, and the direction of the TV. Lu Jing came over with curiosity and nervousness. Is this a camera? Lu Jing couldn't be sure and was suspicious in his heart. Took a picture and sent it to Meow Meow. With his knowledge of Meow Meow, this night owl would not sleep until 3 or 4 o'clock, probably playing a game here. Sure enough, Meow Meow soon sent a message. Can't see very well. Scan again with this software I sent you. It's specialized in detecting cameras. Soon, Lu Jing swept through again. The results appear on the software. 3 cameras detected. Lu Jing felt that the sky had collapsed. Holy cow! That before in your own room. That way, and that. Wouldn't it be all over the place? I'm not living. No, that's not the ing point. The point is, how did I get a camera in my room? It's not a hotel. It's your own home. Could it be when the air conditioner is being fixed or when the house is being renovated? Did a decorator take advantage of the situation? Or maybe it was left behind by the previous owner of the house? Lu Jing immediately thought. He sent to Meow. Can the software detect where the camera signal is coming from? Meow, yes. There's a button to recharge VIP on it. Lu Jing, isn't this the software you developed? Don't you want money for developing software? Meow justified it. Lu Jing didn't bother to break it up and clicked the recharge VIP button. Immediately the question popped up. When is Meow Meow's birthday? Lu Jing froze for a moment. Meow, if you can't remember my birthday, you don't deserve to use the software I developed. Lu Jing had a few moments of helplessness, but it was good that he had a good memory. The software developed by Meow is really good. Soon, the source of the signal was identified, like a map on a cell phone. 21 meters away from you. 21 meters. It's still your own home. Lu Jing zoomed in, and zoomed out again. Look at the distance it should be. Pops Lu Yuanzhang and stepmother Gong Liying's room. Lu Jing covered his head. His mind was a mess. And a ing windfall. Been alive for 18 years. Almost 19. For the first time, Lu Jing had a feeling of doubting life. It was a sleepless night. The next morning, Lu Jing did not go to the base. Lu Yuanzhang and Gong Liying both went to work. Lu Jing thought about going upstairs to Pop's room when no one was home. But Lu Shui is still at home. It was not until the afternoon that Lu Shui was called by Chuunibyou to train. Lu Jing then got the chance to run to the second floor in a flash. He hardly ever came to his room on the second floor on weekdays. In the end, Gong Liying is his stepmother after all, and she has to know how to avoid suspicion. The signal source is connected to the TV. Lu Jing trembled as he turned on the TV in Lu Yuanzhang's room. TV programs were playing on the TV. Lu Jing studied it for a while but didn't come up with a name. It was only when I turned to Meow for help that I found a way. The picture on the TV changed to Lu Jing's room. Every angle, every detail. The corner of Lu Jing's mouth twitched slightly. Grass. Just then, the phone rang, sending Lu Jing into a jolt of reaction. It's the stepmother, Gong Liying. Hey, Lu Jing, are you home? On. Lu Jing had a weak heart. We have guests coming to the house tonight, so clean up the house. Oh, okay. Hanging up the phone, Lu Jing immediately turned off the TV and left the second floor. When the evening came, Gong Liying and Lu Yuanzhang came back from work, and brought back a woman with short hair. The woman was mature and flirtatious looking. Her skirt was just above the knee. She looked demure and generous without losing her sense of style, and she wore a kind smile on her face. I'm a friend of your mom's, Gong Liying said. Lu Shui shouted, Auntie Bai. Hello Auntie White. Gong Liying and Lu Yuanzhang went to the kitchen to cook. Lu Shui went back to her room, and Lu Jing had wanted to go back to his room as well. After all, it was a bit awkward to stay in the living room with just him and Auntie White. It's just a little inappropriate to leave a guest alone again. Just as he was hesitating, Auntie White had sat down across from him and initiated a conversation. Your name is Lu Jing? Yes. Good name. Auntie Bai stared into Lu Jing's eyes. Strangely enough, Lu Jing didn't feel anything strange. Instead, he felt that her eyes were particularly gentle. Chapter 106, Mom's Friend. The old A8 is also an A8? Mom's friend? Many unhealthy thoughts popped into Lu Jing's head. It wasn't that he was to blame for thinking that way. It was just that the other man was too close to him. Auntie White was on the verge of plastering herself, and her hand was touching herself every now and then. Lu Jing, An innocent big boy. Where had he ever seen this scene before? His face turned red all of a sudden, as if he had been burned by fire. The smell of Auntie White's perfume went up her nose one by one. The scent is not pungent, but rather, very soothing. I don't know how to describe it, but it just makes you feel like if you could smell it and sleep at the same time, it must be very comfortable. He picked up his glass of water and tried to take a sip. Auntie Bai, however, had already picked up the glass of water first, and with an unobtrusive flick of her fingernail, the medicinal powder inside nodded into the glass of water. Lu Jing took a big sip. Aya, look at you, this neck is very stiff. Come Auntie help you to rub it. Relax. It's okay. Auntie has learned massage before. Don't be polite to Auntie. With a half-hearted push, Lu Jing laid down on the sofa. Auntie Bai's delicate and smooth hands moved slowly from Lu Jing's forehead, both cheeks to both hands, repeatedly, slowly and evenly in the same direction. Lu Jing's throat moved. Ta-da-da-da. Lu Jing suddenly heard a clear sound coming from the kitchen, which seemed to be the sound of water dripping. It's very regular, not the kind of irregular sound that's comforting. Tired, right? It's okay to close your eyes for a while if you're tired. Close your eyes. Your hands and legs are starting to relax too. The whole body had relaxed. The eyelids were heavy and the mind was starting to get fuzzy. It's okay, Auntie will call you later. You can't hear anything but my voice. You're asleep. Asleep. Inside the living room, Lu Yuanzheng and Gong Liang, who were originally in the kitchen, as well as Lu Shui, who was in her room, all walked out. He's gone into deep hypnosis. The three of them, Lu Yuanzheng, looked at each other, and no one opened their mouths. It's that easy? Auntie Bai laughed. It's never been this rigorous. With an increased dosage of medicine, and my special tranquilizing incense, as well as massage techniques to hypnotize. Professional mage, specializing in the art of hypnosis. Auntie Bai saw that the three of them were still silent, so she said to Lu Jing, "What's your name?" Lu Jing. "Your age?" 18. "What's the first search in your browser history?" Lu Jing, "Big-ass women." Lu Shui raised her eyebrows slightly. "What about number 2? Luke, very big-ass woman." Lu Yuanzhang put his hand against his chin and was silent for a long time. "What is your dream? Become a big hero. And then what? After saving the world, take a pretty girl and her family and live happily ever after. What a wonderful wish." Lu Yuanzhang handed Auntie Bai a note. Auntie White glanced at the note and frowned slightly. She glanced at Lu Yuanzhang in disbelief. Still, it was read in a calm voice. "Lu Jing, actually, you're already dead." "Ha? Really? You're not in this world anymore. You're dead." "Really? I'm dead?" Lu Jing's lips gently opened. "Auntie White, yeah, you're dead. So, what about my parents? What about my sister? I haven't become a hero yet. I haven't made a lot of money and bought a big house yet. My sister is so pretty. What if she is seduced by a little yellow hair? She will cry if I die." Lu Shui lightly bit her lips, and an imperceptible glint flashed in her eyes. "Don't worry. Your parents are already living in a luxury villa. They have endless money to spend. They can enjoy life without working. As for your sister, you don't have to worry even more. She's great. She can protect herself. She's married to the most powerful man in the world, with power and influence. They're all happy. All of them. But you're already dead. It's irrevocable. I'm really dead. Really." Auntie White continued. "When I count from 3 to 1, you will lose all consciousness and you will not exist in this world. Then I go where? The dead will dissipate into this world." Lu Jing's body twitched slightly. Auntie White, meanwhile, blew softly in his ear, her hand gently caressing his chest. "Okay. 3, 2, 1. Lu Shui subconsciously clenched her fists. Silence. A moment later, Lu Yuanzhang spoke. "That's gone? Of course not." Auntie White shrugged her shoulders. "Why isn't he dead and gone?" Lu Yuanzhang pointed at Lu Jing, who was breathing steadily, and questioned. Auntie Bai was like looking at a little cutie, looking at Lu Yuanzhang as if she were a little cutie. He's just in the consciousness that he's dead, not that he's really dead, and as soon as the hypnosis is over and the consciousness is lifted, he'll still be alive. Does he just have to think that if he's dead, he's dead? Lu Yuanzhang didn't bother to argue with Auntie Bai anymore. He only knew that this experiment had failed. So disappointed, he went back to his room, and Gong Liang's attitude was cold, and after giving Auntie Bai the settlement money, she let her leave. This family, there is something wrong with them. Auntie Bai left Lu Jing's house, muttering on the way. "In all my years of practice, this is the first time I've met such a strange client. Truly, when I count from 3 to 1, you will lose all consciousness and you will not exist in this world. Then I go where? The dead will dissipate into this world." Lu Jing turned off the recording and looked at Chao Lihao and the others with a heavy face. That's the way things are. At this moment, Chao Lihao, Meow meow. Monkey. Fattily xine for people you look at me. I look at you. Wide-eyed. My family has been strange in recent times. Lu Jing said as he did. Your parents want to kill you? That's a funny way to go about it. The monkey said. Meow rubbed her chin with the belly of her finger. Did your parents buy you some kind of insurance recently? Lu Jing was in a complicated mood and ignored Meow Meow's jokes. A few people couldn't tell you what they were talking about. In the end, Chao Lihao tapped the decision. Let's put it this way. Put all the matters at hand on hold recently. Investigate Lu Jing's family meticulously over the next few days to see if they've recently come into contact with any cults or have been influenced by anyone. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. During these 5 days, Lu Jing was absent-minded. The good news, all is well with his family. No contact with persons unknown. The house surveillance wasn't left behind by the previous director either. Lu Yuanzheng, Gong Liang, neither have any special status. Bad news, that means they were pretty much off to begin with. Chapter 107, It's All a Lie. Lu Jing, today is your birthday, right? Meow Meow suddenly said. Lu Jing counted the days and it seemed that it was really his birthday. It's just that he's been so messed up by things at home during this time that it's caused him to be in no mood to think about his birthday. Chao Lihao patted his shoulder. Leave the investigation to us. Just pretend you don't know anything when you get back home. Lucas nodded, but in his heart, he didn't hold much hope. I've checked everything in the last 5 days. If there were any clues, I'd have found them already. Da, Lu Jing. Where is it? Lu Shue's voice came from the other end of the phone. Lu Jing took a deep breath. What's wrong? Home for dinner. Oh, after leaving the base, Lu Jing's mind was a mess. He wanted to act as if nothing had happened, but the loss was visible to the naked eye on his face, and it was impossible to fake it. His back felt like it was carrying thousands of pounds, and he couldn't straighten it at all. He couldn't accept that there was anything wrong with his family. The big hero who saves the world fights monsters along the way and eventually realizes that his family is the boss. It's devastating to think about. Lu Jing stood in front of the door and tried to pull the corners of his mouth, revealing a smile that was worse than crying. He pushed the door open. Boom! Lu Shui expressionlessly pulled back the small ceremonial flower, and the colorful bands floated to Lu Jing's head. Happy birthday, Lu Shui said. Lu Jing blinked. There was a piece of cake on the table. Not a big one, but it's enough for 4 people to get a taste. The cake thing is like instant noodles. The best bite is always the first. Gong Liang's stewed pork ribs, and Lu Jing's favorite braised swordfish and fried meatballs. Counting the cake, that's 6 dishes. Lu Jing also had an extra bowl of longevity noodles. Eat? Aha! Lu Jing answered sullenly and lowered his head to eat his noodles. After dinner, the siblings were in the kitchen washing dishes. Lu Shui glanced at him. Are you in a bad mood today? No. An exquisite little box was pushed into Lu Shui's hand by Lu Jing. Lu Jing opened it and saw that it was an anime hand puppet he wanted to buy a long time ago. He had been saving for a long time at that time, and he lost the money. It almost didn't make Lu Jing angry. And then the hand puppet wasn't for sale. He told Lu Shui about this, and Lu Shui even said he was childish and would only buy hand-me-downs when he had money. Over this matter, Lu Jing sulked with Lu Shui for several days. Lu Jing didn't know where Lu Shui had bought this hand puppet from, because the anime data was bad and the hand puppets were produced in limited quantities. Soon after it was discontinued, there was absolutely no idea where it could be purchased. Happy birthday, brother, she said softly. So this is acting too? Is this all a lie? Give me birthday presents and call me brother. Is this all a lie? Lu Jing returned to the sofa in a state of disorientation. Pops Lu Yuanzheng gave him a watch as a symbol of manhood. Lu Jing, you've grown up to be a man. Dad's getting old. You'll have to take care of the family from now on. Lu Jing scratched his head vigorously, with such force that it looked like he was going to pull his hair off. So all of this is fake. It's all a lie to yourself. Gong Liang raised her head. Wash your head if itchy. Don't pull your hair. What if you go bald later? Dad, Auntie, Lu Shui, Lu Jing uttered. Is this all fake? The 3 of them looked at Lu Jing suspiciously. Lu Jing took a deep breath, his lips trembling. The surveillance in my room, the listening device in my cell phone, and what the hell happened with the psychiatrist the other day? What are you guys hiding from me? You guys, why do you want me to die? Dad, am I not your son? Why did you let me die? This is, what means of treatment? But I'm not sick. Lu Shui, why did you say that since the hypnosis tactic won't work, you'll kill Lu Jing in another way? Lu Shui's face changed. Why are you doing this to me? I didn't do anything wrong. I may have made you angry all this time by associating with people you see as strange, but there's no need to kill me. Am I not your family? Am I not your family? How can you do this to me? The bodies of both Lu Yuanzhang and Gong Liang involuntarily trembled gently. as if they were enveloped by an invisible force of fear. Their eyes looked straight at Lu Jing, and that originally familiar and affectionate gaze was now filled with deep fear, as if they had seen a demon from the depths of hell. This fear stems not only from the fear of the unknown, but more from the awe of the seemingly familiar but actually unfamiliar person in front of him. Every subtle change in the other party's expression caused the chill in their hearts to grow stronger, as if something terrible would befall them in the next second. Brother, take it easy. Lu Shui stepped forward to appease. Lu Jing looked at her. Why? Listen to me, it's not what you think. Lu Shui took another step, and when she saw that Lu Jing didn't have any reaction, she walked slowly to Lu Jing. Things aren't what I think they are? Hope rose in Lu Jing's heart all of a sudden. Is he or she thinking wrong? Overthinking? His own family is still the same as before, with no problems. Family is family. My sister is still the same as before, with a bit of haughty attributes, but she can't stay away from herself. Lu Yuanjiang is a macho man who oversees everything in the house. Gong Liang nagged all day long, secretly favoring her own daughter. Lu Shui opened her hands as if she wanted to hug Lu Jing. Brother, it's okay, it's not what you think it is. Lu Jing looked up at her. Put. Lu Jing's eyes slightly stagnated. Blood flowed from his neck as a short dagger was plunged into his neck. Ah! Lu Yuanjiang and Gong Liang lunged at Lu Jing almost at the same time. Lu Jing subconsciously kicked Lu Shui and turned around to slam the stool on Gong Liang. Another square stomp to Lu Yuanjing's chest. The black substance gushed out of the wound in his neck, expelling the short dagger. Repair the wound at the same time. The tears in Lu Jing's eyes had disappeared and were replaced by anger. Who are you? Where is my family? These words caused all three of Lu Yuanjing's men to freeze. In that very moment, something jaw-dropping happened. It was as if their bodies were being manipulated by a mysterious and powerful force, and unimaginable changes began to occur, only to see their originally normal skin rapidly dissolve at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if it had been instantly scorched by a blazing flame. Along with the disappearance of their skin, their bodies involuntarily trembled violently, each tremor exuding an eerie and terrifying aura. It didn't take long for their bodies to completely change. His entire body was tightly wrapped in a layer of greenish-colored muscles, which were well-defined, thick and powerful, and looked indestructible. Their heads also became unusually hideous, with sharp teeth protruding from their mouths, glinting with a cold light. The eyes, on the other hand, took on a deep red color, revealing endless killing intent and madness. Lu Jing shouted, a trace of imperceptible delight flashing in his eyes. Yeah, they're not their own family. They are monsters. They are monsters. They are monsters. It's not your own family. Your own family wouldn't want to kill you. Chapter 108, Take care of yourself. Lu Jing didn't panic in the slightest. Or rather, it was at this point that he really calmed down. He's facing monsters, not his family. Only to see Lu Jing's eyes glaze over. His hands pulled out those two great summer dragon sparrow knives from the ghost baby's mouth. He gripped the hilt of the knife tightly in his right hand, the blade facing outward. In his left hand, he held another knife in a distinctive reverse grip, with the tip pointing diagonally at the ground. In an instant, two cold lights flashed up at the same time, hurtling straight towards the hideous and ghastly monster closest to him. The monster wasn't willing to show any weakness either, waving its incredibly sharp claws to meet Lu Jing's twin swords. Only heard clang a loud sound. Sharp claws and dragon sparrow violently collided together, instantly burst out countless dazzling sparks, as if fireworks bloomed in the air. Lu Jing reacted extremely quickly and took advantage of the impact. His figure dodged violently to the side, easily dodging the ferocious attack that the other monster had taken the opportunity to launch. Immediately afterward, the dragon sparrow blade in his hand came out of its hole like a viper, accurately and swiftly stabbing into the side of the monster from earlier. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he pulled with a hard stroke. Stab dash. With a chilling ripping sound, the monster's body was cut open with a long, hard slash. Blood splashed out in all directions, splattering on the furniture and walls around it. At the same time, Lu Jing stomped his feet hard. The whole person jumped up high, and the Disya dragon sparrow sword in his hand was even danced like a tiger. The house was thrown into chaos. The originally neatly arranged sofa was directly chopped in half by the powerful blade, and one half of it fell to the ground with a loud crash. The ornate chandelier hanging from the ceiling also fell from the violent vibration and smashed to pieces on the floor. Even the hard walls could not withstand the impact of such a powerful force. A huge depression appeared and lime dust flew everywhere. The rest of the cake was scattered all over the place, and the 6 big words "Happy Birthday Lu Jing" on it had long since disappeared. Ah! Lu Jing let out a low cry and stomped his foot right on the monster's head. The boots of the mountain god bring more than just a speed boost. The monster was kicked against the wall. Lu Jing plunged 2 knives into his opponent's shoulder sockets, incapacitating his claws. The other hand transformed into a sharp blade, and it was about to cut off its head. Lu Jing, don't kill me. The creature's head opened its mouth and made Miyabi Ri-Ying's voice. Lu Jing, if we die, no one will be able to stop you. Lu Jing, you can't kill us. There's no one left to stop you. Fake. You're fake. You monster. Without hesitation, the monster's head was severed and fell to the ground like a leather ball. Lying. Lu Jing, what are you doing? That's your mom. Lu Yuanzheng, who had already had his legs chopped off, shouted frantically. Lu Jing turned his head. Your memories are all wrong. You're a monster now. Lu Jing raised the dragon sparrow. The monster's head surfaced Lu Yuanzheng's face from time to time, and then turned into a monster again. His raised hand trembled slightly. Lu Jing, tell me. Lu Yuanzheng's voice sounded once more. Tell me who I am. Lu Jing froze, then yelled. Who are you? Who are you? How do I know? I should be asking you. Where did my family go? Where did you hide my family? Lu Yuanzheng smiled miserably. We are your family. Lu Jing. Who the hell am I? How many reincarnations is this? I've forgotten everything. Who am I? Lu Jing? You see, because of you we are now monsters again. So, who are we really? Will you tell me? I beg you. Who am I? Why am I here? Why am I your father? Lu Jing roared. Vertical sun. How dare you jeopardize my Tao? With that, he severed the monster's head with a single slash. A blast of wind came from behind him, and the last of the monsters took advantage of the opportunity to pounce. Lu Jing turned around and grabbed the other party's sharp blade with one hand, and blood continued to seep out from above his palm. The other hand transformed into a black lance and pierced the monster's body. Lu Jing added another kick and pounced. At this moment, his hand transformed into a sharp claw again and grabbed the monster's head. Ah! Lu Jing's hissing suddenly stopped, because the monster's head turned into a face he was familiar with. Lu Shui blinked, her eyes brimming with tears. She neither begged for mercy like her mother, Gong Liying, nor did she try to demand an answer from Lu Jing at the end like her father, Lu Yuanzheng. She just looked at Lu Jing. She stretched out her hands, which had turned into sharp claws, as if she wanted to gently hug Lu Jing. Brother, don't go to dangerous places like the portal again. I have money on my bed. Remember not to let anyone else take it. Brother, when we're gone, you take care of yourself. Lu Jing sat paralyzed on the ground. Fake, he muttered. You're not my sister. Where is my sister? Where have you hidden my sister? But that look, that tone, was clearly his own sister. She was clearly her own sister. Lu Jing didn't dare to look at the other party's eyes again. He didn't have any half-strength left in his body, and his afterglow caught a glimpse of his father, Lu Yuanzheng, who was in a pool of blood. Where's the monster? There are no monsters, only the dead Lu Yuanzheng. Lu Jing fumed and ran over to look again. Where are the monsters in the house? Father, stepmother Gong Liying, sister Lu Shui were all killed by themselves. Fake. Oh, it's all fake. I'm dreaming. Yes, it's a dream. How could I have killed my family? Ha! Brother! Lu Jing opened his eyes and glanced at Lu Shui. Get up. You forgot to enroll in school today. Oh. Lu Jing got up from the bed, wearing a pair of big pants and an undershirt over his upper body. Chapter 109, Lu Jing, nothing can stop you anymore. Lu Jing walked to the bathroom and brushed his teeth and washed up. Obviously today is the first day of school after the transfer. Lu Jing, however, seemed to have guessed what would happen when he introduced himself in the classroom afterward. Vestigial. It can be translated as hallucinatory memory, which refers to a sense of déjà vu in which something or a scene that has not been experienced seems to have been experienced at a certain time and place. First iron rule, don't irritate Lu Jing. The second iron rule, don't let Lu Jing realize that he has the ability to distort reality. The third iron law, once the second iron law occurs, kill Lu Jing immediately. The three people sitting at the dining table, Lu Yuanzheng, Lu Shui and Gong Liying, simultaneously recited the three iron laws. What's wrong, Lu Shui? At this time, Lu Yuanzheng realized that something wasn't quite right with Lu Shui. Lu Shui Xiaoye frowned slightly. How do I feel? There is a fourth iron law. Yes? Gong Liying and Lu Yuanzheng looked puzzled. But I can't remember. Lu Shui said. How many reincarnations is this? Gong Liying glanced at the numbers on her watch. This is the 7,624th remodeling time. After the remodeling time, we will lose all the memories of that time. And the original memories will also be lost to varying degrees. Lu Yuanzheng added. The three were silent as they realized they had all forgotten something very crucial. Things continue to follow the timeline. Lu Jing still found something wrong with his family on his birthday. He looked at his family in a pool of blood and broke down once more. Table. First iron rule, don't irritate Lu Jing. The second iron rule, don't let Lu Jing realize that he has the ability to distort reality. Lu Yuanzheng, Lu Shui, and Gong Liang recited 2 iron laws. This is the 730th time of remodeling, and after the remodeling time, we lose all memory of that time. And in the process of remodeling, some of our original memories are lost. Table. First iron rule, don't irritate Lu Jing. Lu Yuanzheng, Lu Shui, and Gong Liang recited an iron law. This is the 8,000th time of remodeling, and after the remodeling time, we lose all memories of that time. Gong Liang glanced at her watch. Table. The iron law. Lu Yuanzheng and Gong Liang looked at Lu Shui doubtfully. What is the iron law? I don't remember. I just felt like I should say that. Lu Shui said in a daze. How many rounds is this? Gong Liang glanced at her watch. This is the 8,500th time of remodeling. After the remodeling time, we will lose all the memories of that time. Table. Lu Yuanzheng ate his meal and got ready to go to work. Lu Yuanzheng can now be said to be in a springtime mood. He wasn't much of a man himself, but both of his children fought for him. Lu Shui has been admitted to Kyoto University in China. His son Lu Jing was even specially recruited by Kyoto University. The most crucial thing was that his son was on TV, and the short video the other day was full of his own son Lu Jing. Even Lu Yuanzheng was interviewed by a TV station. Facing the camera for the first time in his life, Lu Yuanzheng only felt that his ancestors' graves were smoking. Gong Liang also praises her stepson to everyone. That's the one I raised from a young age. His real mom is definitely not as close as me. Gong Liang glanced at her watch. Oddly enough, the corner of the watch is labeled with a series of strange numbers. 10,056? What's that supposed to mean? Hey, when did you buy this watch? Gong Liang couldn't think of anything. Lu Shui looked at the hole in the wall, through which she could just about see Lu Jing's room. Lu Shui frowned slightly. Why is there a hole here? Meanwhile, Lu Yuanzheng and Mr. and Mrs. Gong Liang have also discovered the irregularities in their home. For example, the TV is surprisingly connected to some source of surveillance. One could clearly see every move in Lu Jing's room. The family of 4 then found the hidden camera in Lu Jing's room. There are more bizarre things. Lu Yuanzheng and Gong Liang's living room even hides weapons. Pistols, large-sized bullets, sharp axes, daggers, and all kinds of tranquilizers, anesthetics. It scared the hell out of the family. And then when you think about the previous owner who rented them the house, this guy couldn't be a pervert. The more you think about it, the more scared you get. So turning their heads, the family quickly found another house and moved out. Lu Jing cleaned up his room and yanked the oversized cardboard box that sealed his middle-aged record out from under his bed. He casually picked up one of the black notebooks inside, casually flipped it open twice, and put it back. Lu Jing, by this point, nothing can stop you anymore. Lu Jing looked around violently. Who's talking? He stood up alertly, but he was alone in the room. Thank you for nothing to come out of the Cormorant's Fishing God certification. Thank you for the support of the pro. This is the end of the first volume. Chapter 110 The Night Watchman. After moving to his new home, Lu Jing was packing his bags. At this time, Lu Shui walked in and handed a notebook to Lu Jing. Lu Jing, your notes. Why are they in my room? How do I know? My notes? By the way, my room still has a lot of things left over from your previous middle-aged period. Oddly enough, why did they all go to my room? Lu Shui frowned and said, I told you how I lost a lot of my stuff. Lu Jing took a look at it, and it read notes on undifferentiated communication. Lu Jing scratched his head as he thought about it. It's a note I invented when I was a kid that says you can communicate without discrimination anywhere. For example, one person is at the South Pole and one person is at the North Pole. They can communicate through this notebook when they both have it. Perfectly solves the signal problem and you don't have to worry about being listened to by others. Of course the truth is that it's really just a regular laptop. Lu Jing flipped open the notebook and found that it was densely packed with words. He doesn't remember writing that, does he? What kind of content is available? And most of what was in it, he couldn't understand. What the hell? Did you write this yourself? Lu Jing scratched his head curiously. He flipped straight to the last page. I'm a Tengu. Captain. I'm a Tengu. Captain. I'm stuck in a copy of the North Pole. Do you see what I've written? Captain. Lu Jing frowned. Did you write this yourself? Tengu? That seems to be the code name for the Night's Watch. North Pole. Copy? Lu Jing racked his brain and couldn't figure out when he had written such a large paragraph. It's also possible that you've forgotten. Lu Jing swallowed a mouthful of saliva and picked up his pen. Carefully write a sentence. I'm the captain. After writing it, he suddenly smiled again. One must be confused. How can you believe that your made-up laptop can actually communicate with someone? Lu Jing, it's time to eat. He closed his notes and casually tossed them onto the table. Because of the move to a new home, things aren't as acclimated. Even the meals were ordered as takeout. After playing the game for a while longer, Lu Jing returned to his desk. His eyes fell back on the notebook of undifferentiated communication, and he picked it up casually. Turning to the last page and looking down, his face immediately changed. Tengu, Captain, you finally got back to me. I'm Tengu, and I'm stuck in a copy of the North Pole. Lu Jing was instantly confused and froze on the spot, his mouth slightly open. He blinked for a long moment. He flipped up the notebook and looked at it. It was a plain notebook. A copy of the North Pole? Tengu? A laptop that communicates. What's all this? Without waiting for him to continue his thoughts, Tengu explained. 5 years ago I was on a mission with my teammates to the North Pole. Code name Hunting. As a result of that failed mission, I was infected with the zombie virus and became a zombie. But just a few months ago, I regained my sanity. And not only did I regain my sanity, but I also noticed a change in my body. Now I'm stuck in a copy and don't know what to do. Lu Jing, oh. Lu Jing scratched his head and patted his head again to make sure he wasn't in a dream. Wait. 5 years ago, the North Pole, code name Hunting. Lu Jing sucked in a breath of cool air. He seemed to be somewhat impressed with the mission. Lu Jing hurriedly opened the vigilante chat group and clicked on the group file in the chat group. Scroll down quickly. Mouth agape. 5 years ago. 5 years ago. Within a moment, Lu Jing found the file for Code Hunt. Tap on it. The document was so dense that it could be dozens of pages long. Codename, Hunting. Executive Leader, Tengu the Night Watchman. Result, the quest fails and the copy is sealed by the glacier. Holy cow tits. This can't be someone deliberately teasing himself, can it? Lin Mo is back? After pondering for a while, Lu Jing suddenly thought of another extremely frightening possibility. There wouldn't be a little cutie. Taking his word for it, he really ran into the copy, didn't he? That's not right. The fact that you can contact yourself with a laptop is outrageous. As he was thinking about it, a message came from Kirin, the night watchman, in his cell phone. Captain, are you there? Lu Jing just happened to have a question for him. I'm in. Kirin, Captain, there's something I want to report to you recently. Kirin had some apprehension. Every time I have a conversation with the captain, he's like this, nervous, apprehensive. Lu Jing, you say? Lu Jing waited for a while, and the chat bar box showed that the other party was in the middle of typing. Kirin, many things have happened in the Jiangnan region these days, and not surprisingly, the Church of Corruption has taken revenge on us. Even the God of Corruption has descended. Originally we were all ready to meet the incarnation of the God of Decay, but I don't know what happened. But the God of Decay immediately retreated. Vermilion Bird gave a suspicion that it was likely that member Lu Jing had some hidden secret on him. The promotion of Chao Lihao, a reserve member of the Jiangnan Vigil, to Vigilant, and the replacement of all reserve members with a higher level serum, all require your approval. Captain, what could Lu Jing say after reading this text? There's a sense of eating poisonous mushrooms and seeing cars on the road go flying. He put his hand on his head and was silent for a long time. This spaghetti should then be mixed with number 42 concrete. Because of the length of this screw, it can easily have a direct impact on the torque of the excavator. You know that, right? When you slam it in, for a split second it produces a massive amount of high-energy protein, commonly known as UFOs. It would seriously affect the economy and even cause some nuclear contamination of this Pacific Ocean as well as the chargers. Well, Lu Jing's brain was as confused as this text at the moment. Drip drip drip, of water. It took Lu Jing a while to slow down. One is not dreaming or confused in one's sleep. Vigilantes. Kirin. Mystery organization. Dare I say that the mysterious organization I joined was the middle-aged organization I created as a child. This. Reasonable? Lu Jing. Have some watermelon. Lu Shui placed the cut watermelon in front of Lu Jing's eyes. By the way, did you buy the movie tickets? What movie tickets? Lu Shui frowned. Didn't you say you'd go see the new movie that came out? I sent you all the money for the movie tickets, and you're trying to keep it all to yourself. Lu Jing scratched his head before he remembered that there was this. Come on, sit down. I'll tell you something big. Chapter 111, All the Night Watchmen. Lu Shui sat on the bed, customarily coiling her legs, and looked at Lu Jing with a burning gaze. You're not allowed to keep my movie ticket money to yourself, or sell your movie tickets to someone else at an inflated price so that other boys can go to the movies with me. You jerk. Lu Jing stuffed a grape into Lu Shui's mouth before stopping the other party's words. I tell you, my fantasies seem to be coming true? Oh, yeah, Lu Shui said carelessly. I created a group chat earlier called The Vigil, and then now I realize it's real. That is, they all have special powers. Just, what inheritance? What unicorn? The mysterious organization I'm in now was actually created by me when I was a child. Would you say that's ridiculous? Lu Jing was so emotional that he was even a bit incoherent. Vestigial. It was that feeling again. And Lu Jing winced. Hallucinatory memory. A sense of déjà vu in which things or scenes that have not been experienced seem to have been experienced at some point in time. Lu Shui pulled out a dagger and stabbed herself through the heart. Blood bubbling. Lu Jing came back to his senses. Finding Lu Shui on the opposite side of the table, she was still calmly eating her fruit and was looking at herself with a very disgusted look. Lu Jing pursed his lips. So, you understand? Aha. Lu Shui nodded. You believe me? You understand? Lu Shui stretched out her tender white hand and put it on Lu Jing's forehead and then on her own forehead, muttering under her breath. Well, there's no fever. I don't have a fever. Lu Jing shouted. It's true. Well, it's true. Lu Shui also stopped arguing with Lu Jing. It's been more than a decade since Lu Jing looked like this. You hurry up and buy your movie tickets or you won't be able to pick a good seat. That movie is hot. It's not a movie thing now. Lu Shui was not willing to show weakness. You clearly promised me yesterday. Fine. Now you listen to me. I'm really not sick or guilty of being a middle child. Lu Jing was a bit anxious. Rather, it is true that I suspect that I myself might have the ability to have a heart's desire. Oh, is that so? Lu Shui raised a nice eyebrow. Then you now mentally want the movie ticket to appear in your hand. Lu Jing blinked his eyes and began to brew. Lu Shui calmly ate the grapes. It could be. I'm not thinking right. Lu Jing closed his eyes. Movie tickets. Movie tickets. Movie tickets. As such, it was repeated dozens of times. In fact, he didn't have a clue in his heart, but he also didn't want to show his cowardice in front of Lu Shui. Suddenly I felt a coldness in my palms. Lu Jing was overjoyed that it had come true. He snapped his eyes open and realized that it was Lu Shui who had placed her hand on his. See? It's a movie ticket. Lu Shui said. Lu Jing. Where? Lu Jing's hand was empty. Only Lu Shui's white and tender little hand contrasted with his somewhat rough hand. Don't you see? Lu Shui wondered. I didn't see it. Any smart person can see that it's a ticket to the king's new movie. Lu Shui said. Lu Jing was silent. You don't fool me. You tricked me first. Lu Shui jumped off the bed. Don't forget to buy movie tickets. And watch less anime, I guess. Lu Jing sighed. He was being treated like a psychopath by his sister. However, thinking about this incident is truly mind-boggling. A fantasy come true? It sounds too anticlimactic. But if that's not the case, how do you explain what's going on at the moment? Tisk. Lu Jing scratched his hair vigorously and paced back and forth in the room. In front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, the unicorn scratched his hair vigorously as well, pacing back and forth. How? No word from the captain again? Hiss. Could it be that the captain was annoyed with himself? It's not right to bother the captain about this little matter. Thinking of this, Kirin hurriedly tapped on the message he had just sent and tried to click on withdraw. But by accident, it clicked into delete. The corners of Kirin's mouth twitched slightly. Just then, Kirin's body suddenly shook abruptly. Immediately afterward it was as if the soul was out of the body. The whole thing was like being in another dimension. Nope, he just came to another dimension. Surrounded by endless nothingness and smoke, he stood still. All that could be seen was a vague outline up ahead and a huge iron throne. This is. A few minutes ago, Lu Jing once again unsealed his black history. He rummaged through the contents of the cardboard box. What if the Night's Watch and all that is true? Then it's possible that these things about yourself are true. One can contact people far away from the North Pole with just an ordinary laptop. What else is impossible? Lu Jing flipped out an incense burner. This incense burner? He remembers buying it for $5 on Taobao. The incense burner also has a note thoughtfully attached to the inside. Basan oven. Function. After lighting the incense burner, you can force the designated night watchman into the virtual mists for a chat. The handwriting was very scribbly, and it was correctly written by myself when I was a child. Next to it was the dusty incense. So, Lu Jing tried to light one. Mindfulness. Vigil. Vigil all. It didn't take long, just the blink of an eye, for Lu Jing to slowly open his eyes again. This time, however, as his vision cleared, he was surprised to find that he was no longer in the familiar and cozy bedroom. At this moment, it was as if he was in a completely unfamiliar and mysterious atmosphere, surrounded by a thick mist that made it impossible to see the distant scenery. Everything seemed so unreal and insubstantial. Just as Lu Jing was filled with doubts, he suddenly noticed an extremely large object standing not far ahead. A huge iron throne cast from black metal. This iron throne exuded a chilling, icy aura, and its surface was carved with all sorts of strange and complex patterns and symbols that seemed to contain endless power and secrets. Wasn't this the existence of his own fantasies in the first place? Grass. Lu Jing swallowed a mouthful of spit. It's true. Everything is true. It's not that you have a mental illness. Karen. Jubilee's voice rang out. Where are we? The unicorn looked to Jubilee and looked around. White Zephyr, the night watchman, and Green Dragon, the Night Watchman, Vigilante Dream Taper. The mists were filled with people. The Night's Watch stationed in each city are here now. How did we get here? Bai Zhe was silent for a moment. Only the captain could have this ability. Captain, never have we been summoned like this. Jubilee glanced back. Is this the full complement? Pretty much. Except for the vigilantes in the replica, which seem to be all here. We're not going to be meeting the captain, are we? Jubilee's voice trembled a little. Front, White Zephyr suddenly looked to pointing towards heading. In the depths of that thick fog, a mysterious and majestic silhouette stood hidden in the crowd's vision. He was seen walking with a steady pace towards the iron throne that exuded an icy aura, stretching out his long and powerful fingers to gently caress over its surface, as if he was feeling the history and power that it carried. Then, the silhouette slowly sat down, and his gaze was like two cold sword lights as he swept towards the crowd standing below. After a moment of silence, the figure spoke. Gentlemen of the Night's Watch, on this occasion, allow me to pay you the highest tribute. As soon as the words left his mouth, time seemed to freeze for half a moment. However, after just a moment, it was as if the crowd had a heart-to-heart, and they unanimously knelt down on one knee. At the same time, he clenched his right hand into a fist and pressed it hard against his chest. Immediately afterward, a neat and imposing shout rang out. All members of the Night's Watch to His Excellency the Captain. The voice exploded in the air like thunder, echoing throughout the space. At this moment, those images that once existed only in the imagination turned into reality. That once unattainable dream is now close at hand, when the teenager received the scepter that symbolized supreme power. Thanks to user 11092673 for the great certification. And thanks to Dirt. Today did not do more. Someone told me tomato novels plus more useless will affect the amount of give. Also do not know if it is true. Tomorrow make up for it. Fist, 112. Resumption of the mandate. False. Misty. The entirety of the Night's Watch knelt on one knee and bowed their heads slightly in a sign of reverence for the man on the throne. It was the first time they had been so close to the captain. Even the Kirin and the Vermilion Bird. Jubilee's eyes couldn't help but glance upward, but before her eyes were illusion and mist. It was impossible to see the person on the throne at all. Only from the muffled voice it seemed to be a male. It wasn't wrong with their previous wrong guesses, analyzing from the penguin avatar used by the captain, as well as the personality signature, space background and so on. The captain is most likely a male. Hey, what the hell is going on? Vermilion Bird whispered to Kirin who was beside her. I don't know. The captain summoned us out of the blue. It must be something big. Could it be that the matter the captain spoke of before has been settled? The crowd waited for the man on the throne to speak, but for some reason the captain was slow to speak again. Just then, the figure in the mist suddenly stood up. Everyone's heartstrings couldn't help but jump. At this moment, the captain's every move tugs at their heartstrings. Hiss. Lu Jing hissed in his mind and reached out to touch his ass that was pierced by the iron throne. My day. It hurts. Lu Jing looked back, and underneath the iron throne was full of thorns. I'll be damned if I didn't zap my own ass when I sat down. What's going on? Bai Zhe frowned. Why do I seem to hear the captain sucking in cool air? Could it be that the captain is injured? Jubilee said worriedly. How could the captain be injured? What exactly is the being the captain needs to deal with? The captain didn't tell us, and that's a presence we can't deal with. Ahem. Lu Jing coughed lightly, and the faint sounds of discussion from below all stopped. Lu Jing swept a glance. Nice guy. That's probably a lot of people. This really isn't a dream, is it? Until now, his head was still spinning. Captain, what is it that you have summoned us here for? Lu Jing looked over, and he was a little worried if the others would see him through the mist. From his viewpoint, anyway, he could see everyone's faces. In fact, his fears were completely redundant. Looking down below, Lu Jing's surroundings were surrounded by vanity and mist. Even the most skillful pupil art could not penetrate this illusion, only to see that the person who opened his mouth to speak stood steadily at the front row position of the crowd. This person wore a green dragon mask on his face, and the green dragon on top of that mask was like a living creature, with every scale clearly visible, flashing with a mysterious and majestic light. The dragon's eyes are even more gleaming, as if it can see everything in the world. The dragon's whiskers fluttering with the wind, as if it has a lifelike spirit of nature. From a distance, the mask fit the man's head perfectly. Green Dragon of the Night's Watch? What should Lu Jing do now? That's right, he remembered. The mission codenamed Hunting is restarted, and the Night Watchman Tengu is still alive. After a few words, the crowd in the room froze. Some of them are of low rank and don't understand the hunting program at all. More than that, I don't understand how it rebooted. However, they did know that Tengu had failed in one of the missions, with all of the executive team members killed in action. And knowing the plan, the Qilin, White Zephyr, Vermilion Bird and the others revealed astonished expressions. Especially Kirin. He was the one who made the plan that time. The memories are still fresh. And even more so with the loss of Tengu as a close fighting partner. And now the captain is saying that the hunting program is restarted and the Tengu is still alive. Only, they were bound not to disbelieve what the captain said. In the mind of every man in the Night's Watch, the captain's word was greater than heaven's justice. Because the captain can change the divine principle. Captain, the Tengu is still alive? Kirin couldn't believe it. Hunting program restarted. Xinglong said, please give the captain an indication of who will lead the plan this time. Lu Jing was silent for a moment. Kirin was a little apprehensive. Still dominated by the unicorn. Xinglong glanced at Kirin. Captain, the last mission was led by Kirin, resulting in heavy losses for the Night's Watch. This time, with success comes failure. And there is no general in this world who does not defeat battles. Know your shame. Kirin, last time you failed. This time I want you to succeed. Kirin looked excited. Thank you for the captain's trust. I will live up to my promise. Captain. At this time, Vermilion Bird couldn't help but speak. Captain. We can meet up. Woohoo. Before she could finish her sentence, she was gagged by the white zephyr next to her. As soon as Vermilion Bird opened his mouth, Bai Zhe knew what the bastard wanted to say. If there is one person in the Night's Watch who has the greatest admiration and obsession for the captain, that would undoubtedly be Jubilee. Sometimes it makes you wonder if Jubilee isn't the Night's Watch. Instead, it's some star's private life. Shirazawa glared at her before she could offend the captain and took the initiative to speak up. Captain, it's been a long time since the Night's Watch received a newcomer to the legacy until now. The instructions you gave us, Captain, were also interrupted, resulting in many of the Night's Watch being unable to search for their heritage items. I'll explain myself after this. Lu Jing was going to go through his notes when he got back. Well, that's it for today. Lu Jing's fake low voice rang out. All of them once again bowed respectfully, just making them wonder a bit inside. The hunting program was restarted, and even if it was an A-rank copy, it wasn't so bad that the captain had purposely pulled all the Night's Watch together. You know, in the past, this kind of situation would only be communicated in groups when facing special S-level unknown copies. This time, could it be for some special reason? Woo-woo, Captain. Jubilee lands an elbow strike that breaks Shirazawa's back. Captain, please accept the assurances of my highest consideration. Could that captain allow me to touch you? Some other time. Lu Jing didn't dare to let the Vermilion Bird rush over. After all, he had met with the Vermilion Bird in reality before. Pa! With the sound of Lu Jing ringing his finger, falsehoods and mists disappear. Lu Jing opened his eyes again and realized that he had returned to his room again. Meanwhile, across the Atlantic, a tall, mixed-race woman looked at the lively scene in the bar like she had just woken up from a big dream. She couldn't help but TSK. So close. It would have been nice to run into the captain. She held out her hand and stifled a sigh. Even if you just touch it, you'll be able to know it all by yourself. Vermilion Bird bit her red lip, her eyes narrowing slightly. Oh Captain, Captain, let me know you all. Chapter 113, Drooling Even After Cure. Somewhere in a small town in Europe, Bai Zhe reopened his eyes and, this is him. Second time I've seen the captain. The captain has grown up. Does that make sense? The captain will still grow up. Bai Zhe's brows furrowed. Deep in the ocean. Captain, Captain, shark, shark. Returning to his senses, the vigilante was swallowed by a shark. It just didn't take a moment for a hole to open up in the shark's stomach. All over the world, the Night's Watch who left the void and the fog have awakened. In the midst of the dark church, a pair of fingers tapped rapidly on the computer keyboard. Captain of the Night's Watch is on a major operation. After sending this secret message, the man quickly left the church. Hey, Lu Jing. Later Chuunibyou and the others are coming to our house. Clean up your room. Don't see anything you shouldn't. Got it. Lu Jing gave a perfunctory reply and didn't pay much attention to it. Lu Jing sat down at his desk and wrote down the doubts that surged like a tidal wave within him. The organization he created as a whimsical child now truly exists in the real world. What was even more shocking was that those items he had given special abilities to actually possessed magical powers corresponding to them. This was by no means something that could be explained by some mysterious artifact that had been left in the world by chance and happened to be picked up by him. Because every item with a corresponding ability is a perfect match for the ability he gave it in the first place. There is no doubt that the root of all the problems points to himself. Could it be that one is a legendary god? Can a word be spoken and the law follow? Thinking of this, Lu Jing couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. His heart filled with surprise and confusion. He subconsciously opened his mouth and cried out tentatively. The super invincibly handsome emperor's armor appears. However, the surroundings remain silent, with no changes occurring. Lu Jing realized that there might be a mistake in his approach, so he closed his eyes tightly and chanted in his mind. Show up. Show up. Money, money, money. But when he opened his eyes again, the empty desk in front of him remained motionless. Lu Jing couldn't help but frown slightly, filled with suspicion. Common sense would dictate that one should have that extraordinary ability to have one's mind made up, but why does it never get off the ground? What went wrong? Lu Jing thought for a moment about how he had thought about it when he was a child. Lu Jing quickly changed his position. Only the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and his mouth let out a brisk and heroic harumphing laugh. Declare that thy body is entrusted to my command. My destiny is attached to your sword. Answer my call and obey this supreme will. Respond to me quickly. That mighty and invincible imperial armor. It's not working. He covered his head tightly with one hand again. The other hand was raised high in an extremely handsome and majestic pose as he shouted, unleash my powers. Keep everything under my control. Lu Jing looked up to the sky. Afterwards, he let out a succession of Chuunibyou sounds from his mouth, as if he was performing some kind of mysterious and unpredictable spells. Immediately afterward, Lu Jing's gaze was fixed, gazing at the void in front of him, and he shouted in a loud voice, O hidden key of dark power, show your true power before me. I, Lu Jing, who made a pact with you, order you at this moment to lift the seal immediately. This body is the bone of the sword. Steel forged into a firm body. Flames turned into hot blood flowing through it. He has made more than 1,000 swords with his own hands, but he has never known what death is, nor does he know the true meaning of life. There have been countless times when pain has been endured just to create more and more powerful weapons. In the end, however, all that remains is nothingness. Therefore, I hereby devoutly pray, infinite sword system. Lu Jing jumped and bounced, yet at this point, the essence of his youth was gone. All that's left is a poor imitation. What's going on? Ada. I am God. Ha 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 ha. At this very moment, inside the living room were Chuunibyou, Ma Jianyu, and Tian Shiran. Oh, it's like sitting on pins and needles. Lu Shui blushed and silently covered her cheeks with her hands. Subset of Yale. That's cute. Words follow the law. Words follow the law. And the heart wants what it wants. Roar dash. Ma Jianyu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Want to call the police? Song Ziki was silent for a moment. It's better to call a doctor. My dad knows the doctor at the mental hospital. He'll definitely treat him properly. No need. Lu Shui said. This kind of cure also drools, making everyone laugh. Lu Jing. Lu Shui shouted. Out. I'm saving the world. Lu Shui opened the door to her room. Lu Jing was bouncing around the house, his expression still slightly grim. Oh, ow. I am God. Lu Jing's afterglow swept over a few people, gulped, and sniffled. Let them not see me. Let them not see me. Well, it shouldn't work too well. Lu Jing coughed lightly and pretended to greet a few people as if nothing had happened. After graduation, there was a lot less crossover with the same class. However, all of them are the ones who are going to Kyoto for college. Lu Shui, Xin Chuzhui, Song Ziki, and Tian Shiran were all admitted to Kyoto University without having to say much. Tian Shiran originally wanted to go to United University, which was on par with Kyoto University, but once she thought that her classmates had all gone to Kyoto University, she chose Kyoto University as well. As for Lu Jing, he was specially recruited by Kyoto University. He originally wanted to get into a Jiangnan University, and that would have been tops. Who knew but received an olive branch from Kyoto University. As for Ma Jianyu, the guy's cultural scores are ridiculously high, even got the top spot. When they heard that Lu Jing and Lu Shui had moved, the people happened to get together to discuss about enrolling in school afterward. Lu Jing felt that if he didn't have special abilities, the most common of these is probably himself. After sending off Song Ziki, Tian Shiran and the others, Lu Jing scratched his head vigorously, and he couldn't be bothered to think about what he had just lost face. The bigger issues before him had yet to be sorted out, and so it was that the clever sister was found again. Lu Shui was sitting on the bed, reading a book. There was an extra pair of glasses on the bridge of his nose, and when he saw Lu Jing come in, he didn't even raise his head. Lu Jing sat on a stool. Lu Shui's room was like a rough room compared to his own, and it smells good. Lu Jing looked left and right, reached out and tugged at the sheets, and handily punched the stuffed bear. Pick up the piece of gum sitting on the table and put it in your mouth. What for? Tell you something. You have superpowers. I know. Lu Shui said flatly. I have a friend who has a question he can't figure out and wants to ask you. Lu Shui was like looking at a little cutie. Looking at Lu Jing as if she was a little helpless, she revealed a rather helpless expression. Well, your friend. Say what happened to your friend? I have a friend who, if he was a child, had an ability to think what he wanted. The organization he created came true. What with the legacy and the serum and all that nonsense. Anyway, whatever he wants, Whatever he wants can be true. God? Lu Shui raised an eyebrow. Chapter 114, The Night Watchman, Spinning Turtle. You think he's a god too? Isn't it a god to be able to have his heart in the right place and have everything in the world go the way he wants it to? Lu Shui said lightly. Lu Jing nodded. But the problem now is that he discovered this ability of his, but he won't use it instead. Lu Shui immediately comprehended Lu Jing's meaning. What do you mean? You're saying that his ability was actually used unconsciously, without his own knowledge. Right. Lu Jing was busy nodding his head. That is, what he unconsciously believes in will come true, right? It seems so now. Lu Shui shrugged. Now there's a problem then. If what he unintentionally believes in will come true, he needs to complete the following steps. Having fantasies, believing that the fantasies are real, and then the ability to unconsciously help his fantasies come true. But now your friend has discovered her ability to make her fantasies come true. That is, your friend now knows that fantasies are in fact fantasies. Then you can't complete the second step and believe that the fantasy is real. That means that this ability will be unavailable to you by the time you discover it. Because you understand that fantasy is fantasy and won't be as convinced that it's real as you were before. No, it's your friend. Lu Jing suddenly realized. So, it's like this. Lu Shui nodded. That's an interesting setup. The ability looks buggy. It's actually only strongest when the possessor is unaware of the situation and has a certain amount of fantastical ability. A middle child. When the possessor knows the ability. Instead, they can't use it. Lu Jing scratched his head. In other words, one can't be in the mind's eye. Come to think of it, the heart wants what it wants, which is indeed so buggy it's almost like the creator. I should have known better than to find out. Lu Jing said with quite a bit of disappointment. For her part, Lu Shui said, I'll set up an insurance policy if I have that ability. What kind of insurance? Lu Jing was curious. Lu Shui spoke eloquently. Once I found out on my own that I had this ability, I set up some sort of accident that caused me to lose my memory. Or just let me forget the story. Or simply just let time reshape it. Rewind the clock to before I discovered this ability to prevent me from discovering my own. Lu Jing frowned and whispered, but it's all too late now. Or perhaps one's ability is not what the heart wants, but actually something else. Or maybe you didn't flip a certain switch yourself? Everything up until now has been an assumption of its own. After a sleepless night, Lu Jing came to the base the next day. Miao Mao attacked Lu Jing from behind. Good news. What's wrong? The captain is going to be a full member of the team and has been called by the organization today. Oh, Luck Jing let out a plaintive oh. Miao Mao frowned slightly. Why aren't you surprised at all? Official team member hey. Lu Jing said in his heart, nonsense. I approved it. I'm surprised as hell. Then I have another piece of news that you surely don't know. Lu Jing said, we're going on a mission to the North Pole soon. I'll be damned. That you know. Lu Jing stated that I was the one who told Kirin to do it. It's fantastic to be a captain. It's a great feeling to be all-knowing and all-powerful. Miao Miao looked Lu Jing up and down. Why do I think you're very different from before? Yes? Miao nodded heavily. Women have a terrible sixth sense. Monkey was setting up in the hall and greeted Lu Jing and Miao Miao when he saw them arrive. Quickly, you two hurry up and get a cake. The captain doesn't know when he'll be back. Miao Miao said. Let us do the work on how to spend the money. Without turning his head, Monkey said, the organization will reimburse you. ***** off. Hey, Lu Jing, remember to bring me a pack of Huazi. It's hard not to smoke this. Smoke you to death. Miao Miao rolled her eyes. The guy who doesn't take advantage enough. Gangnam City base. Chao Li Hao looked at the masked Kirin. Kirin nodded at him. Chao Li Hao joined the unofficial squad of the Night's Watch 5 years ago. He has participated in 2 A-level copies, 12 B-level copies, 23 C-level copies, 56 D-level copies, and 72 E-level copies, battle honors and superior performance. With the approval of the captain, you are officially allowed to join the Night's Watch. Without hesitation, Chao Li Hao walked directly forward to a metal pedestal made of huge iron cables hooked to each other. Chao Li Hao knelt down on one knee and pressed one hand to his heart with a clenched fist. The long night is coming, and I will keep watch from this day until I die. I will stand before 10,000 people, cross my sword to the abyss, and stain the vault of heaven with blood, passing on the legacy. With an invisible force enveloping Chao Li Hao's figure was submerged in it. When Chao Li Hao opened his eyes again, he was already in the middle of a chaotic world. There will be endless darkness and blurred images in front of your eyes since. Chao Li Hao sensed the presence of creatures around him. The immense pressure made him not dare to move. This is... What? Kirin watched the scene and nodded. This is the right thing to do. Like the last time, like Lu Jing, one person chasing a group of inheritance running. That is really too abstract. Chao Li Hao. Not to mention running after those legacies. At the moment it was very difficult to even move his little finger. Just when Xiao Lihao felt that he was about to lose his grip, there was finally a change in his surroundings. He was again in the middle of an unknown space. In the middle of nothingness, a pair of huge eyes presented themselves to Xiao Lihao. Xiao Lihao knew that he was being recognized by this inheritance in front of him. It will grant itself the power of inheritance. Xiao Lihao's throat moved. Will you make a contract with me? The sound like a loud bell was like a surging torrent, hitting Xiao Lihao's eardrums and heart with a mountainous momentum. It made Xiao Lihao instantly feel an unprecedented shock. He only felt as if his eardrums had been struck hard by a heavy hammer. It was buzzing and painful. The heart, on the other hand, seemed like it was being held tightly by a large invisible hand, beating frantically as if it might break free of the chest cavity and pop out at any moment. Spinning turtle, whose shape is like a turtle with a bird's head and a vicious tail, whose name is Spinning Turtle, and whose sound is like judging wood. I'd like to turn my body into a sword in your hand. Wherever you want, that's where I'll point my sword. Forever and ever, look to your company. Time and space will not be destroyed, and the contract will not end with your blood. I hereby swear to be bound by this contract for life, to live and die together, and to be bound by my destiny. Spilling burning boughs to awaken the sleeping earth. Xiao Lihao's face was twisted, and from his mouth came a heart-rending scream. At the same time, his body was undergoing a shocking and drastic change. The originally solid muscles began to tremble and wriggle continuously, as if there were countless small worms traveling under the skin. And the flesh and blood was as if it had been remelted, slowly fusing together to form an entirely new tissue. Along with this process, the bones in Xiao Lihao's body also emitted a burst of crisp cackling sounds. Each bone is squeezing and rubbing against each other, then reassembling into a stronger and more perfect form. Not only that, the pores all over his body opened up, and a large amount of white vapor gushed out in a steady stream. It instantly enveloped his entire being. These vapors carried a rolling temperature that made the air around them sizzle. It was as if the 5 viscera and 6 bowels were also pulled by some mysterious force, and they all began to remodel their own structures. The heart was beating strongly, each contraction and expansion more powerful than before. The liver, spleen and other organs, on the other hand, are growing and repairing rapidly, with unprecedented vitality and vigor. Welcome to the Night's Watch. From now on, your codename will be the Night's Watchman. Spinning Turtle. Class A mission, codename Reboot Hunt. Meanwhile, Lu Jing, who was somewhere in the corner, let out a sigh of relief. The legacy is complete. He hadn't done anything like this in a long time. Thank you for the Big God certification of Big Brother Yoruba of Fengshan. 3 Big God certifications in 3 consecutive days. Bye bye brothers. Too supportive. Thank you. Chapter 115, Strange Gadgets. Boom. As soon as Xiao Lihao stepped through the gates of the base, he was baptized by a salute of flowers. Meow meow. Lu Jing, Fatty and Monkey jumped out. Welcome. Welcome. Warm welcome. Xiao Lihao had a smile on his face, as if he had expected it. Captain, what's it like to be a full-fledged team member now? Meow Meow asked. Captain, you left the team. From now on the captain will be in my hands, you can rest assured. Monkey raised his hand. Ha, you're quite nonchalant. Meow Meow gave him a blank look. When was it your turn to be the captain? Xiao Lihao smiled. Until now he hadn't fully returned to his senses. There are no words to describe that power. It was at this time that Xiao Lihao truly understood the gap between the official players and the unofficial players. Captain, what exactly does a full-fledged team member have to go through? Monkey asked mysteriously. Xiao Lihao smiled without saying anything. He had no way of saying that he had to keep the Night's Watch a secret, even in the face of comrades who have been born to die countless times. Monkey said resentfully, I don't know if I'll live to see the day I become a full-fledged team member. Xiao Lihao patted him on the shoulder. 3 days later, codename Restart Hunt, set off for the North Pole, and this is the last time I'll be leading a team. The crowd raised their glasses at the same time. Xiao Lihao suddenly covered his ears with a pained expression. A few people were surprised. Captain, what's wrong? No, it's a side effect. Xiao Lihao squeezed out a smile. This celebration ended hastily with Meow Meow helping Xiao Lihao back to his room. Spinning Turtle, whose shape is like a turtle with a bird's head and a vicious tail, whose name is Spinning Turtle, and whose sound is like judging wood. After inheriting the inheritance, one still needed to find the corresponding inheritance objects, as well as those ancient texts. Thus, it strengthens the strength of its own legacy. Spinning Turtle, inherited awakening spirituality 1%, judgment wood, enhances hearing, brings back amplified and precise sound for the user, and allows the user to determine the location of the sound source within a certain range. Inherited objects, none. Users can even accurately determine the exact location of a sound source within a certain range by virtue of the sound coming into their ears. Whether it's the sound of light footsteps in the distance, the rustle of branches swaying in the wind, as long as they fall within the range of Judgment Wood's senses, The user is able to quickly and accurately determine the location of the sound they emit, whether it's the sound of a creature's breathing in the dark. Remarkable results when exploring uncharted territory, tracking targets, and responding to potential hazards. Chuunibyou had just received the inheritance, even though he had only awakened 1% of his spirituality, but the powerful energy was enough to make him physically ill. All sorts of sounds enter the ears, even the sound of falling leaves fluttering outside the window. This kept Chuunibyou up all night. Lu Jing looked through his former notes. Thick stacks. Have you seen the new Chinese dictionary? Lu Jing almost had half a carton of Xinhua dictionaries, all of which were various settings and story arrangements. Lu Jing followed the catalog to find the spinning turtles classification. I have to say that I was a really good painter when I was a kid. The picture of the spinning turtle above was drawn by myself. Here are the various specialties of the spinning turtle inheritance, as well as the efficacy of the inheritance's objects and where they are distributed in the world. Spiritual awakening to a certain extent can even recognize lies. Is this ability so abstract? The corner of Lu Jing's mouth twitched slightly. It seems that we have to be careful with Chuunibyou in the future, in case he learns about his lies. If I had known that this inheritance was so good, I would have added 2 or 3 to my body back then. Lu Jing muttered as he continued to rummage through the carton. Going on a mission to the North Pole soon, he had to find 2 pieces of defense. Masks? Lu Jing looked at the very poorly made mask in his hand. He masks over his own face. The mask of change. It can disguise itself as anyone. Of course, that's what he set out to do. Become Lu Shui. Lu Jing mumbled in his heart. In the next second, Lu Jing's pupils sharply shrunk. Looking at himself in the mirror, he couldn't help but open his mouth wide. He reached up and touched his face, which had turned into a fine, white, girlish face. Lu Jing looked down and not only did his face change, the body had also turned into a girl. All exactly the same height as Lu Shui. Lu Jing sat on his butt on the stool for a long time. This is too amazing. Wouldn't this be? Owning it is the equivalent of owning all the pretty girls in the world. Coughing. Lu Jing shook off those unclean thoughts, played a little more, discovered that the mask can only turn into a human, not disguise itself as an animal. Crucially, there is timeliness. It only lasts for about 15 minutes or so, and the cooldown is half an hour. Lu Jing frowned slightly. What's wrong with you? Why did you purposely set this limitation when you designed it in the first place? However, Lu Jing soon realized what he had thought at first. In the midst of this world, yin and yang always maintain a delicate but vital balancing relationship. Nothing can escape the constraints of this law, and if you forcefully go to break this balance, it will inevitably trigger a series of unpredictable consequences. Therefore, it is not possible to arbitrarily set up an item that exists in the world without any restrictions at all. One was really rigorous in the first place. Lu Jing flipped out another folded black cloak, glanced at the note he had clipped inside. The gods who are alone in the darkness of the night, the lone souls who walk in the darkness and wander have no need of a place of bondage. O long time, O foolish traveler in unremitting walk. The black tunic is draped over the body, inscribed that this wound will never heal. Lu Jing fiercely draped the black cloak over his body and showed a handsome expression in the room's mirror. He remembered that the black cloak was made in imitation of the rebellious Rurusu. PDD $20 for it. Only, what power did one give it? Lu Jing scratched his head. He glanced out the window. In the next second, Lu Jing appeared high in the sky. Lu Jing quickly fell downward. It's a teleportation cloak. Put the death cloak back on. Eyes on the ground. Lu Jing's cell phone was about to fall out of his pocket just as a text message popped up. Vigilante Kirin, Captain, are you there? Lu Jing reached out and grabbed the phone. Boom. Next, Lu Jing appeared in the middle of an unknown space again. Where is this? Who are you? Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Chapter 116, Captain, it's me. The dark figure stood in the darkness. Kirin's gaze was like a torch. Who? Kirin? Lu Jing raised his eyebrows, not realizing that he had instantly moved to the Qilin. It was an incomparably huge and luxurious room, as if it was a bedchamber in a palace. The entire room was spacious and bright, decorated with gold and beauty. The first thing that caught my eye was the floor-to-ceiling windows that took up the entire wall, tall and wide as if they were transparent crystal walls. Outside the window was a magnificent view overlooking the bustling streets of the city and the rolling hills in the distance, making you feel as if you were above the clouds. The walls are covered with expensive paintings and fine tapestries, showing the owner's elegant taste. Ornate chandeliers hung from the ceiling, shining like stars and illuminating the entire room. The house is furnished with all kinds of precious furniture, with beautifully carved solid wood tables and chairs. A huge bed was situated in the center of the room, its curtains hanging gently down, giving it a dreamlike feel. Lu Jing swept a glance, his heart somewhat unbalanced. His toilet is probably bigger than his room. Have you ever seen a subordinate in splendor and a boss in chaff? One is truly the best boss in the world. The unicorn paused time, and the room seemed to turn black and white for a moment. Luckily, the mask was still on his head, and Lu Jing hurriedly imagined himself transforming into the appearance of a unicorn to hide his breath. As the unicorn approached, it couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Karen, it's me. I'm the captain. Captain? Karen frowned suspiciously at the other man. Lu Jing swallowed nervously. Dead cloak? Go! Move! This cloak has a cooldown too? Karen obviously didn't quite believe this statement from the other party, and had already lit up the folding sword in his own hand, his eyes cold. For someone who breaks into their room and looks exactly like them, most likely an enemy. He still had his cigar in his mouth. If you want to come and challenge me, then you've probably got the wrong guy. The unicorn was seen standing with its head held high and its pajamas wide open. The firm and robust muscles were unreservedly displayed in front of Lu Jing's eyes. Each muscle was well defined and contoured, as if it had been carefully carved by a master sculptor. Master, you're a bit of a wow factor. Lu Jing was a little flustered. Did you send the Gurkhas over there too for the Arctic? Karen raised her eyebrows slightly and stopped moving. Could it really be the captain? He thought briefly for half a second. Team, Captain? Lu Jing, on the other hand, sat on the chair next to him and elegantly crossed his legs. Don't panic, don't panic. The main characters are so loaded. What can't understand what is said and what is complicated what is said. The days of not saving the world are so bland. Looking at you mortals being able to enjoy a peaceful life. It's kinda envious. Karen hesitated for a moment, threw down his folding sword, and dropped to one knee. The vigilante Karen sees His Excellency the Captain. The Captain has worked hard. Karen noticed that the time she had set did not affect her opponent in the slightest. Unaffected by his abilities, able to enter and exit his room at will, and then from the tone of voice, he could probably tell that the other party was the captain. Just how did the other party's voice and appearance look exactly like his own? For the first time, Karen faced the captain face to face. Last time, it was in the midst of fog and delusion. Only silhouettes can be seen. Surprised in his mind, Karen raised his eyes slightly, looking at the captain's appearance, which was not unlike his own. But the thought of the captain being able to single-handedly create the Night's Watch and being able to grant them divine powers, having the ability to change your appearance would not be surprising. What's the deal with the Gurumi at the North Pole? Lu Jing asked. Karen replied, the guru did not receive the full inheritance. And in those days, Captain, you were too busy. Karen paused at that, and continued as he wondered what the captain had been doing during the time he had disappeared. She was accidentally discovered the guru bird that was left behind, and was chosen by the guru bird, only to inherit only a part of the other part, we recycled. She was originally a member of the White Tiger development and moved from Europe to the Gangnam area. I sent her on a mission to the North Pole some time ago and lost her there. I then sent out a few more squads, none of which were able to find any trace of her. Originally, I tried to sense her presence through another part of the Gookie, but it was as if she had disappeared. Lu Jing frowned slightly. Well, I know, Lin Mo. This girl won't be in trouble. Lu Jing suddenly remembered that he had given Lin Mo a divine artifact when she was leaving. Sacred ruling. According to his own setting, it was a powerful weapon that had once beheaded a true dragon in the ancient times. In that fierce battle, the sword was destroyed by the incomparably hot flames of the true dragon. But it didn't just disappear into thin air. Later, people utilized the dragon bones of real dragons as well as the remaining sword bodies, utilizing the best alchemical processes of the time. It was rebuilt into a more powerful and mysterious sword. It contained the power and will of a true dragon, making it an awe-inspiring artifact. Lin Mo possessed such a divine artifact, so even if he met danger, he should be able to turn it around. Lu Jing explained a few more words to Kirin, telling him to make sure he found the Guju bird, before he was ready to leave. Well, nothing else? It's been a hard time. The unicorn immediately said solemnly. This is our mission. Lu Jing's heart murmured, go home. Go home. Karen raised her eyes again, and the person who looked exactly like herself in front of her had disappeared. Karen breathed a sigh of relief. True to form, the captain appeared and disappeared without a sound. It even changed into its own form. He suddenly remembered what Jubilee had once said to him. The captain never shows his true colors, so have you ever wondered what the captain really is? Karen shuddered to think that. Everything now is from the captain, even his own life. Karen glanced behind her. Come out. In the darkness, White Zephyr appeared. What brings the captain to you so suddenly? That's a first, Karen said. Bai Zhe scratched his head. Where was I? Yes, remember I said I had met the captain once. The captain, at that time, was a kid. You just saw how easy it is for the captain to change his appearance. Karen said. White Zephyr said in a deep voice. No, more than just looks. I can feel the captain is very different. Karen interrupted. Stop talking. Do you really think the captain was just here about the Gookie thing just now? Zay froze for a moment. What do you mean? Karen looked odd. You're supposed to be in Europe at this time. AWOL. And you come to me and just say captain. The captain suddenly comes at this time. You can't really be so stupid as to think that the captain doesn't know anything, can you? Zay reacted after a while, and his face instantly turned as white as paper. A chill spread quickly down his spine, as if an icy hand was slowly crawling along his spine, creeping him out. You mean, our every word and action might be under the captain's control now? Go back and do what you were meant to do. Back in his room again, Lu Jing heaved a sigh of relief as he removed his mask and cloak. Another moment of study. Lu Jing roughly understood the rules of the cloak transient. There is a distance limit, and the farthest it goes is no farther than the city of Gangnam. Has a cooldown, except that the cooldown is very short. Doesn't have as long a cooldown as the mask. He placed both props in the ghost baby's space, which might be useful for this trip to the North Pole. In addition, 2 items with kills have been selected. Chapter 117 The North Pole. It's a behemoth of a large transport plane. During the long flight, the transport plane will only make a brief stop in Moscow to refuel in time. Other than that, it will be all the way north. Fly through heavy clouds and vast landscapes straight to the Arctic. It's worth noting that the transport plane didn't come empty-handed. Its spacious cargo hold carries a staggering amount and variety of equipment of all kinds. These may be precision instruments for scientific research or special equipment that can cope with extreme environments. They were neatly stacked in yards. Lu Jing was lying in a luxurious and comfortable cabin, covered in warm blankets and with a screen in front of you that plays blockbuster theatrical movies at all times. There's also a free buffet for all you can eat. This plane is affiliated with the Night Watch. Round it up and it's yours. It's nice to have money. In his entire life, Lu Jing had never enjoyed first-class treatment. He yawned and looked out the window, unable to resist taking a picture. Sent it to Lu Shui. At this time, China should be in the middle of the night. Lu Jing didn't expect Lu Shui to reply to himself. Monkey and Fatty, Meow Meow are fighting the landlord, Chow Li Hao. On the other hand, wore earplugs. Since he had received the inheritance, he could not fully grasp the power now. Even tiny sounds were magnified several times in his mind, preventing him from concentrating. Inside the airplane, there was more than just their team. The Night's Watch had deployed a total of 3 large transports this time. The missions were to restart the hunting program, respectively, as well as searching for the missing Guru Rinmo. Spotted an airplane traveling the same route as us. Lu Jing raised his eyes slightly. Kiran said, look it up. It's a private jet, reported on an international flight. To the North Pole too? Kiran raised an eyebrow. The odds are, it's a squad of awakened ones. The beautiful woman in a professional flight attendant suit held a tablet of unknown brand. Lu Jing couldn't help but glance at the stockings she was wearing, but he quickly withdrew his gaze. Yet his eyes couldn't help but collide with the monkey. The two would smile. Found out. It's an organization that believes in the gods of order. Oh, Kiran came to be interested. Since the appearance of the awakened and the portal, many strange powers have appeared in this world. For example, these awakened people who believe in gods, who are convinced that mankind will die sooner or later, believe in those wacky gods. Governments classify all of these as cults. The truth is that they act too bizarrely and wield powers that are mostly incompatible with basic human morality. But there is a category of believers who are milder in comparison to those who are believers in order. They firmly believe that order upholds the present human condition, even if the gods come down to bring order to humanity. That's why the order cooperates with governments and is not included in the hit list. Karen frowned slightly. They're coming to the North Pole too? Going to shoot them down? The fighters are ready to launch. The corner of Lu Jing's mouth twitched slightly. What a guy. It's war at the drop of a hat. Nope. It's not even a word. Is the beautiful stewardess in front of you so violent? It was good that Kiran waved her hand, stopping the beautiful flight attendant's thoughts. We in the order have always kept our hands off each other. Not to mention that the other side hasn't done anything to us. Lu Jing breathed a sigh of relief. Air combat. It can be so exciting. Order, a symbol of light and peace, represents inner freedom and the ability to control one's behavior. Order has infinite power. And for us humans, this is the most urgent need, and the source of true happiness. In the midst of that airplane soaring through the sky, a group of devout believers were seated. Surprisingly, these believers did not chant without any rules and regulations like those other groups that have fallen into fanaticism and chaos and disorganization. Instead, they demonstrated a high degree of discipline and organization, methodically lining up in neat and tidy lines. The interior of this airplane is also unique. Everything from the placement of the seats to the way items are stacked in the luggage compartment presents perfect symmetry. Even the decorations hanging on the sides of the cabin strictly follow the rule of one on each side, without the slightest deviation or exception, as if the entire space is governed by an invisible force. Everything runs according to the established rules, creating a solemn and orderly atmosphere. The three huge transports of the vigilantes slowly descended towards the ground like four giant birds of steel, their huge bodies cut through the icy air, bringing up a whistling sound. As the airplane gradually approached the ground, it could be seen that the entire world had been overwhelmed by a vast snowfield. As far as the eye could see, it was nothing but white, as if it were an infinite ocean of snow. In this silver-white world, glaciers stretch one after another. Some towered over the clouds, while others meandered like a giant dragon coiled on the earth. This is the North Pole, a cold, silent and mysterious place. As far as the eye could see, there was an infinite icy wasteland without the slightest sign of life. Gusty winds racked the air with snowflakes, making it almost impossible to keep your eyes open. Lu Jing was wrapped in thick clothes. Since the discovery of the portal, there has been a drastic change in the global climate. Temperatures in the Arctic have repeatedly fallen below new highs. However, the good thing is that the drastic change in climate has been accompanied by an increase in technology and the physical and mental qualities of the people. After the plane landed smoothly, the people could not even take a short break before they immediately went into the busy work. They hurriedly disembarked from the plane, and then without stopping, they began to carry the various items loaded on that huge transport plane in a swift and orderly manner to the icebreaker dock not far away. Immediately afterward, the icebreaker set sail again, breaking the waves toward its destination. In this way, after another 2 full days and 2 nights of continuous sailing on the vast ocean, they finally saw a rolling glacial mountain range appearing ahead of them. Those glacier mountains look as if they were an impregnable, unending great wall stretching between heaven and earth from afar. In the face of such a magnificent sight, Lu Jing's heart was filled with both excitement and awe. As the icebreaker approached land, the experienced crew acted skillfully. They had brought out all kinds of tools and started to work on setting up a makeshift camp. There are drilling equipment specially designed for geological exploration, underwater robots capable of carrying out tasks deep under the sea, and rugged sleds neatly lined up for the subsequent transportation of supplies. A spacious and comfortable tent was quickly set up and became a harbor for the team members to rest and shelter from the wind. Finally, 2 mini submarines. Lu Jing hissed and looked around. Look around for 8 weeks. Look around for 12 weeks. It's so damn spectacular. Group 1, you will dive 3,000 meters down in this submarine to the location of the portal. With that, the Qilin looked at Chuunibyou, Lu Jing, and the others. Remember that you are not the main team, and that you will do everything you are told once you arrive at the replica, and will be responsible for peripheral activities. The second group is responsible for searching the Arctic mountains to find their missing companions. Understood? Understood. Thanks to Fruit You How, Steamed Buns Kaka for their great god certifications. What can I do? I get certified by the gods every day. And free swag for everyone. The author saw it all. Chapter 118, 3,000 meters underwater. Arctic, 3,000 meters underwater. Submarines capable of diving to 3,000 meters of water need to be extremely resistant to pressure and have advanced technological designs. Submarines dive to depths greater than 1,000 meters and face significant water pressure challenges, with conventional submarine designs struggling to withstand the pressure of seawater at depths of 3,000 meters, about 300 atmospheres. In order to reach submergence depths, submarines need to use special high-strength materials, such as titanium alloys, and their structural design is optimized to evenly distribute the pressure. In addition, the submarine's internal systems need to be specially designed to cope with the operating environment at extreme depths. 5 years ago, the highest recorded dive was 2,536 meters. Of course, it's a manned submarine, and human technology is not comparable to that possessed by the Night's Watch. This submarine can take you safely down to 3,500 meters. Karen said, remember to proceed with caution and return safely. Night Watchman Dreamtaper. Night Watchman Spinning Turtle Chuunibyou. The squad led by Dreamtaper consisted of 4 people, counting Lu Jing, Meow Meow, Monkey and Fatty from Chuunibyou's squad. The number of people on the mission totaled 9. If you count, at this point, the Tengu who is still in the copy. The Night's Watch had sent out 3 legacies this time, plus 8 members of the reserves. Taking on an A-ranked copy is already considered a big deal. After all, the last time the hunt was planned, the only ones who went out were the Tengu, plus 3 other members. Lu Jing sat in the cabin and felt the submarine sinking a little. The cell phone finally came through with a single frame of signal. Lu Shui, go home early and be careful out there. Lu Jing took a deep breath and closed his cell phone. The underwater world. This is my 6th submarine, Nyo said, but it's the first time in the Arctic. Lu Jing looked out through the glass window. Speaking of which, he never seemed to have swum in the water. At the moment, the idea that they were about to embark on a journey to a place 3,000 meters deep underwater was incredulous and awe-inspiring just to have it come to mind. As they continued to dive, at first, through the thick glass window, they were able to catch glimpses of some faintly glowing fish. These fish are like twinkling stars in the night sky, bringing a touch of life and mystery to this dead darkness. However, as the depth increased, the glowing fish that were once visible faded from view. What you see before you now is almost pitch black, and it's hard to catch any sign of life anymore. The dive went very well. They had captured the source of the portal's energy beforehand. Dive down to a certain position. Only then did the Dream Taper hand over the device for teleportation to each member of the team. Remember, you guys keep a close eye on the direction of the portal later. Use the teleportation device to chance teleporting there. Otherwise you'll be crushed to pieces by the sea pressure if you teleport to the wrong location and appear in the seawater. Teleportation devices can only be purchased with contribution points in the organization's mall, and they are very expensive. The Dream Taper was a very clean-looking young man who seemed to be not much older than Lu Jing and the others. What's going on? Why are you staring at me? The Dream Taper raised his head and looked at Lu Jing curiously. Nothing. Lu Jing shook his head. He remembered this Dream Taper, and counted that he knew the Dream Taper. It should be in middle school. At that time Dream Taper was a super rich kid. Yes, Dream Taper is a rich kid. His biggest hobby every day is to send out red envelopes like crazy in the group and then enjoy the compliments from others. Until one day, he met a guy with the screen name "The Song Is Not Over, but the people have been separated." Bonus? It's just a few stinking dollars. Humans really are this tacky. Pai's Dream Taper looked like he had discovered a new continent. And there were people who didn't like money? Do you want to be transcendent? Do you want to know the truth about the world? Do you want to guard the world with me? The young Dream Taper's eyes glowed. This, until 24 hours later, when the bonus expires. The young Lu Jing, who thought it was a red packet of 1 or 2 cents, clicked in to take a look. $200. Lu Jing sad face omega. For the young Lu Jing, that undoubtedly shocked him greatly. Now, look at the Dream Taper again. Lu Jing always had the feeling of meeting an online friend, and he sniffled. At this time, Chao Lihao suddenly changed his expression. Hold on. Another submarine has been spotted approaching us. The driver said. A believer in order? The Dream Taper frowned. The pilot, however, was confident. Our submarine is equipped with the latest missile equipment, and their submarine can't reach this depth. In the submarine, large groups of order believers drilled in an orderly fashion out of the submarine into the icy waters. It was a depth of over 2,000 meters underwater, and humans would be instantly crushed to pieces by the immense pressure if they were even slightly exposed. But they are not afraid. They took off all the clothes on their bodies, and their bare skin was etched with weird writing. It was as if some kind of power had been bestowed upon them. They then began to dive downward. In the process, there were constantly partners being crushed to smithereens around them, or simply bursting into flames. Obviously, this divinely bestowed power presents itself differently in each individual. Or maybe not every believer is that lucky. But no one stopped. Like moths to a flame, they dive quickly. One believer after another died one after another. This process will not cause them to feel pain, as the depth of the place will kill them instantly. Soon the night watchman inside the submarine saw the odd scene. Illuminated by the somewhat dim light of the portal, one believer after another rushed forward towards the portal. Monkey's mouth twitched slightly. I groove. Are these guys crazy? It was at this point that a lucky evening devotee miraculously reached the location where the portal was. Upon closer inspection, there was very little text left on him. It seemed that as soon as all these words faded away, they lost their power and would be crushed to powder by the sea. But before that, he had already entered the interior of the portal. Can't wait any longer. If this portal possesses a limit on the number of people, we won't be able to enter. The Dream Taper made a snap decision. First group, prepare to teleport. Remember, just like you did in your previous test, concentrate and teleport to the right place. Understand? The Dream Taper repeated his advice. Understood. The first group was the members of the team led by Dream Taper. There were 4 of them, including the Dream Taper, Wang Shunlai, Song Jijun, Sue Dan. Chapter 119. It's time for me, Captain of the Night's Watch, to take action. Wang Shunlai S-Class Serum Possessor. The choice of the official team member for this one was up for grabs between him and Chao Lihao. Only, his resume was a bit worse compared to Chao Lihao. You can only fall short and wait for the next opportunity. Song Jijun and Suidan are a couple. Secret couples. Members are not allowed to fall in love with each other within the organization. This was not a rule set by Lu Jing. In more than a decade of development, the Vigil has long since established a complete system. On a mission, a couple is likely to have an impact on the mission because of their feelings. There have been cases where a couple within the organization fell in love and then broke up. The guy is in love with another girl on the team, so from love comes hate. On a mission, the girl who was broken up with deliberately got them both killed, resulting in mission failure. The dream taper was the first to hit the ground running, only to see him holding the teleportation device in his hand and moving his mind. The figure then disappeared in front of everyone's eyes, obviously having already entered the middle of the portal. It was the turn of Wang Shunlai, Song Jijun and Suidan. Song Ziyuan and Suidan looked at each other and cheered each other on. Song Ziyuan's afterglow kept glancing at the believers who were desperately flocking to the portal and couldn't help but gulp. Transmission. Next, Wang Shunlai and Suidan's figures disappeared. However, Song Jijun did not enter the middle of the portal. His figure appeared beside an order believer. That means he's in the middle of 3,000 meters underwater. In the blink of an eye, Song Jijun was crushed into a thin slice. This process is only a moment's work. Inside the submarine, Chao Lihao, Lu Jing, and the others appeared stupefied for a moment. Dead? Just a hasty death? It didn't even make it to the copy. It goes without saying that this Song Jijun, like them, experienced countless menacing replicas and came back from the dead. Countless hours of training, countless hours of fighting. As a result, it was a very sloppy death. Don't get any ideas. At this time, Chao Lihao's voice pulled the crowd back. They simply didn't have time to mourn for the companion they had known for less than a few days. Don't look at anything else. Keep your eyes dead center on the portal. The teleportation is ready to begin. Several people came back to their senses. Don't go see Song's body so you don't make the same mistake. Lu Jing held the teleportation device in his hand and breathed deeply. The transmission begins. Zombie world. Prepare for dissection. The anesthetic hasn't been injected yet? No need to inject anesthetic. Vivisection. Yes. Lu Jing opened his eyes in a daze, and the intense light fell on his pupils. Brain is a mess. It's so hard. Take it easy. This process will last a long time. Men wearing masks and white coats came into view. The scene before Lu Jing's eyes gradually became clearer. He appeared to be inside an operating room, surrounded by doctors in white coats. Where am I? What? Lost your memory? You're about to be vivisected by us, and I'm your chief surgeon. The man in the white coat said as much. Vivisection? Arctic. 3,000 miles underwater. Copy. Memories are starting to come back. Lu Jing tried to stand up, but he realized that his hands and feet were firmly trapped on the operating table. I'm this. Where is it? Told you it was on the operating table. I mean, where is this? What city? It seems that you really have lost your memory, but that doesn't affect the dissection. Count yourself unlucky to be caught by us. The man in the white coat gently slashed the scalpel across the skin of Lu Jing's chest, and immediately blood flowed down. I suggest you'd better put me down or I'll be very angry. The man in the coat grinned. I'm really scared. The corner of Lu Jing's mouth hooked up slightly. Ignorant fellow. You still don't know who you kidnapped? Oh, who is it? The man in the lab coat became interested. Lu Jing clenched his hands into fists and his muscles bulged. It was as if they were going to break free from their bonds the next second. Let me answer you with my actions. Lu Jing made a sound similar to constipation and finally lay down again. Meh, kinda. It's kinda sturdy. Bursts of laughter came from the crowd in the operating room. The man in the lab coat laughed even more and slapped his thigh. You're so funny. As soon as the words left his mouth, boom, Lu Jing directly broke free and kicked at a doctor, kicking him out. Sorry, a little slip up earlier, Lu Jing said as he casually grabbed one person and threw him out like a sandbag. The man in the lab coat's smile froze on his face and he quickly backed away. The rest were ready to pull out their guns. Surely not a proper doctor. Lu Jing grabbed the man in the coat who was trying to escape. The rifle swept over, and Lu Jing blocked the man in the coat in front of him. At the same time, he snatched the scalpel from his opponent's hand and flung the knife with precision. That's tough. Even beating up your boss? Right in the face of the man who shot him. Someone came swooping in from behind. Without looking, Lu Jing turned back and swung his fist. A punch that deformed his opponent's face. Ta-da! Intense gunfire rang out once more. Lu Jing made a sliding shovel and ducked behind the cabinet. The hand reached back to have drawn the Dasha dragon sparrow from the ghost baby's mouth. A knife cuts off a man's calf, then a knife seals his throat. Lu Jing weaved his way through the crowd. In just a few moments, all 7 or 8 people in the operating room were lying on the floor. Lu Jing let out a breath, haphazardly grabbed a white coat and draped it over himself, and stripped another person's pants. It was then that I realized I was in a basement. He slowly pushed open the heavy basement door, and as he stepped outside, chaos and wreckage filled the street. A car was parked casually on the side of the road like an abandoned toy. Some with the front end facing the center of the road, others with the rear end pressed against the sidewalk. Still other vehicles even crashed into each other, creating a twisted and grotesque pile of metal. The cars were strewn about as if a sudden catastrophe had thrown them here. The streets that should have been bustling with people coming and going were empty at the moment, and the silence was frightening. Replica world. How come there's no hints at all? Lu Jing knocked his head. Looking at the situation, he was teleporting into a different place separately from his teammates. It's imperative to get the team together now. Thinking of this, Lu Jing put on his black shadow trenchcoat, put on his 100 changes mask, and laughed, striking a pose at the empty street. Come on, it's time for me, Captain of the Night's Watch, to make my move. Chapter 120, there's a feeling of a big villain behind the scenes. Chick, it's the end of the world. Zombies are showing up in our urban area. The government is going to close this place down soon. We're all going to die here. Let's get high before we do. Yeah, come on, cool then. Nyo opened her hands. A hungry man pounced at once. The next second, he collapsed, covering his crotch. Nyo raised an eyebrow. Hey, cool, grass. Together. In the dark alley, 7 or 8 men launched an inhumane attack on a cute little girl. The end result was that within 10 seconds, a man was left standing in place. He looked at the slim figure in horror and turned his head to run. Whoever it was, a fist in the darkness suddenly knocked him to the ground. Meow Meow narrowed her eyes slightly as she looked at the strange man who stepped out of the darkness. Who are you? A good man who has seen the right side of the road? Pretty much. I'm just a silent hero. Meow Meow. How do you know my name? Nyo reached down and held down the tactical suitcase. Come with me. Your teammates are waiting for you. The strange man strides forward. Wait. Meow Meow looked at the other party warily. She naturally couldn't possibly trust a stranger who was walking towards her without any reason to talk about himself. I told you your teammates Lu Jing, Chao Li Hao, Monkey and the others are waiting for you. Meow Meow's frown tightened. Please believe me. The strange man reached out and grabbed Meow Meow's hand. Go. Put. The strange man disappeared in front of her eyes, while Meow Meow was left with an uncertain look on her face. A man talking to himself appears to learn her message. Then again, he said he was going to take her to his teammates, only to disappear again. Just as quickly, the strange man appeared once more. If you're kidding me, the joke's good. Nyo shrugged. Lu Jing was speechless in his heart. How do I know that this teleportation cloak can't take people with it? I was so brain dead that I had to make up so many restrictive settings in the first place. The cafe on 3rd Street. That's where you'll find your companion. And that's where you'll find your companion. After saying that, Lu Jing disappeared. 3rd Street? Meow Meow made a note of the location the other party had mentioned, and didn't know where to go now anyway. With that, Lu Jing did as he had done. We found Monkey, Wang Shunlai and Sui Dun. Utilizing the transient cloak and the 100 mask, he hides his identity while giving the other party information to meet up at the cafe on 3rd Street. As for Chao Li Hao, Fatty, and the Dream Taper are out of range. The odds are that after entering the portal, they were transported somewhere else. 3rd Street Cafe. Lu Jing made himself a cup of coffee while he waited. The cafe staff had long since run out. Lu Jing sipped his coffee and sat by the window, flipping through the newspaper. Seriously, if you don't look outside, open the cafe scene alone. Those who didn't know thought it was one of the office workers taking advantage of their vacation to sit alone and enjoy a relaxing time. Through the newspaper, Lu Jing roughly understood the structure of this world. 100 years ago, there was a zombie outbreak. The zombie virus was even airborne at the beginning, and the whole human world was plunged into a catastrophe. The remaining humans have developed certain antibodies and will not turn into zombies as long as they are not infected by zombies. Then the remaining humans built their last home, cutting the zombies off with massive walls, and the zombies outside the wall have evolved over the generations. And there are even intelligent zombies that rule the zombie world. The urban area that he was in now, called the 13th district, was one of the outer urban areas. Now that somehow a zombie virus has broken out in Sector 13, the army has decided to destroy the entire sector in 24 hours. Lu Jing took out the laptop that was in contact with Tengu. What district are you in now? Tengu didn't reply for a while. Lu Jing elegantly picked up the steaming, aromatic cup of coffee on the table and slowly put the cup down after taking a light sip. He then stood up and walked with a calm gait to the window, gazing out of it quietly with his hands clasped over his chest. The sunlight poured down through the light clouds, giving the whole city a golden veil. Ordinary and familiar landscapes seemed so strange and distant at the moment. The corners of Lu Jing's mouth rose slightly, outlining a playful smile. This feeling of being in control of the whole situation was wonderful, as if you were the villain hiding behind the curtain and manipulating everything. All of them were at his mercy, like puppets on strings. They were still oblivious, still immersed in their own world, ignorant of the coming storm. Ha ha, everyone is drunk. Cough cough cough. Vomit. Laughed so loud, the cookie got stuck in my throat. Lu Jing had a hard time spitting out the remains of the cookies. That was close. Almost got a single kill from Cookie. The afterglow caught a glimpse of a figure and quickly stood up. When Meow Meow saw that it was Lu Jing, she revealed a reassuring smile. Just you? Yeah. As we were talking, Monkey arrived on a scooter as well. Asterisk 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 asterisk, you guys are really here. Why? Did you also meet that mysterious person? Meow Meow asked. Monkey nodded. Wang Shunlai and Suidan also came in their respective cars. What is it now? Where are the others? A few people exchanged messages and realized that all of them had met strange men who looked exactly the same and told them their partners were here. Who was the first to arrive? Wang Shunlai asked. Me. Lu Jing raised his hand. I met that man as well. He told me that you were here. And sure enough, after waiting for a while, Sister Meow Meow came. Wang Shunlai had no doubts about Lu Jing's words. Where are the others? Lu Jing shrugged. I was the first to arrive and didn't see anyone else. Wait for them for a while, Suidan suggested. She was now a little worried about Song Jijun. However, the sad thing was that only Lu Jing, Meow Meow and the rest of their second group knew about it. Song Jijun had been pressed into a meat cake by the sea pressure. There just wasn't even time to mourn for each other. Lu Jing knew it was just a waste of time to wait. The others weren't even in this area. So he said, the 13th district is roughly half the size of Jiangnan. So if the captain and the others received the news as we did, this is already enough time for them to arrive here. A few people felt that Lu Jing had a point, but they waited for another 20 minutes just to be on the safe side. The others were slow to show up, so they gave up. For Wang Shunlai, the immediate situation is undoubtedly the worst. The strongest of the team is undoubtedly the captain, Meng Taper, followed by Chao Li Hao, who inherited the spinning turtle. And right now the two major warpowers were not there. Only himself with the three members of the second group, while the only member of the first group was Suidan. Whatever. Since the government is going to destroy this place within 24 hours, it's imperative that we get out of Sector 13 first, and we'll take our time discussing things after that. In the absence of Chao Li Hao and Meng Taper, Wang Shunlai naturally became the temporary captain. Several people got into a van driven by a monkey. This copy is really weird. There's not even a hint. It's like grasping at straws. Monkey grumbled as he exhaled smoke. The suitcase is only so big in total. You had to bring a pack of cigarettes. Meow Meow gave him a blank look. Monkey, on the other hand, justified it by saying, found it at the supermarket down the road. The car soon entered the city. The entire downtown area was in a state of chaos at the moment. People panicked, their faces white as paper, running frantically. Some had their hands full with large bags of luggage, as if these items could be the last safeguard of their lives. And some couldn't even grab a single thing before they ran wildly toward the north without a second thought. Deafening explosions kept coming from the distance, each one like a thunderbolt in the air, striking people's fragile nerves. At the same time, it was accompanied by a creepy hissing sound, which was sometimes low and depressing, sometimes sharp and shrill. It was as if a demon from the depths of hell was roaring, leaving people cold and chilled after hearing it. Asterisk 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 asterisk, is coming, Monkey yelled. Holy, first time I've ever seen a walker this big? This is a zombie. Thank you to Wang Jiaorui of the Temple of the Holy Chosen for her godly certification. Fist bumps, these big guys are really giving it a go. Chapter 121, Siege of the Zombies. That's a walker. After hearing a low and terrifying hissing sound, the crowd unanimously raised their heads to look in the direction from which the sound came. A zombie that was huge beyond imagination was lying on a tall building not far away. The zombie was completely naked, exposing chunks of muscle as hard and thick as rocks. That huge body occupied almost half of the entire high-rise building, and a long tongue stuck out from the zombie's mouth like a blood-red boa constrictor dancing recklessly in the air. Not only was the tongue incredibly long, it was also covered in slimy liquid and hideous barbs that looked exceptionally disgusting and menacing. This is too big. Meow Meow couldn't help but exclaim as well. The giant zombie jumped into the crowd, and there was an outpouring of screams and wails. There were also military police who tried to resist with their guns, and the bullets that whistled out struck the giant zombie's hard as iron body with a soft crash, as if the bullets were just tickling it. The giant zombie swung its claws and swept through the group with ease. Monkey jerked the steering wheel, trying to avoid the giant walker. It was good that there were many NPCs here, and the giant zombies were not running in their direction for the time being. Roar dash! As the giant zombie hissed up to the sky, a large number of zombies in the city began to close in. The crowd began to run around frantically. Monkey slammed on the gas. Hold on to your ing seats. Wang Shunlai used the submachine gun he had picked up and swept forward. Ta-da-da-da. Intense bullets hit the zombies in front of them. These bullets were ineffective against the giant zombies, but they were very good at hitting these unmutated zombies. A pike went down and a large number of people lay down. straight across into a dense group of zombies. These hideous, foul-smelling zombies were like enraged swarms of bees, frantically swooping towards the car. They reach out with rotting hands and try to grab windows, doors, and anything else they can climb on, with creepy hissing noises coming out of their mouths. The huge wheels crushed through mercilessly, and the bodies were instantly flattened and bloodied. As the wheels rolled, the body began to lurch violently up and down. Some of the walkers put their hands through the window, only to have them severed by a slash. The van was crashing left and right and the people inside were upside down. Right at this moment, the door on the side where Lu Jing was lifted open on its entire side without warning. Immediately afterward, two slimy tentacles wrapped around him. Before he could react, the huge force threw him directly into the crowd of zombies. Lu Jing, Meow Meow subconsciously went to rush over, but was pulled back by Wang Shunlai. Wang Shunlai threw down the submachine gun, unlocked the tactical suitcase, and the two big summer dragon birds lit up the sound, miso, and dashed away, only to see those two cold light flashing dragon sparrows chopping down as quickly as lightning in the air. A hideous and ghastly head was like a ripe fruit, precisely chopped off by this powerful and incomparable blade and rolled down to the ground. In an instant, it was as if the surroundings were enveloped by an invisible force, forming an airtight barrier of blade chi. Before those approaching zombies could let out their miserable screams, their bodies had already been hardened and chopped into several pieces under this terrifying blade chi. Broken limbs flew everywhere, and a sickening aura of blood filled the air. Meow Meow was surprised that the other party would only be stronger than Captain Chow Lihao when he swung his sword. It will never be half as weak as Chow Lihao. Wang Shunlai tried to grab Lu Jing, but he soon realized that something wasn't quite right. Lu Jing had originally been crushed by the zombie horde stacked like a small mountain. By all rights it should be hopeless, but the next second, boom! Lu Jing half crouched on the ground. His hands turned into sharp claws, and the corners of his mouth hooked up. I am the one who carries the wrath of the 12 titans, the guardian of the river Styx, the fallen king, and a mere zombie counts. In the next second, a zombie flew up and kicked Lu Jing to the ground, so close to kicking the threads out of the dress. Lu Jing rolled twice on the ground before getting up, glaring angrily at the zombie. You girl, haven't finished my lines yet. Stop posing, Neo yelled. The situation was so urgent just now that she almost forgot. Lu Jing had once been hit by the zombie virus, and the zombie virus was ineffective against him. It even had a mutation effect with his body. Lu Jing got back up and swung his sharp claws. Like slicing tofu, it tore the zombie horde apart. Wang Shunlai stared at the scene. This is, what the hell? But there was no time to ask more questions. Lu Jing and Wang Shunlai exchanged a glance, and the two of them coincidentally rushed in the direction of the van's advance. Lu Jing leaped to the front of the van, his back pressed tightly against the top of the body. A pair of incomparably sharp claws danced rapidly in the air, bringing up a blazing cold light. One by one, the zombies who were attempting to use their bodies to force the van to stop pounced on Lu Jing. However, they were repelled or cut down by Lu Jing's furious attacks before they could even get close. Blood splattered everywhere, and limbs and broken arms flew across the room. However, Lu Jing was not affected in the slightest, and his movements became more and more swift and precise, hitting the target's vitals with every swing of his claws. Under his fight, the zombies that kept coming up were gradually cleaned up. Wang Shunlai rejoined the car. He's been infected by zombies. The zombie virus didn't work on him, Nyo explained briefly. Back, Sui Dan suddenly shouted. The huge zombie, waving its sharp claws like knives, fiercely grabbed toward the building. In an instant, only to hear rumbling a shocking loud sound came. The whole building was instantly torn into countless pieces by this terrifying force. As the building collapsed, the shattered stones and concrete fell as if they were raining down, hitting the ground hard. For a while, smoke filled the air. Wang Shunlai's sharp eyes stared at the rubble that was smashing towards them in an overwhelming manner. In an instant, it was as if the muscles of his entire body were set ablaze, and starting from his spine, a powerful and unrivaled strength suddenly converged like a surging tide. At this moment, he was like a large bow that had been stretched to the limit, with every bowstring taut and ready to go. And when this power was transmitted through his waist and hips to his legs, Wang Shunlai rushed straight to the sky like a stringless arrow. At the same time, the twin swords in his hands also blossomed with dazzling light at this moment, waving rapidly in the air, bringing up a sheet of harsh light and shadow, only to hear a clang clang clang. A crisp crash sounded. That originally imposing and huge rubble unexpectedly shattered under the fierce attack of these twin swords, turning into countless tiny pieces of stone scattered all around. The giant walkers are coming after us. Chapter 122, The Giant Mountain Bird. The giant walker gave chase. No, it seems to be accurately captivated by an off-road vehicle. The man on the roof of the car was holding an RPG bazooka and outputting it at the giant zombie, so he managed to draw the giant zombie's attention. Grass! Monkey yelled. NPC. What are you doing messing with him? Offhand. The SUV was right on their tail. It's not an NPC. Lu Jing said. Ha, it's those order believers. Lu Jing recognized one of them. When two cars are traveling side by side, one of them peeked out of the car and folded his arms. You are all thought to be of the same path. And order is a symbol of light and peace, possessing endless power. For us humans, this is the most urgent need and the source of true happiness. Join the order. Become a believer in the order. This is the way to true happiness. Monkey roared. Your damn brain has been kicked by a donkey. What a time to be here and still have the heart to preach here. It is precisely because of chaos that order is needed. And you see what happens when there is no order. Monkey was speechless for a moment. You big. He gave a middle finger. The other party wasn't angry at all, but continued calmly. It is those who believe in order who are liberated, who understand, who are tolerant. Nyo couldn't wait to say, good, we're convinced, so go fix that thing behind you. The van doesn't care about the giant walker. The other was silent for a moment. Sorry. With that, they took off, driving the SUV a notch faster than their van. Plus there's the time magic of a magician. Lu Jing's eyes were quick. His hand immediately turned into a tentacle sticking to the SUV, while his other hand held onto the van with a death grip. Behind the van, the giant walker had pounced. Just in the nick of time, the van was carried along by the speed of the SUV to escape the attack range of the giant walkers. Boom! The sound of a giant walker landing heavily came from behind him. Great job! The monkey couldn't help but cheer. Bishop, look, they're attached to our car yet. This will slow us down. The law is the cornerstone for the promotion of success and fear of violence, and its existence is of great significance. Through the constraints and norms of the law, it can inspire people to be active and enterprising while at the same time deterring those who are cruel and unkind from acting recklessly. The bishop was meditating on the catechism when he heard this. The face was stoic and the tone was flat. There is nothing wrong with saving a life, which is an act of kindness. However, we must remember that order is the supreme truth. In the pursuit of good deeds, the importance of order must not be overlooked, for it is only by following established rules and order that society as a whole can function in an organized manner. Bishop, but this will affect our speed. It's okay, the bishop said calmly. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda, and we must always keep a kind heart. Bishop, the long bridge is ahead. Bishop, the long bridge is going to be blown up. We have to rush through. They'll slow us down or we're dead. Hurry up and get rid of them. Blow up their cars, leave us alone and let them die. The bishop made a snap decision. A few of the believers glanced at the bishop. Not bad for a bishop. Immediately, there was an order of believer swordsmen, who swung out their long swords to cut off the tentacles attached to their buggy. Lu Jing retracted his tentacles, and in front of him stretched a long bridge like a dragon, more than 30 meters long, as if it was a huge chain connecting the two plates. Beneath the bridge is a bottomless abyss, like an open mouth waiting to devour everything. The military police across the bridge, it seems, are about to close the long bridge. Time. The magician in the buggy used the magic of the law of time. The flow of time slowed down throughout the region. The SUV, on the other hand, was traveling at a normal speed with the gas pressed to the floor. In a blink of an eye, he had shaken off Lu Jing and the others. With the help of the law of time, the buggy managed to cross the long bridge. The monkey was filled with anxiety to get across in one breath, but just as the automobile was about 1/3 of the way up this bridge, there was a loud bang, coming from the other side of the bridge. In an instant, fire and smoke rolled into the sky, and the entire bridge was instantly blown up. The massive impact caused the originally incredibly strong bridge to break apart, sending debris and wreckage flying everywhere. The military police have blown up the bridges. Now what? Monkey yelled. Suedun, who hadn't said much, pulled out a card. Props, giant mountain bird, one-time consumable, summoning type props, effect, able to summon a giant mountain bird at the host's disposal. Duration, 3 minutes. Prepare to jump out of the car. With a chiming sound, a large snow-white bird appeared out of nowhere. Wang Shunlai jumped up first, followed by Meow Meow, Monkey, and Sui Dan. Lu Jing didn't jump over first. He took the submachine gun that Wang Shunlai threw down. Both feet powered up and stomped the car backwards. The giants that chased after them were originally about to reach out and grab Lu Jing and the others. Lu Jing raised his gun and took aim. Blast the car's gas tank. Anyone who has ever blown up a car knows that with bullets you can't just point the fuel tank and explode the car in one shot like in the movies. So at the same time, Lu Jing threw the silver lighter from his tactical suitcase. The silver lighter, with the switch underneath, is a powerful bomb. Even the vigilante science team made the power of the bomb adjustable. There's a button on it for level 1 power, level 2 power, level 3 power. Lu Jing utilized the strength from stomping on the car just now and jumped onto the back of the giant bird. The whole move was a snap. Lu Jing turned without looking at the explosion behind him and shrugged easily. There was a loud noise from behind him. The highest power blast detonated the car, creating a chain of explosions. Boom dash! The giant zombie's body fell back. Real men never look back at explosions. According to the movie, this would be a good time for a cigar. Wang Xuanlai's eyebrows twitched slightly. On one hand, he felt that this young man was really skilled, but on the other hand, he felt that Lu Jing was taking too much of a risk by doing this. As for Monkey and Meow Meow, who were teammates, they had long since gotten used to Lu Jing going crazy and playing a handsome game from time to time. This guy is always making some extremely dangerous, but very watchable moves while fighting. The bias works every time, and it makes you sweat for him. Chapter 123, Shankuan Chop. The giant mountain bird took them over the bridge. The military police across the bridge were horrified to witness this amazing scene. In a flash, the military and police moved in. A powerful rocket and dense bullets poured into the air like rain. Not only that, but even more advanced missile systems were activated, and several precision-guided missiles trailing long trailing flames whistled toward their targets. For a while, the sky was filled with fire and smoke. Monkey cursed. Just now, fighting zombies, how can't see that they have so many weapons? It's not like they're leaving anything to chance when it comes to beating up their own people. Giant mountain birds don't fly fast, and the distance isn't too high. Suidan had no choice but to control the giant mountain bird to land quickly. Jump! More than 10 meters from the ground. Several people jumped down. Just as they jumped, the giant mountain bird was reduced to ashes in a hail of missile fire. Lu Jing inserted the dragon sparrow into the outer wall of the tall building, reducing the speed of landing and sliding all the way down. As soon as they landed on the ground, a large number of armed military police surrounded them. There were also soldiers wearing mechanical exoskeletons and holding rocket launchers in each hand. Lu Jing couldn't help but look at this handsome a few more times. Misunderstanding. We are civilians. Misunderstanding. Don't shoot. A few people put their hands up. They were then escorted by military police into a cordoned-off area. The atmosphere in this area was unusually stark, and an uneasy silence pervaded the surroundings. Looking around, one could see a large number of frightened and haggard-looking people gathered here, and the identities of these people were without exception. Almost all of them were residents who had hurriedly fled from the 13th district. All people from the 13th district are to be quarantined and scrutinized here. They are not allowed to enter other areas, and those who approach the cordon will be court-martialed. The night was filled with the sound of artillery fire and flames in the distance. Wang Shunlai and the others gathered together, and this was properly a refugee camp. There were not even the most basic supplies available, only some rudimentary tents. We have to find a way to get out of here, Wang Shunlai said, to rendezvous with Captain Meng Jun, Song Jijun and the others. Suidan swept the crowd again. They had just looked through the crowd and hadn't seen any of their other teammates. Nyo said, and we need to get our tactical suitcases back. Their tactical suitcases had been confiscated by the military police, and at this point they had absolutely no idea where they had been placed. Monkey nibbled on the energy bar the vigilantes had brought with them. So far we don't even know what type of copy this is. What exactly are we expected to do? I hope it's not for us to wipe out all the walkers, Nyo said. Hey, where's Lu Jing? It was only then that the monkey realized that Lu Jing had disappeared. Went to the bathroom. Fellow travelers, perhaps we can work together. At that moment, the order believers and others, led by the bishop, approached. The bishop gave a kind smile. Apparently, they were also taken in by the military police. Monkey said in a nonchalant manner, go play on the side. He was not at all kind to these believers in the gods. Hey, this friend is not the time to get carried away. We are now comrades in the trenches. Tell me, what is your purpose? Wang Shunlai said in a deep voice. Followers of the order, though, are more disciplined than followers of other gods. It's not classified as a cult by the government, but it's not in the same league as them after all. Wang Shunlai didn't believe that their purpose was to destroy the copy hidden in the North Pole, even going so far as to enter the copy in such a dangerous way. All I can say is that we do not pose a threat to you, and even in a way we have the same purpose, to complete the copy quest. The bishop said. Lu Jing walked to a hidden corner and took out the laptop connected to Tengu. Tengu wrote back. Only, there was not a single moment of leisure from the beginning until now, and Lu Jing did not have the time to reply to him. Tengu, Captain, I'm currently located in Sector 2. Lu Jing, a zombie virus has appeared in District 13. Do you know about this? Meanwhile, Tengu, who was in the 2nd district, was slightly startled. The emergence of the virus in the 13th district was known only to a few of the higher-ups, and in order not to cause panic, the higher-ups blocked the news. Not to mention that even if there was no news blackout, something inside the replica. How did the captain get the information about the inside of the replica? However, upon further reflection, it should not be surprising that the captain knows anything. Omniscient and omnipotent being, Tengu, I know. The higher-ups are ready to give up the entire 13th district. Lu Jing, our people have already entered the copy. Only they are trapped in Area 13. Can you think of a way to help them leave Area 13? Tengu was surprised. He hadn't expected the organization's people to have re-entered the copy so soon. It's just that now that District 13 is blocked off, even he has no way to bring people out safely from District 13. Even going near District 13 is now forbidden. He just had to report the situation truthfully to the captain. Lu Jing continued to get information from Tengu. Tengu had once led the squad into the replica 5 years ago, and had certainly gained much more information than they had. According to Tengu, he led the squad in the replica for over 6 months. There is no need to mention the hardships involved. Figuring out that the ultimate goal of their copy is to eliminate the zombie king. This zombie king controls all the zombies. It's the original mutant. As soon as he's dead, all the zombies will also die. Tengu convinced the human federal government here in the first place to lead the most elite team and weapons to hunt the zombie king, only to fail in the end. He is also infected by the zombie king and becomes part of the zombie army. Several months ago, for some reason, he regained consciousness on his own and gained the special ability to control a black substance that changed his body into various forms. Lu Jing pondered for a moment. Black matter? Change? Isn't that your own power? Lu Jing scratched his head and remembered when he first entered a zombie-type copy after being infected. It was only by himself that he had gained special abilities, and at that time he had mistakenly thought it was the effect of the serum. Now it seems that it's because he's repatched the serum's abilities that Tengu is suddenly unaffected by the zombie virus. In other words, from now on, anyone who has had the Night's Watch serum in their body will not be afraid of turning into a zombie. Instead, they will gain special abilities as a result of being infected with the zombie virus. After figuring all this out, Lu Jing couldn't help but clap his hands. What a little bull crying heifer bull dead himself. Lu Jing briefly made a current mission route. Leave District 13, meet up with Tengu. Chao Lihao and the others group up to kill the zombie king. According to Tengu, the zombie king was invulnerable to water and fire, and was hard to break with a sword. It will evolve over time until it becomes the ultimate perfect body. 5 years ago, the Tengu squad lost. Now that another 5 years have passed, the zombie king will only get stronger. Lu Jing took out a long sword from the ghost baby's mouth. The long sword looked a bit unusual in that its blade was not made of traditional metal material, but rather a plastic material. This plastic texture makes the sword appear light and fragile, as if it would break with the slightest effort. If you look closely, it's better not to look closely at all. You'll realize you've wasted a few seconds of your life. This is because it is quite crude and cheaply made. The surface of the sword was not smooth, with obvious imperfections and scratches, and even some tiny air bubbles could be seen. The hilt of the sword is also not well polished and feels very raw and lacking in comfort in the hand. And the meaning that the young Lu Jing attached to the sword was simple. It can cut through everything. One of the 2 weapons Lu Jing brought with him this time was this Qiankuan chop. Tengu put down his laptop, after calming down from his excitement. With that came confusion. The captain seemed to be extraordinarily concerned about this copy for once. Thinking back to the few times in the past that I've had conversations with the captain, could it be that there is something particularly noteworthy in this copy? With that thought, Tengu turned the pointer on the cover of his notebook, switched the laptop chat to a second contact. Shirazawa, I thought you were long dead and sealed this notebook away. I never thought I'd have another day to talk to you. Tengu, as you said, the captain is extraordinarily concerned about this copy. Shirazawa, the captain has entered the copy as well? Tengu, I don't know, but the captain knows a lot about what's going on inside the replica, and told me a lot about the replica. Shirazawa, I always feel that the captain is very different since he disappeared and returned again. The first time I saw the captain was many years ago, but I never forget it. The 2 times before and after felt completely different, and a lot has happened within the Night's Watch in the last few years. Anyway, you be careful and keep me posted on the captain. I have a feeling the captain has already appeared in the copy and he's going to meet you. Tengu, Shirazawa, if the captain asks me about you, I won't hide it. Shirazawa, Shirazawa, do everything for the Night's Watch, and I have a clear conscience. Chapter 124, Your Faith is Unfaithful. After the chat with Tengu was over, Lu Jing put on his mask and cloak again and found the tactical suitcase that had been taken by the military police in one of the tents. It's really being a dad and a mom at the same time. Lu Jing lamented. There were a total of 4 tactical suitcases. Lu Jing took 2 in each hand and was about to instantly leave. Suddenly, he heard a commotion outside. Captain, the planes are in position. We need to leave Sector 13 an hour early, after which Sector 13 will be destroyed. Got it. Remember, not a single person here is allowed to escape. Yes. Lu Jing looked at the bearded man who spoke from the shadows, waiting for the two to separate. He puts on a mask and takes on the appearance of a bearded man and walks out of the tent in a dignified manner, calling out to the soldier from earlier. Soldier, Captain, anything else? Let's go to the airfield grounds together. The soldier flinched slightly. Yes. Lu Jing followed the NPC until he reached a hidden clearing and couldn't help but frown. What's with the one helicopter? The soldier then glanced at the captain strangely. Captain, all soldiers involved in the operation are to be abandoned as well to avoid the risk of infection. Isn't that an order from you? Lu Jing, CSA, the beast of beasts. Lu Jing coughed lightly. I just suddenly wondered if this was hurting them too much. The soldier's expression became even more odd. The soldier said, if these soldiers knew that they were going to be abandoned as well, there would soon be a big mess here. And HQ isn't sending us any more airplanes. Lucas nodded and patted the soldier on the shoulder. Hard work. It's all about the Federation. And what if there wasn't a place for you on the plane? The soldier's expression froze slightly. Then subconsciously he was about to reach out and draw his gun. Lu Jing pocketed his hand around the opponent's chin and the top of his head, and sent a quick force upward in a diagonal direction, snatching his neck and snapping it. Your faith is not faithful, soldier. Lu Jing quietly dragged the body into the bushes. Teleport back again. Grab the tactical suitcase. And place the tactical suitcase in the helicopter. The bearded man will have to be tackled next before he takes the helicopter early. Lu Jing transformed into the dead soldier's appearance again, strutting outside the blockade line with his gun fully armed. There were groups of soldiers passing by, and Lu Jing glanced at them and spoke out. That one turned down the corner, second in the third row from the left. Have you seen the captain? He asked again. A soldier immediately replied. The captain is in the war room. Lu pointed and nodded. The war room. Where is the war room? But it doesn't matter. Orders you to tell the captain I have something major to report. Yes. With that, Lu Jing unhurriedly followed the soldier. The soldier who went to report was confused. You're here yourself and you have to ask me to tell the captain what? Isn't this a pants down fart? However, since it was the officer's order, he didn't dare to disobey. Soon, the bearded captain was found. The bearded man glanced at Lu Jing, who had turned into the appearance of a crony soldier. What's wrong? Lu Jing came up to the front. Captain, there's a problem with the plane. What? The bearded man's face changed. This could be related to his life. Captain, it's better if you go and take a look. The bearded man glanced at the others in the combat room, made a random excuse, and left the combat room with Lu Jing. The duo made their way to where the helicopter was parked. What's going on? What went wrong? Lu Jing didn't say anything, and turned back to Slash. The bearded man, however, looked as if he had been prepared for this, his mechanical palms violently grasping the short blade with sinister eyes. Kid, pretty tough. Guessed I would kill you. Strike first? Lu Jing smiled. Captain, I'm joking with you. Wasn't planning on taking you with me either. Killing here saves a lot of work afterward. The bearded man activated his mechanical arm and dragged Lu Jing over. Lu Jing raised his knee in a smooth manner and met the blow head on. Boom! The touch is still off. Is this kid's head made of machinery too? The bearded man swung his mechanical arm, and Lu Jing quickly pulled away. Palm cannon. Lu Jing rolled on the ground and turned back to fling his sword. Only a poof was heard, and the short knife was stuck in the bearded man's eye. Lu Jing's feet stomped on the ground, and the bearded man lifted his arm to strike, ignoring the injury to his eye. Lu Jing did a swallow flip and grabbed his opponent's mechanical arm. It landed firmly behind the other side. Kid, I taught you kung fu. Try to beat me. Lu Jing lifted his knee and pressed his elbow in two movements almost simultaneously. Knee lift and egg kick. The bearded man's expression suddenly changed. Surely this place is not made of machinery. Pressing elbow to the top of the head. Dude, you're talking a little too much. Lu Jing finally added another kick to the knife that was stuck in his opponent's eye. The tip of the knife came out of the back of his head. The bearded man lies dead on the ground. That's a bit of a tough NPC to beat. Lu Jing dragged the bearded man's body into the grass again for company with the soldiers. Just about to teleport back, shrieks were heard in the distance, as well as the sound of various guns firing. What the hell? Lu Jing hurriedly instantaneously moved back. At some point, the zombies actually broke through the cordon and broke into view. In an instant, panic swept over the crowd like a tidal wave, and the crowd erupted in shrieks and shouts. Some people get infected quickly, and those military police who were responsible for guarding the cordon then did not hesitate to raise the weapons in their hands, not caring which one was a zombie and which one was an uninfected person, and fired in unison. For a while, the sound of gunshots was loud, the fire was sky high, and the dense bullets poured toward the crowd like rain. Lu Jing, Monkey yelled. Here it is. Grandma, where have you been? Take A. You're damn constipated. All they could do was yell and talk. Not that they didn't want to talk properly, but there was too much noise around them. I just heard them say there was an airplane. Monkey, what airplane cup? Lu Jing couldn't wait to give him a mouthful. Wang Shunlai, however, heard it clearly. Where are the airplanes? Follow me. After saying that, Lu Jing ran. The group then quickly followed him. Time. Lu Jing looked back. It was the Order's believers. Presumably, when he left, the two sides discussed working together to weather the storm. Time around them became slow, and they were the only ones still going at a normal pace. The bullet that flew out drew a beautiful arc in the air, just like a meteor falling. The shrieks echoed through the air for a long time. The figures of the zombies, on the other hand, looked twisted and gruesome in the light of the fire. The scene in front of him was like a bizarre ink painting. The black night, the red fire, the white light and the expressions of fear on people's faces were intertwined. Chapter 125, Escape from Zone 13. Soldiers outside the cordon were constantly spraying roaring tongues of fire from the muzzles of their guns. Bullets whizzed towards the target like rain, carrying a deadly threat. Lu Jing's heart tightened and he didn't dare to be careless in the face of such intensive shooting. With a flash of his body, he quickly dodged behind a group of Order believers. One of the taller believers did not hesitate to conjure up a huge shield that shone with a mysterious light as if it was indestructible. He fought to keep his shield at the front of the group, like an insurmountable mountain. One has to admit, in such an intense battle scene, if a Night's Watchman who hadn't received an inheritance and lacked the support of fine equipment, his strength would indeed be far inferior to those powerful people who had awakened their special abilities. A mage among the Order's followers began casting powerful spells. He mouthed the words, and as his hands danced, a blazing flame coalesced and took shape in the air. Immediately afterward, the flame was like a volcanic eruption, slamming down towards where the soldiers were. Instantly, the sky was dyed a fiery red as a large flame attack covered the entire area. The defense line that originally seemed to be incredibly sturdy was unbeatable under the impact of this terrifying flame, and was instantly torn open with a huge gash. The crowd took the opportunity to rush forward. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That giant walker is coming at us. Monkey yelled. Lu Jing looked back. It's still true, only to see that huge zombie with a body as large as a small mountain, like a runaway heavy truck. It ran wildly straight towards their direction. The ground seemed to tremble slightly along with the dull thuds it made as each step fell. The dense bullets poured towards the giant zombie like a storm. However, these whistling bullets hit the giant zombie's hard and unrivaled body, but only splashed a few sparks. It was as if it had been given a few gentle tickles, unable to do any substantial damage to it at all. Not only that, even the shells fired from the powerful artillery only caused a short burst of explosions and smoke after hitting the giant zombies. When the smoke cleared, people were shocked to find that the giant zombie was still unharmed and continued to approach them with an unstoppable momentum. This bastard is quite vindictive, Lu Jing said in his heart. Soon, the crowd ran to the open space where the helicopter was parked under Lu Jing's leadership. There's really a helicopter, Lu Jing shouted. Acting, our tactical suitcase is here too. Mo surprised. Mo was the first to jump in, sat in the cockpit, and skillfully began preparing to start the helicopter. When it comes to specialized skills, the vigilantes are almost as good at everything. No, even fighter jets can be piloted. Roar dash. The giant zombie doesn't give a damn about the others. Don't panic and don't rush. Why don't we rock paper scissors and the loser goes to stop that big zombie? The bishop said calmly. Lu Jing gave this believer of the Order a strange look. Are you nuts? The helicopter's propellers spun up at speed. Lu Jing drew out the great summer dragon sparrow. As the giant zombie gradually approached, the crowd's heartbeats began to accelerate and they couldn't help but feel a chill rise up their spines. Originally, from a distance, one could only feel that it was huge, but it wasn't too intimidating. However, as the distance grew closer, the sense of shock and oppression grew stronger. When this huge thing really close to the eye, the crowd realized that the so-called huge is simply an understatement. The body that towered like a mountain seemed to be able to cover the sky, and every step he took made the ground tremble. Limbs as thick as thousand-year-old trees were covered in sinew and muscle. A pair of blood-red eyes were set in a hideous, twisted face, and a putrid stench spewed from that huge mouth. Solid as a mountain, the warrior believers raised their large shields and took the lead in meeting the walkers, being smashed by his opponent's punch. His feet dragged on the ground for 4 or 5 meters before he managed to stop. Monkey gave up on the idea of using the Dasha Dragon Spring and giving this guy a slash. It was estimated that in front of the other party, his knife was like an embroidery needle. The believers of Order attempted to use time magic to slow down the zombie's movements, but the opponent was too large to do much good. The hunter devotee waved his hands and mouthed the words. In an instant, Countless emerald green vines like spiritual snakes frantically scurried out from the land under his feet and swept towards the giant zombie not far away at an astonishing speed. It was as if these vines possessed a consciousness of their own. They intertwined and circled around each other, forming a dense and large net in the blink of an eye. As the vines continued to extend and grow, they soon touched the giant walker's massive body. Once in contact with the target, the vines immediately wound up tightly like the tentacles of an octopus. Circle after circle, getting tighter and tighter. Taking advantage of the fact that the Order believers were meeting the battle head-on, Wang Shunlai's double swords flashed and he killed from the side. Lu Jing followed closely behind. Wang Shunlai looked back at him, stormed blood, and accelerated. In one leap, he jumped right onto the giant walker. Wang Shunlai was extremely fast and his strength was united. The twin knives plunged into the zombie's leather ball-sized left eye. Wang Shunlai's afterimage glimpsed that on his right side. Lu Jing also plunged his twin knives into the zombie's right eye almost at the same time. Wang Shunlai couldn't help but think highly of this kid. After the duo had gotten their hands on the giant walker, they both coincidentally chose to slide down the body of the giant walker. For an opponent of this size to be killed, it was almost unlikely without heavy weapons as well as special means. Nyo had vacated the helicopter in mid-air. Lu Jing put away his sword and jumped onto the airplane in 3 steps. The giant zombie began waving its massive hand around wildly after briefly losing its vision. He was almost about to slap the helicopter. But fortunately Meow Meow was a great driver and flicked through. A dozen or so people crammed into a small helicopter. The helicopter heads off into the distance, just out of range of the giant walkers. Before the crowd could breathe a sigh of relief, Meow Meow suddenly frowned and looked into the distance. That's Bomber. Sit tight. In an instant, the white light crashed down to the very center of the 13th district. Rumble dash. The sound was like 10 million beasts roaring at the same time. And it was like 9 heavenly thunderstorms exploding in unison at this moment. Along with this earth-shattering roar, the entire 13th district was instantly enveloped in a white light. Strong shockwaves swept out in all directions like a surging tsunami. Wherever they passed, houses collapsed, roads crumbled, and trees were uprooted. The blazing heat twisted the air out of shape, and the rolling smoke was like a black dragon rising into the sky. The helicopter was also knocked into the distance by the impact. Nyo gritted her teeth and gave a death tug to the helicopter. Chapter 126, You've Grown Up. With an explosion, District 13 was reduced to rubble. Nyo ended up maneuvering the helicopter without knowing how far it was blown out. The helicopter then lost control and plunged headlong with the crowd deeper into the mountains. Boom! Lu Jing dizzily opened his eyes and saw the monkey. The monkey was then carried off by a squad of gun-toting soldiers. And then there's yourself. Lu Jing had a fist-sized piece of debris stuck on his temple, and his temple was bloody. As he thought about it, severe pain hit him and he fainted once again. When he woke up again, he opened his eyes to find himself tied up with Monkey, Meow Meow and the others. The believers in the order didn't make it either. They were all tied up. There are a few unlucky people who haven't woken up until now and don't know if they're alive or dead. If they didn't count Lu Jing, Suidan and Wang Shunlai on their side were the worst off. Wang Shunlai hung his head, and Lu Jing wasn't sure if the other party was dead or alive right now. Half of Suidan's face turned into a bloody mess. Soldiers with loaded guns surrounded them. Lu Jing sucked in a breath of cool air. Where are we? I thought you were dead, Monkey said. With the injury on Lu Jing's temple, a healing awakened person probably wouldn't be able to survive. Lu Jing said in his heart, if I had known, I would have taken a step ahead and teleported away. He glanced around at the soldiers. Can we talk to them? We're going to be shot later. Meow Meow glanced at Lu Jing. If we die in their hands it could be considered a gutter death. Lu Jing had wanted to try to break the shackles, but next to the order believers that are trying. The next instant the current came through, and the smell of roasting came at once. The man was directly roasted to black charcoal. Lu Jing, brother, you're not dead, are you? Ahem. Still, okay. Lu Jing instantly gave up on the idea. He controlled the ghost baby and thought about taking out the Chinkuan chop that could cut through everything. But as soon as they made a move, the soldiers on the other side with loaded guns raised their guns in unison. Prepare to fire. This is preparation to execute them now. Lu Jing's eyebrows trembled slightly, and his dead mouth was faster. There are orders. Cease firing. At this time, a voice suddenly rang out. Immediately afterward a soldier came through the crowd. Stop firing. The officer wants to see them. A few people looked at me and I looked at you. Back from the dead? Along the way, the hearts of the crowd were in their throats, wondering what fate awaited them. Finally, they were ushered into a huge room. The room was dimly lit and the atmosphere was so oppressive that one could barely breathe. The soldiers closed the door to the room. The lights came on. Captain? Appearing in front of them was Chow Li Hao, the dream taper, and a middle-aged man with a country face. The dream taper first glanced at his teammates and addressed the country-faced man. Call the doctor. Understood. The country-faced man nodded. Boss, he is? Monkey looked to the country-faced man. Chow Lihao said. Being mind-controlled. Don't mind him. Mind control. The only one who can do that is the dream taper. After meeting up with Dream Taper and Chow Lihao, several people were relieved. Chow Lihao looked at the followers of order. If I remember correctly, you are the followers of order. The bishop of the order folded his hands. O comrades in common battle, the god of order will bless us. It wasn't the gods of order that sheltered you just now. Without us you'd have been blitzed. Dream Taper said faintly. The god of order tells us that the path of life can only be smooth if we help each other and focus our efforts. The Dream Taper grunted. Not bothering with these people. Soon a doctor came in. The Dream Taper stood right next to the country-faced man, manipulating his every move. The country-faced man seemed to be of high status, and his men addressed him as General. Wang Shunlai woke up shortly afterward. Suidan's face was badly injured, almost at the level of disfigurement. However, it's not a problem. As long as you leave the copy alive, you can recover your injuries with contribution points. With the Dream Taper controlling the general, they were finally able to catch their breath. There's hardly been a break along the way. This is District 11. District 13 is now destroyed. Dream Taper said. It's imperative that we find the Tengu and figure out the purpose of this copy. Captain, isn't Song Ji-jun with you? At this time, Suidan asked. The Dream Taper was silent. Before Chow Lihao had already told him the news that Song Ji-jun had failed to teleport and had been killed in action. Regarding the matter between Suidan and Song Ji-jun, Dream Taper knew about it before, only that he had always turned a blind eye to it. He hesitated for a moment. Song Ji-jun had an accident. When he teleported, he didn't enter the portal and sacrificed himself. Suidan was stunned. She didn't cry or yell as much as she thought she would, just took a deep, oh so sweet breath, put his head down, and stopped talking. Miao Miao glanced at Suidan, a girl with a delicate mind, who seemed to have discovered a different kind of sentiment. I wanted to speak up and console him, but for a moment I didn't know what to say. It just patted Suidan's shoulder. I had the general send a special signal from the night watch, and if the Tengu can see it, it will contact us, said the Dream Taper. Until then, we'll just be patient here. District 12. Darkness. A convoy of cars traveled down the highway. Tengu threw his cigarette out the car window. Tengu had been here for over 6 months and was still on good terms with several of the upper echelons. There had even been a time when he had convinced the federal government to let him take a team of elites out to hunt the zombie king. Now that he's back from the dead, he's really surprised a lot of people. Tengu glanced at the laptop. Captain, the Night's Watch is now in District 12. Go join them. The captain himself is running this mission? Something never seen before. Even step-by-step instructions on what they have to do. Tengu rubbed his forehead with his hand. Tengu turned the pointer of his laptop and was about to talk to Tengu. In the next second, Tengu suddenly pulled out the sharp blade at his waist. The sharp blade stabbed straight into the throat of the person who suddenly appeared in the car. Take it easy. The sharp edge was already pressed against the opponent's throat, and with a little force, it could be pierced. The man appeared without warning with his legs crossed and a black, straight suit. The sharp edge was pressed against his throat, but his face did not change and his voice was calm. Tengu, it's me. Tengu frowned slightly as he heard the other man call out his codename accurately. You are? The man raised the notebook in his hand and said faintly. What? Can't even hear the captain's voice? Team, Captain. Lu Jing only felt a chill run straight up from his spine, and in an instant, his back was wet with cold sweat. The speed of the Tengu's attack was just too fast, so fast that it was too late to react. If he hadn't slightly deflected his body at the critical moment, I'm afraid that this blow would have been plunged directly into his throat. Thinking about this, Lu Jing couldn't help but be afraid, and a layer of fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Hell, I don't know what kind of weapons the Tengu used. If it happens to be endowed with any special power of its own, see blood, then one is really worse than a sinus. Lu Jing turned his head to look out of the window and did not look at the Tengu, worried that his eyes revealed his momentary panic. Tengu, you've grown up. Tengu froze and reacted sharply. Tengu the Night's Watch. See His Excellency the Captain. Chapter 127. If I don't have a sword in my hand, I can't protect you. The strange and mysterious person in front of him was like an invisible lightning bolt striking Tengu's heart, causing his heartbeat to instantly become as rapid as thunder. He hung his head slightly low, his eyes flickering, not daring to even slightly raise his head to look directly at the majestic captain in front of him. You know, in the past, communication between them was limited to the cold words and symbols on the line. At this moment, however, it was the first time in his life that the Tengu had actually faced the captain himself. And unlike those other vigilantes who were in the mist and the illusion, this time, The Tengu turned out to be in such a cramped and confined compartment, opposite the captain in close proximity. Just then, a low, muffled voice came out from within that shadow. "You've worked hard all these years." Those few simple words seemed to weigh like 1,000 pounds, weighing heavily on the Tengu's heart. He couldn't help but tremble, and hurriedly replied in fear and trepidation. "I am truly responsible for the captain's trust. Because of my mistakes, this mission ended in failure, and even led to the heavy loss of the night's watch. How can I be worthy of such praise from you? It's not your fault. I know you did your best, and this time you're a few % sure." The Tengu was silent for a moment, this time with the dream taper, and the new addition of the spinning turtle. "It's more than enough by all accounts. It's just that back then, I had fought with that corpse king at close range and knew how powerful it was, knowing full well that this corpse king was by no means comparable to an ordinary zombie. It possesses an extraordinary ability to draw from the strongest people it encounters as time passes, and by doing so, he made himself increasingly powerful, and 5 whole springs and autumns have passed since that fierce battle. During this long period of time, no one could imagine just how many more terrifying skills this corpse king had mastered, and what kind of appalling realm he had evolved to." At that moment, a plastic longsword appeared in front of Tengu's eyes. Tengu frowned slightly, surveying the inferior longsword. "Chien Kuan Chop. With it, you can cut through everything in the world. Go kill that corpse king. I don't want any more failures in this mission." "Yes." Lu Jing reached out and patted the Tengu again. SS. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. So that's what a Tengu looks like. Now every time Lu Jing saw a night watchman, a curiosity arose. Oh who? So that's what he looks like. It didn't make sense that they had known each other for a short time. Some had known them since Lu Jing was 6 years old. Chatting online can be said to have accompanied Lu Jing as he grew up. At the moment, it has the feeling of online friends who have been chatting for years, finally meeting offline. "This time I will live up to the captain's expectations." Lucas nodded. "Disasters always come one after another, and the world does not stand still because of the smallness of humans. But men, even when they bleed, they don't let tears take the place of pain. If the idealist will eventually be drowned by the flood of reality. If time is ordinary, fate and dust will eventually bury everything, but we'll rise again. We'll rise again from the flood, until the day we can stand above the flood and face the greater flood and say, make a path through the mountains and a bridge across the sea." Tengu clenched his fists tightly, etching the captain's words deep into his heart. From then on, no matter what adversities and challenges are encountered, he would remember this moment and the bold declaration he had made, and with that faith go forward and never back down. Lu Jing folded his arms and continued to maintain his elegant posture. "Remember that when using the Chien Kuan Chop, you must recite an incantation in order to maximize the power of the Chien Kuan Chop." "What's the spell?" Tengu asked. "Lu Jing, if I don't have a sword in my hand, I can't protect you. If I always hold the sword, I cannot embrace you." Tengu, "Oh, got it? Understood." Tengu nodded heavily. In a flash, the figure disappeared into the car. Tengu exhaled and tried to pick up Chien Kuan Chop out. However, no matter how hard he tried, the Chien Kuan Chop did not move. Tengu pondered for a moment. If I do not have a sword in my hand, I cannot protect you. If I always hold the sword, I cannot embrace you." In the next second, the Chien Kuan Chop became as if it was weightless. Tengu pulled up Chien Kuan Chop and flicked it. In an instant, the sturdy bulletproof car door was like a fragile piece of paper, instantly torn open with a long gash. However, surprisingly, such a powerful strike did not make the kind of ear-piercing friction sound that one would hear when cutting through metal. On the contrary, the whole process was unusually quiet, as if it were just a light breeze. And after the Chien Kuan Chop in Tengu's hand slashed through the car door, it surprisingly couldn't feel any resistance or feedback from piercing the object at all. It felt as if it had not just been cutting through hard steel, but had merely waved it casually through the air. Chien Kuan Chop, cut down everything in the world. The captain personally sat in on the situation, even going so far as to bestow himself with this divine weapon. It didn't take long. Based on the information provided by Lu Jing, the Tengu quickly searched for the dream taper. Chao Lihao and the others who were in the general's mansion in the 12th district. The vigilante squad successfully rendezvoused here. Both sides briefly exchanged information. After learning that their mission was to destroy the corpse king, the dream taper said, "According to you, that zombie king can grow without limit. So if we still can't destroy it this time, will it break out of the middle of the copy?" Tengu shook his head. "I can't guarantee it. In fact, at first the difficulty of this copy was at A rank, which was quite reasonable, but now another 5 years have passed, and as the corpse king has grown, I believe the difficulty of this copy is probably at the S level. That corpse king's growth rate is terrifying, and it has continued to grow the entire time he was fighting me." The dream taper crossed his legs, Is it possible that you're too much of a loser? Haven't seen you in 5 years. Your little mouth is still as dirty as before, Tengu said. Anyway, this time, if I ever see the Corpse King again I will absolutely kill him. You failed 5 years ago. This time we are the main force. You just need to cooperate. Tengu calmly drew out Chinkuan Chop, the divine weapon that the captain lent me. Chinkuan Chop. He only lent it to me. He didn't say you could use it. What? Chapter 128, All eyes on me now. The captain bestowed you with an artifact? With his legs resting on the table, the Dream Taper was enjoying a leg massage from the towering general. Mind control, too, is only part of the Dream Taper's ability. It is no exaggeration to say that he can even control an army to fight in his place. The general, who held the highest authority in District 12, was like a loyal slave at the moment. Are you out of your mind? The Dream Taper surveyed the cheap artifact in the Tengu's hand. How did the captain show up in the middle of the copy and personally hand over the artifact to Tengu? A fool's errand. After 5 years, it's normal for your brain to short-circuit. Dream Taper shrugged. Without a word, the Tengu gently swung his sword toward the Dream Taper. The Dream Taper was amazed. Falsehood becomes truth. A barrier of blue energy gathered in front of the Dream Taper. The vector becomes constant. It's from some anime superpower that can manipulate the direction of energy. Vector change constant is just one use of the ability. And this move can be an invincible defense. Aside from the basic limits of not being able to reflect oxygen and gravity, all the rest of the energy can be reflected. And no matter what kind of attack it is, it won't have any effect. The Dream Taper's delusions come true. And he's capable of more than just mind control and dream magic. To a certain extent, it is possible to project fantasy into reality. Falsehood becomes truth. However, it is such an invincible defense. But it was easily broken by Tengu's slash. The Dream Taper's face changed, and he suddenly retreated. You're crazy, don't you not believe me? I'll demonstrate once to show you, Tengu said. The corners of the Dream Taper's mouth twitched slightly. Tengu showed a smug expression. I think the captain clearly trusts me more by delivering the artifact to me instead of you. Lu Jing, who was watching the show from the side, slightly opened his mouth and looked at Meng Taper in surprise. Let's just say, buddy, I should have known you were this good. I'll just give you the artifact. The ability of the Dream Taper is now known to mind control others, control dreams, and project the unreal into reality. NND. He's the main character, right? This ability Lu Jing wanted in his dreams. This is much more powerful than yourself. Lu Jing said to himself. The team doesn't worry about how to get support from the NPCs because they have a Dream Taper. Tengu contacted his best friend and was going to take Mongoose to meet with federal government officials so that Mongoose could convince them with mind control. Send troops to attack the Zombie King outside the city. As for the others, they are waiting in District 12. 2 days passed. In the past 2 days, Lu Jing and the others waited at the hotel for news from the Tengu and the Dream Taper. After Lu Jing had his breakfast, he wandered around the hotel. I happened to see the group of Order believers praying. The original Order of believers followed them to the 5. At this time with the bishop's convocation in the 12 districts, the believers who had teleported to the various districts were arriving in droves. Surprisingly, there were dozens of them. According to the Order believers, they had a total of several hundred believers before and after trying to enter the replica by shuttling 3,000 meters underwater. Now only these 30 or so people had managed to enter the copy. One of them also went into the middle of the copy and was accidentally killed by a mob. Monkey was always a bit relieved to see how many of them there were. What the hell are these guys up to? Chao Lihao said. The believers of Order have the maintenance of Order as their top priority, so perhaps the copy of the North Pole has seriously affected the Order, and that's why they have come to remove it at all costs. Monkey scratched his head. Say, this hotel has a swimming pool. I just went to take a look and found a lot of beautiful women in thong bathing suits. Go check it out? Lu Jing glanced at Monkey, who tugged at the corner of his mouth. Heroes see the same thing. Together, the duo made their way to the pool on the highest floor of the hotel. And sure enough, the view was nice. The monkey cozied up to the chair. Where's Fatty? Lu Jing said. Fatty is a decent man and doesn't like to look at beautiful women. Monkey stretched his back. And who is that person who is putting sunscreen on a beautiful woman? Am I mistaken? Monkey looked over in the direction Lu Jing pointed. No, the fat man was smiling and helping the pretty young lady's backside with sunscreen. Cam, this stuffy. It's unfathomable that this kind of person wouldn't call the police when she sees them. Maybe the parents are cute. Lu Jing said. Lu Jing hugged the coconut he bought for $20 and cozily enjoyed the sunshine. Hey dudes, mind if I sit here? Myo was wearing a pink bathing suit, sunglasses and a sun hat. Monkey glanced at her chest. You added a couple pads. Before he could finish his sentence, he was hit in the head with a swim ring by Myo Myo. This man is sick in the head. Lu Jing swallowed back what he was about to say. Hey, look at those order followers, even NPCs. NPCs are preaching. Crazy. Lu Jing glanced at it, and it was true. The last quiet moments before the Great War? Federal meeting. This is the Supreme Council of the entire Federation, capable of deciding the fate of mankind. Still want to believe that guy? He buried half of the federal government's elite 5 years ago and cost us a lot of money. Exactly. That guy always says strange things out of his mouth. And didn't he die outside the wall? How come he's back now? Who knows if it was a deliberate trap set by that walker out there. Now that zombie's IQ is getting higher and higher, and Sector 13 has fallen, we can't afford to toss it. At the meeting, the crowd spoke in your favor. There was a lot of chaos, but basically they were against listening to Tengu again and taking the initiative to meet the Corpse King. Gentlemen, are we just waiting to die here? At this time, a majestic voice rang out. The crowd looked at the man who had spoken. The man's national face was covered in medals, representing his service as a highly decorated general of the federal government. Chuunibyou, Commander-in-Chief of the Federal Government Army. Back then, he was also the one who strongly supported Tengu's proposal for a foreign crusade. As you all have said, Sector 13 has fallen. So what next? Sector 12, Sector 11, until the last clearing of mankind was breached. Here we are now, just off to the side, living and breathing. Compared to a few years ago, the zombies' combat power has gone up a few notches. It's only a matter of time before we perish if it continues to grow. We can still take the long view. Someone stepped forward to counter. Obviously, after the disastrous failure 5 years ago, the Federation today has lost the idea of resistance. And it's better to die in the future than right now. Okay, now all eyes on me. Just then, the doors to the meeting opened. 2 figures walked in. Chapter 129, Surprise Attack. Dream Taper and Tengu walk into the venue. Tengu, you still have the face to come back. If it wasn't for you in the first place, how could the federal government have lost so many of its elite? Say, did you come back now under the spell of that necromancer? Apparently the crowd has unresolved resentment towards the Tengu. Tengu shrugged. Gentlemen, listen to my brother. Dream Tap raised his hand. Look to me, all of you. You are. Chuunibyou looked at the Dream Taper suspiciously. Tengu assured Chuunibyou that his good brother's eloquence was sure to convince the crowd. But now, the next moment, something that shocked Chuunibyou appeared. Just as many of the members of the Federal Conference giggled. Hey, I'm an mommy, I want milk. I'm a big. The Dream Taper snapped his fingers again, followed by everyone in the room not moving at all. Tengu walked over to Chuunibyou. Introducing my friend, just call him Dream Taper. Chuunibyou looked at the Tengu, and then at the Dream Taper. What's going on here? I told you, my friend here is good at convincing people. Chuunibyou, what's the point of wasting words with him? Dream Taper gently waved his hand. Do as you're told. Chuunibyou looked at Dream Taper with a displeased expression. The Dream Taper raised an eyebrow slightly. Kneel. Chuunibyou's expression became even more ugly. Tengu laughed. This general of ours has a will of steel, and it seems you can't manipulate him. It was then that the Dream Taper looked high at Chuunibyou, sizing up the other party with interest. Is this your companion? Chuunibyou spoke in a deep voice. Yes. I hope this time won't be a repeat of the last time. Chuunibyou said. Tengu, I know you don't belong in this world, and I don't mind sending even more people to their deaths on your behalf. I just hope that our deaths are meaningful. Tengu put away his smile and solemnly said. Don't worry, this time I have 12% certainty. General, I pledge my life. Half a month later, remember, we will be humanity's last hope. If we can't destroy the Zombie King this time, the only thing that will greet us, and our families, is death, or being reduced to monsters. General Chuunibyou walks from end to end, soldiers in mechanical skeletons standing by. 5 years ago, we failed once. Now this is our last chance. The city of Asakawa, once a bustling and noisy human settlement full of life and vigor. Now it is ruled by the horrible Corpse King and has been reduced to a dead zombie land. The streets of this formerly beautiful city are filled with grim-faced, walking zombies. The allied human forces plan to bypass the crisis-ridden interior to avoid the heavy siege and attacks of the corpses. Instead, they chose to open a new front from the vast and boundless sea as well as the vast sky, sending their elite soldiers to land directly on the beaches of Asakawa City. On the surface of the sea, a huge and sturdy battleship broke the waves, its bow splitting the white waves, approaching the coast of Asakawa like a steel beast. The battleship carried heavily armed soldiers. They looked serious and gripped the weapons in their hands. At the same time, a roar came from the sky. A flotilla of warplanes whizzed by, their wings cutting through the sky leaving long trails. The pilots in the cabin maneuvered the aircraft with full concentration, ready to carry out precision strikes and airborne operations at any time. As they got closer and closer to Asakawa, a tense atmosphere permeated the entire battlefield. In the middle of a small warship was the main man in this raid and battle. 6 unofficial members of the Night's Watch, including Lu Jing, as well as the 3 inheritors of the Tengu, the Dream Taper, and the newest Night Watchman, the Spinning Turtle, Chao Li Hao, plus 31 Order believers awakened, and 56 of the elite of the Human Federation. They wore externally attached skeletons and had serious faces. They are the key to this war. Or rather, the entire war of 150,000 Allied troops was nothing more than them paving the way. Monkey glanced at the exoskeletal mech on one of the soldiers. Dude, let me just say, that armor you're wearing, it's pretty cool. The man ignored the monkey. Look out! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The otherwise calm coastline was instantly shattered with deafening shouts, only to see countless dazzling rays of light suddenly appearing, like meteors crossing the sky and speeding straight towards the warship. These rays of light were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they had closed in on the warship. They fell on the sea as if they were raindrops, stirring up 1,000 waves. Each ray of light made an earth-shattering roar when it came into contact with the water, as if it was going to tear the entire ocean apart. Meanwhile, there are walkers underwater. Another terrified cry came. The crowd looked down and saw that a twisted and terrifying figure was even floating vaguely in the turbid seawater. Suddenly, a zombie of unimaginable size burst out of the water. The huge body was like a small hill, and it reeked of a sickening, putrid odor. As soon as the giant walker showed itself, it swung its thick arm relentlessly and slammed it hard into a boat close to the shore, only to hear a loud rumble. The ship was easily overturned to the ground like a papier-mâché, with broken parts flying all over the place. Don't panic, the Liangyu and the Changlong spread out. Under Guan Daiyuan's command, the soldiers quickly adjusted the angle of the artillery and aimed at the rampaging zombie and opened heavy fire. For a while, the cannons roared. Fire raged in the sky and dense shells poured down like a torrential downpour. After a fierce exchange of fire, finally, the arrogant and domineering zombie collapsed under the powerful fire attack. But before people can breathe a sigh of relief, more zombies keep emerging from underwater like ghosts. With teeth and claws and fierce faces, they pounced on the warship with endless killing intent. At the very same moment, several bombers appeared like ferocious falcons over the edge of the coastline. A heavy bomb poured down like rain, and each explosion was like a volcanic eruption, setting off huge waves of fire and smoke. The entire coastline was instantly plunged into a sea of fire, blown apart and disfigured. The waves were stirred up dozens of meters by the shock waves, forming a white wall of water before slamming hard into the shore. The sky was filled with thick black smoke that covered the sky. Prepare for the second drop of bombs. The pilot, who was maneuvering the bomber, was about to turn around. Just then, a wail came through the headphones. Ah! What's going on? Walkers! There's a zombie! Walkers? The flying zombie! A buzzing sound came from the headset. Immediately afterward the driver saw a horrific scene. A walker had appeared on the bomber's windshield. Whoosh dash! Boom! A series of explosions. The bomber plummeted toward the ground. Meanwhile, the little ship that carries the hopes of all mankind is heading for the coast under the cover of warships. Chapter 130 Bloodshed. The group of warships breaks through the first layer of zombie defense and manages to land at great cost. Hurry up! Prepare for battle. There is no turning back. We have no choice but to win. Combatants in mechanical skeletons quickly jumped from the ship and headed inland. Lu Jing took an arrow step and jumped down from the rocking boat, landing steadily on the shore. The scene in front of me looks a bit like a game I've played before. As far as the eye could see, the sandy beach, which should have been golden and soft, was now in a state of devastation. Broken corpses were scattered all over the place, some with mutilated limbs, while others were already so disfigured that it was unbearable to look at them. And around these bodies were densely covered with gleaming shell casings, like a sea of metal reflecting the weak sunlight. At the same time, a low, deafening roar rolled in from the distance. The roar was like a tidal wave constantly hitting one's eardrums and mind defenses. Lu Jing, however, knew clearly in his heart that this was not a virtual game world, but a living reality. There are no do-overs here, and every step could determine life and death. Tengu held a wireless walkie-talkie. Hey, old Guan, can you hear me? Guan Daiyuan's voice came over the radio. I can hear you. Have the team head toward 3 o'clock for the main attack, with secondary attacks in other directions. In 20 seconds there will be a supersized walker coming from 1 o'clock. So get your big weapons ready, and have the 2 teams in the center watch out for walkers in the ground and bury the bombs for me. Seiki Daiyuan and Tengu are working well together. Almost simultaneously, Guan Daiyuan ordered down as Tengu had said, and it happened exactly as Tengu had predicted. The bishop of the order kept looking at Tengu with a scrutinizing gaze. It was as if the Tengu had some kind of precognitive ability, knowing exactly what was going to happen. "Oh, perhaps you are a believer in destiny?" the bishop said. Tengu gave him a blank look. "Unfortunately, you are not an awakened." The bishop immediately rejected this answer. "Then there is only one possibility. I know who you are. The most mysterious organization in legend. The Night's Watch." The dream taper said coldly. "Knowing too much is not good. Like believers in chaos?" The bishop said. "Honestly, we hate them too. They only bring chaos to the people. Next time you still want to destroy them, we will help." "No need. Maybe next time we need to destroy you altogether," the dream taper said. The bishop said calmly. "The followers of the order believe in rules and never do anything beyond them, so even the governments are very happy to cooperate with us." A tank detached itself from the troopship and opened up at the head of the line. According to Tengu, it would take at least 3 days to reach the Zombie King's location at their current speed. That means the people here need to fight for 3 days without sleep. Walkers don't offer you a break. Won't the Zombie King escape? And if he escapes, where should we go to find him? Lu Jing asked curiously. Tengu said with certainty. "No, this guy is an extremely conceited and arrogant fellow. Even if it knows we're going to sneak up on it, it will still be waiting for us in its kingdom." The entire group formed a huge protective circle, while the squad stayed out of the fight inside the circle. They looked like they were playing eagle and chicken, with the mother chicken spreading her wings and shielding her chicks. Only it's also a little different in that the chick it protects will be a sharp blade. Nurture your strengthened fist, and plunge right into the heart of the eagle. During this period of intense and brutal fighting, casualties came like a tidal wave, unavoidable and staggering. Some of our comrades were unfortunately infected by that horrible zombie and pulled the grenade in their hands to end their lives in a determined way. It also tries to eliminate the zombies around them, reducing the danger faced by more of his comrades. "Hey, David, give me a pain in the ass." The warrior named David Blonde closed his eyes and pulled the trigger in his hand. On the battlefield, dense tongues of fire kept spewing outward like angry fire dragons, and the blazing flames illuminated the dark corners. Fighters in exoskeletal gear ran back and forth through the hail of gunfire, quickly changing ammunition to ensure a continuous output of firepower. At the same time, it is important to keep an eye on the energy status of the skeletal equipment and replenish it in time to maintain its normal operation. Let this powerful set of equipment continue to play the greatest role to help them in this life and death battle to fight the enemy. Various kinds of mutated zombies appeared during the battle, which opened everyone's eyes. The skies have been overrun by zombies, and coalition fighters can't get out there anymore by the afternoon of the first day. From the dawn's first light until nightfall, the weapons in their hands never stopped swinging. The enemy fell before them in droves, their blood staining the ground beneath their feet. However, they didn't have the slightest intention of retreating. Instead, they fought more and more bravely, like tireless killing machines. Like Guan De Yuan said, the sea was behind them and the warship had been trashed by the walkers. They had no choice but to win. When the darkness of the night completely enveloped the earth and the moon hung high in the sky, the killing still didn't stop. It was pitch black all around, with only tongues of spraying fire and the occasional lightning bolt across the sky illuminating their hideous faces. The coalition continues to weave and attack through the darkness, bringing death to those walkers, and at the same time bring death to yourself. And so they killed from night to dawn, until a new day dawns and the sun rises again, the golden rays showering down on them, reflecting on their tired but resolute figures. After a night of fierce fighting, most of the people's clothes had long been drenched in blood and their bodies were covered in wounds. Guan Dayuan's eyes were still sharp and his fighting spirit was still high. As long as he's breathing, this war won't end. The more the Union army fights, the more exhausted they get, while on the contrary the zombies are getting more and more powerful. Finally someone couldn't take it anymore and started to break down and try to escape, but they were already surrounded by walkers. Where else could they run? In this desperate situation, some people can't help but shoot themselves. The line is still moving. It was the day after they landed. This is still with Tengu's constant foreknowledge, trying to avoid the main body of walkers. Otherwise this team would be long gone. Guan Daiyuan, tell your team not to run towards 1 o'clock. Send a team to draw the zombies away from 1 o'clock. Guan Daiyuan, Guan Daiyuan, Tengu yelled. Chapter 131, Stabbing the Enemy in the Heart. Guan Daiyuan, are you dead? Tengu shouted. Inside the army command center, a dazzling light pierced the sky. An object that looked like a meteorite slammed down with lightning speed, hitting straight into the heart of the command center. With a loud bang, the mysterious meteorite instantly exploded. The crowd was horrified to realize that this was not a real meteorite, but a huge ball of flesh made up of densely packed zombies. This ball of flesh seemed to possess life as if it was constantly writhing and rolling around in a creepy manner. Before people could recover from the shock, more meatballs fell from the sky like rain, smashing hard into the ground. Each of the meatballs landed and quickly dispersed into a dozen or so grim-faced zombies. which lunged toward the surrounding crowd with teeth and claws. For a while, the entire command center was thrown into a state of chaos and panic. Guan Dayuan was in the midst of this chaos, his hands gripping a giant mechanical greatsword, its body glinting with an icy cold light in the sunlight. With a roar of rage, he swung the greatsword in his hand with great force, and the incomparably sharp blade easily cut off an oncoming zombie, splattering blood in all directions. Guan Dayuan quickly put on his mechanical skeletal armor, which fit his body lines perfectly and provided him with powerful protection. Even his face was covered by a tight protective mask, revealing only a pair of sharp, falcon-like eyes. Quickly, aim the artillery at the sky, Guan Dayuan yelled, his voice deafening. However, at this moment, due to the previous zombies' frantic onslaught, the originally dense artillery attack had become sparse. Only occasionally did a few shells explode into the sky with a dull thud. Those steady streams of falling meatball meteorites still smashed down in their midst without mercy. Every time a meatball ruptured, the zombies inside would surge out like a tidal wave, recklessly barreling towards them. What's even more frightening is that these zombies have a bite that is beyond human imagination. As long as they took a bite, even the outer layer of hard skeletal protective gear would be crushed to pieces and unbeatable. Guan Dayuan, hold on for a while, I'll be right there, Tengu shouted anxiously into the radio. Don't come, you bastard, don't forget what you promised me. Guan Dayuan threw away his chewed-up greatsword and raised his mechanical arm, frantically venting bullets. The zombies surrounded him from all sides, shredding the armor on his body and biting off one of his arms. Don't kill him. That's when a zombie suddenly spoke. Guan Dayuan revealed a surprised expression as he stared blankly at the zombie that spoke. This zombie walked up to Guan Dayuan and pulled the corner of his mouth, his eyes teasing. Guan Dayuan. He called out Guan Dayuan's name accurately. You're getting yourselves killed. Maybe staying in your turtle shells would suit you better. Guan Dayuan opened his mouth full of blood. Asterisk 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 Q. Boom! Tengu heard an explosion over the wireless intercom. The God of Order will shelter the valiant warriors, both in hell and in heaven. The bishop folded his arms. Don't worry, he'll definitely go to hell, but even if he does, this guy is still a general. Tengu looked solemn. The time came early in the morning of the third day. After the army lost the command of Guan Dayuan, only a small number of men were still fighting, only it was no longer helpful, and that elite squad, covered by the army, is finally on the move. 5 long armored vehicles whose bodies were tightly wrapped in a mysterious and thick layer of black special metal stretched across this barren land. These armored vehicles have been crafted with all the best craftsmanship of contemporary mankind. Their body lines are smooth and powerful, as if they were perfect masterpieces assembled from countless precision parts. The hard and unrivaled black shell can not only resist the attack of various conventional weapons, even high-intensity impact is difficult to cause the slightest damage to it. At this moment, these 5 armored vehicles were filled with over 90 brave and fearless soldiers, speeding by with a thunderous momentum. The wheels of the car mercilessly crushed through the hideous, clawing bodies of the zombies, making a creepy crunch sound. The ground behind the car left a deep rut, as well as crushed and bloodied limbs and broken arms. In 10 seconds, a giant zombie will suddenly appear. The pussy is all yours, Tengu shouted. You call me a pussy again, and I guarantee you'll think you're a kitten in your next life, the Dream Taper said angrily. He leapt up in an athletic manner, and his hands fiercely grasped forward in the air, and that action was as if he was holding some kind of mysterious and powerful force. In this very instant, illusion became reality, and a huge turret actually did appear on the roof of the originally empty car. The turret was pitch black, glittering with cold metallic luster, and its muzzle was thick and emanated a chilling aura. 3, 2, 1. Accompanied by a violent vibration and a low hissing sound, a giant zombie of such a large size violently burrowed out of the ground. The giant zombie's body was tens of meters tall, with muscles churning like small hills, and its hideous, twisted face was creepy. But before it could fully display its terrifying stance, 2 deafening thuds instantly resounded through the sky. Boom! The 2 shells roared out with blazing flames and endless destructive power, blasting straight towards the giant zombie. Tisk said meow meow. The official team members are just different from us, only holding 2 blades and chopping people up like a gangster. Captain, what superpowers have you gained besides super hearing? Having seen what Tengu and Dream Taper could do, Monkey asked curiously. Chao Lihao said, so far, only radar-like hearing. Lu Jing could see outside through the thick glass, and there was no one left. The 150,000 Allied troops that had originally set out had all but collapsed. There's no way they'll ever be able to survive a siege of walkers. Just, NPC? Lu Jing glanced at the other NPCs in the car, which were the so-called Human Federation elites. At this moment, the faces of these young people had complex expressions, thinking about the fate of mankind. Or their families waiting for them at home? Lu Jing took a deep breath and stopped thinking about it. Under the command of Tengu Precognition, the elite group's convoy quickly traveled through the zombie horde. It wasn't until the afternoon of the third day that the car finally stopped functioning. Under the unceasing attack of the underground zombies, the car is finally broken. Chapter 132, The Palace of the Zombies. Lu Jing carried the great summer dragon sparrow. Follow the line and keep moving forward. Zombies continued to rush around them, only to be repelled one at a time. Lu Jing had silently counted that this was the first wave at first, but in the end, he didn't even bother counting. The bishop had just physically overtaken a believer infected with the zombie virus and was chanting under his breath. Lu Jing, on the other hand, glanced at the Dasha dragon sparrow he was holding, and both blades had been bitten out. I have to say these walkers have a hell of a bite. Maybe if you could just control these walkers. Tengu fought while not forgetting to make small talk with Dreamtaper. They're not conscious. I'd give it a try if I could meet a walker with intelligence. Dreamtaper was currently holding a large sword in one hand, constantly waving his sword chi. What kind of sword is that of yours? Tengu looked curiously at the sword in Dreamtaper's hand. Never seen King of Thieves? Dreamtap said. The sword in Hawkeye's hand. The unique cross decoration enables feats such as slicing massive structures in half and firing air choppers that retain their cutting power even at a distance. I don't watch anime. It's a shame. The captain loves anime. You're out of your mind. How could the captain possibly enjoy reading such childish things? Dreamtaper said. You're the one who's out of your mind. A few years ago the captain used to argue with me about which was more fun, the original god or the avalanche iron. Who's prettier, Kato Megumi or Hokage? And who's better for the lead role, Luffy or Naruto? Who is the best between King Power and Fortune and the beginning of the East? And whether September likes Ryusei or October? Tengu, oh, what's going on here? I say, captains, this doesn't seem to be the time for idle chatter. Lu Jing, who was on the side, only felt sweaty. Tengu said, it can't be helped. The scene is too heavy. Talk about something lighter. The bishop folded his arms. Then why don't you all listen to my story about how the god of order came down to earth to save the world? Say once upon a time. Okay, you can shut up. It's already heavy. Monkey interrupted the bishop. Right at this moment, two hideous-faced, foul-smelling zombies were like arrows out of the string, lunging towards the monkey from the left and right directions respectively. A silhouette sped up from the side, Meow Meow holding a sharp blade, slashing towards one of the zombies. He managed to attract that zombie's attention, relieving the monkey, and the zombie in front of him, who was struggling with the monkey, was really bizarre in its appearance. It didn't look like a human at all. Instead it looked more like a crocodile that was already fierce and ferocious, had undergone a horrific evolution after being infested with the zombie virus. When that bloody mouth opened, it seemed as if it could swallow an entire human head. In the blink of an eye, this mutated zombie fiercely bit down on top of the Dasha dragon sparrow that the monkey was holding tightly in his hand. Sharp teeth clashed with the hard blade, making a crunch sound that sent chills down the spine. Due to the great strength of this sudden strike, the monkey was unable to break free for a moment. Monkey made an instant decision and quickly loosened his grip on the Dasha dragon sparrow. However, before he could catch his breath, the ground under his feet suddenly shook violently, followed by several thick as tree trunk-like tentacles breaking out of the ground, tightly wrapping around the monkey's legs in a swift manner. These tentacles were covered in slimy liquid and sharp barbs, making it completely impossible for the monkey to move a single inch. At the same time, the other two zombies hidden in the ground also took the opportunity to poke their heads out, and they grabbed the monkey's feet with open teeth and claws. Then he opened his bloody mouth and bit down hard on the monkey, seeing that the monkey is about to die a horrible death. In a flash, a cold light flashed as Chuunibyou chopped off the tentacles and yanked the monkey out. "Ah, I'm probably going to fail. Captain, I'm hit." The monkey's expression was horrified. The night watchman's thick and steel-plated shoes were poked and prodded, and black blood flowed from the monkey's wounds. "It's over. I'm infected." The monkey looked worse than crying as he tugged on Chuunibyou's hand. "Captain, Captain." He held out his hand, and Chuunibyou thought he was going to hug him and hurriedly opened his hand. "Captain, get out of the way." Then the monkey hugged Meow Meow. "I've actually liked you for a long time. I've just been afraid to say it. I'm afraid I'm not good enough for you. I like to show off and fool around in front of you before, and that you'll never marry for the rest of your life. I'm sorry, but I actually like you." Meow Meow was about to cry. "It's already this time. Why are you talking about this?" Monkey grabbed Lu Jing's hand again. "You son of a..." "Meow Meow is entrusted to you. It's cheap for you, kid." Meow Meow cried and cursed. "Old mother isn't yours. It's your turn to be entrusted. I'm dying, so don't bother about this. Fatty quickly give me a pain in the ass. We have known each other for the earliest time. You give me a pain in the ass." The fat man's eyes reddened. and his hands were tangled in his grip on the knife. At this time, the monkey sensed something wrong with his body. Do it, don't make me a monster. The fat man swung his sword, yet he was caught by Lu Jing's dead hand. Wait! Miao Miao thought that Lu Jing couldn't bear to lay a hand on the monkey and raised his pistol. Boom! Monkey subconsciously avoids it. Niu continued to have to shoot. This time it was stopped by Chao Li Hao. Wait! A black substance emerged from the monkey's body, causing several people to feel a bit familiar, and then they looked at Lu Jing in unison. Isn't this? Hey! Monkey was also full of surprise as he realized that not only did he not lose his consciousness, but he felt an additional strange power in his body. What's going on here? Lu Jing breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. Looks like you're in the same boat as me, Lu Jing said. Monkey scratched his head. I just said something. You just spoke your heart out, brother. Lu Jing patted his shoulder. The monkey quickly adapted to the new power. No more psychological burden of being bitten and then game over. The monkey changes its sharp claws to make a big kill. Miao Miao looked at his back and said enviously, "Can I be like that too?" She debated whether or not she wanted to be bitten by a walker on purpose as well. Tengu was holding a 2-meter-long spear, which was one of his inherited objects. Tengu was at the forefront of the path, wielding his lance. The warriors of the order followers on the side who also used lances couldn't help but look at Tengu in turn. What the hell? Every time Tengu swung his lance, it was as if a hurricane had swept through. The zombies were like fragile paper, instantly torn into countless pieces. Blood and broken flesh splattered everywhere, and before they could even let out a scream, they were completely pulverized. Without realizing it, he had arrived at the place where Tengu had once come 5 years ago. What's with the palace? The dream taper frowned. It was there originally, or the walkers built it. Tengu said in a deep voice. The zombies built it, and the corpse king is inside. Tengu looked back and took a deep breath. 5 years ago, he faced the corpse king head-on, and in the end, the members of his squad died horribly, with only Tengu still alive. Today, the god of order will bless us. When the bishop finished speaking, he pushed away the Tengu, who was still remembering, and led the congregation inside the palace. Tengu smiled and followed with his gun. Chapter 133. Look at me. There was no telling how many walkers were in the large palace. The entire palace was not to say it was dim, but it was by no means close to being bright either. At this moment the line of over 90 elites that had originally set out. Less than half of the men are left after killing here. With half of the battlefield lost, this would definitely make it impossible to continue fighting. Yet none of the people had any intention of retreating. There's no way to back out. And there are walkers all over the back. It's either you or me now. They stepped into the long, seemingly endless corridors of the palace. The sides seemed to be lined with long lights of some sort. Spider-type walkers, ape-type walkers, and even a Tyrannosaurus Rex-like walker. These walkers are mutating in strange directions. I don't know how long he had been killing, but Tengu stopped and took a breath. The bishop was covered in blood and had his hands folded as he had just killed 3 more zombie-infected members of his congregation with his own hands. Myo looked at the wound on her foot, and inevitably, she was infected as well, immediately followed by an even more powerful force. Several people looked at each other. Keep going. Half an hour later, Lu Jing took hard steps, stepping on the broken guts and organs of the zombies under his feet. It was concerning at first, but by now, he's numb. His feet were weak and he didn't have much strength in his hands. Guess the others are pretty much like themselves. Lu Jing glanced back at the people behind him, and it seemed that there were less than 20 people left. And yet, he still hadn't even seen the face of the zombie king yet. Tengu picked up Dream Taper with one hand as he continued to swing his big gun tigerishly with the other. The Dream Taper gave him a look and had to admit it. In terms of durability and toughness, the Tengu is superior to the Dream Taper's legacy. Even the spinning turtle is stronger than the Dream Taper. The Dream Taper's legacy was not meant to be a type that was particularly good at head-on battles, more in favor of control and assistance. Still okay? Tengu didn't look back. Dream Taper, can't die. Then keep going. Another half hour passed. The Tengu simply took off his shirt, revealing the hideous Tengu tattoo on his back. He drew the long sword, Jiankuan Chop. With a single stroke of the sword, he cut off the zombie that was blocking the path in front of him. The footsteps behind them were sparse. There are less than a dozen left. The entirety of the Night's Watch was infected and gained the power of black matter. Otherwise, without this power, they would have turned into zombies long ago. The bishop had 5 men left in his party, still in formation, tirelessly chanting incantations. In fact, bring them along here very right absolutely. These 30-odd awakened followers of the order were all not bad in terms of strength, especially the bishop. With this kind of strength, one could become a first city townkeeper in any city. Tengu said, go on, and I don't know how long later. Tengu looked back. The dream taper was paralyzed on the ground panting like a cow. Then there was the bishop of that order, who was the only one left still praying without ceasing, holding the headless body of a believer in his arms. On the right is Chaolihao. Towards the back were Lu Jing, Miao Miao, Fatty, and Sui Dan. The black substance is repairing the fat man's broken lower body. It would be nice to not have this thing that fights off the zombie virus and also brings powerful restorative powers. They would have died 800 times already. As for the 50 or so federal human elites, only the last one was left. The external negative skeleton had long since been destroyed, and the only thing in his hand was a large-sized pistol. The man glanced at Tengu and said in a deep voice, "Tengu, don't forget what you promised us. Exterminate the Corpse King." Tengu nodded. With that, he stepped forward in faith and swung his sword to cut the walker off. Behind it, a vast sun seemed to rise. The light was so bright that it was going to illuminate the entire world in general. Legend has it that the Tengu can control the elements in the sky by devouring the sun, and is in charge of people's destiny. When a Tengu eclipse occurs, the sun in the sky gradually disappears and is eventually swallowed by the Tengu, leaving the sky dark. Thus the Tengu holds the power of the sun. Ancient books recorded that the sky dog stops the ground to pour. The remaining light candle sky is a shooting star, the length of dozens of feet. Its speed is like the wind, its sound is like thunder, and its light is like electricity. The surrounding zombies were attracted to him, but then they were swallowed up by the great sun behind them and turned into pieces. As the range of the great sun behind him grew, the temperature around him rose rapidly. At this moment, the Tengu was like a god descending to earth, with a hot golden glow in his eyes, like a burning flame, revealing endless killing intent and determination. As he took one firm step forward, a burst of heart-rending roars rang out from the zombie horde. These zombies seemed to feel that powerful pressure from the Tengu's body and retreated in fear. And yet there was no resisting that fatal attraction. The light of the sword cut through the void like lightning, bringing up a rain of blood. Those zombies that had originally pounced on him with their teeth and claws. Under this horrifying blow, they were turned into broken limbs and scattered all over the place. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is this human? Monkey couldn't help but marvel out. The rest of the guys were all thinking the same thing. Was this still human? Tengu's strength exceeded theirs by more than a large margin. It's simply not a subgenre of existence. The dream taper raised his hand and aimed it at the Tengu. Immortal status added. 3 kinds of hegemony added. Minor universe plus. In one breath, the dream taper spoke of several enchantments, projecting fantasy into reality, only because of the balance of power between the fantasy world and the real world, representing those extremely counterintuitive things in the anime and being projected into reality by him using delusion into reality would also produce changes. If you make it, I'll serve you for 3 days. Only 3 days. Tengu laughed and swung the Chinkuan chop. There were not only zombies in front of him, even the void seemed to be chopped open as if he had cut through it. Finally, Tengu looked at the light ahead and arrived. The familiar archway, the familiar royal court behind it, the familiar throne. This Corpse King really thinks he's the emperor. Tengu couldn't help but think of all the things that had happened 5 years ago, and there were more and stronger zombies here than there had been 5 years ago. That necromancer will be stronger too. Tengu took a step in. Come on, cub seed, look straight at me. Chapter 134, You're too strong. Royal court. Throne. No more walkers. The place is empty. Tengu stood under the throne, in a bit of a trance for a moment. Corpse. Where's the corpse? Where's the Corpse King? In an instant the Tengu was as if he had been struck by 5 thunderbolts. No, he would never run. Even if you know that the enemy is closing in on you, even if the enemy is as powerful as they are, it will not even run away. It would sit quietly on top of the throne, waiting for a challenger. It can't be. It can't be. Tengu muttered. Corpse, where are you? I'm coming. I told you I'd be back. The voice echoed through the empty royal court, but no one answered him. Is this a trap? That's impossible. The necromancer doesn't bother with traps like this, just like he did 5 years ago. The Tengu took one step at a time towards the long steps to the throne. It was suddenly like he was possessed. He swung the Chinkuan slash, wanting to cut through the throne and vent the anger in his heart. But there was a crisp ringing sound. Dry chop falls to the ground and Tengu sits on his throne. One moment. Tengu clutched his head and let out a hiss of pain. Come to think of it, it all comes back to me. Suddenly, a mysterious and bizarre power began to surge up inside his body, as if some unknown existence was awakening. This power was like a raging torrent that quickly swept through his entire body. Wherever it went, muscles twisted and bones deformed, and a terrifying mutation unfolded. The final showdown 5 years ago, he did kill the Corpse King, only that the Corpse King completed its evolution again at the last minute and was reborn with the help of his body. He became a necromancer, And the necromancer was him. At this moment, countless creepy tentacles spread out crazily from within the Tengu's body, like a hideous viper, dancing recklessly. These tentacles grew at an astonishing speed, and soon covered Tengu's entire body, completely wrapping him in them and forming a thick layer of black cocoon. From a distance, he was no longer the once familiar human figure, but had turned into a monster that emitted the aura of death, a true corpse king. Roar dash! Hearing the roar in the distance, the few people in the tunnel looked at each other. They weren't sure if that was the sound of the Tengu being in the middle of a battle with the corpse king. In the next instant, only a loud rumble could be heard, as if the entire palace was trembling. Immediately afterward, an incomparably huge tentacle was like lightning, surging out from within that deep, dark tunnel with lightning speed. This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. The dream taper standing at the front was the first to bear the brunt, and simply could not react in time before it was tightly coiled by the thick and powerful tentacles, and then violently flung into the air like a piece of garbage. The other people were likewise not spared, and that huge tentacle didn't pause for a moment after striking Dream Taper, but continued to dance wildly, sweeping towards the surrounding crowd. The crowd saw this and fled in all directions in terror, trying to avoid the attack of this horrible tentacle. But the speed of the tentacle was too fast, and in the blink of an eye several more people were caught up in it and thrown high up. Tengu, you're losing too quickly, Dream Taper shouted. Lu Jing looked at the tentacles sweeping towards him. The next instant, boom dash. However, Lu Jing's figure had already disappeared. In the midst of the imperial court, Lu Jing, who was clad in an instantaneous cloak and wearing a 100 changes mask on his face, appeared. He looked at the huge chunk of flesh on the throne and the countless tentacles spreading. Tengu, Captain, kill me and I'll be the corpse king. Tengu used his last thought to utter these words. Lu Jing was filled with surprise. The tentacles sensed Lu Jing and madly surged towards him. Lu Jing kept retreating until there was no way back. The tentacles stopped as they approached Lu Jing. My instincts tell me you're powerful. A strange voice came from the tentacles. Lu Jing's throat moved. You're powerful. More powerful than a Tengu. Who are you? Can you teach me? I want to be strong like you. Make me stronger. Make me better. More perfect. Lu Jing was certain that the person who spoke was the corpse king, and it had already finished devouring the Tengu. Who are you? Tell me who you are. I, captain of the Night's Watch. The Night's Watch? I know Tengu's memories. The captain of the Night's Watch is powerful and mysterious. And it's you? It's all so incredible. And I'm so in love with the feeling of knowing everything and breaking through the fog. The countless tentacles suddenly retracted and the meatball began to shrink. Immediately after that, it turned into the form of a Tengu. You know, in the beginning I was a cell. A very, very small cell. They researched me out and I don't know why I came here. But I enjoyed learning. I like to learn. Learning makes me stronger and not manipulated by them. And little by little I grew stronger. And stronger. And stronger. Until I had annexed all. In fact, if I wanted to, there's no way the humans inside the walls would still be alive. I just don't want all humans to go extinct. I still need them. I wanted to learn. I thought I had it all under control. Until this man arrives. He pointed to himself. The Tengu. He brought with him powers that were not of this world, and it shocked me to realize. It turns out that this world, too, is just a small world, and I am merely the ruler of this small world. It's incredible that there's a bigger world out there. I devoured him. I became him, but I didn't make it out. What's this for? In Tengu's memories, we're nothing more than copies here, and by eliminating me, it's all gone? What's this about? Can you tell me? I know you possess great power. 5 years ago Tengu regained consciousness because of you. I didn't recover until he re-entered. Oh, this is fantastic, he muttered to himself, looking excited. Tell me, where am I? How can I get out? I want to see the outside world. I know you can do it. You have great power. I want to learn from you. Will you teach me? The corpse king took a step towards Lu Jing. Luke nodded. Yeah. The necromancer flashed a smile. Lu Jing fiercely drew out the great summer dragon sparrow. A cold light flashed, but the corpse king grabbed the knife with one hand. The corpse king wasn't angry, but looked at Lu Jing suspiciously. I expected you to come out with your sword. It's the power of the Tengu. But didn't you expect what I expected? And, you're so weak. What's going on? Why are you so weak? Or are you testing me? Lu Jing MMP'd in his heart and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. I've made a lot of progress. Okay, you're the one who's too strong. Chapter 135, this is the beginning. The corpse king sized up Lu Jing with a suspicious gaze as he suddenly stormed up and punched him. Lu Jing raised his arms to block. Boom! Even so, Lu Jing was still sent flying by a punch. You're really weak. The corpse king leapt up and landed heavily on his feet. Lu Jing hastily rolled to the side. and the hard floor beneath the necromancer's feet was deeply stumped with 2 footprints. However, before Lu Jing could stand up, he received a heavy and powerful kick. With this kick, Lu Jing felt as if his internal organs had shifted. What the hell is going on here? The Corpse King shook his head, his face full of disappointment. You're not as strong as I thought you were. You don't have the qualifications to make me learn from you. It grabbed Lu Jing's collar and yanked him up. Tell me, what the hell is going on? Where are your powers? Lu Jing tugged at the corner of his mouth and said without a clue. You like to study? Sure. That's like you haven't heard the saying about showing your enemy weakness. Lu Jing pressed a pistol against the Corpse King's body. This time when he came to the copy, Lu Jing had brought along the 100 change mask as well as the instantaneous cloak, and bring 2 killing weapons. The first one was endowed with the Chuunibyou chop that could cut through everything. Lu Jing gifted it to Tengu. Hopefully, he would be able to decimate the Corpse King once he had this divine weapon. I didn't realize that in the end the clown would be himself. The Tengu is the Corpse King, and the Corpse King is the Tengu. The first one was the gun in Lu Jing's hand at the moment. Authentic yellow river pistols, $20 a pop, 3 rounds in all. The bullets were made of phoenix essence blood, while the outer shells were made up of a small amount of dragon bone. The keel ensures that the bullet will penetrate all hard substances, and the phoenix essence blood, each drop can burn everything. Boom! Lu Jing shot. The figure withdrew far away with the help of an instantaneous cloak. The Corpse King suddenly let out a mournful and extremely miserable scream, as if the entire world was shaken by this horrible sound. At the same time, an incomparably hot flame violently rose from its body, instantly wrapping it completely, only to see the blazing flames like a ferocious beast, mercilessly devouring the Corpse King's body. No matter how desperately the Corpse King tried to change his form, attempting to dodge this terrifying flame attack, it was all in vain. It transformed into tiny bugs for a moment, attempting to escape the fire with its flexible body. One moment, he transformed into a bat-like creature, trying to escape from this infernal predicament by the power of flight. However, it was as if that flame possessed life, closely following every change the necromancer made. It continued to burn fiercely without mercy. The necromancer cast various abilities again in a vain attempt to suppress the fire, but these efforts were like a praying mantis, unable to stop the raging flames from advancing. The flames burned hotter and hotter, seemingly never stopping, vowing to completely burn this evil Corpse King into ashes before giving up. The surrounding air also became twisted and distorted due to the high temperature, as if even space was about to be melted by this blazing power. Lu Jing gasped for air and watched as the Corpse King continued to struggle in the fire. I can't die. I don't want to die yet. The flames seemed as if they were roasting even its soul. It struggled and crawled towards Lu Jing. Tell me everything you know about what it's like out there in the world. In a world like mine, how many more worlds like ours? Captain. Lu Jing was in a trance. Tengu's eyes changed as he stared at Lu Jing in a daze. So it's you, Captain. Did I finish the mission? Lu Jing nodded in silence. Tengu was instantly relieved. He had done right by his dead comrades, by what Guan Daiyuan and the others had entrusted to him. Shirazawa, he said suddenly. Lu Jing froze, not understanding why Tengu brought up by Zayat this time. However, the Tengu had already been devoured by the power of the phoenix. Lu Jing collapsed to the ground, and he had come here with almost the last of his strength. Only when the Tengu and the Corpse King died did the phoenix flame go out. Lu Jing picked up the body of the Tengu. Congratulations on killing the Corpse King. Successful break-in. It's over. Lu Jing saw the bishop. He stumbled in. It's over. Lu Jing said. The bishop, however, ignored Lu Jing and instead revealed a maniacal expression. It's over? It's over? Ha ha ha. No, this is the beginning. Oh God, all your hindrances are gone. Descend into this world. Chapter 136, Tengu Inheritance. Oh God, come down to this world. The originally solid and incomparable ground suddenly emitted a dull thud, and immediately afterward, it began to tremble violently. The ground looked like it had been torn apart by a giant invisible hand, crumbling apart at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye the cracks spread and expanded rapidly, interlocking and connecting with each other, eventually forming a bottomless gully. As time went on, these gullies grew wider and deeper, as if they were going to swallow the entire earth. Soon, they became chilling abysses, so black that one could not see what kind of horrible sights were hidden at their bottom. The crowd inside the tunnel was still in a completely confused state. They had all fainted after the tentacle attack. Only the Dream Tapers struggled to support a protective shield to protect several people. A huge stone, pressed against the bishop. The other party was crushed into flesh and blood. Lu Jing hugged Tengu's charred body. Holding the Qianquan chop in one hand, he swung it haphazardly, chopping off the boulders that stood in front of him. And at that moment, Everything around them was thrown into chaos. The towering hills lost their support and collapsed, plunging into the endless abyss with the smoke and dust. The rushing river instantly broke off, and the water surged down like a breakwater, forming a huge waterfall that rushed straight into the depths of the abyss. Those fierce-faced zombies were also powerless in front of this sudden disaster. One by one, they can only be swept into the abyss and disappear without a trace. Rumble. Deafening roars constantly echoed between this heaven and earth, as if the end had come, giving people the creeps. In the abyss, it was as if something terrifying was reviving. The stars have arrived at a specific location, and the god of order is about to reappear. Lu Jing ran as hard as he could, but it was obvious that he couldn't outrun the abyss. Transient teleportation. Lu Jing wanted to escape by instantaneous transfer, but in the abyss, it seemed that some power was controlling him. It slowly emerged, like a demon coming from the depths of hell. This mysterious object actually looked like some kind of Dharma protector Mingwang enshrined by the Buddhists. 3 massive heads, each showing a different expression and demeanor. One of the heads had a face as red as blood, and its eyes were wide open, revealing endless anger and majesty. The other head was green-faced, fanged and hideous, as if it would choose someone to eat it at any time. Another head is kind and amicable. Suddenly, the body began to tremble slightly. Immediately afterward, one eye after another that emitted an eerie glow slowly propped open its eyelids from within its torso and slowly opened. These eyes were of different sizes and shapes, but none of them revealed a chilling aura. Upon closer inspection, the creature's entire body was actually covered in densely packed eyes, almost like a monster pieced together from countless pairs of eyes. Some had eyes as big as a human head, flashing with a blood-red ferocious light. Some were as small as green beans and emitted an eerie blue light. There were also eyes that took on strange shapes, like twisted runes set into its skin. As more and more eyes opened, the entire space seemed to be occupied by their gazes, each line of sight intertwined, forming an intricate web that left no escape. And the pupils in those eyes were turning as if they were scrutinizing everything around them. Lu Jing continued to descend and descend in the abyss, but it never seems to land at the bottom. Pathetic. There are sounds that hardly qualify as voices ringing out, and it is only by imagination that they can be transformed into sound. Lu Jing raised his head and saw the guy's true face. This is, what the hell? He had seen the god of chaos. Only that time there was a believer drawing on the power of the god of chaos, and this time, it seemed as if the god of order had revived. Lu Jing held the body of the Tengu and instantly moved. Transient, instantaneous transmission. So you're already this weak. Lu Jing stared at the other party in a daze as he suddenly felt like something was invading his body. No, I shouldn't say intruding. Rather, one embraces the force. Lu Jing looked down at the dead Tengu. He suddenly seemed to understand something. A tattoo of a Tengu appeared on Lu Jing's back. He took a deep breath, as if he wanted to take the entire heaven and earth into his chest. Immediately afterward, with the swing of his arm, the Chuunibyou chop traced a graceful and stern arc in the air, forming a semicircular shape. It was then that the shocking scene occurred. That semicircular sword light suddenly became incomparably huge, like a bright sun stretching across the sky. However, this is just the beginning. In an instant, an extremely powerful force surged out from behind him, and a dazzling and eye-catching great sun rose slowly behind him, emitting endless light and blazing heat. The light was so radiant that one could not look directly at it, as if all the light in the world was gathered here, and that heat was like a volcanic eruption. Rolling heat waves swept around, making the surrounding air seem to burn. This is the power that belongs to the Tengu legacy. Back then, Lu Jing created this power, perfected it, and gave it to the heavenly dog. Years later, after going around in circles, it turned out to be back to Lu Jing. The abyss shattered. Lu Jing re-landed on the ground, and he raised his head to look at the god of order. It's like I'm seeing your future. Lu Jing said. Oh, what's in my future? Destroyed by me. Lu Jing wasn't joking. He really saw the future. The past and the future. To be precise, the Tengu's limit today is to grope for clues to the future, to see fragments of future memories. But this power is infinitely amplified at the moment. Or rather, in this moment the power of inheritance reaches 100%. Lu Jing saw everything, and he reached out as if he had caught everything. I'm afraid that only he can afford to have the legacy show up briefly at this moment. Lu Jing held the Chuunibyou chop in his hand and killed toward the sky dome. Instantaneous. Lu Jing was able to predict all the movements of the god of order. The other side seems to be trying to break through, and the world is ending. It is leaving this copy and descending into the real world, where it can exert its full power. Above the firmament, it slapped down fiercely towards Lu Jing's figure below, which was so small that it was like a mole cricket. This palm covered the entire sky, causing the heavens and earth to change color. As the giant palm approached, the palm wind whistled past, and wherever it passed, the air was torn apart. emitting sharp and ear-piercing popping sounds, and when it actually reached Lu Jing's body, it seemed to be because of the friction. The surrounding area was burning with blazing flames, and the flames were shining in the sky, illuminating the surrounding area with a reddish color. Chapter 137, Ashes to Ashes, Earth to Earth. Cold light flashed, a sword and a chop. Lu Jing held the Chuunibyou chop and split the huge palm that pressed down into two. His eyes were shiny and floated with a hot golden light. I said your future is nothing but death, only to see that he suddenly spread his palms out violently, as if he was trying to grab the entire sky, aiming straight at the vague shadow that hung high in the sky, looming in the air. He narrowed one eye slightly, as focused and stern as a hunter aiming at his prey. Come on! The cry was like a thunderous explosion. Almost at the same instant, a shocking roar accompanied the sound. Rumble dash! The sky was suddenly filled with wind and lightning. Where the sky was higher up, a black shadow sped like lightning. When it came closer, it was actually an incomparably huge and hideous and terrifying head. This head was 100 zhang long, and its body was as black as ink. It was covered with sharp, razor-sharp fangs and crisscrossing veins, and the blood-red eyes flashed with a chillingly ferocious light, as if they were capable of devouring all living beings in the world. The gigantic head opened that huge mouth that was big enough to cover the sky, and bit down hard towards the so-called God of Order with a swift momentum. Only a crunching sound could be heard, and half of the God of Order's body was actually bitten off hard just like that. Tengu. In the Yin Mountains, there is a beast that looks like a beaver and has a white head, named Tengu. Its sound is like a pomegranate, and it can protect against evil. Shimmy, knowing heaven and earth, foreseeing the future and the past. Baindu, the Tengu swallows the sun, and can mimic the sun's power to form a field of its own. Gulping around, anything that touches the field turns to ash. Discord, you can summon various parts of the Tengu's body at any time to attack directly. It's a little late to be running now. Lu Jing once again changed his hand signals. Ho ho ho! Once again, roars came from heaven and earth. Accompanying this terrifying roar, an immense and incomparable claw poked out from the void. The claw was the size of a small mountain, covered with black scales as hard as iron, flashing with a cold light. This time it was the giant claws of the Tengu that poked out, only to see that the dog's huge paw swung violently with lightning speed, bringing up a violent gale of wind that pounced straight towards the God of Order. Before the God of Order could react, he was viciously slapped by that claw. Ka-ching! There was a crunching sound, and one of the Order God's heads was instantly slapped into pieces. This was considered to have completely cut off the idea of the God of Order leaving this place. Lu Jing instantly moved away, just as Lu Jing's body had just risen into midair. Suddenly, it was as if the pause button had been pressed on all the movements and sounds, and the entire world fell into an eerie silence. The surrounding space became illusory and distorted, and the originally clearly visible scenery gradually blurred, replaced by endless darkness and nothingness. A single, ethereal eye slowly opened around him. At this moment, not only was Lu Jing's body unable to move, even time seemed to have frozen. Everything was stagnant without the slightest change, only the mysterious eyes shone faintly. Lu Jing, if you spare me, I'll spare you, or I'll trap you here for the rest of your life, and we'll be here for each other. If I don't get out, you don't get out. The corner of Lu Jing's mouth rose slightly as he gently stretched out his right hand, his slender fingers slowly brushing over the cold and sharp sword body of the Chuunibyou chop. In an instant, a dazzling white light suddenly emerged, as eye-catching as a bright star suddenly blooming in the night sky. Come, cut open this heaven and earth for me. It was accompanied by Lu Jing's low and powerful shouts, as if the Chuunibyou chop in Lu Jing's hand had sensed the strong desire and will within its owner. It violently trembled, emitting a crisp and pleasant sound of a sword. Immediately afterward, Lu Jing swung his arm, and the longsword transformed into a lightning-like cold light that cut through the endless darkness in front of him. Only a sharp and ear-piercing sound of zip was heard. The darkness instantly began to crumble and disintegrate like torn cloth. Countless black cracks spread out rapidly like spider webs. Each crack shone with an eerie light, as if it was the last struggle and roar of the dark world. However, none of this could stop the invulnerable power of the Chuunibyou chop, and the darkness was as unbearable as thin paper in front of it. Lu Jing reappeared from the endless void, looking at the last remnants of the God of Order's body. Teleportation. Immediately after that, he once again unleashed Bane fighting with full force. The powerful force of the domain quickly spread out, and wherever it passed, everything was enveloped in it. The original bright and dazzling big sun slowly emerged behind him, expanding at an astonishing speed, like a bottomless black hole. It greedily devoured everything around it, whether it was mountains, rivers, birds and beasts. Once they touched the edge of the great sun, they were sucked into it without resistance and instantly turned into a wisp of green smoke. It eventually disappeared without a trace, leaving behind a dead and barren landscape. At this moment, The Tengu reunited with Lu Jing's figure. Lu Jing stared straight into the last remaining eyes of the God of Order. I am a fool not of this age, master of the galaxy, the God of death who governs life and death in this world. My name is Lu Jing. You have violated the unforgivable crime of one man alone in the galactic law of justice, and it will be I, the peacekeeper who carries out love and justice and maintains world peace, who will come to arrest you, strip you of all your rights and place you in sealed bondage. Bind yourself, God of Order. The end of the matter. Lu Jing returned to the ground, and he dragged Tengu's corpse with him. A gust of wind blew over the enormous body of the God of Order, which had originally stretched across the heavens and earth, clattering into pieces. The whole copy has started to dissipate. Lu Jing exhaled. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Arctic. Lu Jing looked at the unconscious crowd, and he was shirtless. The clothes had been torn long ago because of the battle earlier. The tattoo of a Tengu behind him was originally a whole Tengu at first. At the moment, as the replica crumbled, only half of the tattoo remained as a claw. Lu Jing felt it. All the tattoos represented all the power. The remnants of the Tengu's body and his arms began to dissipate as well. And at the last moment he returned his full power to Lu Jing. Lu Jing took out his flare gun and pulled the trigger. Only heard a loud bang. A dazzling flare trailing a long tail flamed straight into the sky, instantly tearing a hole in the surrounding darkness. However, in that instant, it was as if all the power was drained from Lu Jing's body. His legs went limp and his entire body collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud. At this time, surrounded by a blanket of white, gusty wind wrapped with goosefeather snow flying in the sky. Heaven and earth as if only this boundless white world. The flurry of snowflakes was like a huge white curtain that seemed to want to cover up everything in the world, including the flare that had just been fired in Lu Jing, who had already collapsed to the ground. In a daze, Lu Jing saw a polar bear. He's walking slowly toward him. There's a polar bear. Lu Jing thought about the conversation he had with Lin Mo earlier. Say hello to the polar bear for me. I wonder how the girl is doing now. Chapter 138. Over. Roger. I'm approaching the direction of the target. The two airplanes flew low, one after the other, around the mountains of the Arctic. Just a short time ago because of the shaking of the copy, the revival of the God of Order. The North Pole also appeared to change dramatically. The mountains broke. The ground seems to be something surfacing. The two airplanes flew over the huge mountain range and got a good view of what lay behind it. The pilot couldn't believe his eyes. He stared roundly, his mouth slightly open, his face full of shock. For just a short distance below, there stood a marvelous architectural structure. The structure looked like a city at first glance, but upon closer inspection it became clear that it was actually more like a magnificent palace constructed from countless ice crystals. The so-called ice palace exudes a cold and mysterious atmosphere, as if it were a masterpiece from another world. This immense and incomparable ice palace was like a sleeping beast, quietly crouching there. The charm and attraction it exudes is irresistible despite the cold and biting surroundings. The pilot gazed dumbfounded at the spectacle below. Inform Kirin that we've found a big one. The youngest of the hard crystal and rocks are 1.7 billion years old, while the oldest rocks in the sandstone layers were formed as early as 550 million years ago, meaning that there is a gap of more than a billion years in our planet's geological record. To this day, no one knows why this middle layer of rock disappeared. The rocks we found here prove that life here is perhaps more than a billion years old. Kirin stood before this huge ice palace and listened to the report of the scientist. Organize all of this, and transport everything of value in the underground palace. We don't have that much room. Get the organization to send more men, and planes, and sled dogs. Nothing can be spared here. Kirin clangs her cane together. By the way, we found the Gurumi. How is she? When the pilot saw her, she was unconscious in the middle of the dungeon, and half of the dungeon seemed to have been destroyed by her. There's another important news. Tengu sacrificed. We didn't capture the traces of Tengu's legacy leaving. It's attached to the unofficial team member Lu Jing. At the mention of the Tengu, Kirin sighed softly. I know. Lu Jing woke up from his stupor and looked around. It should be saved, because you are in a warm tent yourself. Lu Jing glanced at the others again, and he was the only one in the tent. He himself was saved, so I guess the others were okay. Lu Jing checked the ghost baby's mouth again. The Qiankuan chop, the cloak, the 100 changes mask, and the pistol of the phoenix essence blood are all present. Lu Jing opened his 5 fingers and remembered that he seemed to have inherited the Tengu's legacy. No wonder, he felt a little different physically. After a moment's reprieve, he was just about to get up from the folding bed. What was going to happen next suddenly appeared in his mind, and Lu Jing hastily flashed it away. 1 foot on the ground. Lin Mo lay in the sleeping bag under the folding bed and rubbed her eyes. Captain, you're awake. Seeing that the girl was still alive, Lu Jing breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Mo climbed up sleepily and patted her little face. Captain, what have you been doing all this time? It's my turn to ask you this. Lu Jing said. What have you been through during this time? Lin Mo scratched his head. I've also forgotten. I only remember coming here and then losing my memory. Kirin said that when we get back, we'll have the dream taper give me a mental chemotherapy session to see if we can extract my deeper memories. Peace and quiet would be nice. Lu Jingxin said. And what brings you here, Captain? Forgot what I told you? Stop calling me Captain. It's hiding your identity. Lu Jing hastily corrected. Oh, Lin Mo responded. Yes, Captain. Don't call the Captain. Okay, Captain. Subsequently, Lu Jing learned that Kirin and the others had discovered a huge ice palace during their search for Lin Mo. Proof that some kind of creature once inhabited the desolate world of the Arctic, even forming communities and reproducing offspring. Extrapolating from the various details in it, this might be the place where the God of Order survives. Because the ice palace had reappeared from the middle of the glacier with the revival of the God of Order, Lu Jing didn't want to think about it that much anymore. When Kirin and the others found out, they would naturally notify himself. The Captain. By QQ. After all he'd been through, all he wanted to do now was go home and have a shabu-shabu meal. Song Ji-jun's body was retrieved by the organization's people because the body had been crushed by the seawater. The organization had to cremate the body. Suidan takes Song Ji-jun's ashes with him and decides he wants to go back to Song's hometown and bury his ashes there. It's sad to see that the Tengu has come back from the dead, and now it's coming back from the dead. 3 days later, after making sure that they were physically fine, they officially departed back to Jiangnan. Lu Jing bid farewell to Chao Lihao and the others and went back home with Lin Mo. When this girl left before, Lu Jing still felt a bit cold. When she came back again, Lu Jing suddenly felt that the chattering was noisy. It's like singing rap in your ear the whole way, and worried that she might say the wrong thing in front of others and blow her cover. After driving this girl back to her house, Lu Jing also returned home. That said, this time away from home was the longest, not to mention the traveling back and forth as well as the preparations. Just staying in the copy of the North Pole can be close to a month. Lu Jing took the key to open the door and turned it twice. The door opened on its own. Not that it was an automatic door in the house. Rather, someone inside the door opened it, and Lu Shui looked at him in her pajamas, her hair draped over her head, and a second of dullness appeared on her delicate little face. However, the girl then cried and cried like a pear. All at once, she hugged Lu Jing again. You goddammit. Thought you were dead. Couldn't reach you anyhow. Mom and Dad called the police. I thought the last thing you sent me were last words. Lu Jing smiled and patted Lu Shui's back, comforting her. It's okay, it's back. Geez, what's all the crying about? Chapter 139, by Zay. After comforting his sister, Lu Jing laid down on the bed. Lu Shui went to prepare the ingredients for the hot pot. Lu Jing rolled over, and the message from his cell phone was Kirin's detailed report on this operation. Lu Jing roughly scanned it. After all, he was the one who experienced it firsthand. Things he knew by and large. 5 years ago Tengu entered the copy and killed the Corpse King. He was also seriously injured and dying, and at the last moment the Corpse King survived with the help of his body. The Corpse King saw pieces of the future with the help of Tengu's precognitive powers. So did the insurance. 5 years later, the Tengu regained its consciousness because of the influence of Lu Jing's consciousness, returned to the Human Federation in the copy and contacted the organization. When Tengu stepped into the royal court again, the powerful Corpse King reoccupied Tengu's body, and the copy hides the God of Order, who seems to be sealed there. Only after the necromancer dies, or the copy collapses, it is only through the power of the believers that the God of Order will revive and come down to earth. That's why believers in the Order are coming forward to enter the copy. And the odds are that the ice palace found in the middle of the North Pole is where the God of Order once lived. A number of Order's totems were found there. The Night's Watch guru is on a quest, gets into a fight for unexpected reasons, and uses some sort of weapon of mass destruction, Holy Tailor. Then the Gurumi fell unconscious and his memory was lost. Result of the mission, success. Tengu's sacrifice. Unofficial member Song Ji-jun sacrificed his life. The Tengu inheritance was inherited by Lu Jing. In view of Lu Jing's excellent performance and now being recognized by the Tengu, I hope the captain will grant him special permission to join the Night's Watch. Lu Jing agreed. I agree with my own inclusion in the Night's Watch. That makes sense. Lu Ko pointed to the avatar representing Tengu in the group, and he sighed deeply as he looked over the chat logs he had once had. Good riddance, Shirazawa. Lu Jing instantly remembered what Tengu had said to himself when he was dying. White Zephyr. The only thing he mentioned at the end was Bai Zai. Before, Lu Jing didn't think much about it, but he kept this matter in mind. Now that I'm back home, I'm thinking about it again. Why did the Tengu bring up Shirazawa all of a sudden? Lu Jing couldn't figure it out. Rookpoint opened the chat group and found Bai Zai's avatar. Shiraz joined the night's watch early. Lu Jing flipped through the mountain and see scripture. A common reference he used as a child. The white zephyr, legendary for living on the Kunlun Mountains, is an extremely rare divine beast. Its image is vividly depicted in the classic of mountains and seas. White zephyr is white, with the appearance of a huge lion, but with the horns of a deer, the scales of a dragon, and the claws of a tiger, and with eyes as bright as stars, filled with the light of wisdom. The white zephyr is said to be able to understand the feelings of all things and the fate of mankind. Hiss. Lu Jing frowned. This white zephyr's ability couldn't be the ability to foretell the future and the past. Isn't that a Tengu's power? Lu Jing tried to probe his inherited abilities. One of them, to know heaven and earth, to foretell the future and the past. Does Shirasawa have a similar ability? Lu Jing scratched his head, but he had this power. What was Tengu trying to tell himself? Lu Jing had an idea when he tapped his head. Why did he have to think about it? Lu Jing opened QQ and sent a dynamic that was only for Baizé. No one else is visible. Only White Zephyr. Just because I don't say it doesn't mean I don't know it. With that, he clicked on Kirin's avatar again. Where's Shiraz now? Kirin, on a mission in Europe, waited a little longer. Kirin did not see the captain reply and asked, Captain, what are your orders? No, I was just asking. At the moment, Kirin, who was still studying the excavation at the North Pole, frowned greatly. Not long afterward, he received another call from Shiraz. What does it mean when the captain posts QQ space? What's wrong? See for yourself. Kirin had been busy with the Ice Palace lately, day and night, and had to report progress to the captain. Opened his phone and glanced at the captain's QQ space. No new developments. Could it be that your own internet is not working? The unicorn refreshed again and still didn't appear. See, the captain is. What does that mean? Do you understand? Shirazawa asked tentatively. I don't see any new updates from the captain. Kirin wondered. Where are you? The North Pole. You don't have a good signal, do you? I'm connected to the satellite. Full signal over here. What did the captain dynamically send? Baizé said in a deep voice. Just because I don't say it, doesn't mean I don't know it. Just now the captain asked me about where you are. Is this dynamic visible only to you? Baizé wondered. What do you mean only I can see? Literally, the dynamics are visible to you alone. And this function. Baizé was a bit surprised. Of course. Or if you ask Jubilee again if they can see this dynamic, you can simply go and read the likes below. If you weren't the only one visible, there would be a lot of likes. Hanging up the phone, Baizé glanced at the dynamic. There was only one nod of approval from myself, and another glance at the captain's once posted dynamic. It almost always takes no more than a minute to get dozens of likes. Baizé's face changed slightly, and he called the others again just to be on the safe side. Sure enough, no one else could see this dynamic. Baizé instantly panicked a bit. Really only yourself are visible in this dynamic. Shirazawa took a deep breath. The captain was reminding himself. Hey, White Hazel dialed a phone number again. Let's suspend our cooperation for now? The guy across the table visibly froze. Why? Weren't you the one who suggested this partnership in the first place? My boss is already reminding me. White Zephyr said. We've already invested so much manpower and material resources, and now you're saying stop. You're too contractually uninterested, aren't you? The man on the other side said with great displeasure. Unless you want to die. The guy on the other side cursed. Say, don't you guys have a group chat? Could you figure out a way to determine each other's location through the group chat? It's pretty easy to do. Baizé sneered. You're a cutie. Do you think our boss is a cutie too? He was able to create such a huge organization that remains mysterious to this day. You even presume to determine the identity and location of our boss by chasing the location of the QQ. Ridiculous. The man on the other side was silent for a moment, feeling that what Baizé said made sense. Who boss really will use QQ? Even with, think even the world's top hackers cannot decipher each other's information. At this moment, Lu Jing was lying on the bed. Lu Shue's voice came from the opposite side. Lu Jing, you dead pervert. What message are you sending me? What same city online? Lu Shui, my cell phone QQ number has been stolen. You quickly help me appeal back. Lu Jing shouted. Did you click on some juvenile website again? I didn't. Chapter 140, the world could end because of this. Let me see this QQ number. Pauper. Outside of China. In a certain park. Telecommunications sector. You stepped on the horse. Stealing a number. But also not steal a good person's number. This person's number is not even a yellow diamond. Can be what rich people. The supervisor immediately gave the man who stole the number 2 big smacks. Are you out of your mind? Supervisor? I just wanted to try my hand at him. Hempface said accusingly. Supervisor clicked on QQ. Group chat named Night Watchman. Mouth muttering. What a douchey name. A little bit in the group profile. The long night is coming, and we will watch from this day until we die. I will stand before 10,000 people, cross my sword to the abyss, and stain the vault of heaven with blood. A group chat of over 100 people. What kind of schoolboy is this? Supervisor again gave Hempface a mouth. You girl head into the water. This look is an elementary school student. You ask his buddy for money. He at most give you a $3 or $5. Night Watchman Kirin, Captain. Many fossils of very old creatures have been found in the Arctic Ice Palace. Several are well preserved and come with samples of organs. Immediately afterward, the other party quickly sent over a series of pictures. The supervisor couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air as he fixed his eyes on the situation. It was a ridged creature that had never been seen before. This mysterious creature was about half as long as an arm. It was covered in a slippery and slightly shiny outer skin, as if it could reflect the faint light from its surroundings. Upon closer inspection, a pair of round eyes could be clearly seen where the creature's head was located. The mouth, on the other hand, was slightly open, revealing rows of fine, sharp teeth that flashed with a chillingly cold light. What's even weirder is that it seems to be possible to decipher the various expressions conveyed by the creature from these images. Such a realistic change in expression sent chills down the spine of the heart and creeped out the bones, and a feeling of extreme discomfort instantly surged through the heart. Supervisor, oh, what is this and cosplay? Get on whichever internet to find the picture. The supervisor cursed. However, upon taking a closer look again, one could not help but be struck by the sight before them. Only those ice ballasts above were seen, each of them showing an incomparably clear and fine texture. That mysterious creature hidden behind the ice ballast, every detail of it was etched in such fine detail, whether it was the pattern of scales on its body, the veins of its wings or the shimmering light revealed in its eyes. None of them let you feel a strong sense of reality, which is far beyond the level of general AI-generated images. The supervisor smiled, not caring. Night Watchman Shirazawa, Captain. A lot of things have been happening on the European side lately, and I'd like to report them to you. You're it. The supervisor sent a series of card numbers. Help! I've been hit by a truck. Can you call me for $50,000? After sending it, the supervisor put the phone down. European Union. Hallstatt is a postcard-perfect village in the Austrian Alps. Nestled between Lake Hallstatt and towering mountains, the town is famous for its 16th-century alpine houses and alleys, and is also home to the world's oldest salt mine. The Hallstatt Skywalk enjoys magnificent views of the lake and the Dachstein Mountains. White Zephyr loved it here. Like Jubilee vacations were all about wearing a bikini, showing off her perfect body and attracting a ton of attention. Then she wore sunglasses, under a parasol, and waited for someone to strike up a conversation. White Haze likes to be quiet. There were times when he was needed to direct a particular task remotely, even hosting dignitaries from so-and-so country here. The Austrian government therefore made a special gift of this villa area to him. The secretary came over. Young master. Cell phone. Is it the captain? Yes. Shirazawa got serious all of a sudden, and he took the phone apprehensively. He made an appointment to talk to the captain. The reason used was to report on recent European matters, but in reality it was to probe the captain. How much do you really know about yourself? Baizé did his worst and opened his cell phone. Captain, help, I've been hit by a truck. Can you call me for $50,000? Baizé was silent for a few seconds. There was silence for 10 seconds or so. There was a minute of silence. He made a million assumptions in his mind about how the captain should reply to himself, but I didn't expect it to be this sentence. Hit by truck hit? What was the captain trying to tell himself? Is this a distress signal? Or is it a code word? $50,000. Hit by a truck? Baizé looked to the secretary on the side. If a guy says to you that he's been hit by a truck and is in desperate need of $50,000, what's the deal? The secretary was silent for a moment. The number was stolen? Baizé shook his head. Impossible. This person's identity is a bit special. The secretary hesitated again. So he's really short of money? The captain would be short of money? That's even less likely. Think again. White Zephyr said. The secretary was silent. He had guessed who had said it. Even when he received a message from the dignitaries of various countries, the young master would not be so nervous. It's just that guy. Just to be on the safe side. Why don't call the other side first? Charez nodded hesitantly. That's right. It's always good to play it safe and get some money up front. So, how much is the right amount to hit? $5 million to start with? Isn't $5 million a little less? $50 million it is. The secretary quickly checked the account number of the other party. This account number shows the area is in the small country on the southern border of China in the Boda region. If you play $50 million over there, it's likely that it will attract the attention of the bank side of the other party's account, and the sudden injection of a large amount of money will seal off the account. Baizé said. Then I'll listen to you. First call $5 million. Boda. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, million, million. The supervisor scratched his head. White Zephyr. Captain. I hit 5 million. The supervisor took a deep breath. Ha? Are these middle-aged boys so rich? Meanwhile, Jiangnan, China. Lu Jing clicked on the complaint button and called the customer service number. Hey, you good work number 86520 for your service. Your QQ number is stolen? Yes. Hello? Your account shows that you are logged in at Boda. You are not in Boda yourself, are you? Yes. Okay. This site is going to ask you about the authentication questions you set up for yourself. First question. What is the oath of the Night's Watch? Lu Jing, the long night is coming. We will watch from now until death. Second question. What is your true identity? Customer service bit her lip and tried to suppress a laugh. Lu Jing, captain of the Night's Watch, the world's only being, the nemesis of evil, the embodiment of justice. Customer service, I'm sorry, you'll have to wait a little bit. Soon there was a customer service laugh on the other end of the line. Ah, I'm telling you, I met an extreme, big extreme, Lu Jing said in a deep voice. Please hurry up, or the world might end because of this. Customer service. Chapter 141, You've touched my scales. Asterisk. This kid is really quite rich. $5 million said to give. The supervisor was all excited to have a monthly score for the month. Pockmarked face was also full of happiness, not expecting that he could steal a random number. That said, this poor guy doesn't even have the most common QQ member yellow brick. Who would have thought that the first shot would be $5 million? I can't say it's because his friend is rich, and the owner of the number isn't an ordinary person if he can make friends with someone so rich, the supervisor said. Supervisor? There won't be trouble, right? Pockmarked face suddenly asked. The odds are that someone who offers $5 million right out of the gate is not an ordinary family, whose average guy is $5 million a shot. Trouble? What trouble? The supervisor sneered. The entire outside of the park was lined with gun-toting security guards, and the warlord controlling the territory was the supervisor's second uncle. Who's he afraid of? It's not an exaggeration to say that a few deaths here would be the norm. Gangnam City. I've filled them all out. I'm sorry, we need more time on our end to review it. About how long? A week or so. A week? Do you realize that the world could very well be destroyed in a week? And I'm not kidding, that could temporarily block my number? Sorry, not at the moment, we need a full review. Lu Jing scratched his head vigorously. Is there no other way? No more. Alright then, but I need to admonish you. What I said to you today, please don't mention it to anyone else, or else I'm afraid I'll be in danger of killing myself. Customer service. The voice of a customer service cricket came from the other end of the phone. I'm telling you, this person is really extreme. Brain kicked by a donkey. Hanging up the phone, Lu Jing lay helplessly on his bed. You dare to believe that one's own QQ number has been stolen by a person with such a huge organization at hand. Just then, the cell phone rang. Lu Jing's number had been stolen, so at this point he was logged into a small number. There's only one trumpet buddy, and that's the big one. I've been hit by a truck. Please call me $5 million. Thanks a lot. Help. Lu Jing, oh, liar. Hurry up and give me back my number. The supervisor's mouth hooked up. Brother, how can I say that I have paid for the skill? Right. You don't want to redeem the number without spending some money? Lu Jing hesitated for a moment. Okay, just spend some money. The other party looked at their QQ number, and probably thought it was the QQ of some middle-aged teenager. There is not much oil and water to earn. Good, as long as you give me back my number. At the moment, the supervisor at the park nodded. Could it be that there is some secret in this number that must not be known? How much do you want? That's it then, 200. The supervisor felt that he couldn't ask for too much in one breath, and when the other party hit 2 million, he would continue to ask for 500 more. If the other side can 2 million, they can hit 5 cent. Lu Jing, 150. 200 is too expensive. Okay. The supervisor did not hesitate. Anyway, no matter how many hits, one will never give the number back. After a while, the supervisor checked the account. Did you fight? Finished fighting already, Lu Jing said rather depressingly. 150 pieces of ocean awe. His allowance is only $10 a day. He'll have to save that for 15 days. The supervisor glanced at the account numbers again. No change. Ha? Are you messing with me? Do you still want the account? Lu Jing directly sent the transfer record to the other party. 150 blocks. The supervisor took a deep breath. The other man was indeed playing with himself. You don't want your number for the rest of your life. Liar. Give me back my number now. Lu Jing was furious. He had even lost $150. Supervisor, asterisk 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 asterisk. Come to Boda and beat me if you can. You have touched my scales. Supervisor, ha 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 ha. Lu Jing gritted his teeth. What to do? Contact Karen? How do you say it? Say your QQ number has been stolen and ask the other party to help you get it back? This was too bad. It didn't fit his status as captain of the Night's Watch at all. Lu Jing suddenly remembered an object, and he picked up the Bosan stove. Southern border of Huaxia, the country of Boda. Vigilante ostrich, Shan Heijing. The original text records that in the mountains of Tongqiao, there is a beast whose shape is like a rat with a purple wing, and its name is ostrich. Its nature is weak. Meet the enemy to wing cover the head. See then its land more soup. It means shaped like a mouse with purple feathered wings, and the name is ostrich. Timid in nature, he will cover his face with his wings when he encounters an enemy. Wherever he appears there is something tasty to eat. When Lu Jing set it up, the ostrich could be classified as the weakest. Boss, the picture of Buddha's mother has been sent to you. The ostrich nodded. That's a weird-looking Buddha mother. I've heard about the deaths of people who have seen pictures of the other side. A member of the team said. The ostrich's face immediately changed. Hurriedly turned off the phone. What the hell? You did not say earlier. The team member shrugged. It doesn't matter much. This thing is the closer you get to the curse, the stronger it gets. It's just a forwarded photo now. And as the Night's Watch, we're blessed by the captain's divine power. The curse shouldn't work. What do you mean it should? What if it works? Ostrich patted his little chest. But I'm afraid that this photo will spread on the internet. Otherwise it will be very troublesome and could easily cause mass deaths and injuries. So we need to eradicate the Buddha's mother before that happens. I know. As the ostrich was speaking, the entire group suddenly flinched in realization. The surroundings changed all of a sudden. Illusion and mist wrapped around everything. A figure appeared on the Iron Throne. The ostrich froze for a moment and immediately responded. Captain. The last time the captain summoned many of the Night's Watch, the ostrich was naturally among them. Now called upon again. This time the only one summoned seems to be himself. Summon yourself alone. Ostrich. You. How's the mission in Boda going? A voice came from the Iron Throne. The curse has been preliminarily pinpointed as the work of an evil god named Buddha Mother. It is said that anyone who goes near it is cursed, and some people have tried to repost videos of the recorded Buddha Mother, causing mass deaths to be dedicated to her. We've blocked the video and are now tracking down the Buddha's mother. Chapter 142, I'm coming. Lu Jing frowned and thought, is this Buddha mother so powerful? And cursing people across the video. Why does this sound like a ghost story? You're in Boda. I heard that Boda Telecom fraud is arrogant and specializes in stealing other people's numbers. Ostrich was silent for a moment. Yes, there is this back. I was furious when I heard about this, said the man on the Iron Throne. Fraud, this is abominable. Grab them and destroy them. The ostrich blinked. Exterminate. Destroy who? Fraud? Fraud. Don't you find it abhorrent? The man on the throne asked. Abominable. Quite abominable. The ostrich replied immediately. The main one is whatever the boss says. And the boss must have his reasons for saying so. There are a lot of telecom parks in the Boda region. And if we want to fully eradicate them, this is something that I'm afraid will require the mobilization of a lot of forces. Ostrich said. The ostrich does not have a high status in the Night's Watch, and the resources it can mobilize are extremely limited. Boda is no longer a sovereign state, and the whole country is made up of several warlords who don't always have a say. Then let's knock down one of the parks first, to give them a little deterrent to look at. And I'll have Kirin send someone to assist you with this. Understood. A few more instructions were given, and the illusion and mist around them disappeared. The ostrich reopened his eyes and came back to reality. $30 million. Geez, it's only been a few days and we've already got a whopping $30 million. A year's worth of results out of the way. The supervisor just felt a little lack of oxygen in his brain. What kind of person was the owner of this account? That is so cool. The supervisor couldn't help but chant. Twice as cool. Twice as good. Twice as good. Hey, where's the pockmarked face? The supervisor greeted loudly. Get Pocky Face here. I'm going to reward him. I don't know. I haven't seen a pockmarked face all day today. This lazy bastard. Forget it, let him rest for a day. The supervisor jumped down and made sure to have a quick and easy time today. He opened his cell phone to find another message from the owner of the number. You've really touched my scales. You have one last chance. The supervisor laughed and addressed the crowd. You guys see this big? And now he's threatening me, saying he's touched his scales. The others around them laughed along with them. Ah ha 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 ha, isn't this great? No, it's not a regular big. It's a rich big. Come outside and talk to me if you can. The supervisor sneered. Outside? What if I walk outside? The supervisor walked outside the house. Hey, I'm out. Hey, I'm back in. What can he do to me? Say, isn't that a schoolboy? Someone laughed. From the sound of it, you shouldn't have watched much anime. The supervisor sent a direct voice. Brother, reverse scale. I'm out. Where are you? Come find me in Boda if you can. Immediately, someone came over and said, here we are. We welcome your loins here. We were in Boda. We didn't see you at all. You hooker. There was another round of laughter. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Along with this deafening, resounding roar, the piercing light suddenly tore through the endless darkness. The intense light seemed like a sharp sword, piercing straight through the shroud of night. At that moment, the crowd, including the supervisor, subconsciously looked up, only to see 4 helicopters rapidly descending from the sky. A helicopter? Where'd you get a helicopter? The boss is here? Security officers look at me. I look at you. For the first time, no one made a move. After all, who knows which big shot this is? The supervisor, however, was confused. What was going on? He thought it was the boss coming too. After all, the only people who could waltz in a helicopter, avoid the surveillance of missiles on the ground, and just land in the park in a dignified manner were insiders. Lift up your head and look at the sky. The supervisor looked at the message and froze slightly. Lift your head once more. The helicopter's huge propellers emitted a deafening roar, churning the surrounding air to form a strong vortex of air currents. The hatch above the fuselage stood open, as if it were a giant beast with an open bloody mouth. Right here at the hatchway entrance, a mysterious figure dressed in a black trench coat sat silently. The black trench coat was like a flag fluttering in the wind, blown by the gale. It seemed to be one with the night, and like a mysterious barrier that wrapped the figure tightly, making it difficult to glimpse its true form and appearance in any way, only to see the figure's legs hanging in mid-air in a seemingly casual but incomparably leisurely posture, as if he was sitting leisurely and comfortably on an invisible chair. He looked down on the bustling crowd below, his cold and deep gaze as chilling as the stars in the cold night. Lu Jing smiled crookedly. I'm stepping on the horse. No good. It's an enemy attack. Security guards fire. The supervisor suddenly shouted. However, it was too late. The missiles hanging from the helicopter activated instantly like a beast awakened. Only a deafening roar could be heard. Boom! Strong shockwaves spread rapidly in all directions with the missile as the center, and wherever they went, they set off a gale-like wave of air. The air around them burned as if it had been set on fire. Flames and smoke rose into the air. Immediately afterward, battle hardened. Body armor-clad special agents jumped from one helicopter to the next. They each started fighting with their guns in hand. Ta-da! Intense gunfire erupted suddenly. Voodoo doesn't kill. The people present were stunned. Where had they ever seen such a scene? Even if the government wants to crack down on wire fraud parks, there's no such method of cracking down. Is there? In the confusion, the supervisor tried to escape. What else is there to do in this situation if not to run? Rush to your own second uncle. Only the supervisor didn't run far before he was kicked from behind, and his whole body rolled twice on the ground. You! Lu Jing stomped on his head and said in a cold voice. Let you steal my number. Didn't you tell me to come find you? I'm here now. Supervisors are scared silly. Not buddy, you step on the horse to really To kill the supervisor did not expect that the other side can really fly a helicopter to eliminate them for a QQ number. What kind of power does this guy have if he can mobilize helicopters to fight overseas? Where's my QQ number? Lu Jing asked in a low voice. Here it is. Here. The supervisor hurriedly handed over his cell phone. You've read everything in there? Lu Jing hurriedly opened QQ and looked through the recent messages. What a smart person the supervisor is. He hurriedly said. Didn't look. I know everything. Big brother. I know nothing. I'm wrong. Chapter 143. I've been putting up with you for a long time. You don't know anything? There is no silver in this place. The supervisor shivered and said. Big brother, you listen to me. The content on your cell phone actually I have. He snapped to his feet, a sharp knife already in his hand. Awakened. Professional assassin. There was a flash of cold light. Lu Jing, however, dodged it easily as if he had expected it. Supervisor knows that the other side out of this stance. The content of the phone is definitely hiding something big. It is not allowed to say that those vigilantes or whatever, what ancient relics of the photos are real, and one would never survive reading this content. Skill, instant body. Without hesitation, the supervisor turned and fled furiously. His figure was like electricity, and in the blink of an eye, he had leapt more than 20 meters away. Such speed and responsiveness was enough to prove that this supervisor was by no means an idle person, and his strength should not be underestimated. However, in the face of the supervisor's fleeing, Lu Jing looked unusually calm and relaxed. He narrowed his eyes slightly and gently crushed his thumb and middle finger together. Discord. The supervisor's gaze suddenly froze, because not far in front of him, A huge claw as big as half a man seemed to emerge out of thin air from the void, and slapped fiercely towards him in a swift manner. This claw carried a powerful wind that whistled and slapped at the supervisor. At this point it was too late for the supervisor to stop himself from charging forward. He could only watch as that huge claw slapped down heavily on him like a Tarzan pressing down on an egg. It was accompanied by a dull thud. The supervisor's entire body was slapped out a long way, blood splattering and bones flying. By the time he landed on the ground, half of his body had become a bloody and miserable mess. As Lu Jing unleashed the Tengu's ability, the tattoos on his back flashed brightly, as if they were coming to life. As the tattoo lit up, a sizzling sensation came from behind it. Lu Jing checked the contents of his QQ. The good thing is that this supervisor just asked for the money and didn't do anything else. Doing some math, this grandson asked for a total of over $20 million. Ah, I've never seen so much money in my own life. Captain, this is Potato. Come in if you copy. Lu Jing glanced at Lin Mo, who was creeping forward, and grabbed her up. Didn't I tell you not to call me Captain out there? Got it, Captain. Captain, it's not as simple as simply cracking down on wire fraud that we're here, is it? Lin Mo said. Lu Jing nodded his head, thinking that was right. Mainly to get my QQ number back. After going back, one has to find and know how to add a few more layers of insurance to one's QQ number. Otherwise it could be a problem if someone steals it again. Captain, unusual, there's a basement here, Lin Mo suddenly said. Lu Jing thought she was sick again. Captain, really? I'm not kidding. Lin Mo stomped her foot as hard as she could. I can feel it. Lu Jing said. It's normal to have a basement in a wire fraud park. It's impossible to say that in fact, this electric fraud park is just a camouflage. But in fact, there's a huge horror hidden underground. Split the darkness, liberate the darkness that exists, and carry the power of the final king through the void to lead the way to the end of time. Shut up. Lu Jing lands a hand to the side of his opponent's head. He pulled Lin Mo to hide in the corner. As far as this situation is concerned, these mercenaries were able to cope with it without any problems. With an ostrich in command, there's not much to worry about. Lu Jing opened his cell phone and logged out of the QQ number on the supervisor's cell phone. Just about to log in on my own phone. Just then, your QQ number is logged in from a different location. Suspected of number theft and has been blocked. Lu Jing. Vigilantes all airborne at QQHQ. WOJ you big chicken leg. Lu Jing nearly didn't die of anger. He hurriedly called customer service. Hello, it's still me, Captain of the Night's Watch. Yeah, that's right, I'm taking my QQ number back. Customer service is silent for a moment. Your side of the review also did not pass off? How did you get your QQ number back? Is there any agreement with the other party? Yes, customer service said. And how do you prove it? Prove what? Prove that you are who you are. I'm the captain of the Night's Watch. Put. Customer service forced a smile. Can you tell us about the process of getting your QQ number back? What do I care if he wants it, he won't give it. Lu Jing furiously roared. He had so many guns in the park. So I flew 4 armed helicopters, found mercenaries to scrape and fell out of the air, and recaptured the QQ number. After recapturing it back, the QQ number was blocked by you guys. Helicopter gunships. Ha 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 ha. Customer service hilarious. Why didn't he say something about driving a rocket to get the QQ number back? Lu Jing. I've been putting up with you for a long time, and you've been laughing at me. Lu Jing was battling with customer service when he turned his head and realized that Lin Mo had disappeared. Captain, here. Lin Mo shouted. How many times have I told you not to call me Captain? Chapter 144, Cocoon Chrysalis. Hey, what are you doing? Lu Jing pressed his body to dodge the whistling bullets. Lin Mo followed a tunnel inside. Captain, I told you there was underground work here. It's not surprising that there are underground works, is it? It's probably still holding the people who were tricked into coming here. Lu Jing tried to drag Lin Mo back, but Lin Mo was walking fast, following the winding, seemingly endless steps all the way down carefully. The air gradually filled with a thick and pungent scent of dampness, like the unique smell emanating from the depths of a forest that had just been baptized by heavy rain. The steps are a little intimidatingly long. Finally, after a long descent, the feet were firmly planted on level ground. At this point, the underground lights were still tenaciously on, and although the light was slightly dim, it was enough to make the surroundings roughly visible. As far as the eye could see, one could clearly feel that this so-called underground space was quite wide and vast, as if it was a huge labyrinth hidden in the depths of the earth. Lu Jing immediately realized that something was wrong. Dum. How? Playing the drums? That's not right. It's more like a heartbeat. Lin Mo bounced and jumped next to Lu Jing, her delicate little face full of excitement. Captain, I think we found a big one. Knock. The The voice came from the depths of the tunnel. The duo followed onward. Foreknowledge. Foreknowledge. Lu Jing unleashed Shimmy. But the inheritance does not reach a certain threshold, and the scope of precognition is extremely limited. Which was 2 seconds later. Lu Jing suddenly stopped in his tracks, his gaze firmly attracted by the sight that appeared in front of him. Only a huge object stood there, and upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a huge white cocoon chrysalis. What is more amazing is that from these cocoon chrysalis from time to time, the sound of dong 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 dong. The sound seems to be a strong heartbeat. This heartbeat seems to contain endless life force and unknown power. No good. Lu Jing's face changed slightly. There was a person's body on the ground. The man had a pockmarked face and wore a terrified expression before he died, and one of the cocoon pupae had broken open, as if something had come out of it. Lu Jing swept a glance into the darkness and pulled Lin Mo to his side. Although this girl had also received the inheritance, according to Kirin's statement, Lin Mo had only received half of Gushu Bird's inheritance, and the other half was still within the organization. Lin Mo had no legacy items up to this point. Half of the inheritance leads to not even awakening progress, because it was the reason why he was accidentally chosen by the Gorkhas without being tested. That's why the serums are only the most derated serums as well. Lu Jing reached out and pulled out the red knife from the ghost baby's mouth. The red knife is shorter and easier to hold than the Dasha Dragon Sparrow. Captain, is there danger around here? The hell knows. The situation is unclear, get out of here first. Lu Jing tugged Lin Mo and headed out. Suddenly, he violently kicked Lin Mo away. The crimson as blood red blade set up. Boom dash. The sound of gold and iron clashing suddenly rang out. The speed of the other party was simply as fast as lightning, as if he had only touched lightly with the red blade, and in an instant, he flashed past and disappeared without a trace. This brief moment was like a glimpse, making it difficult to catch its figure and movements. However, just in this flash of lightning, Lu Jing still managed to barely make out the other party's appearance with his sharp gaze and extraordinary reflexes. That person, or that creature, it does have the outline of a human form, but on closer inspection it is by no means ordinary. The surface of its body was surprisingly exceptionally smooth, without a single hair or texture. It felt like a loach that had just been fished out of the water, slippery and elusive. What the hell? There's this monster underneath this telecom group? Lu Jing didn't expect to just fight a wire fraud group and still meet this thing. Ouch. Captain. Lin Mo covered her stomach and looked at Lu Jing with a grudging face. Lin Moore wore a one-piece black search officer's uniform. The costume was just too revealing, and it kept reminding Lu Jing of some kind of search officer episode. At this moment, an obvious large footprint appeared on Lin Mo's black uniform. Lu Jing yanked her up and ran. Run! So fast! Lu Jing's heart flinched. It was too late. Props, Xian Huang Qi. Bodyguard. This is a prop obtained from the time you broke into the fake mountain god. Lu Jing completely saw the other party this time. It doesn't have 5 senses, and the 5 senses are slowly squeezing out. By this time an eye had squeezed out, as if it had just been born into the world. Lu Jing narrowed his eyes slightly. Lu Jing kicked Lin Mo in the ass again, kicking her out of the fight. Immediately after that, Lu Jing and the other party's figure kept interlacing, and the other party's arm seemed to be its weapon. Lu Jing's red knife switched from his left hand to his right, and he suddenly threw it out again. From the mouth of the ghost baby, he drew a large gun over 2 meters long. A legacy. This was the object of inheritance that Lu Jing had inherited from the heavenly dog. Tengu had used it against zombies. Vientian Dawn. This name has one elephant and dawn as its core imagery. Everything can be made into a spear. 1,000 pounds of force will come out of it. A low sound came from his mouth. Death comes. The angry cry seemed to shatter the air around them. At the same time, the long spear in Lu Jing's hand was like a roaring jiaolong, violently bursting out with unrivaled momentum and power. In an instant, only a muffled pf sound could be heard, and the incomparably sharp lance pierced through the opponent's body with precision. Blood splashed out in all directions, forming a bleak mist of blood in the air. The enemy that was hit fell heavily to the ground. Cam! Lu Jing didn't relax in the slightest. Instead, the rhythm of that heartbeat grew faster and stronger. At this moment, the lives in those cocoon chrysalises were breaking free one by one at an astonishing speed and breaking out of their cocoons. They made a subtle yet creepy sound, as if they were countless demons whispering and hissing in the darkness, stirring up a hornet's nest. This is Ta-da! The voice was like a life-suppressing talisman, rapidly approaching towards Lu Jing from far and near. Each step felt like it stepped on his nerves, causing his scalp to tingle. Lin Mo and Lu Jing were back to back. Captain, I feel honored to fight alongside you, even though you just kicked me twice. Lu Jing was helpless. You're quite vindictive. Chapter 145, if you want to die, I'll let you. Lu Jing was holding the Wanxian Dawn. Storm blood. In an instant, an extremely violent power gushed out from Lu Jing's body. The blood seemed to be ignited. boiling violently as if hot lava was rushing and flowing through the veins. At the same time, the mysterious and ancient inheritance tattoo on Lu Jing's back began to emit a blazing light and rolling waves of heat. The tattoo was as if it had come to life, flickering and pulsing with the surge of blood, echoing and mingling with the surging power within his body. A strange pattern gradually lit up, outlining a shocking pattern. Lu Jing swung his big gun and forced the two lunging figures back. Then he stabbed out violently, not even looking, flat and swift, straight out and straight in. The force reaches the tip of the gun, so that the gun is stuck in a line. Out of the gun like a submerged dragon out of the water. Into the gun like a tiger into the hole. Lu Jing turned around violently. With the enhancement of the inheritance item, his battle power was going to be a notch higher than before. With two poofs, the two monsters that had just broken out of their cocoons were pierced through their heads by Lu Jing. The opponent's speed was fast, but his defense was not strong. And each individual has a different battlefield. Listen carefully. Lu Jing expanded the field of his shimmy skill to its peak. Despite the opponent's extreme speed, however, their every action and every move could not escape Lu Jing's prediction. Lu Jing was like a wise man in control of the whole situation, having long since gained insight into all the enemy's movements. Put! The sharp light of the gun suddenly flashed, followed by a muffled sound of PFF and blood splattered everywhere. The lance in Lu Jing's hand danced densely, each thrust carrying a deadly threat. Lu Jing turned around and passed his lance behind him without looking at it. Nail a monster to the wall. One hand transformed into a sharp knife and blocked himself. Lin Mo's side was also tangling with a monster with a knife. Time passes. The monsters that rushed over were the last two left. It moved quickly around Lu Jing and Lin Mo. Captain. At this point, I'm going to have to use my back to hide energy. I'll cover you. You run. Lin Mo covered her injured shoulder. Run? Lu Jing was slightly taken aback. Running there are only two left, and it's not a good solution. The more Lu Jing fought, the more energized he became. However, as time passed, those two monsters that originally had blurred faces and strange shapes also underwent a shocking change. They had grown clearly visible features at the moment. Their eyes deep and bright, their noses straight and refined, as if they had been finely carved. His mouth rose slightly, revealing a mysterious smile. Not only that, the hair on their entire body gradually became thicker, and they were already comparable to humans. Lu Jing frowned, and his expression didn't look too good anymore. It will also evolve. The speed of the two monsters was like a stimulant compared to the speed they had just had. Too close. It's faster. Lu Jing looked grim. Be careful. Holy ruling. Lin Mo directly removed the pendant from her neck. Backup hidden energy activated. Captain run. I'll cover. Tears fell from Lin Mo's eyes. Guess in her imagination, she was the golden iron beast in the cartoon. In a moment of crisis, he resolutely chose to blow himself up in order to protect Marshal Wild Scarlet. Subsequently, whenever Lu Jing thought back to her, he couldn't help but weep. The entire Night's Watch mourned her when they heard her story. All vigilantes send General Limo. The Vigil suffers the loss of a building block. Countless people will miss her and how it would have been with Lin Morse. Lu Jing turned his head. Confused face? It's like he's fighting to the death with the enemy, and he's about to win, when his own teammate suddenly wants to die with the other team while holding a bomb. Boom dash. Lu Jing's eyes widened in horror. His mouth opened wide, and he just wanted to shout out, "I've got beans." However, his voice came to a screeching halt as if it had been violently choked by a large, invisible hand. Just then, a dazzling light suddenly flashed out, like a sharp sword cutting through the dark night. The intensity of that light was so strong that one could barely look directly at it, and it instantly illuminated everything around them with a destructive force. Immediately afterward, the ground quickly caved in, forming a huge deep pit. Countless dirt and dust flew up and filled the air. For a moment, everyone on the ground was stunned by the sudden turn of events in front of them, and they looked at the scene in shock. Cough cough. Lu Jing climbed out of the dust. Immediately after that, Lin Mo revealed his head, which had now turned into a small earthling. Hey, I'm not dead? This thing is so powerful? Lu Jing resisted the urge to kick her to death. If you want to die, I'll let you. Those two unlucky monsters didn't expect to be killed by such an attack one day. Cannonballing mosquitoes. A few hours later, Boda, a hotel somewhere. Lu Jing ignored Lin Mo's pleas and withdrew his holy ruling. Put in her hands. This girl will play herself to death sooner or later. Lu Jing took back the dangerous holy ruling into the ghost baby's mouth. Getting my clothes off in the bathroom and feeling the hot water running down over my head. These days because of the QQ stolen thing, worried about the bad food and sleep, now I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Captain, I promise I'll never mess around again. Captain, just lend me a few more days to play. Captain, it's okay for you to lend me a different artifact. Lin Mo's voice came from outside the bathroom. Lu Jing ignored it. When he finished his shower, he found Lin Mo lying lifelessly on the bed. "How much do you remember about the Arctic mission?" Lu Jing asked while rubbing his hair and pretending to be casual. After the mission in the Arctic, the Tengu is sacrificed and the God of Order is revived. Kirin concluded that the person who had finally struck to destroy the God of Order was the captain. Lu Jing also affirmed his idea behind the scenes. This mission should have ended here. But before the mission, Lin Mo was sent by Kirin to the North Pole on another mission. However, Lin Mo accidentally discovered the ice palace where the God of Order once resided. Subsequently, Lin Mo lost her memory. There are results that show that Lin Mo once used the holy ruling. No one knows what happened at that time except for Lin Mo. Kirin decides to have the dream taper hypnotize Lin Mo to make the other person remember what happened at that time. Lu Jing was worried that Lin Mo had revealed her true identity, which was why he had brought her out on this mission. "Don't remember." Lin Mo climbed to her feet as the sun shone from behind her. The sun shone from behind her as if it had outlined a bright silhouette line for her. The small, delicate face like porcelain. The small, delicate nose was slightly arched, and those long eyelashes cast two faint shadows on her pink cheeks, like two light butterflies resting on them. It quivered gently as she blinked, exuding an enchanting charm. After getting along for a long time, I even forgot that this girl is also a big beauty to come. Chapter 146, The Buddha Mother. Lu Jing struck her on the head with a hand blow. "You really don't remember?" "I really don't remember." Lu Jing said. "When you go back, the probability is that Kirin will let the dream taper spirit hypnotize you to make you recall what happened before. So keep an eye out and don't reveal my identity." "But if he's mind controlling me, how am I supposed to keep an eye out?" Lu Jing scratched his head. He didn't know what to look out for. "Anyway, just forget about me being the captain and don't mention it to anyone." Lu Jing strengthened his tone. "Got it, Captain." Lin Mo clenched his right hand and struck his heart, his eyes determined. Lu Jing began to wonder, had he ever created a magic weapon like hypnosis or something like that before? I myself have borrowed from quite a few hypnosis genre novels before. What, hypnotizing cold schoolgirls? Hypnotizing teachers? Something like that. Park. The entire telecom park, at this point, is under control. The mercenaries cordoned off the area and uninvolved personnel were released outright. For good measure, Ostrich has arranged a sting operation. That supervisor's so-called second uncle, Warlord, was strangled to death in bed by a prostitute. Otherwise it was a bit of a problem for this warlord to send a whole bunch of big-headed soldiers with submachine guns and tankers over to make a scene for his nephew. Now that this warlord is dead, the people below the second and third and fourth are busy getting to the top. Naturally, no one paid any attention to this area of the telecom park. The Ostrich will also be able to have more time to deal with the aftermath. Compared to the other Night's Watchmen, Ostrich knew that he was not strong and had limited resources to mobilize. So, there is often a tendency to take the more frugal approach and take shortcuts. If we let Jubilee run this thing, Jubilee must have set up two cannons directly outside the park and bombarded whoever came along. Or just work with a rival warlord and level the field all the way over. Ostrich doesn't have that strength, which makes him meet things and tend to see things in other ways of thinking. This time, for example, the captain himself gave himself a separate assignment. This is certainly a test of oneself. Only what puzzled the Ostrich was why the captain was suddenly going after a wire fraud park. He also had Kirin transfer someone from Jiangnan to assist him. Captain recently electrocuted. The absurd thought passed in a flash. Once the secret of the underground of the telecommunication park was discovered, the Ostrich understood at once. The captain really isn't trying to fight wire fraud so much. Boss, got the confession. The deputy approached. The crypts that these wire fraudsters secretly dug underground 5 years ago were originally designed to hold people who had been tricked into coming here. This crypt is now dedicated to the mysterious and enigmatic Mother Buddha. The number of people who believe in the Buddha's mother in Bodha can be said to be large, and the Buddha's mother has a wide influence and deep roots of faith in the region. The hideous monsters that hatch from their cocoon chrysalises are the unfortunate ones that are offered as sacrifices to the Buddha mother. Some fervent believers began to spread the word around, claiming that this mutated state was the ultimate form of human evolution. After some exhaustive investigations and comparisons, we found that the distribution of such cocoon pupae throughout the Bodha region is quite alarming. No wonder the captain had to personally ask about this. The Ostrich nodded thoughtfully. What is this Buddha mother all about? Didn't they say that it can curse those who get close to it? How come there are still people who believe in it? The mother of Buddha curses those who approach it, but not those who make offerings to it. Its followers would then deliberately spread various pictures of the mother of Buddha to those who did not believe in her, so that they would die, whereas if they believed in her they would be safe. This time is the same. Buddha mother's followers are ready to create a massacre directly on the internet as a way to create panic. Let Buddha mother have more followers. Asterisk 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 ah. Ostrich frowned. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I don't know how many people are going to die in this mass slaughter. Boss, you'd better call for help from the organization. This is beyond what we can handle. If this Buddha mother is really able to kill people through the internet, just a photo, a video on a cell phone, that is just horrible. Humph. The ostrich snorted coldly. A mere Buddha mother, a minor god of a foreign state. This time it's the captain himself. It waits for death. Immediately, Ostrich sent the whole thing to the captain as it was. The ostrich pursed his lips, saying that this was one of the few times he had ever sent an unsolicited message to the captain. The ones who usually butt heads with the captain are almost always the upper echelons of Kirin, White Zephyr, Green Dragon and the rest of them. Is this an opportunity? A chance for a promotion for yourself? The captain wants to train himself as a heartthrob? Finally seeing his own intelligence? The ostrich wants to get into it. Only a minute passed, and half a dozen letters were not answered. Thud. The ostrich heard his heart beating. This feeling, how it has a feeling like school days. Chasing girls. She looks at me. Hey, does she like me? Does she have a crush on me? Do I have a second child? Boy or girl? Sending a message to each other has to be word for word. Carefully tap send. Then hold your phone and wait. Wait for the other person to finally message back. And pretend you don't see it and can't reply the first time. Had to wait a while, as if he didn't care. Hey, it's Captain Vigil. Yeah, right. I'm going to report your customer service here for her mocking me. It's been a constant laugh, and it hasn't stopped. And the efficiency of the work is extremely low. I am now all to snatch my QQ number back. She gave me QQ number blocked. Today must give me a statement. What? I have to wait 7 more days? After hanging up the phone, Lu Jing paced back and forth in anger. It suddenly occurred to me that the ostrich was still taking care of things in the park, and I wondered how it was going. What was the deal with the monster that ran out of the cocoon chrysalis? So, once again, the bosun's oven was utilized. Mist and delusion. Captain. The figure below dropped to one knee. How are things being handled? Lu Jing asked in a deep voice. The ostrich then reported what he had found out as it happened. Lu Jing listened with a big frown. Hissing. Why are there so many evil gods in this world? One moment a god of chaos, the next a revived god of order, and now a Buddha mother who can kill people from across the room comes out? Don't worry. I'll have someone found to assist you. So, this mission. The ostrich heard the meaning of the captain's words, focusing on the word assist. It was logical that an evil god of this level would have to be dealt with by a Night's Watch that could hold down a city of 10 million levels. Then it must have been himself who assisted the other Night's Watch in this task. But now it looks like the captain is looking for a night watchman to assist him. The ostrich was inwardly overjoyed. The captain was really trying to cultivate himself. Guju, Tengu, counting you ostrich. 3 inheritors. Can't they still solve this district's Buddha mother? Lu Jing said in a deep voice. Team of 3, you're the captain. Thank you to the Lost Loin for the Great God certification. Hurry up and get your waist back. God. Chapter 147 Plans. Snake Soup. Lu Jing sat down at a roadside stand to eat the snacks that were a specialty of the Buddha country. Snake soup usually has a delicate texture, tastes a bit like chicken, and brings a refreshing sensation instead of leaving a heavy taste. Lu Jing smacked the flavor and thought about whether he could bring some to his family when he went back. Lin Mo on the side lost her appetite when she heard the name snake soup, and her spoon swirled around in the bowl, but she just didn't bring it to her mouth. Eat quickly. You have a mission to perform later. Lu Jing reminded. Only when you're full will you have the strength to work. Oh, this time when he went back, Lu Jing was going to use this as an excuse for Lin Mo to receive the complete Guju bird inheritance. Having received the full inheritance and gained the power, perhaps it might be possible to be less affected by the dream taper's hypnosis. Boss, another bowl. Boda has a Boda language, except that Chinese is more widespread here, while Boda has a low audience. Lu Jing ate while looking at the tall building across the street. Ryu's group. Upon investigation, this group was responsible for secretly giving support behind the scenes to the organization of the followers of the Buddha's mother. There is evidence that Lu Wu, the head of the Lu group, is in fact the culprit for spreading the Buddhist mother religion. Lin Mo looked around the room and around the 8 weeks. Look around the 12 weeks. The Heavenly King covers the earth. Lu Jing was silent. Lin Mo repeated. The Heavenly King covers the earth. Lu Jing knocked her on the head. Just the two of us on what code word? Lin Mo reached out and covered her head. Then, in a whisper, the King of Heaven covers the earth. Lu Jing sighed helplessly. The pagoda suppresses the river demon. Captain, when do we move? Lin Mo asked. Wait for the notice. Ryu has been seen entering the building. Ostrich's voice came over the headset. It's not that easy to enter the Ryu building in a dignified manner. The security in the building has doubled for some reason, and all of them were Lu Wu's personal bodyguards. 90% of them were awakened. The remaining 10% are all battle-hardened mercenaries as well. Ryuo's office was located on the top floor of the building. The vicinity of the building is equipped with a missile system, and any attempt to approach from the air will be scanned by radar. It was said that the outer wall of Ryuo's room could even withstand the full force of a close-range 30th ranked magician's bombardment. I guess after the park was knocked out, Ryuo knew someone was checking him out and had his defenses up. The ostrich squinted and looked through the binoculars at the top floor window. The one-sided, bulletproof, blast-resistant glass is invisible from the outside, but visible from the inside. That's pretty discreet, Ostrich lamented. Facing such an iron kingpin, the ostrich also felt somewhat helpless. Ryuo's defenses are just too good. Getting mercenaries could attack the park, but that certainly wouldn't work against Ryu's group. There is a military base nearby, plus bodyguards within the Ryu group. Any ideas? Lu Jing asked. A strong attack is definitely not a good idea, Ostrich said. Let's observe first. Ostriches don't perform tasks quickly, they work slowly. There is no use in hurrying, but it will easily lead to failure of the mission. By this time, he had the beginnings of a plan in mind. Utilizing a teleportation device. Go directly to the other party's office. Only the teleportation device has a distance limitation, and the distance is very short. To teleport on the roof of a tall building, you can teleport directly to Yu tax office. The teleportation device, which Lu Jing and the others had once used to enter the interior of the replica when they were 3,000 meters underwater at the North Pole. The crux of the matter was how to arrange the teleportation device on the roof of the opponent's heavily defended building. Late at night, 7,500 above the ground in the air, a fixed wing hovers in the air. Ostrich said, all remembered how to control the direction? Remember to always land precisely on the roof of the building. Then we need to quickly set up teleportation equipment to get into the other side's offices. So exciting! Lin Mo was all excited. Lu Jing frowned slightly. A parachute jump at an altitude of more than 7,500 meters and have to land precisely on top of the other side's building. This is really a bit of a challenge. The ostrich knew it too, but there was no way around it. Any airborne equipment will be radar locked as soon as it approaches the building. The other side's office is practically a bastard shell from top to bottom. Good. Prepare to jump. Lu Jing looked back at Lin Mo. Don't play around. Be careful. Yes. Lu Jing felt like an old mom, having to take care of this girl with little intelligence at all times. Lu Jing sometimes wondered if her brains had grown on her breasts. Lin Mo nodded and then leapt down. Lu Jing took a deep breath and followed suit. Jumping out of the plane, the wind whistled in my ears. Lu Jing wasn't as flustered as he thought he was. I've seen it all before. It's just a parachute jump. You know that you have never even been on a roller coaster since you were a kid, and now you are transitioning directly to skydiving. As I descended, I could only feel a chill in my pants. Lu Jing glanced at the timing on his watch. Came to 21 seconds. He looked at the figure in the lower left. That's the ostrich, and at the bottom right is Lin Mo. Lu Jing swooped down low, imagining he was Superman. 300 meters. The scene below was becoming clearer. Lu Jing pulled the parachute at once and pulled the left joystick as he had learned, driving the cords downward, so that the left side of the exhaust port is concave inward, while the right side of the exhaust port is relatively convex. The air inside the parachute will be discharged to the left rear through the exhaust port, and at the same time produce an opposing force, pushing the parachute to the right front. The parachute then turned to the left. By the same token, the parachute turns to the right when you pull down the right joystick. Lu Jing stared at the tall buildings below when a gust of wind suddenly hit him. This gale came fast and furious and lasted a long time. Lu Jing hurriedly controlled the direction, but even so he was still blown away from the direction of the tall building. Lu Jing's thumbs and middle fingers came together. Gourd. Suddenly, without warning, a huge dog's head surfaced and it was hideous and majestic. Its sharp fangs glinting with a cold light. The dog's head was seen opening its bloody mouth and taking a deep breath. With its inhaling motion, the airflow surged into its mouth like a tidal wave, emitting a whistling sound. Immediately afterward, the dog's head violently exhaled the inhaled air heavily. Phew! This aura swept out as if it were a raging storm, and the strong air currents impacted everything around them, setting off layers of ripples. With this opposing wind, the three paratroopers managed to land on the roof of the building in the night sky. The three men unhooked their heavy gear from their backs. Ostrich quickly assembled. Prepare to teleport. Chapter 148, The Third Coffin. Prepare for teleportation. The three of them used their teleportation equipment almost at the same time to cross from the roof of the building just as easily. The turtle shell that could withstand the full force of a 30th ranked magical guide strike. Lu Jing was holding two Dasha dragon sparrows, and according to the ostrich's estimation the office space wasn't too big. I wonder if there will be a few awakened bodyguards inside. Compared to long guns, short swords obviously have more room for fighting. Lu Jing's figure landed firmly on the ground and quickly swept a glance. He had already made plans that there would be 2 to 3 awakened bodyguards in the house. Who would have thought that there was only one person in the house? And this person is that has reached the twilight of the wind and candles, Lu Wu. At the moment he was sitting limply in his chair, his whole body looking lifeless and shaky as a candle in the wind. His eyes were slightly closed, leaving only a thin slit through that. His eyes could be seen seeming to roll feebly, as if trying to see everything around him, but it seemed so difficult and strained. Ostrich quickly took control of Ryuo and viciously said, "Move to get your bandaged," pulling him up from his seat again. Half of these big bosses would have emergency devices next to their seats. A quick push and someone from outside would come in. Lu Jing also didn't expect to control Lu Wu so easily. Lu Jing inserted a special USB flash drive into the computer in Lu Wu's office as planned. The other Ostrich's deputy quickly took remote control of the computer. Very well, here is information on the followers of the Buddha's mother spread out in Buddha, as well as the various underground churches. This is a good way to get them all in one place. You guys. Who are you guys? Ryuo said in a deep voice. Your retribution. Ryuo, tell us properly about the Buddha mother. Ostrich put the knife against his neck. You don't believe that with the blessing of your Buddha's mother, the knife won't bleed if you stick it in, do you? Ryuo shook his head. I'm not that stupid. It seems you're not that kind of fanatical believer. The ostrich said. If that's the case, why do you want to help the Buddha's mother? Ryuo sighed deeply. It wasn't that I actively tried to help it, but that it coerced me into helping it. Good. Now please tell your story. The ostrich wasn't in a hurry at this point, the door had been locked. Ryuo is under their control, and they also got a message from the followers of the Buddha mother. Can I have a cup of tea? Ostrich signaled Lin Mo to pour a cup of tea for Lu Wu. 5 years ago, Ryuo began carefully selecting a grave for himself. Back then, the young and vigorous Lu Wu started from nothing with his own superior wisdom and courage. He single-handedly founded the now famous Lu group. Even the 2 powerful warlords in the Bunda region were raised by Ryuo himself. From this, we can see how monstrous the power he possesses is. For such a kingpin standing on top of the peak, even after the matter, also need to be perfect. Therefore, many years ago, Lu Wu decided to find an excellent feng shui land as his final home while he was still alive. After much searching and under the careful guidance of a highly respected feng shui master, Lu Wu finally found a legendary dragon land as he had hoped. Legend has it that in ancient times, the king who once ruled over the entire Boda region also chose this place for his tomb. This place is surrounded by mountains and water. Magnificent. As if there is a dragon vein hibernating in it, is a rare feng shui treasure point. It was just that by the time Lu Wu realized it, the ground had already buried a coffin. What kind of person is Lu Wu? Black and white. Immediately, he had the coffin removed. I didn't expect to move out and find another coffin underneath this one shortly afterward. It is thought that throughout the ages, people have buried their coffins here because they knew that the land was good. Worried that there were still coffins down there, Ryuo had the men keep digging, until you're sure there's no coffin. After all, he didn't want to share a cemetery with someone else after he died. Who knew that this digging was a big one? You dug up the Buddha mother? Lu Jing couldn't help but interject. It's not the Buddha mother, it's the third coffin. Lu Wu said quietly, the day I dug out this coffin, all the people present except me died tragically on the spot. I'm the only one who survived and followed its lead. I found everything about the Buddha's mother in the middle of a crypt somewhere, and it told me that I could only live if I obeyed it. Otherwise, curse my whole family. After hearing the story, Lu Jing only felt chills down his spine. How is this? The ghost stories are out. It's at Up World. Where is that coffin now? Ostrich asked. Still in the middle of that tomb. After saying that, Lu Wu swept a glance at the 3 Lu Jing people. You 3 don't think twice. After this happened I knew I was in trouble too. And I got a lot of people. Even in the end, they were so desperate that even the so-called orthodox Taoist priests were invited. But the result was still a loss of troops. That thing. It's not something you can deal with. So hurry up now and I'll pretend nothing happened. The Buddha mother has promised me that it will spare me when I have accomplished what it has commanded. The ostrich said faintly. This is called a self-inflicted sin. Not only did you do it to yourself, but you also killed more innocent people for it. Lu Wu pulled the corner of his mouth. His eyes filled with disdain. Self-inflicted? In his life, he's done nothing but kill and burn. Or we wouldn't have the family business we have today. Old age? Meet this kind of thing. Count yourself unlucky. Nowadays is not without a solution. He will still be able to continue to live when he completes the task of the Buddha's mother. Ostrich raised his pistol. There was an extremely subtle muffled sound coming from the silencer. Send this old man to hell. Lu Jing was slightly surprised, not expecting the ostrich to strike so decisively under its harmless appearance. Just killed? The ostrich added another shot to the other's head. Did you call the police? You think this is China? I was worried if there was something he wasn't saying. It's all in the computer. Ostrich said. Don't expect him to know too much. Now it's a big job to clear out the Buddha's mother followers scattered in Boda. And I'll have to go to the captain for backup. Lu Jing said mentally. I'll allow it. The car drove around the ring road. Lu Jing transferred Vermilion Bird to handle the matter of Buddha Mother. At the moment, Vermilion Bird was leading a group of people to clear out the followers of the Buddha Mother according to the map. Jubilee's method is rather crude. I heard that she straight up tied up a couple of warlord leaders in Boda, hung them up and beat them for 3 days. They were forced to send soldiers in tanks to go from house to house looking for various portraits of the Buddha's mother, or simply just blasted with a cannon. Vermilion Bird sat on the tank, her slender legs casually folded together. Surprisingly, there was a series of skulls hanging from his neck. Apparently it was the loot she had cut up in her copy adventures. Jubilee wore a pair of simple shorts underneath, showing off her pale, slender, beautifully shaped thighs without reservation. Under the sunlight, that white skin seemed to radiate a charming luster, and a pair of fashionable sunglasses rested securely on the high bridge of her nose, covering her deep and soulful eyes. It was such a bright woman who was shouting, "Blast thee out of me!" Those who are obsessed with the Buddha's mother can be transformed, and those who stubbornly resist the idea of evolving into a new human being will be killed. For a while, it killed the people of Burda. Soldiers split in two. Lu Jing, Ostrich, and Lin Mo, on the other hand, were ready to dig up the third coffin that Lu Wu had spoken of. The ostrich lit himself a cigarette and gulped down the smoke while popularizing the evil god with Lu Jing, who had just been newly promoted to Night Watchman Tengu, and the newcomer Guju Bird. Evil gods come down to this world along with portals, and these evil gods almost always run out of them. There are portals that have not been closed for a long time, and the magical creatures inside come running out. Compared to those demons with entities, these evil gods were more difficult to deal with. They will be hidden and build up their strength, and even more so, they will gather believers. We of the Night's Watch have to tackle not only the copies, but also these things that run out. It's just that most people don't really understand that. Lu Jing looked out the window. Today was a cloudy day. He had a bad feeling about this. Say, we're going to rob a tomb, aren't we? And we haven't prepared any specialized equipment? Ostrich said. Don't worry, I brought a lot of professional guys. In my estimation, that so-called Buddha's mother is able to kill others through this means of propagation. It should be an existence like a spirit or something like that. Such an existence is better dealt with props instead. The ostrich thought prettily that this time, after solving the matter of the Buddha's mother, he would be able to earn himself a lot of contribution points again. Chapter 149, Opening the Coffin. The ostrich looked up at the weather and tossed the 3 special copper coins in his hand high into the air. If the upper and lower trigrams are the same, it is the 8 pure trigrams, and the main trigram of the Great Luck meets the 8 pure trigrams. The life is in danger. The ostrich frowned and couldn't help but TSK. And look at this cloudy, whirling weather. The ostrich mentally backed off. The ostrich's rule of thumb has always been to act only when you are 200% sure. On the other hand, Lu Jing and Lin Mo were taking out tools from their backpacks. Luo Yang shovels, candles in the southeast corner, flying tiger claws. What's all this you've got? Where did you learn to carry this stuff? Tomb Raider, Lin Mo said with a straight face. Lu Jing nodded her head. That's all a lie. Lin Mo covered her head with her hands. With that, Lu Jing pulled out a peachwood sword from his backpack. Black dog blood, glutinous rice. Only these are real. Lin Mo came to a realization. The ostrich on the side saw this scene and took a deep breath. If I had known, I would have chosen Jubilee to come with myself. Is this it? The ostrich nodded. The 3 men looked at each other. Each took a shovel, rolled up their sleeves and started digging. The 3 of them dug at a fast speed, and in less than a quarter of an hour's effort they dug out a large pit. Just no coffin yet. According to Ryuwa, this coffin was buried very deep and they were the last to dig it up. Gradually, the blazing sun began to sink slowly toward the west. At that moment, there was only a slight but sharp rustling around. It sounded like a million little invisible claws were gently scratching the ground and grass. In this silent atmosphere, the subtle sound was exceptionally clear and piercing, making one's hair stand on end. The wind also became colder and colder from an unknown time. Those tree branches swayed in the wind, sometimes colliding with each other to make a crisp sound. Aha! Saw it! Lin Mo's eyes lit up. She saw the corner of the coffin. The other 2 also accelerated their speed, and in no time at all a coffin was presented before the eyes of the 3. As soon as they saw the coffin, the 3 of them couldn't help but stare in disbelief. No wonder Lu Wu felt that the coffin was strange and had the coffin opened. This coffin was surprisingly made of jade. Its material and feel were simply no different from real beautiful jade. When the hand gently touches it, the warm and smooth touch is as delicate and soft as stroking the finest sheep's fat white jade. Under careful observation, it could be found that the surface of this coffin was emitting a faint luster, and every inch of it had been meticulously carved, with clearly visible textures and smooth, natural lines. I don't need to tell you that the objects placed in it must be extraordinary. The three men looked at each other. Ostrich brought out the prepared tools. First, he threw away Linma's candle and inserted his own into it. What do you mean? The ostrich explained. This is the real prop. If a spirit appears, the candle will quickly melt. Immediately afterward, a large net was erected around the perimeter, sealing the coffin. The net of the green underworld can trap spiritual beings, but it is only effective on spiritual beings. If you face those magical creatures instead, you lose the effect. Some props are just like that. They are used to specialize against a certain creature. It's the same as the game of chess, where the elephant eats the lion eats the mouse, and the mouse eats the elephant. Speaking of which, Ostrich turned around and asked, have you guys ever entered a copy of the spooky class? Lu Jing remembered the last copy of the Mountain God, which should be considered a weird type of copy. However, it was only that one time. There aren't many copies of the spooky type, but more of the combat type. Our organization can use contribution points to buy all kinds of props, and the Awakens props are basically unavailable to us, so we have to use our contribution points wisely. As you enter more and more copies, purchase privileges are upgraded. Ostrich set up various props while constantly sharing his experience with the two newcomers. Say, have you guys met the captain? Linma, ******. Lu Jing pursed his lips unnaturally. Never seen it. The ostrich smiled and spoke in a heavy tone. Do a good job and you'll get a chance to see the captain. Like I've seen him no less than 4 times. Lin Mo snickered on the side. Lu Jing secretly poked her and hurriedly changed the subject. He was afraid that Lin Mo said that he had missed the point again and urged, open the museum. Clatter. Just at the moment when those words had just fallen, the sky, which was still just overcast, suddenly looked like it had been torn open, and bean-sized raindrops poured down like waterfalls, making crackling sounds, instantly shrouding the entire mountain in a curtain of white rain. Lu Jing raised his head to look at the sky and said, it can't be that evil. The three men stood on the outside of the coffin, with hooks attached to the coffin and one end to the car. When he stepped on the gas, he heard a muffled sound from the coffin. The jade coffin just slowly opened. Lu Jing held the big gun in his hand. Rumble dash. As the lid of the coffin fell to the ground, the entire coffin was just exposed to the air. At that very instant, the candle placed next to the coffin began to melt at an alarming rate. It went out quietly in the blink of an eye, leaving only a wisp of light smoke rising. Almost at the same time, the entire net of the green underworld suddenly erupted in a burst of ear-piercing la-la sound, as if 10 million poisonous snakes were spitting and hissing at the same time. And at that moment, the gusts of wind came roaring and unabashedly madly tearing everything around them. The rain slammed down hard on the ground, stirring up sheets of water and spray. Her vision, so like stars glowing. See, and panic. The bright moon spits out light. The unjust ghosts swing in the wind. The night is deeper and the fog is colder, and the wandering souls tread all over. Lu Jing couldn't help but wince. How does this still have Ghost Bride BGM? Does this thing come out with sound effects? The evil god also watches Lam Ching-ing. Lu Jing turned his head and realized that it was Lin Mo who was playing music on her cell phone. Angry, Lu Jing gave her another blow to the head. The wind is getting stronger and more irregular. The ostrich said a bad word. The intent of the gale seemed to be to tear apart the web of the green underworld that had been arranged around to trap this evil god. Luckily, the ostrich had prepared quite a few props, and took a golden-colored bead out and gently blew on it. The wind around them stopped. Wind-stabilizing beads. The ostrich shouted at the coffin. Any other tricks? Just use them. Chapter 150, The Sphinx. Rumble dash. Thunder rolls. Lu Jing took a deep breath, nervous to the core. If a huge demonic creature appeared in front of him at this moment, instead, he wouldn't be so nervous. The unknown will always inspire fear. At this time, Lu Jing suddenly felt some numbness on his calves. He didn't pay much attention to it just now because he thought it was windy, but now the wind was stopped by the wind-calming beads. There was still a strange sensation coming from his leg, as if something was gently squirming. Lu Jing subconsciously lowered his head to look, but this glance caused him to tremble and his heart to pound. Only a worm was lying on his leg. This worm was about the length of a middle finger, with a bizarre dark green color throughout its body, and some tiny spots and lines on its body. Normally, a bug of this size shouldn't have caused such a reaction. However, when Lu Jing fixed his eyes to take a closer look, he realized what was truly creepy. The head of that bug was actually a human head. The head had shrunk countless times, but the five senses were still clearly recognizable. The nose was slightly turned up and the lips were slightly parted, with a row of sharp teeth peeking out of that mouth. Lu Jing was shocked when he saw this scene. What the hell? At the same time, there was a startled cry from Lin Mo at his side. What the hell? Lu Jing looked down and saw that the ground was densely packed with these human-headed long insects at some point. The scene caused Lu Jing to suck in a breath of cold air. The heads of those individuals varied in looks, and surprisingly, there were both men and women. Lu Jing waved Wanxiang Dan. Go! The sweep of the lance immediately brought up a wailing sound. What the hell is this? The ostrich obviously didn't expect this scene either, and his face went white when he saw it. It's the Sphinx. How did it get here? Don't let them destroy the net of the green underworld. Ostrich drew a scorpion submachine gun from his back. A dense hail of bullets swept across the ground, smashing the sphinxes that tried to approach the web of the green underworld into a puddle. Lu Jing endured his discomfort and waved his lance. The tip of the gun drew a harsh arc in the air, bringing up a whistling sound as if even the air had been torn apart. Vaguely, there were actually bursts of thunder resounding all around. Those sphinxes, on the other hand, did not flinch at all in the face of such a mighty attack. They wriggled and crawled toward the large net. The lance in Lu Jing's hand was like the autumn wind sweeping away the leaves, and only a miserable scream could be heard. The sphinxes fell to the ground in droves, splattering blood. The ostrich changed the tip of the gun, and the muzzle burst into hot flames. These sphinxes looked terrifying, but in reality, they were not difficult to deal with. Lu Jing could trample so many to death with one foot, just like stepping on a mouse. As one of the sphinxes turned into mush under Lu Jing's feet, he clearly felt the sticky touch from the soles of his feet as well as a slight gust of writhing. The feeling sent an involuntary chill up his scalp, and the hairs on his body stood up. Even though Lu Jing had already experienced countless bloody and cruel scenes, he couldn't help but feel a trace of disgust and fear in his heart when faced with such a disgusting scene at the moment. It's really disgusting. Lu Jing looked down at the water that had spread up to his knees, and a strange feeling suddenly surged in his heart. How did this water get so deep? Yes, the water was indeed up to his knees and rising. Lu Jing raised his head and looked into the distance, only to see that above the distant hillside, a surging torrent was rushing down like a reined wild horse, and wherever it passed, it set off monstrous waves. The sound was appalling to the extreme. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The ostrich yelled. What the hell is in here? Lu Jing glanced at the ostrich. Do you have any other treasures that can cure water? I'm not de you. The ostrich was helpless. Who would have thought that this thing could even draw floodwaters over? This is clearly too abnormal. Ostrich's mind suddenly remembers someone. Nope, an inheritor to be exact. Seeing that the floodwater was already about to rush over, Lu Jing leaped up and blocked the floodwater. His lance drew a semicircle, trying to start a scourge fight. The sky dog swallows the sun. Mimic the power of the sun and form a field on your own. Gulping around, anything that touches the field turns to ash. But the semicircle had just been drawn, and the heat behind it was a little too much to bear. Lu Jing gritted his teeth and endured. Whoa! Whoa do! The field unfolds. Light blossomed behind him, and the flood of water around him was drawn to him, and then disappeared without a trace. The ostrich watched the scene in amazement. There is drama. Nearby the floodwaters were engulfed, but more were coalescing in the distance. Lu Jing was like a god of war rushing into the enemy lineup at the moment, a man who could not be defeated. Come on, he yelled. But soon, the shouting stopped. Just a short distance away, the raging torrent galloped like a reined-in wild horse. That floodwater was wrapped with countless huge stones and sticky mud, which collided and squeezed each other, emitting a deafening roar. This flood was like a raging dragon, lunging this way with teeth and claws. Lu Jing stared as the flood roared in. It instantly engulfed Lu Jing's figure, including the field that formed behind him. The ostrich was secretly finished. The flood waters rushed over, surely to overwhelm the net of the green underworld. No sooner had this thought appeared than the flood suddenly parted hard down the center. Lu Jing stood steadily in the center of the surging, turbid waves of the floodwaters. He held a sword tightly in his right hand. Qiankuan chop. All things can be cut down with one sword. At this moment, in the face of such a monstrous wave and life and death crisis, Lu Jing could no longer care about deliberately concealing himself. The Qiankuan chop in his hand violently slashed out from top to bottom. In an instant, sword chi crisscrossed the room. Wherever it passed, the flood was hardened and split into a huge crack, and the sound of the waves was deafening. The torrents of water that had originally lunged at Lu Jing with their teeth and claws collapsed the moment they came into contact with the sword chi, transforming into countless splashes of water that flew in all directions. The whole spectacle was spectacular and jaw-dropping. Awesome, boss! Lin Ma shouted. It was just that as the rainstorm got heavier and heavier, the torrent gathered around them, bound to flood their place. With a heartbeat, The ostrich reached down and pulled his gold teeth out. Ostriches are also jokingly referred to as hamsters in the organization. Hamsters have a natural tendency to hide things. Ostrich, on the other hand, is accustomed to the use of various props, and the contribution points earned are all used to buy various props, and carefully study the various uses. It's no surprise that anything weird or strange appears to him. At this moment, the ostrich pulls the gold tooth off, throwing it into the distance. Get out of the way. Chapter 151, The Madman. Get out of the way. As the gold teeth fall to the ground, all that could be heard was a deafening thud. Boom! Immediately afterward, the blazing fire rose violently without warning. The fire suddenly appeared in the darkness, instantly illuminating the surroundings as bright as day. The fire spread rapidly at an alarming rate, as if to consume any obstacle in its way. At the same time, the raging floodwaters came rushing in like a runaway wild horse. The two roaring collision, incompatible with water and fire. A time to send out ear-piercing la-la sound. Unceasingly, the sound was like millions of swords fiercely exchanging in the air. As the fire and the water fought fiercely against each other, a great deal of scalding hot steam poured out in a steady stream from the point where the two met. These vapors filled the air, forming a white fog that blurred one's vision, as if one were in a fairyland. The gold tooth contained a small amount of the Jubilee's energy, although it was not as good as the vermilion bird essence blood used by Lu Jing to kill the corpse king, yet it was more than enough to deal with the flood in front of them. The fires quickly linked up. Lu Jing retreated and looked at the fire around him. Then again, how do you put out this fire? Hens. Lu Jing glanced at the ostrich in surprise. The corner of the ostrich's mouth tugged. There was no way around it. Trap the net on the coffin. We three carry it and run. The flames will only stop when the energy inside is exhausted, Ostrich said. So the three of them acted immediately. Each carried a corner of the coffin and ran away. The fire burned the mountain, and the rain fell on the fire as if to give it more power. Lu Jing looked back. Ostrich shouted, when the energy runs out, the fire will be extinguished by the rain. Don't worry. I'm more concerned now about what the hell is locked inside this coffin. Haven't even bothered to look inside until now. The ostrich grimaced and fell silent. The car had just been buried in flames along with the fire. The three could only run wildly all the way. Ha ha, how exciting. The ostrich looked at the laughing Lin Mo with surprise and said that this girl would not be sick. Lu Jing, however, had long since gotten used to it. Three people carried the coffin in one breath, ran to the bottom of the mountain. When the sky was raining heavily, the car was lost. Had to temporarily find a hotel to stay. When the owner of the inn saw the three of them holding such a big thing, he was first stunned, and then he saw that it was a coffin, and his expression was not good at that time. Luckily, Lin Mo unleashed his superpower and gagged his boss. The owner then allowed the trio to be able to place the casket in the horse corral in the backyard. It was too late to look at the coffin before, and afterward it was covered by the impermeable net of the green underworld. When he reached the horse circle, Lu Jing still wanted to see what was inside the coffin, but he was blocked by the ostrich. This is not something for children to see. You two go back and rest. Leave this place to me. Lu Jing and Lin Mo only had to go back. The ostrich stood in front of the coffin with a very unpleasant look. When the two were gone, he lit himself a cigarette. A deep exhale of smoke. Sphinx. Flood. Curse. What a Buddha mother. What evil god. It's all a front. This is their vigil organization. It is only right to transform the serpent. Mountains and Seas Classic Zhongshan Scripture Volume : and 300 miles west, said Yangshan. Many stones, no grass. Yangshui comes out of it, and flows northward into Yishui. Among them are many transformed snakes. It's shaped like a human face and jackal body. Palea Chui coin snakeline. It sound like scolding call. See, it's Euphrates large water. The ostrich's brow furrowed into a figure 8 as he kept exhaling smoke. The chemical snake had been the immediate superior of the ostrich and the sister of the white zephyr, only to die in an accident 8 years ago. Mother *********. What the hell is going on? At first all pointed to Roche's Buddha mother, Roche's evil god, the curse, until you see the Sphinx in the graveyard, and the flood. The ostrich came to its senses. He rubbed his face hard and threw out another trigram. Zephyr and water trapped hexagrams. The outer hexagram is Zephyr. The inner hexagram is water. The Zephyr is connected to the water. A great evil. The ostrich took out his phone and before reporting back to the captain, he called Bai Zhe. Soon the call was answered. Captain Shirazawa. I'm not disturbing you, am I? It's okay, you said. Whitehaze's voice came from the other end of the line. No emotion audible. The ostrich then briefly explained the situation to the other party. I am currently located in the Boda region. In Boda we have discovered an evil god known as Buddha Mother spreading widely on the internet, and it can also kill others by means of curses, and even hatch some sort of mutated human. Following the trail we found the driving force behind Buddha's mother, the president of the Ryu group, Ryu. Through Ryu, we found another coffin from which this Buddha's mother originated. During the excavation process, this so-called Buddha mother evil god displayed abilities as well as characteristics that were very much like a transforming snake. "Hello, Captain Shirazawa, are you there?" the ostrich inquired cautiously. After all, though again, it was the night's watch, the gap between him and Baizé, however, was not small. "I'm listening, I buried the chemo snake myself, and the location is not in Boda. Could it be a mistake?" The ostrich hesitated. "There's no mistaking it, it's definitely a transforming snake." "Are you so sure?" The ostrich gave a heavy "hmm." "I'm rushing to Boda right now. Don't do anything rash over there for a while, and don't move the coffin either." This mission was arranged by the captain himself. "Perhaps you should contact the captain." There was silence on the other end of the line again, this time significantly longer. "Captain, arranging it personally?" "Yes, I'll get in touch with the captain." Hanging up the phone, Ostrich lit himself another cigarette and stared at the coffin. Can't think of a single thing to say. He was sure the coffin was the incubus, but he wasn't sure what had become of the transformed serpent now. It's just that the transforming snake is clearly dead. Died 8 years ago. According to Ryu, the Buddha mother was excavated by Ryu 5 years ago. There was a 3-year gap between the time before and after. The unexpected legacy of the transfigured serpent changed hands? Not learned by the Night's Watch. That's the biggest possibility that comes to mind for the ostrich. But why is he or she hiding in a coffin? And why is he or she assuming the name of some Buddhist mother? Time went by. The night was late and the rain had stopped. Ostrich opened his phone and looked at the chat box with the captain. "Captain, we found the suspected coffin of a fossilized snake on the mountain." After thinking about it, he deleted the paragraph again. He didn't know anything now. He was confused. What should he answer if the captain asked more about himself? Just as he hesitated, footsteps came from behind him. The ostrich turns back. An upright figure strides in the darkness. The man was about 30 or 40 years old, with a coat of snow-white clothing that was light and soft, as if it moved with the wind and flowed like a cloud. Short eyebrows flew diagonally into his temples, as thick and sharp as if they were inked. A pair of starry eyes were as brilliant as a star, deep and bright, as if they were able to penetrate everything in the world. "Captain Shirasawa." The ostrich's face changed slightly, and he was busy kneeling on one knee. He didn't expect Baizé to arrive, even dare to be so fast. Just 2 or 3 short hours. The night watchman, White Zephyr. White Zephyr walked straight to the front of the coffin, reaching out and suddenly ripping open the net of green underworld with one hand. The ostrich's face changed. Team White Zephyr. The ostrich's 7 orifices bled, and in an instant the whole thing fell to the ground, unable to move. The ostrich opened his mouth, but he couldn't make any sound. Uncontrollably, he raised his hand and broke his other hand. The ostrich's eyes widened. Wait. Why? Ostrich, I don't want to kill you, Baizé said in a deep voice. Later you'll lose all your memories and only remember that you were attacked and the coffin disappeared. Shirazawa, what the hell are you doing? Is the transforming snake dead or not? Dead. The incubus is dead. Fake dead to be exact. This coffin made of meteorite jade can isolate everything, and I want to try to see if I can fool the captain by this means. If it fails, say that the transforming serpent was seriously injured and faked his death, but is actually still alive. I didn't expect it to work, and everyone thought the incubus was really dead. I left the chemo snake in Boda 5 years ago when I saw that the time was almost right. It was only when everyone had pretty much forgotten about the existence of the chemical snake that he deliberately lured Ryu into discovering the coffin, so that the chemical snake could control Ryu under the name of the Buddha Mother and develop the believers. Ostrich asked through gritted teeth as he felt the paroxysm of pain coming from his hand. What is this for? What are you doing all this for? Kill more people? Or is it? Something suddenly occurred to him. Those new humans who were hatched by the mysterious power of the Buddha Mother originally thought it was the work of some evil god's power. Now it seems that. Baizé patted the ostrich's shoulder and said calmly, we had learned in elementary school that with the awakened there are portals, and the portals seem to be set up as if they were specifically for these awakened. It enables them to ascend to the top step by step and become the supreme being. But if one day there are no more awakened ones in this world, humanity will never give birth to an awakened one again. So would it be possible that the portal would just disappear from the world? The ostrich stared incredulously. He instantly understood what Shirazawa was doing. You're crazy. Crazy. Chapter 152, The Dead Transformation Serpent. Ostrich. Pop. The ostrich was slapped several times in a row and gradually came to his senses. The ostrich looked at Lu Jing and Lin Mo in front of him and sat up at once. Hiss. He felt a sharp pain coming from his arm and also his body. And ostrich looked back again. The coffin is gone. Where's the coffin? Lu Jing revealed a puzzled expression. You ask me. Who do I ask? Aren't you the one who's watching? Coffin, what coffin? Hey, what are we here for again? Lin Mo suddenly said. Lu Jing and Ostrich turned their heads to look at Lin Mo in unison. Forest Foam doesn't look like she's faking it, and looks puzzled, as if she's trying to remember what she's here for. Ostrich slapped his head and hastily took his cell phone out of his pocket. He couldn't reach the captain, but he could reach Chuunibyou, who was still in Boda at the moment. Captain, are we done with this mission or not? On the way to Jiangnan by airplane from Boda, Lin Mo asked. How would I know? Lu Jing muttered. The followers of the Buddha's mother have been taken care of, and Jubilee performs the task of mainlining a thunderbolt. The only point of doubt is that the coffin they finally dug up is missing, and according to Ostrich, he was attacked. Only who the attacker was he didn't know. In addition, he has lost a lot of his memories. For example, on the mountain how they brought the coffin down, what the coffin looked like, he forgot all about it. From all appearances, the ostrich has lost its memory. As for Lin Mo, she had simply lost all memory of the coffin. Someone cleansed their memories? How come I didn't realize it at all? Lu Jing glanced at his unblocked QQ number, and Ostrich had already reported in detail what he knew. Of course, Lu Jing knew all this. Lu Jing used his trumpet while exchanging information with the ostrich's Lu Jing. While using the captain's position, he waited for the ostrich's analysis. Sphinx, flood, curse, ostrich, captain. This seems to be a characteristic of a snake. Transforming snakes? The Night's Watch turning into a snake? Lu Jing frowned and thought, is this guy still in the Night's Watch? Lu Jing flipped through the chat group, and there was no code name of chemical snake in the group. Suddenly he remembered something else and found a list of sacrifices in the group file. Scratching a page, I did find the code name of the chemo snake in it. The vigilantes turn into snakes. The chemo snake is dead, and it's been 8 years since he died. Ostrich, however, Huey snake has already been sacrificed, and I analyzed the probability that a certain evil god with powers similar to Huey snakes has run out of the portal. That memory had disappeared from the ostrich's mind, and he had only learned about it from Lu Jing. Listening to someone else and seeing it for yourself are two completely different situations. Afterwards, the ostrich also went to the hill where the coffin was found. However, that mountain had suffered a huge fire because of the ostrich releasing the vermilion bird energy. The fire was later extinguished by heavy rains, though the trail they had left behind earlier had long since been buried in the flames. As for the so-called Sphinx ostrich, there was no sight of it at all. The floodwaters have long since receded as well. Maybe it was just a rainy day that caused the mountain to erupt in a flood. Let Lu Jing, a newcomer, mistakenly believe that the other party has the ability to manipulate floodwater. According to the ostrich's analysis, after they brought out the coffin, the evil god in that coffin accidentally escaped in the inn, then attacked the ostrich and wiped his memory about it. In doing so, the odds are that it prevents others from discovering its identity and finding ways to deal with it. Not only that, the evil god wiped out the memories of everyone who was in the hotel that day and then escaped. It didn't kill everyone present, presumably because it didn't dare to make a deadly feud with the Night's Watch. All of these evil gods are also intelligent. It was just that Lu Jing's memory had not been erased. I don't know if the evil god missed it or if it was because of something else. Captain, give me some time. I'll get this evil god back, Ostrich said firmly. This was the first mission given to him by the captain himself, and in the end it turned out to be such a mess. Even though the Buddha mother cult has been purged, the evil god is still there. All proceed with caution. Lu Jing turned off his cell phone and yawned. This trip to Boda was originally just to get his QQ number back, but I didn't expect an evil god to be involved. Destroying a cult in the process would be considered a meritorious deed. Not far away, pretty stewardesses in stockings were asking each customer if they wanted airplane meals. Lu Jing glanced at it and closed his eyes, pretending to be asleep. It felt a bit like handing out food in a circle of his classmates. When you see that it's about to be sent to you, and you've clearly seen it, this is the time to pretend that you don't care, that you didn't see it, that you're playing with your phone or looking down to write. Wait till someone calls you. Hey, here you go. You just pretended you didn't know and put your hand out. Lu Jing pursed his lips and pretended he was asleep. Mentally think about what you're going to say later. Wait until your ears ring, sir. Would you like an airplane meal, please? Lu Jing sleepily opened his eyes and rubbed them while pretending to be woken up. Give me one of those. As a result, when I looked up, the flight attendant was asking the passenger in front of me, not myself. The pretty stewardess turned her head to look at Lu Jing. Lu Jing immediately felt ashamed of his face. The pretty stewardess smiled faintly, obviously having seen a lot of scenes, elegantly handing over a lunchbox. Enjoy your airplane meal, sir, and ask for more if you don't have enough. Lu Jing nodded awkwardly. Above the continent of Europe, A solemn cathedral stands silently. However, the interior of this seemingly sacred building hides dark secrets that are not known. This is the stronghold of some evil cult masquerading as the Catholic Church. At this moment, a horrible and evil sacrifice ceremony is quietly taking place in the church. The one chosen as the sacrifice was a beautiful young girl with skin as white as snow. Her limbs were tightly bound by thick ropes, and she was unable to break free of her bonds, so she could only struggle desperately in terror. According to the provisions of this cruel ceremony, the poor young girl will be forced into a huge iron barrel. Afterwards, people would set fire to the barrel, and the relentless flames would gradually engulf the entire barrel until the young girl inside was roasted to death. And then this horrific ritual would be over. The bishop standing in front of the altar raised the heavy cannon in his hands. He looked solemn and recited the words under his breath. We hereby honor our great Lord God with the highest respect. You are the well-deserved savior of mankind. Accompanied by the bishop's low chanting, a series of mysterious and ancient whispers began to slowly echo through the air. Ngain Gaga, Anglui, Threshold, Loig Mind, Psyche. These obscure words seem to contain endless magic and evil power that creeps people out. Chapter 153 Lalai. Right after the bishop reads the catechism, his men are about to put the helpless young girl in an iron barrel and burn her alive. Prior to this, numerous congregants put on various masks that had been prepared long ago. Ostensibly they are acting for God here. And in front of the chosen sacrificial maiden is the maiden's family, father, mother, and a young sister. A religious man yanks the young girl's head up so she can witness how her family was killed. According to the teachings, only a sacrifice filled with a million sorrows is the best sacrifice. The multitude of the faithful raised their knives in their hands and surrounded them. The knife was plunged into the poor blonde woman's abdomen. An agonizing whimper escaped the young girl's mouth as she continued to struggle, but could only watch as her family was killed by the many congregants. In just a few moments, the scarlet, piercing blood flowed out like water from a broken dike, quickly converging into a palpitating pool of blood that dyed the ground beneath his feet red. Then look at the three corpses lying on the ground. Has long been inhuman, fragmented, scattered as if they had suffered the world's most cruel punishment, death by 1,000 cuts. Each wound was deep enough to see the bone, and the blood and flesh were so bloody that one could not bear to look at it. The air was thick and pungent with the scent of blood, mixed with the haze of death, enveloping the dead land. The young girl's heart was in her throat, as if she had accepted her fate. The ritual of sacrifice, that's when it officially begins. With blood-stained hands, many of the congregation were about to carry the woman and place him in the iron barrel. At that moment, the door was suddenly kicked in. Everyone subconsciously looked back, just saw a man walk in. The man was dressed in white, even his shoes were white. He was carrying a huge coffin. Everyone froze? This man was carrying a jade coffin and just walked in with great strides and dignity. Now let me say this. You guys don't believe this. The man in white pointed, and right in front of this solemn church stood a creepy statue of an evil god. A human statue, gazing silently at every devotee who comes to worship. The image presented by this evil god statue was surprisingly a handsome and incomparable man, with a tall and slender figure and perfect proportions. The delicate features were like a masterpiece under the hands of a master sculptor, with a high nose, deep and sharp eyes and slightly upturned lips, all exuding a mysterious and charming charm. In his hand was a wand symbolizing power and darkness, the tip of which was set with a jewel that emitted a dark red light, as if it could ingest one's soul. The many congregants were first stunned, and then one by one, all of them had angry faces, staring dead on at the white-robed man who had barged in and disturbed the sacrifice ceremony. Who are you? How dare the bold fanatic interrupt my God's sacrifice ceremony? The crowd had a look in their eyes as if they wanted to kill the man in white. The bishop glanced at the other man. The bishop was a wise man, and saw that the other man had a good temperament. A man carrying a jade coffin broke into the church. This made the bishop a little uncertain in his mind. Reaching out to stop the crowd, he asked, "Why is your excellency so rude as to barge into my church and come up with arrogant words?" "Bishop, don't bowl ****** him," one of the believers said, and rushed forward with a knife. The bishop didn't stop him, and it was good for the believers under him to try the other side's weight. The bishop had it in his heart that this was their territory. The many upper echelons of the church were present at the moment, and there was plenty of battle power. The man in white pulled a silver pistol from his waist. Boom! The gun goes off. The man hits the ground. That believer was a 20th ranked warrior awakened. Awakened people beyond the 10th rank were basically immune to firearms like guns. Not to mention that this believer was still at the 20th rank. The warrior profession with the strongest defense. Just one shot. The man in white didn't stop after firing a shot, but continued to fire. One man is down when the gun goes off. Clean as a whistle. Go! And I don't know who shouted. Numerous believers rushed forward. Even if this pistol of yours is capable, there are only a limited number of bullets. Sure enough, the white man fired 6 shots, killing 6 believers. The pistol wouldn't go off. The white man didn't care too much and put away his pistol. A warrior clutched a long, cold, glittering spear in both hands and sped in like a bolt of lightning. In that instant, the warrior lashed out, thrusting the lance in his hand forward. As he did so, the long spear danced rapidly in the air, unexpectedly splitting into 5 illusory gun shadows in an instant. These gun shadows were like 5 agile scaly dragons, lunging forward with their teeth and claws, bringing up a harsh wind and dazzling light. Dead. He was almost about to shout the word out. Right behind the man in white, without warning, a huge and mysterious figure suddenly emerged. Rumble dash. Meanwhile, a group of congregants who had come barreling out of the church in a furious manner were met with a scene of unprecedented horror. Some of these slightly luckier congregants were like kites with broken strings under the impact of this powerful force, and were instantly thrown fiercely into the distance. However, more unfortunate believers, without even the slightest resistance, were directly and mercilessly devoured by a bloody mouth that was open to the extreme. Like a bottomless abyss, the crowd fixed their eyes on it, and it was a dragon with a snow-white body and a chilling glow. This white dragon's hair stood up like a sharp steel needle, flashing with a cold light. Its sharp claws waved in the air, bringing up gusts of harsh wind sounds. The hideous and horrible mouth kept opening and closing, spewing out rolling cold air, making the surrounding air seem to freeze into ice. At this moment, this white dragon is rushing into the crowd with its teeth and claws open, unmercifully launching a bloody and cruel massacre of these believers. A few moments later, Bai Zai sat in his seat, corpses littered all around him, and the few remaining believers who were alive were all stunned, each lying on the ground, not daring to move a muscle. From now on you will trust her. White Zephyr patted the coffin he had brought with him. By the way, what is the name of the god you believe in? The bishop replied shakily. La, Lei, what a Thai name. Shirazawa frowned. She'll be Lalai from now on then. The bishop didn't even dare to say a word. I wasn't having any problem with it. It's just that. It reached out and pointed to the idol of the offering. Shirazawa's gaze fell on the church's idol and he hummed softly. With this amount of strength you dare to run out of the portal and call yourself a god? Ridiculous. Chapter 154, I'm covered by someone. Bai Zai looked at the statue with a playful gaze. Say, aren't you going to move a bit? Still acting like a statue? As soon as the words fell, the idol that had been standing silently unexpectedly moved without warning. However, before it could fully get up, a white figure sped up like lightning and instantly weighed it down heavily. This white figure was none other than the majestic white dragon. It opened its bloody mouth, revealing sharp and razor-sharp fangs, and a powerful aura spewed out of its mouth, rushing straight towards the idol. The idol couldn't move under the white dragon's huge body's suppression, and could only let out a burst of dull roars. Who the hell are you? I'm here with the permission of the Lord God himself. And who the hell are you? What right do you have to come and meddle? The idol struggled violently while screaming in anger. The white dragon coldly gazed at the futilely struggling idol in front of him, disdain and majesty shining in his eyes. With a flick of its dragon claw, a powerful air current roared out, directly toppling the idol to the ground. The idol fell to the ground in a heap with a dull thud. The Lord God will not spare you, Bai Zai calmly said. What Lord God? I don't believe in anything. If you don't, you can ask your master to go to my family's boss. Your boss? Who is it? Just you deserve it. Bai Zai waved his hand allowing the white dragon to swallow the so-called main god in one gulp. The sacrificial maiden who was originally bound was staring at Bai Zai in a daze. Shirazawa opened his hands to face the few remaining people. From today, you are Leilai's followers. And as for you, White Zephyr looked at the sacrificial maiden. You're lucky. From today you're this religion's Pope now. You, who are you? Are you a god? The young girl murmured and asked. Bai Zai smiled faintly. No one can become a god. I specialize in deicide. Aren't you afraid of divine punishment? There's only one person in the world I'm afraid of. White Zephyr pointed a finger at the firmament. There are people covering me under this dome of heaven, and no god would dare to kill me. If you have a problem with that you can tell them to ask my boss. How about you leave here with your parents' corpses or become the Pope? The young girl clenched her fists tightly. I'm going to follow you. I don't want to be bullied anymore. On the airplane, Lu Jing, who had just taken his second airplane meal, opened his closed chopsticks, looking at the large chicken thighs, and a serving of Kung Pao chicken, as well as the fish-flavored eggplant nodded. This second portion of the meal was good. Lu Jing ordered another cup of iced tea and was about to continue eating. Suddenly he felt a little chill on his back and he frowned. What? Have a bad feeling about this? Chills down my back. It was as if a million eyes were staring at them, but no one could be seen. Lu Jing looked around, didn't find anything unusual, and continued to dry his meal. The plane landed at Gangnam Airport. Lu Jing returned home with his unblocked QQ number. I'm also in such a hurry to get back because college will be starting soon. After the college entrance examination, Lu Jing was specially recruited by Kyoto University. Right now there are 2 more days until school starts. North to Kyoto. Before he left, Lu Jing had another breakup dinner with his squad of 4. Chow Li Hao, Meow Meow, Monkey, and Fatty. Chow Li Hao and Lu Jing were promoted to vigilantes almost back to back. The squad was then left with Meow Meow, Monkey and Fatty. Monkey takes over as captain. And because of this mission, under the special authorization of Lu Jing, Lin Mo went back and received the other half of the auntie's legacy as well. Lin Mo missed the college entrance exam and didn't get into college. By all rights she should have stayed at Gangnam High School to repeat her studies. But Lu Jing felt that it was still safe to keep this girl by his side. If he put her outside, it would be a time bomb for himself. Lin Mo once again utilized her money skills and transferred her high school to a high school near Kyoto University. 2 days passed in a flash. Lu Jing thus embarked on a journey north to Kyoto. North to Kyoto by long-distance train. 1 day and 1 night. Little rich girl Tian Shiran chartered a big luxurious carriage. They can play cards, Monopoly, and script killing all night long in the compartment. When you're tired, you can still enjoy the scenery outside the car window. And when you're really tired, you can just go to bed. Lu Jing carried his suitcase, and as he walked to the train station, he didn't forget to take a look in his bag to see if the acceptance letter was there. He wore a clean white short sleeve that was soft and fit his toned body as if it were a second skin. And over this white short sleeve, a black jacket was worn. The jacket is well tailored with smooth lines. The pants he wore underneath were also carefully selected for him by Lu Shui, with plain colors but without losing his sense of fashion. Even his hair was blown out by Lu Shui before he left the house. Lu Jing was a bit unnatural. Does this look good? Good looking. Lu Shui said. That's it. Don't be disheveled. Be generous. Lu Jing straightened his back like he was in class. Today, the sun is shining and the breeze is not too dry. Lu Shui was dressed in a small dress as white as snow, which was well cut. It outlined her slender waist and long legs just right, as if it was customized for her. Slung across her body was a small, cute backpack with a delicate embroidered pattern that complemented her overall outfit. The breeze quietly brushed by, gently ruffling Lu Shui's silky long hair. The brother and sister stood under the sign and immediately attracted a lot of attention. Lu Jing pursed his lips. He noticed 2 girls looking over. He just wasn't sure if they were looking at himself or Lu Shui. The 2 girls whispered something. The voice was low, but Lu Jing's 5 senses had all been greatly enhanced since he received the inheritance. Catch the duo's conversation clearly in your ears. Wow, that girl is so pretty, like a big star. Her boyfriend is nice too. Ah, I can see a body that good even through my clothes. I wish I was my boyfriend. Then go get a contact. To hell with people pair, I'm going to ask for any contact information. When Lu Jing heard this, he became a bit anxious and coughed lightly. Oh, sister, why aren't our classmates here yet? Lu Shui frowned slightly and raised her eyes to look at Lu Jing. Disgusting. Can you stop screaming like that? Lu Jing, how to talk to your brother this is. Lu Shui stopped ignoring him. Lu Jing, on the other hand, looked at the 2 girls with his afterimage. I saw the 2 girls whispering. That's quite a flower for a couple to play with. Brother and sister. I want sweet sweet love too. Lu Jing, oh my in-laws. Thanks to Winged Cloud Apocalypse God for the Great God certification. Bye bye. Chapter 155, Going North to Kyoto. Waited at the stop sign for a while. Tian Shiyu, Shen Chuyu, Song Zaiqi and the others arrived. The crowd converged and took their tickets into the carriages. The landscape swept by outside the car window. The crowd is scripting the kill. Tian Shiyu purposely killed it with a script. The script kill is said to play for 7 or 8 hours. Playing this for the first time, Lu Jing experienced it and thought it was not bad. It was the little rich girl Tian Shiyu who couldn't stop crying, making Lu Jing feel quite a bit embarrassed. In the script, Tian Shiyu and herself are a pair of lovebirds in life and death, and it's still a 7-time resentful couple, in love with each other. Lu Jing felt that the person who was able to write this script was also a real talent. Little rich girl Tian Shiyu cried especially hard during her final outburst. However, there was one thing that had to be admitted, and that was that Tian Shiyu did look good when she cried. The high and small nose was slightly red, and it had an endearingly delicate look. The teardrops were like pearls with broken strings, one after another slowly flowing down her fair cheeks. On the contrary, Lu Jing was in a state of confusion the entire time. Lu Shui is even more indifferent faced the whole time. They play with the emotion book, but the boys are obviously not enough points. Lu Shui and Lin Mo formed a couple. Lin Mo was very much into it. Lu Shui, on the other hand, looked like an emotionless line-reading machine the entire time. Lu Jing looked at Lu Shui, and then at Tian Shiyu who was crying on his shoulder and hitting him with her small hand at the same time. Why did you betray me? Why? Why? Lu Jing, oh. It's a shame you don't win movie stars. What's going on here? Soon it was evening and the crowd was tired of playing. Song Ziki is playing a game by pulling Ma Jianyu. Lu Jing was lying on the bed, looking at the scenery outside and thinking about his mind. Every now and then, the sound of Lin Mo's laughter came from across the street. This girl was watching a new movie, and it had been a long time since Lu Jing had caught up with a new movie. It seems to be the kind of motivation one loses as one gets older. He was wrapped in a blanket and the temperature in the compartment was just right. The lights were a little dim, and it seemed to be raining outside, slapping against the car windows. The carriage gradually quieted down. Even Lin Mo fell asleep, only showing his little head. Lu Jing glanced at Lu Shui, who was sleeping in his opposite. The two lay foot to foot. Lu Jing reached out his foot and hooked the other blanket to cover Lu Shui's small feet. It suddenly occurred to Lu Jing at this moment that it seemed to be such a good life. There are no portals, no so-called evil gods, not so many copies to break into, and no inheritors, just plain old life. That's how people are sometimes. What you can't get is always the best. When Lu Jing was ordinary, he would fantasize about those thrilling, exciting lives. Become the Night's Watch yourself. Save the world and take control. But when it does happen, it's going to be nostalgic again for the old carefree, mundane days. Kyoto, the capital of China. It was Lu Jing's first time in the capital. It wasn't the first time that Tianqiyu, Chuunibyou and these people had come here, and they were also familiar with Kyoto University. A few people breezed over to Kyoto University and checked in at the registration desk. Lu Jing stood in the middle of Lu Shui and Lin Mo during the registration. Behind them were Xin Shuiyue, Tian Xie, and next to them was Son Ziki, who was dressed in a designer label and wearing $1 million luxury watch, and the province's top art student, Ma Jianyu. It suddenly occurred to Lu Jing that this looked like a group of handsome men and women to others. The few of them standing together really caught the eyes of others. Lu Jing thought about what had happened earlier, when he had sat in the corner and watched the class of well-connected, good-looking students with money at home gather with each other, chattering away, whoever is willing to engage with them, and he himself looked at them from afar, with disdain on his face, but in his heart he did envy them. I don't even have anyone around me that I can talk to, but on the other side of the world, there are handsome men and beautiful women, just like watching the main characters in anime. Instead, he himself is a sidekick in the class. Lu Jing noticed quite a few gazes glancing his way, and he subconsciously tried to scratch his head, but then he remembered that his hair had just been straightened for him this morning by Lu Shui. Worried about scratching the mess, he put his hand down again. Lu Jing was assigned to the 204 dormitory. Instead of leaving, he waited for Lu Shui to finish dividing the dormitories as well and helped her send her luggage over. Lin Mo followed behind. Boss, next year I will also take the exam to Kyoto to accompany you. Boss, if you have any tasks, feel free to contact me. I'll be at the first high school in Kyoto, always at your disposal. When he sent Lu Shui to the girls' dormitory, he sent Lin Mo back again. Only then did Lu Jing tug his luggage to his dorm room alone. At this moment, the three brothers within the dormitory had long since arrived. Earlier, Lu Jing had met their three at the registration desk. There were just too many people for him to remember these three. It was these three brothers who instantly remembered Lu Jing. It's a wonder he doesn't remember him standing there with all those great beauties. At this moment, when they saw that Lu Jing had been assigned to their dormitory, each of them cast their eyes over. Originally, the three of them were chatting quite well, but they just couldn't help but be a bit nervous when they met Lu Jing. This Lu Jing was different from them at first glance, but exactly what was different, they couldn't say. Lu Jing also smiled slightly awkwardly. The four look at me and I look at you. Together, they finished cleaning up the dormitory, each made their beds, and began an uncomfortable chat. The chat was nothing more than the car doors being welded shut and no one getting out of the car. The kind where the political scientist is possessed to point the way, and the economist is possessed to look at things in the fog. Akina Mountain Car God Takumi Kuan Hancho. History Promethi Siachuan. King Eat Chicken LOL Dream Operation. Lu Jing also roughly recognized the three brothers. Gao Mingyuan from the north. Locals Li Chaoxian and Wang Dianyu. Hey, you know Tian Shiyu? Wang Tanyu's eyes glistened with curiosity. The remaining two were also looking at Lu Jing with burning eyes. Lucas nodded. Who are those three big beauties beside Tian Shiyu? Are they also stars? You know them too. Wang Tanyu asked. All classmates. Holy, brother, sorority, absolutely sorority. Gao Mingyuan graciously grabbed Lu Jing's hand and thoughtfully sent beef jerky from the northern grasslands. Lu Jing smiled. This feeling seemed to be pretty good. There's the cool feeling of being mistaken for a rich kid by a classmate, then explaining yourself and having people think you're understating it. Chapter 156, You're not really going to pick it, are you? Hey, Lu Jing, come out for dinner. Lu Shue's voice came from the phone. Lu Jing let out an "Oh. Don't you eat with your new roommate on your first day? Are you going to have dinner with your roommate? Well, probably." There was silence on the other end of the line again. Lu Jing thought to himself, Lu Shue didn't make any friends? It shouldn't be. Lu Shue is a bit more high-strung though, but the relationship with everyone else was pretty good. Seeing her with Shin Shuiyue and Tian Shiyu, Lu Jing said tentatively, "Then why don't we eat together?" Good. After saying that, Lu Shue hung up the phone. Who? Girlfriend? My sister. Sister? Your sister is in college in Kyoto too. Big brother, take a bow from little brother. A few people said jokingly. Lu Jing had seen too many such scenes since he was a child and had long gotten used to this name. The first day the four people met decided to go out for a meal together. Lu Jing had wanted to shrug it off. After all, he was the only one with Lu Shue. The scene would probably be a little awkward. Unexpectedly, the other three rushed to say no twist. No twist. Then he pulled Lu Jing out with him. After meeting up with Lu Shue outside, the eyes of the three are falling out of their heads. Great uncle, the capital master, Li Chaoxian, had a serious look on his face. Originally, when she learned that Lu Jing had a sister in the dormitory before, she was just joking around habitually to bring the two sides closer together. At this moment, however, Li Chaoxian was obviously moving for real. This great uncle was shouted with great affection. "Brother-in-law, what's for dinner?" "My treat," Li Chaoxian said. Originally, Lu Jing was worried about embarrassment. Now, on the way to the restaurant, these three were close to performing calls around Lu Shue. Like a peacock with an open screen, it wastes no time in attracting the opposite sex. Lu Jing rather helplessly pulled Lu Shue over so that the three of them could only admire the back. Lu Jing glanced at Lu Shue. "Where's your roommate?" The three of them were high school classmates before and went to dinner. Lu Shue said calmly. "Oh, isolated? I don't know." Lu Jing began to worry a bit about Lu Shue's next days. After all, the beginning is the most awkward period, and it's okay if you don't know each other. The fear is that the other three know each other and you're the only outsider. And with her own sister standing out from the crowd, Lu Jing whispered to Lu Shue to pass the experience. Summarize a sentence. Far and near, pulling the gang. After all, these three can't have no cracks at all. Lu Shue glanced at Lu Jing. "You worry about yourself first." Originally, a few people in the dormitory discussed whether to eat iron pot stew, or jerking off on the side of the road. Gao Mingyuan said, "Iron pot stew is very delicious, and stick to the ground. Brothers nibble thighs, drinking wine." Li Chaozhuang, on the other hand, said, "Iron pot stew is only appropriate to eat in the winter. Now this season, more suitable for bare chest to jerk." Wang Tingyu echoed Li Chaozhuang's words, "Have a few more bunches of cashews." Lu Jing, on the other hand, "Is an iron pot stew, or kebabs will do." But here comes Lu Shue. The other three's tone immediately changed. Gomez said, "I usually like a steak medium rare and some Lafite." Li Chaoxian at the same time, he usually, but also liked to drink some red wine and so on. Wang Tanyu nodded in agreement, and he also commented on Beethoven's music. Lu Jing, on the other hand, said, "You three can really pull your punches." Finally the four of them went for a Western dinner. "Wow, you're an S-rank talent." While chatting, after learning that Lu Shue was S-gifted, the three of them let out another gush of amazement. Lu Jing silently ate his Western food and listened to the trio bragging about their BS. Say how they are in the copy. If what they say is true, then there was no doubt that it would be the three of them who would guard Kyoto. On the way back after eating, the three of them talked about going to a KTV to sing again, but they were rejected by Lu Shue. After sending Lu Shue back, on the way back, Lu Jing saw Tian Shiyu crying on the side of the road again. Lu Jing took a closer look and determined that it was Tian Shiyu, was sitting on a bench crying. Lu Jing hesitated whether to pretend he didn't see it or walk over and ask her what happened. Just as Lu Jing hesitated, Tian Shiyu raised her head. Lu Jing was quite a bit embarrassed. It's not good for you to raise your head at any time, but this time, he just had to walk over. Are you okay? Tian Shiyu ran her hand over her face. She had worked hard today, and early in the morning on the bus she had begun sitting at her dresser, meticulously tracing her makeup. From the base makeup to the eye makeup to the lip gloss, every bit of it has been deliberated and retouched over and over again, just to present the most perfect state. She also wore the same fancy dress that the brand had previously provided her with specifically for wearing on the red carpet. At the same time, she paired it with a pair of stockings with a star pattern. As expected, the moment he appeared, he was met with a multitude of gazes. Coupled with the status of a big star, it would have been nice to talk to the housemates. Just went to the bathroom and just as I walked to the door I heard people talking bad about her, and nicknamed her sister Strong. Look at her dressed like that. It's just too much. And the makeup. Oops. They call me Sister Deadly Pretend. It's too much. And they say I love to show off, when I've only just met them. Tianxiyu cried and expressed her grievances to Lu Jing. Lu Jing said in his heart, it's only been less than a day since we met, and the other party has already figured you out. Tianxiyu wiped her tears for a while and said, college is not as fun as high school. Lu Jing felt that Tianxiyu just suddenly couldn't enjoy the feeling of being surrounded by stars in a familiar circle anymore. Tianxiyu stopped crying after a while and looked at Lu Jing. Am I really bad? It's okay. Looking at Tianxiyu's pathetic little face, Lu Jing really couldn't say anything harsh. What do you mean it's okay? Just okay. Tianxiyu looked at Lu Jing. Are you looking down on me too? That's backwards. Lu Jing muttered. It's not you who look down on me. In fact, apart from having a personality like a little princess, Tianxiyu was not a bad person. At least it's generous. And every time we go out, it's basically her money. After comforting Tianxiyu for a while longer, he even bought her a loaf of bread on the way. After all, the car money on the way here was spent by the family. Thanks. Before leaving, Tianxiyu whispered this to Lu Jing and ran back. After sending Tianxiyu back to the dormitory, Lu Jing walked alone on the forest path. When he recalled the scene just now, Lu Jing couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. Already 19 years old this year, Lu Jing had yet to have a serious girlfriend. What adolescent hasn't fantasized about it? Actually, Tianxiyu is not bad. She's a big star. She's pretty. She's got a good figure. And she's got money. She's a real rich girl. Save the world on your own and come home to someone who has long since warmed the covers for you. Actually, Chuunibyou is not bad. If they both confess to me at the same time, who should I choose? The question is the same as choosing Louis Fei or Gao Yuan. No one's actually going to pick it, are they? At this time, a person wearing a mask and hat in front of him suddenly stood in front of Lu Jing. Tell your house captain not to go overboard with things. Ha! Lu Jing stared blankly at the person appearing in front of him. Who is it? You are? Let's be forgiving. We don't want to be your enemy, so don't bully us too much. The man repeated it again. Chapter 157, Small-Scale Attacks. Lu Jing was walking on the school road when suddenly a person appeared. Said something strange. Tell the captain of your house to be forgiving. And then it disappeared. Lu Jing froze for a moment, then immediately reacted. The Night's Watch? He couldn't help but break out in a sweat. His identity had been discovered? Lu Jing's gaze swiveled, but he could no longer detect any breath around him. On second thought, tell the captain of your house. It proved that the other party hadn't realized his identity, and was just treating him as an ordinary member of the Night's Watch. But why did he find himself? Why did you make yourself tell the captain? Wouldn't it be better to go directly to Kirin and the others? In other words, the other party must have thought they were somehow related to the captain of the Night's Watch. Lu Jing immediately thought, but did not find in their own identity. The other party is likely to think that the Hall and Night Watchman captain cannot use QQ so simple, much less likely to simply be locked out of their identities. Cam. There are bad people in the crowd. There's a mole in the group. Lu Jing immediately figured everything out. He sat on the bench, thinking with his not-so-bright little head. Spare the rod. Spare the rod? What did you do to yourself? No. It should be what your own team members have been doing all this time. Lu Jing glanced at the recent Kirin's report. There was nothing special. Kirin has been busy lately studying ice palaces at the North Pole. Supposedly several more fossils have been excavated. Ever since Lu Jing found out about his status as a vigilante, he had asked the vigilante to write a debriefing report every week. Facilitate your own understanding of their actions. Vermilion Bird guards the south. And yesterday's report said he went to a beauty parlor for maintenance. Qinglong entered an S-rank copy a few days ago and lost contact for the time being. As for White Zephyr, over in Europe, it's all chicken scratch. On the night of September 1st, a small attack was launched against cults in Northern Europe. Sunny September 4th, friendly dealings with a certain European Union official suspected of manipulating cults. September 5th, bored and traveling in a helicopter. That's kinda normal, isn't it? Even if you have a conflict with someone, it's just a minor one. There's no big grudge. The other side probably wasn't capable of infiltrating the organization or even locking down their location. Lu Jing scratched his head and couldn't figure out who his organization had been feuding with most recently. Night Watchman, European Division. September 1st evening. One of the 4 major cults in Northern Europe. They believed in Jugsotos. According to their records, Jugsotos. He is an extra-dimensional being with endless knowledge and great power. He is the guardian of time and space and is able to gain insight into all existence and possibilities. Jugsotos is known as the Eye of the Universe, a deity whose existence is closely related to the observation and order of the universe, often depicted as a giant eyeball or eye floating somewhere in the universe, able to see everything. Jugsotos' gaze travels through time and space, able to peer into the past, present and even the future. Of course, it's more about the meaning people give it. In reality, maybe it's just an eyeball-shaped evil spirit that escaped from one of the copies. Subsequently, a cult was established to develop followers, and people then constructed complete legends and even rigorous abilities and backgrounds based on generational lore. Fictionalization. However, this did not stop the Jugsotos cult from becoming one of the 4 major cults in the northern part of the European Union. Again, because of the special political relations in Europe, and the natural dependence on the church. Add to that the fact that there are no strong governments to support the military as well as the awakened unions to sweep up the cults, and you have a mixed bag of cults in Europe. The Church of Jugsotos sprang up 50 years ago, and today not only preaches, but is also in a variety of industries, with real estate, restaurants, automobiles, and the oil industry being extremely large in the area. It was nightfall, the lights were on, and the hustle and bustle of the city was gradually swallowed up by the darkness of the night. However, in the center of this bustling city, a grand and magnificent building was brightly lit and bustling with activity. It is one of the largest 5-star hotels owned by the Church of Jugsotos. At this moment the principal members of the church are gathered here from all directions, and they step into the lobby of the hotel dressed in their finery with solemnity and excitement. The lobby is spacious and bright, with luxurious and elegant decorations, and the sparkling crystal chandeliers emit a soft and warm glow, illuminating every corner. Huge murals and exquisite sculptures dot the landscape, adding a touch of sanctity and solemnity. These leading members either greeted each other with pleasantries or whispered about the upcoming agenda of the meeting, each with a look of anticipation on their faces. As time passed and people gradually arrived, the annual conference finally kicked off. The entire lobby fell silent, and all eyes were focused on the podium. Standing there was the leader of the church. With a smile on his face, he gestured to the crowd before clearing his throat and speaking in a loud, calm voice. Dear brothers and sisters, welcome to this year's convention. There was a loud applause from the stage. Before the meeting began, the many congregants began by praying to their main god, Jugsotos. The floor was then opened again for statements one by one. Similar to the annual meeting of a company, it is just to talk about the results of the year and the contribution of each division. The Church of Lalai has been very dishonest lately, expanding very rapidly and repeatedly breaking the rules. They also took 2 of the fields under me. They're blatantly going against the rules we set. The Church of Lalai? We allowed them to preach so that they could qualify, and they're going to starve to death if we don't. Now where is the nerve to disobey us? Bishop, please order an attack on the Church of Lalai, sweep their synod, and give them credit. Numerous congregations were enraged, and it was clear that the Church of Lalai had gone too far these days and had touched their bottom line. The bishop signaled for silence. I don't think a small church in the district is worth exploring on such a solemn occasion. The bishop obviously didn't care. It is important to realize that the Church of Jugsotos is so huge that a third of the councils in this state are already members of them. It could even sway the governor's election. Even the daughter of a former governor was able to rise to the governorship because she slept with the bishop. And what waves can a mere Lalai church make? The ground is shaking? That's when someone noticed the anomaly. Not only the floor, but the entire lobby shook. Chapter 158, Friendly Negotiations. The bishop looked up, his face suddenly changing. At this time numerous guards rushed over. Bishop, go, quickly. Before the words could be uttered, a missile was shot into the lobby. All that could be heard was an earth-shattering thud. Boom! It was deafening, as if the whole world had trembled for a moment. Outside that luxury hotel, several heavily armed helicopters circled like ferocious falcons. Their blackened muzzles flashed with a chilling light, and with a roar, shells poured out like rain. In an instant, the firelight rose up to the sky, illuminating the otherwise quiet and peaceful night as bright as day. The outer wall of the hotel was instantly torn apart, with broken masonry and glass splashing around like a terrifying meteor shower. The blazing fire spread quickly, voraciously devouring everything it could reach. Rolling thick smoke like a black dragon rises up into the sky, straight into the sky, covering the sky and the sun. In just a few short moments, the entire hotel had been completely enveloped in a sea of fire. Tongues of fire raged and danced wildly, as if they wanted to turn everything in this world into ashes. People were terrified, screaming and shouting in confusion. Some recklessly rushed for the exits, trying to escape this place of death, and some were paralyzed with fear, shivering and losing their courage to escape. All major roads leading to the hotel were blocked. One by one, black cars surrounded the hotel. Some members of the congregation tried to escape through the tunnels. However, when they panted and ran to the exit of the tunnel, the sight that appeared in front of them instantly made them fall into an ice cellar. Only a single figure stood there like a ghost, blocking their only path to life. The men wore black tights and carried long, sharp knives on their backs. Night watchman enforcer. The number of inheritors of the Night's Watch was extremely rare, and so far there were only a mere 100 or so, but as a result, a large number of enforcers were created. These enforcers do not have unique and powerful special abilities like the inheritors though. At this moment, some awakened religious saw that there was no hope of escape and decided to throw their weight around, casting the large-scale spells they had at their disposal, wanting to forcefully kill their way out. One of the congregants mouthed the words, and his hands began to rapidly form seals, preparing to unleash a powerful attack magic. However, just halfway through his incantation, a black shadow sped up like lightning. Only a click could be heard. The religious man's head had rolled to the ground, splattering blood. Enforcers are like ghosts in the night. No interrogations, no arrests. These cultists were killed on sight. It was as if they were born to deal with the awakened. The sharp black blade could easily pierce the armor on the warrior's body. The enforcers began to round up the remaining congregants, none of whom would be spared tonight. Bai Zhe sat in the airplane, looking down at the scene below. At the bottom, where the flames burned violently, the bishop, covered in a mess, raised his head and stared full of resentment at Bai Zhe, who was sitting in the airplane. We've always been well away from you. Why is this today? Times are different now, White Zephyr said faintly. Why? Do you have to kill them all? Yes. White Zephyr nodded. The bishop gritted his teeth. In that case, let's all go to hell together. Suddenly, a light appeared. Immediately afterward, an immense and unimaginable eye slowly opened at ground level. The pupils are as deep as the abyss, emanating a palpitating cold light that seems to be able to penetrate all the secrets of everything in the world. Shirazawa casually tossed the cigarette off the helicopter and jumped off himself right after. Half a day later, the fight ended and White Haze typed a message in the memo. On the night of September 1st, a small-scale attack was launched against a cult in Northern Europe. September 4th, European Union legislator, April. He has just led a piece of legislation that signals a relaxation of policy towards cults within the European Union, and it lumps numerous small churches, including the Lalai Church, into the illegal. The only way to become a government-recognized church and be allowed to conduct public activities is to obtain legal formalities from the government. He is also the general counsel of one of the 4 major churches. Helicopter. White Zephyr strapped his son or daughter to a rope and threw them up from a helicopter for a thrilling bungee jump. The voices of the children echoed in the air for a long time. April gulped. He was 153 years old. The hair was white and the folds of skin looked like a fan. Having seen too many big storms in his life, he calmly looked at the young man in white in front of him. You vigilantes have always done things in a disciplined manner. Why is this time like this? I heard that you just attacked the church of Jurtsotos not long ago and killed many people. Many innocent people among them. Don't get you in trouble. You'll all be enemies if you do. Maybe let me talk to your captain. Bai Zhe said indifferently. The Night's Watch is going to conduct a complete purge of the 4 major sects in the northern region of Europe. You know how many people are going to die in this war? Will you vigilantes be able to ensure that you will be able to come back in one piece? Pushing it will do no one any good. That's not for you to worry about. White Haze patted him on the shoulder. Old man, retire when it's time to retire. Don't give yourself and your family a hard time. April's face sank like water. I know you guys are mysterious and strong, but no matter where you are you have to abide by the rules. It will never end well. As you Chinese say, the way to win is the way to lose is the way to lose. So, you're not willing to cooperate? White Zephyr glanced at April's children who were still swinging in the air. April's daughter is 33 years old and is April's favorite youngest daughter. Although he was not an awakened, he was now serving in the order because of April. At this height, your daughter will fall to mush. Bai Zhe said, your son shouldn't die. He's an awakened, but unfortunately he's not strong and pampered. April closed his eyes, rather helplessly. What else can I do? You want me to cancel the legislation? But the legislation has been passed by Congress today. I'm not that capable of canceling a bill that just passed. White Haze shook his head. I'm not asking you to do away with the legislation, just to help bring all the other churches over to the legal side. April looked at the other man strangely, not understanding what the other side is trying to do. Clearly earlier, there was talk of a war against the 4 great orders. Now it's time to draw other small churches to the side of legitimacy. White Haze had the rope connecting April's son cut. Have you considered it? You don't have much time. Your daughter is next. April nodded. I promise. September 4th. Friendly relations with an official of the European Union suspected of manipulating a cult. Chapter 159. Chaos leads to progress. In the northern part of the European Union, a chaotic and war-torn landscape unfolds. During the day, the situation was relatively a bit more stable. But once night fell, the entire region was plunged into endless clamor and terror. Darkness shrouded everything, with only the fire and shouts of murder intertwined in a creepy way. The fierce sounds of battle resounded through the sky, accompanied by wails of pain rising and falling as if they would never stop. The streets and alleys are full of scrapped vehicles, some of which have been engulfed in flames, sending up clouds of smoke and flames. These wrecked vehicles were lying in the middle of the road, obstructing the normal flow of traffic. However, the streets at night are simply two very different worlds from the daytime. As the dawn rises again and the sun slowly rises over the horizon, a new day begins. The remains of those who died have been cleared and transported away, and the scrapped vehicles have been towed away and recycled by professionals, as if nothing had happened. But when the congregation gathered at the church, they were shocked to find that the church had been razed to the ground. At the same time, the Night's Watch organizations in the European Union have suffered varying degrees of reprisals. Some group was sent to the West by a magician during a meeting. Somewhere an industry held by the vigilantes was uprooted. The Night's Watch organization, which wanted to surround the church, also encountered a counter-siege by the church. But the Night's Watch, which had been hidden in the shadows for years, had obviously suffered less than the church in the open. For some, chaos is not an abyss, but a ladder to progress. In the north of Europe, numerous small cults, led by Lol-I, began to rise rapidly, taking advantage of the four major orders in the northern part of the alliance going to war with the Night's Watch. These smaller churches quickly took over the turf that had been left in the wake of those fierce battles. Meeting of four: Green Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Zephyr, Karen. In the midst of the space of consciousness, Vermilion Bird glared his eyes out. White Zephyr, what the hell are you up to? The European Union side is already in an uproar. Karen glanced at Shirasawa. These days, he's been at the Arctic Palace. Know very little about Europe. Baizé calmly said. Nothing major, just suppressed a few small cults. Small cults? Jubilee raised an eyebrow. It's the four major cults in the northern part of the European Union. When these words came out, both the Qilin and the Green Dragon were slightly taken aback. The four major sects in the northern part of the alliance were not small forces. The Vigil has always been guarded by White Zephyr after White Tiger stepped down from his position in the European branch. The Night's Watch's strategy in Europe has never been in tune with the four major orders. Europe is not the home of the Night's Watch. It is naturally impossible to allow any cults to appear in any form or in any name in China. So the Night Watchman cannot hesitate to eradicate those cults in China. This is not the case in the European Union. Cults have infiltrated every aspect of the European Union through various ways of electing parliamentarians and running for president. Plus, the people of the European Union have a natural foundation for the church. Once a cult develops, it is unstoppable. Even the Night's Watch had no choice but to separate themselves from it, and the well was not in the water. The Night's Watch wouldn't choose to take on the four orders if it wasn't necessary. But now White Zephyr was the first to break this rule. The three of them looked at Baizé at the same time, waiting for Baizé to give an explanation. Though the Night's Watch everywhere has a great deal of authority in the precincts to which it belongs. But after all, going to war with the four major orders of the Northern Alliance of Europe was not a trivial matter. In order to fully purge the four major sects, relying on the European branch of the Night's Watch, I'm afraid that this cannot be done. The greatest likelihood is that both will lose. Suddenly going to war with the four great clerics? Is that what happened? Karen asked. Baizé nodded. I just think that if they are allowed to go on like this, it is very likely that they will repeat the mistakes they made in the Arctic replica, and it will be too late for them to regret it. The three were silent, a reasonable reason. In the North Pole copy, no one would have thought that surprisingly the God of Order would be revived, if it wasn't for the captain's early discovery, sending them deep into the Arctic copy, and then stepping in at the critical moment. Who knows what this so-called God of Order will do when he descends into the world, to deal with the European Union's four great clerics. You should at least confer with us. Qinglong was clearly dissatisfied with Baizé's trespassing. White Zephyr shrugged. With the White Tiger out of the picture, I've always been in charge of Europe, and with all four major orders in the European Union, I feel I have the right to do so, Karen said. Having said that, the four great clerics are not that easy to deal with, and it's possible that the forces of the Night's Watch that have been cultivated in Europe over the years will have to suffer a heavy blow, or even be wiped out. You're the one who made the call on something this big? Baizé still had a disinterested attitude. I'll go to the captain to ask for forgiveness if things go wrong, and I'll be directly responsible to the captain for the European branch. The four don't have a nom de plume for whoever heard who said that. When you manage your own precinct, most things outside of it are negotiated. So White Hazel's words are not a bad thing. With a flick of his sleeve, Qinglong left with a cold face. China, Jiangnan City. Lu Jing woke up with a start and the sky fell. Message received on cell phone. I have your sister. Chapter 160. In the past 2 days of the school year, Lu Jing had sort of experienced college life in the school, even had the idea of joining a club. After all, when he used to watch anime, he used to think that when he went to college, He'd be able to join a beauty club centered around himself. That's how it all plays out in anime. With the lazy secondary male protagonist being forced to join some club that's closing down due to lack of numbers. Then arrogant classmates, cute schoolgirls, sexy schoolgirls, would all join the club. The whole club of girls had a crush on themselves. The subplot is one heartwarming little story after another about solving the troubles of your classmates. The main storyline is then a choice of its own. The party fight. Then, waking up Lu Shui was kidnapped. For a time, Lu Jing wondered if he was not in the same drawing style as the story in the anime. Lu Jing called Lu Shui, and an unfamiliar voice came from the other end of the line. I warned you. Who are you? I just want you to take a message to your captain. Don't go too far with things or it won't do any of us any good. Lu Jing quickly calmed down. Where is my sister? You asked her to have a word with me. Lu Jing. Hearing Lu Shui's voice, Lu Jing's hanging heart slightly relaxed. Are you okay? It's okay for now. The man quickly picked up the phone. Lu Jing. I'm not kidding you. Contact your captain. I want to speak directly with your captain. With that, the other person hung up. Kyoto suburbs. Lu Shui is tied up here at the moment. Chains that suppress the energy of the awakened. And a large number of magic explosive stones that can be detonated are still attached to their bodies. Once Lu Shui left to break free from the chains and leave this place, the magic explosion stone would directly detonate. And there was absolutely no chance that he could possibly escape. Such a big deal? Who are you guys? If you guys want to kidnap someone, you're barking up the wrong tree. We're not kidnappers, the gentle man with glasses said. We just want to talk to your brother. Talk about secondary? Lu Shui really couldn't think of what the other party could talk to Lu Jing about. The glasses man was silent for a moment. You don't know yet, do you, that your brother joined a mysterious organization? Lu Shui blinked. Vigilantes? It seems you know, the man with the glasses said. Your brother was able to contact the captain of the Night's Watch, and lately the Night's Watch has been going overboard, so we had no choice but to want to talk to the captain of the Night's Watch himself. The man with the glasses realized that Lu Shui was looking at himself with a surprised look and pondered in his heart. Did she think that she alone was not worthy of meeting with the captain of the Night's Watch? The look seemed to be filled with contempt. However, I'm no slouch. It's not true that you vigilantes are formidable, but we, the four great clerics, are no slouches either. Thinking of this, the man with the glasses glared at Lu Shui with his already small eyes. Staring straight at him, Lu Shui felt that there should be something wrong with the man in front of her. For a moment Lu Shui wondered if Lu Jing had joined forces with others to play tricks on her. Are you okay? Lu Shui couldn't help but ask curiously. Are you trying to say we're out of our depth? The man with the glasses grunted. Saying we're overrate ourselves? But I want to tell you vigilantes, that quicksand gathered together can also push a tower. And a swarm of ants can also gnaw on an elephant. Lu Shui, did I say that much? Stay here until the Night's Watch captain contacts us. The man with the glasses wiped his glasses as he spoke. Lu Shui was kidnapped in her sleep, and the other party's strength was not in the same league as hers. Didn't alert anyone, even used her cell phone to send a message to her teacher to take a leave of absence. She tried to struggle, but couldn't move at all. Don't struggle. At that moment, a large bald man with a foreign face approached. The bald man looked Lu Shui up and down, and that gaze made Lu Shui feel extremely uncomfortable. Carl, don't around. The bald man named Carl said indignantly. They killed so many of our brothers and sisters. This is China, the territory of the Night's Watch. Making a move on their members here and tearing our faces apart, we're afraid we won't be able to walk out of China. I had no intention of getting out of here alive, Carl said in a deep voice. The spectacled man gave him a look. Even if we do, we'll have to wait until we see the captain of the Night's Watch. Carl? Lu Shui frowned slightly. She remembered seeing the name in one of the European Awakened League. 35th Order Warrior Awakened. Carl, nicknamed the Shredder. It is said to be extremely violent in its methods and likes to smash the heads of its enemies. That's why it got the name Crusher. The man with glasses glanced at the time. It's time for the appointment. Does this Lu Jing guy not have the means to be able to contact the vigilante captain? To say the captain of the Night's Watch is merely using him as bait. Why don't we just kill the siblings together and give the captain of the Night's Watch a little shock? Carl is obsessed with violence. The man with the glasses was very much against it. We're here to negotiate. Since we're negotiating, let's start talking. The sudden voice startled everyone in the room. Almost at the same time, several people in the arena turned their gazes in the direction of the source of the voice. He saw that Lu Shui's side at some point unexpectedly had a silhouette. A wide and mysterious black cloak, like the wings of a ghost in the darkness of the night, fluttered gently. The deep ink-like color seemed to be able to swallow all light, enveloping the wearer in an endless darkness. Paired with this black cloak was an equally black mask. The mask was exquisite, with smooth lines yet with an indescribably cold aura. It fit the face perfectly. revealing only a pair of icy eyes that glinted vaguely and chillingly through the gaps in the mask. Who? Aren't you the ones who wanted to find me? I'm here. Why do you have this look on your face instead? Glasses man heart aghast. This is the legendary captain of the Night's Watch? Carl, who was on the sidelines, whispered. No sound. Came so damn fast. Yeah, it came really fast. The spectacled man also couldn't help but marvel at the other party's tactics, appearing beside them so silently. It's an honor to meet you here. The spectacled man pushed up his glasses, which anyone familiar with him knew was a sign of his overwhelming nervousness. Chapter 161 Negotiations. The spectacled man pushed up his glasses and shot another look at the other man. The mind boggles at the thought of meeting the captain of the Night's Watch just like that. The 7 or 8 people around them glanced at each other, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Sit. As soon as the words fell, the scene around them changed. They were already in the middle of a quiet bamboo forest, where a small and exquisite hut stood quietly. The hut seems to blend in with its natural surroundings, giving it a sense of tranquility and peace. Bamboo forest is lush. Green bamboo leaves gently swaying with the wind, making a rustling sound, like a soft music. The sunlight poured through the gaps between the bamboo leaves, creating a patchwork of light and shadow, and in the depths of that bamboo forest, a wisp of misty smoke slowly rose. This smoke was like a light veil, lightly floating in the air, sometimes gathering into a ball, sometimes dispersing. Hallucinations? Or is it real? They've been mass teleported to another place? All sorts of questions pinged to the mind at once. The man in black poured the tea while saying in a calm tone, the parts of oneself that are beyond the reach of one's power determine one's future, and no matter how hard one tries, there are still areas that cannot be changed. Lu Shui frowned. Why do these words sound so familiar? Gentlemen, please have some tea. Carl was so full of caution that he didn't dare to touch the tea at all. It was the man with the glasses who hesitated slightly and drew out his stool and sat down. He took the tea. Thanks. He wasn't worried about the other party poisoning him either. The other party's casual display of power and this aura on his body completely disdained poisoning. Finally, we have met the rumored and renowned captain of the Night's Watch. The man with glasses took the initiative to speak. And please forgive us for our rude behavior. The man in black waved his hand. Open the door. What is it you want from me? Your Excellency is indeed refreshing. Then I'll cut to the chase. The Night Watchman has always been a well-watered enemy in the European Union with our 4 great orders. Why are you blatantly going to war nowadays? Not even willing to communicate. Do you really want to go to the point of fish death? Lu Jing froze for a moment. War? The European Union? The European Union, he remembered, was being guarded by Bizet. Thinking back to the days before, White Zephyr gave himself a debriefing. On the night of September 1st, a small-scale attack was launched against a cult in Northern Europe. Lu Jing pondered for a moment and spoke out. I don't think this kind of skirmish is worth the face-to-face communication between both of us. Skirmish. The corners of the glasses man's mouth twitched slightly. Is this a skirmish in the eyes of the other side? The 4 orders are now at war with the front of the European branch of the Night's Watch. In a firefight, the north was almost a mess, with heavy losses on both sides. As for other losses, they are countless. And the other side calls this a skirmish? The man with the glasses couldn't help but think of a line from the trilogy. Destroy you. What's it to you? It may have seemed to the other side that it was just a minor accident. Thinking about this, the man with the glasses felt the pressure increase a few more points. This negotiation. And why did your Excellency attack us? The man with the glasses asked. Why? Lu Jing said to himself. Who am I going to ask me? Besides, isn't it the Night's Watch's job to eradicate cults? You should ask why they didn't attack you guys. Lu Jing asked back in a deep voice. The man with the glasses subconsciously gulped, feeling a huge sense of oppression. The peaceful situation between the Night's Watch and the 4 holy orders. Is your Excellency going to break it and plunge the northern part of the European Union into complete chaos? As far as we know, the death toll yesterday was 431. More than 400 people just lost their lives, and many innocent people among them. Lu Jing. 400 deaths a day. This is already the intensity of a small war. Didn't Shiraz say small-scale attack? Lu Jing pondered slightly. So, you want a truce? We do not wish to make enemies of the Night's Watch, and the deaths and injuries of so many innocents was not your honor's intention. I'm sure. We've kept the peace for 8 long years now, and in fact until now, we didn't understand why the Night's Watch wanted to break it. Your Excellency might as well state your claim and we can negotiate a settlement. At that, the man with the glasses paused. Of course, if your Excellency insists on making an enemy of us, our 4 great clerics will not fold their arms, and will certainly let go of our hands when the time comes. After the man with the glasses made the pros and cons clear one by one, he waited for the other party's answer. He was sure the Night's Watch wouldn't go to war for no reason. There would be a reason. Lu Jing crossed his legs and contemplated for a moment once again. The 4 hierarchies? That sounds pretty cool. I guess the power can't be small. More than 400 people died in one day. What the hell is this white Zephyr doing? Lu Jing frowned. I'll think about this matter. Go back and tell your masters not to go overboard with things in the future. And take this as a warning from me to them. And, the man in black rose and shook his black robe. My man, you will release. When he said that, the surrounding scene suddenly disappeared. And the figure of the man in black also disappeared in place. They were back in the villa on the outskirts. Disappeared? Carl looked around but could no longer catch the other man. Didn't detect any energy fluctuations, not even within our detection range. Are we talking about a deal or not? Someone wondered. The man with the glasses heaved a sigh of relief. It's for the best. Is this a truce? Carl looked towards the tied-up Lu Shui and said to the man with glasses. This woman. Pity. Let it go. If we let it go, don't we have no leverage? Carl spread his hands. The man with the glasses looked at him like he was a little cutie. Looking at Carl like, you're the cutie, are you? The other guy can appear and disappear out of thin air in front of us. Do you think it's hard to take her away? Carl was helpless and had to admit that the glasses man's words made sense. Pity, Carl said as he unshackled Lu Shui. When we get back, there won't be plenty of beautiful women. The man with glasses said. And don't you like those under the age of 13? When did you like this type again? Carl swept Lu Shui up and down. This type of novelty. Lu Shui, on the other hand, looked at Carl with an expressionless face. Carl smiled slightly. See you next time. Lu Jing, who was holding up his binoculars and watching the scene from among the bushes on a distant mountain peak, let out a sigh of relief. As expected, it was as good as he expected, temporarily bluffing the other party. The other party didn't think Lu Shui was that important of a bargaining chip, and the more important reason was that they thought they had the ability to take Lu Shui away at any time. As a matter of fact, Lu Jing, relying on his existing equipment, was not sure that he could bring Lu Shui back safely and unharmed. Lu Jing took out his cell phone and sent a message to the night watchman in Kyoto where he was. Urgent mission. There are cultists infiltrating the northwestern outskirts of Kyoto. Shoot to kill. Chapter 162. Letting him get loaded. Tell the order that we have contacted the captain of the Night's Watch and that communication is still friendly. The man with the glasses said. I really don't know what the hell they're up to. White Zephyr refuses to communicate with us. And the captain of the Night's Watch sounds as if he's not willing to fish out of water. The private jet will be taking off soon. So we need to get back to Europe quickly. Carl suddenly looked up. We're surrounded. This long-suffering warrior's eyes burned in a certain direction. Lu Jing. Hey, are you out yet? Lu Shui on the other end of the phone hummed. Good. Then hurry back to school. What the hell is going on? Who are those people? And what's with the Night's Watch? What the hell are you doing? Faced with Lu Shui's successive questions, Lu Jing could only prevaricate. Lu Jing glanced at the time. Another half hour or so had passed. Received the photo on my cell phone. The bodies of the glasses man and Carl from earlier were clearly among them. Lu Jing breathed a sigh of relief. Cam, what the hell is this Shirazi doing in Europe with his name? It's all pissing people off at the door. Lu Jing was about to go back and use the Bosan furnace to contact Bai Zhe, when a message from Qilin came on his cell phone. Tengu, where are you? I'm in front of Kyoto University. The unicorn is here? Lu Jing returned. I'll be right there. Asterisk 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 asterisk. True Hook 8 handsome. Gao Mingyuan, who came from the north, looked at the black Bugatti Veyron parked not far from the school entrance. Kyoto is Kyoto, full of luxury cars. Gao Mingyuan couldn't help but lament. As a local Li Chaoxian, Wang Tanyu has long been accustomed to, out of a door to meet the luxury car and do not think there is something strange place. It was the weekend and also a wonderful day for them to bond with the girls' dormitory. Li Chao chose a female high school classmate who also went to Kyoto University. In this way, both sides have something to offer, and take advantage of the weekend ahead on the two dormitories to go out together to eat, drink and have fun, and make friends. Adolescent men and women are mostly all about these needs. Li Chaoxian and Wang Tanyu are good-looking. As for Yao Mingyuan from the north, although his family lineage was not as good as the two, he was nevertheless superior because he was tall and had awakened the rare profession of a knight. Li Chao chose his high school classmates and matched the numbers. 4 women, 3 men. How is this still one person short? When it's time to play the game, who do we leave alone? So to Li Chao chose, what's going on? Where's the other one in your dormitory? I called him, he didn't answer. He seemed to have something to do and was out early in the morning. Li Chaoxian called Lu Jing again while talking. In fact, he was thinking of asking Lu Jing to bring his sister out with him. Since meeting Lu Shui, Li Chaoxian suddenly felt that other girls are not interesting. How can you pass up an opportunity when it's so hard to get one? The phone still didn't connect, but Li Chaoxian had already seen the silhouette in the distance. The silhouette walking over from the crowd was none other than Lu Jing. Lu Jing, Li beckoned toward Chosen. That's your classmate? Aha. Looks not bad. Where are you from? From the south side of the river. Lu Jing seemed to be oblivious to this side. Drip. A hooter came from the Bugatti Veyron. Lu Jing turned his head to look at him, then got inside the Bugatti Veyron. A heavy rumble emanated from the Bugatti Veyron, which turned a corner and disappeared into the street. Li Chaoxian dumbfounded. Deeply hidden. This kid. Gao Mingyuan scratched his head vigorously and hissed. He originally thought that the dormitory foursome, Li Chaoxian and Wang Tanyu duo, is the Beijing master duo. From the awakened person equipment they are wearing can be seen. The duo's family history is not expensive. The various electronic devices used, headphones, computers, are all in 5 figures or more. The only thing that made him feel a little bit better was Lu Jing. This kid, who was also from out of town with himself, was all mixed up. Who would have thought that people would just drive a Bugatti Veyron? Lu Jing sat in the co-pilot, looked left and right, and said that he was afraid that the most expensive car he had ever driven in his life was a shared electric car. Finally his eyes fell back on the driving Kirin. Boss, are you done with the Arctic? Lu Jing asked. Kirin faded. Pretty much. Mind if I smoke? Although he asked this on his lips, it seemed that he had no intention of asking Lu Jing's permission and had already lit it for himself. He leisurely held a thick cigar in the corner of his mouth and inhaled gently, the rich smoke rising slowly. It didn't take long for a distinctive, mellow cigar aroma to begin to fill the air, an aroma that mixed the fragrance of tobacco with the scent of age settling in. There's a mission in the European Union that I'd like to send you on. European Union? Lu Jing immediately associated it with what he had just learned had happened in the European Union. Still, it's a good idea to pretend you don't know anything in front of the unicorn. To eliminate copies? No, it's to do with the cults. Kirin explained briefly. The 4 major cults in the northern part of the European Union are now at war with us, the Night's Watch, so it's to get me to go and fight. The 4 great clerics to do battle? Lu Jing understood what Kirin meant. No, that's only a nominal reason. Kirin said. Your actual mission is to investigate the European branch of the Night's Watch. What's the investigation? I don't really know much about Europe. The European distribution was previously handled by the White Tiger and then now the White Zephyr. I have been responsible for the southern part of China and know very little about the European Union. I can only give you a general direction to find out why White Zephyr suddenly wants to go to war with the 4 great clerics. Lu Jing was silent for a moment. Why did you choose me? Because you're trustworthy as a newcomer, and because I brought you up. The reason Kirin gave was simple. Of course you can refuse. I accept. Very good. Kirin nodded. This mission, with no clear deadlines or specific objectives, reports directly to me, no matter who you tell. The reason will be to help Shirasawa take charge of clearing the European Union's 4 great synods. Understand? Understood. As for your teammates, Kirin hesitates. Whoever you wish. Guru Bird. Lu Jing singled out Lin Mo at the first opportunity. Spinning Turtle Chao Li Hao. And the Jiangnan reservist members. Lu Jing had worked with Chao Li Hao, Miao Miao and the others the most, and they also had a better understanding. Spinning Turtle is on a mission, and your original teammates from Gangnam Reserve are in the middle of a copy. Neither of them are available at the moment, Kirin said. So that means there's only one Lin Mo? However, I do have a candidate here, Kirin said mysteriously. Chapter 163, Puberty? The airport at night is starry. The airliner in front of us will go straight to the airport in Paris. The airliner was not chartered by the Night's Watch, and now the 4 orders and the Night's Watch are at full-scale war in the European Union, with nothing to lose. The Holy See has now blocked access to the European Union, where the Night's Watch sends large numbers of people, for strict scrutiny. As for Lu Jing's identity, he was a student of Kyoto University who had gone to Europe to study briefly. Of course, in order to hide Lu Jing's identity, there were many other students from Kyoto University who went to Europe to study this time, including some of Lu Jing's classmates. Just leave the rest to the organization. Lu Jing walked into the cabin wearing a black suit carrying a small suitcase, and the pretty flight attendant smiled and reminded him to pay attention to his feet. He was followed by a pretty girl. In the movie, the hero is on a mission. Definitely need to be accompanied by a pretty girl or two. Pretty, sassy, and showing off her thighs every now and then to give the male audience a little perk. Of course, Lu Jing brought this girl with him. Pretty as she was just a bit difficult to deal with. Remember to listen to my command when you get to Europe, and don't feel free to proclaim our identity as the Night's Watch. There's a fight going on over in Europe right now. Lin Mo nodded like garlic. Lu Jing, on the other hand, enjoyed the first-class chair of the airplane. It's so soft. The stewardess approached him and asked what other services he needed. Lu Jing waved his hand to indicate that he didn't need it. The stewardess smiled and said if you need anything, just ring the bell. Lu Jing nodded again. He glanced at the time. The plane would be closing its doors soon. Kirin said he'd send someone to work with him. Why haven't they shown up yet? After another moment's wait, the hatch closed. Lu Jing was about to give up. Just then, a silhouette suddenly flashed by. Footsteps came hurriedly. Excuse me. The flight attendant's expression changed slightly, obviously startled by the other party's speed. The man walked straight into the first-class cabin, glanced at the seats, and sat down next to Lu Jing. Lu Jing sized him up. Young, dark hair, and decent features. Awesome. It's a little off the wall. Lu Jing thought the other person looked like a male star on TV. Even Lin Mo, who never paid attention to looks, couldn't help but look at the man more. There were only 3 of them in the first-class cabin of this airliner. The man held out his hand. Vigilante Sajiri. Vigilante Tengu. Lu Jing held the man's hand. His hands were also like a woman's, soft and tender. Night Watchman Auntie. Lin Mo straightened his back. Lu Jing gently elbowed her and gently disliked her. Keep your voice down. The situation Kirin has told me. I am the captain of this mission, the purpose of which is to help the European branch to clear out the 4 great sects. I hope that we can cooperate in the next mission. Lu Jing's heart was in his mouth. Didn't Kirin tell me that I'm the captain? But once he thought about it, Sajiri didn't know that the real purpose of the mission was actually Kirin's desire to find out what was going on behind the backs of the European branch's night watchmen. Looking at it this way, one is the captain of the dark side. There were 3 of them in all, and both were captains. The only team member is Lin Mo. It's a 12-hour flight from Kyoto Airport to Paris. Direct. Not being much of a talker, Sajiri put on his headphones and started playing the game. Lu Jing sneaked a peek and found. Couldn't read it. That's right. It's unreadable. The opponent was playing what was supposed to be a war simulation type game, and it was full of strange text that didn't look like English. It seemed to be German. I had wanted to talk to the other side more, but look at this. Lu Jing then called it quits. He remembers Sajiri. Ayagi's real identity was a combat staff officer in the operations department, and the youngest combat staff officer ever. At only 22 years of age, he already held such an important position, with the rank of deputy division. Nowadays, in the age of the awakened, the fact that Sajiri was able to conceal his identity as a vigilante while still holding such an important position showed that his ability was not ordinary. His mind is said to be like a sophisticated supercomputer, capable of analyzing and processing large amounts of complex data and information in an instant, and quickly developing precise and efficient strategic plans. No matter how tricky a battle situation you face, as long as you have Sagittarius, there is always a way to find a way to break the ice and turn a situation into a good one. Because of this, he is highly respected in the military and is considered a rising general star. So good looking, so smart in the head, and a night watchman. It's not fair. The man is having too good a time. How about a little trouble for him as captain of the Night's Watch? Lu Jing thought inexplicably. Of course, it was only a thought. Looking at the night scene outside the window, Lu Jing remembered something and walked out of the first-class cabin. This visit to the University of Paris was nominally an academic exchange. It was just a coincidence that their class was drawn. Of course, it was all arranged by Kirin. Seeing Lu Jing walk out from the first-class cabin, several students in the class raised their heads in unison to look at him. They're all out for academic exchanges. Why do you get to fly first class? What a family! Lu Jing scratched his head and walked over to Lu Shui. This time, he also brought Lu Shui out. Of course, because he was worried that she would be kidnapped again. The name is also an academic exchange. Lu Jing picks at her. Lu Shui opened her eyes and glanced at Lu Jing. What for? You go sleep in first class. I'll sit here. When Kirin bought them tickets, he bought 3 first-class tickets for Lu Jing, Lin Mo, and Xiang Lu. No need. Lu Shui refused without even thinking about it. Lu Jing whispered. It's going to take more than 10 hours to fly. First class can lie down. No go. Lu Shui had a strong attitude. Seeing this, Lu Jing had no choice but to walk back again. Zhou Chaoxue, a classmate in the same dormitory next to Lu Shui, winked and gently touched her elbow with her. Who is he? Your boyfriend? My brother. Your brother. In first class? Why don't you go with him? I don't like it. Lu Shui said perfunctorily. Oh. Zhou Chaoxue nodded thoughtfully. At this time, Lu Jing walked out again. Walking over to Lu Shui, he saw that the stewardess wasn't there, and took the chocolates from his pocket that were only available in the first-class restaurant. Lu Jing pulled out another handful and handed it to Zhou Chaoxue, who was next to Lu Shui. You are Lu Shui's dormitory mate, right? Zhou Chaoxue hurriedly nodded her head in welcome. My home Lu Shui often mentioned to me about you, but also said that the other 3 people in your dormitory are classmates to come. This chocolate to take back to the future to share a little to them. in the future to take more care of my home Lu Shui. Lu Shui secretly stepped on Lu Jing and gave him another disgruntled look. Zhou Chaoshua seemed to be favorably impressed with Lu Jing and responded enthusiastically to the other party. You go back to sleep, Lu Shui said. Lu Jing gave her a look. First class can lie down and sleep. I'm not going. I'll take a nap then. And I'll switch with you later if you're tired of sitting. Lu Jing resentfully returned to the first class cabin, muttering under his breath. Puberty? I have to say that first class is so luxurious. Hidden space, and I don't know what kind of material the mattress is so soft. In no time, Lu Jing fell asleep. He was slapped awake by Sajiri next to him. There's been an airplane accident. Chapter 164, an unexpected copy. There's been an airplane accident. Lu Jing looked at Xiang Lu in front of him. After a moment's reprieve, he responded. What's going on? We're in the middle of a copy. A copy? Lu Jing stood up in a flash and looked around, realizing that he was still in the middle of the plane, pulled back the curtains and glanced outside. By now it was nighttime, and it was dark outside. With only a few stars still glowing, everything was normal. Ayagi explained. From the beginning the airplane's flight speed was 800 km per hour, and then it was raised to 820 km per hour in a short period of time. After an hour of flight, the speed was increased again to 850 km, which was maintained for the next 3 hours of the voyage, with the maximum speed increased to 900 km per hour. From where the plane left off, using acceleration to figure out the distance traveled, we should be in Siberia right now. But the range map on the phone shows we're still in Outer Mongolia. Lu Jing was silent for a moment and looked at Xiang Lu, estimated that the probability of a new person to come would not believe the words of Shang Liu. This situation? Who would have thought to enter the copy of it? You said you judged on the plane that you should be in Siberia by now. Cell phone shows voyage in Outer Mongolia. Then most likely you've misjudged it. And who's to say? Your judgment must be right. It was dark all around, and it was in the air, so there wasn't even a point of reference. It's also possible that the phone is on a bad over-the-air network. The airplane can enter the copy? Lu Jing asked. Of course, as long as the portal's entrance is large enough to appear in the air. It's not impossible for an airplane to dive in headfirst. Ayanami's tone was flat. Lu Jing scratched his head. How could he see how it didn't look like he was entering a copy right now? Entering the copy. They weren't forced to teleport. They were still in the air. Why don't we go to the cabin and ask the pilot? Lu Jing suggested. The two said they would do it. Step out of first class and find the stewardess. Hello, please, where are we now? The stewardess smiled slightly. Hello esteemed traveler, we are currently in Outer Mongolia, and we have 8 hours to go before we reach our destination. According to the speed of the plane, we should be in Siberia now, with normal winds and no course changes during the flight. Sajiri opened the door. The stewardess froze, but still smiled as she replied. Please refer to our voyage charts. Midway through the trip the plane may be delayed a bit due to winds and all sorts of erratic influences, but as far as I know, the plane didn't meet any instability in the middle of the journey, and at the speed it should be in Siberia by now. Can there be a reasonable explanation? Ayanami wouldn't relent. Lu Jing thought to himself, guessing that the stewardess was being a mother in her heart at this time. It's annoying enough to go to a Thai class and then meet two guys who are suspected to be mentally ill, but I have to say that the flight attendants are really good. Even now they are keeping a smile on their face and patiently explaining to the pestering travelers. Can we have a look in the cockpit? The stewardess's smile froze when she heard this, and her hand had already secretly touched the alarm at her waist. Hijacking. That was the first thing that came to her mind. Those were all excuses just now. The real purpose was actually to head to the cockpit. Seeing this, Lu Jing hurriedly said, Sorry. He was just joking. We'll go back to bed now. The duo then returned to first class. Lu Jing raised his head and took another look at where he was now on the monitor. Siberia. It's in Siberia. Look. Lu Jing pointed to the monitor above. Ayanami looked up, frowning slightly. Is there a network delay? Lu Jing said. Nope. Ayanami was unusually firm. Lu Jing pondered for a moment and asked tentatively, So what do you think we should do now? Going to check out the cockpit, Ayanami said. Lu Jing reminded. The other side will definitely treat us as hijackers. Our mission is to go to the European Union in a low profile. Besides, like really you said, we're already in the copy. And now that there's no quest reminder and we haven't traveled anywhere else, we might as well wait it out and take things as they come. Xiang Lu hesitated a little, and seemed to think that what Lu Jing said was reasonable, and nodded. So back to my seat and back to playing the game. Lu Jing gave him a surprised look. He now thought it might be Sajiri playing with himself. Still in the mood for games? You didn't see me sleeping soundly and feel bad about it. Did you pull this stunt to wake me up? Lu Jing sat down with a belly full of suspicion and couldn't help but take another look at Xiang Lu. Sajiri was found staring daggers at the game interface, as if he was sleepwalking through what he had just said, and didn't remember any of it. Lu Jing, however, couldn't sleep and looked at the location on the monitor. From Siberia and into Moscow again. Lu Jing just relaxed. The odds are that Ayanami is overthinking it. He looked at Ayanami, who stared at the monitor without saying anything. Lu Jing saw that he didn't say anything else, so he didn't say anything more. It doesn't hurt to be more careful when you're out and about, and even if people have made an error in judgment, there's no need to poke them in the lungs again. It was still a long time until the destination, so Lu Jing went back to the common cabin to find Lu Shui. The seats in regular class aren't much more awkward, but they're definitely not spacious, and if you were to sit here for 10 hours or so, it would ironically be very uncomfortable. Lu Shui leaned back in her chair and closed her eyes. Lu Jing yanked her up and Lu Shui opened her eyes to look at him. Then they were taken to first class. Pain in the ass, I guess, having to be stubborn with me. Lu Shui was lying on the wide, comfortable seat bed in first class. Take your shoes off and lie down for a nap. Lu Shui, you're not going to sleep? I've just taken a nap, so go to sleep. Lu Shui nodded and murmured softly, aha. Then he obediently took his shoes off and curled up under the blanket. Lu Jing walked out of the first-class cabin and sat in the original Lu Shui's seat. Sitting really isn't as comfortable as reclining, and it's not like you can recline or lean back in this seat. Lu Jing didn't fall asleep for a long time and just stayed up for the duration. Time passes by. Paris. Finally getting there. Lu Jing let out a long sigh of relief. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this flight from Kyoto to Paris. Lu Jing opened his eyes in a daze, glancing at Shangliu who was playing the game. On the other side was Lin Mo who was sleeping very peacefully. Where to? Lu Jing muttered and raised his head to look at the display. Outer Mongolia. To Outer Mongolia. Ah, it's not right. Lu Jing's sleepiness disappeared all of a sudden. Chapter 165, is your brother a hijacker? Lu Jing opened his eyes and was filled with doubt. What the hell? A 2-week program? Just as he was filled with doubt, Shangliu, who was on the side, suddenly said, there's a problem. Lu Jing blinked. It's strange that there's no problem with this, unless I'm dreaming right now. Ayanami was about to speak. Lu Jing, from the beginning, the airplane's flight speed was 800 kilometers per hour, and then it was raised to 820 kilometers per hour in a short period of time. After an hour of flight, the speed was increased again to 850 kilometers, which was maintained for the next 3 hours of the voyage, with the maximum speed increased to 900 kilometers per hour. From where the plane left off, using acceleration to figure out the distance traveled, we should be in Siberia right now, but the range map on the phone shows we're still in Outer Mongolia. Shangliu was silent for a moment and nodded, looking at Lu Jing with different eyes. Lu Jing said, we're in a copy. Sajiri nodded again, a sudden sense of heroism rising. Lu Jing, would you believe me if I said that all these words were what you told me before? Sajiri frowned slightly and nodded. Tell me the specifics. Lu Jing then told what had happened before. Sajiri said thoughtfully, it looks like we've really entered a copy, and if we don't succeed in breaking in, this plane will travel indefinitely, and every time we reach our destination, we lose our memories, just like falling into a dream. Sajiri quickly analyzed the current situation. After saying that, Xiang Lu looked at Lu Jing again. Why aren't you affected? Lu Jing shrugged his shoulders. Of course, I'm the captain of the Night's Watch. Just kidding. What now? Lu Jing asked. Go to the cabin and stop the plane. Ayanami said. Lu Jing, we'll be treated like hijackers. There's no better way to do it now, and explaining it to the people on board won't convince anyone. The two looked at each other. Lu Jing reached out and yanked Lin Mo awake. Lin Mo opened her eyes in a daze. What's wrong? Xiang Lu glanced at Lin Mo and said to Lu Jing, we don't have much time to explain to others. In Xiang Lu's opinion, it was enough to have him and Lu Jing to settle things. Explaining it all again to Lin Mo would be a pain in the ass, and if it was really like what Lu Jing said, once the destination was reached, they would lose their memories and start over. Then there is no point in explaining anymore. Lu Jing said, we're in the middle of a copy. It's the second week. Wake up. Oh, boss, I'm ready. Lin Mo's eyes lit up and she immediately jumped up. Sajisaki, Lam, unknown intelligence. Superb execution. Got it? Lu Jing asked. Lin Mo nodded. Later on, I'll pretend to have the disease and attract the crowd's attention, and you guys will take the opportunity to enter the cockpit. Ayanaji, it's very difficult to open the cockpit door by violent means on the outside. It's now bulletproof and resistant to high-energy impacts. The usual procedure for crew access to the cockpit is to call the cockpit over the intercom. After contact is made, the pilot switches the control door from normal to unlocked before the crew can enter the cockpit. That's why we need the crew's walkie-talkies. Lin Mo nodded. She then walked out of the first-class cabin. Ah! A voice startled the crowd at once. Lin Mo covered her stomach and lay on the ground. Help! No! Can't do it! It's coming out! Lu Jing! The stewardess came over. This young lady, please go to the restroom if you are constipated. I'm not constipated. I'm going to lose it. The stewardess frowned slightly, realizing that something wasn't quite right. Miss, where are you uncomfortable? Ah, help! I feel like I'm going to suffocate. Stewardess, then what are you doing covering your stomach? My stomach hurts too. The stewardess hurriedly shouted. Crew chief! Crew chief! The stewardess only knew some basic first aid, but it was clear that the other person's current condition was outside her knowledge. Soon the stewardess arrived. Get out of the way. I'm a doctor. That's when Ayanami squeezed through. Just the moment his body crossed paths with the crew chief, the walkie-talkie at the other's waist had reached Sajiri's hands. Xiang Lu pretended to check Lin Mo. Quickly help her up. I'll get the medicine, said turning his head and walking away. The stewardess and the flight attendant lifted up Lin Mo and didn't even notice that the walkie-talkie was missing from their waists. Sajiri took the opportunity to shove the walkie-talkie into Lu Jing's hand, and Lu Jing quickly walked to the cockpit door. The 100-change mask, which instantly transformed his face into that of a crew chief. Oi! Lu Jing opened his mouth, and his voice changed to that of the stewardess. Open the cockpit door. There's been an accident with a passenger and I left my bag in the cockpit. Soon the cockpit door opened. Lu Jing changed back to his own appearance and put away the 100-changes mask without moving. Receiving Lu Jing's signal, Shang Liu stopped pretending and turned his head to run into the cockpit. The crew chief over there is still wondering why the doctor suddenly ran away. The pilot immediately panicked when he looked at the person standing behind him. Not the crew chief, but Lu Jing. You guys, who is it? Ayagi didn't say much at all, and directly struck out to stun the two pilots. At the other end, the stewardess touched her walkie-talkie and said, "Oh, no, I'm sorry," and reacted immediately. Hijack. Someone hijacked the plane. The people on the airplane were confused, and at this moment, when they heard the word hijacking, everyone's face changed. Knowing that this was 10,000 meters in the air, there was no difference between an awakened person and an ordinary person falling down here. Unless it was an awakened who possessed that special flying ability, or an awakened whose rank exceeded 50 ranks. However, there are only a handful of such awakened people, and how it came to be on an ordinary commercial airliner. The crew chief's eyes glazed over. Who the hell isn't an awakened person anymore? 3 non-awakened people dare to hijack a plane. 25th rank awakened assassin. Give me some advice. The next second, boom! The cockpit door was closed by Lu Jing. The crew chief slammed his head against the cockpit and just felt his head spin. And at this point the whole plane was in disarray. Zhou Chaoxue, the classmate next to Lu Shui, was dumbfounded as she looked at Lu Shui in shock. Your brother is a hijacker. Lu Shui, Chapter 166, Hijacking. Ayanami gripped the joystick with both hands, only to see the airplane as if it were a wild horse out of control. The nose of the plane quickly tilted downward and slammed headlong into the ground at an astonishing speed. The passengers screamed in terror, and the entire cabin was instantly thrown into chaos. Lu Jing was shocked. Holy, do you know how to fly an airplane or not? Will, it's faster to land that way, Ayanami said. I'm afraid I'll die faster too, Lu Jing shouted. You watch out for dealing with the crew chief, Ayanami warned without looking back. Little robbers. The crew chief quickly entered the cabin code and opened the door from the outside. Can't believe it. I know the password. However, what greeted him in the next second was Lu Jing's powerful kick. Boom! The stewardess reacted extremely quickly and held her hands in front of her. The stewardess had an extra short dagger in her hand. Seek death. There was suddenly a figure in front of him. Both sides look exactly the same. Skill * shadow split. Lu Jing drew out his great spear, and Wanxiang Dawn broke with a fierce thrust, directly impaled the crew chief's doppelganger. The terrain in the cabin was narrow, and Lu Jing held a large gun in front of him, giving him the advantage. The stewardess tried to poke in short. Lu Jing waved his big gun and smashed it downwards. Skill transient. Suppression. The crew chief froze. This skill was capable of close-range unobstructed instantaneous movement. It is also a must-have skill for assassins. However, at this point the crew chief is not utilizing his skills. Tang Gu. The inherited item Wanxiang Dawn is in essence a lance, which can suppress the awakened skill release. The crew chief didn't instantly succeed in getting hit in the left shoulder by the big gun and his body collapsed downward. The stewardess gritted her teeth. Surely she wasn't an ordinary person to be the stewardess of an airplane. It dawned on him that he might not be able to activate the skill for a while. Reacting extremely quickly, he reached out his other hand to grab the body of the big gun, wanting to use this method to make Lu Jing unable to fight. An inch is as strong as an inch is long. and an inch is as dangerous as an inch is short. The crew chief pulled the big gun outward with all his might while the short blade was pressed against the gun. If Lu Jing went all out to fight with him, he let go abruptly, then closed in with his short sword. If Lu Jing did not go to fight, he would lose his weapon. In a short moment, he had already thought of a strategy against the enemy, but the crew chief didn't know that the man in front of him had predicted his movements a second before he made them. Lu Jing didn't hesitate to shed his lance, and a great summer dragon sparrow flashed with a cold light. Right hand for left hand. Jab. The stewardess hurriedly set up her knife to block it, but the knife was only a barrier. A kick had been delivered to his lifeblood. The crew chief rolled a good distance away, covering his crotch with an ugly expression. Lu Jing smiled apologetically. He had wanted to kick the small of his back. Who knew that he had kicked it crookedly? Let's all go together. Or if we let them succeed, everyone will die. That's when the enthusiastic crowd shouted. The people on the airplane hadn't come back to their senses, but at this moment everyone reacted at once. Yes, this is not the time to be able to watch the action. If it's a robbery of a train, a bus, they could just as well have left things as they found them. But now, they are robbing airplanes. Who knows what they're going to do? Follow the example of terrorists ramming buildings? You watch the fun on the plane, and you're sure to have a piece of it when you die. The corners of Lu Jing's mouth twitched slightly as he hurriedly shouted. Don't be nervous, everyone. We're not hijackers. We're now in the middle of a copy. But just as he and Iyagi had predicted, who would believe such a lame excuse? Flying in an airplane and getting into a copy? It's just an excuse to hijack a plane. Asterisk 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 him. Lu Jing blocked the hatch with a large spear, forcing back the two men who came forward. It's still the same problem of the narrow tunnel. Don't look like they are a group of people, but only one or two of them can rush forward. Lu Jing was holding a big gun. It was quite like a one-man army, a 10,000-man army. At this moment, the most shocked is undoubtedly the same classmate who had just met Lu Jing for less than a few days. Li Chaoxian, Wang Danyu, Gao Mingyuan. They had initially thought of Lu Jing as a non-awakened person from a poor family who had worked hard to get into Kyoto Martial Arts University through his own efforts. Very touching. This was followed by the belief that the other party was from a wealthy background. After all, it's a Bugatti Veyron that picks you up and drops you off when you go out. And then there is now. So that's how you got your Bugatti Veyron. Hijackers can be okay, and they're hijacking airplanes. Lu Jing blocked the front of the cockpit with a big gun. The awakened one realized that if he continued to tangle with the enemy in close quarters, he feared that it would be difficult to gain any advantage. After glancing at each other, they made a conscious decision to back off and have the archers, who specialize in long-range attacks, launch a quick attack. Only the sound of bowstrings rattling was heard. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. An incredibly sharp long arrow sped towards Lu Jing. Only Lu Jing swung his lance violently in his hand, and the head of the lance accurately flung away the incoming long arrows one by one. Those long arrows had deviated from their original trajectory and crashed helplessly all around. At the same time, Lu Jing's footsteps were agile and changeable, and his body flickered from side to side like a ghost. He turned sharply to the left at times to avoid oncoming arrows. From time to time, he moves to the right to avoid cold arrows that sneak up from the side. Every movement was just right, as if he had long since gotten an insight into the direction and rhythm of the enemy's arrows, and that long spear was even danced in his hands, its body drawing a dazzling arc in the air. Almost shot me. Sajiri's slightly exasperated voice came from behind him. Lu Jing then remembered that Xiang Lu was still at the controls of the airplane, so Lu Jing's thumb and middle finger came together. Bucket. A huge dog's paw blocked the cockpit door. Well, Lu Jing retreated back to the cockpit and asked hurriedly. Descent takes time, Ayanami said. 15 minutes. It's too long. Normal descent takes at least 20 minutes, and I've shrunk to the minimum. With Sajiri at the controls, the whole plane went down like a slam dunk. Just then, shattering star strike. Boom! The giant claw was torn open and a meteor-like arrow shot into the cockpit. Crazy! Don't destroy the cockpit! The stewardess yelled. Unable to effectively wield his lance in the cockpit, Lu Jing's hands of black substance spread rapidly, forming a huge iron fist almost instantly. Lu Jing held his sandbag-sized iron fist in front of his body and clenched his teeth against the arrow. Clang dash! Lu Jing took a few steps back and pressed his back against Xiang Lu's body. The light in front of his body grew brighter and brighter, as if it was going to run Lu Jing through with an arrow. Lu Jing didn't dare to hide. This hiding, the arrow is estimated to go through the cockpit. Hook star! Just then, Lin Mo's voice rang out. The red blood looked like it had turned into ribbons, instantly wrapping the archers in a ball. The power of the arrow in front of him felt like it had been quickly drained away. Lu Jing took the opportunity to utilize the properties of the black substance to wrap around the arrow and crush it. And the accomplice, shoot her, with a flip to avoid the bystanders. Lin Mo ran towards the cockpit, but there were too many people in front of her, and she was soon surrounded. Lu Jing's eyebrows trembled, and he was about to go forward to save the people. Sajiri's voice sounded behind him. It's not right. It seems like there is no land here at all. It's like an abyss. We can't land. Chapter 167, Unable to land. Nope. It seems like there is no land here at all. It's like an abyss that we can't land in. Sajiri's voice came from behind him, but Lu Jing had no time to pay attention to him. Bucket. A huge dog's head descended from the sky, biting down on Lin Mo, who was surrounded by the crowd, and directly swallowed her. The rest of them landed all their attacks on the dog's head. The plane can't land. There's no land at all. Ayanami added. What do you mean? Lu Jing was unsure. It means the world is only sky. Cam. It's getting worse. As he looked at the many awakenings approaching in front of him, Lu Jing took a step back. At that moment, behind him, Ayanami suddenly stepped out. We surrender. And, Lu Jing. Lu Jing inclined his head to look at Xiang Lu in surprise. Not only Lu Jing, the rest of the people were even more confused, not knowing what this robber was up to. Ayanami continued. Crew chief, you can try to land the plane to see if we're in a copy now. There's no land here at all. The plane can only travel through the air. The crew chief stopped the crowd that was about to rush forward and looked at Sajiri suspiciously. Xiang Lu gave Lu Jing another wink, signaling him to drop his weapon. Lu Jing hesitated for a moment and put away his lance, raising his hands in the same manner as Sajiri. Someone immediately rushed up and stopped the two of them. The person who had just been severely beaten by Lu Jing punched Lu Jing without relieving his anger. An older woman angrily huffed her slipper in Sajiri's face, but Shangliu tilted his head to avoid it and snapped at Lu Jing's face. The corner of Lu Jing's mouth twitched slightly, a taste of old-fashioned sauerkraut. Looking to get the pair under control, the crew chief rushed into the cockpit. The crew chief, also a veteran pilot, glanced at the instrument gauge. It has dropped. It has dropped so low. With that he maneuvered the plane. The full moon hangs high in the sky. What copies? I think these three are just talking nonsense. The three of them are just crazy and want to kill us all. I don't look too old. It's not a good idea to do something at a young age. It can't be a cult. The crowd was in your face. If it wasn't for the passenger police stopping them, it was estimated that at this moment, Lu Jing's trio would be subjected to a righteous mobbing by the many passengers. At that moment, the stewardess came out with a black face. Looking at the three, he looked up at the other passengers again, his tone heavy. We seem to be literally in the middle of a copy. Everyone froze at this statement. Obviously the stewardess spoke with more weight than the three young men. SS. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. A few moments later, all three of Lu Jing's men were uncuffed. Lu Jing's eyes glanced grudgingly at the older woman from before. For her part, the older woman put her head down in some embarrassment. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. How did you find out? The stewardess asked. It's better to solve the problem of the copies first. Lu Jing said. The plane can't land now, and there's no indication. Is there a passenger meter? Lu Jing suddenly asked. Passenger meter? What do you need it for? Lu Jing just remembered the last copy of the mountain temple. The key to whether or not you'll break in is among the passengers. Something that isn't a passenger has gotten mixed in, and if you find it, you're considered to have broken in. Xiang Lu quickly understood Lu Jing's thoughts. The stewardess got a passenger sheet and organized the crowd to all return to their seats. They then took the passenger forms and began to check their identities one by one. What's the name? Zhang Songgan. The stewardess glanced at the other man, always feeling that there was something not quite right about him. But the identities were all right. Is it convenient to unpack? Zhang Songgan raised his eyes. The luggage is my personal belongings. It's not convenient to open it. The stewardess hesitated. This is a special situation, so please understand. Zhang Songgan sneered. What special circumstances? My private property is sacrosanct. You countrymen, do you know anything about the spirit of the law? My house is in tatters. The wind can get in. The rain can get in. The king can't get in. A little constitution. Boom. Zhang Songgan was like a heavy blow. Sajiri punched him in the heart and rolled his eyes. Ayagi's violent behavior startled the crew chief. What are you doing? Sajiri didn't care about directly ripping off Zhang Songgan's luggage and said lightly. If we don't find a way out, we'll all die here together. I'm going to sue you for willful injury. Zhang Song was dry on the ground. Do you know who I am? Sajiri flipped through Zhang Songgan's luggage, and he examined it meticulously. Open the other's water bottle and tap it. Suddenly, he pries open the bottom of the water bottle and retrieves a hidden flash drive from inside. Good news, they caught a spy trying to bring information out of the country. Bad news, the passengers are all right. No omissions. A few people looked at me and I looked at you. It was all over the place for a while. At that moment, Sajiri said, "Open the hatch." "You're going to jump?" Lu Jing asked. Ayanami didn't answer, just picked up a suitcase with his hand. "Throw it down and see what the hell is down there," the crew chief immediately warned. "This is 10,000 meters in the air. Opening the door will cause the cabin to rapidly lose pressure. Anyone standing in the doorway will be immediately ejected from the plane, and the temperature inside the cabin will drop so quickly that the plane itself will even begin to disintegrate. Don't worry, just open it a little bit and then close it immediately." With that, Sajiri strapped one of his spare cell phones to his suitcase and turned on the camera. Ayanami stood in front of the hatch, tugging on the suitcase with one hand and the handle with the other to prevent himself from being sucked out. The hatch slowly opened, and the people who had been in cabin number 2 had retreated to cabin number 1. At once, a strong attraction came from the second cabin. Ayanami saw the right moment to throw the suitcase straight out. Lu Jing was staring at the computer screen in cabin number 1, which was connected to the screen of his cell phone. The starry sky came into view first, then the sky swirled. Lu Jing frowned and stared dead on, afraid of missing every detail. The suitcase kept falling and falling. The screen is, for the most part, dark. The only things that flashed by were the stars in the sky and the bright full moon. Time passes by. The box had been falling for a full hour, yet it was still falling. The crowd in front of the screen couldn't help but feel deeply disappointed. Lu Jing rubbed his eyes, when Lin Mo's voice suddenly sounded beside him. "What's that?" "There's something." Lu Jing immediately raised his head, but the image had already passed. "What is it?" Lu Jing immediately pursued the question. "Good. Looks like an airplane," Lin Ma said. An airplane?" Lu Jing stared at the screen, and this time another half hour or so passed. A flash of the image was indeed the tail of an airplane. At this time, Lu Jing didn't notice that the crew chief behind him had a change of color. This is our airplane." Chapter 168, 3 weeks. In the sky, the full moon hangs high. The crew chief recognized the flashing tailfin image as their plane. After another 10 minutes or so, this time it appeared that the box had gotten away with shining a full view of the airplane as it tumbled. There is no doubt about it. Even Lu Jing recognized the logo on the plane, a space similar to a Mobius ring. Ayanami spoke up. "The formation of a Mobius ring is simple. Take a piece of paper and join it at both ends backwards. No matter which point you start from, halfway around the circle it seems to have gone out, but then after continuing halfway around the circle again, you will find yourself back at the original point." He paused and added, "And the space we are in front of us is much more three-dimensional, which means that we can't get away from it, whether we're going up or down, back and forth. The space here is not infinite, but connected up and down. That's why the dropped suitcases have illuminated the view of the airplane a few times. So what if it's the Mobius ring? Right now we don't even know where the enemy is. I'd rather face an A-class combat copy," the crew chief said, "instead of the current decryption class copies." Ayanami said, "The Mobius ring can't be understood in a three-dimensional world, so unless we've fallen into a higher dimension. But then again, we're a three-dimensional creature, so ultimately there's no concept of coming out at all." Lin Ma blinked. "So, we have no way out?" "You could say that. Unless this isn't a puzzle-solving type of copy at all," Lu Jing said. Ayanami nodded. Lu Jing recalled his last experience in the 9-layer Demon Tower. The 9-layer Demon Tower is just a front. In fact, even a few years old could get through if they knew where the secret to getting through was. But if they didn't notice the key, even the most powerful awakened person would be buried here. The problem now is that the plane has a limited amount of fuel, and if we reach our destination as you say we will lose our memories and do it all over again, the stewardess said. Then the fuel will, in the end, definitely be depleted, and we'll stay down in the plane. It's imminent. Time passes by. There was no way for them to get out of the moving plane, and all the speculation was just that. Speculation. Right now it seems to be a dead end. The destination was changing. Siberia, Europe, and finally reached Paris. At this point, many passengers in the cabin were still holding out hope, thinking that maybe they all guessed wrong. Even the crew chief was staring at the instrument gauge. Everything was perfectly normal and they were even subjected to Parisian radio, but Lu Jing knew that soon they would lose their memories. Ayanami leaned his head against the glass of the airplane and looked out into the endless darkness, seemingly losing hope as well. The airplane is descending. Please return to your seats. Fasten your seatbelts, stow your small desk pads, and adjust your seatbacks. The airplane system sounded. Ayanami suddenly stood up. Lu Jing gave him a look. What's wrong? Ayanami tried to speak, but soon he couldn't perceive anything. The full moon hangs high. Lu Jing opened his eyes. On the side, Shang Liu was playing a game, and Lin Mo was sleeping soundly. It was as if nothing had happened. 3 weekly programs. Lu Jing scratched his head in annoyance. Ayanami took off his headphones and glanced at his watch. Looking up, Lu Jing said incoherently. We've entered the copy. It's a Mobius ring. And this is the third weekly program. Whenever you reach your destination, you will lose your memories. You suspect that this is a higher dimensional world and that we as three-dimensional beings have fallen into a fourth dimension and cannot get out. Xiang Lu was silent for a moment, seemingly digesting the information that Lu Jing had said. So, I didn't solve the puzzle in the second weekly installment either? No, Lu Jing said as he reached out and yanked Lin Mo up. Xiang Lu stared at Lu Jing. Lu Jing realized that Xiang Lu had really good-looking eyes. Not like a soldier at all, but like a male idol with contacts. What did I say? That's all I'm telling you. Any more? Lu Jing carefully recalled it. The last thing you. It seemed like you were trying to say something, but before you could, we were back to square one. What did I end up doing? Just contemplation. Sajiri frowned slightly. I'm not sure if you thought of something, Lu Jing added, or if it was the reboot that caused you to suddenly stand up. Third weekly program. Ayanami starts trying to jump straight down from the plane with a parachute on his back. Isn't it too dangerous? Lu Jing shouted. Without saying anything, Ayanami leapt forward. Then a magical scene appeared. Lu Jing was lying outside the window of the airplane. Outside, it was muddy darkness, with only the full moon hanging high. Sajiri looked like a falling star in the darkness in his glowing clothes, constantly dropping down from above. That scene, it was quite comical. Freefall motion? Lu Jing looked at the constant descent. Descent! The Shangliu that continued to fall, worrying if the other guy will be back on the plane at the next reboot. Lin Mo lay on the window and blinked. It looks like fun. Lu Jing struck her on the head with a hand blow. Lin Mo covered her head. Boss, why don't you just make that move? It happens to be the full moon now. Absorb the power of the full moon. Lin Mo poses and puffs out her proud chest. Lu Jing glanced at it and said, don't squeeze the buttons off. The moon? Lu Jing suddenly remembered something. He pushed Lin Mo away and sat over himself. Learn from the last moments of the second cycle. Sajiri's pose. Leaning his head against the window, his gaze unconsciously fell on the moon. The moon? The full moon? Lu Jing hurriedly picked up his walkie-talkie and contacted Xiang Lu, who was still landing. Hello? Hey. Moon. What? Moon. Could it be the moon? The last thing you wanted to talk about in the second week of the program was maybe the moon. Sajiri raised his head and looked at the full moon that hung high in the sky. His eyes were slightly glazed. In a moment of enlightenment, the wind speed, climate, and even the position of the stars in the sky of this place were nothing like the real world. When the location shown on the airplane changes, these factors change accordingly, like a seamless magic show, making it impossible to notice anything out of the ordinary. However, the only deviation was the position of the moon that hung high in the night sky. Sajiri looked at the bright moon. Chapter 169, The Nine Lands. Sajiri raised his arm, and above his arm there was a lifelike, smooth lines tattoo of a longbow. The tattoo was highly realistic, as if it could break free from the skin at any moment. Along with that tattoo beginning to emit a faint but gradually brightening light, a mysterious and powerful force suddenly surged forth. In the blink of an eye, a longbow identical to the tattoo actually did appear out of thin air in Sajiri's hand. It was a longbow that shimmered with silver light all over its body, with smooth lines as if it was made in heaven. Upon closer inspection, there are a few sparkling jewels dotted sporadically across the top. The entire longbow exuded an ancient and mysterious aura. The Sagi Ryu legacy, the name is Kudo. It is said that wherever the Sagami willow touches, it turns into swamps and streams. The snake has a 9-headed body and eats countless people. Turning everywhere it goes into a swamp. And then 9 heads were shot off by the 9 earth god Bao. And the blood that flowed from Shangliu's body was so foul and stinking that the places through which it flowed could not be planted with grains. Sajiri gripped the longbow with both hands. Feeling its heavy weight and the slight coolness coming from it, he pulled the bowstring back, and a powerful surge of strength came over him. Ayanami took aim at the bright moon in the sky. Buzz dash! With a low chirp, the arrow shot out like lightning and sped straight toward the moon. However, the moon that was originally high in the sky and seemed to be standing still, at this moment, it suddenly blinked like a human eye, and then violently scurried upward. It was as if it sensed a threat from below and wanted to quickly escape the deadly blow. Sajiri doesn't have a bow and arrow, only a bow. But when he pulled the bowstring full, it was as if invisible arrows flew out. Buzz buzz buzz. There were several strong sounds in a row. That round moon shifted and continued to flee through the roiling air. Sajiri's eyes gazed ahead intently, his strong and powerful arm slowly pulling back the bowstring once again, and he murmured softly under his breath, "Get after it!" As the words fell, an invisible bow and arrow suddenly shot out, instantly cutting through the silent air. The bow and arrow seemed to come with an advanced radar positioning system, precisely locking onto the target, tightly biting the full moon hanging high in the sky, and refusing to relax for a moment as it chased after it. Sajiri shot 3 arrows in a row, all 3 chasing after the pair of full moons. Suddenly, the full moon disappeared from view. Lu Jing only felt that the entire sky was back to light. Not a copy. The huge black shadow fled into the distance, disappearing among the clouds in a blink of an eye. What is that thing? Lu Jing was filled with doubt. Originally, I thought I had mistakenly entered a portal in the air and entered a copy, but now it seems that they didn't even enter the copy. Instead, he was pulled into an unknown dimension by an unknown creature, with some kind of power. Seeing this, the crew chief hurriedly maneuvered the plane, reconnected with the tower and landed at the nearest airport. Surprisingly, they were only hovering over China at the moment, and had not left the borders of China at all. Eventually the plane landed successfully, and Sajiri, who was riding on a parachute, landed safely on the ground. After a day's delay at the airport, he resumed his journey on a new airplane. European Union. In the middle of a secret base somewhere in the Night's Watch division, White Zephyr was mixing potions in the lab. Just then, a dark shadow came out of the base's sewer pipe. How many times have I told you? Walk through the door, walk through the door, Bai Zhe said in a scolding tone. The dark figure screamed in aggravation. All right, I know. Being bullied by others. Karen sent out Sajiri. This is the beginning of my suspicion. It's okay. You did your best. That said, how is it that the new Tengu is able to remain unaffected by you? Dark Shadow, Carrot. White Zephyr reached out and petted it. Okay, don't cry. I don't blame you. White Zephyr opened his mouth, and the black shadow turned into a wisp of green smoke and drilled in. Bai Zhe exhaled softly. Kirin, Kirin. You're really good at giving me blinders. Thanks to audience number 8 for the Great God certification. Bye. Bookworms are such a force to be reckoned with. 170. Arrival in Paris. Paris, airport. The plane arrived in Paris, with a few twists and turns on the way, but luckily it arrived safely in the end. Once at the airport, the crowd was stunned. This airport is a little too heavily defended. There were loaded police everywhere, even armored vehicles parked right outside the airport. There were also a number of high-level government-awakened people hovering around. The moment they landed, the lead teacher received a warning. Paris and the entire northern part of the European Union is not at peace these days, so don't go out at night unless you have to. Just stay in the school dormitory during normal times. Xiang Lu and Lin Mo left first. Lu Jing then followed the school on the school bus that greeted them and headed to the University of Paris. Before that, the school bus had thoughtfully taken them around to the entrance of various Parisian attractions. Eiffel Tower, Notre Dame de Paris, Springwater on the Seine. Lu Jing had been expecting it, but when it was seen, suddenly it was like, this is it? It's also not as romantic as the internet makes it out to be. Maybe he came in the middle of the day, so to him the Eiffel Tower was an iron frame, and there's a strange odor coming vaguely from the Seine. The most satisfying thing in here for Lu Jing is Notre Dame de Paris. Lu Jing saw that everyone else was taking pictures and said to Lu Shui, who was on the side, "Stand over there and I'll take a picture of you." No license. None of the Lukes seemed to like having their picture taken and facing the camera. Lu Shui perfectly inherited from her father, but Lu Jing felt that it was hard to come here once, so how could he not take pictures? So dragged Lu Shui for a shot at Notre Dame de Paris. In the photo, Lu Shui, wearing a knitted cardigan with a floral halter dress, clasps her hands to her chest and turns her head unnaturally to the side, not looking at the camera. Lu Jing also kept his head down, and the siblings looked as if they had been caught as thieves. It made Li Chaochoi, who was taking their pictures, frown. By the time the school bus took the crowd around and finally arrived at the University of Paris, it was getting late. The crowd enters the dormitory. They bought drinks in the supermarket, and snacks gathered in the dormitory laughing and chatting. There were 12 students who came to the University of Paris for this exchange, exactly 6 men and 6 women. If anything, there is a pyramid of grades of student status. Boys peak awakening powerful combat professions, as well as B rank or higher talents. Girls who are good-looking, gifted, talkative, and have good relationships with their male and female classmates are definitely at the top of the girl pyramid. It just so happens that almost all of the students who came to this exchange were high achievers with good families. Lu Jing looked at the bright girl who was talking to someone else not far away. He suddenly thought of before. In the past, although Lu Jing was in the same class as these girls at the top of the pyramid, they still seemed like people who didn't even speak the same language and were from different countries. Never talked to them, never dared to have eye contact, always feel that the other person is a class above them. One has to be careful about what one says, and it feels beautiful when the other person can say a word to them. Time flies. I don't know when it changed so much, Lu Jing inexplicably thought. It was at this time that a girl with blonde hair as bright as the sun walked towards him. Soft and flowing hair swayed gently with the pace. and as she got closer, she could see the girl's delicate collarbone looming under the open collar of her shirt. The palm-sized face appeared to be wearing light makeup and a crooked smile. It's always a bit boring. It was striking up a conversation with himself. Oh, it's okay, Lu Jing said. Lu Jing remembers that she was also in her own class. Called. What was it called? Anyway, it was a mixed color. It's a nice moonlight out there. The girl shrugged. Yeah. Lu Jing blinked and reacted. This was the time he should say, should we go out for a walk together? That's so true. This is clearly an offer to strike up a conversation. Lu Jing glanced at the other party again. This little girl was really good looking. Lassoed man, you are mighty and majestic, flying steed like a galloping wind. Sorry. Lu Jing answered a call and quickly hung up. I'm sorry, I had to go out for something. Oh. The girl looked at Lu Jing's back, who had already hurriedly run out. Motel. A motel is not really living in a car. The original motels offered only parking places and travelers spent the night in their own cars. Later, it became a kind of hotel with a parking lot, convenient accommodations for motorists, so guests don't have to sleep in their cars. Lu Jing searched for the location that Xiang Lu had sent him, and since he didn't know French, he took his cell phone translation software and battled with the driver for half a day before he finally found the motel. Absolute secrecy is the order of the day here. There are no monitors installed. The most amazing thing is that when you enter this place, your cell phone is blocked, and outside calls cannot come in, so as to eliminate interference. Lu Jing found the room where Xiang Lu and Lin Mo were. Bienvenue legend. Lin Ma held up her hands. Lu Jing frowned slightly. French for welcome. Lin Ma explained. And you know French? I know 18 languages then. Lin Mo said proudly. Lu Jing had thought that Lin Mo had big boobs, but he didn't realize that she had big boobs. This is the base of the Night's Watch? Lu Jing was observing the motel all the way over and didn't see anything special about it. Sajiri said. No, this is the hotel they've arranged for us. We're staying here for now, and they said they'd send a car to pick us up later. The three of them waited at the hotel for what could be almost an hour's work. There was also a pizza in the meantime before I got the message. At this moment, the night is like a huge and heavy black velvet cloth, silently enveloping the whole world. The outside had long been plunged into pitch blackness, and only a thick ink color could be felt, wrapping tightly around everything like a thick liquid. Sajiri lit up a cigarette as the lights came on in the distance. A black Buick pulls up to the back door of the motel. The car door pulled open and the three men fishtailed into the car. Without a word of nonsense, the Buick drove off into the darkness once again. Balaclava, eyes only. It's almost synonymous with terrorists now. There were also local brand shoes, and black unbranded clothes. Change, the man in the car said without looking back. It was a woman, with a pair of delicate glasses perched on the bridge of her nose, her eyes behind the lenses glittering with a deep and mesmerizing light, a dress of pure black, and a cold tone of voice. Chapter 171 Targets. Lu Jing froze for a moment. The first mission was to rob a bank? However, looking aside again, Ayanami had already begun to undress. Lin Mo was even more excited, wearing a hat that reveals big kazoo eyes. At the risk of asking, what are we going to do? Lu Jing said. The brunette lit a lady's cigarette to herself. We'll see when we get to the place. The car chose to drive on a small road without surveillance, and soon arrived at an apartment building. Basement of the apartment building? Get rid of this guy. The brunette pulled out a picture and set it in front of the trio. Lu Jing took a look at the man. The man was about 30-something years old. A typical white European. Brown hair. Cheeks a little thin. Who is he? A fanatic follower of the religion and a terrorist brewing up activities to target the vigilantes for attack. Awakened mage. Specializes in using water magic and has a great ability to escape. 2 of our assassination attempts against him have failed. One allowing him to escape and the other with heavy losses. We've gotten word that he's going to be holding a rally in the basement of this hotel. Take him out. The brunette briefly described the situation. The opening is so exciting. About how many people are in there? Ayanami asked. More than 20. The brunette said. All followers of the 4 great orders. Who are making contact? Lu Jing exhaled. I don't know when, but he seemed to have gotten used to the situation of being outnumbered by his enemy. Our side is full of 3 people, and the other side is a mere 20. Previously, an awakened person of the 20th order wouldn't even dare to think about it. After all, the principal of their high school was only in the 20th rank. It seems to be all over the place now. The brunette lit herself another cigarette. 1 cigarette's worth of work. And 1 cigarette's worth of work isn't enough to settle it before the other side's backup comes. Xiang Lu took the lead and got out of the car, followed by Lu Jing. When Lin Mo was excited to drill down, she was held back by a hand holding her head down. Lin Mo raised her head and looked at Lu Jing. You stay here, Lu Jing said. Boss. Lu Jing pushed her back down hard and closed the car door again. Xiang Lu glanced at Lu Jing. He didn't care too much about it either, and seemed to think that it would be fine with him and Lu Jing. Lu Jing and Xiang Lu walked into the motel. Lu Jing whispered to Xiang Lu, "Do you know French?" "Will, you talk to the receptionist first." Shang Liu looked at the cutie with eyes at Lu Jing, then pointed to the hoods worn on the duo's heads. With that stance, who would believe it when they say it's a good guy? Lu Jing was helpless. Ayanami had very skillfully held the front desk down on the counter. "Where's the basement?" After getting the location, another deep sleep was skillfully given to the receptionist. The two of them walked quickly to the door of the basement. "Do you have any good ideas?" Lu Jing asked. "I think we should kill it," Lin Mo said. Lu Jing inclined his head and glared at Lin Mo. "I thought you weren't allowed to come alone. Don't underestimate me, boss. I'm strong too." Lin Ma held up her little arms. 2 minutes. Ayanami leaned against the door and lit himself a cigarette. The cigarette burned halfway through. Xiang Lu signaled Lu Jing that he could kick the door open. Lu Jing violently raised his foot and kicked, only to hear a loud bang, as if the whole basement was trembling. As the door was kicked open, a pungent odor hit the room. Lu Jing fixed his eyes and saw that those religious people who had originally gathered here were now lying on the ground. Some bodies were twisted into bizarre postures, while others had their eyes tightly closed and were motionless, their lives and deaths unknown. Ayanami raised his right hand and he gave it a little wave. Those gases that were originally floating around in the air quickly converged towards his palm as if they were pulled by some mysterious force. In the blink of an eye, all the gas disappeared without a trace. Ayagi, specializing in poison. According to the Classic of Mountains and Seas, the Great Desert North Classic, the Shangliu snake has 9 heads and is so huge that it can eat on 9 mountains at the same time, and it constantly vomits its venom to form a foul-smelling swamp with a bitter taste of water, emitting a stench that even kills passing birds and beasts. Ayanami cut through the crowd, his eyes searching for his target among the people on the ground. "Why is there water on the floor?" Lu Jing lifted his feet and glanced at the wet ground. The Shimakazu ability cannot be activated all the time. All Lu Jing could maintain at the moment was 2 minutes. From the moment he stepped into the basement, he unleashed Shimeji. It was at that moment that the image in front of him flickered. Lu Jing shouted, "Watch out!" His figure violently sprinted backward, while at the same time the lance in his hand was waved like a swimming dragon. In an instant, a startling scene took place. The water that was originally as calm as a mirror suddenly tossed violently, followed by a large, ghastly white hand reaching out from the water. Whoosh! Only a sharp cracking sound was heard, and countless crystal-clear water droplets shot out like arrows off the string. These water beads in mid-air speeding, intertwined with each other collision, even as if instantly turned into thousands of incomparably sharp swords. They flashed with a cold light and swept in all directions with a stern and unrivaled aura, and wherever they passed, the air was torn apart, emitting a burst of ear-piercing whistling sounds. Lu Jing waved Wanxian Dawn to block the water droplets. Ayagi, on the other hand, killed from the side, 2 short swords in his hands quickly closing in on his target. The brown-haired man's body was rapidly being reorganized by water droplets as he stared angrily at Sajiri. "The sword is useless against me, my lord will bless me." Sajiri's face was expressionless as the short blade slashed through the brown-haired man's torso, but it felt like it was cutting through the water. The brown-haired man gave a smug smile, but the next moment, his smile froze on his face. He lost control of the droplets and let out a wail. The otherwise pure water was covered with a greenish color, and the venom spread rapidly. Ayanami snapped the picture. "Let's go. It's over?" Lu Jing glanced at the lost brown-haired man and quickly swept a glance at the other believers lying on the ground, pulled Lin Mo and hurriedly ran out of the hotel after Xian Lu. They just ran out of the hotel. From the otherwise silent street came the sound of scuffling footsteps. Several searchlights came from all directions. "Get in the car!" the brunette yelled. "Bingo! Cam!" Densely dotted bullets like rain poured down from the sky, emitting a sharp and ear-piercing whistling sound. The gunmen who had been in ambush for a long time upstairs, as well as the awakened, suddenly appeared like ghosts. The guns in their hands spewed out tongues of fire and swept madly downward. For a moment, gunfire and magic intertwined into a deadly web that enveloped the entire space. Lu Jing reacted quickly and got into the car with a flash of his body, before he could close the door. The brunette then stepped on the gas without hesitation, and with the roar of the engine, the vehicle surged out as if it were a runaway wild horse. The loud sound of a car engine starting up came from all around, one after another as well. The brunette gripped the steering wheel with both hands and jerked it to the left, the car instantly making a sharp turn. The 3 people sitting in the car were thrown around by the sudden inertia and could only desperately grab the edge of the seat with their hands to barely stabilize themselves. However, right at this moment, Lu Jing's afterimage suddenly glimpsed a dazzling firelight speeding from the right side. Fixing his eyes, it was a powerful rocket being shot straight at the car window glass. Lu Jing's eyes were round, and he immediately prepared to launch Bane to intercept the rocket. But just as he was about to strike, the car made another sharp turn, the body rubbing against the ground in a shower of sparks, managing to avoid the deadly rocket. Just hear rumble. With a loud bang, the rocket exploded not far away, sending up a huge shockwave and rolling smoke. The rockets had obviously been modified in some way, or enchanted, and were frighteningly powerful. The Buick, however, took advantage of the lull and continued to roar forward, rapidly disappearing at the end of the street. But it still has several cars in hot pursuit clinging to its wake. Thanks to QCLLK for the Great God certification. Chapter 172, Collective Debut. Lu Jing looked back. Nice guy. Fast and furious? That's how romantic the people of Paris are. Won't this attract the attention of the police? The brunette said. The European Union government has decided to stay out of the war between us, provided we both don't cause too much chaos. The brunette said as she jerked the steering wheel, jamming a motorcycle coming after her into the wall. The owner of the motorcycle rolled several times on the ground before he managed to stop. Too big a mess? Lu Jing looked out the window at the helicopters in the air that were coming this way. This is called not a big mess? The brunette said. This is going to be a bit of a problem. We'll abandon the car and run away later. I'll pull up to the Seine near here and jump in after me. When he finished speaking, he didn't wait for the three Lu Jing people to respond. The car rang with a mechanical female voice. The car will automatically detonate in 1 minute. Please leave quickly. The Buick rushed out of the bustling street and sped along, without hesitation, toward the river with its sturdy guardrails. In the blink of an eye, the front of the car slammed hard into the top of the guardrail with a startling thud. The guardrail instantly deformed and broke under this violent impact. Immediately afterward, the whole car, as if propelled by an invisible force, plunged headlong into the river, splashing huge splashes and rolling waves. 15, 14, 13. The countdown sounded like a rush. Lu Jing pushed open the car door. The black-haired woman was swimming in the water, and in the blink of an eye she had already scurried out a dozen meters away. Lu Jing's trio had to do their best to keep up. Without swimming for a moment, a violent explosion hit behind him, pushing Lu Jing to swim forward. The brunette came to the edge of the underwater structure and reached out to rub her hand on the cold and moss-covered stone wall. Only a faint glow suddenly flooded the slanting top of the stone wall, where it had originally appeared to be all in one place. Then a hidden hole gradually became visible. The brunette took the lead and climbed up. They were followed by Xiang Lu, Lin Mo, and Lu Jing. Lu Jing exhaled a long breath and wiped the water from his face. The brunette explained. This leads to various underground waterways in Paris. Take off your clothes. Lu Jing took the mask off his face, crossed his arms and looked at the woman's back. He now had the feeling that a college student had been swindled in his internship. The three men followed the mysterious woman as she burrowed out of some sewer opening hidden deep in a corner of the city that reeked with a foul odor. A sickening odor then hit them, as if it was going to drown their entire being in it. The stench of decay and dampness permeated this sewer, making it almost impossible to breathe. Everywhere was dense with rats, squeaking in packs as they made their way through the darkness. Some rats didn't seem to fear the presence of humans at all. Instead they seemed to treat the intruders as their own prey, and climbed towards them nonchalantly. Some rats scurry up a person's pant leg, their sharp claws scratching a tiny gash in the fabric. Some jumped right up to a person's shoulder or head, sniffing around with that pointy nose and even trying to take a bite. Lu Jing waved his arms to drive away the rats around him while speeding up his pace to follow closely behind the woman. At the end of the sewer, a car was waiting for them. The three of them stank and burrowed in. Cars traveling through Paris at night. This is the main downtown area. There is a lot of foot traffic. We both agreed not to make a big deal out of it in the main downtown area so as not to cause a panic. The black-haired woman introduced the current situation to the three Lu Jing people. She parked her car next to a library, Bibliothèque Nationale de Paris, the largest library in Paris. The four towers, which are made of tempered glass and stand facing each other like open books, are connected to each other by a square with a wooden floor as big as 8 soccer fields. It's stunning both inside and out. This is how we're going to walk into the library? Lin Mo couldn't help but frown as she smelled the stench on her body. The brunette tossed over a small bottle without looking back. Perfume. Just a spritz to cover the stench. Europeans like that. Linmore sprayed the air and sniffed. The flavor is too strong. The brunette, however, didn't care and swiped her card to lead the trio into the library. Lu Jing's curious gaze began to look around. As soon as you enter the front door, you can feel a serene and solemn atmosphere coming over you. The entire library complex seems to be surrounded by a thick forest. A transparent glass wall subtly separates the forest from the reading room. Traditional building materials that are common here, such as masonry and wood, are extremely rare here. Instead, there is a lot of glass, metal and other modern materials. The use of these materials gives the entire space a technological and stylish feel. The polished glass surface reflects the soft light of the room, giving it a bright and airy feel. Along the way they passed several reading rooms. I used to hear people say that foreigners have a special kind of looseness, that they are enjoying life, and we're just living. In libraries, nationals are burying their heads in hard reading, while foreigners are enjoying reading. It would be pointless to read hard. Lu Jing took a look today, playing games and making out, snacking at the movies. It's true. Filters are never added by others. I guess foreign children read their own newspapers and say that Chinese people study seriously in libraries. Not like in our country, where they only eat, drink and have fun inside the libraries. The brunette led the trio to a private reading room. Welcome to Paris. It was a man with a full head of silver hair, his face with soft lines, as if it was a finely carved work of art. A pair of bright eyes like a deep lake, clear and contains endless tenderness and kindness. The slightly upturned corners of his mouth held a faint smile that made people look at him and couldn't help but feel warm. Lu Jing raised his eyebrows and looked at the silver-haired man, then at Xiang Lu. I thought to myself how this is one better looking than the other. Are we vigilantes a boy band? It's a good idea to debut as a group. Chapter 173 Complex Situations. The silver-haired man said lightly, I am Shirazawa, and on behalf of the European Vigilante Division, I welcome the three of you to Paris. Ayanami placed a clenched fist with one hand on his chest. Seeing this, Lu Jing and Lin Mo also followed Xiang Lu's example and offered Bai Zhe a gift. According to the rules, Shirazawa, as the head of the northern region of the European Union, was too far above them within the Night's Watch. I'm sure that Kirin has already told you what happened when you came here, and that the Night's Watch has gone to war with the four major orders of the European Union. The Four Holy See was more difficult to cope with than expected, and had no choice but to deploy people from all over the world to the European Union. Ryuyan will inform you of the specific tasks. The dark-haired woman who had brought Lu Jing and the others all the way here nodded slightly. Bai Zhe continued, it's a big mess out there right now, so I won't invite you guys to dinner. You're tired if today. So tomorrow I'll have Yu Hyun show you around the European Union's Night's Watch headquarters. Bai Zhe's gaze suddenly landed on Lu Jing. That look made Lu Jing feel a little uncomfortable. Oh, Lu Jing scratched his head. What? Nothing. The former Tengu was once a close friend of mine. I joined the Night's Watch with him. Except he stayed in the East and I was assigned to the European Union. Lucky for me. It didn't take long for the White Tiger to leave and I became the logical head of the European Union branch. It's logical that when Kirin retires, the person who will take his place will be Tengu. Unfortunately, I thought God was merciful, but I didn't expect to get news of his death again without even seeing him. White Zephyr showed some sad emotions and smiled again. I hope you do better than him. Luke nodded. I will. Don't underestimate the strength of the four great synods. This will probably be a protracted battle. There are a limited number of Night's Watch legacies, and my instructions to you are to accomplish as much as possible while preserving yourselves. Shirazawa raised his teacup. In lieu of tea, I toast you all. Bai Zhe put down his teacup and glanced at the time. I don't have much time. Ryuyan, you're in charge of taking them to the hotel for a shower. The smell is really bad. With that, Bai Zhe left. The Bibliothèque Nationale de Paris follows the elevator all the way to the ground floor. S-rank authorization. White Zephyr. With a ding, the elevator stopped at the non-existent -10 floor. The first 9 levels are fronted by the need to confirm your identity once every time you stop. Only the 10th floor can actually be walked into. It was Shirazawa himself who designed and built this massive underground fortress. He himself is a senior architectural student, and in reality, he graduated from Kyoto University's Department of Architecture before going to Europe to study. After participating in dozens of European national infrastructure programs with his mentor, he became a European national, became a state legislator. Being a Chinese, it is not uncommon to become a member of the European Union. In the laboratory, the limbs of some churchgoer were rapidly degenerating, a black substance quickly covering their eyes. Seen anyone sent by Kirin? See, 3 little dolls, but Ayanami needs to be careful, Shirazawa said. He's Kirin's most capable henchman, and has soloed through 12 A-ranked copies, or before he got his inheritance. The staff member in the white coat handed Shirazawa a report. The latest research, the chemical reaction between the Night's Watch serum and the zombie virus, will just make up for the flaws in our previous research, where the awakened will lose the abilities belonging to the awakened and become new humans. They have a strong physique and the ability to change their physical form. Oh, Bai Zhe raised an eyebrow. That went so well? Thanks to the fusion of the serum with the zombie virus, the zombie virus can make people lose consciousness. Yet fused with the serum, it can rebuild the consciousness of the human brain. It's incredible. I've never seen this before, and it's never happened before. We don't know when this change in our serum started, The staff member paused and continued. The problem now is that, if we want to accomplish our plan, the ability of the chemical snake is far from enough. Even if the transformer snake unlocked the full inheritance, she didn't have the ability to cover the entire planet with the curse. It's hard to cover even an entire city, let alone the planet. If we really had to purge the awakened one by one, it wouldn't be done in this lifetime. Baizé said. I will find a way to solve this matter. Shirazawa looked over at the new human in the lab. The staff said, the new humans will forget all, forget the past of everything, and won't even know what kind of creature they really are and why they came to this world. Baizé revealed an obsessive smile. If there really is that day, all the awakened people in the world have become new humans. When the time comes for us, the Night's Watch, to take over the world again and move from the shadows to the light, those portals that existed in the first place will also disappear, right? The staff member shrugged. Why would you think that without the awakened in this world, there would be no portals? Baizé gave him a look. Don't you think so? Then why are you helping me? I'm helping you, just interested in the Night's Watch ruling the world. The staff said indifferently. The reason the Night's Watch is in the shadows is because of these awakened ones, so why should we wipe their asses for them? Obviously we, the Night's Watch, are so powerful. Why can't we stand before the eyes of the world? Why can't the world be left to us? This idea of yours, Shirasawa wanted to say. I like it. We're not bad for stinking, but unfortunately the captain seems to be thinking differently than we are. The captain has never been a shirker. If we ask the captain for everything like Kirin, then we don't have to do anything. The white coat let out a laugh of shame. If we do have a chance to usher in a new era of humanity, we will be remembered in the history books of mankind for ages to come. A temptation for a single page of the genealogy. I don't like being the dark one. I prefer to put the captain on the throne, when everyone will be subservient to us. Thousands of meters underground, a huge altar was supported by countless incredibly thick pillars and densely packed chains together. It was as if these pillars had grown out of the depths of the earth. Its surface was engraved with ancient and obscure runes and patterns, while those chains were twisted between the pillars like a python, intertwining with each other to form an intricate net, holding the entire altar tightly in place. From afar, this altar looked like a giant beast sleeping in the ground, emitting a solemn and awe-inspiring atmosphere. Our plan with the Night's Watch remains the same, to resurrect our Lord while they are in civil unrest. By then, the 4 major orders of the Night's Watch will be in our pocket. Shiraz wants to use us. It's a fool's errand. Unbeknownst to us, he's our pawn. On the way back, Lu Jing looked at the night view of Paris and drank the instant coffee Lin Mo made for him to think about it. Chapter 174, Twin Forms. Lu Jing returned to the University of Paris. At this time the fellowship of the students was not yet over, gathering in the dormitory to chat and play games over drinks with low degrees of alcohol. Lu Jing was treated like a teacher by them when he walked in. Lu Jing walked in the darkness, and actually heard the chatter of the crowd from afar just now. Don't pretend. It's me, not the teacher. The lights only came back on after this statement. Lu Shui walked over and sniffed him, frowning. Where have you been? It's okay. Lu Jing greeted the others and went to the bathroom to take a shower. Lu Jing took off the clothes he had drilled through the sewer and looked at the Tengu tattoo on his back in the mirror. Inheritance, Tengu. Object of inheritance, Dawn of the Elephants. Unlocked legacy, 20%. Degree of legacy awakening, before 50%. You can rely on constantly shuttling copies to improve your awakening. After 50%, it is necessary to seek out inherited objects, as well as inherited texts, to increase the degree of awakening. Lu Jing wiped his face and recalled today's experience. Just arrived in a foreign country and playing Fast and Furious on the streets. It's like a blockbuster movie. Lu Jing changed his clothes and re-emerged. The others were playing Monopoly and greeted Lu Jing to go over and play together. Lu Jing didn't refuse. He had just finished acting in a Hollywood blockbuster and was plunged into a wonderful youth diary. It's such a contrasting feeling. The pretty blonde girl who had approached herself earlier was currently talking to another boy. Lu Jing didn't care too much. He didn't come to Paris to pick up girls, but to have a firefight with the 4 orders, and of course with the side quest that Kirin tapped him for. Lu Jing hadn't played with them for a while when there was a knock on the door outside the house. The crowd tensed again. This time it was really a teacher who came. Not their lead teacher, though, but a professor from the University of Paris. It was a middle-aged man with glasses and thinning hair. He opened his mouth with a string of words unintelligible to the crowd, who all thought the middle-aged man was speaking French. Who knew that the middle-aged man's words had changed to the Chinese language that they could understand? The Lord will not die, but will only be reborn in another way. Several people looked at him strangely. The middle-aged man introduced himself. Just call him Adam. I am a follower of the religion of Judah Sotos. A few people in the room looked at me and I looked at you, not realizing there was such a religion. Li Chao elected his hand. I know. My uncle lives in Europe, and he is a follower of the religion of the Judesotos. As he said this, Li Chaoxian revealed a few smug looks. Boys at this age love this kind of thing that no one else has, only no one else. No one else knows but him who knows knows. But aren't those all evil gods? Someone said weakly. In China these evil gods are invariably classified as illegal organizations. Adam shook his head and said, faith is not free. That's the sad part of your country. Lu Jing raised his eyes and looked at the other party without moving. Adam continued, did you know? Judesotos has been living on this land since before mankind was born. In other words, we're the outsiders. It's like, we went to our host's house as a guest and took advantage of the fact that they were sick, but now we're turning around and trying to get them out. You guys, does that make sense? Sooner or later, the master's family will be cured. And what will we do on the day he returns to the world? And what will the Lord's family do to us? Those who offend the gods will naturally be killed. At this point, only the believers in the religion of Judesotos, only his servants, will be saved and forgiven. Lu Jing hadn't wanted to get involved. The other party is a professor of the University of Paris, presumably to take the opportunity to come to the Chinese students who want to come to the exchange of learning to preach. Say a moment and leave too. But there was an emotion within him that vaguely seemed like it had been touched by something. He muttered, what a Thai god. Just kill it. He had spoken in a whisper, but at that very moment the voices around him immediately quieted. His voice was clearly heard by everyone. Lu Jing instantly felt Adam's burning gaze. Lu Jing coughed lightly, remembering that his mission was to hide his identity from others. Adam held out his hand. To the side, Lu Shui stared intently at Adam. Lu Jing was also a bit nervous, listening intently. Lu Jing's original clenched fist gently loosened. Adam patted him on the shoulder. Young man, ignorance is not an option, and that's okay when you learn about God. You'll realize how ridiculous today's ideas are. Lu Jing looked at Adam and swallowed back what he was about to say. This is not the time to argue. Adam said, I can show you around if you're interested. Lu Jing guessed that this was the real purpose of the other party's visit today. That's a hell of a day. A daytime stroll through Paris, a nighttime killing of believers, a highway rampage, and now being used as a missionary. Lu Jing didn't speak at first. The rest of the few people showed a slightly resistant expression. In their conception from the time they grew up, there was a natural sense of resistance to these strange and weird beliefs. It's okay, it's just part of the learning exchange. Adam shrugged, very relaxed. At this time, Li Chaoxian was the first to speak. Go and take a look. It's just like the cathedral you visit during the day. These can't be seen in the country. These words had piqued the interest of many people in the room. On second thought, I was a student sent by the school for an internship exchange, and the other person was a teacher at the University of Paris. There should be no problem with the safety aspect. So they all agreed. Lu Jing naturally joined the queue. Lu Shui didn't want to go, but when she saw that Lu Jing wanted to go, she reached out and tugged at Lu Jing. Lu Jing gave her a reassuring look, and Lu Shui followed without hesitation. The crowd followed Adam out of the dormitory area and Adam led them through the garden into a basement. Judesotos is the ruler of time and space and the unifier of all things, and his essence lies beyond all multidimensional universes. Judesotos has infinite wisdom. All the great sorcerers, artists, and thinkers are his projections in different dimensions. There are some of them. The earthly projection of Judesotos can only exist in twin form. One possesses wisdom but lacks power. The other is full of power but has no sense. It is a pity that we have now found only the former, but not the latter. What happens if both are found all together? The blonde girl asked curiously. And Judesotos will come down to earth. Adam said this with a tone of unspeakable excitement. Unfortunately, we've been searching hard for many years, and we haven't even gotten half a glimpse of it. Chapter 175, Sister. The crowd followed Adam into the dingy basement. For a split second, the crowd couldn't help but be dismayed. That's it? Adam showed a door in front of the crowd. Door? A door? This is some kind of Judesotos? Gao Mingyuan looked disdainful, thinking that Adam was joking with them. Adam smiled lightly and gestured for the other man to open the door and walk in. Gao Mingyuan hesitated and tugged on the door handle. The ultimate gate? He knows which lands of this world have been ravaged by him. He also knows the lands that still bear his trampling. And he knows why no one can see his face when he tramples on the land of the afflicted. Judesotos is the key to the door, by virtue of which countless spaces converge here. Gao Mingyuan stepped inside the door and disappeared. Lu Jing frowned slightly, not knowing what drug the other party was selling. Again, he was a little worried that it was a trap. The rest of them walked in one after another, and seeing this, Lu Jing also followed. He stood next to Lu Shui, so that if there was any danger, he would be able to protect Lu Shui in the first place. As he slowly pushed open the old and mysterious door, a strange feeling instantly surged through him. As if he was stepping one foot into a void in boundless space, he subconsciously looked up, and as far as his eyes could see, it was a breathtaking sight. A bright and gorgeous starry sky spread out like a scroll above his head. The countless twinkling stars were like jewels set in the black canopy, radiating a fascinating light. Under the stream-like starry sky, a small figure sat quietly. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a cute little girl. She wore a dress that was as white as snow, and her long, silky hair fell over her shoulders like a waterfall. Her large, clear as water eyes stared ahead, seemingly contemplating something. Beside her, a variety of colorful toys were randomly placed. Some were delicate dolls, some were small and delicate blocks, and there were also some oddly shaped models of flying machines. Lu Jing frowned. Why was there a little girl? Lu Jing looked around again. It was empty around them, and the people who had just walked in had disappeared. Lu Jing wanted to back up, but he realized that the door behind him was also gone. The little girl lifted her head and looked at him. Why are you here? Lu Jing was silent for a moment. Little friend, have you seen my friends? They came in with me? The little girl shook her head. Only the chosen can enter here. The chosen one? Then who are you? Lu Jing asked. I don't know. The little girl shook her head. All I know is that I've been staying here for a long time. Lu Jing said in his heart. This girl in front of him wouldn't be a sacrifice, would she? The little girl fiddled with the toy in her hand and tentatively invited Lu Jing. Do you want to play together? When she said this, her voice carried another hint of pleading, as if she was afraid that Lu Jing would refuse. Lu Jing hesitantly sat down as he picked up the toy and asked, Why are you staying here? Waiting for my sister. She said. Your sister? Lu Jing frowned slightly, remembering what Adam had just said. The earthly projection of Judge Sotos can only exist in twin form. One possesses wisdom but lacks power. The other is full of power but has no sense. You wouldn't be Judge Sotos? What? The little girl wondered. What toy is that? That's not a toy, it's an evil god. Oh, the little girl owed. What's another toy for an evil god? Evil gods aren't toys either. It's just bad. Oh, the little girl owes again. And suddenly looks like she remembers something. The people out there managed to give me a name. What name? Forgot. The little girl shook her head. I gave them power and they helped me find my sister. Lu Jing looked at her and confirmed that the other party was the Judge Sotos that Adam was talking about. It seemed that what so-called evil god names, what evil gods past and future, and what evil gods mastery of a certain kind of power. The probability was that they were all like novels made up by later generations, which they had fabricated. It creates an air of mystery. After all, if you tell someone that the so-called Judge Sotos is, in fact, a small child, her greatest wish was to find her sister, and no one was likely to be convinced. Where did your sister go? Lu Jing asked again. I can help you find out. The little girl shook her head again. I don't know where she went. We separated a long time ago. Why the separation? The little girl looked up, this time with indignation in her tone. It was a bad man who brought war and destruction and ruined the world, and that's how my sister and I were separated. I was looking for my sister until I met the first one long time ago. I gifted him the power to help me find my sister. What does your sister look like? The little girl shook her head. I don't remember. And where to find it? I'll recognize her whenever she shows up. Lu Jing. Lu Shue's voice came from behind him. Lu Jing turned his head and didn't notice that the little girl who was playing with her toys had a slightly stunned expression. Where is this? Lu Shue showed a hint of bewilderment. Where are the others? Sister. Lu Jing turned his head and looked at the little girl in surprise. At this moment, Lu Jing felt his scalp tingle and cold sweat ran down his spine. Sister. Lu Shue was even more bewildered. Who is she? Sister. The little girl rushed over and hugged Lu Shue. In that long and seemingly never-ending river of years, the passage of time seems to lose its meaning, and no one can say exactly how many springs, autumns, winters and summers it has gone through. Those past days were like clouds blown away by the wind, gradually blurred and eventually disappeared into the depths of memory. Yet, even so, she still remembers that particular day vividly. On that day, the originally calm and peaceful world was suddenly plunged into chaos and darkness. The trumpets of war sounded deafeningly on all sides. The flames of destruction burned brightly, consuming all that was good. The earth trembled, the mountains and rivers shattered, and the entire world was completely turned upside down at this moment. She and her sister were separated. In a trance, someone called to her. Faith. She didn't know what it was. She just wanted to find her sister. Now, she's finally found it. Chapter 176 Resurrected Evil God. University of Paris. As night falls and the lights come on, the whole city is enveloped in bright lights and loud noises. For those who are passionate about partying and revelry, the night is undoubtedly the stage for them to unleash themselves and have a good time. The students were still immersed in laughter, not even aware of the tensions outside. The campus is brightly lit, with music and laughter, as if it were a land of isolated joy. But just at that moment, a sudden dazzling fire cut through the night sky, instantly illuminating half of the sky. Immediately afterward, only heard a rumbling sound, like a thunderbolt from the sky. Deafening explosions rang out. It was as if the sound wave was going to break through the clouds, instantly shattering the original serenity and tranquility of the surroundings. The couple who were intimately embracing each other in the grove not far away were shocked by this sudden change, and they looked at each other in disbelief. The two of them subconsciously looked towards the direction where the sound came from, only to see a huge black smoke like a ferocious beast, rising up in the air with teeth and claws. The rolling smoke quickly spread out, coloring the entire sky into a grayish darkness. Through the thick smoke, an extremely large figure could be vaguely seen standing in it. Its silhouette looked somewhat similar to that of a human, but its stature was far larger than an ordinary human, like a towering mountain. That's what? Lu Jing lay on the ground in a daze for a long time before he finally stood up. He patted himself on the head and looked away. What's going on here? His eyes widened as his gaze locked onto the incomparably huge figure in the distance, only to see that figure, with the waving motion of its arm, a string of light balls that shone brightly began to rapidly converge. These balls of light were like the brightest stars in the night sky, glittering with a dazzling light. Immediately afterward, those balls of light seemed to be pulled by some mysterious force and suddenly shot out in all directions. They were like a shooting star crossing the sky, speeding away in all directions at an astonishing speed. When these balls of light touched the objects around them, a shocking scene occurred. The objects that were touched surprisingly disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye, without leaving the slightest trace, as if they had never existed in this world. How did my sister become her sister? Sure, it's not an ethical drama? Lu Jing braced himself to get up. The huge turn of events awakened the crowd on the University of Paris campus. Alarms are sounding. The University of Paris, one of the oldest European universities in the world, is also the most prestigious school for the awakened. Students from various departments ran out of their dormitories, heavily armed. The powerful magic did not do much damage to the figure, but instead caused it to unleash more collections of rainbow-colored spheres of light, and the spheres continued to coalesce and split amongst themselves. Those who touch these spheres, whether creatures or objects, disappear. Adam ran frantically to the figure. Judge Sotos, I am your most loyal devotee. My lord, I have brought back your sister as you requested. Judge Sotos, you have returned to Earth. Please forgive the world's ignorance and give humanity a chance. Before he could finish his sentence, the orb of rainbow-colored light passed in front of him. All of a sudden, Adam was left with half of his body. God, what kind of monster is that? Any portals popping up nearby? Hurry up and contact the police. The Dean of Instruction yelled. I don't think the police are any better than our battle-hardened students. The losers in the police department are just taking taxpayer money and not doing their jobs. And all of his students have excellent pedigrees, as well as formal military training. Has been born and raised in replicas on more than one occasion. The University of Paris, with its back to the government, was able to remain neutral in the face of the mutual rivalry between the Four Orders and the Night's Watch. That's the bottom line for the University of Paris. Fight is maneuvered. Lu Jing hid in the shadows and looked at the so-called Judge Sotos. The opponent seemed to be one that hadn't quite regained its strength, as it had been beaten up for a while and couldn't lift its head. The fighters couldn't resist the rainbow orbs fired by their opponents, and the space-based mages simply cut their opponents into another dimension. And then the hunter makes a suppression strike. Soon, with the cooperation of the crowd, Judge Sotos began to try to escape. Sister, wake up. Lu Jing remembered what Kirin had once said. Evil gods only get stronger after they descend. This power also showed a trend of growing and becoming more and more terrifying as they stayed longer in the world. Eventually they are allowed to gradually regain the power they once lost. Phnglui mglw nav Cthulhu Yoga. Thousands of meters underground. Numerous devotees around the huge altar were chanting incantations. At this time, the altar began to shake violently. Countless incredibly thick pillars and densely packed chains also began to shake. The many believers looked up in confusion. It's Judge Sotos. The face of the bishop in red changed, and he quickly ran toward. Contact White Zephyr. White Haze received the news not much earlier than the cardinal. Originally, a staff member had noticed a very unusual occurrence of elemental turbulence on the Paris map. In just a few moments of work, the energy source had exploded. Pull up the nearby surveillance for a look. Combined with the source of the energy, it was surprising to come to the conclusion that the evil god Judge Sotos had revived. Obviously, this situation wasn't within White Zephyr's expectations. Are all the evil gods so casual in their revival nowadays? Zay didn't know why Judge Sotos had suddenly revived, but he understood it well. The odds are that it's to target the Night's Watch. The Night's Watch is at war with the Four Orders. Of these, it was Judge Sotos who bore the brunt of the losses. It is likely that some sort of price was paid to allow the evil god to speed up his recovery. However, now the question arises. If White Zephyr mobilized the Night's Watch to go forward to besiege the revived evil god Juggernaut Sotos, then there was a high probability that he would encounter a siege from the remaining three major orders. It was most likely a trap against the Night's Watch. This put Zay in a dilemma. Chapter 177, Getting Out of Here. You mama's kiss. Lu Jing bared his head and stared at the huge creature not far away. In an instant, the other party's aura was like a surging giant wave, becoming more and more powerful. The heavy dilemma carefully laid down by several Space Department professors could no longer trap its form. In the blink of an eye the other party arrived atop the huge, towering, magnificent pendulum on the grounds of the University of Paris. In an instant, a brilliant and dazzling rainbow glow suddenly lit up, and a colorful sphere began to rapidly coalesce and take shape. As the sphere continued to rotate and expand, countless rainbow lights shot out in all directions like meteors. Wherever it passed, everything was disintegrated into pieces by this mysterious and powerful force. Shrieks of horror were heard in all directions. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lu Jing quickly ran away. In just a moment's time, half of the University of Paris has been plunged into a mess. The original beautiful campus buildings have now become devastated. Broken walls everywhere. Sister, don't hurt us. Go away. Go away. Get away from it all. Ah! An awakened who had been hit without the lower half of his body screamed in horror. He squared off without dodging the rainbow-colored blob, which in turn took the lower half of his body straight away. The weird thing was that there was no pain, not even blood spurting out. It was as if he was born without a lower body. Judge Sotos looks like he's trying to escape after getting out of it. It was never intended to be the University of Paris. It wants to get out of here. Only the location where it was resurrected didn't seem to be a very desirable one. Only to see a dazzling red light cut through the sky in the distance, like a burning flame speeding towards them. It was a long spear with a fiery red body. Wherever it passed, the air was squeezed by its powerful force to make a sharp popping sound, carrying an unparalleled pressure. It made people feel in awe just by looking at it from afar. It was as if he was not facing a weapon, but a deity who was high above and controlled life and death. Judge Sotos takes a shot to the body and falls out of the air. The figure followed close behind. Herman, the current president of the University of Paris, warrior profession awakened who breaks through the 50th rank, faithless and powerful. In the center of the battlefield, a dazzling red firelight like a splendid red lotus suddenly bloomed. In an instant, the entire battlefield was illuminated by this thrilling light. Herman, who was in the middle of this chaotic battle, did not have any love for the heavy armor on his body and his heart. That cold, hard armor provided a degree of protection, but it also limited his flexibility and speed of movement. At this moment, the blazing flames mercilessly engulfed his top, burning it to ashes in the blink of an eye, thus revealing the body covered in hideous scars. However, instead of making him look fragile, these wounds emphasized his incomparably robust musculature that had been refined through countless life and death battles. Herman gripped the lance in his hand tightly, his arm muscles tense and sinewy. As he swung his lance violently, a mountainous aura instantly gushed out, as if he wanted to tear apart and shatter all the enemies in front of him. The tip of the gun drew a harsh arc in the air, bringing up a sharp, air-breaking sound that sent chills down one's spine. Herman is German, not Parisian. Pure-blooded Teutons are born with an aura of death or. Judge Sotos doesn't want to tangle with his opponent. It tried to leave, but Herman's constant attacks forced it to fight back. Judge Sotos gathered its power and it conjured a gate in the air. It flickered and sped toward the door, as if going through that door would get you out of here. Just moments before its hand was about to touch the door. Put! Invisible arrows of light penetrated its body. Thousands of meters away on top of the building, Shangliu stood on the roof of the building holding a longbow, his eyes sharp. Go! Another invisible arrow of light shot out from above that longbow. Where the light arrow passed, the air formed an air wave visible to the naked eye. Boom! Judge Sotos let out a wail as it forced back the Herman who was closing in on it, and had to watch out for the occasional arrow of light coming from the distance. It's the principal striking. The principal really is invincible. Join forces together and kill it. Don't let it escape. Surround it. Block all ways out. It seems to be able to utilize space-type magic. Suppress her with space-based magic. The voices rose and fell. Judge Sotos looked around in horror. I don't know why, but it was obviously so big. But at the moment, it was like a stray dog surrounded by people on all sides. Poor and helpless. Go away. Get away. It stopped moving. Its body almost shot into a hedgehog by the distant Sagittarius. In the next moment, The body of the mysterious object was seen twisting in an extremely bizarre manner, as if it was being manipulated by an invisible force. Accompanying this strange morphing process, an eye sprang open above its body like a rainbow. The eyes were of different sizes and shapes, but each one shone with a haunting light. In an instant, a blinding light suddenly erupted from those eyes, like a bolt of lightning that cut through the dark night sky. Wherever the light reached, everything around it was illuminated as bright as day. At the moment when the light swept through, time seemed to have been affected in some way, and the entire world seemed to have fallen into a state of stasis at that moment. The wind no longer blows, the leaves no longer sway, and even the dust flying in the air seems to be fixed in mid-air, not moving. Even Sagittarius, who was on the roof of a building 1,000 meters away, was affected. Taking this opportunity, Judge Sotos dug into that door. Then that door disappeared. The end of an abandoned sewer somewhere in Paris. Judge Sotos held onto the wall and trembled. Sister, sister. The huge figures began to separate. Sister, don't leave me, don't leave me. Twins, one wanting to leave, the other unwilling to stay, holding his head and struggling for half a day. Eventually his sister, who represented wisdom, took temporary control of the body's dominance. She wanted to keep going, get out of here, but the footsteps suddenly stopped, and a figure appeared at the end. Chapter 178, She's Lying to You. Bane do. Boom. Huge claws slapped heavily at Judge Sotos. Judge Sotos dodged it, and the rainbow-colored orb coalesced again. Lu Jing was dressed in a black cloak, holding the Wanshan Dawnbreaker. Give me back my sister. Get out of here. The sphere came at Lu Jing. Lu Jing had seen the power of that rainbow-colored sphere and didn't dare to touch the ball with his gun, so he only dodged sideways. Thump, thump, thump. The uppers of the shoes landed quickly on the concrete surface and ran toward each other. Asterisk 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 off. Off. Stay away from my sister. It yelled in panic as it flailed its arms. Brother, brother. The personality representing the power began to struggle back up. The huge figure began to separate, and Lu Shue's face reappeared. She was struggling desperately, like a drowning person. Sister, sister, don't go. Lu Shue looked back at the other side. Sister, don't go. The scene in front of you deflates, changes, and reorganizes. She only has her sister, and her sister only has her. However, the relentless war and endless chaos instantly shattered the originally peaceful and happy life completely. Once cozy homes are now in ruins, and laughter has been replaced by wails of pain. It was as if the world had plunged into an abyss of apocalyptic darkness, and all the beauty and peace had gone up in smoke in an instant. And the cause of all this disaster is the mysterious intruder. It came down to earth like a demon, destroying and killing wherever it went. No place, no matter how powerful and prosperous, can escape the havoc it brings, and the whole world is shaken by the ravages of this intruder, facing an unprecedented crisis. This is, what? A large number of memory fragments drilled into the middle of Lu Shue's mind. She's suddenly in pain. We should be together. I should have stayed with my sister. The struggles gradually stopped. Lu Shue, Lu Shue. A familiar voice rang in his ears. Brother. Everything in front of me was in pieces like a shattered mirror. Lu Shue desperately struggled to get out. Brother. Sister. Sister, don't go. Lu Shue ran fast without looking back. A heartbreaking voice rang out. Give me back my sister. Give it back to me. Boom. Lu Jing held the Wanshan Dawn in front of him, and was pushed backward continuously by the tremendous force. Judge Sotos yelled angrily. What have you done to my sister? Give me back my sister. One eye stared angrily at Lu Jing as if it wanted to eat him alive. Lu Jing gritted his teeth for support. Teleportation. Lu Jing came behind Judge Sotos. Judge Sotos turned violently, one of the eyes on his body looking like a tumor about to burst. Wanshan Dawn pierced into the middle of its body, but then in a split second, the gun was engulfed by the rainbow orb that his opponent had hastily struck. Wanshan Dawn transformed into a point of light and refell on Lu Jing's body to become a tattoo. Lu Jing's face changed slightly and he quickly pushed it away. Judge Sotos hissed and lunged at Lu Jing again. Give it back! Give it back! The light revealed in his eyes made Lu Jing feel a deep fear. Lu Jing reached out and pulled a pistol from the ghost baby's mouth. Phoenix Essence Blood. 3 bullets. 1 kills the Tengu who turns into a zombie king. There are now 2 left. Boom! Lu Jing pulled the trigger. The bullet shot out, but by mistake it happened to be carried along with the rainbow ball and disappeared into the area. This yellow river pistol was not a continuous fire. Lu Jing pulled the bolt and his body backed up at a rapid pace. The large rainbow ball filled the entire space of the sewer, like a monster pouncing at Lu Jing with its teeth and claws open. Just then a figure blocked Lu Jing. The rainbow ball was like an air bubble being burst in front of Lu Shue. Sister! Boo! 3rd bullet. Rumble dash. Suddenly, a blazing fire appeared without warning. It was very different from the flames summoned by ordinary magicians. This strange and mysterious flame seems to have its own will. Once it comes into contact with an object or a human body, it will be tightly entangled up like an attached bone. Even if it was only slightly touched by a spark, this horrible flame would never relent. It would spread out at an alarming rate, frantically devouring anything that could burn. Unless the thing it was attached to was completely burned to ashes, this flame would not stop for half a minute at all, always maintaining a vigorous fire that would never go out. At this moment, the flame was burning violently, releasing rolling waves of heat and piercing light. It jumped and twisted its body like a ferocious beast, displaying its mighty power with open teeth and claws. The air around them was scorched and distorted, making it almost impossible to get close to this sea of fire. Aha! Sister, sister! Lu Xue hugged Lu Jing and buried her head in the other's arms. She didn't dare to look, the sound of the wailing filling her ears. Her body was trembling as if she had done something heavenly evil. It's not some evil god that kills. Instead, it's a poor, innocent little girl. Sis, sis, sis. The roaring fire engulfed the body of Judge Sotos, melting away all that was ultimately left of the little girl who appeared inside the door. She struggled and reached out her hand to grab at Lu Jing. It was as if Lu Jing had taken everything from her. An evil god? This is the evil god? Lu Jing swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He had seen evil gods, not too many, but not too few either. The god of chaos, sort of, met for a little while, only just one hit and the other slipped away. The god of order, on the other hand, was killed by Lu Jing himself. There was no psychological burden at all for Lu Jing to kill these two, but this girl in front of him gave Lu Jing a great sense of guilt. It was as if he had wronged her. An illusion. It's all an illusion. It's all her way of confusing me. Lu Jing mumbled in his heart. I am the messenger of justice. The nemesis of sin. The judge of sin. He didn't notice that Lu Xue was already in tears at this moment, her body constantly trembling. In the end, only ashes remained. The girl's hand reached out and never touched the sister she claimed to be again until she died. Brother, brother, who is she? Why did she call me sister? It's like I have so many more memories in my head. Lu Xue was asking Lu Jing, yet it seemed like she was asking herself. Lu Jing patted her back. It's okay. It's the evil god. She's the evil god. She's controlling you. Those are all fake. Fake? Aha! Fake. Lu Jing nodded heavily and said excitedly. Fake. You're my sister. You're Lu Xue. How can you be her sister? She's an evil god. She's lying to you. Suor. Ayanami came in from the other end alertly as he looked around. Eventually the energy disappears here. As he walked, his footsteps suddenly lurched, saw bodies that had been burned to ashes. This degree of burning, the phoenix essence blood. Sagittarius immediately thought of the phoenix essence blood. Vermilion bird? With the death of Judge Sotos, the followers of the Church of Judge Sotos also lost the power that was not theirs. The four orders, the Judeo-Esoteric orders. This time it is considered to be a complete extinction of the religion. Lu Jing also didn't expect that his first day in Paris, then he destroyed one of the four great religions, the Juggernaut Sotos. He really deserved to be the captain of the Night's Watch himself, and he was just as efficient as he was. It had been a really long night. The investigation into the attack on the University of Paris has been going on for a long time, but that was none of Lu Jing's business. The Chinese students were dragged one by one in the middle of the night for questioning. They just knew they were being led through a door by Adam, and then one by one they lost their consciousness. Lu Xue, however, did not want to live in the dormitory anymore. Lu Jing had no choice but to find a hotel. As soon as she closed her eyes, Lu Xue kept chanting with her mouth as if she had been struck by an evil spirit. That look made Lu Jing wonder if he really did have a sister. Lu Xue had been like this for a few days, and Lu Jing was worried that something had happened to her. Every time you're on a mission, you have to call her once or twice from time to time. The missions that Lu Jing received every day weren't that menacing or outrageous. Sometimes he needs to lurk in a fast food restaurant to keep an eye on a certain devotee who comes for a quick snack. Sometimes he needs to be heavily armed, wearing a human skin mask, disguised as a foreigner, and stalking people. Today, Luck King is again a member of a street gang. Hey, bro! Chapter 179 GTA 5 Reality. Hey bro! Lu Jing was wearing a masked hat and a black jacket with a skull on it, was struggling to keep up with the others dancing, baseball bat in hand, getting ready to join the $0 purchase later. Ayanaji explains this mission. We're going to rob with the gang this time, and according to the information, this jewelry store is owned by the wife of an important person in the church. A big investment and generally a no-show. After we rob the jewelry store this time, we're going to wait for the other party to contact us through mob means and follow the trail to determine their exact location. Understood. Lu Jing swung the baseball bat and tried his hand. Xiang Lu glanced at Lu Jing. What do you remember about that night at the University of Paris? Lu Jing's expression remained unchanged. Don't remember much. I fainted when I walked through that door at that time. What? What did you find out? Judge Sotos was dead when I arrived, burned to ashes by the blood of the phoenix essence. Vermilion Bird is secretly helping us? Lu Jing said. No, I've asked Jubilee, and Jubilee isn't even in the European Union, so even if she did it, there's no point in hiding it. White Zephyr is also unaware of the situation with Judge Sotos, and the one who has the ability to use the phoenix essence blood and kill Judge Sotos is most likely our captain. Oh, Lu Jing responded perfunctorily. The captain has been a god all these years. What I don't understand is why he's suddenly started to come alive lately. Lu Jing didn't say anything. By this time, the brothers at the front were already greeting them. Go go go. This is ready for $0 purchase. Lu Jing got ready, and a large group of people stopped a cab and went to the jewelry store. The big brother in the lead was the first to storm out of the cab and into the jewelry store. Lu Jing followed closely behind. A large group of people stormed into the jewelry store and pushed past the security guard, reaching for the jewelry inside the counter. Lu Jing looked at the crowd watching in the jewelry store. Why did he have a feeling of playing GTA 5? Lu Jing glanced at the security guard who was watching the show and said, why doesn't this security guard care? Sajiri explained to him. If the security guard injures someone during a robbery, the robber can go to court and sue the security guard for intentional injury. Lu Jing. Good man. This law is pretty humane. Besides, what's a security guard doing playing with his life for a couple $100 a month? Ow wah. Oh ow. Hand over anything of value. Lu Jing pulled Lin Mo, who was standing on the counter, down. You're tucked in. You've come to unleash your nature by taking advantage of the mission. The crowd came and went quickly. Hurriedly, he ran out. Sirens blaring. The crowd scattered in all directions. At this time one of the companions, a black brother, took off his clothes on the way and quickly completed his disguise. Then, taking the jewelry out of his arms, he squatted down on the street, putting the bag on the ground as soon as he did. Hey bro, want to Fidelity Jewelry? Lu Jing, confused face? Nice guy. Follow the plan. Ayanami rushed into the alley and knocked one of the black brothers to the ground, snatching the jewelry the other had just grabbed. Lu Jing also chased after the two black brothers, one at a time, distributing them evenly, black on black. By the time the three men met at the agreed-upon spot, most of the looted jewelry was already in the hands of the three men. Lu Jing poked the sewer open, put all the jewelry into a bag and threw it down the drain. What comes next is not for them to be accustomed to. The Night Watchman's European Union needs to coexist with the four great ecclesiastical orders in Europe, a trait that is not found elsewhere. This has made the vigilantes of the European Union even more cautious. If there are no special circumstances, a mission is basically split into 2 to 3 groups. In this case, for example, it was a small group that robbed the jewelry store. It was a different group of people who were responsible for contacting the wife of the churchgoer, the owner behind the jewelry store. At the end of the day, it's a different group that carries out the assassination. Each of the 3 teams has its own role to play, so that if something goes wrong, it won't involve the others, and the damage will be kept to a minimum. This rule was designated by Zhe himself. After completing their mission, the 3 of them, Lu Jing, glanced at the time and immediately ran to the next location. The police in charge of the area were mobilized, and the sound of police cars continued to ring out. The 3 men changed their attire, but it was basically the same old thing. Black coat, black pants. Instead, there are more masks on the face. Lu Jing is a Donald Duck mask and Xiang Lu is a dog. Lin Ma, on the other hand, is Iron Man. A silver Toyota pulls up to the curb. Get in the car. The man in the Mickey Mouse mask yelled. The 3 got into the car. 2 cars and 8 people in all. It's a gang of robbers preparing to take on a private bank in this area. The 3 Lu Jing people, on the other hand, were supernumeraries who joined temporarily. Lin Mo whispered to Lu Jing. So exciting. The corner of Lu Jing's mouth twitched slightly, and he said, in the few days we've been in Paris, we've already violated every regulation that can be triggered by the penal code. Can't it be exciting? Remember not to shoot indiscriminately later. Lu Jing urged Lin Mo. Lin Mo nodded. Boom. The car ran right into the front door of the bank, shattering its glass doors. Thereupon numerous humans rushed out of the car. Gentlemen and ladies, please get your asses up in the air or I'm going to bust your asses. Oh, this terrible analogy. Mickey Mouse took a shot at the ceiling. The awakened ones should not act rashly either. Who isn't an awakened in this day and age anymore? Unless you want to fight us in a firefight. But this isn't your bank, so I advise you not to play with us for someone else's bank. You need to know whose bank you are robbing. Bunch of sons of ES. The head of security sprinted over. Just before he could get close, he was slammed to the ground with the full force of another bladdered rhino robber. The robbers are from Siberia. internationally wanted criminals, and they're tough. The robbers then took the opportunity to enter the bank's vault. Looking at the gate outside the vault, they attempted to destroy it, only to be shocked by how strong it was. Mickey Mouse Mask sniffed. Do you guys smell anything strange? The robber in the rhinoceros mask said. Could it be the smell of the vault? It doesn't seem so. Mickey Mouse looked aside to Sajiri. Do you smell that? Ayanami nodded. Aha! Never mind, whatever. Get the supervisor and have him open the vault. Mickey Mouse decided to leave the strange smell alone. I've just asked. The supervisor and the governor each hold a set of secrets, and the supervisor needs to be with the governor to open the vault. A few moments later, wearing Mickey Mouse, Rhino masks the group of toughs from Siberia all fell to the ground. Ayanami glanced at the time calmly. Let's begin. Chapter 180 Banks. Among the bank's patrons, a woman avoids surveillance and makes her way to the underground vault. Ryuyan reached down and tied her hair back. Glancing at the robber who had fallen to the ground, she said without looking up as she took her computer out of her backpack, along with various miniature electronic devices. They're not going to wake up, are they? Won't. 15 minutes. Lu Jing glanced at Lu Yun. It was found to be kinda like a hacker in a movie, with a pair of long thin fingers crackling on a computer keyboard. Lu Yun reached up to straighten her hair and glanced at Lu Jing. Don't get hooked on me. Lu Jing gently tugged at the corner of his mouth. The computer screen kept changing and various letters that Lu Jing couldn't recognize appeared. It's done. Within 3 minutes, the vault door was defeated by Ryuyan's offense. At this time, Lu Jing realized that the vault door was not only this one. There were actually 3 more towards the front. Only, all 3 gates were dispersed at the same time, like collected flowers. Walk into the vault and look at the stacks of bills. Lu Jing couldn't help but widen his eyes. There were euros, dollars, and Chinese coins. There were many more black boxes stored away in the vault. Only the boxes were closed. Lu Jing guessed that it was probably gold bars or something valuable inside. What are we going to do now? Ayanami asked. They didn't get the full course of the mission, let alone that Yuhyun would show up to assist them. Just know they need to come with the robbers to rob the bank. Ryuyan said. Your mission ends here. Just wait to leave. Ryuyan walked over to a safe and she once again pulled out some equipment and cracked it against it. A short while later, the safe made a ding sound. Lu Yun took out a small black case from inside and turned her head to Lu Jing's trio. When those robbers wake up, you guys will blend in and leave. Although the police have been mobilized, but the power behind this private bank is the church, and people from the church will soon arrive, and I'll reprise my role as the customer trapped in the bank by the robbers. Ayanami nodded. Understood. Yuhyun handed the small box to Sajiri. Hold that for me please. Yuhyun propped open the red bag she had with her just enough to be able to fit the black box inside. Carrying the red bag, he then walked out of the vault. No one would have thought that the real kidnappers would be mingling among the bank's customers. Soon the robbers woke up one by one. You looked at me. I looked at you. And the expression on each face was filled with doubt and incomprehension. What's going on? Lu Jing also slowly got up from the ground and scratched his head, as if he was using his actions to show that he didn't know what was going on either. But for the robbers, why did they suddenly pass out and for how long? What happened during this time? None of this matters. The most important thing is the money at hand. Hurry! Load the money. Put all the money in. The police will be here later. Lu Jing carried a black bag in each hand and rushed out of the bank after the robbers. Tell your boss for me. Thanks a lot. Mickey Mouse Mask exclaimed in delight. Lu Jing glanced at him and said that this man really couldn't be a more suitable scapegoat. Lu Jing got into the car. Just then, a flash of fire appeared suddenly, narrowly missing their car. Good thing it was blocked by the rhino mask. The police came sooner than expected. This group of bandits from Siberia really is not covered, and rushed over to the church people to fight. Not the slightest defeat, and even once pressed the other side simply no power to fight back. Lu Jing got into the car and glanced at the money in the bag, his heart beating wildly. This feeling of getting something for nothing, that's exciting. The car kept driving into the slums of the suburbs. Mickey Mouse Mask jumps down. Big guy, let's try to never see each other again in this life. Mickey Mouse said happily. The rest of them nodded. They basically have no less than a dozen lives on their backs, and the plan is to go their separate ways after this job. Nobody tell each other about who's going where. In doing so, even if someone is caught by the police, they pose little threat to others. Lu Jing really had a feeling that he was playing a game. He changed his clothes, carried the black bag with money and ran into the dank rat-filled street. Lu Jing's footsteps suddenly stopped, and the rhinoceros mask appeared in front of him. Lu Jing's heart tightened and he glanced back to see that there was no one behind him. Anything else? Lu Jing asked in a deep voice. Rhino Mask hemmed and hawed. I don't think you'll be able to use that much of your money. I'm afraid. It's a money grab. Rhino clenched his fists. Money meant everything to these outlaws. He was ready for a life and death struggle and was certain of victory. Lu Jing subconsciously protected his money, and it was obvious that he had already substituted his identity. But on second thought, "You, what are doing? Want money?" "Yes." Rhino Mask nodded. "Here." Lu Jing directly threw the black bag. Rhino Mask looked at the black bag and then at Lu Jing. "Aha!" Lu Jing turned around and left. Rhinoceros Mask laughed. "Those who know what's good for them are good at what they do." Lu Jing returned to the motel. Xiang Lu had returned, but Lin Mo had not yet returned. Lu Jing was a little worried that something had happened to that girl and was about to give her a call. Instead, he saw Ayanami take out a black case from his bag. "That box is clearly a box from the vault." Lu Jing frowned slightly. He couldn't remember when Xiang Lu had gone out with a suitcase. "Do you really think you're a robber?" "No," Ayanami said calmly. "This is that box in Lu Yun's hand." Lu Jing reacted at once. This time Sajiri nodded. "That's right. When did you take it out?" "I dropped it when she was bagging it." Lu Jing recalled for a moment and could not recall at all when Xiang Lu had moved. Ayanami glanced at the case. The combination box. He tapped on the case's shell again, frowning slightly. "This bank uses boxes of special metals from the replicas. What a downer. What can you do?" "I'm not good with violence," Lu Jing said in his heart. "As if I was a reckless man who only used violence." Lu Jing did have a way, but it required the use of props. The Qiankuan chop that can cut through everything. Of course, Lu Jing would never display his props in front of Xiang Lu. Lin Ma might have a solution. Lu Jing remembered Lin Mo's ability. Speak of the devil. Lin Ma is back, humming along the way as if robbing banks was her lifelong dream. Lu Jing explained the reason to her, and Lin Mo immediately brightened up. She bites her finger, and the gurami blood dips it. Blood seeped into the box under Lin Mo's control. The tougher something is on the outside, the easier it is to destroy it from the inside. Boom! The blood exploded and the whole box fell apart. Chapter 181 Lurking. As the box cracked open, the contents were presented to the three. "This is an invitation?" Ayanami picked up the invitation and surveyed it. The general idea is to invite the major churches to send their best men to the Sky Church in Alvarsa to help revive the evil god in order to fight against the siege of the Night's Watch. "So that's what robbing banks is all about," Ayanami said. "Alvarsa? What the hell is this?" Lu Jing asked. Ayanami explained. The Dominion of old is known only as it floats eerily over many of Europe's old Mott Bell-style castles. Its silent screams echoing in the minds of mortals. Unable to rest, unable to comprehend, the shrill whine of an unknown source shuddered slowly through their minds. Possessing a human-like torso with tentacled limbs and a huge, bizarre mouth without a single tooth, the sounds made can send people near the old castle into a frenzy. Most of this is a contrived fabrication, and the names of the evil gods are largely unknown. Not only did these religious people make up names, but they also made up a whole story based on the powers the evil god displayed, though the outward appearance, odds are that it's believable. So, from the description you can also refer to the reference. Sajiri lit a cigarette as his cell phone rang. He gets a call from Ryuyan. "You have the invitation?" Ryuyan got right to the point. "Sorry, I had the wrong one earlier. Should you pick it up or should I bring it to you?" "In that case, the task is yours. There's only one invitation here. After years of being a night's watchman, you carry an aura of yourself that is easy to see at a glance, and the gushers are too stupid for the Tengu." The exchange was succinct, and Sajiri hung up. "Come alive," Lu Jing said to himself. "You're really good at finding things, and somehow you've got another lurking mission." Lu Jing looked at the evil god icons on the invitation. How on earth did these evil gods appear? Ayanami sat on the couch, casually flicking the ashes of his cigarette. "You have personal experience with the Arctic Palace? And based on Kirin's current probing it seems that perhaps long ago, these evil gods lived on top of the earth. In other words, they're the aboriginals, like the god of order, who surprisingly has his own kingdom at the North Pole. The same is true of other so-called gods. The reason they are called gods is just a title given to them by the cultists. Then, for some reason they were overthrown, and only then did we have humans." Lu Jing pondered for a moment. Maybe they're people too, just a different kind of people. Lu Jing couldn't help but think of the little girl called Sister Lu Shui. "Perhaps," Ayanami said indifferently. "However, there is no need for us to pity them. This is a fight between species. This is a fight to the death. It's not a child who has a conflict that can be resolved, and those who are not of my kind will be different in their hearts." Hearing Xiang Lu say this, Lu Jing felt better in his heart. Lu Jing looked out the window and muttered something under his breath. "It's not my family that makes the difference." Lu Jing sat in the car, his body swaying with it. The outside of the car was completely closed and it was impossible to hear the outside. Any subtle sound could not be captured. Lu Jing came face to face with another Asian face. The man smiled restrainedly. "You are also from China?" Lucas nodded. My name is Wang Yu. Lu Jing. Both were very quiet about not talking about the religion they belonged to, which seemed to be a matter of secrecy. The two chatted about the weather in Paris, Notre Dame, the Mona Lisa. If one were to go by the duo's chit-chat alone, one might mistake the two of them for ordinary tourists traveling to Europe. That's when the body lurched a bit. Outside, the car door slowly opened. Lu Jing tentatively stepped out of the car and what met his eyes was a huge square. In the center of the square, there were many people besides them at this time. It was all believers from all over the world with invitations in hand. Lu Jing looked around and said to Wang Yu beside him, "How are we going to help Alvarsa recover?" Wang Yu looked at Lu Jing strangely. "You don't know?" Lu Jing thought to himself, bad dish. He had let his word slip, but soon Wang Yu said, "I don't know. Why don't we ask the others?" Lu Jing breathed a sigh of relief. The duo soon accosted another Asian face, but got the same answer from the other. They just received an invitation and decided to come here to help Alvarsa recover. Just how they should help, they were not sure. Lu Jing glanced at the crowd in the square and had a vague bad feeling in his heart. They seemed to be at the top of a mountain, for there were misty clouds all around them. As soon as I lifted my head, the sky was so close it seemed like it was within reach. They gathered in the center of the square, where the guards took their invitations in turn, and then told them to stay here for the time being. Lu Jing realized that the other party didn't seem to care that much about the invitation and didn't even check it. On his way out, Lu Jing even saw the guard casually throw the invitation into the trash can. Lu Jing's heart was flooded with even more suspicion. What's going on? Lu Jing had expected to face some questions, and he had repeated those questions in his mind before he came, fearing that he would say one word wrong. But who knew it would be like this? Lu Jing lived in a room with Wang Yu. During the night, Lu Jing saw some people being taken out of the house and then disappeared. The next day, there was no sign of the men either. Lu Jing was apprehensive. The church prepared a special feast for them. Good foie gras, expensive wagyu tomahawk, red wine, various dishes. Each paragraph has. Lu Jing was particularly fond of that wagyu beef tomahawk, tender and juicy. Listening to Wang Yu on the sidelines, he was told that wagyu beef is high in animal fat and therefore has a distinct marbling pattern. And it is this marbling pattern that gives the beef its rich and tender flavor. They stayed until the third day, when one after another the religious who had come with them disappeared. Now even Wang Yu was a bit unable to sit still and told Lu Jing during the chat, "These guys aren't going to sacrifice us, are they?" Lu Jing actually had this worry. However, Wang Yu added, "That shouldn't be the case. This time, those who are here are from various sects. They won't want to make enemies of everyone." Chapter 182. Now it's our turn. Late afternoon on the fourth day, Lu Jing was lying on the bed. Looking through the window, he saw 7 or 8 more of the congregation being led off into the darkness. This time Lu Jing was prepared to secretly follow him. "What are you going to do?" Wang Yu asked. Lu Jing looked back at him. "Aren't you curious as to what they're doing?" Wang Yu swallowed a mouthful of water. It would be a lie not to be curious. With so many congregations disappearing these days, who knows what the Church of Alvarsa is up to? Could it be that they are really going to be sacrificed? So after a slight hesitation, he was also prepared to follow Lu Jing forward to take a look. The two stepped out cautiously, followed the procession in the darkness, surrounded by misty clouds. Even at night, in a blink of an eye, the figure in front of him disappeared. Lu Jing twitched his nose. Ever since he inherited Tengu's legacy, not to mention the vast improvement in physical fitness, but most importantly, the change in the sense of smell, Lu Jing searched for the odor all the way forward, and the clouds were misty, as if he had stepped into the heavenly palace. Lu Jing suddenly stopped in his tracks. Behind him, Wang Yu whispered, "Why don't you leave? The odor is gone here." Lu Jing said, "Here? There's nothing." Wang Yu turned back and looked around. There was nothing but clouds here. He reached out to dispel some of the clouds, but new ones soon coalesced. Lu Jing's brows furrowed, and it was here that the odor disappeared. Right now, those people have disappeared. Could it be that some special collective teleportation spell was used? There was nothing they could do, so Lu Jing and Wang Yu had to go back to their room again. On the following day, those who had been taken away really didn't show up again. That evening, Lu Jing saw some more people being taken away. Again he followed undeterred, this time still disappearing halfway across the room. The surrounding area was white, and Lu Jing frowned. Wicked. After 2 more days, there were even fewer people around. Then there were only a few scattered ones left, and Lu Jing knew it was almost his turn. "I didn't realize I was in the last group." Soon the night came with a knock on the door as promised. A man cloaked in a black trench coat and carrying a lamp knocked on the door of the room. "The believers, no matter from which church they come, are our brothers and sisters." Lu Jing looked at his opponent warily. At this time, several people from the other houses came out one after another. They looked at each other, and a bit of bewilderment showed in their eyes. "Please follow me," the believer clad in a black trench coat said. "Where are you taking us? Where are the others from before?" The speaker was a female devotee of one of the four great orders, with big blonde hair in waves and a spectacularly open chest. The rest of the group looked at the devotee warily. "They are all cult followers, but they are not cuties. Where are all the believers who were taken away earlier? They're not all dead, are they? They are trying to help revive the god of Alvarsa. Come with me and you will see. You are the last of them." With that, the black trenchcoat strides forward. A few people looked at each other and had no choice but to follow after what had happened. Surrounding it was a thick fog, more so than during the day and night. It made it impossible to tell where was where, and one could only make out the flickering portable lamps in front of them. Everyone subconsciously held their breath and finally stopped. Lu Jing raised his eyebrows slightly, and what appeared in front of him was actually a teleportation door. No wonder why the people from before had suddenly disappeared. Suddenly there was no scent left behind. Turns out they were entering a portal. The man in black turned around and looked at the crowd's puzzled expressions as he explained. To revive the god of Alvarsa, one needs to break through this copy, and the god of Alvarsa is sealed in the middle of the copy. The blonde woman spoke. Then the people before were all brought to the copy by you, which means they all died in the copy? The man in black said calmly. The god of Alvarsa knows where they came from. They won't die, and when the god of Alvarsa revives, they will be blessed for eternity. After listening to the black-clothed man's explanation, the hearts of the many believers present could not help but beat a retreat. If it is to resurrect the gods they believe in, they will naturally lay down their lives without fear of death. But now it's about resurrecting other gods. And with this copy in front of us, I'm sure the Church of Alvarsa has been attacking it for I don't know how many years. However, they all ended in failure. And now, under the purges of the Night's Watch, they have no choice but to send out invitations to the many churches. Gather all the elites in order to pass the copy. However, those that have come before have failed. And what makes them successful? The man in black opened his hands. I believe that all of you are men who are willing to give their lives for their beliefs. I will accompany you into the midst of the copy, and the god of Alvarsa will bless us. Now that the Night's Watch is rampant, the intention is to fully liquidate our order. The next one is the Holy See, in which you all live, and the god you believe in is trampled on by that lowly man. They call themselves the Night's Watch, but in reality they are a bunch of clowns who have stolen the throne of God. They deserve to go to hell and abyss and suffer all kinds of torture and death. Will you stand by and watch the gods you believe in be insulted by others? Are you sure you can revive the faith of your sect? The Church of Alvarsa has sacrificed countless people for this, at any cost, and I hope that you will be able to join forces. An impassioned speech that made several believers in the audience indignant. Now the Night's Watch is rampant, destroying their clergy and slaughtering their fellow travelers in the European Union with impunity. Lu Jing subconsciously pursed his lips. It always felt a little unnatural to be scolded in front of someone. Knowing the true purpose of the invitation at this point, Lu Jing naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to walk into the portal with the other party. If you succeed in breaking in, that releases an evil god. If it didn't work, you'd have to die in the copy yourself. Lu Jing was ready to strike at any time. And anyway, with the instantaneous cloak in his hand, he wasn't afraid of not being able to leave this place. Alright, cut the crap. It's done, hurry up and enter the portal. An old black man with braids said. The man in black smiled slightly. In fact, we've been in the middle of passing copies since the very beginning. When these words came out, not only Lu Jing, but the rest of the few people also froze. The portal was clearly right in front of them. They didn't even walk in. This portal is just a test. In fact, you have been in the portal since you stepped in here. Congratulations to all of you for passing the test called courage. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Finally someone couldn't help but curse. Everyone had the feeling that they were being teased. So it turned out that they were not given a choice from the beginning. Anyway, as long as you enter the middle of the copy, unless you don't want to live, there is only one option to pass the copy. Now it's our turn. The man in black said solemnly. The corners of Lu Jing's mouth twitched slightly and he couldn't help but curse in his heart. Chapter 183, Endless Dreams. The faces of all the people were very complicated, and they couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Although they had just agreed to enter the copy, passive entry was not the same as active entry. In the case at hand, the other party was not going to ask for their opinion at all. They were already in the middle of the copy at hand at the very beginning. One of the black brothers finally couldn't help himself and rushed forward to hold the man in black down. I've been putting up with you for a long time. At ease, at ease. The carrying lamp in the black-clothed man's hand fell to the ground, but he did not see any annoyance, but said in a positive and optimistic tone, we are now in the shelter of my lord, and we will pass perfectly. The people present hated it with a passion, but they could only accept it helplessly at this moment. Even if you want to beat your opponent to death, you have to wait until you leave the copy. Wanyu stepped forward and stopped Black. Black was so angry he kicked the black man in the crotch. The man in black climbed to his feet. Gentlemen, the only way we can be considered to have officially entered the replica is to leave from the cloud now. The blonde woman said in a cold voice, "You Alvarsa Church has attacked the copy for so many years, and I don't know how many people have died, so why should we be able to succeed? Because all of you are special." The man in black spoke up. "I'm guessing the rest of the people who died felt the same way." The blonde woman retorted again. "Forget everyone, it's both." Wanyu stepped forward and calmed everyone down. Lu Jing swept a glance, and at this moment, the few people who had entered the replica had a total of 7 people counting himself. Separately, Wang Yu, the black man who was a follower of the Church of Alvarsa, Black, the blonde woman, and 2 Indians. "Gentlemen, why don't we each introduce ourselves, and also prepare for later when we enter the middle of the replica?" Lu Jing proposed. Lu Jing also didn't expect to enter the middle of the copy in a blur, but now there was no other way. "Right." Wang Yu nodded in agreement. The busty blonde woman said, "Just call me Wendy. Awakened mage 25th rank. Black, assassin. 26th rank awakened. Assassin?" The rest of them glanced at Black, looking at how the appearance was not like an assassin. If they said he was a warrior, no one would doubt it. As for the 2 Indians, after a slight hesitation, each also gave his name and occupation. "Gentlemen, I hope we're expertly walking together." The man in black, on the other hand, was a priest. Not good at fighting, but going into a copy. It's never better to have a priest in your party. With that, the man in black took the lead and walked into the middle of the portal in front of him. "If this portal in front of us is fake, why are we walking into it?" Wendy wondered. The man in black didn't look back. "This is a twin copy. The outer copy and the inner copy, connected to each other through a portal. We entered the outer copy, which is the city in the sky in front of us. Earlier in the year, our organization conquered the outer replica of Sky City. Only that we haven't managed to pass the inner replica all these years." Lu Jing frowned slightly. Twin copies? It was a concept he had only heard of before, but had never seen a real case. It is recorded that the last time a discoverable copy of a twin appeared was 420 years ago. The man in black disappeared into the middle of the portal. Seeing this, Wang Yu greeted everyone and walked in together. Lu Jing retrieved his thoughts then followed him in. "Players, welcome to the replica. Endless dreaming. Rule number 1, everything in the dream is a lie." Lu Jing listened carefully to the rules, but was gone. "There's only rule 1. One rule." A few people looked at each other. They were currently in the middle of a bamboo forest in the middle of a mountain. Endless dreams. Wendy savored those 4 words. Was it all a dream? What do we do now? Wang Yu looked around and realized that there were no hints at all. They were told only one thing, that everything in the dream was a lie. "Go ahead and walk around a bit." The black-clothed man he carried a hand-carrying lamp, glanced at the road at his feet, and then stepped forward. At this time, the originally calm not far away piece of dense bamboo forest suddenly began to tremble violently as if it had been disturbed tightly. Then, a mass of mist as white as snow gushed out from the depths of the bamboo forest in a steady stream, like a spirited white dragon tumbling and circling recklessly in the air. Rule no. 1. When the bamboo forest is fogged up, flee quickly. Lu Jing reacted at once. Rule number 1? Didn't we just go over rule number 1? The white mist was so fast that it seemed to be giving them no time to think at all. Black turned his head and was about to run, but after running for some distance, he realized that the rest of the people were not following him, so he couldn't help but turn his head and look at the people in confusion. "How come there are 2 rules 1? Wang Yu said. Wendy mused slightly. Everything was fake in the dream, followed immediately by a rule 1, and the odds are that the fogging rule was fake. True or false? We'd better not touch this mist either. Black shouted. Lu Jing shook his head. If the rules are false, instead we must touch the mist to survive. The fog was already less than 10 meters away from a few people. A few of the people in the room couldn't help but feel a little nervous, even though they had guessed it. But no one can guarantee that a guess is 100% right, and never trust that anything is safe in a copy. There is only a gamble with the highest probability of winning. As the fog filled the air, Lu Jing subconsciously clenched his fists. The fog came in and quickly wrapped a few people in it. Black cursed as he watched the scene from a distance. He hesitated slightly and did not choose to run away again. The fog wrapped around him. Lu Jing reopened his eyes, fog lingering on the tip of his nose as he turned his head to look at a few others. A few others were looking at each other to make sure the other was safe. By the looks of it, they guessed right. The rules are bogus. The thick fog had reached out. It was good that the carrying lamp in the black-clothed man's hand was able to dispel the mist. They continued down the trail. After walking for what could be half a quarter of an hour's work, there was suddenly another sound. Rule number 2, do not look at the woman in red. The woman in red? In front. Wenyu pointed to the pavilion in front of him. A red woman was sitting in that pavilion. The fog around them was so thick that they couldn't see each other's faces. Don't lock eyes with the woman in red. This rule is false. So the real rule is to lock eyes with the woman in red. With this in mind, the crowd quickly approached the pavilion. Chapter 184 Endless Dreamland 2. Several people approached the pavilion. The woman in red leaned there, her long hair covering an entire head, completely unable to see her face. The man in black hesitated and made no move. On the contrary, that black brother reached out his hand and was about to ruffle the other's long hair. A weird laugh suddenly rang out, and Black's hand froze, and his heart couldn't help but beat a drum. The woman in red let out a snorting sound and swept off into the distance with a sway of her body. Don't let her get away. Wang Yu shouted. Lu Jing was the fastest, and with a single step, he had already chased after him. Black was close behind. The two of them stretched out their hands left and right at the same time, grabbing towards the woman in red. However, just at the moment when their fingertips were about to touch the woman in red, the red-clothed woman's body suddenly bent downward, and this sudden movement caused the palms of those two men to pounce at once. Immediately afterward, the woman in red began to sway from side to side like a tilting doll. Each of her wobbles was just right to dodge the attacks that came from those two in succession, leaving Lu Jing and Black helpless for a while. Vines. Wang Yu quickly controlled the vines to grab the woman in red. The red-clothed woman's body flickered again, avoiding the range of the vines' attack. The rest of them reacted and chased after the woman in red. The woman in red did not panic and dodged left and right, escaping from the gap between a few people and running towards the distance. Time. Wendy casts time magic. Several people were all empowered by time magic, and their speed increased. But spare me. For a moment it was surprisingly impossible to catch up with the woman in red. Rule number 3, a temple exists in the middle of the bamboo forest. With the sound of the voice, a temple not far away appeared in front of the eyes of several people. The woman in red went straight to the temple. Wang Yu shouted, not good. The rules are fake. We can't go into the temple. She's going to run towards the temple. The man in black stopped violently in his tracks. With a wave of his arm, he did not hesitate to throw the lamp he was holding tightly in his hand towards the ground with force. All that could be heard was a loud boom dash, as if a thunderbolt exploded on the ground. Sparks splashed everywhere in an instant, and the blazing flames raged wildly like a wild horse out of control. The fire spread out at an astonishing speed, forming two walls of fire that whistled away from the left and right directions, instantly cutting off the red-clothed woman's path forward. The woman in red had to stop. Time. Only Wendy let out a low gulp, instantly erupting with a palpitatingly terrifying energy, taking the place where she was as the core. A circle of energy ripples visible to the naked eye spread out rapidly in all directions like surging waves. Under the impact of this powerful energy, it was as if everything around them had fallen into a bizarre state of stillness. Those originally in the air flying leaves, rustling grass. At this moment, all were cast a spell of immobilization in general, motionless, stopped in place. Even the breeze that blew gently seemed to freeze at this moment, no longer flowing in the slightest. The only people who were not affected were the few people around Wendy. Closer, closer. Black reached out and pressed his hand on the red woman's shoulder. He reached out and violently seized the long hair of the woman in red. His eyes. Black's expression changed. Where are the eyes on the other side? Not to mention eyes. Not even a face. Not to mention any eye contact. In the short moment of this daze, only to see that the original smooth and flowing hair of the woman in red suddenly became hard, as if a sharp steel needle, in a lightning-fast speed straight toward the black brother stabbed. It penetrated Black's strong body in a flash. With a dull sound, blood splattered in all directions, staining the ground around them. Black, on the other hand, stared with wide eyes as his figure turned into a point of light. Assassin. Split. The real Black then appeared behind the woman in red and reached out to lift the hair behind the woman in red as well. Still no face. This guy's head is made up of the back of his head. Catch it first. The man in black shouted. Easy for you to say. Black quickly retreated as the woman in red's hair was already clawing at him. Lu Jing suddenly jumped from the air and heavily slammed his foot across the red-clothed woman's head. The woman in red's body went limp and tried to escape once again. The two Indian brothers had firmly blocked off all retreat, only to see them standing steadily in the middle of a corner respectively, like two unshakable mountains. Immediately afterward, they extended their broad, strong palms. In an instant, a mysterious and powerful force spread out in all directions with them at the center. It was as if this force had transformed into an invisible and untouchable cage, tightly enveloping this space. Within the cage, energy fluctuations rose and fell like surging waves, causing one's heart to palpitate. That red-haired woman saw that the situation was not good. Her heart turned around and wanted to escape by taking the road. However, no matter how desperately she struggled, rushed left and right, it was as if she was caught by a big invisible hand, unable to move a single bit at all. Wonyu grabbed the woman in red with his vines, and the rest of the people cooperated. No eyes on the head, then the body. Strip her of her clothes. The man in black made an immediate decision. Wendy didn't hesitate, and had reached down and peeled the red dress off of her even as the man in black spoke. As expected, in the chest of the woman in red was a slightly distorted human face. Wendy locked eyes with him for a moment. In the next instant, the scene in front of him suddenly changed, and the entire person arrived in an unfamiliar space. In front of her was a huge white room. Inside the room was a young boy, fiddling with his remote control car. Lifting her head, she looked at Wendy and spread a smile, and then continued to fiddle with his toys. Immediately afterward, Lu Jing, Wang Yu, and the others successively completed their confrontation with the woman in red and came into this huge space. Congratulations, you've met the boss. Boss? Several people looked up and down in unison at the young boy in front of them. Although the other party was harmless, no one dared to take it lightly. Lu Jing frowned. Boss, just appeared so watery? This so-called difficult level, the inner copy that had plagued the Alvarsa church for so many years, it didn't seem to be as outrageous as one might have thought. Still, it seems too early to tell. Lu Jing looked at the little boy in front of him. Black raised the short dagger in his hand. Boss, that means kill him? After saying that, he suddenly rushed over. Blood splattered everywhere and the little boy fell in a pool of blood. This froze a few people in their tracks. What the hell? The next second, the little boy reared up from the pool of blood. Black, who had been murderous just a moment ago, changed his face and sat down on his butt. Ha ha ha, let's play house. Yes, yes, the little boy immediately and happily agreed. This is, what's going on? Chapter 185, Assimilation. Lu Jing looked at Hei in surprise. Black had an innocent smile on his face, a stuffed animal in his hand, playing with the little boy. Wang Yu hesitated and walked over to reach out and pat Black. Brother Black ignored it, as if Lu Jing and the others didn't even exist. Black was totally in character. A few people looked at me and I looked at you, not daring to make another move. They spread out in the room, surveying the surroundings, expecting to find any clues. The room was filled with toys of all types. Lu Jing picked up one and looked at it. It was just a very ordinary toy, nothing special. If it's a boss, it has to be destroyed, Wendy said with her arms wrapped around her chest. But it seems to be the case that you can't directly inflict physical attacks on him. Black was the best downer just now. With that thought, Wendy summoned a staff and pointed it at the little boy. Several people looked at her. Wendy backed up until she was at the edge of the room. Give me a buff, Wendy said to the man in black. The man in black waved a large hand and 2 buffs were added. 2 Indians also stood on either side of Wendy to cast a barrier. Wendy chanted under her breath, and as her low and magical voice rang out, a powerful to the point of palpitating cold ice power suddenly surged out. This cold and ice power was like a raging torrent, sweeping toward that little boy at an astonishing speed. Wherever it passed, the air was frozen into white ice crystals, and a thick layer of frost was formed on the ground. In the blink of an eye, the power of cold ice was already approaching the little boy's body, carrying a piercing coldness and endless pressure. Boom! Wendy's face changed slightly and her body was stunned. She stepped towards the little boy and reached for a toy, a big smile on her face. Shall we play together? Yeah, the little boy replied enthusiastically. Fallen another one. Even if you set up a barrier and attack with magic, you will be affected by the little boy. The man in black paced back and forth and suddenly said, will it work if I use the priest's negative buffs? After a short silence, Wang Yu said, now it seems that the probability is that this little boy is able to shield all attacks, so we might as well look for clues. We may not be able to find anything. The man in black glanced at Wendy and Black, who were deep in the middle of it, and felt that Wang Yu's words were somewhat reasonable. So the rest of the group searched the room for clues. Time passes by. A few people flip through book after book of fairy tales, taking out one toy after another, even scratching the exterior of stuffed animals to see what was inside. But it was just a ball of fluff. The 2 Indians finally grew impatient, even as they began to try to get up to insult the little boy absurdly. Lu Jing then listened to their mouths gurgling and cursing something, which should be their special language. They seemed to be thinking that this would enrage the little boy as a way to break the ice. Only, the 2 suddenly stiffened their expressions and then stopped their insults, becoming just like Wendy in black, walked over to the little boy and played with the other. Seeing this scene, the remaining 3 people, Lu Jing, Wang Yu, and the man in black couldn't help but widen their eyes. This is okay. Just verbal abuse can trigger the rules? The man in black instantly gave up on the idea of casting a negative buff on the little boy. It's not all bad news, though. At least here there seems to be no time limit, with the stipulation that the game be broken within a time frame. The kicker is that dinner is actually served. The room was plunged into darkness. The little boy seemed to be tired of playing, stretched out, put down his toys and lay down on the bed obediently. Wendy, Black, and the two Indians, who were affected by him, followed his example and lay down on the other beds. Lu Jing looked at the exquisite food, but had no thoughts of eating it at all. It was best not to touch the food in the copy. Right now this boss was really the most special boss I've ever met. No attacks can be used. Even verbal ones will be assimilated by him and become one of his playmates. Wang Yu and the man in black were both saying their respective prayers. Being a part of the church, they are expected to pray every day. And being in a replica is no exception. Prayer completed. Wang Yu breathed a long sigh of relief. Wang Yu glanced at Lu Jing who was still in deep thought. You prayed so fast? Our church prays once every half a month. Lu Jing said casually. Wang Yu nodded and didn't say anything else. Each church had their own rules. Say, why did you join the church? Wang Yu suddenly asked. Lu Jing hesitated and said like a devout believer. Because it is necessary to save mankind from the fire. To save the world. Wang Yu laughed. I joined the church in the beginning just to make myself valued. I didn't even think that much. Oh, Wang Yu looked like he had opened his heart, causing Lu Jing to be slightly stunned. Still, it was a 12% vigilance. Unappreciated and small and transparent both at home and at school. I was later told that I could be the lead. I didn't realize that I was unexpectedly gifted at church. I see. What an inspiring story. Lu Jing said. I don't know why I am suddenly so sad. Wang Yu said in a deep voice. It always feels like I was affected by the copy. Affected by the copy? It was not known what heartstrings Lu Jing had touched with these words, and he stood up all of a sudden. The rules are fake and so are the bosses. The black-clothed man who was praying also stopped praying and looked at Lu Jing strangely. It's not about destroying the boss. Lu Jing's eyes glowed, because the boss can't be destroyed at all, and any means we use will only make the little boy assimilate us. What should I do then? Wang Yu asked. Maybe dealing with this boss is simple. Lu Jing looked at the sleeping boy thoughtfully. It's actually quite simple. It's just that we haven't been thinking in that direction. We're just used to killing. Light was restored to the room. The little boy jumped up from his bed, brushed his teeth and washed his face, then proceeded to sit on the floor and play with his toys. At this time, Lu Jing walked over, a smile on his face. Can we play together? This time, the little boy didn't ignore Lu Jing, but instead, he also revealed a bright smile. Yeah, Chapter 186, Play with me. Wang Yu fiddled with the locomotive toy in his hand. The smile on his face was a little stiff as he asked Lu Jing in a low voice. This, really okay? Probably. Lu Jing said. A dead horse is a dead horse. Since force can't solve the problem, we have to think about the problem in a different way. Shall we play house? The little boy suggested. Lu Jing immediately seconded the motion, nodding his head like garlic. He sat down, holding a toy doll in his hand. Is it okay if I'm the daddy? The little boy hesitated and nodded. Yes, then you're the mom. The little boy pointed at Wendy and then looked at Wang Yu. You're the younger brother. As for the man in black, the little boy hesitated, as if he didn't really like the black man's costume. Well, you're the grandson. The corners of the black-clad man's mouth twitched slightly as he nodded against his will. Yes, Wang Yu said in his heart, is this really okay? Immediately afterward they played with the little boy, and I don't know how long they played, but the little boy was happy to do so. After playing house, it's time to play eagle and chicken and hopscotch. The good news, in doing so, they really haven't lost their minds. Bad news, the copy shows no signs of unraveling at all. Wang Yu was a bit skeptical of what he was doing. It's been 7 or 8 hours and it's still the same. The little boy also seemed to be feeling a little tired, so he played the lighter version of You Draw Me Guess. The man in black had grown a little impatient by now, and was a little distracted as he drew. In the next moment, Lu Jing and Wang Yu saw the black-clothed man's expression stiffen, and then the smile on his face restretched. Apparently, the man in black had also fallen into the company of the little boy. Like Wendy and the others, they lost the sense of belonging. Lu Jing and Wang Yu exchanged a glance, and the slight impatience they originally had before disappeared without a trace, not daring to be careless in the slightest. One game after another, until the lights in the room go out. The little boy stretched out and lay down on his bed. I'm tired. Can you tell me a story? I'm going to bed. Lu Jing smiled faintly, his tone calm. Once upon a time there was a temple in the mountains, and in the temple there was an old monk who was telling a story to a young monk. What's it about? Once upon a time there was a temple in the mountains. The little boy's eyelids were heavy and he fell into a deep sleep. Wang Yu looked at this scene with suspicion in his heart. This is sort of failed? He sighed, and that sigh just came out. Congratulations on your break-in. Wang Yu's eyes suddenly widened. Really? It really worked. Wang Yu came with an incredulous expression. That's it? Wang Yu had never met such a strange copy before. But on second thought, this copy is both the easiest and the hardest, because hardly any of them could play quietly with the little boy all day long. They had long ago been affected by the atmosphere around them and the countless copies they had experienced in their lives in the past. There's no killing or bloodshed, and it's hard to imagine that a past condition for a copy would be to play with a little boy for a whole day. Past. Wang Yu let out a sigh of relief. White light flashed before his eyes. Congratulations on passing the S-class copy. You have obtained a rare mystery item. A treasure emitting an ancient aura slowly surfaced in front of his eyes. It was surrounded by a layer of faint spiritual light, just like a dreamy existence. This prop has a unique and exquisite shape, inscribed with intricate runes and patterns. You have obtained a large amount of precious crystals. Countless crystals that were crystal clear and sparkling with colorful light came in like a tidal wave. More unexpected rewards follow in rapid succession. Potions that enhance strength. Equipment with special abilities. All in all, this one can be extremely rewarding. Wang Yu didn't even think that he would actually be able to clear an S-rank copy one day. The voices kept ringing out. Wang Yu opened his eyes again and he had already left his copy and returned to reality. The eyes looked upward, only to see that the sky, which was originally as blue and pure as a jewel. At this moment, a shocking crack appeared. These cracks were like the bloody mouths of hideous beasts, as if they wanted to swallow the entire world. Right in the midst of this haunting sight, a powerful and mysterious aura suddenly filled the air. Immediately afterward, a dazzling light shot straight out from the depths of that crack, instantly illuminating the entire land. Along with the gradual convergence of the light, a huge and majestic figure appeared in front of the crowd. He was surrounded by an endless divine radiance, so bright and dazzling that one could not look directly at him. Its body was tall and upright, like an insurmountable mountain, and its face was cold and solemn, revealing an extraordinary temperament and an unrivaled sense of power. Every step that fell caused the ground to tremble slightly, as if the entire world was trembling and submitting to it. The god of Alvarsa. Is this the so-called Lord of the Sky? Wang Yu shook his head as he glanced at the others. The man in black is on his knees praying frantically, tears streaming down his face. It's done. It's really done. Wang Yu, however, was not that much excited. Originally, he had come to help the Church of Alvarsa to revive the god of Alvarsa in order to fight against the Night's Watch. Now that the mission was complete, it was time for him to leave. After all, it wasn't like it was the gods he believed in that were resurrected. What happened next was much smoother than Wang Yu had imagined. The god of Alvarsa and the Night's Watch engaged in a fierce battle. The Night's Watch lost a lot of money trying to seal Alvarsa. Elites from all over, even the captain of the Night's Watch himself was said to be out in force. Only, the Four Holy See of the European Union is no better. It's a toss-up, so to speak. That's a bargain for the other churches, especially the church where Wang Yu is from. They're in Asia, and they're being suppressed by the Night's Watch at all times. After all, Asia is the native territory of the Night's Watch. The other churches were crushed to death. Now, because of the revival of Alvarsa, the Asian Night Watch has also been urgently transferred to the European Union. Wang Yu's church has seen a period of tremendous growth. Wang Yu also received a commendation within the organization for passing the S-ranked copy and completing the high-difficulty mission. Together with the loot he brought back from the S-ranked copy, it was already enough to clothe and feed him for the rest of his life. In the years that followed, Wang Yu rose through the ranks within the church, sitting as a cardinal. Only once he fought someone for power and didn't fight over the other. Eventually Wang Yu was transferred to the civil service to retire. For Wang Yu, it was not clear whether this was lucky or unlucky, because just 2 years later, that bishop who managed to defeat Wang Yu was buried in the copy. Wang Yu took a nun as his wife and they had a son and a daughter. Becoming a father has matured Wang Yu a lot. He was also beginning to get sick of fighting and killing, so it was good to know that his life was good enough for him now. He spent his days just compiling literature and history in the church and counseling newcomers. Take your family to worship God on weekdays. When a man reaches middle age, some things give him a headache. For example, rebellious sons and daughters, and emotional incompatibility with their wives. Sometimes, he misses getting back to his younger days, but there's no going back. The days passed by in such an uneventful manner, and Wang Yu eventually stayed at 42 awakened ones. He didn't break the 50-level mark. The life expectancy won't break through 200 years either. In the year of 150, Wang Yu felt that he might have to live to the end. His first wife passed away back when he was 70 years old. Now at his side is his second wife. Wang Yu lay on the hospital bed and recalled his life. He had long forgotten a lot of things, but he could not forget the S-rank copy that was crucial to his life, and the only time. Dad, Grandpa, do you have anything else to say? The voices of family members ring in their ears. Wang Yu no longer has the strength to speak. The darkness of the sky shrouded over The white clouds change in the walk. Wang Yu closed his eyes. Suddenly, the image is frozen. It's a little boy. Wang Yu puzzled. He has not seen this little boy. This little boy is neither his son nor his grandson, much less the man he was as a child. Wang Yu looked at the little boy. The little boy smiled slightly as he held the toy in his hand. Play with me. Chapter 187. Everything in the dream was a lie. Play with me. Play with me. Wang Yu's eyes widened in shock. At this moment, the originally dusty memories came flooding in like a tidal wave. An emotionless, cold voice rang in his head. Copy, endless dreams. Rule number 1, everything in the dream is a lie. Mission failure. Everything around them all disappeared and the huge white room came into view. The original. It turns out that I never left all along. Ah. Wang Yu's consciousness quickly blurred. Can't. At the end he completely looked like he was asleep. In the last moments of his life, he could no longer tell what was reality and what was illusion. Maybe it's just a dream you had. That's all. He spent his life anyway. Lu Jing opened his eyes and yawned lazily. The plane is departing over Europe. A trip that went pretty well and the mission was successfully resolved. Lu Jing saw that the stewardess was handing out boxed lunches. And this time there was no embarrassment of asking for a boxed lunch the first time. Asked for a boxed lunch and took a big bite. Why is there always a bad feeling? It always feels like I'm being watched by countless pairs of eyes. Lu Jing mumbled and looked around, chewing on the diced chicken in his mouth. He glanced at Lu Shui on his left and patted Lin Mo who was sleeping. Was about to look down and continue eating. Suddenly, without warning, the airplane began to shake violently, and it felt as if it had been caught in the middle of a violent storm. Passengers screamed in terror. Items fell from luggage racks, and the entire cabin was thrown into chaos. Looking out through the porthole, everyone sucked in a breath of air, only to see an incomparably large monster standing above the 10,000 meters in the air. It was like a moving tower with a chilling aura around it. The body was covered with a thick layer of black scales that flashed with a cold light, and the blood-red eyes revealed endless ferocity and evil. Lu Jing frowned slightly and jumped up from his seat. Don't panic everyone. With that he opened the hatch and leapt down, pulling out his transformer. Come out, Monkey King. Along with this roar, time seemed to freeze at this moment. Only a dazzling light suddenly streaked across the sky, followed by an incomparably large, heavenly figure slowly emerging. Law of the Heavens, Sun Wukong. Its body was so huge that it covered the sky, and every hair shone with a golden light. Lu Jing pulled his own weapon out of his ear. The Pauline lamp. A monkey and a monster fought together. Seeing that the other party was strong and powerful, Lu Jing did not panic and pulled down a hair and changed into countless Ultraman. Go, Sons of Otter. In the end, under Lu Jing's powerful strength, the final monster was successfully defeated by Lu Jing. Once again, Lu Jing saved the day. Lu Jing then held up the airplane and slowly landed from the air. And there were already a large number of reporters waiting for him at the airport. Lu Jing was interviewed by a reporter. I'm just a hero with an interest. Walking down the road, looking at my own giant human-sized billboard on the side of the road. Lu Jing smiled faintly. Countless beautiful women were looking for his signature. Taking a picture of yourself at random can make a place a tourist attraction. Every time you go to the airport, you are bound to paralyze it. Can't help it. Too many fans. Countless beauties throw themselves at you. Lu Jing was lying on the 180 square feet large bed, looking at the ceiling. Gradually it came back to me. Is this ing reasonable? God TM changes into the Monkey King, and the hair change can also change into countless Ultraman. Lu Jing, confused face? Lu Jing scratched his head. This was too outrageous, but anything remotely plausible. He can explain. But now, Lu Jing slapped his face vigorously. Ouch. Not dreaming. Lu Jing pondered for a moment with his clever brain. Just then, a tremor came from the universe. It turns out that the Star Realm creatures have discovered Earth and sent countless drops of water to destroy it. Lu Jing smiled faintly and dashed to the outside of the planet. Earth, I cover. With that, a gentle snap of the fingers destroyed countless drops of water. The alien fleet was scared out of their wits at the sight. Bowing down to Lu Jing, he ended up saving humanity once again. Lu Jing becomes a cosmic peacemaker and begins to help every weak planet, protecting them from the blows of other planets. Suddenly, Lu Jing discovered the source of the universe's demise again. In order to protect the Star Realm, Lu Jing borrowed the power of the entire star to ascend to the immortal realm, becoming a member of the heavenly soldiers and generals. He was slapped twice by the Jade Emperor on that day. Just a piece of trash like you is worthy of falling in love with my daughter. 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west. Don't kid yourself. Lu Jing hacked his way from the southern heavenly gate, all the way to Rulai's old home in the western heaven, and eventually ruled the immortal world. I am the only one in heaven. But he didn't expect that he would be betrayed by his beloved, have his godly bones extracted, and be sent to the mortal realm. Lu Jing turned into a crawler, and he evolved step by step from a crawler, eventually becoming the king of crawlers. Led grasshoppers to overthrow the fairy world. The scene in front of me faded away. Lu Jing froze for a moment as he looked at the white room in front of him. He was a little unable to remember where this was, but it felt incomparably familiar. The little boy across the street looked at him accusingly with a toy in his hand. Four eyes met and the little boy spoke. Brother, I just can't keep up with your ideas. Lu Jing scratched his head. Chapter 188, Playing with Your Grandfather. Lu Jing scratched his head, looked at the little boy suspiciously, and looked around again. Look around for 8 weeks. Look around for 12 weeks. He saw Wang Yu, the man in black, Wendy and others lying around. He was still in the middle of the huge white room himself. What's going on here? Didn't you pass it already? Lu Jing's mind immediately thought of the rules in the copy he had entered at the very beginning. Endless dreaming. Rule number 1, everything in the dream is a lie. Cam. I can't believe they're waiting for them here. It was so shady. No wonder the Church of Alvarsa hadn't been able to clear this copy for so many years. Lu Jing stood up in a mischievous manner and looked at the little boy in front of him with some horror. The little boy furrowed his brow, his face full of aggravation. Brother, will you do something else to dream about? Why do you still look so aggrieved? Lu Jing took a step back. He almost died like that in his dream. Why are you trying to hurt us? The little boy revealed a look of having been wronged by the heavens. Brothers and sisters, play with me. I'm just trying to make you guys happier, so that you can have a good dream when you go to sleep. I'm not trying to harm you. What about when we don't wake up? Aren't you happy in your dreams? Why wake up? But that's all fake. The little boy cocked his head. Fake? How can you tell the difference between real and fake? Wouldn't it be nice to feel everything in a dream and live out your life in peace? Lu Jing stood firm, his gaze filled with vigilance. I don't want to dream. Can you let me out? The little boy shook his head. Put you guys out and it'll come out? A great guy. The little boy said. I can't let it go. Lu Jing thought that the guy the other party was talking about as being very powerful should be Alvarsa. Lu Jing sat down again and looked the little boy up and down. Brother, let's keep playing, okay? I can't just stay here for the rest of my life. Lu Jing held his forehead. For the first time he found having copies so tricky. To summarize the known information, the little boy in front of me must not be harmed. Otherwise it will be assimilated into its playmates. If you play with him all day, then you will fall into a beautiful dream and end up still trapped. If you fall into a beautiful dream and still wake up by chance, there is no way to leave the copy. This copy is outrageous. Lu Jing adjusted his emotions and spoke gently. But brother has something very urgent outside. Can you let brother go? The little boy's expression was torn. I can't let you guys go or it'll come out. I know it. It's awesome and badass, right? The little boy nodded heavily. Actually, brother is very powerful. Lu Jing said, raising his arm, revealing his robust muscles. Brother is even more powerful than it. Let's do it this way, brother promises. You put brother out and brother knocks it down. The little boy bit his lip. But it's really powerful. You can't beat it. Lu Jing said. Don't you know who brother is? You just know how powerful it is. But you don't know how powerful brother me is. In fact, brother has a hidden identity. Brother is the captain of the Night's Watch and can knock him out with one punch. Believe it or not. Little boy. Brother, you don't coax children. You don't believe me, do you? If you're capable, you release him and let him fight me. The little boy stopped talking. Lu Jing was quite helpless. He really felt like he was playing house. The outrageousness of this copy was beyond his imagination. Could it be that he really had to bluff this little boy in order to leave the copy? But it's really powerful. The little boy held his cheeks with his hands as he looked at Lu Jing with his clear eyes. Lu Jing didn't know what to say. Thinking in his heart if he had to trigger the mechanism to make this kid in front of him let himself go voluntarily? He looked around a little confused again. The little boy came over. Brother, play with me. No more games. Lu Jing said rather impatiently. Well, the little boy bowed his head in resignation. When Lu Jing saw him like this, he couldn't really be cruel again and sighed heavily. Brother wants to get out of here. Can you help brother? The little boy hesitated, but looking at Lu Jing's expression, he finally nodded. Alright then, but brother, you must promise me to defeat it. Upon hearing this, Lu Jing was overjoyed and nodded heavily. Brother, I have killed more than one evil god. The little boy nodded again. I trust my brother. The white room in front of me began to disappear. The little boy's figure also transformed into thousands of lights and shadows. Congratulations on passing the S-class copy. You have obtained a rare mystery item. You have obtained a large amount of precious crystals. Lu Jing looked around in surprise. As the copy disappears, the original sky is revealed. The god of Alvarsa descends. A dazzling light shot straight out from the depths of that crack, instantly illuminating the entire land. Along with the gradual convergence of the light, a huge and majestic figure appeared in front of Lu Jing's eyes. Lu Jing. Lu Jing was originally lost in his own thoughts, and he subconsciously lowered his head to look. The ones who appeared in front of them were Xiang Lu and Lin Mo. However, before he had time to react more, a silent scream began to echo wildly through his mind. That voice seemed to come from the nine hells, carrying endless fear and despair, penetrating straight into his soul. Lu Jing wasn't the only one who was like this. Xiang Lu and Lin Mo on the side equally felt this terrifying scream. Their faces instantly turned as white as paper, and their bodies trembled involuntarily. At this moment, not the entire European region suffered from this sudden disaster. Everyone had covered their ears tightly with their hands, but the sharp, piercing screams were as if they were pervasive, still echoing clearly and unmistakably in the depths of everyone's mind. At first, the sound was like a faint electric current, a slow tremor in one's mind, but as time went on, it became stronger and louder, like a ferocious storm sweeping in and wrecking every nerve without mercy. The sound had reached unbearable levels and everyone was struck down by the immense pain. They were either curled up on the ground or rolling around with their heads in their hands, their faces full of twisted expressions of pain. The streets were in chaos, cars crashed out of control into curbs, store windows shattered and glass slivers flew everywhere. The entire European region was plunged into an unprecedented panic. Centered on the European Union, Alvars's domain began to spread throughout the planet. Lu Jing struggled to raise his head. This is not right. It wasn't that Lu Jing hadn't faced an evil god before. Far from it. The evil god that supposedly needed a twin child to revive some days ago recently wasn't as terrifying as this. It was reasonable to say that any evil god whose strength had been sealed for a long time would be greatly reduced. How is this as if it's the same evil god that was at its peak as soon as it came out? Team Captain. Lin Mo's mouth was spitting out blood, and it was obvious that he was already going to be unable to support himself. They are at the very center of the field and are undoubtedly the most affected. He approached Lin Mo with difficulty, but Lin Mo's eyes were already devoid of color and she fell to the ground. Lu Jing cursed. Lin Mo. Gourd bird. Potato potato. I'm a groundnut. It's not right. Lu Jing raised his head with difficulty. Having come into contact with more evil gods, the original fear of evil gods had long since disappeared. It was only at this moment that the terror of this thing was truly felt. It's hard to imagine that in its heyday, the entire planet was full of this stuff. Who on earth could have sealed them? Alvars's domain began to spread to the whole world, and the whole world was plunged into Alvars's domain. Lu Jing reacted and shouted as he endured a severe headache. It's still a ing dream. A white room with an innocent little boy's face. Play with me. Play your ass. Lu Jing was a bit enraged. Little boy. I told you he was really strong. Before was before. Now is now. Lu Jing said. If you release him, I promise not to beat thee out of him. Chapter 189, Escape. Lu Jing felt tired and paced back and forth, unable to do anything with the little boy in front of him. This was the gentlest, most simple-minded boss she had ever seen. Also the trickiest boss. You just can't do anything with him. The other person is exactly like a 7 or 8-year-old child. Lu Jing crouched down and changed his mind. Have you ever been outside? The little boy shook his head. Lu Jing smiled slightly. It's a fun world out there. Have you ever had ice cream? Ice cream? Sweet, cool, melt in your mouth. And chips, crunchy, flavorful, and lots of goodies outside. Hamburgers, juice. The little boy that Lu Jing was talking about kept spitting. I want to eat. There is drama. Lu Jing continued. If you want to eat, I'll take you outside to eat. Okay? But, the little boy was once again in a difficult situation. I promised to guard it here. I can't let it out. It's okay. You're tired too. You're tired of being here day and night. Can't go anywhere. Have you ever seen the ocean? Have you ever swum? Ever climbed a mountain? And there are lots of kids who would love to play with you. Will you take me? The little boy looked at Lu Jing. Lu Jing nodded his head busily. I will. The little boy put down the toy in his hand and was silent for a long time before finally nodding. But to pull the hook. You promise me. And the necessity of destroying it, before you take me to a good meal. Pull the hook. Lu Jing immediately stretched out his hand. Pull the hook and hang yourself for 100 years not to change. The little boy smiled happily. The white room began to disappear. After experiencing the first 2 dreams, Lu Jing wasn't sure if this one was real or not. He felt a little ridiculous. If everything was true, this copy is surprisingly easy enough to pass by just fooling the kids. But in other words, it's also the hardest copy. Experienced countless copies of betrayal and lies, killing and war, infinite madness. They have long been polished into the sharpest swords, the best clearance machines. They will frantically search for clues to pass the level and even take on the little boy who only plays with toys. And then one after another, they fall into the middle of a dream. But no one would have thought that an S-rank copy would be as simple as coaxing a child to get out of here. Congratulations on passing the S-class copy. Endless dreaming. Lu Jing felt some heat from the totem on his back. Congratulations on obtaining your inheritance, the White Zephyr Talisman, which contains the power of White Zephyr, and can increase any inheritance by 10% after use. Current Tengu Legacy Awakening level, 20%. Gained Tengu passive status, Power of Een. Power of Een, strength is greatly enhanced at night. Up to 50% under a full moon. Lu Jing swept another glance at the other equipment he had obtained. S-rank copies gave a lot of things, but 99% of them were exclusively for awakened people. Lu Jing had little interest. He focused on the passive status Een power, which was effective. The White Zephyr divine symbol that emitted a mysterious glow quickly merged into his body like a stream of light. In an instant, a powerful and strange energy surged out from the divine talisman, sweeping through his body like a raging tide. The tattoo of the Tengu, which was originally located behind him, began to emit a fiery aura as its temperature climbed. The Tengu tattoo was as if it possessed life, swimming slowly on his back. With every movement it made, its form became clearer and more realistic, as if it was about to break free and break out of its body the next moment. Everything in front of me disappeared, leaving only thousands of lights and shadows. The earth, the sky. Lu Jing summoned his lance, Wanxiang Dawnbreak, and lifted his head to look at the sky with a burning gaze. In a couple of dreams, the copies disappeared as soon as they were made. This evil god would then come out. But Lu Jing waited for a long time and did not see the so-called evil god. He frowned, looking left and right. At the moment, he was standing at the top of a mountain. Stars twinkled overhead, glittering like bright jewels set in a black canopy. There's no sense of a storm at all. In that case, it's good to want to get out of here. This mountain, it cannot be said, is the base of the Church of Alvarsa. Lu Jing traveled through the dense forest and ran furiously all the way down the mountain. As he ran, he pulled out his pager. Hey, hey. Ayanami, Ayanami. At this time, Lu Jing's expression changed slightly, sensing that someone was following him behind him. Lu Jing turned his head, but all the voices and scents had disappeared. Lu Jing changed direction and continued to run. Yet it didn't take long for a strange feeling to come from behind him once again. Lu Jing jerked his head around, and there was still nothing. Lu Jing paused for a moment and then immediately ran wildly towards the mountain. Sajiri's voice came over the pager. Keep running in the direction you're going now and don't stop. Limo, boss. Ayanami had hung up the pager. Apparently he didn't think it was a good time to catch up. Lu Jing was so fast that he suddenly dug into the bushes on the side. After waiting for a moment, Lu Jing poked his head back out of the bushes. This action startled the person following him and subconsciously took a step back. Lu Jing, on the other hand, stared at the man in front of him with wide eyes. Incredulously, the little boy gave a big smile. When are we going to get ice cream, brother? Subconsciously, Lu Jing reached out and was about to draw his sword. What the hell? He actually ran away from his copy? Does that make sense? Is he the evil god Alvarsa? That's the only possibility. The little boy looked at Lu Jing with an innocent face, waiting for the other party to take him to eat ice cream. Lu Jing didn't make the first move, but asked tentatively, I thought you said it would come out when you disarmed the copy? Where is it? Let's destroy it so we can take you for ice cream. The little boy also showed a few distressed expressions. I don't know. Hey. Obviously it was supposed to be released. Lu Jing looked him up and down suspiciously. Sajiri's voice came through the pager. We're at the bottom of the hill. Ayanami had already arrived here by locating it. Lu Jing looked at the little boy and hesitated for a moment after determining that the other party had no malicious intent for the time being. Good. Then you go with brother first. Aha. The little boy nodded heavily. Chapter 190, He's a talented man. Ryuyan drove the car. Inside the car at this point, including herself, Xiang Lu, Lin Mo, Lu Jing, and the little boy that Lu Jing brought out from the copy. Ryuyan looked at the little boy sitting in the back through the rearview mirror. Maybe you should explain to us about disappearing for a while and coming back with a baby. Ryuyan said, is it so fast to have a baby now? Lu Jing knew she was joking. Lin Mo loved children and had fun playing with the little boy with his toys. Originally, the little boy was still slightly formal, but at this time, he was amused by Lin Mo and giggled. Ryuyan parked the car in the middle of an apartment. Let Lin Ma take the little boy to his room to play. She, Lu Jing, and Xiang Lu came into the middle of another room. Lu Yun lit a cigarette, and both of them turned their attention to Lu Jing. Lu Jing gave them a general account of what happened. The purpose of the invitation sent by the Church of Alvarsa was not to concoct any plan, just trying to find a needle in a haystack and trying to see if I can get a copy through. Lu Jing had gotten through the copy by fluke, but the god of Alvarsa hadn't revived, and the little boy had still come to reality. He's Alvarsa? Ryuyan reacted immediately. I'm not so sure. It's nothing like the other evil gods. Have you ever seen an evil god? Would want ice cream? After an evil god is revived, it will surely create huge elemental turbulence, magnetic field fluctuations, and so on in the surroundings. There are other strange sights, but this time nothing unusual has appeared. Speaking here, Xiang Lu paused, looked at Lu Jing, and continued. According to you, this little boy promised someone else to trap the evil god. To put it another way, maybe it's not the evil god that's going to be trapped, but himself? Lu Jing looked at Xiang Lu in disbelief. Ayanami explained. I'm just offering a guess that this so-called evil god actually died long ago in a long dream. Only the little boy kept thinking he was watching over the other side, holding on to his promise. Or perhaps this is a shackle given to him by that mysterious being, sealing him within it. Ryuyan seemed to find Sajiri's explanation a bit interesting. So this little boy is the real threat? Maybe. I'll report this to White Zephyr. Keep an eye on him in the meantime. Yu Hyun left the hotel after giving instructions. Looking at the little boy again, Lin Mo had already bought him an ice cream, and was currently eating it with eyes full of glitter. He's so cute looking, Lin Mo said with a smile. Lu Jing suspected that Lin Mo was having a motherly outburst. He called the school side and rushed back to the school. Missing for several days, the dormitory's roommates Gao Mingyuan, Li Chaoxian, and Wang Danyu, who had also come to exchange and study, surveyed Lu Jing with strange gazes. Lu Jing coughed lightly and made up a suitable excuse in his mind. There was his grandmother in Paris. Bro, it's so not fun enough to go out and get high on your own without bringing us along. Li Chaoxi chose to scowl at him. Lu Jing was a bit confused. Wang Danyu then laughed lewdly. Your little brother must be very tired, working so hard for several days and nights. We all know. We are all brothers. What's there to be embarrassed about? 1v5, you're quite capable. Lu Jing frowned slightly, remembering what Xiang Lu had said before he left. I'll explain it to you at school. Good lord. That's how it was explained. Lu Jing didn't deny it anymore and forced a smile. After another shower, he laid down on the bed. These days, the fear have not slept well, and now dipped the pillow to sleep. Didn't get much sleep and was woken up midway by the phone ringing. It was Lin Mo who called. Boss, the baby's missing. Child? Lu Jing froze for a moment and hurriedly sat up. This sitting, the sight fell on the dormitory. Found Lu Shui was sitting on a stool holding the little boy. Boss, in the twinkling of an eye he's gone. You could hear how anxious Lin Mo was from the sound of his voice. It's okay, I have him. Hearing Lu Jing say that, Lin Mo on the other end of the phone heaved a sigh of relief. Scared me to death. How did he get to you? I don't know. Later, Lu Jing hung up the phone. Both Lu Shui and the little boy cast their eyes over. Lu Jing walked out of bed. Why did you come here? The little boy said. I came looking for you when my brother disappeared. Lu Shui curiously asked. Lu Jing, who is he? A friend's child. Lu Jing said casually. So cute looking. Lu Shui looked at the little boy, that poker face showing a rare smile. Lu Jing raised his eyes slightly. Haven't you always disliked children? I don't know why, but I always feel especially close when I look at this child, and it feels like we're related by blood. Lu Shui suddenly raised her head and looked at Lu Jing. This can't be your illegitimate child. Lu Jing rolled his eyes and ignored Lu Shui's whims. Lu Shui pinched the little boy's soft little cheeks. It really feels like we're related by blood. Lu Jing suddenly remembered the evil god who called sister Lu Shui, and then looked at the unknown being in front of him who seemed to be an evil god, but was not an evil god. He suddenly felt a little panicky and didn't want to think about it any further. Lu Jing, what's his name? Lu Jing then remembered that he didn't know the name of the boy in front of him either. The boy blinked. Name? Don't know. Why doesn't he have a name? Lu Jingxin said. Where would I know to go? Brother, I'm hungry. Why are you hungry again? Didn't you just eat? Well, still hungry. Lu Shui pulled Lu Jing. Come on, let's take him to dinner. Lu Jing was quite helpless, and after scratching his hair that had become disheveled from sleeping, he followed Lu Shui to take the little boy to the cafeteria in the school. The little boy sipped his coke and ate his barbecue, his eyes as bright as stars. Yummy. Lu Jing rested his chin on one hand and yawned. European Union city of St. Petersburg. The 4 ecclesiastical councils were held here. Nope. Technically at the moment there are only 2 major ecclesiastical orders left. The 2 major churches, Alvarsa and Judge Soto's, were successively destroyed by the Night's Watch. Of course, the Night's Watch can't kill all the congregants, but for these believers, it's worse than killing them all, because they had lost the power given to them by their gods. The gods were gone. Completely gone. It's like being killed. And the process took less than half a month's work. At this moment, the 2 remaining major ecclesiastical orders, everyone was in danger. It can't be that mysterious legendary captain of the Night's Watch striking, can it? This person actually possesses the power of deicide. Terrifying as hell. So you're saying that they've been here for just a month and have already destroyed 2 of the 4 great clerics? White Zephyr looked incredulous. Ryuyan nodded hesitantly for a moment. It does seem that way now. Bai Zhe pondered for a moment. Him. It's a talent. Thanks to the great god of buns for the great god certification. Chapter 191. How are you? It wasn't too late to get out of the vigilante base. Lu Jing scratched his head a little depressed, while the little boy followed him step by step. Fang Yun arranged a comprehensive test for the other party, and the test results showed no abnormalities. In other words, the existing means are not yet capable of detecting the anomalies of the other side. Lu Jing looked back at the little boy with curiosity in his heart. What the hell is this creature? He reached up and patted the other man's head heavily. Little boy. It was raining in Paris, and Lu Jing stood under the eaves of the house looking out at the pedestrians. It's also really weird. Do foreigners rarely wear umbrellas? It's raining as much as it's not. The streets were still filled with people walking around, and there was not the slightest hint of urgency. Suddenly, Lu Jing's gaze fell on a man in the crowd. Ayagi? Lu Jing was just about to reach out to greet him when his movement stopped for a moment. The blonde man was carrying a burger from a fast food restaurant in his hand as he crossed the street, not even noticing the difference behind him. It was reasonable to say that assassins were the most sensitive to scent, except that was only limited to the awakened. If an ordinary person blended in with the crowd, he would be ignored instead. Not to mention the fact that this regular guy is a top stalker. Ayanami stopped and watched the blonde man walk into a private house. Sajiri fished out a cigarette. Come out. Lu Jing and the little boy peeked out from the mouth of the alley. Is this a new mission? Not really. How? Ayanami explained. A member of a certain church organization. I found out that the 4 major churches are at war with the Night's Watch, and these small churches of the European Union are instead rising rapidly in the shadows, cheapening them. Lu Jing glanced at the house. Small churches are not in our purge. It's rainy and cloudy to beat the kids and be idle. That idle? Ayagi exhaled a mouthful of smoke. The European Union has a natural base of believers. Even if they were able to exterminate the 4 great churches, soon afterward these small churches would quickly fill in the gaps of the 4 great churches. The European Union wasn't like China, which was why the religious forces here were so strong, and why the Night's Watch had chosen to live in harmony with the 4 major orders. It's strange why the European Union led by Shirazawa would suddenly launch a purge of the 4 major orders. As Xiang Lu spoke, Lu Jing saw a familiar figure walking towards the house. It didn't take much to figure out who that was, as Lin Moore walked up to the front of the room in a blonde wig and a short skirt and high heels. Knock knock? A man's voice came from the room. The man didn't seem to be French, as he spoke English. How are you? Lin Mo didn't even bring hesitation. I am fine thank you, and you? Lu Jing, confused face? Is this what Lin Mo said about himself knowing 18 languages? Why does it sound so wrong? However, it didn't take long for Lin Mo to trick the blonde man into opening the door. The blonde man looked Lin Mo up and down. The two of them chatted for a while, and they didn't know what Lin Mo had said. The blonde man led Lin Mo inside. Soon, Lin Mo's voice came from the headset. Wow, you live alone in such a big house. Shang Liu flicked the ashes of his cigarette and said to Lu Jing, one person would be a good solution. Shang Liu took another look at the little boy following Lu Jing. What are the test results? Lu Jing shook his head, and Xiang Lu stopped saying anything and walked straight to the house. After waiting for a moment, Lu Jing also walked in with the little boy. In the room, the blonde man had laid down on the couch. Ayanami skillfully rummaged through everything the man had on him. Lu Jing carried the little boy to the sofa and told him not to run around. He opened the man's bag and fished out a letter. The letter was full of English that he couldn't understand, and Lu Jing handed the letter to Lin Mo, who was at the side. Lin Moore read it. Captain, it's a letter to him from a man named Hal, and the general idea is to rope him and his men into defecting to him. Oh, Lu Jing became interested. Did it say what religion they were practicing? It doesn't say in here. Lin Mo shook his head. Ayagi picked up. It won't be the 4 great clerics. The letters of the 4 great clerics all have special marks. The 3 of them searched the room for a while without finding anything more special. Ayanami woke the blonde man up, who was stunned for a moment, then snapped back to his senses. Immediately, he stormed off, yet at the moment he was like a 5-second real man. After just a moment of storming, he shriveled up and fell limp on all fours. Shang Liu sat down across from him. Don't struggle. You've been poisoned by me. What sect do you belong to? The blonde man stared indignantly at Shang Liu and sneered. If you have any tactics, feel free to use them. You won't get any useful information from here. Lu Jing couldn't help but look up to him when he saw how hard he spoke. Sajiri said faintly, is that so? I found all your hidden browsing records in your computer, cell phone, and your history traces. I can send them to all your contacts. Enough. I said. Lu Jing swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This is too ruthless. Send browsing history? Might as well kill myself then. My name is Yada Francesco Milamarcini Menahildo Tiagelo Franco. Enough. You'll be called Milo. Ayanami interrupted. What organization are you affiliated with? My organization has been disbanded. There's no point in talking about it or not. Who gave you the letter? A friend. He invited me to his organization. What organization? It's also a church. But I don't know much about it. I've only met him once in a bar, and he invited me to join their organization if he reached out. Very good. Ayanami conjured up a bug from nowhere, and the bug burrowed its way down the other's nostrils. Milo exclaimed in horror. Sajiri snapped his fingers and Milo went rigid, his body out of control. Very well. Now call this friend of yours and say that you would like to join their organization and will also bring the 3 members you are on. This man's name is Yadi Francisco Milamarson. Why is his name so long? Is he trustworthy? Trustworthy? He was once a bishop, and if he is enlisted, there will be many of his former men who will be willing to join us. And this is a time when we are short of men. He's here. As the two were talking, they saw 3 silhouettes in the darkness coming this way. Chapter 192, The Gathering. As the trio approached, the 2 brothers, Kevin and Kelly, didn't notice anything unusual. The 3 were typical European faces, 1 blonde woman and the other 2 were purebred white French men. It's, Kevin said, Yadi Francisco Milamarson. Forgive me if I don't remember his full name, but where is he? My bishop said for the 3 of us to go to your church first to see what's going on, and then we'll make a decision afterward. Kevin and Kerry wore skeptical expressions. Just then, Milo's figure appeared not far away and waved over. He had no intention of coming over, though. Kevin muttered something disgruntled, as if he resented the other man's skepticism, but didn't say anything more. Greeted the 3 men as they got into the car. Along the way Kevin chatters on and on. Now that the Night's Watch is at war with the 4 orders, the 4 great ecclesiastical 4 were destroyed too. The world is in chaos. Now is a good time to rise. If hesitation will only miss the opportunity. Lu Jing hadn't dared to speak. He had a small bug lying on his neck, which always made him feel a little itchy. Ayanami says it's called a psychedelic bug, and it can disrupt other people's vision. This is why the 2 brothers, Kevin and Kerry, look at all 3 of them and think they are Europeans and don't realize they are Asians. We've got a big rally today. Tell your heads you won't get a chance if you miss today, Kaylee said. You all know that the situation is chaotic now, and my head of the family is not too comfortable. Humph. Kevin, who was driving the car, snorted coldly. If you're so afraid of death, why are you still out there? Now that the Night's Watch is at full war with the church, this time of year for the rally, I'm afraid it's not a wise choice. Is it? Ayanami said. The Night's Watch is facing the 4 great synods, and our assembly has nothing to do with the 4 great synods. So don't worry, the Night's Watch won't break their tacit agreement with us. They fight their fight, we rally ours. Kevin was pretty confident that the Night's Watch wouldn't go after them. Ayanami nodded. In order to fight against the 4 major churches, while ignoring, or even pulling in, the other churches. This is indeed a wise choice. The reason why he came under a false identity was also a temporary decision to leave it alone if he didn't find anything out of the ordinary. Where are we going now? Lin Mo asked. Go to the outskirts of town, where our rally is. The car eventually stopped in a valley. Lu Jing couldn't help but be skeptical. He had just stepped out of bed when he heard voices coming from the car. Looking up, he was startled. The little boy was on the roof of the car at some point. One had clearly told Lu Shui to take him back. The little boy saw that he had been discovered and gave an innocent smile. Lu Jing was busy giving him a silent gesture. Let's go. It's a good thing Kevin and Kerry didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. Lu Jing took the opportunity to pull the little boy into the backseat of the car and warned in a low voice. Stay here, don't go anywhere, and be good and wait for me to come back, or else you won't want to eat ice cream in the future. The little boy nodded. Lu Jing sent another message to Lu Shui, telling her not to worry. Before he followed, rode and saw people coming from all directions. Seems to be the same churchgoers who were invited here. They looked at each other, and by tacit agreement neither of them said a word. Unlike the confidence of the followers of the 4 major churches, the members of these small churches appeared to be more cautious in doing things on a regular basis. The followers of the 4 great orders may know each other, and there can be business between the various orders, but the adherents of these small churches, and even some of the newer congregations of the secret churches, seldom know each other. This also saved the Lu Jing trio a great deal of trouble, without having to worry about being suspected by others. At the end of their purpose was a giant long tunnel. Be careful, Xiang Lu reminded Lu Jing and Lin Mo in a low voice. Lucas nodded and looked around, realizing that by this time there could be almost 30 people around already. The tunnel had been abandoned for who knows how long, and it went on for some distance. There were no lights inside the tunnel. It was dark and you couldn't see anything. Buzz dash. At that moment, it seemed as if the sound of some kind of note rang out and throbbed. The crowd only felt a sudden flash of bright light before their eyes. And then they were surprised to find themselves in a spacious and brightly lit huge banquet hall. The walls all around were hung with colorful satin and ornate tapestries, and the floor was covered with thick, soft carpets. Numerous dazzling crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, illuminating the entire hall as bright as day. Everywhere was decorated with lights and a festive atmosphere filled every corner. Red lanterns hung high with beautifully painted designs. A delicate flower was carefully arranged on the table. The crowd was dumbfounded as they were seated one by one under the waiter's arrangement. As soon as the party sat down, the sound of a piano rang out in the hall, and a man in a tuxedo played piano music in the hall. Lu Jing took a sip of red wine and surveyed everything around him. Collective crossing? Such a big deal? Soon the banquet parlor was buzzing with activity. Lu Jing saw that Liu was condescending to a religious man. There was a man in yellow who came over to Lin Mo and seemed to be interested in the woman. Lu Jing hurriedly blocked in front of Lin Mo, and the man in yellow glanced at Lu Jing with dissatisfaction. Lu Jing, on the other hand, glared back at him, stating that this is my female companion. The man in yellow smiled sarcastically and opened his mouth in English, asking Lu Jing which church he was in. Lu Jing's anger did not diminish and he glared at him again, purposely making a fierce expression, because he couldn't understand what the other guy was saying. Lu Jing said that we don't take a listening test in the English college entrance exam. The man in yellow made a disinterested expression and turned to walk away. Lu Jing breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. People around them were already talking about it. At this point the hall could probably have gathered almost 300 people. Lu Jing frowned slightly. This handiwork didn't look like some small sect. It was a bit of a departure from the plan, and originally they were just trying to make a spectacle of it. After all, the target of the Night's Watch was not these small sects, but the 4 major orders. If the purpose of the other party's gathering wasn't to fight the Night's Watch, or to brew some grand conspiracy, as long as you don't go too far, you can let him have his way with this little church. But now it seems, Lu Jing and Xiang Lu exchanged glances. This was catching a big fish. However, they have neither outside help, and now it's just the 3 of them. Just then, Lu Jing noticed a figure not far away. Vigilante ostrich. The night watchman ostrich's slightly short stature squeezed into a group of people, pushing a glass of wine and chatting with the bystanders, and didn't notice Lu Jing and Lin Mo, who used to carry out the mission together with him. Of course, even if he noticed, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to recognize the duo at this point. Chapter 193, The Queen. Lu Jing kept looking at the ostriches in the crowd with his eyes. The ostrich apparently noticed the stare as well. He pretended to glance back at Lu Jing without thinking, and did not recognize Lu Jing, who at the moment appeared to outsiders to be a purebred white man. Lu Jing didn't move to approach the ostrich. The ostrich turned his head and piled on a full smile, with more than a little nervousness in his heart. Recognized? Palace Jade Wine. The ostrich was silent for 2 seconds. He hadn't expected the other to open his mouth and say something like that, and by the sound of it, why does it sound familiar? Why does this white man open his mouth with the flavor of Northeast ballast? Ostrich, I'm Lu Jing. Lu Jing. Ostrich's face changed slightly. Why are you here? I should be asking you that. We're here on a mission to the European Union. Are you? I've come to investigate Lalai. What's that? A small sect in the European Union. After the last Berta mission, the mysterious coffin found in the middle of the mission was taken. The ostrich didn't give up, but kept checking in. The ostrich whispered, "Is there some kind of action tonight?" The two were exchanging information with each other. At this time, the yellow-clothed man who had tried to strike up a conversation with Lin Mo once again came over. Perhaps you know each other? When he opens his mouth, it's also in Chinese. The ostrich frowned slightly as this. Again? Lu Jing glared back at the other party again. Q. He was worried that the ostrich would get confused and take the other side as one of his own. After all, with his current appearance, plus the fact that the man in yellow spoke Chinese whenever he spoke, it was hard not to let the ostrich mistake them for being together. Who would have thought that the moment Lu Jing's words left his mouth, the originally lively surroundings looked like they had suddenly quieted down, as if the lively classroom teacher had appeared, and then all the people turned their gazes to Lu Jing in unison. Lu Jing secretly said that it was not good. Could it be that someone had seen something broken? The ostrich's eyes rolled slightly, quickly judging the situation from Lu Jing's expression, waving his hand to indicate that the crowd was fine, while pretending to pacify the man in yellow and pulling Lu Jing back to his seat. The ostrich inquired in a low voice, "Who is he? Found out who we are? Not quite sure. Anyway, stay away from him. What was it you said about the Church of Lalai?" Ostrich quickly explained. "Remember the coffin that disappeared during the last mission? I found out some other clues and followed them all the way to Europe. This Lalai church, the curse, and the strange new species born because of it. After saying that, the ostrich looked at Lu Jing, waiting for the other party to explain the reason for being here today. Lu Jing made a long story short. The organization wasn't prepared to make a move against these small churches. We came in by mistake. The two were exchanging information when the lights around them suddenly dimmed. A silhouette appeared at the uppermost position within the hall. The crowd looked upward in unison. Here comes the star of the night. Hey, brothers and sisters, our queen has appeared. Someone yelled. Lu Jing narrowed his eyes slightly. It was a girl who wasn't too old. It was estimated to be 16 or 17 years old, probably a little younger than himself. The girl was wearing a slightly exaggerated outfit and had a smile on her face. The girl raised her glass to those who had come to the party. Ladies and gentlemen, the era of the four great clerics has passed. Let us raise our glasses and welcome the new era. She's the organizer of this rally? Ostrich nodded. The Pope of the Church of Lalai. The Pope himself? We have been racking our brains for ways and means in this vast world just so that we can make it a better, more harmonious and prosperous place. And all along, the gods we have believed in have given us spiritual solace though. But to be honest, this faith is more often than not just a form of self-redemption. After all, we deeply understand that the gods will one day awaken from their slumber and reappear on this earth in all their power and majesty. However, just when we felt lost and helpless, fate seemed to finally show us a ray of light. We have found a wonderful way that has never been seen before. This solution will not only free us from our overdependence on the gods, but it will also help us achieve a more perfect and flawless version of ourselves. A roaring change is about to kick off. The Pope of the Church of Lalai rattled on. The first words were kind of normal, just pulling some nonsense and then stating that they people should stick together, retake over those forces that originally belonged to the four great synods when they fell out of favor. As for the so-called change, the odds are that this is what is being referred to. But then something unusual happened. We have the power to transform you into your new selves. Would anyone like to come up and give it a try? Me. It's my turn. They're all just newcomers. I've been to my 20th party. It should be my turn too. There were some frantic yells. As for the others, they looked uncertain, completely unable to understand what they were saying. Rest assured, gentlemen, we have plenty of time. Immediately afterward the queen clapped her hands. The light shone through the darkness, eventually landing on an elderly man. That aged old man, who had originally followed some people, calmly sat in the front row of the banquet hall. At this moment, seeing that he had been chosen, the whole let out a shout of excitement. He was deeply poisoned in the copy, and had long since died. In the midst of the crowd, the old man trembled and ran to the queen's side. He knelt at the queen's feet and kissed the back of her hand, and the queen blessed him. Lu Jing looked at the scene and didn't understand what they were trying to do. On the side, Sagittarius explained, similar to the biblical atonement, after undergoing baptism, you will be able to shed your skin. It's just a matter of pulling off some tricks. The reason why we don't clean up these small churches is that, on the one hand, these small churches have very weak evil powers and few believers. The other side of the coin is that there are churches that don't have evil gods at all, and it's all hard-coded. Oh, Lu Jing nodded thoughtfully. The queen's beautiful and majestic face was enveloped in a soft glow. At the moment, she was carefully holding a heavy scripture. The queen bowed her head slightly, gazing intently at the dense, curving words on the page. Her rosy lips parted lightly and she began to whisper a tongue-twisting incantation. These incantations are like old songs, with a strange and beautiful rhythm, but they make it difficult to understand their deeper meaning. Just when Lu Jing thought that this was a trick played by the other party, he saw that the old man's mouth suddenly let out a painful sound. Chapter 194, Exposure. Ah-ha-ha. The old man was seen to make a pain sound. Immediately afterwards someone injected a green potion into his body. Very quickly, the old man stopped roaring, as if he was dead. The crowd looked at the scene. They were uncertain. What's going on? Suddenly the old man's body moved again, and an attendant stepped forward to remove his shirt, presenting the old man's back to the crowd. Just then, I saw that old man's back begin to shake and twist unceasingly. Looking closely, it actually seemed as if some kind of unknown living thing was writhing madly inside his body, as if it might break out at any time. Accompanied by a chilling creaking sound, a shocking crack slowly split along the old man's back. The crack was getting bigger and bigger, like a hideous and horrible mouth that was preparing to devour everything around it. Just as the crowd couldn't take their eyes off of it, a hand as pale as paper suddenly poked out violently from that crack. The hand was long and dry, with nails as sharp as eagle claws, glinting with a haunting chill. It flailed wildly in the air, as if trying to grab something to hold itself up. Immediately afterward, under the gaze of everyone's astonished eyes, a naked figure slowly and painstakingly burrowed out of the old man's back. This young man had a thin figure, and his skin was a weird grayish-white color, with a layer of slimy, foul-smelling thick liquid attached to it. The liquid flowed down his body, dripping to form a disgusting puddle on the ground. What is even more shocking is that the young man's face bears a striking resemblance to that old man. The contours of his features were almost identical, except that he looked much younger, as if he were the old man when he was young. However, at this moment, his empty, lifeless eyes revealed an endless wave of confusion and fear. This scene stunned all the believers who came to the meeting for the first time. Where have they ever seen such a scene? Despite all the talk about believing in the gods and seeing some of the powers that the gods are said to be able to create, but nothing compares to the feeling of shock that this picture brings them today. Since ancient times, such abilities as immortality and rejuvenation have been placed at the Hall of Fame level. This was far beyond the cognizance of the congregants present and gave them a great shock. This is more persuasive than any speech, more persuasive than any lure of monetary gain. Even Xiang Lu and Ostrich, who had always been well informed, didn't expect such a scene, and the expressions on their faces didn't look like they were pretending to be full of disbelief. A long silence was followed by a mountain of cheering. Needless to say, the image had conquered everyone in the room. Gods they hadn't really seen, but now this scene was witnessed. Who but a god could do that? Looks like mindlessness has set in. Sagittarius snapped back to his senses. The corners of Lu Jing's mouth twitched slightly, only to feel toxic, right? To think that since he had stepped onto the land of the European Union, he had successively destroyed 2 evil gods and directly dismantled 2 of the 4 major ecclesiastical orders of the European Union. And now this mess. Click one's tongue. I was just thinking about it when suddenly the lights flashed again. It seems to be looking for the lucky ones in the crowd. Lu Jing's heart sank. It can't be so. Coincidence? In the next second, the light fell on top of Lu Jing's head. Lu Jing. I'm Nima. This luck. It really is a protagonist's aura. The gazes of the crowd all turned toward Lu Jing. Lu Jing smiled. ABA. He pointed to his mouth, then shook his head back and forth. Lin Mo on the side also jumped out alertly and explained for Lu Jing. We're looking at it. Looking at it, haha. The queen smiled slightly. Don't you want to be baptized by God? We're new here, so let's give this opportunity to someone else. Lin Mo said. Seeing that these 2 people did not know how to behave, someone immediately shouted. Me. Let me. The queen shook her head. If he refuses, then that will be the end of today's favor. Lu Jing frowned slightly. Quite a management style. Some of those who thirsted for the gift cried out in discontent. What are you waiting for? This is God's gift. Don't go up yet. Brat, don't delay us. Watch out, we'll kill you. Lu Jing and the Empress locked eyes, and the Empress guffawed. This woman is nasty. Lu Jing waved his hand repeatedly and simply pulled Lin Mo to the side to hide. But today, the queen seemed to have identified him, and the lights followed Lu Jing. The voices around them grew louder. Lu Jing's heart fluttered and he simply resumed his seat. I'm not going. What can you do? At this time, the yellow-clothed man from earlier stepped forward and directly tugged on Lu Jing's collar. Public and private vengeance? He cursed at Lu Jing and looked as if he was ready to make a move. Put. The one who struck was Sajiri, sending the man in yellow flying with a punch. The crowd let out a cheer to see what was going on. The yellow-clothed man's companions saw the scene and immediately rushed over, followed by the people around him, whether they were watching or venting their dissatisfaction, flocking over, between the 2 sides pushing and shoving each other. The man in yellow rushed forward again, trying to avenge a punch. Lu Jing could tell from Lin Mo's expression that something was wrong. Lin Mo wanted to block Lu Jing's face, but it was too late. The Empress above had noticed Lu Jing's facial changes. Just one person's hand inadvertently ripped off the psychedelic bug from Lu Jing's neck. Thus, in the eyes of the crowd, Lu Jing resumed his original appearance. There was another outcry. Who are you? Kevin and Carrie, who had brought Lu Jing and the others in, were immediately alert. He's not an awakened. Without the cover of the bugs, Lu Jing quickly exposed his identity. Lu Jing pulled the corner of his mouth and rubbed the strand of hair that had just been yanked out. I could tell they weren't right. The man in yellow shouted, but before he could cry out, the tip of the snowy knife had pierced his throat. Blood erupted, adding a splash of color to the darkness that surrounded this. The Night's Watch is here. Those who don't want to die get out of the way. What happens today has nothing to do with you. The ostrich immediately yelled. He reacted quickly that these believers were not believers of the 4 great religions. There was no enmity with the Night's Watch, and the Night's Watch didn't purge them. On the other hand, who knows the strength of the Night's Watch? Toughing out the 4 churches with one man. It is not for these small churches to mess with. Therefore, the ostrich did not hesitate to burst out the name in an attempt to shock the hundreds of believers present. From beginning to end, the pianist was performing his duties, which at the moment coincided with the playing of the 1812 overture. From war cannons to cymbals, gongs and horns. The tense piano sound is very fitting. Shock, indifference, fear, hate. The queen snapped faintly. Kill them, and you will be blessed by God. Chapter 195, New Humanity. After a short silence, the first to rush over was the older believer. They are generally over 100 years old, have been to the party a dozen times. They're just dead people half buried in the dirt, and the awakened have twice pushed the limits of their lifespan. Upon reaching the 50th rank, life expectancy would be generally within 150 years. Only by breaking through this boundary will life expectancy be extended. But it was obvious that breaking through the 50th rank couldn't be done for them, and the biggest possibility is to die in one of the copies during the breakthrough. So God's baptism is undoubtedly the opportunity to give them a new life. It's a death anyway. Put up a fight and there is still a way to live. Just in the nick of time, he saw that white-haired old man leap violently. His already slightly stooped figure skyrocketed several times in an instant. Without showing any weakness, Ayagi swung out a fist with a harsh wind sound straight towards the white-haired old man. Only heard a muffled bang sound. The punch hit the white-haired old man's rounded stomach in an unbiased manner. However, after this punch was thrown, it was like hitting a piece of soft sponge, with no impact. At this time, the white-haired old man looked like a pig demon that came out of the movie. Not only had a huge head and fat ears, even his body had become unusually large. That bulging belly even quivered slightly with the impact of the punch, as if mocking Sajiri's attack for being so feeble. So much for the night's watch. The old man scoffed. Ayanami withdrew his fist calmly. The white-haired, wrinkled old man suddenly shuddered violently. A bizarre green trail quickly slithered and crawled away like a viper on his already slightly dry skin. Wherever this green trace passed, the old man's skin unexpectedly began to faintly glaze over, appearing particularly hideous and terrifying. With a loud pft, the old man's large and heavy body crashed to the ground like a collapsing mountain, the dull sound of his body colliding with the ground. With his mouth involuntarily opened and a large stream of white foam gushed out of his mouth, Lu Jing scanned the situation, which was actually not that bad. A large portion of those present today are newcomers to the area for the first time. They are young and not as eager to regain their youth. Even if they were asked to immediately accept the so-called blessings of God, they would have to think about it. Therefore, after Lu Jing and the others reported the name of the vigilantes, their first reaction was to step back, their faces showing fear. This is the time to make an example of them. Lu Jing summoned his great spear, its head flashing with cold light, straight through a rushing waiter. The attendant also clutched a wizard's staff in his hand. The spells he cast were suppressed by Wanxiang Gone, and he didn't have the agility of an assassin with the defense of a warrior. Seeing this scene, the people around them dared not mess with it even more. The ostrich, relieved to see this, shouted, "This matter has nothing to do with you. Idle people back off. We'll only arrest the culprit today." He turned his attention to the queen who was atop the ballroom. The queen turned and walked away. "Don't let her get away," Ostrich yelled. Not waiting for him to just shout out, Lu Jing had already leaped up. In one continuous jump in the air, his foot stepped on a claw poking out of the void. Borrowing strength, he landed on the second floor of the banquet hall, chasing after the queen in the direction she had fled. A waiter rushed by. Lu Jing swung the Wanxiang Dawnbreaker and forced back a few people. He wasn't going to tangle with them chasing after them in the direction the queen had fled. The tunnel was wrapped in darkness. Lu Jing suddenly sensed that something was wrong, and he rolled on the ground. The cold wind whistled against his head. Kill him. There were voices coming. Dun 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 dash. Muffled and urgent sounds kept coming, as if they were hypnotic drumbeats from hell, each one pounding heavily on one's heart. In the midst of this endless darkness, a blurry silhouette rushed out like a ghost. Lu Jing tightly gripped the lance in his hand and crossed it over his chest, gazing ahead warily. His gaze instantly coalesced. Just then, the figures gradually became clearer. However, when he saw what they looked like, Lu Jing's heart was shocked. It was a bunch of naked people. Compared to the last time they were in Boda, these guys seemed to be more perfect. Yes, it's just more perfect. More like people. Last time in Boda they were with monsters, no doubt. It's hard to associate the two together. And at the moment, Lu Jing took a deep breath and poured his entire body's strength into his arms. Darkness, splattered blood, distant clamor, heavy heartbeats, gasps, harsh winds, all the voices mingled. Lu Jing noticed that blood was flowing from his ears and his arms were hot. These monsters, made even more perfect. Lu Jing simply closed his eyes, and the voice became clearer in the darkness. The spear was clutched as it pierced through one person. They learned to act in tandem. Another figure rushed towards Lu Jing from the other side. Lu Jing backhanded the battle knife from the ghost baby's mouth. Boom! A dissonant voice suddenly appeared in his ears. It was the sound of some piano key falling. It's the same sound as when they first walked into the tunnel. In the next second, the scene before Lu Jing's eyes changed. It was like he had fallen from a great height. The bottom is water. And the ones who fell in here with him were the humans who were baptized by God. Falling into the water. All sound disappeared. This is a very unfavorable situation. Just as several people were about to surround Lu Jing, a dog's head bit down and enveloped Lu Jing. The dog's head moved toward the water with Lu Jing staying afloat. Lu Jing looked around and realized that he wasn't the only one. The entire ballroom seemed to be shifted, with nothing upwards. This appears to be an underground river where they are trapped. There was only enough room up there for a person to poke half their head out and get some air. Lu Jing didn't forget about the people underwater as he took a deep breath. Fold back and take care of those dangers first. These monsters entered the water and swam freely like fish in water. They seem to be one with the water and are not affected by its resistance in any way. The water environment that should have suffocated most creatures was like fresh air to them. Evolution. Becoming more perfect. The New Man. Chapter 196, Breakout. Lu Jing was unable to effectively wield his weapon at all in the water, and the underwater Neanderthals seemed to be completely unaffected by the resistance. Lu Jing wanted to escape, but he couldn't swim past his opponent. Simply tangled with each other in the water. Between you and me. A hand suddenly tugged at Lu Jing from behind. Sajiri was carrying Lu Jing in one hand, and the water was a good place to spread the venom. Soon numerous new humans were physically paralyzed, collapsed in the water. Xiang Lu and Lu Jing took the opportunity to swim up. The duo broke the surface of the water, their heads against the earth above them. The first level is the tunnel, the second is the ballroom, and the third is underwater. In conjunction with the space mage's formation, Xiang Lu explained to Lu Jing. Lu Jing waved his hand. Just tell me what's the best way to get out. It's set up on purpose. Unless the top is blasted open to the ballroom on the second level. Lin Mo and the ostrich drilled out from under the water successively. They're all resting. Lin Ma said. At the moment the toxin was rapidly spreading down the stream. Except for a few people in the middle of Ayagi, hundreds of believers and new humans including them all fell into the water. Lu Jing frowned slightly. Except for a few warrior-type awakened who would ignite their powerful flesh and be able to breathe underwater. The rest of the awakened don't have this ability. The ostrich glanced at Shangliu in surprise. He had never seen Shangliu, but he had heard of the other. There's over 300 people in here. It's all just cultists. Ayanami said lightly. The corner of the ostrich's mouth twitched slightly. Over 300 people? It's not like these are extreme believers. You're massacring them. Now you think of a better way for me to get through the top and I'll get rid of the poison. Ayanami peeled back a piece of dirt and sniffed it, as if judging how deep this was from the second level. I can try. You guys have to stay away. Lu Jing said. The three quickly dispersed. Lu Jing unfolded his arms, and the tattoos on his back radiated energy. Bucket. A black hole-like field gradually coalesced behind Lu Jing, constantly gulping down everything around him. Any object that approached this field would instantly be engulfed by an irresistible force once it touched that invisible boundary. The originally calmly flowing water began to tumble violently, as if it had been boiled, gurgling and bubbling. The field continued to expand, engulfing over the earth above it and creating a huge crater that was so deep it couldn't be seen from the bottom. The dirt and stone residue that fell from all around them were sucked into the field and disappeared without a trace before they even had a chance to hit the ground. Down there, Sajiri's face suddenly changed when he saw the newcomer, who had originally been put down by his toxin, leap out of the water. The toxin only briefly put them in a coma, and then their bodies quickly acclimatized them to the poison. They came from all directions. Lin Mo clutched a short blade in his hand, aiming not at the enemy but at his own arm. Take advantage of Sajiri and ostrich tangling with the newcomers. Lin Mo's blood quickly melted into the water. Only Lin Mo narrowed her eyes slightly, and then her 5 fingers that were as long as green onions slowly opened up. In an instant, an invisible force started to retreat rapidly in all directions from the place where Lin Mo was as the core, and the surrounding water started to retreat rapidly in all directions as if it was violently pushed away by an invisible giant hand. This sudden turn of events caused the originally calm waters to instantly raise a shock wave. Desperately, the newcomers fought their way forward against the raging current, making every effort to swim forward. A very small portion of the blood flowed down the stream and into their bodies. Lin Mo saw that the time was almost up, and changed his gesture. Burst! Boom! Before the two newcomers could make any reaction, they had already been mercilessly pierced through from the inside of their bodies by the sudden sharp blade of blood. Instantly, blood splattered everywhere. Sagittarius picked up Lu Jing, who was weakened from the spellcasting scourge fight, with one hand and glanced upwards. The large hole made by the scourge bucket was much more exaggerated than expected, and if Lu Jing had a finer control, he might have been able to save a lot of effort. Several people climbed up quickly in succession. Sajiri collected the poison in the water. Several silhouettes followed, only to see Sajiri slowly bring his thumb and middle finger together, and just above his shoulder, a slight wave suddenly rippled out. Immediately afterward, a turquoise, crystal-clear snake silently emerged. The snake looked like it was carved out of emerald and exuded a fascinating luster. The snake's head opened slightly, revealing sharp and slender fangs. Then its entire body quickly stretched and elongated like lightning, instantly transforming into a dazzling green shadow of light. This shadow of light flickered back and forth among the newcomers with lightning speed, so fast that it was almost impossible to see its exact movements. In the blink of an eye, the light had swept past every newcomer. When it disappeared, the newcomers were surprisingly left with an extremely subtle and shallow wound all over their bodies. These wounds were as if they had been gently scratched, and it was even difficult to notice them without a closer look, but they vaguely revealed a hint of strangeness. They tried to take a step forward and fell to the ground with a plop. Most of the newcomers lost their breath instantly. They can't get up this time. Ayanami was very confident, but soon one of them had the corners of his mouth twitching and his body changed. Only his arms were seen struggling to hold up that heavy body. His originally fair skin unexpectedly began to gradually glow with a layer of bizarre green light, and quickly spread to his entire body at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, his body was like a balloon that had been blown up, constantly expanding outward. Evolved again. Lu Jing glanced at Xiang Lu. Dude, are you buffing him? Ayanami's face remained unchanged and he was silent for a moment. Run! A few people spread their legs and ran wildly. Behind them more of the newcomers who had fallen into the water climbed out and chased furiously after them. The newcomer, who had adapted to the poison, was running while spewing toxins out. One more layer to blast. Xiang Lu summoned the 9 Earth Divine Bow and pointed the arrow in the air. Go! In the middle of the deepest tunnel at the uppermost level, suddenly, a dazzling and eye-catching light suddenly appeared like lightning. This light was like a huge sword with incomparable sharpness, slashing straight into the ground, only to hear a loud rumble. The original solid ground unexpectedly began to crack at an alarming speed. Countless pieces of debris and dust splashed around, and as the cracks continued to widen, the lower structure gradually lost its support, and like a crumbling high-rise building, it began to slowly collapse downwards. Whew! The Popiece exhaled a long breath that should have killed her. I guess. How could this go wrong? It's never gone wrong before. How did the Night's Watch get here? I can't. He'll get mad. He'll be pissed when he finds out. They have to die here. Those newbies were able to complete the mission. They never failed. The Popiece dialed the phone. The call went on for a long time. Just as she was getting desperate, the call came through. Hello. On the other end of the line, there was a muffled voice. The voice was soothing. My lord, where are you? I want to see you. Chapter 197 Destruction. Hoo-hoo. Darkness. The Popiece is running through the darkness. It reminded her of the first time she was captured by the church, when its people killed all her loved ones in front of her, just as she was about to be killed herself. It was that lord who saved her. She stopped suddenly, letting her breath catch and subconsciously fixing her hair again. My lord. The vigil. It's the vigil. And, nope, the figure in the darkness stepped out. How many? 4. 3 men and 1 woman. They attacked out of nowhere and caught us off guard. I see. Put a stop to the rally for a while. Yes. Well, you've worked hard. Go back and get some rest. He clapped his hand on the Popiece's shoulder. After a long time, the Popiece pressed her hand to the place where the other party had tapped her shoulder. Your Honor. The teacher in the classroom was gabbling words out of his mouth that Lu Jing couldn't understand. Lu Jing was lying on the table, and the sunlight outside fell on him, always making him feel a bit unreal. I haven't had a day's rest since I came to the European Union. As for my own 3 roommates, they are having a night out with their foreign friends. I heard they went to a party yesterday, and Li Chaochu's even took a voluptuous blonde girl with him and didn't return for the night. After Lu Jing heard this envy and jealousy. Lu Jing recalled these days, breaking into the copy, destroy the evil god, the whole thrilling action blockbuster. As for people, third-degree erotic and fragrant action, Lu Jing suddenly thought that it would actually be okay to give himself a change of flavor once in a while. He looked around the room for the girl he had struck up a conversation with earlier. Lu Jing, the child is hungry again. Lu Shue's words pulled Lu Jing back to reality. He glanced at the little boy as people went about their business night after night, jumping over the line between life and death while raising a baby on your own and acting out a Hollywood blockbuster. Lu Jing gave his opponent a chocolate bar to pat it out first, waiting for the bell to ring before taking him to the cafeteria. To be honest, it hasn't been a long time since I've been in Paris, but Lu Jing was already very sick of white people's rice. This stuff is so bad. It's not even rice. He glanced at his cell phone and instructed Lu Shue, don't go to the bar with them at night, while Lu Shue asked slyly, where are you going again? Lu Jing responded with a comment about children minding less about adult matters. He left the school and walked into a car, found the other side's lair, said Ayanami, located in a garbage incineration plant in the Parisian countryside. Sure, being scented by my bugs can be found at the ends of the earth, or even who she touches, the scent carries. Ayanami was very confident. Did you inform Yu Hyun? Notified. The Night's Watch is already headed that way. In a remote corner stands a huge waste-to-energy plant. The seemingly ordinary factory hides an unknown secret. It houses the headquarters of the Lalai Church. However, on this very night, a sudden siege shattered the tranquility of the place. As a result of the long and bitter feud between the Four Orders and the Night's Watch, the Church of Lalai has taken advantage of the opportunity to rise rapidly to prominence. The Night's Watch decided to round them up this night to put an end to the problem. Under the shroud of night, the entire waste incineration power plant fire, smoke rolling. The enforcers of the Night's Watch had long since blocked off all possible escape routes, trapping the members of the Lalai Church. Faced with this desperate situation, the new people, spawned by unknown forces, desperately sought a way out. What awaited them, however, was the cold, merciless blade in the hands of the Night's Watch enforcers. Between the flashes of the blade, blood was splattered and screams were heard. The fire grew and gradually engulfed the entire factory. The members of the Lalai Church struggled and wailed in the fire. Yet nothing could be undone. This once prominent emerging church seems to be headed for destruction overnight. Surprisingly, the Pope who controls the mysterious and powerful Lalai Church is just a young girl. From a distance, the young Pope looked like he was estimated to be under 20 years old, dressed in an incomparably gorgeous robe. His sleeves fluttered and flowed as if the starlight of the entire universe had converged on it. The long skirt trailed gracefully above the ground like a gorgeous galaxy. At the moment, she was standing silently in the center of a blazing fire, the flames around her about to lick her body. However, she was oblivious to the general. Without the slightest expression on her face, her eyes were as cold as 1,000 years of ice, and she just gazed at everything that was happening in front of her without any emotion. Lu Jing stood on top of the mountain and watched the scene. It has to be alive. It has to be alive. Ostrich yelled. The Poppies tugged at the corner of her mouth and finally looked deeply in the direction of the hill. Only heard rumble a loud sound, as if the whole world was torn apart in general. The violent explosion instantly released endless energy and light. With the momentum of the mountains and seas swept away in all directions, in the blink of an eye, everything around them was swallowed up by this raging power, and all of them were reduced to nothing at this moment. Flames rose to the sky and smoke rolled in. The explosion even rippled through the crowd on the hill. The ostrich cursed and slid all the way down the hill, running wildly. Ayanami lit a cigarette and the helicopter landed on Shirasawa. It looks like it would rather die than be caught by us. Ayanami glanced at Shirasawa, his expression changing slightly. Shirasawa also noticed his gaze keenly. Only when he looked over, Sajiri had already averted his gaze. Information. Profile. Put out the fire. The ostrich yelled as it ran. No wonder he was so excited. After all, he had witnessed firsthand how the church had taken a dying old man and turned him into a brand new human being. It was beyond his knowledge. Lu Jing stepped in the middle of a ruin, and he saw the bones of a corpse lying on the ground not far away. That young female pope. The fire left only her face unrecognizable. Lu Jing sighed silently and shook his head. As for being so extreme, the explosion buried everything in the Church of Lalai in it, and the vigil took a few survivors, but they were inconsequential and minor. Chapter 198, If There Is a God. The ostrich made a scratchy noise as he tracked his way here, looking for clues on his own. It took a lot of hard work to see the results. Who would have guessed that the other guy just blew himself up? The whole church went up in flames. Not only that, but no trace of any of the church's internal materials could be found. And all that was left behind was the wreckage. We're all tired today, so let's leave it at that and someone will take care of the follow-up. Shirazawa stood silently, his slender hands casually tucked into those dark gray pockets, the trench coat wrapped tightly around his tall and slightly lean frame. He had his back to the crowd, and it was impossible to see exactly what kind of expression was on his face at the moment. Drilling back into the car, Lu Jing looked at the enforcers who were packing up the wreckage. I can't imagine this organization created itself. When did it have so many people? Sajiri closed the car door and looked around. Something's not quite right. What's wrong? White Zephyr touched the Poppies. What? Shirasawa has touched the Poppies before. Ayanami repeated again. He smells of my poisonous insects, and the Poppies has touched him. Lu Jing recalled that White Zephyr had never joined the battle from the beginning. The Poppies didn't show up during the battle either. That means there is no possibility of White Zephyr crossing paths with the Poppies. And naturally the odor is not contagious. Have these two met before? Ayanami nodded. Judging by the smell, it was only a day or two ago. Probably. The day we were trapped in the tunnel. Lu Jing was silent for a moment. White Zephyr has a problem? The explosion was also strange. It seemed to be a big show that was deliberately played out for us. All of it burned clean and not even a single useful piece of information could be obtained. We're a surprise attack. But it's as if the other side expected it. Ayanami looked out the window. Why did White Zephyr suddenly launch an attack on the 4 great clerics? The attack was just a front, to take advantage of the chaos and hide some kind of purpose. Lu Jing quickly followed his train of thought. With the strength of the 4 big churches being weakened, there will definitely be many small churches rising. I'm afraid that being able to create new people is not something that a small church can do. There won't be a White Zephyr supporting her behind this. The voice came from behind Lu Jing and Xiang Lu. The two froze at first and jerked their heads around. Lin Mo sat up from the back seat and yawned lazily. When were you here? I've been here the whole time. It's just that you two haven't noticed. Lin Mo pointed to her injured arm. She had just been wounded during the battle, so she simply bandaged it in the car. Lin Mo Kazlan's big eyes blinked. So it seems that Bai Zhe is actually the murderer behind the scenes. He led the European Union's Night's Watch to start a war against the 4 great clerics, but the purpose behind it is to create a world with only newcomers and destroy the whole world. Lu Jing and Xiang Lu looked at each other and shook their heads in unison. That's a bit of a crazy idea. Shirasawa isn't a crazy person, Ayanami said, but he's colluding behind the scenes with the Lalai Church for sure. Otherwise, with the size of this church in Lalai, it's impossible for it to quickly become huge in a short period of time if there's no one behind it. I'll tell Kirin about this. What's at stake isn't something we can just meddle with. White Haze is head of the European Union. Even if he had done something wrong, it was not for them to adjudicate. This matter must be told to the Kirin of the same rank as Shirasawa. Then the unicorn decides. Fascination flooded Lu Jing's heart. Before he came, Kirin had secretly told Lu Jing to notice the movements within the European Union. If something goes wrong, then the most likely person to do it is the head of the European Union, Bai Zhe. Plus, in the North Pole copy, Tengu said Shirasawa's name before he died. Lu Jing's hand gently tapped on the windowpane. Shiraz. He recalled Bai Zhe. Will Shiraz betray himself? Betray the Night's Watch? Lu Jing couldn't pinpoint it, and he recalled the several conversations he had with White Zephyr. White Zephyr lives underground. Because of portals, humans once thought about moving underground, but then the plan failed. But the various buildings underground were preserved. Then later on, because the awakened kept appearing, the level kept rising, and the newly born babies kept appearing as awakened. When mankind had the courage to fight the copies, the underground was abandoned. Still, there are some homeless people because of the demonic destruction in the replica, being housed in the ground. That's where White Haze grew up. To put it mildly, his house is a block away from Jubilee. It was probably one of the most chaotic times for mankind. Portals keep popping up. Humanity's power is limited. Cults run rampant. And the government even shut down for a time. And the laws against the awakened are not perfect enough for those with power to act with impunity. Killing a few people is no burden at all. Kill someone and throw them into the middle of the portal. Or just fake it as if they were killed by a demonic creature that ran out of the portal. No one will ever find out. And certainly no one cares about anyone else's death during this period. This is especially true in the underground world. Dribble dribble dribble. It was the sound of water drops constantly falling into the bowl. As a child, Shiraz looked up at the faucet. Hopefully he can get a little more water out. But apparently there's only so much water left. As he was walking back with his bowl, he saw the little girl who lived on the opposite street and was the same age as himself. Bai Zhe knew the other person, but he couldn't name them. 3 days later, a group of toughs broke into the girl's house and killed her mother. White Haze's mother used to be on good terms with the other's mother. The mother told White Zephyr to go and bring the girl some food. Shirasawa saw the bullet-riddled woman with holes in her body and the girl sitting crouched on the sidelines. Bai Zhe put the food down, not knowing what to say. The girl asks Baze what the meaning of human life is. White Haze didn't come up with an answer. The next day, he was worried that the girl wouldn't be able to think straight. So he went to the girl's house again under the pretext of delivering something. But he was shown a scene that he would never forget. The girl's otherwise dead mother opened the door for him with a gentle smile on her face. That scene scared the young White Zephyr so much that he peed his pants on the spot. Because yesterday, he also saw the woman's bullet-riddled body, which was riddled with holes, and the body had begun to decompose. Bai Zhe was so scared that he turned his head and ran away. He went back and told his family about it. The parents just thought he was talking nonsense as Shirasawa dragged them to the girl's home. But by then the girl as well as her mother had disappeared. That was the first time Shirasawa doubted the world. Is it true that there is a god in this world? Can bring a dead person back to life? The young Shirasawa sat in the doorway of the girl's house, not far from the television set that was reporting. An A-rank copy appeared, and the demons inside rushed out, having already killed more than 300 people. If there really is a God, why can't this be eliminated? Chapter 197 Declaring Your Return. Do gods really exist in this vast world? The young Shirazawa was often left alone to ponder this question. Whenever night fell and the stars twinkled, he would always raise his head to look up at the endless sky, his heart filled with doubts and incomprehension. If the gods really exist, then why do they remain indifferent in the face of so much suffering and injustice in the world? Why can't we exercise our divine power and change this devastation? Not long ago, Shirazawa's father left home to work in the world above. However, when Shirazawa finally gets a chance to learn about the so-called world above, he is surprised to find that it is not a wonderful paradise either. Whenever and wherever they appear, hideous and horrible demons will suddenly appear, bringing great panic and disaster to the people. The large number of portals were even more like an unhealable wound, scattered in all corners of the city. The Awakened Ones Guild is using its powerful force as a way to pressure and negotiate with the government. They made all sorts of harsh demands, and if the government did not accede to them, the Awakened People's Guild threatened to go on a continuous strike and no longer fulfill its responsibility to protect the people. At this moment, Baizé is slowly walking on the cold and lonely streets, and everywhere he looks, there is a desolate scene. Abandoned vehicles that had been destroyed by the demons were parked on the side of the road, and buildings that had once towered over the city were now broken and collapsed, as if telling of the frightening battles that had taken place in the past. Stores on both sides of the street, doors and windows closed. The former bustling crowd has long disappeared, leaving only the cold and quiet streetscape and the leaves fluttering in the wind. Not long after arriving in the Earth world, Baizé's father died in the middle of a catastrophe. All that was left of the family was him and his mother, and his sister. White Zephyr didn't show the grief he should have for his father's death. By the time he got to high school, his mother was dead. The demons that ran out of the portal cut off an entire building, which the mother happened to be in. Baizé sat in front of the grave. He actually felt good about being dead. Actually, it's kind of nice to just die like this, isn't it? Baizé muttered. Sooner or later, in this world of danger and fear, the threat of death will be faced. Instead of living in fear every day, it is better to be relieved early. He closed his eyes slowly, and the images that had so horrified him continued to flash through his mind. The demons are ravaging the streets and people are running for cover. Blood stains the earth. Wails ring out. These scenarios had become a regular part of his life, leaving him overwhelmed with exhaustion and despair. This incorrigible world. Young man, I see that you have amazing bones and are a good candidate to save the world. How about being willing to change the world with me? Shirazawa looked at the little boy in front of him wearing an otter mask and didn't bother. The little boy was not embarrassed to see him ignoring him. Another boring one by the looks of it. The little boy shook his head while rubbing shoulders with Baizé. After a few more days, Baizé didn't think he'd meet the little boy again. The other guy jumped out of a tree and broke his leg. Are you okay? Nothing at all. The little boy couldn't see what expression was on his face with the mask on, but I could hear that his voice was trembling. Baizé had no choice but to carry the other party and head towards the hospital. Tell me your parents' contact information. The little boy was silent for a long time. Mommy's saving the world and can't be bothered. Where's Dad? Where's the rest of the family? It's only Mom. All the other family members sacrificed themselves for the planet. Shirazawa didn't ask any more questions. A child of that age would already be fooling himself with his own logic. He carried the boy all the way to the hospital. It coincided with another demonic rampage in one of the replicas, and the ambulance kept ringing as patient after patient was wheeled in. As for the little boy on the White Zephyr's back, there was no time to care. Shirazawa had no choice but to wait with his opponent. Baze bought 2 ears of corn. The little boy nibbled on the corn and said no thanks, mouthing puzzling words. It was not until the evening that a doctor finally got free. Whitehaze stopped staying and left the hospital. The hospital will naturally contact the other person's parents. And big deal, the police. It was all he could do. Baizé stood on the floor of the hospital and lit a cigarette, ready to smoke and find one before leaving. Look back years later, Shiraz would wonder what his fate would have been if he hadn't stayed at the hospital and smoked that cigarette. Hey! Just as the cigarette was about to run out, a voice suddenly came from overhead. I've changed my mind. You've been chosen by God. Baizé looked up and saw the little boy standing by the window yelling at him. Go, bury the world with your hands. Turn your anger, your wailing into strength for your lonely march. Go to the world and proclaim your return. Go on, go change the world. I shall give thee the name, Shirazawa. Baizé really couldn't hold back his laughter. Whitehaze played with the lighter in his hand. Go on, go change the world. Captain, can I really? Can someone like me really do it? In the underground world, the huge altar was surrounded by cloaked devotees who were chanting incantations over and over again. They've been here for 3 months without food or water. Even the awakened couldn't support them. and some of those who fainted were quickly carried away. And immediately someone else filled in. Judge Sotos. Alvarsa, 2 of the 4 major orders have been destroyed by you, and that's not what we planned. The fact that 2 of the 4 major religions had been destroyed in a short period of time disturbed the Pope, who had cooperated with Shirazawa in believing in the god of destiny. He thought that the Night's Watch would be strong, but he didn't expect it to be this strong. There was an accident, but that's okay, it won't affect our cooperation. Baizé looked towards the huge chain-bound coffin at the center of that altar. That's the coffin that sealed the god of fate. By the time our plan works, they weren't supposed to exist. It's all the choice of the fates. The god of fate? So destiny told you that our plan will work? It will. Definitely. The Pope nodded. For that, I have given all I have. Baizé looked a little confused. At that moment, he suddenly lowered his head to look at the message on his cell phone. It was a message that Sajiri had sent to Kirin from a special number, and he had intercepted it. Chapter 198. There's a new mission. Sajiri stopped the car. Ryuyan sent a new assignment. Lu Jing frowned slightly. Why is there still a mission? They had just left the Lalai Church. It's the branch of the Lalai Church. Ryuyan's voice came over the phone. It's hard for you guys to make the trip. The car was like a lonely beast, slowly traveling on the path that was swallowed by endless darkness. On both sides of the road stood rows of tall trees, which were like silent guards, quietly guarding this mysterious place. The breeze gently brushed by. The trees swayed slightly with the wind, and the branches and leaves rubbed and collided with each other, emitting a subtle but crisp sound. Looking around, it was pitch black in front and behind, making it difficult to find even a single silhouette. The trail seemed to have no end, stretching into the distant unknown. All around, everything was silent. Only the sound of wheels crushing the road and the sound of wind blowing the leaves intertwined. Breaking this palpitating silence, the task was given to Xiang Lu, Lu Jing, and Lin Mo. The ostrich followed. As soon as he heard that it was a branch church in Lalai, he immediately became interested. There's something fishy. There's definitely something fishy. There's no way the volume of the Lalai church could do something like this. All along the way, the ostrich chattered. Da! Sajiri glanced at the caller ID. An unfamiliar number. Incoming alerts or scam calls. Ayanami scratched out a refusal. But not a moment later, the phone rang again. This time it was Lu Jing's cell phone. Also a scam call. Lu Jing hung up the phone. The scammer seemed to be undeterred and changed subjects again. Lin Mo looked at the caller ID of her cell phone and tapped the connect button. Where are you now? Surprisingly, a familiar voice came over the phone. Karen? The car was quiet for a moment. It's on its way to the Lalai branch church. I can't get a hold of Shiraz. There's a problem over at the European Union. Your little. Calls were forced to be disconnected. At the same time, there was a bang from the car. It seems to have hit something. Sajiri didn't stop and pressed the gas. Sit tight. Sajiri was driving the car when suddenly there was a flash of white light in front of his eyes. Several people in the car noticed the white light at the same time. Lu Jing suddenly felt as if he was bound by an invisible force. His arms and legs were completely unconscious, unable to move a single bit, only to see that at some point in front of him, a woman clad in loose hair with an eerie face had appeared. This woman was as if she had stepped out of a dark abyss, exuding a creepy aura. In her hand she clutched a huge, sharp pair of scissors, the shimmering blades unnerving. At this moment, the woman said in a cold and threatening tone, "Now, I'm going to start asking you questions. Remember, if you answer incorrectly, these scissors will mercilessly cut you in half." With that, she slowly raised the scissors in her hand in a ready-to-cut position. It's a self-contained rule-based demon. These types of demons come with their own rules and can forcefully pull people into their own rules. Running out of copies? Or maybe it was specifically waiting for them here. How many does 1 plus 1 equal? The other spoke slowly. Lu Jing froze. 2. Answer correctly. Lu Jing. This demonic creature doesn't look like it has a very high IQ. Question 2. Lu Jing was confident that he would not be able to defeat himself with this level of difficulty. You don't add or subtract. Direct commutative law. Who are you looking down on? The scissor woman spoke slowly. Listen to the question. Log n, satface n plus 12, log n plus a dash integral infinity nb1 x, dxx, equals 1 plus integral infinity 1b1 ex, dexlog, s, satface s plus 12, logs s plus a dash integral infinity 0b1 t, dtt plus s. Lu Jing, oh, isn't it not about the math? How did this suddenly change to English? You mamacita kisses. Scissor woman stared at Lu Jing with a deadly tight stare. Although he couldn't see the other party's eyes and only had hair, he could still feel a vicious chill. 3, 2, the other side is already counting down. Lu Jing, who can answer that? A blazing, incomparable feeling surged up his body like a tidal wave, and a 2-meter-long spear appeared out of nowhere. The large gun shone with a mysterious light throughout. Wanxiangdan. Suppression. A roar resounded through the clouds. The large gun emitted an unrivaled pressure, like a mountain crashing down. The various rule forces that had originally bound the body around them unexpectedly began to tremble and distort under this powerful pressure, and were eventually completely suppressed. In that instant, the scene in front of Lu Jing's eyes gradually cleared up, and everything returned to its original form. However, he soon realized that not only himself, but all the other people around him were all inexplicably caught up in the bizarre rules as well. At this moment, directly in front of Lu Jing, there stood a woman in a white dress. In her hand she clutched an incredibly sharp pair of scissors that shone with a chilling cold light. The woman's face was expressionless, her eyes as empty as dead ashes, staring straight at Lu Jing. Lu Jing quickly raised the lance in his hand, and without hesitation, he stabbed hard towards the woman in white. The tip of the gun collided with the scissors, sending out a string of dazzling sparks. Lu Jing had just forced Scissor Woman back when a huge white figure whizzed by. It was a white wolf. Lu Jing's eyes glazed over and he dodged, only to see him nimbly turn back around, the lance in his hand stabbing out like lightning, and with a stern aura it pierced straight into the white wolf's body. Just then, however, a cry of alarm suddenly came from behind. Watch out! Before Lu Jing could react, a huge force violently yanked him backwards. Almost at the same instant, the white wolf that had been pierced through its body let out a howl of pain and anger. Its originally huge body began to rapidly expand at a speed visible to the naked eye, like a balloon that had been blown to its limit and was about to explode. Boom! With a loud bang, that white wolf's body unexpectedly exploded directly. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere like rain, with all sorts of disgusting pieces of internal organs mixed in. The blood, flesh and organs formed a bloody parabola in the air before spilling out onto the ground in a flurry. Lu Jing glanced around, and there were surprisingly a dozen more such white wolves around. Calculated. Ayanami gritted his teeth. Lu Jing held his spear in his hand and forced back the two white wolves in front of him. Rush out first. The white wolves around them had already rushed over. Ayanami, stun them. Just as Lu Jing finished speaking, Xiang Lu had already made his move. Chapter 199. Ambush. Demons. There are demons all around. Lu Jing swung his lance and tried to force the white wolf back. However, these white wolves are mainly fought by a humongous person who will blow himself up if he dies. It's really a bummer. It reminded Lu Jing of the self-exploding trucks he met when he used to play Red Alert. Good thing Sajiri had a way of making them fall to the ground unharmed. Lu Jing's eyebrows trembled slightly as the latter 5 seconds appeared before his eyes. Get out of the way. As soon as he did, he yanked Lin Mo, who was still standing in the car, toward his side. Boom! Along with this deafening roar, only a huge white figure was seen violently rushing out from the dense forest. The figure was extremely fast. An ostrich fixed his eyes on it. Surprisingly, it was a white dragon with a huge size and fierce face. It opened its bloody mouth, sharp fangs flashing with cold light, only to hear a click sound. The behemoth bit the incredibly sturdy car in two with a single bite, splattering metal fragments everywhere. This white dragon in front of him was covered in snow-white scales, with hairs standing up at the roots, like it ran out of a painting. Lin Mo's body jumped up high. Eat my blood pack, only to see her pull out a compact bag from her bosom containing a blood packet mixed with her own blood, and without hesitation, she threw it out with force. As the blood packet arced through the air, it eventually smashed down on top of the white dragon's massive body. In an instant, the bag ruptured open and bright red blood surged out. As if these bloods possessed life, they quickly spread out at an astonishing speed, forming a thin line that tightly covered the surface of the white dragon's body like a spider's web. Those long threads made of blood twisted and twisted, wrapping around the white dragon in death. Each line clung to the scales of the white dragon, tightening. Lu Jing took the opportunity to stab over with the Wanshan Dawnbreaker. Boom! The tiger's mouth is numb with shock. Lu Jing took 2 steps backward, and the big gun in his hand almost didn't come off. In the next second, the white dragon had broken free of Lin Mo's restraints and roared as it charged towards them. It also didn't even care about the white wolves that were still surrounding Lu Jing and the others at the moment. One bite directly tore apart several white wolves. Those white wolves suddenly exploded. Boom boom boom. The series of attacks directly messed up the scalps of all 4 people, including Lu Jing. They don't kill the white wolf. That white dragon doesn't care. It was seen to weave through the aftermath of the explosions with a dexterous posture. As fast as the wind, bright red blood hung above a body of white scale armor, dripping down in a shocking manner. However, such an intense explosion and bloody scene had failed to cause it even the slightest bit of damage. It still held its head high and the dragon's might was immense, exuding an unrivaled and powerful aura. Despite being stained with a lot of blood, those crimson liquids not only didn't make it look lousy, but instead added a few more points of hideousness and ferocity. As the white wolf's body exploded, In an instant, blood and flesh flew and splattered in all directions. The smell of blood filled the surrounding area and was sickening. And in the midst of this chaos, a white figure sped out like lightning. Lu Jing couldn't dodge and slammed right between the white wolf's bloody mouth. He was forced to raise the Wanxiang Dawnbreaker against his opponent's strong attack, the power of the Yin, which increases in strength dramatically at night, and can be increased up to 50% under a full moon. At this moment, although the moon was not full, the enhancement it brought to Lu Jing was still not to be underestimated. Lu Jing forcefully blocked it and gritted his teeth to support it. This white dragon's body is hard as hell. Ostrich raised his pistol and stood behind Lu Jing, pulling the trigger. It was a sniper rifle, equipped with only one round in it. Armor-piercing bullet no. One of Godslayer, up to 40th Order Warrior Profession Awakened. Again, this is obtained by redeeming points. Lu Jing caught a glimpse of him within the next 5 seconds and rolled on the ground. Dodge underneath the white dragon. The bullet was frighteningly large, more like a small artillery shell. The moment this giant bullet was ejected from the gun's chamber, the powerful recoil Judas instantly sent the firearm-wielding ostrich flying violently backwards. At the same time the ostrich's chest area, as if it had been hit hard by a heavy hammer, trembled violently. Boom! The powerful bullet fiercely blasted above the white dragon's massive head with a thunderous force, a terrifying power capable of destroying the defenses of a 40th rank warrior. In an instant, it was as if the entire space was shaken by this powerful impact. As if the white dragon had suddenly suffered a heavy hammer blow, its huge body involuntarily trembled slightly, and its originally high head violently shifted to the side. Seeing this scene, the ostrich hiding in the distance couldn't help but feel a burst of ecstasy in his heart, thinking that he had finally succeeded in giving this ferocious white dragon a fatal blow. However, things went far beyond its expectations, only to see that the white dragon merely shook itself for a moment before raising its head, those sharp eyes still flashing with a dazzling light, not affected in the slightest. Not only that, the part of the forehead covered by the scale armor had only left a shallow white mark, and not even a trace of blood had appeared. Grass! Ostrich couldn't help but burst out. This has been the most lethal of all his props. As if no physical attack under the sky could break his defense? What kind of demon is this? The white dragon was enraged by the ostrich and roared at it. The white dragon was so fast that it looked like the ostrich was about to die in the dragon's mouth. In the nick of time, Lu Jing ruthlessly pushed the ostrich out, and the great mouth of the white dragon closed heavily. Boss! Lin Mo glared with rounded eyes. Her anger instantly ignited. The blood around his body quickly condensed into 10,000 incomparably sharp blades, closely surrounding Lin Mo, like a group of loyal guards. With a roar, Lin Mo descended from the sky and ruthlessly smashed into that white dragon. The 10,000 sharp blades also followed closely behind, falling as if they were dense raindrops, stabbing at the white dragon's massive body. The attack, unsurprisingly, didn't pose any threat at all to the white dragon's scale armor, but what was strange was that the white dragon's body trembled slightly, and then fell to the ground headfirst. The ostrich looked at the scene in amazement. Give my boss back! Lin Mo shouted in exasperation. In the next moment, the white dragon's huge mouth was split in two. Lu Jing jumped out of it. The moment he jumped out, he had already put away the Qinkuan chop that could cut through everything. Chapter 200, The Yellow Robe. The white dragon's massive body fell to the ground with a loud thud, raising a cloud of dust. At the moment, Lu Jing was covered in filth and emitted a disgusting stench. With great difficulty, he burrowed out of the white dragon's corpse, and when he raised his head to look around, he realized that the bright moon hanging high above his head shed its cool light, illuminating this bloody land. As far as the eye could see, the ground was filled with scarlet flesh and broken white bones, shocking to the eyes. The original lush green forest was not spared. A large tree was uprooted or cut off at the waist, falling to the ground, forming a messy scene. The air was thick with the smell of blood and death. Our cell phones have been implanted with viruses. Throw the phones away, Sajiri said, and had thrown his cell phone away. Lu Jing glanced at his cell phone, which had the most important group chat for contacting the vigilantes, but he didn't have time to hesitate. Sajisu had already taken the first step to snatch his cell phone, and then broke it. The corner of Lu Jing's mouth twitched slightly. Never mind, as long as the account number was there everything would not be a problem. Paris, Western Ghetto. At the moment, the wretched Lu Jing 4 were hiding here. This is the apartment of a former comrade of mine. It's safe. This comrade in arms in Sajiri's mouth was his comrade in arms from when he was in the military. Then he fled the country for a crime and became a mercenary. This is one of his strongholds. We can't contact the organization anymore. Ostrich searched for organizational contacts on his apartment laptop. As soon as we send out a signal here, the other side will immediately lock onto our position. Your mom's kiss. What the hell is Shirazawa up to? He betrayed the organization. Ostrich couldn't believe until now that White Zephyr would betray the organization. The Night's Watch had never had such a precedent, let alone the head of the entire European Union. Shirasawa, this is the captain's hand-picked chief. Lin Mo stepped out of the bathroom, wearing a bathrobe. Boss, you're up. Oh, a few of them smelled really bad right now. A mixture of flavors and the colorful liquid of their insides. Lu Jing walked into the bathroom and took out the boson stove from the ghost baby's mouth. Although his cell phone was gone, he was nevertheless able to contact the vigilantes with the boson stove. The White Zephyr Rebellion. Why did he rebel? Lu Jing couldn't figure it out. And before that, he still decided to talk to Bai Zhe first. Mentally, Shirasawa. In the blink of an eye, Lu Jing slowly opened his eyes again. It wasn't the bathroom anymore when my vision cleared, misty and unable to see far into the distance. A huge iron throne cast from black metal. Lu Jing sat on top of the iron throne and looked at the figures below. White Zephyr seemed to raise his head without feeling surprised that he was suddenly summoned here. Captain, White Zephyr. Lu Jing didn't feel that his butt hurt when he sat on the iron throne at the moment. He lowered his head and looked down at the figure below. White Zephyr, talk to me. Bai Zhe was silent for a moment. Captain, no, or maybe I should call you Lu Jing. Lu Jing's expression changed slightly, but it was good that he was separated from the mist. White Zephyr couldn't see the change at all. From the moment you stepped into the European Union, I hacked into your, Ayanami's, and Gumiho's various communication devices, including, naturally, cell phones, which I didn't expect to find by accident. Then, when you successively struck out to destroy 2 of the 4 great sects, I became more certain of your identity. Lu Jing thought to himself that when he went back, he would definitely hire a hacker at a high price to add a confidentiality system to his cell phone. Otherwise it wouldn't be known to the world if it was invaded like that. Captain, I thought you would have my back. Shirasawa said. Support you? What's that? Lu Jing didn't know what exactly White Zephyr was going to do from the beginning to the end, so he was just silent. Captain, this world will never change, even if we exterminate more portals. We're not eliminating portals nearly as fast as they're appearing. Captain, the portals are never eliminated. Never ending. Remember what you said? Why do portals exist? Lu Jing blinked. I said. There were so many things that Lu Jing had said that he couldn't even remember them, not to mention the words spoken as a child. White Zephyr continued. Why is there a portal in this world? And why are there awakened ones in the world? Why do awakened people enter the portal and succeed in breaking through? They will be rewarded. They will get all kinds of props, and they will get resources for cultivation. It's just like a copy of the game, specifically designed just for the player. It's all about making them stronger until the best players are filtered out. Captain, this is all what you said before. The duplicates are there for the awakened. It is they who are sifting through the new humans. It is the gods who are choosing the new gods. From among the human race, countless people will be sacrificed for this purpose. They want to give birth to one, if not several, new gods among the awakened. So they use the earth as a battlefield to start trial after trial. So what if one day all the awakened people in the world disappear? If there are no more awakened people in this world, then is it possible that the copies will disappear and they will not be allowed to get what they want? We, the human race, will be able to control our own destiny. The more White Zephyr spoke, the more agitated he became, and by the end he seemed to be shouting at the top of his lungs. Captain, that's what you told me before, but why can't you just let him be? Make all the awakened in this world disappear and let us take the reins. So Shirasawa's plan is to kill all the awakened in this world. Lu Jing was inwardly shocked. He remembered a statistic from a website he had read earlier, that there were 7 awakened people for every 10 people in the world today. That means 70% of the people in this world are awakened. There are more than 4 billion humans today. If the White Zephyr plan is to destroy all the awakened, it is also about to destroy nearly 3 billion humans. Lu Jing swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Not only was he shocked by the absurdity of White Zephyr's idea, but also by its cruelty. It's not 30. It's not 300,000. It's 3 billion. Incorrect. Lu Jing quickly associated it with those new humans he had met earlier. Those new humans who are so adaptable that they can breathe underwater and can quickly adapt to Sagittarius gas. It's them. New humans. Shirasawa said. They have stronger bodies, greater adaptability. All humans become younger. And most importantly, they lose all consciousness. The equivalent of turning into a newborn baby. That's when we vigilantes will be able to come to the front of the stage. All copies of the world will disappear. And you, the captain of the Night's Watch, will become the new leader of mankind, leading us humans in a different direction. Lu Jing at the moment had the feeling that he was being given a yellow robe by his men. What the hell? Chapter 201, Insanity. Lu Jing looked at Bai Zhe, who had an almost maniacal expression. Under the throne. Crazy. He's going to turn all the awakened people in the world into those kinds of new humans. And then, let yourself rule the world. The corner of Lu Jing's mouth twitched slightly, shocked by the other party's bold idea. I wouldn't dream of doing that myself. This is outrageous, Captain. When that happens, the world will have no more wars, no more portals, no more cults. We will lead humanity into a new chapter. White Zephyr said reverently. New humans? Those monsters? Can assimilated humans still be considered human? Lu Jing immediately realized the problem. What you are undoubtedly doing is tantamount to killing them and giving birth to another group of species in another way. There are no memories, and they don't even know they're human. To put it nicely, this is called rebirth. The hard way is to exterminate one species and then use that as the basis for the birth of another. What if the plan fails? What makes you so sure that the portal will disappear after the awakened disappear? Lu Jing pursued. Nowadays, portals continue to spring up all over the world, and the sheer number of awakened people is barely enough to keep the portals at a certain number. If we really follow your approach, after the birth of new humans, the awakened disappear. So let the new humans face the portal? How long will it take us to train them? They have more adaptability though. Yet other than that, there is nothing special about them anymore. In a replica, then the awakened? And then suppose that all the awakened people in the world disappeared. So will the children of the new humans give birth to awakened ones? What makes you so sure that new humanity and new humans won't give birth to awakened ones? The chance of 2 non-awakened people giving birth to an awakened person is the same as the chance of 2 awakened people giving birth to an awakened person. According to Shirazawa's preconceived notions, if he really purified the awakened around the world, there are still so many non-awakened left, and they are still capable of giving birth to awakened ones. In the end, Bai Zai's plan was a complete gamble, and it's a gamble on the lives of human beings all over the world. White Zephyr was silent for a moment. The birth of new humans to new humans is still a new human. As for those who are not awakened, it is possible to achieve physical castration. This will avoid bloodshed on one hand, and on the other hand no more awakened will be born. Crazy, crazy. Lu Jing now understood that this Bai Zai was purely and simply insane. Brain in the Pacific. No one in their right mind would ever come up with that idea. There are now nearly 3 billion awakened people in the world. According to his idea, to mentally wipe out all 3 billion of these awakened people and replace them with another kind of new human. The remaining billion or so non-awakened people are physically castrated so that they cannot have any more children. Are you awake right now? Lu Jing really couldn't help but ask. Captain, I'm sober. Lu Jing realized that no matter what he said, he was afraid that the current Bai Zai would not listen. White Zephyr, I'll say it one last time. Stop. Lu Jing said solemnly. Stop. What happened before is forgiven. Otherwise, if you take another step forward, it will be an abyss of 10,000 feet. White Zephyr was silent, then dropped to one knee. Captain, my mind is made up. Lu Jing sighed helplessly. Misty disappears. One early morning 3 days later, the sun hadn't yet fully flooded the earth. In the Middle East, a land shrouded in war and turmoil, terrorist organizations have quietly launched their long-planned operations. Without warning, several fighter jets whizzed into European Union airspace like ghosts, and an airstrike was launched. Meanwhile, inside the European Union, the Senate, controlled by White Hazel, finally waited for the perfect moment. While the population is thrown into a panic by the sudden terror attack, the legislators are secretly maneuvered to quickly pass the war bill. Once this bill comes into force, it means that the European Union will be officially involved in a war against terrorism on an unprecedented scale. Faced with this urgent situation, the government of the European Union was compelled to take a decisive step by immediately declaring a nationwide state of siege. The streets of the city instantly became cold and empty, with few pedestrians. Stores have closed their doors, and the bustling business district seems to have lost its vitality overnight. The entire European Union has entered a highly tense wartime situation in which the rhythm of people's lives has been completely disrupted. Even though Lu Jing had long ago sent out warnings to the night watchmen everywhere, White Zephyr had been working hard in the European Union for years. Its forces are disjointed and deeply entrenched, combined with the new humans he had secretly bred and a large number of loyal henchmen. These forces made it difficult for the Night's Watch in other areas to quickly and effectively organize a counterattack for a while, although the night watchmen in each region were anxious. In such a complicated situation, they could only carefully gather intelligence, strategize, and wait for the best time to strike. Ugh, I don't know when I'll be able to go back. The roommates swiped the news, full of worry. Preferably, when they were exchanging studies, there was a war. Hey, where's Lu Shui? I don't know. Odds are it's out for a walk. A night at the University of Paris. Lu Shui sneaked into the student apartment, knocked on the door of one of the houses. Code word. Lu Shui was silent for a moment. The heavenly king covers the earth. You are a 205. The pagoda subdues the river demon. See, you're a bit pugnacious. The door opened and Lin Mo's face was revealed. Can you not use such a stupid code word? Special times, during security. Lu Shui was helpless and walked straight in. The apartment was an apartment rented by a student, except the student hadn't been back in 2 months. As a result, it had temporarily become a hiding place for Lu Jing and the others. Lu Shui was carrying a large bag of food. Lu Jing was tying gauze on the ostrich's wound. They happened to be spotted by a group of cultists last night when they were out on the move. Now the pictures of Lu Jing, Ostrich, Lin Mo, and Xiang Lu, as well as the information had been gotten hold of by the cultists of the various churches in the European Union. Needless to say, it was White Zephyr who did it. It turned out that the group of cultists were in hot pursuit. It was hard to get out of the tangle, and the ostrich was injured, so it had no choice but to return, not to mention going on a quest to find the White Zephyr. Chapter 202, No Turning Back. Bai Zhe opened his eyes and across from him was the green dragon, the Kirin, and the vermilion bird. All of them were his former comrades in arms. White Zephyr, it's not too late to stop, Kirin said in a deep voice. There is still a chance to redeem ourselves. There's no turning back when it comes down to it. White Haze shook his head. Qinglong glanced at him and was the first to leave the virtual space. Qinglong had always been the coldest, and this one look meant everything. Kirin tried to persuade him further, but the moment he locked eyes with Bai Zhe, Kirin then gave up the idea of persuasion. Be good. The virtual space was then left with only Vermilion Bird and White Zephyr. Vermilion Bird wrapped her arms around her chest and looked at Bai Zhe rather playfully. Now that the captain has said that I will show no mercy the next time we meet, perhaps you should die by my hand. Maybe. Bai Zhe smiled faintly. The Vermilion Bird smiled and her figure disappeared in the middle of space. Bai Zhe glanced at the system prompt in virtual space. You've been removed from the group chat. Bai Zhe came back to reality. He lit a cigarette and exhaled a deep puff of smoke. Brother, a voice rang out in the empty room. Bai Zhe looked up. Did I do something wrong? No. I'll support you in whatever you do. Brother, that ethereal voice rang out. Bai Zhe leaned back. I seem to be a crowd pleaser now. It's not going back. Brother has me. I'll be fine with me. Hard work. They will understand their brother and what he has done when he has completed his plans. When that time comes, I guess I won't be able to see the world. So I'll use your eyes to help me see the world then. Bai Zhe smiled to himself. In the middle of nothingness, it was as if a pair of hands had hugged Bai Zhe tightly. Brother, I'm getting stronger. I can feel my power getting stronger. When that time comes, I will protect my brother. Yeah, you're able to appear out of thin air now. Bai Zhe looked back. A stunning white figure suddenly appeared in the originally silent room. This figure descended into the room as lightly as a dancing fairy. A dazzling holy light emanated around him, illuminating the entire room with brightness and warmth. Those rays of light surrounded her like soft silk, making her look divine and inviolable. However, under close scrutiny, it felt as if she did not really exist in this world, but was more like a virtual projection created by high technology. Although the outline of her body was clearly visible, it gave a sense of illusion and insubstantiality, as if it could disappear into the air at any time. Brother, we'll make it. For sure. How on earth did Hakuzawa manage to turn the awakened into new humans? The ostrich said. White Zephyr itself does not possess this ability to perform curses on others on a large scale. This ability is more like transforming snakes. At the moment, a few people with nothing to do are in their apartment at the University of Paris. Lu Jing sat on the sofa, drinking a Coke. Ayanami said. As I recall well, the hidden snake had an accident on a mission many years ago. Ostrich nodded. That's right. Captain Chemtrail died in that accident. Only, no one saw the body. The transformation snake has the power to curse, Ayanami said. Lu Jing frowned, but even if the transforming snake completes unlocking the entire inheritance, it's impossible for it to do what White Zephyr said and curse the entire world. Every awakened ability has its own limits. Even if you complete your awakening, it's impossible to achieve that level. Curse the whole world? Delusional. Bai Zhe is not someone who is delusional. Shangliu sat next to Lu Jing. He must have been certain before he did such a thing. Can there be anything that can drastically increase the ability of a transforming snake? Or even allow her to influence the entire world? Lin Mo asked curiously. Become a god. Ayanami looked out the window. Several people in the room looked at Sajiri in unison. Think about what Shirasawa has done in the European Union. Ayanami said. Launching a purge of the four orders? Ayanami nodded. A brazen war, on the one hand, to cover what he was doing, experimenting with the emergence of new humans. There's also the aspect of helping to empower the chemo snake. It's, how? Finding the inheritance thing? The ostrich was uncertain. Shangliu continued to explain. Finding the inheritance object is certainly important, but more importantly, he needs to make the transformation snake into a god. The special ability of the transformation snake. The dragon snake transformation. When Xiang Lu reminded him of this, Lu Jing couldn't help but recall the settings he had given to the transforming snake. In addition to each inheritor having a corresponding special ability, the most important thing about transforming the snake is the transformation of the dragon and the snake. The literal meaning of the word refers to the fact that a gentleman must judge the situation and the timing of his actions. Overall, the core meaning of this quote is that one must judge the situation and find the right moment to do something. As a snake you hibernate in the dirt and learn to keep company with earthworms and mole crickets. When you are a dragon you will spread your wings and look out of the world. The transforming snake is more capable of adapting to all things, devouring them and completing the metamorphosis for its own use. Evil God. Lu Jing immediately reacted. White Zephyr wants to resurrect an evil god, and then make the transforming serpent an evil god in the process. The ostrich's expression changed wonderfully. Could it be the Church of Lalai? This church is so small that the evil god's power is not expected to be strong. Ayanami said. Lalai is just a front. Or he experimented through the Lalai church beforehand until after the experiment was perfect. So when we found out about the Church of Lalai, White Z immediately put on a big show for us to eliminate the Church of Lalai. That's why the real purpose of waging war against the 4 great ecclesiastical orders is also to muddy the waters, without letting the rest of the churches notice. He is actually secretly working with one of the churches in Europe to revive the evil gods. And who would he be working with behind the scenes? The room was silent for a moment. Lu Jing said, maybe, perhaps we can find someone else to ask. Shang Liu glanced at Lu Jing. We have now lost the support of the European Union branch. So who in the European Union understands the cult and will cooperate with us? The 4 orders. Ostrich snapped his fingers. What exactly is the Night's Watch up to? I don't know. Totally baffled. The European Union has now activated a state of war. Could it be that the Night's Watch has joined forces with the government and is preparing to round us up? There's no way to talk about it now. With 2 of the 4 great ecclesiastical orders exterminated, who else would people talk to you about? I said at the time to listen to me, and that our 4 great sects were united. Now it's all right. We've been broken by others one by one. This is no longer the time to complain. Above the internal meeting of the 4 Holy See of the European Union, there was much bickering. The meeting still ended up being uneventful, just like the previous ones. The Pope of the Church of Berkrug rubbed his forehead inside the basement. The apocalyptic apartment building in which he is located is 180 meters deep underground. The concrete walls are 5 meters thick. It is equipped with enough supplies for 3 years of complete isolation from the outside world. Behind the blast doors there is a sterilization chamber that is effective against poisonous gas and radiation, enough to protect against a nuclear weapons attack. Not only is there entertainment inside like a movie theater, but there are even virtual screens that simulate windows. Pope Berkrug has been living here with several of his core staff since the Night's Watch started the war. It'll ensure that you don't get caught by the Night's Watch. At that moment, his secretary approached him. Your Holiness, the Pope, you have a call. Chapter 203, Private Meetings. Who called? The Pope didn't pay much attention and took a sip of his red wine. Our captain. The Pope was stunned for a moment as he surveyed the secretary in front of him. Javier, from a poor English clergyman's family. He received a degree from Yale University at the age of 15 and a master's degree at 17. He came to himself 5 years ago because of his prudence, propriety and excellence in his conduct. Another awakened. Extremely powerful. Gradually, he became his inner circle. Captain? Pope Vicky frowned. Yes. What captain? Vigilantes. After the Pope froze for half a second, his aura suddenly erupted around him. An awakened mage above the 50th rank had unquestionable strength. Directly and forcefully, he pulled the other party into the domain space under his control. In that very instant, the surrounding scenery changed drastically. The originally calm environment was instantly engulfed by the blazing flames, which seemed to have life in general, spreading out in all directions with teeth and claws. They pulsed and twisted, forming a wall of fire that surrounded the 2 men tightly. The color of the flames was bright and eye-catching, as red as blood, emitting suffocating heat and heat waves. Being in this sea of fire was like being in the abyss of hell, and they could be engulfed by the endless flames at any time. Take it easy. Javier had no choice but to form a protective energy wall around his body to ensure that he wouldn't be consumed by the flames. Mercifully, if Pope Vicky really wanted to kill him, he didn't have the strength to resist. Javier handed his cell phone over. Vicky hesitated for a moment, but took the phone. Hello, came the voice on the other end of the line. Victoria Palace Hotel is located in the scenic Nehudaji area, close to the convenient MRT Jiannan station. This hotel is considered one of the most notable and stylish 5-star hotels in the area. The melodious sound of the bell echoes in the air at every full hour. Between the interweaving of light and shadow, the outline of the hotel is clearly visible. The The Burkholder Church is one of the secret shareholders of this hotel. At this time, in one of the hotel's private rooms, bodyguards dressed in black had already blocked off a layer. In order to prevent the vigilantes from suddenly launching a large-scale attack, even the military in the recently deployed area was contacted. Zero Pope Vicky appeared in the middle of the hotel. He looked at Javier, the secretary who had followed him, with sultry eyes. When did you work for the Night's Watch? 15 years ago. 15 years ago. Vicky only felt horrified. Even his own personal secretary was a member of the Night's Watch. It was amazing to have the Night's Watch on your side after being at war with them for so long. It took Vicky to find it unsurprising that the other two major orders were wiped out. Javier became a member of the Night's Watch Outsiders 15 years ago. Joined the Shadow for outstanding performance. The Shadow is also a branch of the Night's Watch organization, created by Green Dragon. Unlike the Enforcers, the Shadows are made up entirely of awakened ones. They infiltrated various cults and secret identities, as well as organizations such as the major awakened guilds, delivering information for the Night's Watch. Good. Very good. Your Highness. They're coming. Ostrich looked at the black-clothed men on either side of him and inquired in a low voice. Say, are we really going to talk about cooperation with the people of the Burklug Church? The Night Watchman people, but they just blew up the sister of the Burkrug Pope not too long ago. A blood feud. Lu Jing frowned. Ha? You didn't say so earlier. The three had reached the door and two men in black opened it. Vicky sat at the long conference table. At first glance, it looked like a more ordinary old man. A head of long, silvery hair, each one carefully combed neatly and unruffled, as if it had been tended and pampered countless times. Dressed in a slightly exaggerated papal costume. The costume was a magnificent and dignified one in clean white with beautifully embroidered gold floral patterns and motifs. The neckline of his robe stood up high around his slightly thin neck. At his chest, a dazzling gemstone was embedded in it, emitting dazzling light, and his full head of silver hair reflected each other, showing his honorable and extraordinary temperament. This awakened one who had surpassed the 50th rank was slightly nervous in his heart as he faced the three young men in front of him. From the fact that he was dressed up, it wasn't hard to tell. The Night's Watch has always been a mysterious presence. Everyone just knew of his existence, but no one had ever really known or even seen that legendary inheritor of the Night's Watch. They dealt with Bai Zhe, but Bai Zhe never showed his true colors. More often than not, they are so-called assistants, or peripheral staff of the Night's Watch. Vicky scanned the three young men. All Asian faces. Coffee or tea? We're not here for drinks. Ayanami got right to the point. In a word, cooperate. Vicky looked unchanged. You, who is the captain of the Night's Watch? None of us are. Just on special assignment right now. Your special mission is to purge the four great orders? Ayanami spread his hands. That was before Shirasawa was going to make a big plan. He had betrayed the Night's Watch. Vicky's mouth dropped open slightly. The information in just a few seconds, leaving the Pope of the Church of Burkrug somewhat unresponsive. What's this new trick? White Zephyr defecting? Wouldn't that be a good thing for me? Vicky said. If the Night's Watch did implode, it couldn't be better news for the Order. White Zephyr is going to kill all the awakened people in the world. Lu Jing's words brought Vicky back to reality. What? How is that possible? Vicky thought the other man was joking with himself. Kill all the awakened in the world? Even if all the awakened in the world stood there for him to kill, it would take him several lifetimes to kill them all. Without further ado, Ayanami rummaged through the prepared materials with his computer equipment. This includes, among other things, details of the transforming snake, and various experiments with the emergence of new humans around the world, etc. So Shirasawa is secretly preparing to turn all the awakened in the world into new humans behind your backs. The Night's Watch? The corners of Vicky's mouth twitched slightly. This plan is too crazy. That's right, and it looks like he's going to accomplish his goal soon. Chapter 204 Destiny. So the only way you can save yourselves now is to work with us. Vicky was silent for a moment. Why should I trust you guys? It's simple, trust us. You've got nothing to lose. It's White Zephyr you're dealing with. Not believing us awaits you only to be indiscriminately obliterated and eventually turned into a whole new race of people. Ostrich said. Vicky was silent longer this time. What do you want me to do? Quite simply. Which of the various cults in the European Union have cooperated with the cult vigilantes? Lu Jing couldn't wait to ask. Vicky spread his hands. How would I know that? You vigilantes have always been known to play mysterious. Even if you work with the church, we have no way of knowing. Not to mention that the European Union has numerous churches besides the four great ecclesiastical orders. Too numerous to count. This church can't be too small. There have been movements in recent times, or from a long time ago, with large numbers of believers disappearing. Vicky thought quickly for a moment and said quietly, I need to make a phone call, please. A short time later, Vicky walked back to the booth. He scanned a few people and gave his answer. Believers in Destiny. The God of Destiny organization, founded by a southerner called Wu. This organization used to be in Asia, creating many bloody cases. After a siege by the Night's Watch, most of the members of the Destiny organization were ambushed. However, the leader, Wu so-called, escaped and fled to Southeast Asia and other places. Then Southeast Asia couldn't stay any longer, and then ran to the European Union. The European Union pursues a relatively liberal religious policy, which has undoubtedly given Wu an opportunity to capitalize on it. With his superior intellect and cunning methods, he managed to take root in this strange land and gradually developed the God of Destiny organization, making it a force to be reckoned with. Ostrich's brow furrowed as he listened to Vicky present the details of the God of Destiny organization. 5 years ago, our squad participated in a siege of this organization under the leadership of Captain Huanxian Snake, and it was during that mission that Captain Huanxian Snake had an accident. That means that at that time, White Zephyr and the transforming snake could have started a collaboration with Wu. Lu Jing looked to Vicky. Where is the headquarters of this organization? They have our people in their headquarters, which has been empty for a long time. Vicky said. All the major sects had planted their own spies with each other, and this was already the rule. Ayanami said. Then they must be hiding in a more hidden place. How should the God of Fate be revived? That's another one of those dilemmas. The conditions for the revival of each evil god are completely different. Even their names were compiled by later generations, and no one knows if they actually had names or not. Like the God of Order and the God of Alvazar, you need to pass the copy for the evil god to be revived, and the evil god of Judah Sotos needs to find his sister. Who knows how Destiny should be revived? The three of them, Lu Jing, looked at Vicky in unison. Rumor has it that the God of Destiny is sealed in the middle of the coffin, and only by opening the coffin can the God of Destiny be revived. How do I open the coffin? It is said that one has to repeat an oath 50 trillion times before the God of Fate awakens. Hearing this resurrection method, all three of Lu Jing froze. What kind of new trick is this to revive an evil god? 50 trillion times, and where did that number come from? If that were true, even 4 billion people around the world, repeating the vows together, would need to recite them more than 1,000 times. To resurrect the God of Destiny, he would definitely need a large number of venues, as well as a large number of believers. It's impossible to have no whereabouts at all. Ayanami looked to Vicky, his meaning clear. Vicky didn't give her own answer first. Why would I help you? Help my enemies. Shirasawa is now our common enemy. Then the big deal is that we're all going to die together. Vicky leaned back. How do I know if what you guys are saying is true or not? Are you using my hand to exterminate the power of the church for you? Name your terms. Ayanami said. Double everything I've lost. All the financial damage done to me since the Night's Watch went to war with the Order. Vicky said angrily. My hotel, my casino, and my bank. With that said, Vicky glanced at her secretary. No, it should be Javier, his own former secretary. Javier, what are my losses? Javier gave an objective quote of 20 billion euros, not counting the loss of personnel, and the settling in fee. 20 billion euros. Vicky nodded. I'll not count the loss of personnel with the settling in fee. Get the money before we talk about the cooperation. 20 billion? What a lion's share of a good guy. And, Vicky knocked on the table. We must be shown your sincerity. 20 billion isn't sincere enough? Of course. What are we going to do if you vigilantes settle your scores when it's all settled? So what do you want? As a sign of good faith, I think we should both sign a peace agreement. Of course, exchanging lists of members from both sides on the basis of the agreement. Otherwise the peace agreement is just a piece of paper. Wiki shows his true intentions. It doesn't hurt that the members of the church, for the most part, are publicly identified, but the identity of the entirety of the Night's Watch is kept secret. Once it's released, there goes the Night's Watch's greatest advantage over the Order. The Night Watch doesn't negotiate with anyone, Lu Jing said in a cold voice. Forget it then. Let's all play out together. Vicky made a disinterested face. Then just wait for your traitorous White Zephyr to destroy the world. I don't care anyway. As long as God is there, everything is there. Anyway, we, the four great orders, have been pushed to the brink of extinction by you vigilantes. Vicky stands up with a relaxed look on his face, looking like he's sure the other guy is going to work with him. Or maybe you guys should call your boss? Sorry to interrupt, but our boss has arrived. Javier suddenly said. Oh, Vicky looked at Javier with a strange look on her face. Ayanami explained. It's true that awakened above the 50th rank are not easy to deal with, but haven't you noticed that you've been ignoring a lot of voices in your ears since the beginning? Vicky's expression changed slightly, one hand hidden behind her back. Don't you guys realize that I can kill you here anytime I want? As an awakened beyond the 50th rank, Vicky was confident that she had the strength. Just then, however, another voice rang out. Okay, Kids chat is over. Now it's time for adults chat. The doors were pushed open. The first thing that catches the eye is a pair of long legs and a proud chest. Jubilee clapped her hands. Karen didn't say much and walked right in. Where is the coffin of the god of destiny? We need the exact location. You. Who is it? Chapter 205. It's gonna be okay. We can't mobilize our men. We'll have to borrow the power of the church. Before Shirazawa finishes his heartless plan, Vermilion Bird looked at the location marked on the map where the god of order was. This is a military base. At this time, Pope Vicky, who was tied to the ground, said quietly, "There's no way you can convince the military chiefs there to walk in with impunity." A military base? A few people looked at each other. Do you have any ideas on how to get us in? Karen asked of her own accord. Vicky glanced at the shackles on her body. I'm afraid that's not a good way to negotiate. Cut the crap. Jubilee stomped on his face, her heels squeezing the old man's face a little out of shape. You only have two choices now. Cooperate with us and there is a chance of survival. Or only death. And that's the kind that doesn't care about killing or burying. Good. Then you will kill me. And the day the Almighty resurrects will be the day I am resurrected. It's come to this. And Vicky has no choice but to break the mold. One's actions were mastered by the other side. The negotiations were also calculated. And the other party had secretly infiltrated his seemingly well-guarded hotel long ago. Their own cronies are also their people. I'm afraid you still don't know how the gods of the other two churches were exterminated by us, right? Ayagi said coldly. In January, your two major clans were annihilated in ashes. We vigilantes have the ability and don't mind destroying your church's gods as well in passing. If you don't want that, your best choice is to cooperate with us. Otherwise we don't mind going to another order for cooperation. The corner of Vicky's mouth twitched slightly as she looked at the room full of vigilantes. Ramstein, Air Force Command in Europe site. No one would have thought that a cult base would be underneath a military base. Your Highness, please eat more or less. Wu shook his head slightly in rejection. The secretary standing by sighed softly at the sight. She mused in her mind. His Holiness the Pope is indeed still so adamant about his principles. During this important summoning ceremony, he resolutely refused to take even a single bite of food. Just like those most pious ordinary believers. These crabs are also a little too small. Take them and replace them. Yes, Your Highness. I will immediately have someone replace the larger crabs to come. Where's White Zephyr? Having coffee up there. Wu hissed. It's that time of the day. And he still has the leisure to drink coffee. How many more times do we have to go before we make it? This is not clear. White ZE brought the big data statistics of the number is only from 5 years ago. If according to Your Highness before the successive Pope estimates. And then now, it is estimated that it will be very fast. Wu threw a crab into his mouth and crunched it without peeling the shell. What's going on out there? I heard that the European Union's night watchman is searching for Shirasawa's whereabouts. And it looks like Shirasawa is really determined to fight us to the end this time. Wu so-called confidently smiled. There is no way back for him either. The lost lamb. There is only death waiting for him after my lord's recovery. The god of fate will eventually descend on me. Your Highness will be the king of the world. Wu raised his head and looked at the sealed coffin. Knock knock. Lu Jing. Lu Jing. Lu Jing opened his eyes. Lu Shui knocked his head. What's wrong with you? Come back and go to sleep. Lu Jing got up from the bed and looked around. Found myself in a dormitory at the University of Paris. The sunlight poured through the window onto Lu Jing's slightly tired face, and it also reflected the tiny impurities in the air that were hard to detect with the naked eye, which danced up and down in the sunlight. What's wrong with you? It's nothing. My head hurts a little. What happened again? Lu Shui asked. Lu Jing did not answer her question. He pulled out his cell phone and looked at it, sighing again. What's wrong with you? Lu Shui patted his head. Lu Jing stared at the floor in a daze. I don't know what's wrong with me. It feels like I think so simply that I think I can control everything behind the scenes just by chatting and talking. So what? You're waking up now. Lu Shui cocked her head. I feel a little scared now. Lu Jing rubbed his face vigorously. Bai Zai's voice seemed to ring in his ears. If the world's awakened disappeared, Lu Jing really didn't dare to imagine that scene of all becoming new humans. No less than the destruction of the world. The destruction of mankind. Even the Triumvirate didn't play this hard to get when they attacked Earth. Lu Jing had previously been immersed in the feeling of a child's game. Immersed in the role of a middle-aged teenager. The boss behind the curtain? But now it was as if he had awakened all at once. It is not over the top. And his every word and action is likely to lead to a drastic change in the direction of humanity. Survive or perish. Created the vast organization of the Night's Watch himself. It has grown extremely large without their knowledge. The Night's Watch was more than just the measly 100 or so legacies. And the various affiliates. Reserves. Shadows. Enforcers. They lurk in every corner of the world. Inevitably, There will be a person like Baizé, competent, with ideas of his own, pie-in-the-sky ideas. And the one who started it all was himself. A more dangerous existence than those portals, those demons, those evil gods. The message came again on the cell phone. Lu Jing shot to his feet. Where are you going? Of course go do what you have to do. Lu Shui reached out and patted his face. Are you okay? It'll be fine. An hour later, two uniquely shaped, technologically advanced stealth helicopters were standing quietly at a private airfield. The fuselage is covered with advanced radar-absorbing materials, which can effectively absorb and scatter radar waves, thus greatly reducing the possibility of the helicopter being detected by radar and making it as hard to detect as a ghost in the sky. At the same time, engineers have optimized and improved the helicopter's engine and propeller components, significantly reducing the noise generated during flight. When they take off or skim low over the city, the sound they make is almost inaudible, as if it were just a gentle breeze whipping by. This excellent noise reduction allows these helicopters to carry out a variety of classified missions silently without attracting too much attention from the outside world. At this point, the two helicopters are carrying 21 people, preparing to move to military bases for operations. Chapter 206. White Zephyr has betrayed the Night's Watch, and those who support him no longer belong to our companions. Don't be merciful on the battlefield. It will only harm you. Kirin did an impromptu pre-battle mobilization. 21 people. That was all they could mobilize on a temporary basis within the European Union. The European Union had been under the responsibility of the White Tiger, who had left it in the sole hands of Baizé. It can be said that Baizé has strong roots in the European Union. Granted, the captain of the Night's Watch had already announced Shirasawa's defection, but who knows who was secretly supporting Baizé in the European Union. That is why the 21 men selected for the offense had to be outside players, never local European Union Nightwatchmen. 21 people entered the European Union in separate ways and met at this airport. White Zephyr will most likely mobilize his executors to stop us. Don't be soft in the face of executors. Executors, they will just take orders and carry them out. Unlike the inheritors, the enforcers are warriors built by the genetic spectrum, the sharpest knives in the hands of the Night's Watch. The two helicopters headed for their destination under the cover of night. Ostrich rubbed his hands together and couldn't help but ask, "Say, boss, what's the reward for this mission?" I can see that Ostrich is trying to find something light to talk about. Kirin glanced at him. We'll see when we get back. That said, Boss Shirazawa used to be my boss, back when he wasn't in charge of the European Union. Kirin said, as I recall, weren't you with Wasak? Did you go to Southeast Asia to take charge of your own business after Snake was killed in battle? The Ostrich waved his hand. Boss, you have a bad memory. I started out with Boss Wasnake by following Boss Baizé. It was only later when Boss Baizé was transferred that Boss Wasnake was promoted to captain. At that, he paused. It's no wonder that Boss Kirin didn't know. At that time, Boss Kirin, you were still the head of the southern region of China. At that time, two of our squads were in charge of the south, with Boss Vermilion Bird leading one squad and Boss White Zephyr leading a small group. Our two squads, at the time, often competed openly and secretly for performance. Isn't that right, Jubilee boss? The Vermilion Bird had been in front with its eyes closed, and at this moment, it seemed that it had just heard what the Ostrich had said, and opened its eyes, speaking faintly. Yeah, who would have thought it would be today? Everyone was spreading gossip about Boss Jubilee and Boss Shirasawa at the time. The Ostrich fell into a reminiscence and began to ramble. Jubilee raised an eyebrow slightly. I remember who said that Boss Vermilion Bird and Boss Baizé are just like the male and female protagonists in a TV drama. One cold and overbearing boss, the other a strong woman in the workplace. A double-A combination. Come on, don't talk nonsense. Stop there. Jubilee waved her hand in front of her, then spoke softly. Say it again and you'll be dealt with as if you're disturbing the military. The Ostrich snapped his mouth shut and sighed. At that time, I was still sad about the death of the chemical snake boss for a long time. Who would have thought that there would be today's drama? What a dog's blood. Lu Jing listened silently. It was all his choice, and he should have expected his end when he chose this path. Gambling the whole world, all of mankind, on that one illusory possibility. Kirin took a sip of white wine and crossed her legs. I knew Baizé a long time ago, and he was a man who seemed sensible. But in fact, when he did things, he was always extreme. It's not copies he's trying to eliminate. It's wars between humans. It's diseases. It's plagues. But it was all his own wishful thinking that he had created the new human race to listen to his control. Yet new humans born from humans will still have the meaning of self in the course of time. In this world, where there is life, there is war, between animals, between plants, between humans. The ones Shirasawa wanted to do were never anything more than his good intentions. Two helicopters quickly landed on a corner of the military base. Ostrich looked down at the figure below. That better be the inside man Vicky told us about. The hearts of all the people could not help but lift up, but fortunately in the end the 2 helicopters landed safely in the military base. The darkness was crowded. As planned, Jubilee led the second team and I led the first. Team 2 cover from above. Team 1 main attack. Target White Zephyr and Transformer Snake. Kirin repeated the mission once more. White Zephyr ability to house demons. Any demonic creature that Baizé kills will be used by Baizé. White Zephyr is not good at fighting itself. Snake transformation ability. Flood control. Curses. The group spread out, each clutching a high-tech detector in their hands. The pace was strong and swift, searching carefully for the faint but vital signal. The indicator lights on the detectors flickered and flickered, and as time passed by, fine beads of sweat gradually seeped out from the foreheads of the people. 15 minutes. 15 minutes until the changing of the guard. You only have 15 minutes. Found it. Finally. With Lin Mo's voice ringing in the headset, the crowd couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and quickly gathered. How many times? Don't remember. I want to hold on so bad. Your faith is not strong anymore. How? Wu so-called stared at the coffin with a burning gaze. Almost there. Almost there. Wu Xiang muttered, his violently beating heart seeming as if it was about to burst through his chest and pop out. Each heartbeat was like a heavy hammer hitting a drum, making a dull but powerful sound. At this moment, he could clearly feel a powerful force being transmitted through those pike nubs connected to the coffin. The energy surged into his body like a raging torrent, pouring down the tubular nexus, bringing a tingling and blazing sensation wherever it passed. Wu so-called closed his eyes tightly and concentrated on directing and accepting this huge energy. As the energy continued to be injected, his muscles began to tremble slightly, and his skin glowed with a faint reddish color. Gradually, Wu so-called felt that his body became lighter and lighter, as if it had lost its weight. This amazing experience made him both excited and nervous. He knew that once he was unable to control this powerful energy, the consequences would be unimaginable. Finally, inside the underground palace, around the coffin, countless figures were chanting silently at the same time. The air seemed to vibrate slightly with the sound. I'm going to be a success. Keep reading, don't stop, keep going faster. It's almost done. Years of hard work is finally going to be a dream come true at this moment. Chapter 207, The Third Evil God. Those on the ground felt the energy coming from underground and a slight vibration. Soon, this vibration became violent. The supervisor of the military base pulled the alarm. The alarm bell rang loudly, which caused the Kirin and Vermilion Bird leading the group to hastily signal the crowd to take cover. Da. Countless footsteps resounded in the darkness, followed by the entire military base being lit up like daytime, with not a single dead space around. The corners of Lu Jing's mouth twitched slightly as he watched them just plainly exposed to the light. But that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that they seemed to be a step too late. Stop! Accompanied by these two sharp and loud cries, the entire space seemed to freeze instantly, and everyone coincidentally stopped the movements in their hands and the words they were chanting under their breath. All stop! Wu called out loudly again, his voice filled with unquestionable majesty and decisiveness. At this moment, the originally noisy environment became silent all of a sudden, and people all turned their gazes to Wu so-called, who was standing in the center position. Wu so-called took a deep breath and then started chanting frantically as if he had gone crazy. His speech was so fast that it was like a blizzard of words that people were overwhelmed. Every word, every sentence, ejected from his mouth like a cannonball, with endless passion and determination. At this moment, so-called Wu was completely immersed in his own world. He forgot everything around him, and all that was in his mind were those last vital words. He had to make sure that this last sentence was recited by himself, as it was a matter of success or failure of the whole thing. As time passed, the more Wu so-called read, the more excited he became, and his entire body fell into an almost manic state. He danced with his hands and frothed at the mouth. Those words that were usually obscure and difficult to understand were constantly coming out of his mouth at the moment, as if they had long been deeply imprinted in his soul. Bai Zhe gave him a condescending look. Suddenly, all of Wu's movements stopped. The words could no longer come out of his mouth. The huge coffin that was connected by countless chains began to vibrate violently. Thunder rises from the flat earth. Rumble dash. The entire ground shimmered with white light. What's going on? Alarms blared in the military restricted area and heavily armed soldiers assembled. 90% of modern soldiers are awakened. Only a small number of soldiers are non-awakened. A group of soldiers passed by not far from them and Lu Jing's squad. Lu Jing suddenly shouted, "Run!" At this point, he didn't have time to think about whether he would be discovered by the soldiers. Everyone subconsciously turned their heads and looked at Lu Jing in surprise. The group of soldiers turned their guns even more quickly. "Run!" Lu Jing was the first to pull the nearest Lin Mo. Suddenly, the ground shone like countless incomparably sharp blades, viciously cleaving through the hard ground at an astonishing speed. With a deafening roar, the entire earth was torn apart by an irresistible force, only to see a huge crack instantly appear on the originally solid ground surface, which rapidly spread and expanded, like a hideous dragon opening its bloody mouth, mercilessly devouring everything around it. As the cracks continued to widen and deepen, large chunks of dirt and rock fell into them, emitting a dull crashing sound. Stop! It was at that moment that Kirin unleashed the time stop. In an instant, a powerful force spread rapidly in all directions with the Kirin at the center. In the blink of an eye, it was as if a strange magic had been cast on the entire range of the field, and all the colors gradually faded away, leaving only a palpitating grayish-white hue. Time stood still at this moment, and the people maintained their movements and expressions from the moment before, as if they were frozen in a static picture. Even the light was affected, becoming dim but the luster of the ground was rapidly encroaching on the field. That white light quickly pierced the black and white world. Boom boom boom. Lu Jing only had time to summon a huge dog's head, and then he didn't know anything for a short time. In an instant, the entire military base seemed to be stirred up by a large invisible hand, and the ground trembled violently, raising a layer of huge dust that covered the sky. The white dust was like a raging sea wave, rapidly rising up, and in the blink of an eye it was already as high as several floors of a building. Lu Jing collapsed into the white mist and the dog's head on his body dissipated. He huffed backward and lifted his head to look into the air. Too late. Something broke through the mist in the mists. It was a humanoid figure. It was covered in a layer of slimy liquid. The surface of its body was covered with densely packed scales, each of which shone with a bizarre luster, like the battle armor on a demon. Those eyes, like torches in flames, with blazing flames leaping in them. However, the flame was a ghostly green color, emitting a mysterious and eerie aura. When it gazes at you, that cold, piercing gaze seems to penetrate the soul and send shivers down your spine. The arms were long and muscular, each one much longer than the average, giving an incongruous yet highly intimidating look. It reached the sky above the military base, and its massive wings began to slowly spread out in the air. A dazzling lightning bolt suddenly streaked across the sky, instantly illuminating the entire area as bright as day. The lightning seemed to have some kind of marvelous resonance with this mysterious object, flickering and jumping tightly around its body. At the same time, a powerful energy aura emanated from it, causing the people below to feel an unprecedented sense of oppression. Another evil god. The corners of Lu Jing's mouth twitched slightly. Since coming to the European Union, he had already seen 3 evil gods in one breath in a short period of time. Wu so-called closed his eyes tightly, as if he had been sleeping for 1,000 years. Suddenly, his eyelids fluttered slightly, as if awakened by a mysterious force. Gradually, his heavy eyes slowly opened a slit, and a faint light filtered out of them. When he fully opened his eyes, his gaze was first a bit dazed and confused, but then he was shocked beyond words by what he saw before him. He couldn't believe his eyes. Staring in disbelief, his eyes were about to fall out in general. It's a done deal. It's actually a done deal. Wu Xiang muttered, his voice filled with unbelievable surprise and excitement. He stared blankly ahead, his body trembling slightly from overexcitement. What was presented in front of him at this moment was a body that could be described as flawless, as well as that powerful force, bringing a sense of fulfillment and control like never before. Wu so-called was able to clearly feel its existence and was able to mobilize and use it as he wished. It's such a wonderful, incredible feeling. Chapter 208, The God and the Night's Watch. Just a short distance below, the missile system that had not yet been damaged had already locked its target firmly on Wu so-called. Carrying a power that could tear apart the defense of a large shield, the missile plunged headlong into the raging turbulence in the space around Wu. These elements collided and intertwined with each other, forming an incomparably powerful vortex of energy. And the incoming missiles, having just touched this chaotic elemental area, instantly lost control as if they had been violently grabbed by a giant invisible hand. Immediately afterward, only an earth-shattering roar could be heard as a missile exploded in mid-air. Huge flames shot up into the sky. Wu looked down. At this moment, he did not feel angry because he had suffered an attack on himself. On the contrary, he felt a little ridiculous. It's like a human seeing an unsuspecting ant attacking them. Self-indulgent, ridiculous, laughable. Wu so-called took a deep breath. He was able to clearly feel that he was not in a perfect and flawless state at this moment. Yes, he knows it very well. That powerful force latent within the body had not yet been completely energized, and was far from reaching the extreme level it deserved. However, what did it matter? Wu so-called narrowed his eyes slightly. As long as the earth remains spinning silently through the universe, as long as this colorful world continues to function as usual, then the power that belongs to him will not stop growing. The feeling was like a constant stream of fresh water gushing from the depths of the earth, slowly but surely gathering into a torrent. As time went on, this torrent would become more and more turbulent, rushing all the way until it pushed him to the peak of his power. At that time, he would become an unrivaled existence, dominating everything with absolute strength. Wu so-called slowly raised his head, his gaze peering out towards the distance. It was a sight that could not be captured with the ordinary naked eye, and even with the aid of the most advanced and sophisticated scientific instruments in the world, I was afraid that it would be difficult to detect their existence. In that unattainable distance, there seemed to be countless mysterious and strange lights and shadows flickering and intertwining. They are like dreamy sprites, dancing and looming. Again, it's as if it's a code hidden in the depths of the universe. These lights and shadows sometimes gathered into a brilliant nebula, sometimes dispersed into wisps of streaming light that dazzled the eye. In addition to this, there are some more subtle but equally fascinating details that are shown in Wu's vision. For example, the air is filled with a layer of faint shimmering light. Like a gauze is soft and ethereal, the ground will occasionally rise tiny ripples, as if there is some invisible force quietly stirring the space. Wu so-called saw many people below, and his gaze swept over. The surviving soldiers in those military bases are also looking up. However, the moment the crowd witnessed the appearance of his figure, a sudden scream of utter terror erupted from within the crowd. Some people seemed to be struck by a bolt from the blue, instantly collapsing their sanity, covering their heads tightly with both hands and shouting loudly at the top of their voices, as if they wanted to vent all their inner fears through this cry. Meanwhile, those awakened who were slightly stronger and had relatively better mental qualities, despite not falling into a state of complete mental collapse like the former, but their bodies couldn't help but tremble violently. This trembling was only a slight shudder at first, but soon swayed like a tree branch in a gale as Wu's eyes swept over. It eventually made their legs weaken, no longer able to support their body weight, and they fell to the ground. Some of them went straight to the ground, their faces pressed against the cold ground. Some were kneeling with their knees on the ground in a humiliating position, completely losing the majesty and self-confidence they used to have as awakened ones. Wu so-called smiled. It was a contemptuous laugh. Only his gaze suddenly settled on a man below himself. Lu Jing also felt the gaze from above at the same time. Just in this instant, a nameless fire violently leapt out of Wu so-called's heart. He stared intently into the other man's eyes, trying to catch even the slightest hint of fear or nervousness in them, but the result was a major disappointment. Yes, he saw nothing but pure nervousness, that emotional response that comes naturally when confronted with an unknown creature. Beyond that, no other trace of his influence could be found. This person was actually staring straight at him like that, as if he was completely out of his mind. Is there actually someone else in this world who dares to look directly at himself like that? Wu so-called widened his eyes, deadlocking the other party's sight. That fierce gaze was like two sharp swords, seemingly to penetrate the other party's soul and directly put him to death. But the result, to his great disappointment, kill him. Boom! Accompanied by this earth-shattering roar, Wu so-called was instantly pushed backward violently by a mountainous and enormous energy. The roaring flames in the sky came towards Wu so-called in a furious onslaught. The incomparably high temperatures and dazzling, eye-catching fires seemed as if they were going to burn the entire world to the ground. Wu steadied himself and got a good look at the person who had caused all this to begin with. It was an extremely beautiful woman. It was like a delicate flower blooming in the midst of a blazing fire. At this moment, the corners of this beautiful woman's mouth were slightly hooked upwards, outlining a smirk-like arc. Behind her, a pair of huge wings coalesced from a blazing flame slowly unfolded, like the bright light that blossomed when the phoenix was reborn from nirvana. Between those pairs of fire wings gently flapping, they set off rolling waves of heat, causing the air around them to become distorted. Vigilantes! Wu subconsciously tried to escape. He was scared of being chased and beaten by the Night's Watch. It was as if these people were born as if they were made to hunt awakened people. But soon Wu reacted. Does God need to run? Two palpitating rays of light in the sky, carrying unrivaled might and majestic energy, approached each other at an astonishing speed. As the distance continued to shorten, those two huge strands of energy finally ruthlessly collided together. In an instant, the entire sky was illuminated as if it were day, and the intense light made it almost impossible to see straight. And along with this earth-shattering collision sound, a terrifying shockwave also swept out in all directions like a tsunami. Wherever it passed, the wind and clouds changed color and the air currents stirred, as if even space was about to be torn apart. In terms of violent means alone, among the inheritors, the vermilion bird may only be inferior to the white tiger, which is the main killer. Compared to the white tiger's single-point killing, the vermilion bird was better at large-scale cluster bombardment. For example, right now, the vermilion bird's eyes shone as his body blended into the fire. Chapter 209 Python Bird Swallowing Dragon. The two energies collided with each other in the air. On the ground, the team quickly assembled their firearms. In the blink of an eye, a large sniper was assembled. With a 30mm sniper barrel that specialized in firing special armor-piercing rounds and other large-caliber sniper ammunition. Its caliber is so large that it has reached the category of artillery. Kirin searched for the perfect spot with his sniper rifle in hand. The gun was aimed above the air. At this moment, the sky seems to be covered by a heavy curtain, making it impossible to see what kind of mystery is hidden in it. All kinds of elements ran wild and collided with each other like uncontrolled wild horses, triggering a series of violent reactions. Powerful energy poured down from all directions, like a dazzling lightning bolt cutting through the sky. These energy torrents intersected with each other and agitated each other, creating huge shockwaves and roars. Each impact seemed to tear the space into pieces, and the smoke and dust that filled the air made the already blurry scene more and more disorienting. The entire space was engulfed by this mist, and everywhere in sight was white. In this chaos, there was no sense of direction to speak of. Kirin's deep, sharp eyes narrowed slightly. His finger tightened on the trigger of his pistol and he jerked it without the slightest hesitation. Time to stop and zoom in. The bullet that should have been discharged with a loud ringing sound was silent. Not in the true sense of being still, but because its speed had been so overwhelmingly fast that sound couldn't keep up with it. In an instant, the bullet's velocity spiked dramatically in a jaw-dropping way. The 2,500-meter speed of a sniper bullet, augmented by the unicorn's ability, magnified 100-fold in this instant. 7,000 meters per second is the current speed limit of human intercontinental missiles, and over 10 kilometers per second. Second cosmic velocity, escape velocity. Reaching this speed can already transcend the Earth's gravitational sphere. It was the only bullet worth 10,000 contribution points that could support Kirin's time stop. Unable to dodge. In the air, Wu So-Cult's brain was instantly shot. The highest level of the current grade, the deicide cosmic armor-piercing bullet. Crafted from cosmic ingot and cloud gemstone bullets, cloud essence stone, obtained from the white tiger. The white tiger's 5 elements are gold, and it is born with a powerful killing aura. This cloud essence stone, moreover, condensed the white tiger's killing power within it, making each bullet contain chilling destructive power. Cosmic ingot, on the other hand, is an extremely rare mineral resource originating from a distant star. After long years of precipitation and the nourishment of cosmic energy, it possesses an unimaginable hardness and strength. Combined with Kirin's 100x time stop, Wu So-Cult's huge head instantly blossomed and his body stalled in the air. The corners of Jubilee's mouth hooked up slightly as she raised a hand. One side of the energy in the air overwhelmed the other, and a blazing fire wrapped Wu So-Cult. After one shot, Kirin's face even looked like it was eroded by time, quickly emerging a deep wrinkle, as if the years had suddenly accelerated at this moment, mercilessly depriving him of his youth. Not only that, but the Qilin's body began to involuntarily tremble slightly. Each tremor seemed so strained. He is suffering from a great deal of pain and stress. Obviously, the side effects of this 100-fold time stop had caused immeasurable damage to his body. The price paid was high, but in return the battle was over in this brief moment. The flames had already engulfed one of Wu's feet. Wu So-Called wasn't dead yet. His consciousness hadn't dissipated yet, and he struggled to gather the broken pieces of his brain together with his strength. How? Lost again myself. He himself had clearly succeeded in reviving the main god, but he still lost. Before he managed to revive himself, he was defeated by the Night's Watch himself. Now, having become revived himself, he is still defeated by the Night's Watch. Wouldn't that be a white recovery? Just should have run. Yeah, he should have just run. Wu So-Called realized something. He had just completed the fusion, and this was the moment when his power was at its weakest. It should have been run in the first place. They definitely couldn't catch up to them, and they could definitely destroy the Night's Watch if they escaped. Unfortunately, now, it's too late. Wu So-Called wanted to run, but Zhu Yao wouldn't let him go easily. The flames that raged from all directions were everywhere, and no corner could escape them. His body gradually became scorched black under the scorching flames, and his originally powerful energy was also swallowed up a little bit in this terrifying heat. Every inch of his skin endured unbearable pain, as if there were countless fiery swords cutting into his body. The sizzling temperature emanating from it seemed to be able to penetrate the flesh and go straight to the depths of one's soul. The burning sensation wasn't just limited to the surface, but went deep into his bones, making him feel like his soul was about to ignite and turn into ashes. Die to come! Jubilee was close to shouting. The line of people below looked at this scene and couldn't help but feel emotional. This is the Night Watchman in charge of one area. In a short moment, the evil god who had been arrogant and incomparable just a moment ago was now about to turn into ashes. Wu So-Called has been cut in half by this shot from Kirin. The vermilion bird was about to be buried in flames as it rode up to pursue the attack. Roar dash! Just then, like thunder rising from the flat earth, a figure had leapt into the midst of the fire and hope rose in Wu Xiang's heart. Bai Zai, save me. However, the visitor wasn't Bai Zai. A man's face but a jackal's body. A bird's wing but a snake's. Transform the snake. Kiran's face changed. Not good. Stop him. Time to stop. Kiran is still trying to start the time stop. Sajiri's arrow was already sheathed. The rest of them also leapt up. Lu Jing held the Wanxiang Dawnbreaker and stepped on the claw sticking out in the air, realizing a 2 consecutive jump in the air, and as a result, he jumped higher and farther than the next person. He swung his big gun and tried to block the transforming snake. It's a bit ironic to say the least. Lu Jing had bestowed the power of the transforming snake, and this was the first time he had seen it today. It was a very sweet-looking little girl, not at all what one would expect. Several figures in midair rushed towards the transforming snake. It was as if time had stood still for the moment. Wu's so-called panic breath. Just a little bit he was going to be engulfed by the flames. On this day, the python bird swallowed the dragon, lending a hand to metamorphosis. Chapter 210, The Most Powerful Existence. Transform the snake. Vermilion Bird's gaze was firm, without the slightest hint of hesitation. She looked straight at the former comrade in arms in front of her who she hadn't seen for many years, and the two of them met their eyes for an instant. However, with just that brief glance at each other, they had already read what was going on in each other's minds. There is no need for words, because words seem so pale and powerless at this moment, and the only way to determine the winner is to fight. In an instant, the flames on the Vermilion Bird's body blazed up, several times more fiery than before. The confrontation in that air grew more and more intense. The people below looked up in horror at the thrilling battle, only to see the sky in flames, lightning and thunder, as if the end of the world is coming. The 2 fighter jets that had been urgently lifted off from outside the military base were unfortunately hit by the fallout from the fierce battle between the two sides, and their fuselages shook violently for a few moments. It fell straight down like a kite with broken strings, and eventually turned into a pile of wreckage amidst a loud noise and rolling smoke. At the same time, the Vermilion Bird also fell straight down from the air like a falling meteor. The python sparrow swallowing the dragon is unstoppable. Water. Lu Jing was rushed to the ground along with the crowd, and his hands probed into the water. Where's the water coming from? The floodwaters surged like a runaway wild horse, spreading rapidly at an alarming rate. The muddy river roared and rushed down, raising huge waves several meters high. These huge waves slammed into the walls and fortifications of the military base with a deafening roar. The floodwaters quickly inundated the roads, fields and villages around the base, spreading everywhere they went. Lu Jing saw a soldier not far away. The other man slumped helplessly to the ground, his body convulsing. A huge crack appeared in his back, followed by a naked person coming out of his body. It's as if the person before was a shell of their former self. It's starting. White Haze's plan. Lu Jing was quite flustered as the floodwaters spread rapidly. A flood. It's not going to flood the world, is it? The sky flashed with lightning and thunder, and the flood rolled on. After the transformation, the transformed snake was like a true dragon, reigning over the world. White Zephyr stood on the ground as he reached out to catch Jubilee, who had been knocked from the air. Vermilion Bird's mouth was full of blood. Your great master. Cough cough cough. White Zephyr wasn't annoyed, and placed Jubilee in a safe place. Jubilee reached out and yanked on Shirazawa's collar, her pretty eyes glaring round. Shirazawa, just stop it. You psycho. Lu Jing saw Bai Zai. White Zephyr spotted him at the same time. Lu Jing looked at him from a distance. In front of the two men across the room was a flood of water coming through. Bai Zai took a deep breath and clenched his fist with one hand, placing it on his chest. Rushing towards Lu Jing, he kneeled down on one knee and nodded slightly. Bai Zai slowly raised his head, his gaze firm and deep as he looked toward the transforming snake hovering in midair. He then slowly closed his eyes. The transformation snake that had been coiled in the air suddenly moved. Its huge body swiftly swooped down like lightning, opening a bloody mouth and charging straight towards Bai Zai, prepared to complete this final devouring. Brother. The voice was soft and full of endless longing and reluctance. That huge mouth closed. It wasn't just Bai Zai that was devoured, but also the thousands of different kinds of demons that Bai Zai had collected. The power of the transforming snake reached an unprecedented peak. In just this instant, the awakened in the entire military base were affected by the curse. Their bodies fell to the ground in unison, and then their bodies mutated. One by one, brand new human beings slowly separated from their original bodies. It was amazing how the surging, incoming floodwaters had no effect on them whatsoever. The moment these new humans descended into this world, there would be a moment of confusion on their faces at first, but it would only be a brief moment. Immediately after that, they quickly adapted to their surroundings with a speed beyond imagination, only to see that they did not hesitate to dive headlong into the monstrous flood. The agility of their movements and posture was as natural and smooth as a fish entering the water. It was as if they were born to be beings belonging to the waters, and there was some kind of ineffable tacit understanding and closeness between them and the water. Tears in the eyes of the transforming snake. Brother, I will fulfill the agreement between us. Lu Jing appeared at the side of the transforming snake, dressed in a black cloak and holding a silver pendant. Holy ruling. Lu Jing clenched his teeth and let out a low gulp. Go you! Utilizing the dragon bone of the true dragon and the remaining sword body to form the holy sanction, it contains the power and will of the true dragon. At this moment, power blossomed within the silver pendant in Lu Jing's palm. Lu Jing had brought these 3 lethal weapons with him on his trip to Europe. The bullets with phoenix essence blood. 3 bullets have been used up. The Qiankuan chop that can cut through everything. However, Lu Jing felt that facing the transformation snake at this moment, wielding the Qiankuan chop was probably no different from sending him to his death. So, the only thing more suitable is a holy judgment. This powerful force quietly awakened in the silver pendant in the palm of Lu Jing's hand, and that originally dull silver pendant suddenly flashed with a dazzling light, like the brightest stars in the night sky. In an instant, a silver-white light suddenly shot out like lightning, illuminating everything around them. Along with this light, a low and shocking dragon roar resounded through the clouds. That voice seemed to come from the ancient times, crossing the barriers of time and space, carrying the majesty and dominance of a true dragon. As this dragon's roar echoed in the air, with one blow, Lu Jing succeeded. But even such a powerful attack failed to completely obliterate this terrifying existence in front of him. The transformation serpent, which had already fused the power of the god of fate, completed its metamorphosis, and through White Zephyr and the thousands of ferocious demons he had absorbed. Nowadays, the transforming snake had become an unprecedentedly terrifying existence, and it was no exaggeration to say that it was definitely the most powerful creature in the world at the moment. It's still just being born. If she did fully inherit the evil god's power, which means she'll get even stronger as time goes on. But the transforming serpent bled. The holy ruler failed to kill her and hurt her, but that's not enough. Holy ruler's attacks have a cooldown. Lu Jing summoned the Qiankuan chop again with one hand. Instantaneous. The Qiankuan chop drew a harsh arc. A huge field emerged behind him, and the Tengu swallowed the sun. It was a pity that even with a powerful artifact, one couldn't defeat the transformation serpent. Lu Jing only felt as if his body had been hit by a meteorite, and he flew straight out, directly losing consciousness. A roll of dark green poisonous gas permeated around Xiang Lu's body, and this poisonous gas was like a raging wave that constantly rolled and surged. With Xiang Lu's roar, these poisonous qis seemed to be given life, quickly converging into an immense and incomparable green palm, carrying a stern aura and endless pressure, slapping fiercely towards the transforming snake. The giant hand condensed from poisonous gas covered the sky. Wherever it passed, the air was dyed a dark green color, emitting a ZZ sound, as if it wanted to corrode everything, and the transforming snake's body flickered, initially trying to avoid the strike. However, the poisonous gas giant hand followed the shadow, tightly chasing the transformed snake and not letting go. The transforming snake looked at Sajiri and gave a contemptuous smile. Chapter 211 Preparations for the Great War. Lu Jing felt as if he was waking up from chaos. He lifted the sheets and found himself in bed. Lu Jing sat up, only to feel a sharp pain in his body, and he felt pain in his body even when he took a breath backwards. Boss, you're awake. Lin Ma's hand clamped down on his face. How are you feeling, boss? Still, okay. Lu Jing slowed down for a moment, and Lin Mo force-fed him another cup of hot water, which made him feel better. How's it going? Lu Jing asked. Lin Mo was speechless and shook her head. Lu Jing sighed. The world out there wouldn't have been. Already, Lu Jing thought of the worst possible outcome. The world outside wouldn't have all turned into those new humans already, right? Lin Mo shook her head again. No, the chemo snake ran away. Where did it go? I don't know. I think it's injured. Kirin and the others have mobilized all the Night's Watch to find the transformation snake. Lu Jing recalled his last-minute, all-out strike of holy ruling. Boss, what should we do now? Lin Mo asked. Lu Jing said, how do I know? Things have long exceeded my control. It's hard to be the boss. Lu Jing glanced at Xiang Lu in the next bed, and it looked like Xiang Lu was more seriously injured than himself. What did Kirin and the others say? They said they were going to contact you, boss. Lin Mo looked at Lu Jing with bated breath, looking like she was treating Lu Jing as a savior. Lu Jing moved his shoulders. The council chamber. What now? The transformer snake must have gone into hiding. She inherited the power of the god of fate. The longer it drags on, the harder she becomes to deal with. Kirin's face showed some rare sadness. What else can we do? Find it. Mobilize all the Night's Watch to find it. Jubilee said. Anyway, with our captain backing us up, things can't be too bad. Kirin rubbed her brow. We seem to have screwed up again. And every time the captain has to clean up our mess. Vermilion Bird glanced at him. I say, Kirin, when can you stop being so internalized? Who would have thought that White Zephyr guy would be so ruthless? It's that time of the day. Where's Green Dragon? Why hasn't he come? Kirin suddenly remembered. Jubilee shook her head. I don't know. Said something was up. Speaking of this, Vermilion Bird remembered something else and immediately called out. Where's White Tiger? Call that guy out. Do you really think you've retired to the mountains? Baizé was the one who recommended him to come to this mountainous European Union in the first place. If we were in Asia, could White Zephyr do something like this without us knowing? Call White Tiger out and take charge. There's nothing I can do about it. The chemical snake isn't on the same level as us now. Jubilee leaned back, her eyes a little dull. This brother and sister can really get us into trouble? Let the captain sort it out. I'm tired. Kirin patted her shoulder and said nothing more. Compared to the Qilin, the Vermilion Bird had deeper feelings for the White Zephyr sibling duo. They were both once on a mission in the same area of China. Team 1 and Team 2. Step by step. From being a newcomer to being a solo artist. Huaxia, Jiangnan City. Lu Jing was on a same-day flight back home. Lu Shui followed him with the little boy. Brother, how is this kid going to explain this to mom and dad? Lu Shui was holding the little boy's hand, who was clutching an ice cream in his other hand. Tell me more. Lu Jing was a bit tired. Coming home to a long-lost scent. Neither parent is home. Lu Jing went back to his room and laid down on the bed at once. This moment just felt like being in heaven. There is nothing more comfortable. Under the sun. Lu Jing rolled over and looked at his new cell phone. All messages from Kirin. Captain, 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 Captain. Lu Jing's head felt big just looking at it. He closed the door to his room, not wanting to think about anything else. Took his shoes off and the curtains were drawn. The covers went over him and he huffed and puffed. His consciousness was still a bit muddled when he woke up slowly opening his heavy eyelids. At this time, the sky outside was already darkening, and through the half-open window, one could see a sunset as colorful as blood hanging in the sky. The sliver of residual sunlight seemed to be ignited, emitting a dazzling yet soft light, coloring the entire sky orange-red. The layers of clouds looked like they were gilded with a golden edge. It fluttered gently with the breeze, changing into all sorts of marvelous shapes. Phew! Lu Jing exhaled heavily. It was as if the exhaustion of this trip to Europe had been swept away at this moment, as if it had come back to life. From under the bed, Lu Jing tipped out the prop case he had sealed up. Lu Jing opened the box and started rummaging around for useful props. There are two categories of boxes. Props bar for auxiliary classes. Most of the things in there are tools that lean towards the assistive category. For example, the instant cloak and the 100 mask. There is also a prop box for the main kill type. Holy ruler, pistol with phoenix blood, Qiankuan chop. Against today's transforming snake, Saint Ruler's full-strength strike had only caused the opponent to suffer a slight injury. The transforming serpent had just devoured it now, completing its metamorphosis. Very wisely, he chose to hide and digest the strength within himself. This could be the last chance. If it doesn't work, just wait for the world to change. Is there a second personality inside me? If there really is, why don't you hurry up and come out and take over the body and put this to rest? Lu Jing muttered under his breath as he reached into the box and rummaged around. It was an antique-looking flagboard, the whole of which presented a calm and solemn tone, and the material of which was difficult to recognize. On top of this flagboard, there were 4 large and powerful characters written in bold letters, Dragon and Tiger Flagboard. Lu Jing looked up the book he had written earlier to find out what the dragon and tiger flag signs did. Being able to mobilize the vast energy of heaven and earth for a short period of time. Fool's hat. You can pull unlimited carrots out of the hat. Carrots possess a restorative effect. Heals all non-lethal damage and comes with a berserk effect. Limit 5 in a month. Extreme Imperial Soldier. An armor-type weapon made from the bones of Interceptor's entire body. The shape is a ring. When used by the holder, using the spinning knife in the ring, slice through the palm. When the blood is incorporated into the ring, it summons the Interdictor's armor, covering the whole body. Silver white armor. Adjusts size to user's body type and evolves. Chapter 212, The Underground World. Paris. The violent and unrestrained energy turbulence was like a wild horse, madly rushing and roaring, and the powerful force it released was enough to send chills down one's spine. This raging turbulence had begun to seriously affect the skies over the entire European Union, and the originally serene and peaceful skies were now being turned upside down. A colorful light intertwined and entwined in the air, sometimes turning into a blazing flame, sometimes condensing into an icy frost, sometimes it roars like a thunderclap, sometimes it whistles like a gale. These elemental forces collided and fused with each other, forming an extremely unstable and extremely dangerous energy field. As time passed, Not only did this elemental turbulence not show the slightest sign of weakening, but instead it rapidly spread outward from the skies above the European Union at an astonishing speed. Wherever it passed, the winds and clouds changed color, and the electricity flashed and thundered, as if the end had come. Faced with such a horrific sight, the European Union was compelled to take urgent measures. All airlines were ordered to stop flying missions immediately. One airplane was forced to stop on the runway, and passengers waited anxiously for the situation to improve. And those who had planned to travel had no choice but to change their itineraries or cancel their flights. All of this is an indication that the power of the transforming serpent is growing. The sights over the European Union were broadcast in succession on the news around the world. One after another, the awakened with incomparably strong strength rose up like meteors, rushing straight into the vast and boundless sky. At first, these awakened ones were able to approach the mysterious and violent elemental turbulence with relative ease, and launched a close and detailed observation of it. However, just as the Awakened Ones Guild and the government were taking swift action and devoting all their efforts to in-depth exploration of the cause of this elemental turbulence, the situation suddenly took a drastic turn for the worse. As time passed, the elemental turbulence became more and more surging and unstoppable. In the face of such a horrifying sight, those awakened ones also began to feel overwhelmed, gradually losing the ability to continue to ascend and approach. United World Guilds. Kirin had received an invitation to meet from the Union Guild president. Kirin was also somewhat speechless in the face of the other party's inquiry. If it was really the revival of an evil god, it would be good in turn, but it was their night watchman, White Zephyr, who orchestrated the whole thing, and the purpose is to kill all the awakened people in the world. This made Kirin look a little guilty in the face of the others' questioning. More crucially, they could not find any trace of the transforming snake now. The chemo snake was now counted among the most terrifying creatures within the entire world. When she becomes fully formed, it will be even more difficult to deal with. Maybe it's just the captain. Kirin looked at the message on her cell phone. Captain, the mission has failed. The transforming serpent completed its metamorphosis and devoured not only the god of destiny, but also Bai Zhe. Captain, Snake has left Paris. Whereabouts unknown at this time. The captain hadn't replied to himself until now. Kirin sighed deeply. Finally, a ring came from the phone. Leave it to me. Yuki, Kyo. Gong Liang ran back with the dishes in a hurry. Have you seen the news? That Europe are in chaos. Don't just go abroad in the future. I'm worried about 2 or 3 days have not slept well. Egu my ass. Who is this? Gong Liang looked at Lu Shui with a child and was surprised. You went to Europe to give birth? The absurdity of the idea was swept away. Lu Shui had long ago made up the excuse that a friend's child was going to stay at home for a while. Gong Liang didn't have a problem with that. Where's your brother? Lu Yuanzheng asked. Where's upstairs? Tell him to come down. We're going out to dinner today. Gong Liang said. Go out and eat something. It's such a mess out there right now. It's none of our business if Europe messes with him. Lu Yuanzheng is full of unconcern. There is a high one to hold the sky when it collapses. Lu Shui pushed open Lu Jing's room. Lu Jing, out for dinner. Ha! She scanned the room and realized that Lu Jing was no longer in the room. Lu Jing? Underground City. This dungeon was built many years ago by human beings with great effort. At that time, in order to defend themselves against the ubiquitous portals that could appear at any time, and the terrifying demons that raged out of those portals, people had to take such extreme measures to seek a place to survive. However, as the years went by, mankind gradually realized that the original construction of the dungeon had many drawbacks that were hard to ignore. While it did initially serve as a defense, the threat posed by the portal was not completely eliminated as time passed. Meanwhile, those awakened who possessed special abilities continued to make breakthroughs in their strength through unremitting efforts. With their strong power, the awakened have managed to exert effective control over some of the portals, causing the frequency of demonic invasions to decrease dramatically. Because of this, the dungeons that were once used as shelters gradually lost their original strategic significance and were eventually abandoned by mankind. Nowadays, this former glorious underground city has been reduced to a hideout for vagrants and criminals of all kinds. The dark, damp passages reeked of decay and sin, and the once well-organized streets were in disrepair and littered with garbage. The homeless languish in these ruins, while criminals use the intricate terrain to evade capture and plan their crimes. The whole dungeon seems to have turned into a dark corner for marginalized groups of society, witnessing the depravity and helplessness of human nature. Have you heard? The European Union is in chaos. I know. Shipping planes across the European Union have stopped. It's scary. Didn't Lu Jing and Lu Shui go to Europe to study some time ago? Kyoto Group Cluster. This group only has Chuunibyou, Song Ziki, Ma Jianyu, Tian Shiran, Lu Jing and Lu Shui, 6 classmates who went to Kyoto. There is a heated discussion in the group at the moment about the European Union. Lu Jing listened to the constantly ringing cell phone beeps and set his phone on mute after taking a look at it. That's when an invitation to video came over the phone. Lu Jing slightly raised his eyebrows. Tian Shiran? What's with this sudden video call to yourself? Lu Jing clicked no without hesitation. At the moment, he was cloaked in black and walking in the middle of the underground city. He didn't know why he felt that way, but he thought the Transformer snake would be here. In this, the place where she used to live with her brother, Shirazawa. There's no vision here. If the serpent is hiding here, there should be elemental turbulence here only more. It was also for this reason that the Night's Watch, along with many of the awakened guilds, had placed the location of the platoon in the European Union. Just then, a soccer ball came flying by. Lu Jing caught it steadily. Dude, sorry about that. A couple of youths approached. It's okay. Lu Jing didn't even look at it. Dude, looking down on me? Lu Jing gave him a strange look. I apologize. It's okay if you don't talk to me. Lu Jing understood that this was a deliberate attempt to find trouble. Chapter 213, Meeting the Transforming Snake Again. Lu Jing glanced at the few young men who had gathered around. I'm at my strongest right now, and you come to pick a fight? You can't save the world. You're in charge. He turned back to his feet and gave one of them a good night's sleep. Against these people, the Lu Jing of today didn't need to put in much effort. In 3 strokes, they were sprawled out on the floor. The last one tried to run and was grabbed by Lu Jing with one hand. Big brother is wrong. Wrong. Spare the little one's life. Cut the crap. Let me ask you something. Has anything happened here lately? The punk with the dyed yellow hair gulped. Like what? Have any outsiders been here? There is. Tell me about it. There's a pretty woman, who doesn't look like she's from dungeons by the way she's dressed, and she just gave us a beating 2 days ago. Where? Lu Jing followed the punk's guidance all the way to a dilapidated attic. He was still taking his chances, but as soon as he got close to the place, he knew he was in the right place. I don't know why I feel this way when I clearly don't feel anything, but then he knew he was in the right place. Lu Jing walked into the attic and hesitated to knock on the door. After thinking about it, it seemed like he didn't need to be so polite, so he tumbled right in. As soon as he landed, he didn't expect to run right into the person inside. The woman was tidying up the flowers and plants in the yard, and when she saw Lu Jing jump in, she showed a slight look of surprise before smiling again. Captain, this is the second time we've met. She was so frank, which in turn made Lu Jing a little bit unable to do so. Lu Jing, what am I here for again? He looked at the transforming snake. The transforming snake was wearing a long, clean, plain white dress with a train that gently fluttered in the wind, and her long black hair was carefully tied into a high ponytail that swayed slightly with her movements, playful and agile. At this moment, her delicate hands were carefully holding a delicate flower pot. It was as if she was a plain, innocent girl from the neighborhood, so that people could not help but feel close to her. Lu Jing was a bit skeptical that he was in the wrong place. The transforming snake invited Lu Jing into the house. Lu Jing hesitated for a moment, unsure of what exactly the other party was going to do. He walked in. Transformer Snake poured him a cup of tea. After so many years of joining the Night's Watch, I never thought I'd see the captain in person this way. Lu Jing took a sip from his teacup and hesitated. Captain, I have so many questions I want to ask you. It doesn't matter. We have plenty of time. Lu Jing said in a deep voice. What was the reason you created the Night's Watch in the first place? Where did you come from? Where did you get such a strong power? Did you live from the ancient times until now? The immortal immortals and the sacred beasts of the classic of mountains and seas. How did they all come about? I'm very curious. Well, the transforming snake's eyes were wide with curiosity. At this moment, it gave Lu Jing some illusions. It was as if it was just a normal little girl asking herself questions. Instead, they are facing the strongest creatures that, in all likelihood, exist in the world today. Lu Jing took a deep breath and thought about his story quickly in his mind. He thought about how he could perfect the story and then trick the little girl in front of him as the captain of the Night's Watch into giving up that crazy idea with Shirasawa. I am the captain of the Night's Watch, and I have unrivaled power, so don't go against me. There's no good in going against me. Little sister, give up your crazy idea. White Zephyr is dead. You still have a back way out. But after thinking for a while, Lu Jing couldn't say a word. It's a secret, isn't it? The transforming serpent seemed to have guessed that he wouldn't get an answer, so he said to himself, Oh Captain, to tell you the truth, I am really very grateful to you. I don't even remember what day my dad died, just that he went out the door as usual and never came back. Later, I learned that he had met the awakened brawlers and was killed by a car they had casually dropped. My brother had excellent grades and a bright future ahead of him, but in order to support the family and take care of me and my frail mother, they had to give up their studies and enter society early to carry the burden of their families. Our family are ordinary to ordinary non-awakened people, and when we first arrived in this dungeon, the people are unfamiliar with the place, and they have no relatives. At that time, we could not even afford to rent a decent house, and had no choice but to live in a simple tent. All around us were piles of smelly garbage and people who had no place to live and were wandering around. Those days were unbearable. The transforming snake held his tea and fell into a memory. Every day I look up at the gray sky, and I always pray silently in my heart, when will such a dark life come to an end? Demons are certainly scary. They are vicious and brutal, and they mercilessly devour people's lives. But what is even more chilling is that some of the so-called awakened people, relying on their special abilities, wantonly oppress the weak and the small, even more so than the demons. In that difficult environment, living all day long with fear and trepidation, like walking on thin ice, the heart only hopes that these evil existences can all disappear, and return the world a peace and quiet. Captain, you're the one who gave us hope. Her slightly narrowed eyes stared at Lu Jing. I used to wonder when my brother had clearly climbed to the throne of the Night's Watch, even becoming head of the entire European Union. He became a member of the European Parliament and is even about to become the youngest Speaker of the House of Commons. The Emperor of England also gave him the title of Duke, and with his wealth and no lack of status, he shone brightly wherever he went, by night, and in the hands of the Night's Watch organization that chills everyone. But why did he do all that? Why did he put his life on the line and do things that were not in his favor? Then it dawned on me that my brother was different. Even after a few decades, a few hundred years, after all those countless copies of Life and Death, The Bloody Storm, he was not weary, still fighting for that great ideal in his heart. Captain, you gave my brother all this. You told him that there is nothing more than a single thought to save the lives of the people. Though millions of people will go with me, my brother gave his life for this, and soon it will be my turn. Chapter 214 Making the World a Better Place? Lu Jing remained silent. He looked at the transforming snake and felt heavy as if he was carrying the Monkey King's weapon. It was only after a long time that he exhaled slowly and said, Actually, what I said was copied from the internet. I'm not very good at it. I'm not kidding you. The Night's Watch organization and all that was just something I made up when I was a kid. I was so lonely then. There was only my mom at home and no one to play with me. In kindergarten, other families ostracized me. The family has no money, and my mom is not an awakened. So back then it was always about fantasizing that you were a special being, because only in the world of fantasy were you the best. Then my dad picked me up and I lived with my stepmother, and an extra sister. My sister is amazing. Her grades are ridiculously good, and then she awakened her S-class talent. And she's pretty too. I just have to lie to myself. And there was no one to keep me company at school. And people didn't want to talk to me. I'll just spend my days socializing on the internet and building some kind of vigilante crowd. Speaking of this, Lu Jing paused. So, I'm not very good law. Why else would I come to you? Actually, I was just trying to be cool. Really, that's how simple my original desire was. What saving mankind? What destroying copies of the world? Didn't even cross my mind. It was only later that I inadvertently realized that the vigil I had created had come true, and I didn't even know how. Lu Jing pursed his lips and felt the burning gaze of the chemical snake. Actually, I just turned 19 this year, and I really didn't know. I really don't know what to do. It didn't even occur to me that Shirazawa and you would do something like this. Have such crazy ideas. Huey Snake. Stop it. Those are fake. I made them up. Even if there were no awakened people in the world, the portal would still exist. The world isn't going to get any better that way. How can you just arbitrarily take the lives of over 3 billion people? What's the difference between using that method to make them metamorphose and become new individuals and killing them? Silence. Long silence. Inside the hut, the incubus looked at the somewhat formal teenager in front of him. At this moment, Lu Jing seemed to have dropped all his pretenses and just sat in front of the chemical snake so openly. The transforming snake was a bit confused. She knew that the teenager in front of her wasn't lying. That look and tone of voice cannot be faked. The transforming snake opened its mouth slightly. She had sketched the captain of the Night's Watch in her mind countless times. She was not the only one, but almost all the members of the Night's Watch had indulged in imagining the mysterious captain time and time again. He can grant others great powers comparable to those of the awakened. Furthermore, he was proficient in various techniques and was able to handcraft one amazing artifact after another. These artifacts not only possessed great power, but also contained endless mysteries and legends. The birth of each artifact seemed like the beginning of a mythological story. It was this mysterious captain who single-handedly created the Night's Watch organization that is now so large in scale. The influence of this organization has extended to all over the world, and its power is so great that it is even enough to compete with all the awakened guilds in the world. No one knows exactly how long he has survived, only that he has been walking this earth in silence for a long time. He is like a bright light in the night, using his own strength to guard the land of China, defending the tranquility and peace of the entire human race. Huey Snake had always been convinced that the ordinary and featureless 19-year-old he saw was a deliberate disguise created by the captain. Yet at this moment, someone is telling her the truth. The person hidden behind that mask turned out to be really just a child who was ignorant of worldly affairs. This child is passionate about fantasy, obsessed with the world of the second world, and even founded the organization Nightwatch completely unintentionally as a child. If what the other party said was true, then wouldn't everything she and her brother had done before become absurd and ridiculous? Lu Jing shrugged. Stop it. It all ends here. The transforming snake suddenly let out a wild laugh without warning. She was laughing so hard she couldn't stop. As the laughter continued, her expression became more and more maniacal, and her originally clear face now looked hideous due to the excessive distortion. Is all this all true, Captain? The chemical snake laughed maniacally while pointing ahead with a trembling finger, his eyes filled with disbelief and deep fear. Her voice broke in and out of her maniacal laughter, but every word seemed to be squeezed out of her teeth with endless despair and questioning. Lu Jing sighed softly. Yes, I made it all up. The chemical snake stopped smiling. Captain, all your fantasies have come true, so haven't you ever thought about changing this world? Or is there something you're suffering from? From the day I discovered fantasies, it seemed to be that all abilities were unusable. And have you ever wondered what you really are? What exactly are you that the captain is able to make his fantasies come true? Is it a human being? Or are you a god? A god who has lost his memory? Lu Jing didn't know how to answer this question anymore. How ridiculous. Transformer Snake sighed heavily. It's really so ridiculous. If my brother had known about all of this earlier, maybe he wouldn't have done all of this. So it's not too late to stop. Is it too late? My brother is dead, and has given his life for it. And even if it's ridiculous, I'm going to do everything that's left to do. Even when it's done, you won't make the world a better place. Transforming Snake said in a deep voice. Then my brother, didn't he die in vain? If this is all meaningless, then what did my brother die for? In that instant, her body suddenly began to produce drastic changes, only to see that above her originally fair and delicate cheeks, a piece of clearly visible scales that flashed with a cold light slowly emerged. The scales were tightly packed together, as if putting a mask of mystery and majesty over her. In that case, Captain, let me end all this in your place. Along with these determined words, her body continued to metamorphose at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, her entire body had completely transformed into a scaly dragon with an immense body. The entire body was covered with thick green scale armor, each piece of scale armor shining with eye-catching light, as if it was as bright and dazzling as a gemstone. At this moment, this scaly dragon that she had incarnated opened its bloody mouth, revealing its sharp fangs, and lunged straight towards Lu Jing. Lu Jing's body instantly shifted and had already left the house. The transforming snake rushed out, and the entire dungeon collapsed in that instant. The people in the dungeon had completed their transformation in an instant. The transforming snake let out a roar. Lu Jing was holding a holy ruling. Chapter 215, The King's Domain. Boom! Along with this earth-shaking roar, the entire underground city seemed to be shaken by an irresistible force, instantly erupting with an incomparably huge amount of energy. However, unexpectedly, the energy did not destroy everything around it like a raging wind and rain. On the contrary, it is like a magical creator who is creating a whole new world in an unimaginable way. In the midst of this chaos and clamor, the awakened suffer pain that is often unbearable. Their bodies constantly trembled and twisted, and their faces became hideous and ghastly from the extreme pain. However, right in this abyss of pain, a miracle quietly occurred. The bodies of the awakened gradually underwent amazing changes. The original ordinary human appearance gradually disappeared, replaced by a brand new individual image. A black shadow swept out sharply from the interior of the dungeon like lightning. At the same time, a loud and clear sound of a dragon's roar suddenly resounded through the clouds, as if it was a thunderous roar coming from above the 9 heavens. This voice shook the hearts of the people, causing heaven and earth to change color and the wind and clouds to tumble and surge. The transforming serpent shot straight up into the sky, and she was creating a huge field of curses. Huaxia, the capital city's time hand quietly pointed to the moment of 5:52 minutes. At this very moment, a shocking scene occurred. The legendary transformation serpent unexpectedly appeared in the dungeon. In an instant, a powerful cursed force spread rapidly like a plague, and the entire underground city was filled with an eerie and terrifying aura. In just a few minutes, the consequences of this sudden catastrophe were extremely tragic. A total of 621 awakened people have been brutally murdered, their flames of life extinguished in an instant, and under the effect of the bizarre curse, the body twisted and distorted, eventually transforming into a new, unfamiliar human form. After only 5 minutes, Reports about the appearance of inexplicable energy sources in China came pouring in, occupying the headline positions of all major news platforms and triggering widespread concern and heated discussions worldwide. At this moment, an awakened sitting at the provincial level stepped forward and crossed the atmosphere at a staggering speed of 10,000 meters per second, like a burning meteor speeding towards the transformation snake. His cold, piercing eyes locked onto his target as if he wanted to pierce through it completely. I saw it. With a roar that resounded through the sky, the figure of this awakened one had closed in on the transforming snake. However, in the very next second, the war room's contact with him was suddenly broken. The warrior who was originally soaring in the air, who had already surpassed the 50th rank and possessed the ability to fly on the wind, fell straight down from the sky without any warning. A brand new individual, however, surged out from behind the fallen awakened man. With the fall of this awakened man, in the blink of an eye, another silhouette appeared above the transforming snake. Lu Jing wore a ring that shone with a strange light in his right hand, and without hesitation, he made a hard cut, and the sharp edge easily cut through his palm. Blood flowed out of the wound as it soaked in. The ring that was already shining brightly even seemed to be ignited at this moment, erupting into a more and more dazzling and eye-catching light. Under the shroud of this brilliant light, a layer of silver-white substance spread out from the ring at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in the blink of an eye, it wrapped Lu Jing's entire body tightly in it. Upon closer inspection, this was actually a set of delicate and sturdy armor. It was silver-white in color all over, flashing with a cold and chilling light, as if it was made from the convergence of countless stars. Lu Jing clutched the holy ruling in his other hand. The pendant small sword continued to expand and grow larger in Lu Jing's hands, quickly transforming into a huge, incomparable, invisible lightsaber. The body of the sword flashed with a bright and dazzling light, illuminating the dim space around it. Lu Jing held this astonishingly powerful lightsaber aloft with both hands, and the power of his entire body gathered in it in a steady stream. With a loud shout, he swung downward with all his strength, only to hear boom, a loud, deafening sound, as if the entire heaven and earth were trembling. This astonishing sword carried the momentum of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth as it ruthlessly slashed at the transforming snake below. After a few moments of collision, the armor behind Lu Jing spread its wings and flew further away. He took another small medicine, a vitamin capsule, out of his pocket. There's only 3 capsules left in there. You can tell the age by the color of the outer skin. Lu Jing took a red capsule. Their figures met sharply high in the air. In an instant, the violent impact of the 2 powerful forces triggered an earth-shattering explosion, and countless streams of high-energy particles instantly covered the entire space like a raging torrent. These streams of high-energy particles intertwined and entwined with each other, forming a brilliant and deadly curtain of light. The energy they released was extremely huge, causing the originally calm air to become restless. In this space filled with a stream of high-energy particles, it was as if any networks and signals had been plunged into an invisible black hole and were completely useless. Lu Jing felt like his body was going to break. If it wasn't for this armor, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to withstand a blow from the transforming snake. 6:15. The field of chemical snakes is expanding. A scene of doom. King's domain. Lu Jing let out a furious cry. In an instant, a brilliant and dazzling golden light suddenly erupted, piercing through the layers of clouds like a sharp arrow and rushing straight into the sky. As far as the eye could see, the originally devastated and scarred earth had just become an incomparably tragic battlefield ruin. Broken weapons were scattered everywhere, blood dyed the land red, and smoke filled the air and had yet to dissipate. And right in the middle of this barren and dead silence, the transforming snake was actually unable to resist the pull of this powerful force, and was dragged hard into the mysterious realm opened by Lu Jing. Chapter 2:16, Who Am I? Today at 5:52 minutes located in the 12 Special Zone underground city in the Huaxia area, a large-scale elemental turbulence has occurred. There have been awakened people rushed to the scene. Please nearby residents to reduce the number of outings. Urgent news. Urgent news. Today there are casualties among the awakened in the vicinity of the 12 special districts, and according to visual estimation there should be a stunt demonic creature running out of the portal. Citizens are urged to take safety precautions. The 53rd Order awakened warrior has been sacrificed. Ha? Are you kidding? When was the sacrifice made? Watch the news. Breaking news. Asterisk. Now without even knowing what demonic creature didn't run out, a 53 ranked awakened is sacrificed? Could it have something to do with the elemental turbulence in the European Union? It's so scary. Lu Shui looked at message after message and then at the undialed calls on her cell phone. This Lu Jing, where did he go again? A quick turn of the head revealed that the little boy who had been eating chips on the couch just moments before was gone as well. Lu Shui stood up in a flash. On the vast and sprawling battlefield, the wind was howling and the sand and dust were flying all over the sky. as if this place had become an isolated and alien world. Lu Jing stood alone and proud in the center of this king's domain. His gaze was cold as he looked down at the massive, hideous-faced transformed snake below. "I'll give you one last chance." Lu Jing's voice exploded like thunder over the entire battlefield, carrying an undeniable sense of majesty and oppression. However, what responded to him was the even more violent and raging energy fluctuations of the transforming snake. That powerful force was like an out-of-control beast, crazily impacting everything around him. Behind Lu Jing, an immense and incomparable long sword plunged straight into the earth, its body flashing with cold light, as if it was a divine weapon in the hands of the god of war. Just then, Lu Jing violently captivated the bracelet he wore on his wrist. In an instant, the bracelet actually seemed to be given life, lengthening at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, a golden chain sped in from all directions like a spirit snake, instantly surrounding the transformation snake tightly. These chains intertwined and twisted around each other, forming a huge, airtight net, and no matter how much the transformed serpent struggled against it, it was unable to break free from this firm bondage. The chain shone with a dazzling light, releasing a burst of powerful pressure, making it increasingly difficult for the transformation snake to move. Lu Jing opened a small, delicate box. In an instant, a dazzling light shot out from the box. A whole 6 flying swords as thin as silver needles were hovering and shooting out. These flying swords were as if they were alive, quickly sweeping into mid-air. They unexpectedly grew larger in the air at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in just a few moments, they had already expanded by thousands of times. The originally slender sword body had now transformed into gigantic and incomparable light swords, each of which emitted a palpitatingly cold light and overpowering sword aura. Lu Jing's right hand fiercely pointed toward the front. As if they had been instructed to do so, the 6 lightsabers let out a sharp whistling sound and sped towards the not-too-distant transformation snake in a lightning-fast manner. Boom! In the next instant, the transforming snake had arrived in front of Lu Jing's eyes. She reached out her hand to immediately approach Lu Jing's eyes. Lu Jing wanted to use the instantaneous cloak, but the massive power that the transforming snake carried trapped him firmly. Lu Jing and the transforming snake were almost face-to-face with each other. Lu Jing spat out his tongue, which carried a black key. Open! Right underneath Lu Jing's feet, a large door opened. Lu Jing and the transformation snake fell at the same time. The duo came to another field. At the moment, Lu Jing was carrying almost his entire body of magic treasures in the red pill that he had taken, shrinking half of one's lifespan, but being able to increase one's strength to the extreme. The transforming serpent opened its bloody mouth and spewed out a black column of energy, instantly destroying the entire domain world beyond recognition. The transforming snake had completely lost its patience and scruples. It unleashed an even more violent attack without mercy, and if this had been in the real world, perhaps the transformed snake would have restrained itself for fear of harming innocent people. But here, it's not tied up in any way, only to see the rolling torrent rushing like a runaway wild horse, flooding this new world in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the sky shone with the brilliant light of the god of destiny. The world that was originally extremely cold and possessed 10,000-year-old glaciers was not spared, and under the impact of that terrifying power, the thick ice layer completely melted in an instant. And in that vast and boundless desert world field, the surging flood was swept through with the momentum of mountains and seas, and everywhere it went was turned into a swampy country. As time passed, one after another, the realm worlds fell apart under the ravages of the transforming serpent. Only endless barrenness and deadness remain. Eventually, after some intense chasing and fighting, Lu Jing returned to that original domain world. Lu Jing knelt down on one knee, panting heavily, bean-sized beads of sweat slipping off his forehead and dripping onto the dusty ground. It was as if his body had reached the limit of what it could handle due to the frequent use of props. That armor on his body was also scarred at this moment, and he didn't know how many times he had gone through breaking and refixing. The armor seemed to have finally exhausted its last ounce of energy, and after a crisp cracking sound, only half of it was still barely wrapped around Lu Jing's body, and those exposed skins were miserable, dripping with blood, with deep wounds that could even see white bones. Even worse, no matter how much he tried to repair these wounds with his own power or the black substance around him, nothing helped, as if these wounds could not be recovered at all. The transforming snake appeared in front of Lu Jing's eyes. She was also injured, but her power was growing. Over time, she looked at Lu Jing and stretched out her sharp claws against Lu Jing's neck artery. "Captain, you lost." "Yeah, I lost," the transformer snake whispered. "I will take your place and change the world." Lu Jing laughed helplessly. "This is all like a dream. Consider it a dream." Then, the transforming snake resumed her appearance as a clean-cut girl as she cupped Lu Jing's face with both hands. "Captain, watch. I will create a whole new world. One that will please my brother. And you all. So yeah, Captain, be a part of me." Lu Jing closed his eyes, trying his best He really did his best and used all the props he could. That being said, it was kind of like he had created the transformed snake in front of him himself. Big brother. Slumber. A child appeared out of nowhere within the empty realm world. A child holding a doll. The transforming snake suddenly fell to the ground, losing all consciousness for a moment. The incubus didn't know when he had come to his senses. She looked around in some confusion and realized she was still in the middle of the field, and Lu Jing was not far from her. There was a little boy sitting in the distance. The transforming snake ignored the little boy and reached out to grab at Lu Jing to complete the final devouring. Lu Jing slowly opened his eyes. In that instant, the originally still aggressive transformation serpent suddenly looked as if it had been cast under a spell of immobilization, and its entire body froze in place. Only the teenager who had been keeping his eyes tightly closed slowly opened his eyes at this moment. In an instant, a brilliant and dazzling golden light erupted violently from his eyes like a volcanic eruption. This golden light was so dazzling and fiery, as if it was capable of burning everything in the world. The transforming snake just stared blankly at that golden light, completely unable to move. She felt a powerful and terrifying force was shooting straight at her through the teenager's pupils, and the burning sensation was as if it was going to incinerate her soul along with it. Finally, the transforming snake could no longer endure this terrifying feeling of oppression and let out a mournful hiss. However, no matter how much she struggled and roared, she couldn't get rid of the golden light that locked onto her tightly. Lu Jing staggered to his feet, and he looked at himself with some confusion. Who am I? Where am I? Rumble, rumble, rumble. The domain world collapsed. The real world. It's 9:52 Chinese Capital Time. All of us can clearly see that the area in front of us has been plunged into a chaotic and overwhelming elemental turbulence. The violent elemental forces collided, intertwined, and entwined with each other, and had formed a palpitating energy vortex. Judging from the current situation, it was highly likely that this terrifying turbulence would spread rapidly like a plague until it covered the entire vast Chinese land. Once that happened, the consequences would be unimaginable. Now the government is trying to figure out what to do. The reporter's body was suddenly blown backwards. Right in the center of that turbulence in the air, 3 figures appeared. The transforming snake opened its huge mouth that looked like an abyss, and a force so powerful that it caused heart palpitations instantly gushed out. This energy swept in with a destructive momentum. Its light was dazzling, as if it was going to swallow the entire world in it. Wherever it passed, the air was torn apart and the space was twisted and distorted, emitting an ear-piercing roar. Everything around them trembled and crumbled under the impact of this terrifying energy, as if the end was coming. Lu Jing just stood in the air, staring blankly at the energy rushing toward him. Go to, die. As those 3 words came out of his mouth, the energy dissipated in the air. Only a mournful and extreme wail could be heard suddenly resounding between heaven and earth. The transforming serpent suffered an unprecedentedly heavy blow. Its body, which had fused the god of destiny, White Zephyr, and thousands of demonic creatures, was actually unable to withstand this horrifying onslaught of power at this moment, and began to gradually crumble apart. The first thing to shatter was its thick and tough cervical vertebrae, bursting apart section by section, as if a series of earth-shattering firecrackers had rung out in the sky. Immediately after that, the muscle tissue that was originally several times stronger than any of the hardest known substances in the world also seemed to be torn apart raw by an invisible giant force, rapidly tearing apart at a speed visible to the naked eye. Blood sprayed out like a spring, splashing down in all directions. The elemental turbulence disappeared. Lu Jing looked around in confusion. Who am I? Where am I? Camera. Point the camera up there. Who's that? Is it the awakened? End of part 1.